The moment I opened my eyes, I heard the TV announcing that Asking Immortals would launch its servers tomorrow. This was the game that had once plunged the world into a living hell, costing both my sister and me our lives. Now, ID somehow returned to the day before its release, yet fate seemed unchanged. I was still disabled and utterly untalented. But then, a mysterious consciousness urged me to enter the game and activate the creation holy treasure. And just as I stepped outside, I ran into the neighbor who had once broken into our home with ill intentions. I kept my composure, knowing that once I entered the game and activated the treasure, everything would change. The moment I opened my eyes, I heard the TV broadcasting, the large-scale virtual reality MMORPG Asking Immortals will officially launch tomorrow at 10 a.m. My heart lurched, and I nearly fell out of my wheelchair. Asking Immortals, the very game that had led to my sister's and my tragic deaths. How was it not even released yet? I quickly scanned my surroundings, the familiar two-bedroom apartment, the sound of someone bustling in the kitchen. The digital clock on the wall read, September 25, 2030. 2.5 years in the past? I had actually been reborn. The memories of my past life flooded back, filling me with dread. Who could have imagined that the globally popular Asking Immortals would merge with reality? Monsters and bosses from the game suddenly appeared on Earth, plunging the world into chaos and disaster. Players gained their in-game abilities, wielding supernatural powers at will, but this also shattered global order. Crime ran rampant, monsters ravaged the land, and reality became a living nightmare. My sister and I had lived cautiously, afraid to step outside, afraid to even cook, yet we still couldn't escape tragedy. Two thugs broke into our home. One of them was our seemingly kind neighbor. My sister fought them to protect me, dying alongside them. And in my final moments of despair, a beam of multicolored light shot through the window and into my body. Then, countless people swarmed in, shouting, "Seize the creation holy treasure!" A man in black struck me with a single palm, reducing me to dust. Had the creation holy treasure brought me back? Just as I wondered, a voice echoed in my mind, "Enter Asking Immortals and activate the creation holy treasure." At first, I thought it was a hallucination, but when it repeated, I knew it was real. The creation holy treasure. I recalled the scene from my past life's final moments, my heart pounding. The treasure was still here, guiding me into the game. This time, I could defy fate. With my knowledge from the past life, I could carve out a different future. "Xiao Sun, come eat," my sister's gentle voice called. I turned to the kitchen, where she stood, youthful and radiant, her skin flawless, so beautiful it was hard to look away. She was untying her apron with her hands behind her back. Seeing her alive again made my nose sting. In my past life, she had fought to protect me until her last breath. This time, I would be the one to protect her. At the table, I pointed at the TV ad and said, "Sis, let us play Asking Immortals together, okay?" In my past life, we hadn't started until 6 months after launch, already far behind. Now, I wanted to enter the game the moment it went live and bring my sister with me. She hesitated. "The doctor said you shouldn't use electronic devices too much." I replied, "Just a little each day, one tea hurt." After a long pause, she finally agreed. After dinner, we went out to buy the game equipment. The moment we stepped outside, we ran into our neighbor, Manhwa, who was also heading out. His eyes lit up. "Oh, see the campus bell, what a coincidence." He completely ignored me in my wheelchair. My sister gave him a polite but distant nod and pushed me into the elevator. Manhwa followed like a leech, making small talk. My back to him, I clenched my fists, a flash of murderous intent in my eyes. This was the man who, in my past life, had broken into our home with another thug, leading to my sister's death. I would settle this score eventually, but for now, I had to endure. It wasn't until we reached the gate that Manhwa reluctantly said goodbye, his gaze lingering with infatuation. My sister, Sining, and I arrived at the Asking Immortals experience store. A massive screen at the entrance played the game's promotional video, and a long line had already formed outside. This is Blue Star's first virtual reality immersive holographic game, boasting a realism rate of up to 99%. Initially, netizens dismissed it as false advertising, but after the Experience Center offered a free 10-minute trial, public opinion flipped instantly. Entering the game feels like traveling through time. Every blade of grass and tree is indistinguishable from reality, with textures and scents identical to the real world. The technological prowess displayed in this game surpasses Blue Star's understanding, and the company behind it, Asking Immortals, seemed to appear out of thin air. Online speculation suggests alien technology, putting global authorities on high alert, with Huaxia even preparing to implement the Wallfacer project. Sitting in my wheelchair, my sister pushed me to stand outside the store. People around us kept glancing over, and women couldn't stop exclaiming, "Oh my god! This guy is so handsome!" Compared to him, my idol Kai Kunkin looks like a country bumpkin. His face perfectly matches all my fantasies of a novel's male lead. Too bad I'm disabled, though they seem to think even my wheelchair adds to my charm. I've long grown used to this kind of attention, but my sister is smarter and always wears a mask when we go out. I interrupted the dazed customer service girl. "Hello, 2 wristbands, please. Do you have a couple's edition?" She snapped back to reality. Oh, we only have black wristbands. They adjust automatically to wrist size. The login devices for Asking Immortals come in two types, wristbands and gaming pods, with a huge difference in experience and price. The wristband costs 9,999 Huaxia dollars, while the pod costs $1 million. Naturally, my sister and I couldn't afford the pod. When I mentioned the couple's edition, a faint blush appeared on my sister's face. We often pretend to be a couple to avoid harassment, but she still can't help feeling shy. She whispered, Xiaosun, just buy one for yourself. I don't play games. I knew she thought it was expensive, her bank account was running low. She never hesitated to buy me anything, but when it came to herself, she'd always hold back. Even though installment payments were available, she disliked spending beyond her means. I said firmly, listen to me. We're buying it. She laughed helplessly, hey, I'm the one swiping the card here. But in front of everyone, her thin skin made her too embarrassed to argue further, so she tearfully paid. Outside the store, my sister said mournfully, Xiaosun, can we return mine? We don't have much money left. When I'm not in class, I have to tutor. I want to have time to play, and I don't even like games. I persuaded her, sis, play with me. The promo video just said nearly 2 billion people worldwide have already bought in, and the numbers are still rising every day. That means Asking Immortals is the next big opportunity. We have to seize it. There is definitely money to be made in game. After some hesitation, she saw the logic and decided to give it a try. Back home, when the time came, we logged in together. Though the official launch was tomorrow, tonight we could create our characters early. After the 10-minute prologue experience, even though I'd been through it once before, I was still awestruck. Once the prologue ended, I slowly descended onto a mountain peak. Though I could stand in game, I felt an overwhelming weakness. Then, an ethereal, emotionless system voice rang out, ding. Scanning body. DNA binding in progress. Detecting innate aptitude, I saw the all-too-familiar cultivation path guide again, and an uncontrollable rage surged in my heart. I couldn't help but curse. In my past life, I'd been stuck with this utterly hopeless trash aptitude, struggling at the very bottom of the Asking Immortals world. My base stats were, strength, 1050 can't even tie up a chicken, physique, 550 frail as a twig, magic, 650 and like potential, spirit, 550 dazed and confused, agility, 215 moves like a dead rabbit. My special stats were even worse, comprehension, 510 rotten wood, impossible to carve, luck, 810 cursed by the heavens. The only decent stat was charm, a 1010 peerless elegance. At least that was something. With these stats, the player's attribute bonuses are pitifully low. The gains from leveling up multiple times can't even compare to what others get from a single level. Especially that absurdly low comprehension value, which has me stuck at the chi condensation stage, unable to break through. I just can't understand it logically. A disability shouldn't affect innate talent, so why am I so useless? Refusing to accept a lifetime of mediocrity, I shouted at the sky 3 times, and finally, the creation holy treasure appeared. When I heard the voice say, ding. Detected creation holy treasure Newfound stone. Activate and bind. The previously silent game space suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of colors. Overwhelmed with excitement, I yelled, it's finally here. The delay had nearly shattered my Dao heart. Without hesitation, I shouted, activate. A series of notifications immediately echoed in my mind. First, the Newfound stone successfully bound to me, unlocking its unique passive. Then, I was bathed in the remnants of Newfound's heaven-mending elixir, dissolving the soul-snatching curse of rebirth that had plagued me. All my innate stats were instantly maxed out. Not only that, but I also received the soul blessing of the creator goddess Newfound, granting me the innate skills divine grace, divine protection, and empathic resonance. The words soul-snatching curse of rebirth left me frozen in shock. So, my frail body since childhood, my inability to walk without a wheelchair, my worsening health, my muddled mind, my perpetual academic failures, and the doctor's inability to diagnose me, it was all because of a curse. Filled with confusion, I couldn't help but wonder who on Blue Star could wield such power? What kind of grudge is this? Before I could dwell on it, my mind exploded with activity. My consciousness surged as countless fragmented memories automatically organized themselves. Elementary knowledge, middle school lessons, tutoring routines, plumbing and electrical repairs, even the basic sword techniques and combat experience I'd repeatedly studied in Asking Immortals, all of it became crystal clear in my mind. Thrilled, I paced back and forth, reveling in my newfound strength. Overwhelmed with excitement, I shouted, thank you, Newfound stone, for this rebirth. Then, unable to wait any longer, I called out, check stats. When I saw the updated stat sheet, I was stunned again. The upper limit for both basic and special stats had increased from 50 to 100. Strength, constitution, spiritual root, divine sense, and agility were all maxed at 100, with top-tier evaluations. Among special stats, comprehension, luck, and charm were also maxed at 20, rated as transcendent. Even the cultivation path guidance had changed to, hold the sun and moon, pluck the stars, there is no one like you in this world. Any sect in Asking Immortals is yours to choose. Astonished, I immediately summoned the Newfound stone. Chapter 3 Activating the Holy Treasure of Creation. Ding! Binding DNA successful. Innate qualification test completed. Your base qualifications are as follows: possessed upper limit. Strength, 1050 rating, binding strength. Physique, 550 rating, weak. Soul technique, 650 evaluation, Griffin's talent. Divine sense, 550 evaluation, muddled. Agility, 250 rating, moves like a dead rabbit. Your special qualifications are listed below. Gnosis, 510 evaluation, decaying wood. Luck, 810 evaluation, heavenly fate. Charisma, 1010 rating, flamboyant. Cultivation route guidelines. Rumor has it that Ask the Immortals Qingxiao continent has a wonderful photo hall, boys and girls, beautiful as a flower, good this wind of people competing to chase. Recently, the museum of the male eloquent actor is in short supply, it is not a good place to go. Grass. Seeing the familiar cultivation route guide again, Yisun still felt exasperated. In his previous life, he was such a wasteful qualification, so wasteful that he could only hover at the bottom of the immortal questioning realm. The player's attributes will be based on the qualification, and will be equally proportional, such as strength. Initially, 1 point of strength attribute will increase the qualification of 10% panel attack power. The higher the qualification, the more attributes are added. With his qualification, the attributes added by ascending several levels are not as much as those added by others ascending 1 level. And the most important thing was the enlightenment value. If the enlightenment value was too low, he wouldn't even be able to break through the realm, and he would remain stuck at the first realm, the chi condensation stage, stagnating. The evaluation of innate qualifications was very special. Usually in reality, some fitness and fighting masters, etc., will have high strength and physique qualifications. There are also some parkour, gymnasts, etc. that don't have bad agility credentials. However, there are also people who look like they have average physical fitness, who are deadbeat all day, who never exercise and never work out, but have surprisingly high qualifications. It can only be said that they have that talent, but in reality never inspired it. It stands to reason that a disability shouldn't affect talent either. Yisun didn't understand why he was like this. Where is the sacred treasure of creation? Didn't it say that it would be activated upon entering the game? Yisun didn't want to remain a loser in this life. So he hurriedly called out loudly towards the sky and shouted 3 times before summoning the sacred treasure of creation. Ding! Sacred treasure of creation Newfound stone detected. Is it activated to recognize the owner? The originally quiet and peaceful game space instantly lit up with colorful light. It's finally out. The delay nearly caused his Dao heart to collapse. Activate. Ding. The Newfound stone has successfully recognized its owner. Activate the only passive. Ding. Baptized by the remnants of the Newfound stone's heaven repairing liquid, the past life regeneration curse on your body has dissipated, and all of your innate qualifications have reached the upper limit. Ding. Blessed by the soul of the God of creation, Newfound, you have gained the innate skills Godly Zephyr, Godly Grace Blessing, and Lovely Link. Past life regency mantra? Yisun was shocked. His physical condition was actually caused by the curse? At this moment, he could feel that his body in reality had actually returned to normal with him. No wonder. He has been weak since he can remember, his legs are bad and he is wheelchair bound. And as time passes, his body is getting weaker and weaker, and his mind is muddled, and he never passes his exams. But strangely enough, the hospital couldn't find anything wrong. I didn't realize that it was actually caused by a curse. There are still such godly people on the blue planet? What exactly is the grudge? Before he could think about it in detail, it was like an explosion in his head. Consciousness tumbled over, and countless memories of the past that were mixed up and confusing were automatically summarized and organized. Among them were elementary school knowledge, middle school knowledge, tutoring processes, plumbing and electrical repairs, and basic sword techniques, combat experience, and so on that had been repeatedly learned in Ask the Immortals, and the memories were incomparably clear. Thank you Newfound stone for the grace of recreation. Yisun walked back and forth excitedly, feeling the powerful physical state, thrilled. Check the qualifications. Ding. Your base qualifications are as follows. Strength, 100-100 evaluation, strength against the sky. Physique, 100-100 evaluation, golden tendons and bones. Spiritual roots, 100-100 evaluation, immortal talent. Divine sense, 100-100 evaluation, divine thought like an abyss. Agility, 100-100 evaluation, chasing stars and lightning. P.S. Normal human base qualification limit is 50. Your special qualifications are listed below. Gnosis, 2020 evaluation, eminence. Luck, 2020 evaluation, purple extreme fate. Charisma, 2020 evaluation, immortal beauty and jade face. P.S. Normal human special qualification limit is 10. Cultivation route guidelines, hand-holding the sun and moon to pick the stars. The world has no one like you, ask the immortal within any clan with your choice. Ha! Isn't the qualification limit 50? How did this all become 100? Yisun was shocked and hastily summoned the Newfound stone. Chapter 4 Creating Roles. Newwa Stone, a sacred treasure of creation, the god of creation, Newwa, imbued it with holy power, giving it a special power. This is the only piece left to mend the heavens. Grade, sacred. Characteristics, recognized, hosted in Dantian. Does not occupy the backpack compartment, does not occupy the equipment space. Cannot be snooped, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, cannot be discarded. Unique passive, double the upper limit of innate qualification. Heaven mending liquid, 0 description, can repair all damages and abnormalities below saint level, can be transformed with Hongmeng purple chi, the transformation ratio is 10:1. It dawned on Yisun that the doubling of qualifications was caused by the Newwa Stone passive skill. Worthy of being the only passive, it's just too heaven defying. Innate qualifications would affect the attribute bonus, and their usefulness to the cultivator was self-evident, and could completely go against the grain. And the later the period, the greater the role of innate qualifications. With Yisun's qualifications that surpassed ordinary people by a factor of 2, it was no exaggeration to say that in the future, it was likely that he would go against the grain and cut down the immortals. Or even slaughter gods with immortals. Tisk, I'm invincible under immortals, 1 for 1 above immortals. As for the effect of the heaven mending liquid, looking at the description, it is really a bit heaven defying. Yisun thought about it and wondered where the Hongmeng purple chi should go to find it. Hongmeng purple chi, he had never even heard of it in his previous life in the game. Putting away the Newwa Stone, he summoned the attribute panel again and looked at the skills he had acquired. Person, unnamed. Skills. Divine Zephyr, active skill. The benevolent Newwa is spiritually wise and divine, creating the world and nurturing the people. Skill effect, automatically restores 5% of chi and blood value per second, can be turned on and off at any time, no consumption, no cooldown. Divine Grace, passive skill. Effect, when suffering from a fatal blow, will be forced to retain 1 point of blood value, and in the following 3 seconds, against any direction, any form of attack, during the period of time cannot be restored to the blood, after the end of the skill instantly restored to 50% blood value. Cooldown, 12 hours. Emotionally attached spiritual heart, active skill. Newwa's divine medium, transporting the spiritual heart to hold the red thread, enlightening the wise eyes and observing the lovelorn. Skill effect, in the free state, can instantly teleport to the side of the opposite sex whose friendliness greater than 80 that is not in the special map, cannot carry others to teleport, no consumption. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Shocked, Yisun read the skill back and forth several times, wanting to count out a Newwa on the spot. These skills, they were simply heifers tying bombs, bulls blowing up. Tremble blue star people. From today onwards, please call me the man who opens bombs. The space to create a character was rather monotonous, and after Yisun was complacent for a while, he didn't want to stay any longer, so he issued a command to go offline. Ding! Warm reminder, this game binds the player's DNA, replacing the login device does not affect the existing role, and you cannot repeat the creation of the role. Is it time to create the role name? Yes. Please name. Yisun was silent. In his previous life, when he played Ask the Immortals, he didn't pick up the game's past strategy postings and knew quite a bit about how to play in the game. One of them, the game's ID name, was a very important one. At that time, most of the people to create a character or according to the past experience of playing the game, choose to take a random name, which can make a lot of people later regret. For example, if someone called turkey-flavored potpourri, Milky Yukiko, or something like that, the NPCs would be very unhappy or even disgusted when they saw it. Don't even think about trying to raise NPC friendliness, it's good if it doesn't drop to negative. There are also some upwhat emperor, king, brother, and other name suffixes, will also be NPC feel is presumptuous and self-righteous generation, also will not like, it is difficult to enhance the degree of friendship. Ask the Immortal will be integrated with reality in the future, NPCs will also appear on the blue star, friendship is extremely important. Yisun is thinking, how about a nice and elegant name? Forget it, it's kind of weird to top 2 different names when you fuse realities later. Name, Yisun. Ding. Character creation complete. There was a downside to playing the game under your real name, and that was that it was easy to get real offline. Yisun does not care, he knows that the effect of changing the name is not big, really messed with the background of a strong character, people can through the appearance as well as traces of an ordinary player 18 generations of ancestors are investigated clearly. Not to mention the home address, ancestral graves can be found. If you want to avoid trouble, you either have to keep a low profile and don't mess with the big shots, or you have to quietly move to a deep forest, hiding your real name is useless. Get off the line. The afterglow of the setting sun through the floor to ceiling windows, adding a touch of gold to the wheelchair Yisun, warm enough to make people wish that time would stop at this moment. He opened his eyes and slowly looked around, his eyes were clearer than ever. Getting up, standing up straight, and having his feet on the ground felt exactly like it did in the game. But when he tried his strength, he immediately felt that something was wrong. It's too strong, isn't it? It feels like I could punch through a wall with one punch. Could it be that the increase in innate qualifications has already taken effect? It shouldn't have fused with reality so early. Yi-sun wasn't sure if he was the only one who could pick up the power in the game right now, or if everyone was like that. Go poke around in the game forums later. Right now, in the Ask Immortal forum, there was no need to think about the level of hilarity, because of the innate qualification, it had definitely blown up. Chapter 5 Qualification Controversy. Sining had just walked out of the bedroom when she saw Yi-sun standing on the floor walking back and forth. Little seeker, you. Her gaze was filled with shock until Yi-sun picked her up and turned around in the living room several times, then she accepted the fact that Yi-sun's body had recovered and burst into tears of joy. Over the years, she had endured too much as she had to run a household by herself, earning money and taking care of her disabled brother at the same time. Under her repeated questions, Yi-sun only said that he had recovered after creating his character. Really? This game is so amazing? Sining stared wide-eyed and racked her brain but couldn't figure out what kind of scientific principle this was. She was now glad that she had listened to her brother and purchased the gaming equipment. Sis, this game isn't easy, we need to play it seriously, so take a vacation from school. Okay, I'll call the counselor later. You created a character, right? Aha, my name is Nimbus. Yi-sun hadn't recovered his body before, his brain wasn't working very well and he forgot to remind her about the game name. As in her previous life, her sister still took the name Concentration, which wasn't much of a problem. What about qualifications? Sining sniffed and immediately said in a depressed voice, my charisma value is only 9. Yi-sun? Normal people, the full value is only 10, okay? 9 is low? And is charisma the only thing that matters to you? Not bad for a woman. But then again, Yi-sun couldn't really pick a fault with Sining's looks, she was recognized as the most beautiful schoolflower ever in the forum of Qingqing University. Then where was this 1 point of charisma value deducted? Could it be the figure? Yi-sun looked her up and down, her height was 168, her legs were straight and long, her lines were smooth and beautiful, and her willow waist was slender and not a handful. Further up, the reason seems to have found it. He was not too sure whether it was B or B+, probably it was here that a little charm value was deducted. TCH, this game has a poor aesthetic. What are you looking at? Feeling his sister's murderous aura, Yi-sun smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. What about other qualifications? In fact, he knew it all in his heart, but he still had to pretend to ask a question. Other is also very general, strength qualification seems to be 24, body 38, spirit method 34, divine sense 46, agility 40. And enlightenment seems to be 5, luck can be low, only 1 point. Sining depressed said. The cultivation route guide seems to be suggesting that I go to some misty illusion mansion. Yi-sun was silent, this qualification, to say that it was not so bad, but it was not particularly good either, it belonged to the middle of the road. The lucky value is really a bit low, and the sister is really unlucky. Just as soon as she was born, her family fell, and after she grew up, she ran into a big earthquake, and both of her parents died. In her previous life, and eventually even she herself perished, and the blackening buff was simply stacked. Seeing her sister in a somewhat depressed mood, Yi-sun did not say anything. At times like this, it was good to make a comparison with others, so he opened his computer and clicked into the official forum. Let's take a look together. The forums were, unsurprisingly, buzzing like New Year's Eve. Especially the charisma value, there were extraordinarily many people discussing it, and there were quite a few people with the same peculiar focus as his sister. At first, it was a popular flower girl in the entertainment industry named Lu Xiaofei, who was exposed by her old 6 assistant as having a charisma value of 8 points, which triggered countless hot discussions. Yi-sun knows Lu Xiaofei, looks pretty good, especially the temperament, very prominent, loved by countless people. He thought about Lu Xiaofei's facial flaws, as well as her body and whatnot, and felt that the game system's assessment was still quite pertinent. But the fans were clearly dissatisfied. In addition to spouting off about the aesthetics of Ask the Immortals, they're also shouting out to other flower girls, wanting them to expose themselves to a little glamour value and fight PKs as well. However, the actress's Sunshine to Sunshine, the same 8 points of charm value there are not many, only Naja, Hai Oo. And a few other actresses, as for more than 8 points, there is none. Most of them were below 8 points. Ask the Immortals' charisma ratings are analyzed by DNA data, and some celebrities with knives in their faces don't have high charisma values, even though they look beautiful. This makes the gold content of the 8-point charisma value rise sharply. However, when there were several passerby beauties with 8-point charisma values, as well as one with 9-point charisma values, the aura of the stars began to fade. No, are the stars so crotch-pulling? Not a single 9.1? That 9-point charisma value passerby beauty is just like a fairy, so pretty. This is what's called an expert in the field, isn't it? I do think it's normal, as we all know, celebrities are 2 people before and after makeup. It's over, my star filter is broken. Sining read the forum for half a day, and her lost emotions gradually recovered. She found that 9 points of charm value was considered a very high score, and none of the full value of 10 had been seen so far. Next, they went to the male star area to take a stroll, and found that the situation was much the same as the female star area, and that the masters were still in the folklore. There are quite a few incidents of disputes about charisma value in the forum, especially among star fans, all kinds of pulling and stepping, just that this thing of face value is not an objective existence in the first place, and carrots and greens are loved by each and every one of them. In contrast, the multi-dimensional evaluation of Ask the Immortal is still quite accurate. Maybe one person's facial features are no worse than another's, but their height is insufficient, so the charisma value points are naturally different. Another example, a person looks good on the surface, with handsome features, but in reality is a toothpick, then. In addition to charisma value, other qualifications are also highly discussed. Sining realized that although her qualifications weren't as good as those who exposed the top qualifications, they were above the passing line overall. At this time, those who exposed the top qualifications in the forum, the private messages are almost exploding, being various solicitations, the salary opened a higher than a high, can be described as a step to heaven. Ask the Immortals has not officially opened yet, it has already affected many people's lives. Those with very low qualifications, on the other hand, had gathered to shout at the officials, clamoring for unfairness. It's really convincing. Some people are born in Rome, some people are born as cows and horses. Can't you play a game and treat everyone the same? Can't we all be treated the same when we play a game? I feel like I've gone through another reincarnation. Garbage game, don't play it anymore, playing it is also being abused. Haha, a lot of rich people are worse off than us poor bees. There is no absolute fairness in the world. This aspect of Ask the Immortal is still quite real, and it is also considered to be a disguised way to narrow the gap between the rich and the poor, which is acceptable. The Lay Flat Labor Union looks forward to your joining, plus Q. Enhancement of Qualification Gift Pack, each qualification enhancement of 10 points, as long as 998, the real goods, pre-order from the best, plus V. Consult the details. Upstairs liar get lost. I endured the pain of spending 3 months' salary on gaming equipment and this? Geneva refund. Chapter 6 Newcomer's Village. The official did not pay attention to the players' shouts and did not say a word since the beginning. Yisun also didn't see any posts of people saying that their bodies suddenly changed or anything like that, and Sining's body was still the same as usual, so he stopped paying attention to the forums. Late at night, after waiting for Sining to fall asleep, he quietly went out and knocked on the door next door. Revenge doesn't come overnight, this was his life's credo after his body recovered. Unfortunately, there was no response even after knocking for half a day. Yisun thought about it, the guy seemed to have gone out in the afternoon, and he hadn't been able to hear the opening of the door next door. With his current ear power, if that guy really came back, he could definitely hear it. Unless he missed it when he created his character? Never mind, let's come back tomorrow, there's no point in forcing the lock on the door now, in case it really isn't there, it'll be a surprise. 9:59 a.m. After having breakfast, Yisun associated the duo's devices and then entered the game together. Ding! Welcome to Ask the Immortal 404 Novice Village. This game pain weakened to 5%. The degree of freedom is extremely high. Players, please do not stick to the rules. I wish you the Taoist friends to get the Tao to soar. Blue sky, white clouds, fresh air. Wow! So real and beautiful. What a relaxing old-fashioned town. This is even more real than the scene inside an old-fashioned TV drama. This is my dream living environment. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. Grass. Who touched my ass? Why can't I touch a girl? Isn't this game 100% real? Ugh. You dead durian. Dude, games aren't outside the law. The crowd around them was in awe. The character creation space was ultimately too monotonous, and the realism and vividness could not be as good as the newbie village. Yisun sighed in his heart, each novice village can accommodate 10,000 people, they came in at the first time, actually all lined up to the 404th, people can be really many, this number is also really lucky. Wow, Shaosun, you look so handsome in your ancient costume. When creating a character, you can choose a hairstyle and also a hair color, so Yisun casually chose a black hairstyle similar to the ancient principal version of Yangzhan. This kind of hairstyle is very popular, the most people choose, but who is ugly and who is embarrassed? Sining chose is also very beautiful, fairy model, different style from reality. What should we do next? She wasn't used to crowded places and gripped Yisun's arm tightly. Yisun was also a little confused. This place, the novice village, he actually hadn't been here in his previous life. After he entered the game in his previous life, for some reason, he unexpectedly appeared directly outside the novice village. However, his sister's place of descent was in a normal novice village. It's strange. Come on, let's find. Before the words were finished, they saw the people around them staring at them, whispering and lamenting their heaven-defying looks, and some even wanted to get their hands on them and pull out a handful. It seemed that Sining's words about him being handsome just now were heard by others. Originally, they wanted to take a look at Yisun and start mocking mode, but they didn't expect to be handsome by him. Only to see the man beside him standing in a long, jade-like body, resembling an immortal guest in the clouds. Ink hair like a waterfall, if the ebony soft silk eyes like a cold star, just deep valley fountain. Even if the rough cloth and hemp clothes cannot hide its transcendent atmosphere. And then look at the beautiful person next to him, his eyebrows are like a picture, his eyes are clear and bright, like a star flashing. Could a fairy on earth? Yisun watched as a pretty little girl in front of him stared at him while walking, then crashed headfirst into a tree and disappeared into white light. Oh, this damn charm. Get out of here first. Yisun pulled Si Ning and managed to squeeze out of the crowd and run into a hidden alley. Those people looked confused. Why can he touch women? Why can't I? Brother, you do not read the gameplay introduction? Between players of the opposite sex, physical contact is also limited as well as pain weakening and blood X shielding. The game is not a place outside the law, the defense is to sell Y in the game. Then how did they do it? As long as the two gaming devices offline are in close proximity for data correlation, they are judged to be realistically intimate, and physical contact is allowed in-game. Okay, by the way, you just said that heterosexuals can't physically touch each other, so homosexuals can? Grr. What are you trying to do? Stop you. Ali. Yisun looked at his backpack, and there was a red gift box sitting right inside the game newbie gift pack. This game backpack is very small, only 20 grids, late backpacks will disappear, everyone uses storage rings. Open the gift bag. Congratulations on obtaining the weapon of choice gift pack, please choose the weapon you need. Yisun pondered for a while, or as in his previous life, he chose the sword. In fact, he didn't want to play with the sword this time, but at the moment, he was also the most familiar with the sword, so he would first get through the novice period, and then it wouldn't be too late to choose another profession when it was time to transfer. Everyone didn't have much skill at the beginning anyway. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a wooden sword. Yisun scanned through the attributes and unsurprisingly. Wooden sword, novice weapon. Equipment requirements, none. Additional attribute, physical attack +1. Even after replaying it once, he couldn't help but gag. What a horrible added attribute. What a generous newbie pack. The rough linen clothes on the body can only shelter the body, without any attribute bonus. This game is very unfriendly to new players. Little seeker, what's a good weapon for me to choose? Pick the zither, you'll listen to the game's advice later on and enter the Misty Mirage Mansion. For now, take the zither and practice your touch. In Si Ning's qualifications, divine sense and agility were still good enough to major in. The Misty Mirage Mansion is the clan that majors in divine sense, and the first turn profession is Myriad Voice, a control profession with skills that mostly involve long-range mitigation and control kills. In her previous life, she entered the Misty Mirage house, and her profession fit her nature quite well. Okay. With her choice, a wooden guqin appeared in her hand. Wow! What a beautiful guqin! Si Ning touched it lovingly. Yisun had a black line on his face. In his previous life, it was the first time that he had seen someone express his love for a novice weapon. Chapter 7 NPC Friendliness. View Properties. Character, Yisun. Cultivation, Mortal Realm 01, Level 0. Chi and Blood, 1. Mana, 1. Physical Attack, 2 Wooden Sword +1. Spell Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Special Treasure, Manhwa Stone. Equipment, Wooden Sword. Innate Skills, Divine Zephyr, Divine Grace Blessing, and Love in the Spirit. Unsurprisingly, the initial 1 point of chakra value can kill you with a fall. Just now that hit the tree little girl is, directly hit the dead resurrection to go. Yisun remembered that scene just now, his heart could not help but be happy, alas. Blame me for this face that wants to die, actually can really take a life. Why is the attribute so low? Si Ning was a little puzzled. Level 0 attributes are the same for everyone, it's when you enter the chi condensation stage from the mortal realm, which is level 1, that you gain attributes, and depending on the qualifications, everyone's attributes are different. Let's go out. The duo had just left the alleyway when they ran into a girl wearing a white veil. Hello beautiful, please stay. The girl turned her head to look at Yisun and froze. Are you calling me? Can I ask where you got your veil? Yisun hadn't been to the novice village in his previous life, so he didn't really know about this, and hadn't seen any related posts, so it probably wasn't worth saying. The little girl reached out and pointed, you can get it for free over there, and the mask, let me take you there. Yisun was dumbfounded, that place was not far from where they descended, just now they were in a hurry and actually didn't see it. No need, we'll just go there ourselves, thanks. After thanking him, he pulled Si Ning over there. Being able to receive a mask for free was too good to be true, everywhere he went was full of turnarounds. Yisun was getting annoyed. I'm here to cultivate immortality. Not to be a chimera. Not only him, Si Ning is also annoyed. On this journey, her turnaround rate is not less than Yisun. If she hadn't been following Yisun around, she would have been surrounded and accosted. After receiving the mask and veil, the two of them were relieved and felt a lot more relaxed. Most players would wear these things when they entered the game, as they not only covered their beauty, but also their ugliness, but they were useless after leaving the novice village. What can I do for you, Gramps? Ding. Old man Lee's friendliness towards you +10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed. The old man with the free hair mask stroked his long beard and smiled. You young people from the other world are really enthusiastic, our village hasn't been this lively for a long time. However, your strength is still very low. First go to the private school over there and listen to the old sourhead talk about the way of cultivation, listen for half a tea, and when you learn to cultivate, then it's not too late to come back and help us. This Yi-sun did know that going to a private school to learn the way of cultivation was actually just listening to that old man talk about how to send attack commands to fight monsters and upgrade. Half a cup of tea, roughly equivalent to 5 or 6 minutes, after listening to it, you can automatically rise to level 1. Thank you, master. Oh yes, young man, don't go to the ruins on the west side of the village, whoever goes to that place will die. Okay, thanks for the reminder, old man. Yi-sun pulled Si-ning and turned around. Friendliness can be a really good thing, and a free reminder. The ruins on the west side of the village, he had seen it in a forum post, and it was said that the place was weird. But no one knew exactly what was hidden there, and Yi-sun was kinda interested. Anyway, you can be resurrected after death, so it would be a shame not to go and see it. The newbie village is a place where players can never come back if they go out. NPC friendliness. Yi-sun is aware of the full value of 100, the first few grades are 015, first met with a deed, 1630, like-mindedness, 3145, sympathy, 4660, the heart of the matter. In the game, the most notable effect of being friendly with NPCs is that you may receive some hidden quests, and completing them can reward you with rare props and whatnot. If you have a high degree of friendliness with store-type NPC, then you can buy things at a discount. The club with many people still has a great demand for some bulk props, and if you buy a lot at once, you will save a lot of money if you have a discount. Those players who are friendly with shop-type NPCs are very popular in the club. Further on, there are 2 directions of development for NPC friendliness: friendship mode and love mode. Friendship mode. 6170, deep love for each other. 7180, the liver and the guts. 8190, like brothers in arms. 91100, a friend in life and death. And the love pattern is 6170, secret love. 7180, a love affair. 8190, heart to heart. 91100, together in life and death. Yi-sun knew that the 2 directions of development were not entirely affected by gender, not that the opposite sex would necessarily develop into a love pattern. If he befriended an old woman, even if they were of the opposite sex to each other, they should not develop into a love mode. Conversely, it is not always the case that the same sex will develop into a friendship pattern. And in love mode, at least up to the 61, secret love, stage, the confession may not be successful. But it's not safe. People may also say they want to think about it or something like that. It mainly depends on the character of the other person. The culture of Ask the Immortals is relatively traditional, the women are more conservative. When 71, love and affection, stage, basically can be 100% confession success. And 71 or more can also carry out some simple physical contact, such as hugging, holding hands, and even kissing. As for wanting to have dual cultivation in the same room, that would be possible only if it was at least 81, heart to heart, or above. However, this standard didn't apply to places such as greenhouses, nor did it apply to Blue Star outside of the game. Players do not show friendliness to each other. Chapter 8, The Strange Beggar. This game NPC is so real. On the way, Si-ning recalled the old man's movements and demeanor just now, and seeing his very different attitudes towards each player, he couldn't help but lament. Yi-sun nodded and reminded. This game is very special, sis. Remember, in the future you must be careful when talking to NPCs, treat them as real people. In the early stages of the game, many people would make the empirical mistake of thinking that NPCs were just like the games they had played before, that they would just stand still and go back and forth with just those few lines of fixed dialogue, and that they could just keep clicking and playing. Some players will catch an NPC and not let go, pestering people to ask questions, and even ask how to take care of the sow after giving birth, put the elephant in the refrigerator to be divided into a few steps, and so on, and finally scolded people artificial retardation. Then it will be a slap in the face by the NPC. There are also players who pester beautiful NPCs with lewd faces and light words. Will die just as badly. And it is also accompanied by the consequences of the degree of friendliness dropping to a negative value, into the heart disgust, disdain, hate, and so on the relationship. If you run into an NPC with this kind of relationship in the wild, you will really be attacked. Aha! Feeling Si-ning's brisk pace and overflowing youthful, stunningly beautiful smile, Yi-sun was in a particularly good mood as well. After his body recovered, he didn't tell Si-ning the truth of the game, that is, he didn't want to be informed by her of those unbearable past and then carry a heavy yoke. Just passing in front of the private school, the duo saw a very interesting scene. All of you get the hell out of here. We've got this place wrapped up in the Battle God's palace, so when we've all leveled up, you guys can come over and study again. A burly player in front of the private school's door loudly chided. The private school courtyard was still quite large, and it looked like it should be able to hold around 500 people. Yi-sun looked inside and saw that the old master was explaining something, but due to the restrictions of the game rules, standing outside the courtyard, he couldn't hear the voices inside. As for those sitting inside, there were those who were drowsy, those who were mingling, and those who had an impatient look on their faces. Of course, there were also those who were sitting upright and listening attentively. The eyes are just like college students, with the same kind of clarity and stupidity. Why don't you let us in? Don't you know first come, first served? First come first, my ass. You think you're standing in line to buy a cell phone? Fist is reason, understand? We still have 1,000 or so brothers to learn. Wait 20 minutes before you come over to learn. Grass. I hate to see those who gang up, brothers. Most of them are in the mortal realm and only have 1 point of chi and blood. Only the 5 people guarding the door have been upgraded. Let's all strike together and kill them in seconds. It was possible to attack each other within the novice village. Right now they could indeed strike together and spike all these people at the entrance of the private school. However, the next words of the man from the war god temple left them speechless. You guys can think about it. We already have more than 1,000 brothers practicing outside. As long as a greeting, they can come back to surround this place, so that you cannot level up today, believe it or not? You. When those words came out, no one had any other ideas at once. Yi Sun was dumbfounded. This war god palace was really overbearing. Most players enter the game, influenced by inertia, will still follow the game guidelines, very obedient to come to the private school to rise to level 1 before going out to fight monsters. Yi Sun in his previous life studied the game's early forum posting, know that there is a studio because the private school always have someone to guard the door. The whole hours cannot get into the private school. An angry group to the field to fight monsters went. They paid dozens of players' lives before they finally killed the monster, and as a result, they accidentally reached an achievement that made countless people envious. This time that achievement, Yi Sun was determined to win. After the curse was lifted, his enlightenment was restored, and the basic swordsmanship and combat techniques that he had learned and forgotten in his previous life and learned over and over again had been consolidated like muscle memory. Even in single combat, he had the confidence to show off wild monsters to death by positioning with his 1-point attribute value. So he said quietly, "Sis, let's go out of the village and just fight the monsters, upgrade early, the reward for being the first out of the novice village is important to you." It wasn't that he wanted to give the reward to his sister, but that reward was completely useless to him. Good. The duo had just turned the corner of the street when they saw an old man in front of them, angrily kicking a player several meters away and cursing angrily. Want to beg go first and that beggar to learn manners, have hands and feet to do what is not good? There is no end to it. Lousy sword is just thrown in the pit and not given to you, grass. Sure enough, there appeared an unenlightened generation. Yi Sun secretly laughed. But this NPC is also really cranky, even the nationalists soared out. Yi Sun fixed his eyes. It turned out to be a weapon store owner. The house is full of swords and other weapons, daily iron, cranky is normal. Looking at the player again, he was looking obscure. After all, this scene belonged to on-the-spot social death, and the nearby players were indeed gloating. His head just flashed 10, but he didn't die, so he must have leveled up in the private school. And in his collapse next to the ground, there happens to be a beggar, pudgy, dusty face cannot see the specific looks, at this time slanting that player a glance, seems to say, when the beggar you are also not qualified. That player saw the situation, instantly irritated, cursed. What are you looking at? Stinking beggar, do you think I really want to learn from you? Grass. As soon as the words fell, the air seemed to freeze, and a depressing atmosphere suddenly enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Well, now it's really true that any cat or dog dares to scold the old man. Pa. 999,999. The beggar slapped the player, causing him to instantly turn into a white light of death. Chapter 9, A Mission Against the Sky. The nearby players plummeted. They thought that the NPCs in the novice village were just mortals, but they didn't realize that there were actually such terrifying existences. I'm sure I'll be able to receive a heaven-defying quest. Thinking of this, they rushed forward, and they all shushed the old beggar. However, in the next second, they were all slapped to death by the beggar. All stay away from me. Yi Sun had seen Ning behind him, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and stood still. The damage of a casual slap actually nearly broke 1,000,000. This cultivation is simply heavenly. How could there be someone with such a terrifying cultivation in the newbie village? Yi Sun carefully glanced at the beggar, and then hastily averted his eyes, pretending to look at the crumbling wall behind him, but accidentally found that there were some haphazard graffiti painted on it, which seemed to be made by a child. This is... Yi Sun's eyes narrowed lightly. Ding! Due to your exceptional enlightenment, congratulations on comprehending the sword skill sword drawing technique. Ah, this. It's actually a sword drawing technique, no wonder it looks a bit familiar. He had learned it in his previous life, only in secret form. He hastily looked at the details. Sword drawing technique, mortal rank sword technique. It is rumored to have been created by a certain chivalrous person in the ancient period of the Nine Heavens continent. Sheathing and advancing in a single motion, in a flash, contains endless severity and determination. Proficiency, 0-1000. Use restriction, can only be activated when the sword is in the sheath. Skill effect, temporarily increase attack speed by 1, quickly draw sword with one hand and deal 150% physical damage to a single target at close range. Skill consumption, none. Cooldown time, none. Sure enough, it was exactly as remembered. With his current attributes, using the sword drawing technique, he was able to deal a full 3 points of damage value, which was simply terrifying. However, Yi Sun was puzzled as to why this sword skill was engraved here. "Young man, come here." Yi Sun returned to his senses at the sound of the voice and saw that the beggar was staring at him with glittering eyes, as if he had found a rare treasure. His eyes were a bit scary. "What is the senior's order?" Yi Sun told Xining to stand still and walked over alone. Although this beggar cannot see the specific appearance, but the eyes give Yi Sun a familiar feeling, seems to have seen where, even the voice is somewhat familiar, but for a moment cannot recall. "Oh, young man is really good, high enlightenment, do not know whether to help the old man a favor? After this is accomplished, I will be grateful." Ding. Shui Qianshan's friendliness towards you +10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed. Ding. Due to your extraordinary enlightenment, you have comprehended the disassembled diagram of the sword drawing technique engraved by Shui Qianshan, triggering the only hidden abyssal level serial quest in Ask the Immortals, Save the Purple Sky Sword Sect. Quest Ultimate Reward, Divine Weapon 1. Mission Failure Penalty, Luck Attribute Permanent 10. Warm tips: the mission is divided into 3 rings, and you need to complete all of them in order to get the ultimate reward. Crap. Artifacts? Yi Sun nearly lost his temper. The qualities of equipment in Ask the Immortals, from low to high, are mortal artifacts, spiritual artifacts, metaphysical artifacts, earthly artifacts, heavenly artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts. There are a total of 10 dominant clans in the Chinese service, and each clan's only artifact is the divine weapon. Currently on the continent, known artifacts on a total of a dozen, almost all in the hands of the hegemony level sects hold, easily not show up. Even the sect masters of the overlord level sects would not carry the artifacts with them, but would instead place them within the sect to suppress their qi, and would only sacrifice them unless there was a battle of extermination. Divine artifacts were equivalent to extreme Dao Emperor soldiers, incomparably precious and rare. But now, the quest that rewarded divine artifacts was actually triggered just like that? It was outrageous that such a heaven-defying quest would appear in a novice village. Yi Sun imagined that the picture of him walking the rivers and lakes right now carrying an extreme imperial soldier was simply too beautiful. Tisk Ask the Immortals really has strange encounters everywhere. He took another close look at the system's prompt just now: saving the Purple Sky Sword Sect. The Violet Sky Sword Sect was one of the top 10 hegemonic level sects. The existence of stomping the continent to follow and tremble, he was not qualified to enter it in his previous life. This task looks so difficult. But for the sake of the artifact, spell it out. Senior is willing to help. Oh, young man, good courage. Natural talent is not extraordinary, but really a good seedling of immortal cultivation. Embarking on the road of immortal cultivation should have this kind of will. If things are hesitation, that will not have any great achievements. Innate qualification will not be probed into the details. The old beggar also just think Yi Sun talent is good, but the specific how good he is not clear, otherwise will be shocked to dislocation of the jaw. Yi Sun coyly laughed. Thank you, senior, for your fallacious praise. My boy has been taught. The old beggar nodded in satisfaction and took out an envelope. Then I'll be obliged to you, kid, to help the old man deliver this letter to the patriarch of the Violet Sky Sword Sect. Good. Ding. Successfully received Ask the Immortals only hidden abyssal level serial quest: Save the Violet Sky Sword Sect. Current progress: Save the Violet Sky Sword Sect. First chain quest: deliver Shui Qianshan's letter to the Violet Sky Sword Sect's patriarch in person. Mission pre-requirement: complete the Novice Village abyssal level secret trial. Mission time limit: 7 days. Reward for the first loop of the mission: 5,000 reputation value. Mission failure penalty: serial mission automatically cancelled, luck permanently 10. Yi Sun took the envelope and put it into his backpack, executing a sword salute. Farewell, senior. After saying that, he and Xining turned around and left. After walking away, Xining smiled and teased. You guys were so funny just now. What? It's that way of talking, seniors and juniors, just like in the TV show, and that action you just did. Xining learned to gesture. It feels so ceremonial. Yi Sun was dumbfounded, and the sword ceremony learned on TV. Did that old man give you any tasks? Yi Sun showed the task to her, and Xining was instantly surprised with her small mouth slightly open. Chapter 10, first time on the bulletin. It's actually the only hidden quest, you're so lucky. Yi Sun. Sister's focus is always so clear, shouldn't she be surprised at the rewards of the artifacts? The so-called unique hidden quest doesn't mean that this is the only hidden quest in Ask the Immortals. In other words, after he took this quest, no one else would be able to take the same quest again. Now, although there were tens of thousands of newbie villages, they were all actually projections, and the players encountered the same NPCs. At this time on the forum, there are other novice village players are spitting on the old beggar and are guessing that the old beggar here will not receive any task, are mothballed to try. The old beggar is estimated to shoot the hands are sore, right? The old man's heart aches for a second. Yi Sun liked the setting of the uniqueness of the hidden quest, so that now, even if there really was another player who met the requirements, he wouldn't be able to receive this artifact quest anymore. Abyssal level quests should be difficult, right? Yi-sun nodded silently. It was indeed difficult. The first step alone was difficult. Completing the Novice Village Abyssal level secret trial, no one had ever completed it in his previous life, and it is estimated that it is the same now. No one can complete it, except for him. Originally, he was planning to complete the Abyssal trial, the kind that doesn't leave the Novice Village until it's completed. Now that he happened to receive the quest, it was kind of coincidental. It was the time limit that was troublesome, and to complete it within 7 days, he didn't really have much certainty. As for saving the Purple Sky Sword sect, in fact, the reason why he didn't want to play Sword Cultivator this time was not because he didn't like swords, but precisely because of the Violet Sky Sword sect. There was only one Sword Dao type sect that had reached the level of hegemony, the Violet Sky Sword sect. As for second and third rate sects, today's Yi-sun didn't care to go there anymore. But the end of the Violet Sky Sword sect in his previous life was tragic, clearly a moment in time, as one of the most powerful sects, but it was destroyed early. He originally didn't want to get on this ship that was destined to sink, wanting to change careers and go to other hegemonic sects. But now it seemed that there was another turnaround, and the turnaround was him. The duo arrived outside the village, only to be dumbfounded when they saw a sea of people surrounding the level 1 wild monster area. That one jumping chick, just as soon as it was brushed out, was slapped away by a bunch of weapons, scattering a few feathers and disappearing. There were also quite a few people who stood in the distance and watched, unable to squeeze in or grab a monster. The immortal cultivation world is like this: everything is being grabbed, everything is being fought over. There are few times when everyone has a share of the big pot of rice. It's really true that you can't be a chicken in anything, or else you'll only end up with a chicken feather. Si Ning. Yi-sun sighed and led Si Ning towards the distance. The place was already overcrowded, so he could only choose to fight level 2 monsters. However, when they walked to a secluded small depression, they actually found a single chick that was cozily skulking around, and they didn't know how it came to be. Yi-sun was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly pulled Si Ning to form a team, then barked. "I'll fight, you wait and listen to my command." Okay. Yi-sun looked at the chick for a few moments, but unfortunately he didn't learn perception. He couldn't see the attributes of the chick before he fought it. He hadn't been to the Novice Village in his previous life. The monster attributes weren't really clear, but it wasn't a big problem. Just see him holding the wooden sheath, elegant posture, find a good angle to step forward, then his arm is as swift as the wind. Sword drawing technique. 1. Yi-sun and Si Ning. This is really an operation as fierce as a tiger. A look at the battle is not as good as a dog. The chick's eyes reddened, chirped and quickly turned around, launching a counterattack against Yi-sun. Yi-sun dodged while checking the chick's attributes. Grumpy chick, influenced by the aura, signs of mutation have appeared, relatively grumpy temperament, prone to hurting people, beak and claws are especially sharp. Type, ordinary demon beast. Realm, first level of chi condensation stage. Blood, 80. Physical damage, 8. Defense, 3. Skills, singing and jumping rap basketball scratched out, pecking. No wonder he could only deal 1 point of damage even after using the sword drawing technique, so he couldn't break the defense at all. Yi-sun was expressionless, moving left, retreating, crouching, back and forth to dodge, and taking the time to counterattack. Occasionally, when there is really no angle to dodge, he will also casually raise his sword, block the chicken beak, and use the force to counterattack. Between the movements of the easy writing and the faraway clumsy practicing players form a sharp contrast. 1. Block. 1. 1. Wow. Brother is so handsome. Yi-sun. It's just beating a chicken, there's really no need to force a sense of accomplishment on me. When he saw that the chicken had lost more than 20% of its blood and wouldn't be pulled away from the hatred by Si Ning, Yi-sun was distracted from guiding Si Ning while walking around. You try attacking with the zither now, lock onto the chick and send an attack command. The basic operation was simple. Si Ning learned it in a flash. Flicking the strings, a wave of sound impacted the chick. 1. Without breaking defense, only 1 point of mandatory damage would be dealt, and hitting divine beasts was no exception, but the dodge value of high-level monsters was so high that it was impossible for players to hit them now. Not bad, continue. The game wasn't like reality, where you could pluck the harp indiscriminately. The player's initial attack speed was 1, and they could only inflict 1 attack a second. 1 minute later. With a miserable chirp, the chick scattered 2 chicken feathers, 3 spirit stone fragments, and disappeared into white light. Ordinary wild monsters did not leave behind corpses, and when they died, they would be transformed into aura that escaped into the heavens and earth. For a whole minute, Yi-sun was not touched by the chick. Other players who wanted to learn such a maneuver would have to practice for at least 2.5 days. Ding! Your team has killed 1 grumpy chick, and you have gained 1 point of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations on successfully entering the path of immortal cultivation. Your cultivation has broken through to the first floor of the chi condensation stage, and your attributes have been refreshed, all basic attributes +1, and you have gained 5 points of freely assignable attributes. The upgrade light flashed on the duo and they both upgraded. Immediately afterward, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in the minds of all the players. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to players Yi Sun and Ning Xan for comprehending the method of nascent soul on their own, killing wild monsters to break through to the chi condensation stage without going through private instruction, and reaching the only hidden achievement, entering the Tao. Rewarded with prestige value 100, all basic attributes plus 3, innate enlightenment qualification plus 1. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to players Yi Sun and concentration. Ding. Ding. As your innate enlightenment qualification has reached the upper limit, the enlightenment increase has failed and the reward has been changed to a drop of soul-quenching spring liquid, which has been placed in your backpack and can be traded. Soul-quenching liquid effect. Taking it can increase your innate enlightenment qualification by 1 point. 3 consecutive announcements made countless players in the tens of thousands of novice villages at this moment look up at the sky in confusion. There is no mistake? Most of them were still waiting in line outside the private school to upgrade, and the small portion that had already upgraded could only team up together to carefully kill the chickens, and there were actually people who could beat the chickens without upgrading? Could it be that their initial attribute wasn't 1? 2 people completing an achievement together should be a group, right? You can't beat it even if you're in a group, it's only 1 point of blood, you'll die after being pecked by a chicken, those lone wolves have already died once, these 2 people are outrageous. They're hanging on to their wounds? It's probably a large group of people who helped fight to the point of bloodshed, and they collected the tailblade. All basic attributes plus 3, a total of 15 points of attributes, equal to 3 more levels out of thin air, there's even 1 point of innate enlightenment qualification reward, I'm damn envious. It's a pity that it's a unique achievement, it's useless for us to imitate it now. Grass. I have hundreds of brothers, even at level 0, I can still form a group to kill a chicken. Why didn't I think of it? It's true that following the crowd is easy to lower your intelligence. Isn't it true that this game doesn't talk about martial arts? Marred. It has to lead us to private school. I wonder which novice village they are from. Chapter 11, The Great Gap. Wow. There's actually an achievement? Yi Sun smiled faintly, hiding his accomplishments deeply. The interaction tool between players and players in the game is the self-transmission bracelet, which is quite a technological style of minimalist bracelet is very similar in appearance to the login device, but not exactly the same. Even players who use the playpen have the transfiguration bracelet in the game. The function of the bracelet is more than that, in addition to the sound transmission interaction, you can also open the forum inside the game, find cheats, publish video, and so on, full-featured, very convenient. At this time, Yi Sun and Xining's voice transmission bracelets flashed one after another, all of which were messages applying for friends, and Yi Sun rejected all of them. There was no need to think about it to know that these people either wanted to inquire about the game's secret information or wanted to draw them in, which Yi Sun had no interest in. No more chicks were refreshed in the small depression, as if the one that had just snuck in and hid here just to wait for them. Yi Sun opened the panel and started adding points. There is no fixed direction for adding points in Ask the Immortals, there are countless ways to add points to a profession, and they are generally added based on personal qualifications. Sword repair. This profession is actually very difficult to play. It wasn't like other artifact cultivators, such as archers, who only needed to add strength and agility, nor was it like FA cultivators, who only needed to add spirit magic and agility to play well. Sword cultivation needed every attribute. Strength increases physical attacks and is the source of damage for sword cultivators' general attacks. As a top-level sword cultivator, mastering the flexible and tricky characteristics of Sword Dao is a must, and when skills are on cooldown, it relies on using pounce attacks to maneuver around the enemy, so pounce attack damage is essential. Spirit Law increases spell attacks and mana. Spirit techniques were about condensing the mana in the Dantian and using different meridian routes to condense it into a specific effect to strike out, rather than relying on the strength of the body to launch an attack. Therefore, the sword cultivator's spirit techniques, immortal techniques, divine powers, and other long-range attacks are almost always based on spell damage. Then there is the body, affecting chi and blood and defense, the importance of which is self-evident. The brittle sword cultivator can easily be kited to death by long-range professions. Next is agility. The characteristics of the sword cultivator is tricky and flexible, agility is essential. Divine senses to affect the chance of heart, can disguise to enhance the output ability, can also enhance the control and resistance to control ability. A sword cultivator can easily be controlled, the consequence is death. Therefore, the perfect sword cultivator is one that requires all attributes to go hand in hand, advancing to attack and retreating to defend. However, the consequence of such an addition is that the sword cultivator's early stage will be very mediocre and even a little weak. In terms of attack power, it couldn't compare to FA cultivation or bow and arrow. In terms of defense, it was no better than a physical cultivator. In terms of speed, it is also no better than assassin, bow and arrow, and other weapon cultivation professions. Only after waiting for the second turn and comprehending the sword intent, the sword cultivator's power will be raised by a large margin, thick and thin. In the later stages of the powerful sword cultivator, the sword chi spreads across 30,000 miles, a sword light chills the 19 continents, almost no one can be defeated. However, for attributes to be fully developed, the prerequisite is that the innate qualifications are good enough. If it is like Sining's qualification, the power is low, the spirit method is mediocre. Comprehensive additions will be wasted, and you can only choose the sword to go off the beaten path. In fact, most of the sword cultivation players go as the sword to go sideways type of adding points route. For example, the main agility sword repair, play like an assassin, a hit is not hit far away. Or the main strength of the sword cultivator, heavy sword without a big trick, close to the body of a hit even body repair to avoid its sharpness. But this kind of sword cultivator is very strong and weak at the same time, it is easy to be targeted and killed. When all is said and done, there is no such thing as a truly invincible profession in Ask the Immortals. The only exception is Yi Sun. With his horrifying qualifications, it would be a waste to swordwalk, he wanted to be a truly perfect hexagonal sword cultivator. And so, power +1. Physical strength +1. Spiritual laws +1. Agility +1. Divine awareness +1. Yi Sun firmly believed that with his qualifications and maneuvers, he would not lag behind even if he played as a mediocre sword cultivator in the early stages. View properties. Character, Yi Sun. Cultivation level, first level of Qi condensation stage 0-100. Reputation, 100. Power, none. Occupation, none. Innate basic qualifications, all 5 at 100. Special attributes. Enlightenment, 20 affects character realm breakthroughs. Luck, 20 affects kill rate, etc. Charisma, 20 affects how easy it is for characters to interact with NPCs, etc. Base attributes. Strength, 5 affects characters' physical attacks. Physique, 5 affects the character's blood value and defense. Spiritual law, 5 affects the character's spell attack and mana value. Agility, 5 affects character's hit, dodge, movement speed, attack speed. Divine awareness, 5 affects character's control hit rate, control free rate, awareness, awareness resistance. Qi and blood, 250, attribute points x physical qualification proportion at Qi condensation stage 50% plus equipment. Mana, 250. Physical attack, 51, attribute points x strength qualification ratio 10% at Qi condensation stage plus equipment. Spell attack, 50. Defense, 25. Centering, 0.6. Center resistance, 0.6. Control hit rate, 15%. Immunity to control, 15%. Attack speed, 1.55. Attack distance, 1. Movement speed, 12.5. Hit, 15. Evasion, 15. Special treasure, Manhwa stone. Equipment, wooden sword. Skills, divine zephyr, divine grace blessing, love link, sword drawing. Tisk with this attribute, no one can even break my defense at the moment. Seeing him finish adding points, Sining asked, how should I add them? Yi Sun thought for a moment, add all of divine sense. Okay. The occupation of the ethereal mirage mansion is myriad voices, and the skills are based on mind control. For example, sleep, stun, confusion, silence. And so on. There are also reduced attack and defense. And other reduced effects, the collateral damage is not high, the attributes of the main cultivation of divine sense, supplemented by spiritual law or agility. Generally all divine sense points, unless the innate qualifications are particularly good, only to add some spiritual law or agility. Sister, let me take a look at your attributes. Sining shared the attributes with him. Character, Kanjie. Innate basic qualifications, strength, 24, physique, 38, spiritual law, 34, divine sense, 46, agility, 40. Special attributes, enlightenment, 6 luck, 1 charm, 9. Basic attribute, strength, 4 physique, 4 spirituality, 4 agility, 4 sense, 9. Blood, 76. Mana, 68. Physical attack, 10. Spell attack, 14. Defense, 8. Control hit, 9.2%. Immunity from control, 9.2%. Attack distance, 21 Guggenheim characteristics, comes with 20 attack distance, not applicable to take the zither and shoot people. The two people's attributes were worlds apart, and Yi Sun was silent. Innate qualification is too important. At the Qi condensation stage, Sining's 24 strength qualification, 1 point of strength can only increase physical attack by 2.4, that is, 10% strength qualification. Yi Sun, on the other hand, with a strength qualification of 100, every time he adds 1 point of strength he will increase physical attack by 10 points. The other attributes were the same, all tied to the innate qualification value. Even if Yi Sun developed in a balanced manner, the value of a single attribute in the future wouldn't be much worse than those players with extreme additions, and he didn't have a weakness in the later stages. How can this make others play now? Life can be lonely as snow in high places. Chapter 12, Spooky Ruins. Sis, this is for you. Yi Sun took out the soul-quenching spring liquid. Innate enlightenment qualification +1, it's a really good thing. In Ask the Immortals, every realm breakthrough has an enlightenment value requirement. For example, if you want to break through to the foundation establishment stage at the chi condensation stage, then you need to have 1 point of enlightenment value in order to do so. Normal players' enlightenment value is greater than 0, but also the previous life of Yi-sun is strange. Enlightenment is actually negative, resulting in his cultivation has been stagnant in the gas condensation stage, cannot break through. The props to increase the qualification are very difficult to obtain, but now Yi-sun is confident that in the future, the qualification of Ning will be full, it is only a matter of time. Ning looked away, hesitantly. This should be able to sell for quite a lot of money, right? It should fetch a couple million. Ask the Immortals is different from other games. The number of people online in Chinese service is at least several hundred million. There are many rich people, a few million is nothing to them. Then why don't we sell it? When she heard a few million, Ning's eyes lit up, and she was anxious now that she only had a 6-digit balance on her card. Yi-sun gave her a blank look. Eat quickly, hit what we don't need and then sell it. Don't worry, this game is easy to make money. Soon I'll be able to add another single digit to your balance. Under Yi-sun's gaze, Ning had to feed the qualification pill into her mouth, and her innate enlightenment qualification became 7. However, she was thinking in her heart that adding another digit to the decimal point of her balance didn't seem to change much, did it? The duo walked to the level 2 practice area and were met with the same sea of people. Ning pointed to a spot and said in surprise, "Huh? Look over there." Yi-sun fixed his eyes on it. Good guy. It's actually a banknote ability person. Only to see that there were almost a few hundred people in that area fighting monsters at the same time, and leading them to the man in the center from time to time. Then the guy in the middle slashed down and the monsters disappeared into white light. What superpower? Yi-sun laughed. It's those people who beat all the monsters to the point of crippling blood, and let that tart guy in the middle take the last hit to eat the experience. Look at him, 1 monster, experience whooshing out. This guy either spent money to hire people in reality, or he has his own forces, those are his people. Ning was dumbfounded, so it was such a money ability. Yi-sun scanned the level 2 practicing area and found that there were actually 2 more such teams, so it must be the same in other novice villages as well. It's too hard for ordinary players to compete with them for first place. Let's go directly to the advanced practice area. Although Yi-sun had a lot of combat experience, he couldn't kill one with one sword. If he wanted to surpass them, he could only find another way to directly fight high-level monsters. However, right at this moment, a group of panicked people suddenly ran over in the distance, their mouths chanting and exchanging something with each other. Let's stay away from that side. The god of War Palace is really hardcore, it should have broken its bones this time, right? It's not so bad, just a few hundred people died, their gang has more than 2,000 people in this newbie village alone. It's rumored that the private school is now being overrun by their people again, allowing those who died back to level 0 to level up again. That place is just too weird. Yeah, don't even know how to die. Yi-sun listened carefully to the ins and outs for a while, and when he saw them running from the west, he immediately remembered the western ruins of the novice village, and it was said that whoever went there would die. I don't know how to die. Yi-sun thought about it and thought that there was probably an assassin-type boss over there, the kind that could be stealthy. Let's go over and take a look. The boss was a good thing, and the reward for the first kill was very generous. Anyway, it wasn't too far away, so he wanted to take a look at the boss's attributes, calculate the gap, and go over to kill it first thing when he upgraded. Along the way, from time to time, there were people who ran back from the west, all of them had an unbelievable look on their faces, as if they had seen some kind of horrible sight. Yi-sun and his duo went over the hill and looked far away to see the ruins of a village in the west. The ruins were very large, looking 2 or 3 times larger than a novice village, and the entrance was a dark bamboo forest, with only a goat's intestinal path to get in and out. At this moment, there are several players standing outside the bamboo forest, cautiously surveying the ruins and muttering. Dead again, and the last wave of the war god temple is completely dead. Yi-sun walked closer and asked politely. Friend, what's the situation here? The man came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Yi-sun and Ning, his heart palpitating. I'm telling you, that ruin can eat people. As soon as a person steps through that entrance, they will instantly turn into white light and return to the resurrection point, not even knowing how they died. Yi-sun frowned. Go in and die? What if you stand at the entrance and don't go in? That's fine, I advise you to leave as well. Curiosity killed the cat. After this person finished speaking, he didn't bother to answer Yi-sun's question anymore, pulling his companion to turn around and leave, not wanting to stay even for a moment. Are we going in? Ning was a little nervous. Yi-sun was silent. Bamboo forest dark, sunny day also exudes a cold atmosphere, the silence cannot hear a trace of insects chirping birds, the ruins are like a ghost, it seems that even the wind is not too quiet. According to what they said, it was likely that it wasn't a boss inside, this place was not something they could investigate with their current cultivation level, which was severely underpowered. But as he looked at the ruins, an inexplicable sense of calling suddenly rose in his mind, as if something was shouting for him to go over, the sense of calling grew stronger and stronger. Sister, do you feel the calling? Ha? Ning was at a loss, what calling? Yi Sun was a bit surprised. This inexplicable sense of calling was only for him? What was so special about him? Is it another hidden quest that can only be triggered by strong innate qualifications? Thinking of this, Yi Sun no longer hesitated. Let's go in. Xining gave a light him and grabbed his sleeve and walked inside together, nervously glancing back and forth at the dark bamboo forest. Yi Sun did the same. He didn't spare every inch as far as the eye could see. The trail wasn't long, it was only about 50 meters. Waiting for the ruins of the mouth, the quiet is not even the slightest sound, the silence of the needle can be heard. Yi Sun seems to be able to hear besides Xining's thumping heartbeat. Feeling the increasingly strong call, he took a deep breath and raised his leg to step into the ruins. However, just at that moment, a deafening voice suddenly exploded in his mind, giving people chills. Don't go in. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Yi Sun instantly sweated and his scalp went numb. Not only because of the strong warning implied in the voice, but also because he was already highly concentrated and the surrounding area was silent, and at this time, such a loud voice suddenly rang in his head, whoever would have been startled. What's wrong with you? Feeling Yi Sun's arm that suddenly had goosebumps rising wildly, Xining was a bit bewildered. Obviously she hadn't heard anything. Yi Sun wiped the cold sweat from his head and stood still in silence. The original sense of calling coming from the ruins had actually disappeared. He thought again about the voice that rang in his head just now, and although the warning was strong, he could clearly feel that there was not the slightest bit of malice in the voice. Even there were a few hints of worry. Chapter 13 Immortal Weapon Progenitor. Worried? Maybe the consequences of him going in there were more than just resurrection. Listening to people's advice and eating his fill, Yi Sun made an instant decision. Let's go back. Now the strength is too low, the cognition is limited, there is no need to be reckless, it is better to wait for the future to explore. Players can't come back after leaving the novice village. To put it bluntly, it's still because of the lack of strength. Yi Sun doesn't believe that he can't come back after becoming an immortal and becoming a god. Aha, let's get going. Xining said fearfully. It wasn't that she was afraid of dying, but knowing that she might have to die next, but not knowing exactly when she would die, much less what kind of death, was the most torturous. Yi Sun pulled her and turned to leave. However, he didn't walk a few steps before he stopped again. Only to see that in the bamboo forest beside the path, there was a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes that were staring at him with death. Ah! Xining was so scared that she instantly hid behind Yi Sun, clutching the hem of his coat and shivering. What the hell is this place? It's really scary, and Yi Sun is speechless. He forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice. Your Excellency, since you're here, show yourself. The bamboo forest was so dark that it seemed that not even light could escape, and the depths were even more pitch black and intimidating. The person hiding in the dark, through the scattered bamboo leaves, Yi Sun for a moment actually cannot see what he looks like. Is it really an assassin boss? However, Yi Sun waited for a moment, but the visitor did not move a muscle, and the bamboo forest remained silent. He was impatient. The big deal is to die once. What's the big deal? So once again, he spoke out. Your Excellency, it's fun to play God, eh? What's wrong? This seems like a mask? Yi Sun was a bit embarrassed. He had a lot of drama. Xining carefully turned her head to look at the silhouette. Just people. No, look closely. There's a face without a body, the eyes are empty, and that dark red glow doesn't seem to be coming from the eyes. Yi Sun thought carefully. Dark red light, could it be? No, it seems to be inconsistent with the records. Xining let go of her nervousness at the words and carefully surveyed for a while. It was really like what Yi Sun said, not like a real person. Let's go over. Oh. The duo eased closer and realized that it was indeed a mask. Moreover, the dark red light that was originally emitted had actually become bright, now appearing as a bright red color. I think it was because I was far away just now, and the light was absorbed by the bamboo forest, so it appeared dark red when viewed from a distance. When he saw the bright red color that was exactly the same as in the records, Yi Sun's hands began to tremble with excitement. He carefully surveyed the body of the mask with a base of cyan ink color, some bamboo leaf patterns on the forehead. If placed elsewhere, it can be said that it is very beautiful and elegant. But when placed here, it blends with the darkness of the bamboo forest, and it looks particularly bizarre. Strange, how did this mask appear? He was pretty sure that he didn't have this mask when he came in just now, and he hadn't spared every inch of detail around the bamboo forest path. Playing a game actually played a paranormal event. At this time he was a little hesitant, not knowing whether to reach out or not. Because it was extremely unreasonable for something of this level to appear here. Could it be a trap? Forget it, if it comes, then it is safe. This kind of treasure is placed in front of, there is no reason to let go? Yi Sun extended his hand and slowly grabbed the mask. Ka! The mask was light, as thin as a cicada's wing, and cold to the touch, and it was removed from the bamboo branch with a little force. Just then, the heavenly voice of the great Tao once again resounded in everyone's minds. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun for obtaining the immortal weapon ink rhythm Yuhuang. As the first player to obtain an immortal weapon, rewarded with a reputation value of 1000, all basic attributes plus 5, innate lucky qualification plus 2. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi-sun. Ding! As your innate lucky qualification has reached the upper limit, the lucky increase has failed, the reward has been changed to 2 lucky leaves, which have been placed in your backpack and can be traded. Effective lucky leaf, taking it can increase your innate lucky qualification by 1 point. Everyone? What the hell? Immortal weapons? Immortal weapons in a new village? What's wrong with that? Ask the immortal novice village of the explosion rate is particularly low, hit the equipment of very few people, skills is almost no, the forum has long been a slur. But I did not expect, just in this situation, someone actually obtained immortal weapons. It's really outrageous. His mother opened the door for outrageous to the core. It's this Yi-sun again, first completing the only hidden achievement, and now getting the immortal weapon. This person is absolutely hung up. I don't think it's hanging, he obviously knows where the game has benefits, he must be an internal player of the game company, that is, a dog trust. It's really grass, playing any game can meet a dog trust. This is also too obvious, right? It's annoying. I'm struggling to kill a chicken. He actually added another 25 points of attributes, and 2 points of luck, plus the previous rewards. It's already 8 levels of attributes more than us, and there are also immortal weapons. This is playing a hammer. Say, is this game immortal weapons so worthless? I can actually get it in the novice village. It's probably not considered precious. Blanking the word immortal. At this moment, envy and jealousy floated over the novice village, but the major gang leader's eyes lit up. They often mix with major online games and are familiar with those famous guilds and game masters, but they have never heard of the name Yi-sun. Either he is really a dog trust, or a former game master suddenly changed his name? There's also the possibility that he's really just a casual player. If he's a casual player, then it's easy to say that it's just a matter of exploding his immortal weapons. So they poked around to find out which newbie village Yi-sun was in. For a while, those players who were stationed in the club were busy, contacting and searching from novice village to novice village. They couldn't care less about upgrading. Sure enough, it's an immortal weapon. The red glow was the distinguishing characteristic of a masterless immortal weapon, and Yi-sun was thrilled. He turned off the transmission bracelet that continued to shine constantly, not knowing how many people were adding his friends at a time, and set it to refuse anyone from adding friends. Xining's bracelet also lit up constantly. Although she didn't appear on TV this time, she was the only person associated with Yi-sun, and if she couldn't contact Yi-sun, she would have to look for her. Yi-sun hurriedly checked up the immortal weapon mask in his hand. With the immortal weapon recognizing its owner, the red light on it had disappeared. He could think that there must be a lot of people right now who thought that this game immortal artifact didn't seem too precious, but unfortunately they were wrong, very wrong. Immortal weapons, although not as precious as divine weapons, were still as difficult to obtain as heaven. Even the sect masters of the major hegemonic sects were hard to get together an immortal weapon. As for the elders, each of them could have 1 or 2 immortal weapons and they would be proud enough to do so. For the second and third rate sects further down, immortal weapons could become the treasure of the clan. Yi-sun knew that the reason why the immortal weapons and divine weapons in questioning immortality were so precious was because they all had one common feature, and that was no level restriction. He had also thought about what difficulty quests he would have to do to obtain immortal weapons, but he never thought that he would actually be able to walk and pick up immortal weapons. Ask the Immortals really has chances everywhere. Is this the power of Lucky 20? Love it, love it. Chapter 14, Scary Attributes. Ink Ryan Yu Huan, Immortal Artifacts. Equipment type, headdress, no meticulous points, no pretending to be a pig. Equipment description, mask to the vast sea ink jade carefully carved from the ink color as the main color, forehead painted with a light and elegant huang huang pattern, the whole is like an unfolding ink colored scrolls, texture warm, quiet and elegant. As if in the ages precipitated endless poetry and mystery, origin unknown. Wear conditions, no. Additional attributes, 5 basic attributes increase the total number of cultivation layers to, life plus 50%, mana plus 50%, immunity plus 30%, luck plus 5, charm plus 5. Skill 1, Confuse Thoughts, passive skill. Effect, when worn, it interferes with all perceptions below the immortal level, preventing them from peeking at the wearer's true face, attributes, and stealthy state. Skill 2, Phantom Kill, active skill. Effect, the next melee attack comes with an additional 5% of the target's maximum blood value and real damage, cooldown time, 12 hours. Skill 3, Insight, active skill. Effect, can perceive the detailed information of any alien race below immortal level at will, as well as all stealthy target figures below immortal level, no cooldown time limit. Characteristic 1, cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen. Feature 2, when removed and placed in a backpack, all mask skills will be unavailable, but will not affect attribute bonuses. Hiss, is this a immortal weapon? Yi-sun's eyeballs nearly popped out. This attribute, it's also too disruptive to the balance, right? If immortal weapons are already this strong, how strong should divine weapons be? After sharing the attributes to the curious Xining, only to see her mouth open wide in surprise. She was just inexperienced in the game before, not stupid. The power of Mo Yun Yuan was something she could clearly feel. This? Just pick up? Yi Sun was dumbfounded. What bull about being lucky 20 to pick up an immortal weapon? That was all bull in his mind. He said with certainty that this thing was deliberately placed here for him to pick up by the person who had just vocalized in his mind. As for who that person actually was and why they were so kind to him, he was confused. He couldn't remember being on such good terms with any NPC. Of the NPCs in the novice village, he only knew that old beggar and the old man with the hair mask, but these two only had a friendliness of 10 with him, and it was unlikely that they would send him immortal weapons, and by such a subtle means. Forget it. Yi Sun sighed darkly, although he didn't know who it was, but since people were not willing to show up, it meant that there was a reason not to show up, and this doubt could only be explored slowly later. He fondled the mask lovingly for a while longer and then put it on his face. The ink rhyme spectacle was as thin as a cicada's wing and automatically changed size the moment it fit on his face, fitting his face perfectly, leaving only his eyes, mouth, and also his chin out. Although this mask may have been worn by a previous person, but Yi Sun did not mind in the least. Who would mind a piece of dog's head gold with stuck to it? It's actually more than just an immortal artifact. It was no exaggeration to say that right now, even if someone carried a divine artifact over to trade with him, he would hesitate. Because the mask equipment is very rare, most of them are like the kind of free distribution in the novice village, without any attribute addition of the ordinary things, can only cover the face as just. Occasionally appear with attributes, plus the attribute is also less pathetic. As for immortal artifact level masks, Yi Sun had never heard of them. Perhaps, it might be possible that there was only this one immortal artifact mask in Ask the Immortals, and its preciousness, in a sense, was no worse than a divine artifact. If an NPC could strike at will, Yi Sun felt that he would be hunted all over the world. View properties. Character, Yi Sun. Cultivation level, first level of Qi condensation stage 0-100. Basic attributes, strength, 12 physique, 12 spirit, 12 agility, 12 awareness, 12. Blood, 900. Mana, 900. Physical attack, 121. Spell attack, 120. Defense, 60. Movement speed, 16. Tisk. Nearly 1,000 blood values, 121 attacks. Yi Sun silently calculated, the same level 1 player, even if the innate full physical qualification, and full physical addition, that is only 175 chi and blood, 15 defense. He can be killed in 2 seconds with 2 swords. It would be easier to kill if he hit a weakness attack. P.S. Only 50% defense at the weak point. However, there aren't many body cultivators with this kind of qualification. If it's not a pure body cultivator, other players can basically be killed by him with a single sword, a small child with a single sword. As for his defense, now even players with full output points can't break his defense. Now he could finally walk sideways. On the contrary, the control-free value surprised him a bit. It seems that the immortal weapon's so-called control-free plus 30% is an overall increase on top of the original, rather than just adding 30% probability. Such an increase, the initial effect is not great, but the later stage is awesome, much better than simply increasing the probability by 30%, for which Yi Sun is much more satisfied. Sis, this is for you. Yi Sun pulled out 2 lucky leaves. Xining's lucky value is too pathetic. The lucky value is not only related to the burst rate of hitting monsters, it will also increase the probability of attributes such as control, exemption from control, and so on. For a control cultivation player, the lucky value is a very important attribute. These 2 leaves can really be timely rain. This. Xining was a bit hesitant. Yi Sun saw this and directly pinched her mouth and stuffed it in. Well. Lucky leaf melts in your mouth. Feeling the increase in her lucky qualification, Xining was slightly stunned, but she didn't blame Yi Sun for his kindness. She just blankly glanced at him and rubbed her pinched cheeks with emotion. This bite is several $1 million. I didn't expect that I would have such a luxurious day. How much do you think your immortal artifact can be sold for? Yi Sun thought about it and said. Now there must be a lot of people who think that immortal weapons might not be that precious, plus the game has just opened. They are all still holding a cautious mindset. It would be good for this immortal weapon of mine to be sold for tens of millions of dollars, and if I expose the attributes, maybe hundreds of millions wouldn't be difficult. But when they understand the value of immortal weapons later on, that would be at least a 10-figure hit. So exaggerated? Chapter 15, Beginning Leveling. Yi Sun, however, felt that it was normal, because you can't measure Ask the Immortals by the price standard of other games. With the opening of Ask the Immortals, more and more people flocked to the game, and in the next few years, many industries in reality would gradually wither away. For example, the entertainment industry, hard work to make a movie, the release of the cinema are not many people to see. There are quite a few types of industries that have collapsed like this. Even Ask the Immortals will gradually become the second home of mankind, and real estate companies will all slowly shift their business focus to the game, buying land and building houses in the game, and even building cities. Until the game is completely integrated with reality, crooked, most people earn a lot of money. In this case, it's not an exaggeration to sell a piece of equipment at an astronomical figure. As for immortal weapons, Yi-sun felt that it was no longer something that could be measured in terms of money. In the later stages, even if someone raised a large amount of money and wanted to buy it, there was no place to buy it, and the very few people who owned immortal weapons didn't have any that were willing to sell them. The main point is that money in reality will depreciate more and more until it becomes a complete pile of waste paper. The common currency after the game fused with reality was the spirit stone. So Yi-sun has no desire to sell money, casually get some Chinese currency, enough to spend these years on it, really have to make money that hard, might as well hoard spirit stones to buy land. The two of them left the ruins. Yi-sun changed into an unnoticeable ordinary mask and searched all the way to the level 10 practice area. This was the highest practicing point in the novice village, and no player could come over yet. With his attributes, it would be a complete waste to go with the flow and grab low-level monsters from other players. What's more, there was no way for the low-level zones to allow Sining to level up beyond those banknote ability players. After replacing it with Ink Rhythm Spectre again, Yi-sun made an insight. Song Wolf, ordinary wild monster at the 10th level of Chi condensation stage. Blood, 900. Physical attack, 180. Defense, 80. Movement speed, 22. Weakness, white hairs on abdomen. Skill, bite. Yi-sun frowned. Fortunately he could break the defense, but the movement speed was a bit too fast, faster than him. He walked towards a wolf close by, taking advantage of its defense's sneak attack. Sword drawl. Weakness attack. 122. Ow. Every monster had a weak point, but it wasn't usually easy to hit, but it wasn't difficult for Yi-sun. Yi-sun took advantage of it, turning around to strike another general attack blow. 41. Then quickly dodged sideways and returned to its sheath. One bad thing about drawing the sword is that it can only be used when the sword is in the scabbard. It's actually a very ribbed skill that only applies to the novice stage. Later players' attack speed is getting faster and faster. In the eyes of mortals is only see the light and not see the shadow. The battle will not use the sheath and then out of the sheath of the superfluous action, that will only die faster. However, at the beginning of the game, especially at this stage of the spirit technique is not popular, it is quite good to use. Sword drawing technique. Weakness attack. 122. Weakness attack. 81. Punch attack. 41. Immediately after that, Yi-sun couldn't dodge in time and was bitten, and for the first time, damage values popped up on his head. 120. It kinda hurt. He didn't move as fast as Coyote, and even though he could realize how to position himself, his feet couldn't keep up after a while. However, the next second. Plus 45. Plus 45. Divine Zephyr automatically restores 5% of blood value per second. This was a divine skill. With this skill, Yi-sun could save money on medicine. During this time, Sining was also plucking her zither from a distance, and the one damage made her depressed. Although she knew that the other players who came over to fight now were also one, but as the saying goes, there is no damage without comparison, and the pressure of brushing monsters with her stinky brother was too great. 81. The final blow emptied the crow wolf's blood, dropping 10 spirit stone fragments, 1 healing pill, and a pair of shoes. Ding! Your team has killed a song wolf, and you have gained 50 cultivation points. Even if 2 people shared the experience equally, a wolf gave 2 people 50 cultivation each, equivalent to 50 chickens, which was far too efficient. However, this was because they had crossed too many levels. Waiting to kill wolves until after they had upgraded, the cultivation gained would be cut down and lowered. But it still wasn't comparable to fighting chicks. Similarly, a player who fights a monster of a lower level than his own will have the cultivation gain cut down and lowered. Yi-sun picked up the items on the ground. Killing ordinary wild monsters would explode spirit stone fragments. Each monster dropped 110 fragments ranging from 100 fragments to synthesize a lower grade spirit stone. Just synthesize it yourself in your backpack. Spirit stone has a great role. In addition to the circulation as currency trading, every time you enter and exit the city, use the teleportation array, open the secret realm, layout, and so on, will be used. And on top of the lower grade spirit stones, there are also middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade spirit stones, etc. The initial exchange ratio is 100 to 1 for all of them, and the subsequent exchange ratios will be intelligently regulated according to the market. That is to say, a piece of extreme grade spirit stone is now equal to 100 million spirit stone fragments. Of course, it was only a comparable amount, and in terms of value, the value of an extremely high grade spirit stone could be much greater than a fragment. Yi-sun looked at the exploded shoes. Cloth shoes, mundane. Equipment requirement, Chi condensation stage. Additional attributes, agility +2, movement speed +6. He didn't hesitate to throw away the straw shoes on his feet that were about to reveal his toes and replaced them with cloth shoes. Looking at the panel, the movement speed now became 23. Now Tiny Coyote would never be able to touch him again, and he even had the certainty of drawing a few more monsters together without worrying about losing blood. However, he didn't have a group damage skill and could only hit one monster per shot, so luring a few more wouldn't improve his leveling efficiency. Let's continue. Yisun pulled in another wolf's hatred and fought with his sword, walking, looking back, stabbing, teasing, hanging. A series of flowing basic operations is enough to make the newcomers dumbfounded. Sining watched his picturesque maneuvers, and from time to time, he would forget to make a move. Yisun couldn't help but smile. So while fighting monsters, he taught her some generalized combat techniques. There are signs before every time a monster strikes. For example, if you look closely at a wolf, when it lowers its body and its tail stops swinging and looks stiff, that's a sign that it's about to strike. There are also changes in his eyes and ears, which are signs that he's about to strike, and when his teeth are exposed and he starts to grin, it's a prelude to releasing his skills. Different monsters have different signs of striking, and different prelude movements for releasing skills. We can react in advance according to their signs of striking, so it will be much easier to fight monsters. Sister, you need to observe more. In the future when you enter the sect to cultivate, there's no way for me to be by your side. The road to immortal cultivation was long, and he wasn't sure he could stay by his sister's side all the time. There would always be times when she would fight alone, so there was no harm in teaching more now. Chapter 16, Rankings Open. Sining was learning very carefully. She could feel that Yisun attached exceptional importance to Ask the Immortals. Right now, most of the players, including her, felt about Ask the Immortals was just a game that did a great job, an entertainment program that could be used as a pastime after tea. Yisun was different. Sining felt that he seemed to have an inexplicable obsession with Ask the Immortals. So she also became serious. It was rare for her brother to have a special hobby. Once upon a time Yisun was always dull and didn't seem to be interested in anything. Now this made her happy. Ding! Your team has killed a Song Wolf. You have gained 50 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the second level of the Chi condensation stage, all basic attributes +1, and you gain 5 points of freely assignable attributes. Yisun still allocated 1 point for each attribute and looked at the pale wolf in contemplation. The reward for being the first to walk out of the novice village was useless to him, but it was important to his sister and had to be gotten by her. So he simply disbanded the team. I'll leave the tailblade with you now while you upgrade. 2 hours later. As a pale wolf was killed, a white aura flashed on Sining's body, rising to the 8th level of the Chi condensation stage. Yisun opened the ball of light that the pale wolf had exploded and found that it was a sword that was flashing with a green light. Spiritual weapon sword. He immediately became excited, finally hitting the weapon he needed. At this stage, there were only a handful of people in the novice village who possessed spiritual weapons. In these 2 hours, affected by Yisun's lucky value, together with this sword, the two of them hit a total of 4 spiritual weapons. The white mortal weapons, they had all come together, and there were 5 more pieces and even a skill book. It had to be said that the explosion rate of skill books in the novice village was really too low. Yisun couldn't help but want to spit out the fact that there were definitely not many players with skills right now. The 4 spiritual weapons are: Wind Spirit Sword, Spiritual Weapon. Can be worn at the Chi condensation stage. Additional attributes: Strength +5, Spiritual Laws +4, Physical Attack +15. Song Wolf Belt, Spiritual Artifact. Can be worn by males at Chi condensation stage. Additional attributes: Physical Strength +4, Defense +7, Mana +70. Dancing Butterfly Dress, Spiritual Artifact. Can be worn by Chi condensation stage females. Additional attributes: Physique +4, Blood +70, Defense +8. Flower Treading Boots, Spiritual Artifact. Can be worn by women at Chi condensation stage. Additional attributes: Agility +5, Movement Speed +11, Dodge +10. The instantly gorgeous Sining was happy. This game female players also do not have special treatment, come in a rough linen clothes, although the beauty draped in a sack also looks good, but ultimately not as beautiful as a serious skirt. Yisun, in addition to the spiritual weapon sword and belt, but also an additional mortal wolfskin clothing, attributes have increased a lot more. The skill book is: Sword Stance, Mortal Stage Body Technique. Restrictions on use, sword players. Proficiency, 300-1000. Skill effect, use at close range, instantly go around to the other side of the enemy, cannot be used when there is no target, can be advanced. Consumption, 50 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Sword Step is actually a very popular skill, but anyone who is a sword sect has it and everyone can learn it. However, although this skill was popular, the upper limit was extremely high, and it could be advanced infinitely. Moreover, the effect of each person using it was different and related to personal combat experience, making it a very flexible skill. If you are not experienced enough, you may even send yourself under someone's sword by using Sword Step. It's like fighting a tiger with a sliding shovel, and the tiger is 3 to 7. The tiger is 3 minutes and 7 minutes full. Yisun naturally wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake. He was very fond of this skill. For him, as long as he used his Sword Step, it might be a weak point attack. Sister, let's follow. Ding! System announcement. The number of people online at the same time in the Chinese summer service of Ask the Immortals has exceeded 300 million, and some of the leaderboards have been opened. The virtual bazaar is open, you can freely consign, auction, and buy items that meet the regulations of the shelves. You can choose between cash mode and spirit stone mode. Consignment and auction will charge 20% of the final price as a handling fee. Ding! Everyone was shocked beyond words. 300 million players online at the same time. Although for the total population of China, 300 million is not even a quarter, but according to statistics, the first time to play the game is still mainly the group under 45 years old. The total population in this zone was about 800 million plus, and now there were actually close to half of them playing Ask the Immortals. Even if today was a weekend, it was undeniable that the influence of Ask the Immortals was just too terrifying. Before Ask the Immortals, the highest number of people online at the same time, King Pesticide, was only 10 million people online. 300 million online players? There are still working ones now, you wait for the evening ones. I guess there are even more online. Still working on weekends? Envious of people with double weekends. Upstairs at work? Then how do you play the game? Who in their right mind doesn't touch fish? No, are there so many rich people now? 9,999 Chinese dollars for a bracelet. You can take your ID card and buy it with 0% down payment, repay it in 36 installments with no interest, don't you know? Grass. I did not ask. I used a whole week's allowance to bite the bullet and buy it. Upstairs drugstore billion. Countless people excitedly opened the leaderboards. Cultivation ranking. Number 1, Concentration 8th level of Qi condensation stage. 2nd, 8th level Gale 6th level of Qi condensation. 3rd, Mr. Zhao 6th level of Qi condensation. 4th, I don't eat beef 6th level of Qi condensation. 5th, Supreme Being 6th level of Qi condensation. 6th, Judge of the Desert 6th level of Qi condensation. 7th, Night Elegy 6th level of Qi condensation. 8th, Little Prince Milk 5th level of Qi condensation stage. 9th, Shangguan Fucai 5th level of Qi condensation. 10th, Shallow Dream 5th level of Qi condensation. There were a total of 10 people on the cultivation list, and concentration was first on the cliff with the 8th level of the Qi condensation stage, leaving countless people dumbfounded. Open hanging, right? Come to think of it, the hidden achievement this person completed with Yisun was on TV. Also an internal player like Yisun? Grass. This is also too outrageous, that is to say, why Yisun did not go on the list, with immortal weapons to practice leveling, on this upgrade speed? Chapter 17 Cons of Bracelets. The casual players were indignant, and the heads of the major gangs were speechless. Although they had the money ability to have their club members help cripple the monsters and then wrap up their knives to quickly increase their cultivation, this method was only applicable to the first 2 or 3 levels. At the back, the club members couldn't carry it anymore. After all, the club members don't eat experience, they are always level 1, even if there are many people, they can't fight the high-level monsters at the back, and the mortality rate is getting higher and higher, so the efficiency can't be fast at all. So they were curious, what the hell is this concentration? Every novice village has the eyes of the major gangs, the identity of the banknote ability people, everyone has a number in their hearts, and there is absolutely no such person as condensation heart in it. Is this guy really open? It shouldn't be possible, this game doesn't have hangings. Do you believe in the game's official guarantee? That's not true, I've tried it, found a few top hackers to try to make a hang, but after a busy day, those hackers couldn't even find the game code to make a hammer hang. This game is definitely not made by Blue Star Technology, and what it uses is definitely not our known programming method. So it's an internal player? Don't listen to the forums, those blind BB, internal players a hammer. Other games engaged in trust is want to enhance the game popularity, stimulate players to consume, Ask the Immortal need? To engage in trust is purely negative earnings, destroying the game's reputation is not good for them. That's true. Then what makes condensed heart upgrades so fast, damn it? It should be related to Yisun. Did that guy by Shaoshang play Ask the Immortals? Hurry up and let him come out and pick it apart. Equipment list. Hashtag 1, Ink Rhyme Yuhang Face Jewelry, Immortal Artifact. Attributed to player, Yisun. There is only one lone piece of equipment on the equipment list, making it enviable to players, and the earth weapons below do not deserve to be on the list. Prestige list. First, Yisun, 1100. Second, Concentration, 100. The reputation list was just as dismal, with only 2 people. Rouge list, only counting innate qualifications, random ranking if charisma value is the same. Number 1, Shallow Dreams. 2nd, Concentration. 3rd, Meow Meow. 4th, Nishong. 5th, Hairy Butterfly. 6th, Strawberry Ice Cream. 7th, Beaver. 8th, I'm Ugly but I'm Gentle. 9th, Old Auntie After 10. 10th, No Shibuya. The Eunuchs list. Number 1, Yisun. The following is omitted. Rouge list, also known as the so-called beauty list, the discussion about these 2 lists on the forum is the highest. Handsome men and women always have a topic of conversation. How come it doesn't state how much charisma value? It can't all be 10 points, can it? Look at the new post. Ruyan Lu exploded her photo, saying that her 9 points of charisma value didn't make the list. Tisk, it's so pretty. Can't even 9 points of charisma make the list? I guess it's late to go online, isn't it? I don't believe there are that many 10-point charm value beauties. I've only seen 2 9.1s in the forum. I wonder if there's any equipment that increases charisma value. Big brother, don't you read the leaderboard description? Only innate qualifications are calculated, all other additions are not. There's a lot of discussion in the forums about Leaf Seeker and Gaze. These two people, both with such high charisma values, and most likely knowing each other in reality, either as relatives or as a couple, had aroused the curiosity of many people for a while. At the same time, there were fewer arguments about them being game trusts. Because with their charisma value, their looks must be at the top of the blue star pyramid, and such people could do many more promising careers than game tormentors. For example, going out as a star, modeling, anchoring, and so on. Aren't they all better than game tour? There is really no reason to be ATO. You can't make more money as a game trust than as a star, can you? Si Ning was a little depressed. Although her ranking was already high enough for people to look up to, her brother was number 1 on the mail list. In fact, if Yisun hadn't been there, she really didn't care about the rankings, but now that she was comparing them like this, she was a bit lost. Stinky brother was always hitting her. Let's hope that Asamu, who was ranked ahead of her, was 9 points of charisma, then there was still a possibility that she would surpass Asamu in the future rankings. Concentration's heart was heavy. Yisun didn't notice her mood and just casually scanned the leaderboards before turning it off. Sis, let's continue upgrading. He calculated his sister's cultivation progress. Another 2 hours of brushing would be almost at the 10th level of chi condensation. The fast ascension in the front was mainly due to leveling up monsters, and the cultivation given in the back was getting less and less. However, the 10th level of the chi condensation stage doesn't mean that you can immediately leave the novice village. You still have to complete the secret trials before you can do so, and the amount of time this will take is unknown. If she just participated in the normal difficulty trial, she would pass very quickly, but her sister obviously couldn't participate in the normal difficulty, and the trial results were very important. Yisun was worried that when she was participating in the high difficulty trial, someone else would do a sneak attack and just do a random normal trial and leave the novice village, then she wouldn't be able to get this first place. Therefore, even though her cultivation now had pulled away from others by a large margin, she still couldn't take it lightly and had to continue to expand her advantage. However, in response to his greeting, Si Ning did not oblige, but shuddered. Brother, my body seems to be a little hard. Before the words were finished, she disappeared in an instant. This was forced offline? Seeing this, Yisun instantly thought of a possibility and hurriedly followed offline. Opened the bedroom door, Si Ning is gently trembling on the bed, pale face, forehead is still some weak sweat. A breathless look, soft and pitiful. Yisun understood at a glance. Not surprisingly, his sister had low blood sugar. So he quickly found out the candy, let her chew and swallow, and unscrewed a bottle of happy water for her to drink. This is the disadvantage of the game bracelet. The manual has written that the game needs to consume quite a lot of brain power. Playing for a long time will be easy to hypoglycemia, and then it will be forced offline. Yisun has read the relevant research. The adult daily brain consumption of energy almost accounted for the body to consume about 20%-25% of the total energy. The development of small children accounted for a greater proportion. When playing games, the energy consumed by the brain will increase dramatically, and people with an average physique will easily become hypoglycemic. Not only Si Ning, Yisun was now feeling much hungrier than usual, and the desire to forage for food was strong. Looks like we need to grab some money to buy a game warehouse. The game warehouse would come with its own nutrient solution that could be used for a long time, or you could purchase additional nutrient solution. Adding nutrient solution would always replenish the body's energy consumption, and would not produce hypoglycemia symptoms. After Yisun took care of Si Ning, he carefully felt his physical condition, and could clearly feel the appearance of a faint gaseous energy in his dantian, which was the sign of the chi condensation stage. Sure enough, he would be able to receive the strength gained in the game synchronously now. Nothing similar happened on the forums, and his sister's physical fitness was the same as usual, basically confirming that this was an ability that was uniquely his. Yisun guessed that it should be the privilege that the Newfound stone had brought to him. But when a few more years passed, everyone would have this ability as well. Now it was finally safe to continue living here, and as he raised his cultivation step by step in the game, his realistic physical qualities would only get stronger. After a while, I guess even thermal weapons that aren't accustomed to any carbon-based organisms won't pose a threat to me, right? Chapter 18, Meeting as a Passerby. After Yisun checked his physical condition, he saw the screen of his cell phone suddenly light up and opened it to find that it was a former class group. After graduating from high school, the class group has been silent, but now it is very lively, 99 plus messages, many of which are ATM. At Yisun from Ask the Immortals is you, right? At Yisun, your luck is too good, isn't it? I can't believe you even have an immortal weapon. At Yisun, which newbie village are you in? At Yasik, are immortal weapons for sale? How about selling it to me for 10,000? $10,000 for a kryptonite game? Is your college living expenses that much? It's okay, I spent over $10,000 on a drive-by camping trip yesterday. You actually bought a car? Awesome. He scrolled up through the chat logs and found the basis for their speculation. It turned out that although he had been on TV twice in a row in the game, these students didn't think of him at first, but just took it as a coincidence that they bumped names. After all, the Yi-sun they remembered was a physically disabled person who studied poorly and never played games, and it's unlikely that he would have made so many big moves as soon as he got his hands on Ask the Immortals. But after the Higongzi list came out, they understood. The same name, the same handsome miserable, plus know that he has a sister named Si Ning who picks him up from school every day, and the name of Ning Xian in the game is very similar. So many coincidences would no longer be coincidences. Yi-sun bristled and directly clicked to exit the group chat. He was too lazy to take care of these people. When he was in school, he was an isolated person. In the eyes of the boys, he was physically disabled, couldn't play ball with them, couldn't participate in all kinds of outdoor activities, his parents were dead, and he had a handsome face that made them ashamed of themselves. With so many buffs stacked on top of each other, being isolated is a normal thing. The girls were the same. Seeing his cold nature in few words, they gradually had less and less contact with him. Even gradually evolved. Occasionally when a girl wanted to approach him because of his face value, she would be teased by other students. At that time, he was mentally muddled from time to time due to the effects of the curse, and his grades were so poor that he could only go to a home-squatting university after the college entrance exam. After learning that he did not go to college, privately, they are not less taunting Yi-sun, think that his life must be wasted. What's the point of being handsome? Disabled people don't even get to eat soft rice. Yi-sun when his mind was muddled would not think about this, and did not feel that there was anything wrong, but now it is different, a lot of things have been figured out. He only felt disgusted with these classmates. By exiting the group chat now, he was telling them his attitude from now on: they are passers-by, don't contact them if something happens, and don't get close to them if you meet them in the game. We don't know each other well. Hypoglycemia is just a matter of replacing the sugar in time, and the symptoms come and go quickly, and Si Ning is back to normal, although the hunger pangs are still strong. So she hurriedly put on her apron and went into the kitchen to get busy, and Yi-sun looked a little lost in thought. The cozy warmth of today's age is all created by Si Ning. Si Ning was not his real sister. When he was 12 years old, he was adopted by a family, Si Ning's family. Si Ning's parents were especially kind, and after adopting him, they cared for him as if he were their own, and not only did they not mind his disease-ridden body, but also spent their family's money to bring him around for treatment. In those years, under the care of Si Ning's parents, Yi-sun was like a seed covered by snow and ice, from indifference to put down his defenses, which was the warmest and happiest time in his memory. Unfortunately, fate is merciless. When he was 15 years old, Xinjiang was struck by a massive earthquake, and both of his parents passed away. Si Ning has been with him all these years, taking care of him every bit of the way, and has never disliked his disability. This house is the post-earthquake reconstruction, Si Ning with the deposit left by his parents, under the subsidy of the ZF, full payment to buy down. Although not large, only 2 rooms, but is the most precious harbor in their hearts. Yi-sun was still thinking about how to persuade his sister to give up this place and move somewhere else, although he was equally reluctant in his heart. Now there was no need for that, thanks to the Newfound stone. He sat on the couch and tried to summon items from the game, but unfortunately they all failed. And although his body was a bit stronger than before, it was still no match for his in-game strength, which meant that the attributes of the equipment had not been added to his real body, and all he had was his cultivation. It's a bit of a pity, if only Mo Yunyu Huan could appear in reality. After dinner, Si Ning hurriedly said, "Go online, be careful of leveling up and being caught up by others." Yi-sun was a bit worried. Can your body still carry it? Isn't it tired? The gaming bracelet was like that, it didn't replace sleep when playing games, it still made you sleepy. In reality, if you are sleepy, you will be slow to react in the game, and you may not be able to avoid an attack that you could have avoided because you are sleepy. However, the game warehouse does not have this problem. Playing the game is equivalent to sleep, the same, offline is still refreshed, very incredible technology, shocked the Blue Star people for 100 years. Not tired, I'm full of spirit now. Si Ning doesn't want Yi-sun's efforts to go down the drain, he needs to hurry up and upgrade. It's only the afternoon, who sleeps in a serious person? It's also true that she doesn't feel mentally exhausted, the game is always moving with her brother. If she was going to be tired, it was her brother who was tired, and she was still enjoying herself. So the duo was back online again. Ding! The equipment you consigned has been sold. Yi-sun put up all the white equipment that he couldn't use after the system opened the virtual bazaar, setting a starting price of $100. When he opened the bazaar and looked at it, the 5 white suits were sold for a total of 27,000 Chinese coins, which was a bit beyond his expectations. The newbie period white clothes sold for several $1,000s apiece. This is something unimaginable in other games. However, after the transaction amount deducted 20% handling fee, the hands of only 21,600, withdraw cash to the bank card also need to deduct another 1% handling fee, the final hands of $21,384. Sis, I said I could add single digits to your balance soon, and I did. Wow. Ning was thrilled, not expecting to earn back her gaming equipment money on her first day playing the game. Chapter 19, The Boss Appears. Yi-sun looked at the cultivation list. The top few were already at the 7th level of chi condensation. I think they are all people who have a lot of money in reality, and use a game warehouse, so they don't have to worry about hypoglycemia, real liver. Turning off the leaderboard, Yi-sun caught a wolf and continued to work. Shocker! A man actually did this to a wolf in the wild. However, without playing for a while. The duo heard a cacophony of noises in the distance. Yi-sun did not want to pay attention to the original, but when he heard the word boss, immediately came to the spirit, quickly killed the wolf in front of him, changed into a normal mask, and took Ning to rush over. Over the green grass, jumped into the eyes, not surprisingly, all the heads, almost thousands of players in the crowd. The boss in the middle of the field was a white ape, which was being attacked at the moment. Yi-sun and Ning inconspicuously mingled in the crowd of onlookers, and he saw that there were a few familiar faces among the attacking players, and they were none other than the people from the war god's palace that he had seen before. Looking around again, he found that there were two other forces among the besieging players. One of the strands was not less in number than the war god's palace. The news of a boss appearing in the 404th novice village had already spread on the forums, and some resourceful people had directly opened a live broadcast, earning a huge wave of traffic. Many players from other villages stopped fighting monsters and sat on the grass to watch the live broadcast and eat melon, guessing who the first kill of the whole service will fall to. Grass. Lee, what do you want to do? One person walked out of the war god palace and shouted angrily in one direction, looking at that arrogant and domineering posture. It was mostly the war god palace leader. Yi-sun could see that the force that surrounded him was indeed a bit foolish and seemed to want to grab the boss. He frowned slightly. The novice village is such a big place, but whenever there is a boss, it can't escape from people's eyes. Want to secretly kill alone is too difficult. Even if he was lucky and hit the boss while killing the wolves, the noise would be discovered. Now it wasn't just the force of onlookers that wanted to grab it. Yi-sun wouldn't let go of this boss either, especially since it was still being fought by someone from the God of War Palace, so there was no reason not to grab it. However, it wasn't to be snatched right now. Ha ha ha. My Sky Eagle Gang family motto: one day, when I can find something worth robbing with my own life, we'll go from robbers to thieves. The air of a middle-aged man filled the air, and Zhao Gongzi was furious. I'll poo-poo your face. Stealing is the way of the world, my ass. You've seen too many ING movies, right? Judge of the Desert sneered, is having faith against the law? Don't bull me, which one of your eyes saw me robbing? I saw it with both eyes. Don't worry, I won't grab it now. Grass. Don't think that I don't know what the hell you're thinking. If you dare to grab it later, I'll kill you offline alone. Who doesn't know who we are? Based on your body and bones that are less than 3 minutes old, come on, I'll give you a leg up. Zhao Gongzi, I #mom, %. Yi-sun didn't bother to ponder the love-hate relationship between the two of them. Instead he used his insight and swept towards the boss. White Ape King, under the effect of the unknown chaotic energy, the original ordinary white ape has undergone a shocking change, expanding in size, brutal and bloodthirsty. Type, Demon Beast Boss. Realm, 6th level of chi condensation. Blood, 45,000. Physical attack, 430. Defense, 210. Movement speed, 40. Hit, 45. Evasion, 44. Weakness, throat. Skill. Swings his thick arm and takes a swift swing at a single target in front of him, dealing 150% physical damage and knocking the target back a certain distance. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Earth-shaking slam, raise both fists and slam them heavily into the ground, dealing 120% physical damage to targets in a 10-10 area in front of you, with a 20% chance of knocking targets away. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Berserk Battle Spirit, when blood value is lower than 30%, enter Berserk state, physical attack and movement speed increase by 30%, dodge and defense decrease by 50%, no cooldown, automatically lifted when blood value is greater than 30%. Yi-sun. The boss attributes were simply too strong. Nowadays, a player who didn't add physique would only have about 200 blood value at level 6. With the White Ape King's 430 physical attacks, almost hitting anyone in seconds, only the players with full physical addition can resist 1 or 2 hits. And with its 210 defense value, even Yi-sun can't break the defense with his general attack. He had risen to level 2 and changed a few pieces of equipment, and now he only had a physical attack of 205. He silently calculated the attributes of other normal players at this time again. A level 6 player, even with full qualifications and full output points, would only have an attack of 180, and with equipment on it would only be about 200, which was about the same as his attack, and just as difficult to break defense. Unless there are skills, but that stuff is pathetic. No wonder the bosses are now basically 1 damage. The War God's Palace is playing with the idea of generating qualitative changes with quantitative changes. This idea is actually no problem. Now close to 1,000 long-distance players at the same time, once can almost knock out the boss hundreds of blood. The reason why they couldn't do full damage was because of the boss's high evasion. With an evasion value of 44, the words missed would appear on its head from time to time. As for skills, there are single damage, group damage, control, gain. Hiss so strong. Chapter 20 Yi Sun appears. The disadvantage of the tactics of the Temple of the God of War was that the front row players would die and be injured, and even the physical cultivation players with full physique edition would have a hard time resisting. Yi Sun looked at the battlefield and realized that there were already a lot less people resisting injuries, and it wasn't far from being completely wiped out. But the payoff was worth it, and at this point the boss had less than 30,000 blood left. If nothing else, with their tactics, they would eventually be able to finish off the boss. It was just a pity that without learning perception, they would only be able to see the basic attributes of the monster after dealing damage to it, but not the skill details. As soon as the White Ape King's Berserk Battle Spirit came out, I'm afraid that's when the situation will be reversed. Huddle up if you're playing long range. Don't stand too far apart and try to strike at the same time. Zhao Gongzi commanded loudly from the back. Long-range attack weapons also had distance limitations. The Bao was the furthest, but the novice Bao was only 30 meters attack distance. There are more than 1,000 long-range players. If they were too spread out, then the ones that were far away would have no way to output, and if they wanted to strike together, they could only crowd people into a circle and stick together. Zhao Gongzi freed up another 100 or so manpower and quietly urged, "You guys stand outside and keep a deadly eye on the Sky Eagle gang and that group of pussies. If they dare to rob, try to stall and buy us time." Yes. When they left, Zhao Gongzi shouted towards the boss again. "Those who are taking top damage in front, don't huddle together, spread out, use wisdom and try to go one by one, you guys are dying too fast now." Every time the White Ape King unleashed the earth-shaking slam, a 10-10 ranged wound, it would hit a piece of players, watching Zhao Gongzi's mouth twitching, cursing this group of idiots. Players who don't add agility, at this time, the movement speed is even less than 10, boss group injury skills, they can't even hide. Bad luck will be directly knocked flying, brittle skin melee is directly be second. Under his command, the War God's Temple became organized for a while, and the boss's bloodline dropped one after another. However, the difference in attributes was ultimately not something that could be made up for by tactics. Just as the boss's blood level dropped to 20,000, the several hundred melee fighters who were standing in front of the White Ape King all died in battle. Without the trouble of blocking the way, the White Ape King took big strides and ran wildly towards the remote players who were so crowded that the smell of farts couldn't even be dispersed. For a time, the formation was in chaos. Don't panic. Keep flying kites on both sides. All move. Take positions. The physical cultivators are already on their way back. Hold on. One person will be rewarded $1,000 for defeating the boss. Zhao Gongzi shouted anxiously, and the scene was surprisingly maintained once again. It was evident that the power of money was terrifying. But it couldn't be maintained for long, because the White Ape King slapped one of them, as simple as swatting a fly. Moreover, most long-range professions, such as mages and archers, had non-directional attacks. That is to say, when an attack flies out it can only fly towards its original route and cannot turn around. With the irregular movement of the White Ape King's 40 shift speed, many of their attacks would miss, and only a few of them would succeed in predicting the exact location. Prejudging attacks was a mandatory lesson for every mage and archer. It took at least 2.5 months of practice, not something that could be learned in a short period of time. For a while, the boss's blood level was dropping at a slower and slower rate. Zhao Gongzi could only pray that the resurrected body cultivation members would come back as soon as possible and drag the boss to death where it was. Unfortunately, it was not to be, and when the boss's blood level dropped to 15,000, roar! Berserk Battle Spirit was unleashed. The White Ape King's eyes instantly turned red and his fur stood upright as he quickly struck out at a speed that surpassed his previous movement. Now, the Battle God Temple couldn't hold out any longer at all. The members were frightened by the boss's aura, knowing that they should continue circling around, but under panic they just couldn't help but back up. Then people crowded and crashed into each other, and their output ability plummeted. The scene was tragic to the extreme. "It's over. The momentum has gone," bemoaned Zhao Gongzi. At the same time, in his heart, he hated the fact that the Heavenly Eagle Gang hadn't even made a move yet, obviously wanting to let the boss consume all of their viable forces before taking over. That way no one would rob with them and they could take the boss 100%. Yi Sun looked at the chaotic situation and thought about the timing of his entrance. Now that the boss's attack and movement speed have been increased, the difficulty of killing it has greatly increased. The good news was that its evasion and defense had dropped, and Yi Sun was able to deal more damage. The biggest headache is its weak point, the same as humans in the throat, but it is more than 3 meters tall. Standing straight, unusual people cannot hit its throat. Only when it bends down to attack can take the opportunity to hit the weak point. The test of the operation is not a little 2 points. Even Yi Sun feel the pressure of the mountain. He felt that in the end, the win rate could probably be about 90%, not very high, barely worth a try. Sis, later on, if someone takes a shot at the boss, you'll follow along and participate in 1 damage so that if I take the first kill, you'll also get a share of the experience. Yi-sun pulled Si-ning into the team and whispered. The achievement for the first kill of a boss is given to the person who strikes the last blow. Si-ning can't get the achievement reward, so she can only get some experience. Good. Seeing that the people of the War God's Palace were basically about to die out, the Heavenly Eagle gang was starting to stir, and there was also a force of all female players that seemed to be lining up. Yi-sun changed into Ink Rhythm Spectre and walked out from the crowd. Now not out, later wanna squeeze cannot squeeze in, he cannot have long distance skills, cannot do the fire in the chestnuts. In the empty valley, a figure walks slowly towards the boss, not too fast and not too slow, seemingly wanting to take on the boss solo, a scene that caused the players present and those watching the livestream to freeze a little. Only to see that figure wearing a distinctive mask, silhouette line smooth and concise, as if writing landscape sketch, outlining a transcendent mood. Forehead, the bamboo leaf pattern of the huang huang is hidden, seems to be the breeze under the swaying bamboo shadow, exudes a faint fragrance of ink. Slender posture xianong upright, such as waterfalls of ink hair with the wind, footsteps seem to be unhurried, but there is an ineffable leisurely mood. It's like a breeze, floating like an immortal. Chapter 21 Shocking Operations. Big sister, this man. Yi-sun. The veiled lead woman whispered out from the force of all female players in the distance. The mask of the man in front of her was so drawn out that it could only be the immortal artifact facepiece on the leaderboard's Ink Rhythm Spectre. I didn't expect that the famous Yi-sun is actually in our novice village. So handsome he is. Although they couldn't see Yi-sun's appearance, just his stature and temperament, as well as his lips and chin that were so delicate that they couldn't pick out a single flaw, were enough to land ripples in their hearts. Number 1 on the male list, it's really not bad, big sister, you're also number 1, he's quite a match for you, it's just that his brain doesn't seem to be working too well, he actually dared to enter the arena by himself, and also on this kind of occasion. Don't talk nonsense. The other side. Boss. This is definitely that Yi-sun, actually in our novice village. Nonsense, I'm not blind, this guy walks a road with so much energy, damn. Really, ing will walk. Boss, isn't our focus now on the immortal weapon? Isn't it time for us to fulfill the family motto, it's time to steal, right? The desert judge stroked his chin and nodded gently, you're right, a bloodied boss plus an immortal artifact, it's time for us to steal with a purpose. Yi-sun's appearance caused the resentment and anger that filled Mr. Zhao to dissipate a lot. Compared to the immortal weapon, it seemed that losing the boss wasn't something unacceptable. So he transmitted his voice, all of you run the away and hurry back. Immortal weapons have appeared. This time, he decided that he would wait and see and find a good time before striking. As if anyone wouldn't be a fisherman. When the people from the other club saw the tragic situation of the War God's Palace being completely destroyed on the live broadcast, there was a wave of gloating. And when Yi-sun showed up, the live stream heat instantly reached its peak. The pop-ups. Big brother Yi-sun has appeared? What big brother? It's not just a lucky guy, maybe he's a dog trust. This mask is ing awesome. Am I the only one who's curious as to why he chose to show up and fight the boss solo? Does he think he's more powerful than 2,000 players combined? Outrageous wealth makes people inflated, maybe he thinks he's invincible with an immortal weapon. Maybe immortal weapons are really that bullish and can single-handedly defeat bosses. I can already think of the next picture, look at those gawking people around, almost tens of thousands of them, he can't leave safely unless he inserts his wings, right? I don't know who the immortal weapon will end up going to, if I were him, I'd just live with it or simply sell it. Little brother Yi-sun is so handsome duck. Duck? Really? This lady upstairs, please close your legs in public, thank you. Yi-sun saw that there were only 2 or 3 people left in the Battle God's Palace dead and had led the boss to him, so he didn't talk too much and directly slashed up with his sword. Sword drawing. 150. Roar. White Ape King Blood, 13,216 45,000. The boss hatred was successfully drawn to him, and instead of chasing the 2 long-range players, he turned around and roared at him. The boss's hate target was calculated based on damage, and the hate would be transferred to whoever had the highest damage from a single hit, rather than calculating the total damage value. Of course, except for physical cultivation players with taunt skills. Holla hammer. Yi-sun despised it in his heart and took the opportunity to stab another sword at its stomach. 100. The White Ape King's scarlet gaze looked towards Yi-sun and bent down to swing. Seeing this, Yi-sun quickly retreated and managed to dodge its claws, the claw wind slapping against his chest with a sense of oppression. As he retreated, he returned his sword to its sheath, and in the moment when the White Ape King stiffened up after striking the air, he immediately stepped forward to stab at his throat. Miso. Sword drawing. Weakness attack. 229. The Wind Spirit sword was made of metal, and the sound of it being sheathed was far better compared to a wooden sword. When the people from the Battle God Palace attacked just now, not many of them owned metal swords, and even if they did, they all threw the scabbard into their backpacks before the fight started, and there hadn't really been the sound of a sword coming out of its sheath. Now this clear sound of a sword chirping actually made many people go into a trance. It was as if it pulled them from the casual mindset of watching the spectacle to the jingoism all at once. The elegance of the sword cultivator was revealed for the first time. The crowd was not surprised that he was able to break the boss's defense, and even felt that his damage was still a bit low. After all, just now, those long-range players who could only hit 1 point of mandatory damage, after the boss entered the berserk state to lower the defense, the high output would have been able to hit 40 or 50 damage. Yi Sun's damage was not much higher than theirs. That's it? Immortal weapons only add this much damage? I thought it was so powerful. It seems like immortal weapons aren't that powerful. Or maybe mask-type immortal weapons don't add attack? But his movement posture just now was quite handsome, and that sword at the end was very powerful. 3 swords, 3 times with different damage, he has at least 2 skills at hand, right? Seems like it's not. The third sword should have hit the boss's weak point. It's a pity, it would have been better if he was in our village, maybe I could have grabbed the immortal weapon. The crowd felt that although Yi Sun's actions just now were a bit brighter, it was no big deal. However, what came next was when the whole thing went high energy. Only to see Yi Sun, footsteps slightly move, avoid boss attack, and then flexible out of the attack, the sword like a gazelle hanging horn stabbed to the throat, posture is incomparable silky smooth. Then a sword step flashed to the white ape behind, avoiding his shocking ground attack at the same time along the trend of a stab. The land in front of the white ape king trembled, and his fists pounded a lonely one, being set off by Yi Sun to be incomparably bulky. Immediately after that, Yi Sun raised his sword and stabbed straight, chopped horizontally, blocked, and uppercut. Along with his footsteps changing back and forth, he was able to dodge the White Ape King's attacks, and at the same time, he was also able to attack with his sword in a smooth manner, as if it was flowing like water, without the slightest bit of stagnation in his movements. Just like that, Yi Sun actually didn't get touched by the boss even once during the 10 seconds of contact with it. Countless people in the live broadcast room looked dumbfounded, itching to analyze the images from earlier frame by frame again. They thought back to their monster fighting operations, and compared to Yi Sun, they were like grandmothers walking trembling, while Yi Sun was like a bodybuilder doing Thomas pirouettes on the bar. Ping block. Yi Sun blocked with his side sword, utilizing his strength to spin around and return to the wind to the willow. 100. Sword step. Weakness attack. 153. Boom. Struck. Chi blood 448. Godzilla. Chi and blood plus 75. Divine Zephyr. Chi and blood plus 75. Yi Sun was finally too late to dodge and was slapped by the White Ape King's claw and was knocked back several steps. To be able to maneuver around for 10 seconds with a movement speed of 24 before being injured with a movement speed of 52 of the White Ape King was enough to be proud of himself. As time passed, the wind gradually calmed down, as if it could not bear to disturb the gorgeous scene. The clear and bright sound of sword calls buzzed in the minds of countless people. There were few pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and it was quiet as if no one was there. This is a sword cultivator? This is the sword cultivator? Chapter 22 All Out. The sword like a recluse who has left the world behind exudes a deep and quiet aura. When the swordsman swings his sword, the sound of the sword is like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger, and it looks like he is writing a picture scroll between the dances. Or strong and powerful, like a pine and cypress. Or light and graceful, like a weak willow. The elegance of the sword cultivator was like a heavy hammer, hitting straight above everyone's heart. So, the sword is actually played like this? At this moment, although all of them were not so hot as to burst into tears, it was hard to hide their fascination. I actually want to see him just keep fighting until the last sword. The desert judge murmured, his hand was trembling gently, as if it had resonated with the sword in Yi Sun's hand, hating to be like Yi Sun and have a good battle with the boss. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. He knew that the operation was far from the same. The Sky Eagle gang didn't make a move because both Yi Sun and the boss were their targets, and since the two targets were fighting each other, how could they not be fishers of men? By what right? What gives him the right to operate like that? The junior brother beside him was filled with disbelief. We all entered the game at the same time, and most of us are still in the tooth and nail stage. What makes Yi Sun so different? The desert judge laughed. It's simple, such combat experience must be something he brought from reality, like Xiao Wu did. Xiao Wu was a member of their gang that practiced leveling with as much distinction. When others fought chicks for the first time, it was all about you hitting me and me hitting you. But when Xiao Wu first started, he was able to dodge the chicks' attacks from time to time, and at that time, he was even teased by them about his positioning being really flirty. And the reason why Xiao Wu's operation can be stronger than others is because he is a very good sparring player in reality, and has also gotten a good ranking on the national competition. I guess, Yi Sun's identity in reality must be extraordinary. Is he a soldier king? Or maybe a killer? This person seems to be a bit hard to mess with. Then are we still robbing? The judge of the desert was silent. After thinking about it, he spoke. The boss has to be snatched. Anyway, it's not just our side that will snatch it, everyone will snatch it. It's normal to have a fair competition. Didn't he, Yi-sun, snatch the boss from the hands of the war god's palace as well? But let's forget about the immortal weapon for now. But, little dragon, if you have the same attributes as Yi-sun, can you beat this boss? Little dragon froze for a moment and said awkwardly, this estimate is that I'll have to hang in 3 or 2 hits. Right, his strong can not only be brought by immortal weapons, but he is strong in himself. Immortal weapons for him is just the icing on the cake. Think about it, if such a person can come to our Sky Eagle gang, how much wealth can he create for us in the future? Boss, you want to pull him in? Xiaolong pondered for a moment and shook his head. He has been set to refuse everyone to add friends. I guess he wants to be a lone wolf. It should be hard to pull him in. The veiled woman was equally shocked at Yi-sun, but her shock was different from that of the desert judge. Instead, she was shocked at Yi-sun's attributes. Originally, she had the same thoughts as the other players, thinking that Yi-sun's attack damage was really average and did not match his status of being on TV twice. However, just now, when the boss knocked out 448 of his chi and blood in one hit, his blood bar was actually only a small amount less, not even a third. To know, now even full qualification physical cultivation, level 6 is just more than 900 blood, with better equipment to have thousands of blood value. Yi-sun's chi and blood was even higher than a blood bull's while his attack was high? And his blood bar was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He clearly hadn't taken any medicine. This was also too unbelievable. The live broadcast room, which had once again regained its lively atmosphere, also paid attention to this, and after lamenting his godlike operation, then the screen was filled with questions. It's outrageous. Even if the attack is stronger than a full output add-on, the blood quantity is actually higher than a body cultivator? And it can also automatically reply? Automatic blood recovery, is it a skill that comes with immortal weapons? There's also something wrong with his agility. This movement speed of his, it's higher than anyone with an all-sensitive edition. No, is the immortal weapon so strong? Doesn't he have any weaknesses? That said, can you guys tell how he added his attribute points? I can't tell. It seems like there's no particularly strong point, but there's no weak point either. You guys are overlooking one thing. The fact that the cultivation list doesn't have his name means that he's most likely not even at level 5, so maybe he doesn't have many free assignable attribute points at all. It's still true. The system awarded 8 points on each of his attributes. It makes sense that his attributes are well balanced, plus the immortal weapons, resulting in every aspect being strong. Reasonable my ass. Even if he doubles his attribute points again, this attribute value is still unreasonable. I don't sisterly. Strike received. Chi blood 672. Godzilla. Chi and blood plus 75. The White Ape King had a swing skill that nearly hit Yi-sun's aorta, and his blood value was only 1500 only. After taking several hits in a short period of time, his blood level instantly bottomed out, but fortunately, he had Divine Zephyr, and was able to slowly pull the bloodline back. At this time, the boss's blood level has dropped to 4526. Zhao Gongzi's eyes lit up, and it was at this time. It's ready, make your move. Body cultivators go install him, the others will focus on the boss first. If both of these are taken down, each person present today will be paid $5,000. Zhao Gongzi waved his hand and ordered, rather like an heir of the whole place buying the bill. In fact, he was also shocked by Yi-sun's operation and felt that it didn't seem good to offend such a person. If they encountered Yi-sun in the wild in the future, but wherever their numbers were not large enough, with Yi-sun's strength, he would be able to kill them all back to the resurrection point. But the arrow is on the string and has to be sent. He has already notified the club members long ago, and threw down the gauntlet saying that immortal weapons and bosses should be left at least one today. If he suddenly showed his scorn for Yi-sun now, the blow to his prestige would not be 1 point or 2, and he could not care less at the moment. After thinking about it, he thought it was nothing. Yi-sun is no longer strong, but only a player. This is not a single-player game. Personal strength is of no use. If he really dares to show his teeth, the big deal is to kill him back to level 0 and not let him out of the newbie village. Anyway, Yi-sun's blood value looks like it's only about 1500, which is far worse than a boss. When they fought the boss, they were able to knock out more than 30,000 blood without breaking their defense, but with Yi-sun's blood level, he wouldn't even last a single round. The desert judge and the veiled woman also began to order their shots, but they did not target Yi-sun. Since the war god's palace had already gone to block him anyway, there was no need for them to join in on the fun, so they just gave the order to focus on the boss. Yi-sun's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and with the boss's hatred, he started to Qin Wang around the pillar, and easily broke the body cultivator's siege plan. However, although he was able to avoid the body cultivator's siege by doing so, he could not avoid the countless flying attacks. So he circled around to the side behind the boss that had fewer attacks, using the White Ape King's huge body as a block, and staring intently at the flying rambling attacks, he began to position himself and dodge. The arrows that couldn't be avoided were blocked away with the sword, but the mage's beams couldn't be blocked. 31, 28, 42, 25, 39. He and the boss had about the same defense now, taking hits together with about the same damage values popping up on their heads. The difference was that he didn't really have a few damage on his head, while the boss's head was like a snowflake, with a lot of damage values already appearing in the shadows. The White Ape King's blood value was falling by leaps and bounds. 4,181 45,000. 3,625 45,000. 2,906 45,000. 2,322 45,000. Distracted from his attention, Yi Sun's eyes flashed. It was now. Chapter 23 First Kill. Yi Sun circled around to the White Ape King's side with a sword step. Spectral kill. 100. 2,250. Roar. The boss's remaining blood was cleared in one hit. A bunch of things were scattered on the ground, and he collected them all with a wave of his hand without looking at them, then hurriedly began to dodge the flying attacks. If he took a few more damage, he would be hit with an invincibility skill. And along with the boss roaring angrily and collapsing to the ground unwillingly, both the Sky Eagle gang and the Veiled Woman stopped the attacks in their hands, but the War God's palace still didn't stop. So, everyone just watched. Yi Sun, such as in the performance of Lingbo Weiqi General, countless or fast or slow, or left or right. Light and shadow attacks rubbing his body can be swept through, but none of them can hit him. He was actually walking leisurely in the countless light shadows? Although he couldn't see his expression under his mask, he guessed that it must be confident and calm. Is this human? Yi Sun was indeed relaxed. Just now it was difficult to dodge all the attacks because all three parties had struck out. There were attacks in all directions. Now that only one side of the War God Palace is attacking, or from the same direction, it's not hard to dodge, it's just that it's a bit draining. Live streaming room. This operation is unbelievable, blinding my 24K titanium dog eyes. Is he still a human being? Damn, I'm not jealous of his immortal weapon anymore, he does deserve it. That said, where's the announcement? Which side just struck the final blow? Did you guys see it? It seems like it was struck by the Sky Eagle gang. Village 404 can be so chicken exciting. I think I just saw a 4-digit damage value. Are you kidding me upstairs? Stop. The judge of the desert couldn't stand it anymore and waved his sword forward, and the trained members of the Sky Eagle gang took a few steps forward collectively, stopping between the War God's palace and Yi Sun. The scene was instantly quiet. Just then. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun for killing the Chi Condensation Stage boss White Ape King. The first kill of a Chi Condensation Stage boss has been achieved. Rewarded with 500 reputation value, 100 pieces of inferior spirit stones, +1 to all innate qualifications and +3 to all basic attributes. While Yi Sun here was ringing another personal alert. Ding! Congratulations to your team for killing the Chi Condensation Stage boss White Ape King, you have gained 3,000 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Chi Condensation Stage. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 4th level of the Chi Condensation Stage. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 7th level of the Chi Condensation Stage, +1 to all basic attributes and gain 5 points of freely assignable attributes. Ding! As your innate qualifications have reached the upper limit, the reward has been changed to Strength Source Liquid, Physique Source Liquid, Heavenly Charming Immortal Dew, which has been placed in your backpack and can be traded. Yi Sun was excited. In his previous life and in this life, this is the first time he took the first kill reward, and I have to say that the first kill reward for the boss of Ask the Immortals is really too generous. Countless people looked up at the sky, speechless. This first kill reward, the game was crazy, right? In addition to their expected increase in all basic attributes, it actually increased all innate qualifications? It was really a drought that killed the drought and a flood that killed the flood. Yi Sun was already ridiculously strong, and now how can he let others play? But this is not the hardest thing for them. What they are most worried about is that the props that increase innate qualification in Ask the Immortals, is it only the first kill of a boss and the completion of other unique achievements that can produce? If that was the case, they were afraid that if they wanted to increase their qualifications, it would be harder than climbing up to heaven. But it's unlikely that they will give up the game now. Those who come in to play don't want to go out. The attraction of this game is too great. The corners of the desert judge's mouth twitched, and the righteous aura of pulling out a sword just now instantly deflated. No, I'm sick, right? What am I helping him for? The people of the Sky Eagle gang are also looking at each other, thinking, why don't we join the War God's palace and turn around and beat him to death? Sir, namely. What do you mean? Zhao Gongzi glared angrily. The judge of the desert rode the tiger, thought for a moment, and finally and reluctantly uttered his idol's line, I hate bullying the few with the many. Unfortunately, the aura was worlds apart from the judge of the desert in the movie. Grass. You're going against me? It's not the first time anyway. If you don't like it, you bite me? Good use, sir, namely. Since this. The judge of the desert sniffed, and hastily waved his hand in strict anticipation. It seemed like a big battle was unavoidable, and he felt like a second penny now. The green mountains will not change, the green water will flow forever, surnamely, you wait. Brothers, let's withdraw. As soon as Zhao Gongzi's cruel words fell, he turned his head and left without saying a word, watching the corners of the mouth of the Sky Eagle Gang's crowd twitch. Zhao Gongzi is not stupid, just now they attacked Yi Sun, they hit a lonely, that guy is simply as slippery as a loach. Now Yi Sun's attributes have risen by a large margin, this time to fight again, then they are purely looking for death. Now they don't have a few skills, basically relying on the operation of the attack to play, this is for Yi Sun, simply like a fish out of water, can be called invincible. The advantage of the novice village for Yi Sun is just too great. Zhao Gongzi thought that when he got out of the novice village, after everyone had worshipped in the clan and had skills, together with the people from the other villages in the war god's palace converging together, it wouldn't be too late to get back at that time. In his heart, he was even a bit grateful to the desert judge for giving him a step down. Unfortunately, things were not what he had hoped for. Wait. Yi Sun faintly voiced out. Trouble friend to make way, today's mood is good, want to kill some people to help. He didn't want to let go of the war god temple. If it was just now, killing them would have been a bit of a struggle, after all, he had almost emptied his mana when he fought the boss. The crow wolf was an object attack monster, and it took a long time to brush it without popping blue pills to recover mana. And without mana, he couldn't use sword steps, and it was quite a struggle for him to kill all of the war god templars. But now, as he leveled up, the mana values were all restored, not to mention that they had risen by a large margin. So when would it be too late to take this revenge? It just so happens that they have no skills right now, and are at the best stage for bullying. The judge of the desert instantly retreated at his words and smiled. A gentleman has the beauty of an adult, since Brother Yi has such an elegant spirit, then I won't stand in the way. Yi Sun gave him an odd look, why does this guy's speech smell like asking an immortal? Even Brother Yi came out. This son is extraordinary, he is by no means a pool animal. Because he talked like this, the NPCs were very fond of him, maybe he could raise the NPC friendliness and thus get the chance to receive some hidden quest or something like that. No wonder he mixed well in his previous life. In his previous life, Yi Sun has heard of the Desert Judge, the formation of the Sky Eagle Gang, and that Ask the Immortals Chinese service can be ranked in the top 5, and his personal strength is not bad, the top 10 have a place for him, mixing is quite good. Chapter 24 Recruitment. I've never seen such an arrogant person. Mr. Zhao laughed back in anger. Yi Sun laughed equally coldly, now you've seen it. Duke Zhao grimaced, pondering in his mind how he could leave safely without losing his prestige. Speaking of which, there's no deep hatred between my war god palace and you, right? It's just a fight for a boss, didn't you take it from us as well? Yi Sun said indifferently. More than that, when I wanted to go into the private school to upgrade, it was also your war god temple that stopped me from entering, forcing me to come out to fight monsters and upgrade at level 0. Crowd. At these words, there was a slight silence, followed by laughter. Especially the female players who were watching from the side, a silver bell laughter was very pleasing to the ear. Is it true that Yi Sun's achievement was forced out by the Battle God Palace? Mr. Zhao was also speechless and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. This was really stealing a chicken and losing a meter. The live broadcast room was full of flirting, and the first joke of asking Xian came out. I'll cut the crap, the brothers are not your opponents right now, the War God Temple, admit it, but it's not easy for them to upgrade, I want to save their lives, you make a price. It was unwise to completely turn the tables with Yi Sun right now. In addition to having to drop levels, not to mention, the next time he went out to practice again his heart wasn't solid. Maybe Yi Sun would show up from time to time and catch them off guard. But right now, all the major gangs were rushing out of the novice village, wanting to enter the city to grab a head start, and if they fell too far behind, they would lose a lot of money. There is actually such a good thing? Yi Sun's eyes lit up at the words. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel that not many of the heads of these big gangs were cuties. Weighing the pros and cons and such things are just commonplace for them. $10 million. Yi Sun quoted an astronomical figure that made his sister's heart skip a beat, thinking that this guy shouldn't agree, right? After all, he wasn't a little cutie. Okay. Without saying a word, Mr. Zhao directly initiated a transfer of funds to Yi Sun and then flashed away with his gang. This wave of operation, not only can he leave peacefully, but also can make the brothers in the gang grateful to him to save the lives of the people, and even he may even get a reputation of loving the gang members, simply win the hemp. As for the loss of $10 million that's called money? The Honorable Mr. Zhao wouldn't care about that small amount of money. Yi Sun, Xining. Poverty limited their imagination. Yi Sun was still thinking that as long as he cut the price too hard, he would come out, but he didn't realize that people didn't care at all. TSK. $10 million in hand, no worries about food and clothing, now he didn't even have any desire for real money. After the scattered players who were watching dispersed, Yi Sun waved to Xining, who was not far away, and transferred all the money to her. Sister, withdraw your cash. It's so easy to make your sister happy. He suddenly realized a problem, that is the reward for his first kill of the boss, those qualification pills were undoubtedly going to be given to Xining, and now even the money was given together. This wave, sisters simply won hemp. And she won so quietly that no one knew she was the biggest winner. No wonder there's a saying, men conquer the world, women conquer men. TSK, the ancients are true to their word. Xining received the money and frowned her good-looking eyebrows. There's actually a 1% handling fee for withdrawing cash. $100,000 disappeared for nothing. This is too black. Yi Sun was dumbfounded. The game can transfer money to the character's name and then withdraw cash. This operation seems to be a bit pantsless, but more or less can protect the personal safety of some players. At least will not be people according to the transfer information to check the reality of the real identity. If the transaction is between acquaintances, then negotiate the price and transfer the money directly offline. Ha ha. Congratulations, Brother Yi. Today is really a great show, full of rewards. Nah, get to know each other. I am the Desert Judge, the Heavenly Eagle Gangmaster. The Desert Judge laughed aloud and walked forward. Yi Sun smiled faintly. Nice to meet you. The Desert Judge had a self-congratulatory look as he walked closer to Yi Sun and lamented. Truth be told, I am really familiar with Brother Yi at first sight. Brother Yi's style today has shocked me. I'm sure that many people now have the idea of playing Sword Cultivator. Yi Sun was non-committal. He didn't know about the live broadcast, but he expected that when he fought the boss, someone would definitely videotape it and upload it to the forums, and it's normal to cause a dramatic reaction. As for Sword Cultivation, that was a big pit. Not everyone can play Sword Cultivation well, and the vulnerable period in the early stages of Sword Cultivation is not that good. Moreover, the Sword sect is not that good to go to. Or rather, the requirements of every top-tier sect were not low, and second-rate sects were better to enter. I feel that I am in the same category as Brother Yi. Oh? What do you mean by that? Yi Sun also matched his flavor of asking immortals, and his words also became jaded, listening to Xining and the women's club members on the side who were overjoyed. Nowadays, players are treating Ask Immortal as a game. Their mentality is that of playing a game and their thinking is that of a modern person, but I can sense that Brother Yi is not. Brother Yi seems to have an immortal heart, and Brother Yi's sword seems to have a life, and what shook me today was not only Brother Yi's operation, but also this distinctive essence of Brother Yi. What I just said about meeting Brother Yi at first sight is not polite, but I love this fresh world as much as Brother Yi does, and although the service was open for just one day, I have an intuition that this game can fulfill my dream of immortality. Rounding up the dream of immortal knight-errantry? This is really true. In the future, players will fulfill the fairy dream, but not necessarily a beautiful dream. Yi Sun could feel that he was speaking sincerely, like he was showing his true feelings. Indeed, this game is charming. He was a loner, and had some difficulty communicating with strangers, unwilling to talk much. The judge of the desert also saw that he did not like to communicate with others, so he opened the door and said, Brother Yi, you are someone I admire. I would love to work with you. I wonder if you are willing to come to my Sky Eagle gang? As long as you come, the vice gang leader will be yours. Of course, the position doesn't represent a subordinate relationship. You and I are brothers and equal in status. Whatever you want to do, the entire Sky Eagle gang will support you. As for the annual salary, how do you think about 100 million? Or you make a number. It had to be said that this solicitation from the desert judge was indeed very sincere. Playing a game and offering $100 million a year, if this is released, I don't know how many people's jaws will drop. Yi Sun is actually not averse to him. In his previous life, his reputation for righteousness was widespread, and his character evaluation was still good, and just now he also kindly stood up for him, although with a component of interest, but the saint on the traces regardless of the heart, goodwill is goodwill. Yi Sun just now is also considered to be forced to owe him a favor, although that is not what he wants to owe, but also fortunately just a very small favor. If he was really saved by his words just now, then it would be hard to refuse now, or else he would appear to be ungrateful. Of course, he who was really bailed out by a sentence might not be worth $100 million a year. Chapter 25, Dividing the Spoils. I'm sorry, I'm a person who is used to being idle. If I want to find forces to accommodate me in the future, the Sky Eagle gang will be the first choice. The desert judge was not surprised by Yi Sun's answer. He had already seen some of Yi Sun's character traits just now. It would be strange if he could agree to it, but after all, he still had to test it out. Have Brother Yi this sentence: today will not be false. Tianyi Gang's door will always be open for Brother Yi. Brother Yi if useful to Tianyi Gang place, despite the opening. The desert judge swept his eyes at the women's gang not far away and laughed. Miss Lin seems to have been waiting for Brother Yi. Then I won't bother you, Brother Yi, goodbye. After adding his friends, he left with his gang. After walking away, Little Dragon asked suspiciously, Boss, was what you just said true? The desert judge gave him a blank look. What? Am I a hypocrite in your eyes? After saying that, he sighed again. Yi Sun is a straightforward person. The saying that a gentleman's friendship is as light as water applies to him. It would be a blessing to be a friend recognized by him, but his heart is too defensive. It's hard to become his friend. Xiao Long didn't quite understand and said doubtfully, but do we really have to be at his beck and call? I can't wait for him to think of our Heavenly Eagle gang more often, but unfortunately for someone as lonely and arrogant as him, the times he uses us are probably not many. Throwing in the towel, people like him, the more you give, the more he gives back. As much as I don't want to think in terms of benefits, that's the way things are in the world. Judge of the desert sighed lightly, I'm somewhat envious of his dashing energy.
Ha! Boss, you can't leave us behind.
The desert judge blankly glanced at him and squeezed out a word through his teeth. Grass. Yi-sun looked towards the women's club not far away, and the veiled woman in the center looked a bit cranky. Although it is a women's club, warbling, but not all are beautiful, the reality of which there are so many internet-addicted beauty, but also collective pile? But that Miss Lin, although she was wearing a veil and her looks were unknown, she could still be seen to be different, with an aura that was clearly out of place with those female players.
Surname Lin?
Then again, these second-generation people who play the game a lot really know each other well. Mr. Zhao is honest, his name is simple and concise, my name is Zhao.
He is a second generation.
The veiled woman came curling up with a graceful figure, and spoke when she reached the near front.
Yi-sun, can I add a friend?
Her voice was pleasant and melodious, with a hint of softness, gentle and decent, making people feel like spring breeze. The word great lady was displayed to the fullest in her.
You are?
My name is Shallow Dreams, and I've formed a small club with some sisters, the Lotion Pavilion. Shallow Dream, the #1 female player on the temporary Rouge list, Yi-sun was still quite impressed. It was because she was randomly ranked above her sister. Shallow Dream, this person, the previous life Yi-sun did not have much impression, but Luotian Pavilion, is slightly heard of, had a flash in the pan, and then disbanded, do not know what happened. He looked at Xining, saw that she had no reaction, quiet and natural, so he agreed to add friends. In fact, he didn't really want to add, but with this warm and soft gesture from others, it was a bit embarrassing to refuse. Yi-sun's character is still a little bit of soft refusal, never because the other side is a beautiful woman he did not want to refuse.
Never. Asamu looked at Xining, seemingly misunderstanding the relationship between the two, and explained.
I don't mean anything else, I just want to get acquainted, there might be a place for cooperation in the future. Yi-sun nodded, didn't say anything, just sent a friend request towards her. He set up to reject everyone's application, others couldn't take the initiative to add him.
Is Yi-sun your real name?
Yi-sun sniffed and said in surprise, who would play a game with their real name?
Shallow Dream was dumbfounded, and after a shallow smile, she politely excused herself and led the members to fight monsters not far away.
This was a level 6 practice area, still very suitable for them to practice, and the Sky Eagle gang was not far away. Yi-sun, on the other hand, led Xining to a secluded place.
Started dividing the spoils.
Opening his backpack and looking at it, it was fortunate that the spirit stones only took up one compartment, or else there wouldn't even be enough to put them in. Tisk sis, all these qualification pills are yours, it's almost like winning hemp. Xining was very happy, and without saying anything, she first took the charm pill and then looked at the Rouge ranking.
Rouge ranking? First, concentration. Second, shallow dreams.
It was fortunate that Asamu's innate charisma qualification was 9 instead of 10, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to reach the top.
Xining thought in her heart, this should lock down the rankings, right?
After all, the upper limit of innate qualifications was 10, and the special attributes attached to equipment that exceeded 10 points wouldn't make the list.
Humph.
Little Shallow Dream, actually trying to G-attract her brother. Many players noticed the change in Nimbus's ranking and were a bit confused for a while. Concentration must have increased the innate charm qualification before suddenly reaching the top, but the system announcement didn't ring out. Logically speaking, such a precious prop should be on the announcement as soon as it was obtained. What was certain now was that the original #1 Shallow Dream charm value wasn't 10.
When you think about it, it's actually normal. How in the world can there be a truly perfect person?
Everyone will have a little bit of flaws, 9 should be the limit. I think the first son of the list of Yi-sun should also be 9 points of charisma value, right? Yi-sun checked up on the other things that the boss had popped, then was instantly stunned. The 3 pieces of equipment were Xian Yufan, Qi Condensation Stage Xian Weapon, 20 meters attack distance. Additional attributes, Spirit Law +10, Agility +9, Spell Damage +30, Hit +5. Phantom Butterfly Zither, Qi Condensation Stage Xian Weapon, 30-meter attack distance. Additional attributes, Spiritual Laws +10, Agility +8, Spell Damage +30, Control Hit Rate +6%.
Wind Treading Boots, Qi Condensation Stage Spiritual Artifact, wearable by males.
Additional attributes, Agility +5, Movement Speed +12, Dodge +10.
There are 2 more skill books. Berserk Battle Intent, Xian Rank Spirit Skill, can be learned at Qi Condensation Stage.
Skill effect, after activation, you will enter a berserk state, physical attack, spell attack, and movement speed will increase by 30%, and evasion and defense will decrease by 50% for 30 seconds. Use restriction, can be activated when blood value is lower than 30%, and the state will be lifted instantly when blood value is higher than 30%.
Consumption, 200 mana. Cooldown, 180 seconds.
Moon Soul Phantom Dream Song, Xian Rank Spirit Skill, can be learned at Qi Condensation Stage. Skill effect, plays a dream like Moon Soul music, causing up to 5 targets within a 30-meter range to fall into a state of slumber. During the target's slumber, a layer of moon soul marks will be stacked on their body every second, and the marks will be detonated at once when the target wakes up. Each layer of marks will deal real damage to the target equal to the player's spell attack, and the marks can't be purified to remove them. Base control probability 30%, base control time 5 seconds. Limitation of use can only be activated with sound weapons. Skill consumption 200 mana. Cooldown time 30 seconds. And the last prop is Fruit of Enlightenment Mortal. It can upgrade a full proficiency mortal rankable skill by 1 rank of quality. High luck is just more stuff to pop, but not necessarily for me. This boss, on the other hand, was very facetious, bursting things that were perfect for him and Xi-Ning. Chapter 26, Sword Step Advancement. The skill level division in Ask the Immortal is similar to that of equipment, with the same 7 grades. The first 5 ranks are Mortal rank, Spiritual rank, Xian rank, Earth rank, and Heaven rank. Further up were the immortal arts and avatars, which one was only qualified to learn after the second turn, provided one could obtain them, and the immortal arts and avatars were very precious. Yisun traded both the illusory butterfly zither and the moon soul illusory dream song secret books to Xi-Ning. It just so happens that you're going to break into the secret realm. This skill came at the right time, it's foolproof now. The damage dealt by Moon Soul Phantom Dream Song wasn't much, it was just comparable to a panel spell attack. The skills of Myriad Voice's profession were mainly control-oriented, and the damage dealt was basically true damage, but Myriad Voice majored in Divine Sense, and the spell damage was very low, so even if it was true damage, the actual effect was very poor. The good thing is that when fighting bosses can break 100% defense, but the premise is that you have to control. Xi-Ning arched her eyebrows and smiled happily. I'll make you a delicious meal tonight. Xian rank weapons plus Xian rank skills, she was now the proper second person in the game. However, in fact, the skill, Moon Soul Phantom Dream Song, wasn't worth much outside of the novice village. Players could exchange it with contribution points after entering the Misty Mirage Mansion, but it was very hard to learn the skill in the novice village, and it was now extraordinarily valuable. As for Yi Sun's berserk battle intent, it doesn't belong to the clan, whether it's strong or not is secondary, the rarity is second to none, and he's probably the only person in the game who can learn it. He threw the original mortal cloth shoes he was wearing to the virtual bazaar, replaced them with wind treading boots, and learned berserk battle intent again. Ding! Congratulations on your realization of the skill Berserk Battle Intent, current proficiency, 0-100,000. This skill was a bit of a death wish for others, but Ji-sun especially liked it fit him well. When brushing monsters and practicing, even if he only maintains 30% of his blood value, with his operation, he is not afraid of being killed by monsters. Unfortunately, this skill was nerfed by stripping it from the White Ape King. While the White Ape King's skill could last until he died as long as his blood dropped below 30%, it now only lasted for 30 seconds, but it also had the added effect of increasing spell attacks, so there were gains and losses. Yi-sun took out the Fruit of Enlightenment. Again, the rarity of this thing was barely much worse than a qualification pill. Currently, the only skill he has with the advanceable mark is Sword Step, which is one of the most practical skills for sword cultivators. So he didn't hesitate to use it on his sword steps. Ding! Congratulations on the successful advancement of your skill Sword Steps. Sword Stance, Spirit Level Stance. Restrictions on use, sword players. Proficiency, 0-10,000. Skill effect, move quickly to the side of an enemy within 10 meters, cannot be used when there is no target, can be advanced. Consumption, 100 mana. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The original Sword Step, which could only be used on close range targets, had a cooldown of 10 seconds. Now the castable distance has been increased, and the cooldown time has been reduced. Yi-sun was extremely satisfied. The proficiency of low-rank skills went up very well. Every time a skill was used, it would increase the proficiency equal to the enlightenment value. Yi-sun could increase his proficiency by 20 by using sword steps once, and just by fighting a White Ape King, he had increased around 600 points, and had already practiced it to the fullest. The role of proficiency is very big. When the proficiency is full, it will enhance the effect of the skill. Each skill enhances in a different direction. Some will permanently reduce the skill cooldown time, while others will increase the skill effect. It's still hard to get your proficiency up to full and high-level skills. For example, Xi-Ning, with an enlightenment value of 8, could only increase his proficiency by 8 points by using the skill once, while the full proficiency value of the Moon Soul Phantom Dream Song was 100,000. With a 30-second cooldown, even without sleep or rest, it would take more than 4 days to cultivate it fully. As for the skills above the Earth rank, it would take even longer. Ha! Sis, how come your strength qualification hasn't changed? It's still 24 points, didn't you take any medicine? Yi-sun was puzzled. He asked Xi-Ning to share her attributes, but saw that her strength qualification was still 24. Xi-Ning nodded and pulled out the power source liquid. The power attribute isn't much use to the profession I'm switching to, right? This can be sold for money. Yi-sun was dumbfounded. His sister was really a fortune hunter. Eat it, there's no useless attribute in this game. Power is also important to you, you'll know later. Okay.
Chapter 27, The Rich Woman Comes to the Door. After dividing the spoils, Yi-sun was about to bring Si-ning to continue brushing the Tsang wolves when he saw Shallow Dream walking over again. Yi-sun, Ningshan. She greeted with a soft voice. Obviously, she had already been added as a friend and could have said something in the voice transmission, but she walked over to show her respect, and her attitude was really a breath of fresh air. Yi-sun had to admit that this was a woman that made it impossible to feel bad. Hello, is something wrong? Asamu stared at Yi-sun's mask, her eyes clear. I didn't realize that there really is someone with 10 points of innate charisma value in the world. I really want to know what kind of face you have under your mask. These words seemed like she was being curious, but she was actually praising Yi-sun's looks. No matter if it was a man or a woman, being praised would be happy. Yi-sun was accustomed to being praised by people but did not have any happy emotions and only frowned at her words, pondering her intentions. Soon he figured out that Shallow Dream should have guessed from the change in Ning Xian's ranking in the Rouge ranking that Ning Xian had eaten props. Nowadays, the only person who had received a charm value reward was Yi-sun. Since Yi-sun was able to transfer the rewards he had received to Congealed Heart, it meant that Yi-sun was most likely originally a full charisma value, and any further rewards he received would be converted into tradable props. This woman was smart enough to guess it a step ahead of the others. So, you're thinking? Asamu was a little surprised to see that he didn't want to talk much about looks. When ordinary men saw her, they always couldn't take their eyes off of her, and with the veil on, she had a hazy beauty, as well as a different kind of attraction, which gave people the urge to lift her veil. But Yi-sun is not. Shallow Dream can feel, 2 times to meet. Yi-sun look at her eyes without a trace of desire, only deep and calm. But wherever Yi-sun had a trace of curiosity about her, he would definitely pick up the conversation at this point. Since you're curious, then you take off your veil, I'll take off my mask, and we'll have a frank meeting? Or maybe just take off the mask to satisfy her curiosity, which could quickly bring the two of them closer. But Yi-sun did not, still really a peculiar man. Players don't show their friendliness to each other, otherwise Yi-sun would have definitely heard the alert that Asamu's friendliness had increased. Yi-sun, Ning Xian, if you acquire any more qualification pills that you can't use in the future, can you prioritize selling them to me? I can offer the highest price in the market to acquire them. Yi-sun was silent and did not answer at first. He believed that he would still be able to get the system rewards in the future, especially the charisma qualification pill. There would definitely be more of them. After all, both his and Si-ning's charisma values were already full. And Shallow Dream's goal was actually this, she just didn't say it explicitly. Seems like this stuff is pretty attractive to women. But Yi-sun wasn't interested in real money anymore. They didn't need to buy a house, the most they could do was to buy another car, as well as what they needed for their daily lives and whatnot, and the $10 million they had accidentally earned just now was already completely enough. As for selling spirit stones, at this stage, the spirit stones that players possessed were still too small to sell at a high price. So Yi-sun spoke up. We'll talk about it when the time comes. If we want to sell it, we can look for you first. Thanks. Asamu was pleased. Personally, she didn't value false names that much, but as a power leader, false names should be fought for to help the development of the power. By the way, are you going to switch to FA cultivation? Yi-sun saw that the weapon she was using was a paintbrush, which belonged to a type of FA cultivation weapon. In Ask the Immortals, if you want to talk about the profession with the most types of weapons, the legal cultivator is the first one deservedly. There are about a dozen kinds of them, such as fans, scrolls, brushes, seals, whisks, and so on. It is said that the mainstream over there in the West is the staff, with very little overall variety. Similar equipment below the earth weapon has similar attributes attached to it, with only a difference in appearance. Whereas, when a skill is attached to an earth weapon or above, it will show different skill characteristics based on the appearance of the equipment. Yes, my spirit law qualifications are not bad, seeing as the raiders are more suited to law cultivation. Yi-sun nodded and pulled out the Xianyu fan. Do you want this one? The chi condensation stage Xian weapon was only worth money now. When the players were out of the novice village, this thing would be obsolete, and selling it now was the most appropriate time. Originally Yi-sun wanted to throw it to the bazaar for bidding, but since he bumped into a rich woman, it's not bad to save a handling fee. Moreover, the bazaar might not sell it for a high price, and there are not many people who know what they are talking about now. Wow! It's actually an arcane weapon. Asamu was surprised. At this stage of the game, there weren't many players who used spirit weapons, let alone metaphysical weapons. It was worthy of Yi-sun. How much? Yi-sun thought about it and opened a $2 million. Shallow Dream without saying anything, no hesitation to transfer money directly. In fact, she had some feeling in her heart that Yi-sun was hacking her, and that this thing was hanging in the bazaar, definitely not selling at this price. Because now, the white suit has dropped from the original thousands of dollars to a few hundred, and the spiritual weapon will sell for a few tens of thousands of dollars at most. It wasn't because the equipment had flooded the market, but the cost effectiveness was too low. Chi condensation stage upgrade speed is very fast. A little liver, 1 or 2 days can reach level 10 to leave the novice village. Now spend a lot of money to buy chi condensation stage equipment is a bit not worth it.
Especially now, the head players are not far from level 10, even if it's an arcane weapon, it's unlikely to sell for 2 million. But she didn't hesitate for a second, now she used 2 million to buy Yi-sun a favor and paved the way for buying qualification medicine in the future. Her attitude of transferring money without hesitation also really impressed Yi-sun. In fact, he was also clear that the arcane weapon was now hanging in the bazaar and would definitely not sell for 2 million, but he wasn't pitting Shallow Dream. Shallow Dream will soon know, this 2 million spent exactly how worth it. After the deal was over, Yi-sun took Si-ning and continued to the Kangwolf region, watching the people of Luotian Pavilion and Sky Eagle Gang in a daze. Associated with the fact that Yi-sun killed bosses and his cultivation didn't even make it to the top of the list, they then realized the reason why the condensation level was so high. It turned out to be Yi-sun who had been taking her to fight level 10 monsters and had given her the tail blade. Now that's true love. Yi-sun killed the White Ape King and rose a full 5 levels, but Si-ning only rose less than a level. Her own level was higher than the boss and her experience was cut severely. At this time, Yi-sun's attributes have increased by a large margin. Killing wolves can be much easier than before. It only took less than an hour to send Si-ning to level 10. The two of them returned to the novice village. The novice village was now bustling with players. There were still a lot of them, and every now and then there were people who had just entered the game from work. The War God Temple accepts people, takes you to practice leveling, guarantees your personal safety, and there are all kinds of benefits. Sky Eagle Gang accepts people, can protect you from being bullied by the War God Palace. Take a look and see, 1 piece of white armor 600 Chinese coins, 2 pieces 10% off, can't lose if you buy it, can't be fooled. Yi-sun and Si-ning looked around in the novice village. Actually, all these NPCs can take quests, but they are all quests like killing low-level monsters and finding low-level materials. We've been killing wolves, so there's no need to take them. They slowly walked to the medicine store. Young man, is there anything you want to buy? I have a good price here, and it's all fair game. Good value for money my ass, Yi-sun skimmed his mouth. Take the healing pill that he killed the wolf and popped out. It restored a total of 300 points of chi and blood value in 5 seconds. A piece of lower grade spirit stone could only buy 2 healing pills. Not many people would be willing to buy it. Boss, do you recycle healing pills here? The owner of the medicine store smiled and said. It can be recycled. 5 healing pills for 1 lower grade spirit stone. Yi-sun. True Jill Black. Chapter 28 Giving Last Words. He had quite a few healing pills, but with the divine Zephyr skill in place, he basically couldn't use the blood returning pills, leaving some for his sister's use and recycling all the rest. There were more than 100 pills in total. And they were sold for 20 spirit stones. Then he pulled out another 30 spirit stones. Boss, come with 100 packs of spirit returning scatter. Si-ning's mana value was just over 300. A single skill release would require 200 points to be consumed. Buying blue pills was a must, and Yi-sun didn't have a means to restore blue, so it would be good to have some more. His spirit stone is not much. Kill the White Ape King gave more than 100 pieces. Kill a few hours of pale wolves only gave more than 60 pieces. This all of a sudden spend 30 pieces of spirit stone, or very painful. Ding. Pharmacy owner's friendliness towards you plus 10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed. Grass, how realistic. Yi-sun made a belly laugh and sold all the useless materials such as the wolf teeth that he had fought to the grocery store, and then led Si-ning towards the village headman. Hello village chief. Oh, you two young people, it seems like we're meeting for the first time, right? I didn't realize that your cultivation is already so exquisite. That's rare, young people nowadays nah, really. Goodbye village chief. Village chief. Yi-sun was not intentionally flirting with him, but suddenly thought of something and hurriedly pulled Si-ning to turn into a side alley. Sis, I'll show you a big baby. Si-ning? Yi seeked to pull out. Oh no, it's picking. He plucked off the ink rhythm spectre and handed it to Si-ning. This is for you. The characteristics of the ink rhythm spectral grove were simply that it could not be dropped or stolen. Trading is possible. Si-ning froze for a moment. What are you giving me this for? I don't want it, this is too important to you. The younger brother is also too good blah? But it really wasn't raised in vain. Not, you were going to fight the trial secret realm soon, where this is more stable, after the fight and then return me is, honestly, now this mask is really more useful to me. Si-ning. Although she wouldn't take it even if it was really given to her, but the stinky brother is too straight, big straight man. Si-ning was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Hello village chief. The old man village chief couldn't help but speak in a serious tone when he saw the two of them walking out of the alley again. Oh, young man, we meet again. You now young people can be really energetic, but the old man is a passerby, or to remind you of a sentence, young people can pay attention to moderation know that the color can be barren people's hearts. When the blood of the young is not yet set. The young do not know. Ahem, the village chief you misunderstand, I just give her a baby in the alley can better fight the secret trial. This goatee old man just had a face of regret and remorse. 9 times out of 10, he had thought of something sad. Yi-sun would not empathize with him. Moreover, they entered the alley for less than 3 minutes in total. Who was the one to be insulted? Blanche.
So it is like this, cough cough. It seems that you guys already know about the secret trial. Is it this girl child who wants to break into the secret realm? Not bad, the cultivation is enough. The old man suggests that you break into the difficult mode, although the difficult mode may be a bit difficult for you, but young people should be brave to challenge. This immodest old man is a bit wordy. The secret realm was divided into 4 difficulties: normal, difficult, nightmare, and abyss. Every player who leveled up to level 10 and wanted to leave the novice village would be notified that they would have to get a proof of passing the trial secret realm before they could leave. Right now, the only one who had reached level 10 was Ning, so no one knew about the secret realm of trials, which led to the devaluation of chi condensation stage equipment. And when they knew about the secret realm, the price of high-quality equipment would skyrocket. Village chief, she picked nightmare difficulty. Nightmare, huh? Are you sure? Old man and you, hard mode is better to pass some, nightmare difficulty that's. Sure. Yi Sun gritted his teeth. The proof of passing the trial mystery realm was important and related to the choice of the sect. Yi Sun was undoubtedly going to pass the abyss mode. In addition to choosing a clan, there was also the requirement of that divine artifact quest of his. No one had cleared the abyss mode in his previous life. Yi Sun didn't know exactly how difficult it was, but even if it was difficult, he had to find a way to get through it, and anyway, if he failed the trial, he could enter again. As for the nightmare mode, if it wasn't for the fact that Ning had gotten the Xian rank skill, then there really wasn't much hope of passing it. Because she majored in divine sense, the damage is very poor, even break the boss's defense cannot do, also no body skills to avoid attacks, it is easy to be killed. But now it's different, Xian rank skill plus immortal weapon should be able to pass the nightmare. Well, young people have great courage. In that case, you should say goodbye for a while, and explain the legacy of oh yes, you people of the other world can be resurrected, it's so good, if only the old man had this ability back in the day, it would have been. Yi Sun with a black line on his face, pulling Ning to one side to give an account. Sister, remember what I taught you, observe the boss skill release pre-movement, and position, your 31 attack distance, very good kite, try to pass once, the first to leave the novice village. Okay, don't worry brother, I think I'm strong and scary now. Yi Sun. The immortal weapon was indeed too brutal. When Ning rose to level 10, it was originally just 480 blood value. And after wearing the immortal weapon, the full attributes increased by 20 points, and added another 50% of the blood, and now it directly became 1300 blood value, which went up several times. All the other attributes had also gone up quite a bit, so it was no wonder she was so bloated. Paying 30 spirit stones, Ning successfully entered the nightmare trial. Yi Sun thought about it and decided to go offline. After playing for so long again, Ning might be on the verge of hypoglycemia again, and it was inconvenient for her to replenish her energy now, in case she had a hard time with her body on the way to break in. At home, waking up Yi Sun really saw her face pale again. So he found out the sugar cubes, mashed them and then pinched her small mouth and fed them in. The other milk and bread and so on were also fed some, which made her face rosy again. With that, Yi Sun made another call to the Ask the Immortals company, ordered 2 game bins, and asked them to come to the door and install them now. The weapon he sold to Shallow Dreams cashed out 1,980,000, plus the 20,000 or so he had from the previous sale of the white suit, which was just enough to buy 2 gaming warehouses. Dum. Not far downstairs was the Ask the Immortals store, and the worker masters transported 2 gaming silos in less than 10 minutes. Yi Sun opened the door in his wheelchair. He has been paralyzed in the lower half of his body since he was a child, and now that he is suddenly well, it is a little difficult to explain, and it is easy to cause unnecessary attention, so it is better to continue to disguise himself, and he doesn't go out much anyway. The main reason was that his strength was not yet at the point of recklessness now, and he couldn't ignore any attention. Where is the installation, sir? Yi Sun thought for a moment and pointed to his bedroom. Both units are installed in that bedroom. Okay. Over the years, Ning was used to giving Yi Sun the best of the best, and the master bedroom had always been his. Ning's second bedroom is very small, and the lighting is also average, so if he stays for a long time during the day, it is easy to affect photosynthesis and cause stunting, so it is better to play games in his bedroom. After installing the game warehouse, and waiting for the master to leave, Yi Sun came back to the next door and started knocking on the door. Chapter 29, Old Man Sends You a Creation. Unfortunately, after knocking on the door for a long time, there was still no movement inside the house. Yi Sun listened carefully, there was indeed no one inside. With his current strength, if he listened with his heart, he could hear breathing through the door. This asshole, where can he go to wave on a big weekend? Yi Sun, who was online again, didn't go to fight monsters in practice. With the immortal weapon out of his hand, his attributes dropped by a large amount, and his efficiency in fighting monsters wasn't high. Anyway, the first in the novice village is going to be given to his sister, and there is no reward for the second, so he is not in a hurry. He was bored, so he looked for the village chief to chat. Older brother village chief, you've been standing here all this time, eyes not dry? Do not do, I will blink, but also these days busy some, need to guide you, after some days when you leave almost, the old man will be easy, can continue to go to find Li widow. Cough. Oh, village chief, the ruins in the west that are bigger than our village, do you know? Why do people who go in there die? That ruin? That's a long story. It starts with the old man's grandpa's 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 grandpa. Why is this old man still cursing? Anyway, no one knows exactly what's in that ruin, and no one knows why you'll die if you go in there. Thank you, village chief. You're welcome, young people are so polite. Ding. The village chief's friendliness towards you is +10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed. Village chief, why don't you guys go live in the Nine Heavens continent? The map of the Chinese service of Ask the Immortals was called the Nine Heavens continent, which was the place beyond the novice village. Alas. The Nine Heavens continent cannot be good mix, I say to you, that place countless high people, all day fighting, ere you. Here is much more comfortable, no fighting and killing, quiet and peaceful. In fact, the main reason is that this teleportation array cannot transmit cultivation more than the gas condensation period. Yi Sun. A whole lot of crap, just the last sentence works. It seems that these NPCs in the novice village, all of which are above the chi condensation stage, are not very good at robbing. The above chi condensation stage is the foundation stage. Want to break through is need to build foundation. Dan, novice village cannot have that thing, but do not have to worry about someone will exceed the level cannot leave here. The foundation stage is considered to be a real step into the threshold of immortal cultivation. You can learn perception techniques, that is, a small range of divine sense outward. You can also learn aerial arts, imperial flight, and so on. Flying skills generally required continuous mana consumption, and with a normal player's mana value at the foundation stage, it was a struggle to fly for a few minutes. Yi Sun was stronger than them, but only to a limited extent. After all, he wasn't the main addition of spirit magic. He imagined that he could fly. With a sword in reality, that is the taste that is wonderful. When he waited for the foundation establishment stage, he wouldn't have to worry too much about his safety and security in reality, and some less powerful thermal weapons shouldn't be much of a threat to him. By the way, village chief, do you know the origin of that old beggar in the village? The strength is quite strong, it's just that his temper is a bit foul. The village chief sniffed and his face became grave. That old guy came out here all of a sudden 3 years ago. When he first appeared, his image was quite normal. He was just godly every day, looking around for small children, saying that he wanted to find a well-qualified seedling to go to the Nine Heavens continent to help him with a matter. We all think he is a liar, maybe want to use the good qualification of small children to practice what evil skills, even if it is not, but go to the ninth continent will never come back, a goodbye is a lifetime, who are not willing to part with the child. Alas. Speaking of this matter, the old man I worry that the old man looked on the Lee widow's family's little child, want to wait for the little doll to learn to walk on the scent to the Nine Heavens continent, for him to do things, the old man cannot be dissuaded, the old thing strong strength of the terrible. You don't know, Lee widow these days, every day in tears, all day hugging the old. In short, I think that guy is not a good person. The village chief stroked his goatee and had a sad face. Well, as usual, there is no useful information. Yi Sun didn't want to chat with him anymore, so he casually said, "Village chief, you don't have to worry, I've already taken that old guy's mission to help him go to the Nine Heavens continent to do his job, he shouldn't bother your widow Lee anymore." Is this true? Yi Sun showed him the subquests, and there was no information written on top of the subquests that rewarded divine artifacts. Ding! The village chief's friendliness towards you is +30, current friendliness, 40 sympathetic. Actually added 30 at once? That might be good for something. Yi Sun was a bit excited. And the village chief was even more excited than him. A young man, you've done old me a great favor. Now I can finally coax widow Lee, she has promised old me. Ahem. You do not misunderstand, the old man and Lee widow is just a normal best friend, pipe abalone friendship, you know, right? It is just a deeper friendship. When the old man was still young, with Lee widow. Yi Sun pinched his thighs and resisted the urge to give him a sword. What's that, village chief? I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Yi Sun pretended to leave. If he listened to his nonsense any longer, he didn't know when he would go on. Wait, young man, it suddenly occurred to me that you were able to reach that old guy's conditions, so I guess your innate qualifications are pretty good, right? It's alright, the basic qualifications are all 100, but the enlightenment is a bit worse, only 20, alas. Village chief. It's actually an immortal's talent, good boy. TSK, I feel as if the old man sees a dazzling new star rising in the Nine Heavens continent. You kid seems to be a restless master, that girl child you dared to encourage her to challenge the nightmare mystery realm. I'm afraid that your kid is not even satisfied with the nightmare difficulty, right? Yi Sun coyly said, well, the late generation wants to go to the abyssal secret realm to see the scenery. Ha ha ha. Not bad, you kid has the style of the old man back then. You what's your name again? Have the style of your old bird back then? Bah. If it wasn't for waiting for his sister to come out, he really didn't want to stay here. Late generation Yi Sun. Good. Yi Sun brat, old me sees that you're easy on the eyes. If you can really pass the abyssal secret realm, old me will send you a creation. Yi Sun. Benefits came. Sure enough, 30 friendliness is not added for nothing.
He nearly burst into tears. He hadn't been destroyed by this old man for so long for nothing. However, to be able to add 30 friendliness at once, in addition to the fact that he had accidentally helped the village chief, it was also related to his high charisma value. If he were any other player, he would probably be lucky to add 10 points. It's just that this is a novice village. What else can be created? It can't be another immortal weapon, can it? No matter what, it's better than nothing. Isun thanked the old man and casually cupped a few lines of horse's ass, causing the village chief's old face to bloom like a daisy. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Ning Xian for passing the Novice Village Nightmare Level 100 Flowers Secret Realm for the first time, rewarded with 500 points of reputation value, 300 pieces of lower grade spirit stones, and 10 points of free attributes. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Concentration for reaching the Novice Village Nightmare Mystery Pass achievement, rewarding permanent title Nightmare Hunter I, title effect, plus 3% effect on alien skills. All title effects can be stacked. Ding! System announcement. As the first player in the entire service to pass through the Nightmare Secret Realm of the Novice Village, an additional reward of 500 reputation points for concentration and 3 points of free attributes. Chapter 30, What You Did to Me. A secret novice village? What the hell? Does anyone know where to take the quest? I'm guessing you have to be level 10 to pick it up. TSK Nation this thigh hug, it's too good, isn't it? Following Yi Sun has even taken 2 achievements. I still think that she and Yi Sun are both dog trusts. This pass reward, it simply smells too good. I also don't know how difficult the Nightmare Mystery Realm is. Congealed Heart was originally just a higher level than us. As for the extra 3 points of attributes, it's not much better than us. If she can pass the Nightmare Mystery Realm, then we should be able to pass it as well, right? Not much stronger than us? Didn't you notice that the equipment list's immortal weapon attribution has changed to Yinging Xin? Yi Sun sold the immortal weapon? Is it possible that it was a gift, or a loan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's an immortal artifact. Someone on the forum has already offered a sky-high price of $50 million. If I were Yi Sun, I'd sell it straight away, and I'd be wealthy and free in this life. Cough cough. Now the attribution of the immortal weapon has become Yi Sun again. Really borrowed? This is ing true love. If it were me, I'd just not return it. Woohoo, I believe in love again. The forum blew up. The Nightmare Mystery Realm passing reward was just too flavorful, actually getting 10 free attribute points. This made them excited, and compared to the full attribute rewards for boss first kills, free attribute points were more suitable for the masses of players. After all, some of their qualifications were just too low to be worth cultivating, so they might as well specialize in one route. Unfortunately, the Secret Realm actually does not reward innate qualifications, but think carefully and feel reasonable. Look at the announcement. Should everyone have the opportunity to take, belongs to the mass rewards, do not add innate qualifications as normal. In addition to free attributes, there are actually title rewards. This game generous up? In addition to the Novice Village secret, there is also a back-and-forth discussion on the forums about the attribution of immortal weapons. The fact that sky-high priced immortal weapons had dared to be lent out, and that they had been taken back again so easily, made countless people sigh with emotion. It's 2030, not many people believe in love anymore. They prefer Yi Sun and Ning Xin to be relatives. But no matter what, now their impression of Ning Xin was more than just being number 1 on the Rouge list. There was also the additional label of being one of Yi Sun's most important people. Ning had already come out of the secret realm, her face full of leaps and bounds. This time, even though she had dipped into the light of Yi Sun's immortal weapon, she was still happy. This was the first time she had completed a game achievement on her own. How was it? Was the secret realm difficult? Yi Sun pulled her to turn into the alley and asked with a smile. Ning's eyebrows curved into a crescent moon, smiling happily. It's okay, there are 3 levels. The first 2 levels are ordinary and elite monsters. The 3rd level is the boss, but the boss's attack and defense are quite low. They are all control skills. If not for your immortal weapon adding a lot of exemptions from control, it would be really hard for me to pass. Yi Sun heard this and suddenly remembered that in the forums of his previous life, the Novice Village strategy post seemed to have said that the Novice Village secret monsters would be intelligently regulated according to the direction of each person's additions. This is also to ensure fairness. Otherwise, in addition to the output plus point players, other players cannot break the boss's defense. That bias is also a little too serious. This design is good, very humane. In his previous life, the post about the newbie village Yi Sun remembered not much. After all, he at that time directly descended on the continent of the 9 heavens. Pressure did not come to the newbie village, and also lazy to pay attention to. I even hit a Xian weapon blade. Good luck, right? Well, pretty good. A chi condensation stage boss that just exploded in Xian weapon was a bit pathetic. Yi Sun, however, had exploded a full 4 Xian rank items. As for the title, Nightmare Hunter I, plus 3% effect on alien skills, that's Ning obtained. This he understands some. The foreign races are the races other than the human race, such as the demon race that includes ordinary wild monsters, as well as the sea race, the demon race, the underworld race, and so on. The range is very wide.
skill effect plus 3% is very practical. If it's a damage-based skill, it's plus 3% final damage. If it's a control-type skill like Seeing, it's plus 3% control effect, which is nice. Yi Sun wasn't envious. When he passed the Abyssal Mysteries, he would have the title just the same. However, he is not sure how much effect is added to the Abyssal title. No one has been able to pass the Abyssal Secret Realm in his previous life. Not to mention the Abyss is the Nightmare Secret Realm, the past life until the fusion of reality. Through the people added up to not more than 1,000. This is still a lot of people in the newbie village to stay for a long time. The results. By the way, brother, did you just do something to me? What? Yi Sun froze. It just feels like something was shoved into my mouth. Yi Sun suddenly realized that when a person was in the game, if the real body appeared to be different, it would be felt in the game. For example, accidentally falling off the bed, urinating, being touched, and so on. This is the ability of the game bracelet. And the playpen is much more advanced than the bracelet. In addition to the above functions, the game warehouse can also set a maximum radius of 100 meters of circular warning area. This range, if the appearance of other people, the game will be prompted. Players who own a game warehouse will usually set the alert area to the entrance of the house. If someone appears in front of the house, the game will promptly notify. This is also for the safety of the players, very humane. Just now, Seeing felt that someone was touching her body. However, when she realized that Yi Sun was in an offline state, she knew that it was Yi Sun beside her and didn't worry about it. The corner of Yi Sun's mouth twitched. I just saw that you seemed to be getting hypoglycemic again, so I threw you some food. I didn't stuff anything else, so don't talk nonsense. What's your hurry? Seeing was a bit confused. Could he stuff anything else? The duo walked out of the alley. The village chief stroked his goatee and smiled. You young people nowadays separate for a while to feel difficult. The old man back then is also, remember that year, just fell the first snow of winter, that snow, then in previous years to come a little later. Ahem. Village chief, teleport her away now. Now that the top few on the leaderboard had been at the 9th level of the chi condensation stage, it was fortunate that Seeing had passed, otherwise if she failed once or twice, then the number one might not be able to keep it. Some of the old six, in order to be the first out of the novice village, will certainly choose the normal difficulty, then the clearance speed will be much faster. Yi Sun sent Seeing away in advance, killing their thoughts of competing for first place and smoothing out their impatient hearts, so that they can be more focused on breaking into the secret realm and achieving good results. Well, how is it not considered helpful? Well, young people are still too impatient in nature. Which continent do you want to teleport her to? Need the old man to introduce you. Yi Sun didn't hesitate to interrupt him. The Qingxiao continent. The map of Ask the Immortals Chinese service was called the Nine Heavens continent. They are Purple Sky, Green Sky, Two Sky, Bixiao, Danxiao, Xinxiao, Jingxiao, Yuxiao, Luangxiao. The area of each continent is extremely vast, and it is difficult for mortals to walk through a continent in their lifetime. And where the continents are connected, there are either mountain ranges that birds can't cross, or landscapes that are rare, or seas that stretch endlessly. In crisis. In addition to the deep cultivation can fly across, other people want to pass, basically can only rely on the transmission array. In addition to the clans on the continent, there were also major imperial dynasties that ruled over numerous cities. The imperial dynasties and clans were interdependent, and although their respective development philosophies were different, their strengths were almost equal. The misty mirage mansion that Seeing was about to worship was located in the Qingxiao continent, and it was a dominant level sect in the Qingxiao continent. The Violet Sky Sword sect that Yi Sun was going to was on the Violet Sky continent, which was connected to the Green Sky. But with his strength, he could only rely on the teleportation array if he wanted to cross the continent. Chapter 31, the first in the newbie village. Teleporting to Qingxiao City requires the placement of 50 spirit stones. Yi Sun placed the spirit stones with a heartbreaking pain and cursed this game for being so dark. Opening the secret trial, plus teleportation, the spirit stone alone is a considerable cost. The novice village seemed to be practicing at a fast pace, and Seeing was level 10 in a day. Other players, even if they were slower, it was only 2 or 3 days' work, but it wasn't that easy to leave. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Congealed Heart for completing the Novice Village experience and successfully leaving the Novice Village, reaching the achievement of being the first person in the Novice Village, rewarding him with a prestige value of 1000, the Secret Pass achievement raised to the Abyssal level, and the First Pass reward raised to the Abyssal level. Yi Sun nodded with satisfaction. What he had been trying to get for Seeing was this reward. It was something that was useless to him but useful to other players. Sis, how much has the First Pass reward been raised? Yi Sun asked in a voice transmission. There are 5 more points of free attributes, and the title effect has become plus 5% effect on alien skills. Originally, when Seeing cleared the Nightmare Mystery Realm, he gained 10 points of free attributes. It seemed that the reward for the Abyssal Secret Realm was 15 points of free attributes, and the title advancement effect only increased by 2%, so the overall increase wasn't that big, and when he passed the Abyssal Secret Realm, it was estimated that this was the same reward.
However, the title effect can be stacked. Each realm has the abyssal secret realm. The title has 2% more effect each time. When it is stacked in the future, the value is still considerable.
Listening to the system announcement, countless people fell silent.
They had long guessed that concentration would be the first to leave the novice village, and there had been speculation on the forums as to what rewards would be gained by being the first to leave, and now that the conclusion had come out, not a single person had guessed. Raise 1 level of secret achievement. They do not understand what it means. Intuition is a bit shabby. When they waited a few days, they would understand how unbelievable this reward was. Yi Sun knew that the secret realm results were related to worshipping the sect. When players worshipped the 10 dominant level sects, they would become disciples of the corresponding status based on their trial scores.
Ordinary secret world trial scores can only become the lowest tier of handyman disciples.
In his previous life, Yi Sun was a servant disciple, but his place of descent wasn't in the novice village, so he didn't have a secret realm trial score, so he couldn't get into the dominant sect, and could only be a servant disciple of a third-rate small sect. For the drudgery of the handyman disciple, he is very clear: every day to complete a pile of miscellaneous work, such as cleaning, washing clothes, and so on, but also from time to time to face difficult NPC is not all good people. Those NPC disciples will not because the player from the other world on friendly treatment. The difficult secret trial score will then become an outer disciple of the overlord level clan. Although the status of an outer disciple was stronger than a miscellaneous disciple, the treatment was still average, and one could only receive some tedious tasks with low rewards. Some players would take the difficult secret realm trial results and choose to go to a second or third rate clan to become an inner disciple. I'd rather be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. Nightmare mystery trial results: you can become an inner disciple of a hegemonic clan. An inner disciple, whether it was status or cultivation resources, was not comparable to an outer disciple. When disciples of both statuses do the same task, they end up with different spirit stone rewards and sect contributions, and inner disciples can get 50% more. And many good tasks would only be open to inner disciples. As for the abyssal mystery trial achievement, that would be the highest level of pro disciple. A pro disciple could worship the great elders as their teacher, with an honorable status and a powerful background. Even when they go out, their jianghu status is extraordinary. For example, if you go to the Imperial City, the personal disciples of the hegemony level sects are treated at the VIP level. Of course, the premise was that they couldn't do anything out of the ordinary, such as molesting a princess or something. There is also a benefit that players now cannot think of, that is, in the future after the game Fusion of Reality, the identity of the pro-disciple can be much stronger than the reality of those second generation, instantly across the class, become a towering presence. The hegemonic sects are all very protective of their children, and the pro-disciples are the future of the sect. If they are framed, and without justification, then the hegemonic sects will never let up. If the enemy is too strong, then they will sacrifice divine weapons and sink the continent. Now Xining will be able to become a personal disciple, the status of the clan is honored, the path of the game will be a lot smoother. Yi Sun is very happy, did not plan a game in vain. As night falls, the two of them go offline together. The first person in the novice village has been produced. Yi Sun is not in a hurry, the other players also share the same mentality as him, the speed of leveling have slacked off quite a bit, it's time to go offline, it's time to eat. Don't cook today, let's go out to eat? Yi Sun was hungry again, he didn't use the playpen just now, and the bracelet drawback showed up again. Xining beautifully looked at the bank arrival text message on his cell phone and nodded vigorously. Also okay, we are wealth free, eat seafood buffet to go. Buffet? Is that all you've got? Buffets are expensive too, they cost hundreds of dollars per person. In the past, when her family's economy was bad, she hadn't been so extravagant. Xining muttered as she pushed her wheelchair out the door. Why don't we just say to the public that we've been cured? Isn't it hard for you to disguise yourself like this? Let's wait a little longer. Having lived there for a number of years, the residents in the neighborhood were quite familiar with them and would greet them when they saw each other. Yi Sun said on his lips that he was too lazy to explain to the neighbors, but in fact, he was trying to attract some evil to his door. Just out of the door, I saw the left side of the elevator wide open, filled with luggage packages, but also some small appliances. A girl is busy moving to the next door. Not Yi Sun want to take revenge on that house, but another empty house. There are 3 households on the 18th floor, and only 2 households lived there before. When she saw Yi Sun and the two of them, the girl froze for a moment, then nodded gently to indicate, and continued to be busy. Her personality seems to be a bit cold. Her eyes are big, like a clear spring, and her clean short hair is slightly fluffy, with a little bit of cute and playful. From the outside appearance, it is very incompatible with her cool character, instead, it is a little bit naturally dull. Yi Sun's eyes flashed a trace of eccentricity. It is said that after a man is successful, there will always be all kinds of beautiful women around him. The ancients are not deceived, the girl's appearance even he cannot help but side-eye, but in his previous life have not seen, maybe reborn after the butterfly effect. The girl in front of him, her appearance is not inferior to her sister, may also be 9 points of charm value. Could it be some player in the Rouge list? No, it should be less than 9 points. Yisun inadvertently swept his eyes and realized that she seemed to be smaller than her sister S. This must be deducted at least 2 points of charm value, right? What a pity. If it was in the past, seeing a girl and judging people in your heart and silently scoring them is very rude and disrespectful to women, and even belongs to the behavior of insulting women. But nowadays, when a woman meets a man, she silently evaluates him, assigns him an innate charisma value she thinks he meets, and either praises or despises him in her heart.
How is not considered an insult to men?
Let's just say that Ask the Immortals is so far-reaching that it changed a lot of people and a lot of things in just one day of service.
Foie gras, black truffles and caviar
are said to be 3 of the world's finest delicacies celebrated in the West. The 2 of them temporarily diverted to Western food. Xining savored small bites inside. This bite is full of the taste of money. Yisun, on the other hand, frowned. Maybe it's because he didn't eat it right, he felt it was salty and smelly. Is this called top-quality food?
More or less a mountain pig can't eat fine chaff.
He had heard that French foie gras was a cruel thing to do, and perhaps it was the mental suggestion that made him feel a little sick to his stomach.
Never mind, come what may. Chapter 32: Yisun's Identity Controversy.
Yisun was holding red wine in one hand and flipping through game forums with his cell phone in the other, while Xining was browsing a certain treasure with his cell phone. The odd behavior of the duo was out of character with the romantic restaurant atmosphere. On the forums of Ask the Immortals, the most heated post was the video of Yisun showing up halfway through and soloing the boss, which was peppered with all sorts of teardowns, and it currently had more than 700 million real-world views. Even people who never played the game and weren't interested in it would stop and enjoy it. Because there is no viewing threshold for such a fight scene, and even the images are more exciting than some special effects movies. The author of the post is named Ask Xian by Xiaoshang. This person Yisun heard of in his previous life, perennial mix of major online games, specializing in the theory of the strategy school, great fame, countless fans. They ask the immortal before the opening of the service to create a role. Others are created after the line. This person is different, and not the first time offline, but in the game all kinds of questions, thus learning a lot of other people do not know the game information. Even Yisun doesn't dare to say that he knows more about the gameplay than him. In the video, he stopped frames from time to time to narrate. Look at this move. Yisun quickly retreated, dodged a general attack, just wanted to take a step forward to take advantage of the opportunity to strike, and then suddenly retreated, once again dodged the boss's ranged move, shocking the ground slam. Such a horrific reaction ability is simply breathtaking. Many people have noticed that Yisun will often return to the sword into the sheath, and then pull out the sword to strike. The damage will be higher by a cut. I think this should be a skill similar to the sword drawing technique.
However, this kind of skill is not recommended to pursue learning.
In Xiaoxing's opinion, the cost-effectiveness of sword drawing is very low. Sheathing a sword and hitting a fixed position is something I think many people can learn after some practice, but sheathing it quickly is difficult. Like Yisun, instantly and accurately sheathing the sword without looking at the scabbard position is definitely 5-star difficulty. If you don't believe me, you can try to play with it, but Xiaoshang won't be responsible for any injuries, and I think Yisun must be a master swordsman in reality as well. After dismantling every move and every style, the video ends with Ask Xian by Xiaoshang summarizing. According to Xiaoxing's calculations, Yisun should have only been level 2 before killing the boss, and since immortal weapons have attribute bonuses tied to level due to their level less restriction, the bonuses at level 2 are definitely not too outrageous. Even if Yisun had the 8 points of full attributes rewarded by the system, the attribute values displayed were still extremely abnormal. I have a bold guess that Yisun's innate qualifications aren't more than 50. Of course, it's also possible that Xiaoshang misjudged the attribute bonuses of the immortal weapons. I don't know what everyone thinks. Welcome to like and follow and discuss in the comment section. Although the level of Ask the Immortals is divided according to the realm of immortality, players are still used to calling it by the numerical level of other games, which seems to be more intuitive, and they can't change it for a while. For by Xiaoxing's speculation, most of the die-hard fans believed, so all kinds of shouting Yisun, want to let him come out to explode the qualification. There are also shouting the official begging for a statement.
Unfortunately, neither Yisun nor the officials have spoken out.
Yisun couldn't help but feel that the world is small and cute. There were many, but there was no shortage of smart people as well. Bai Xiaoshang really lived up to his name. From a fight, he was able to analyze so much information.
Some people's statements are novel. Asking immortals is most likely an alien technology, so is it possible that Yisun is an alien?
After all, the upper limit of a normal person's qualification is only 50 points, and Yisun's behavior is very much like an insider of Ask the Immortals. Not to mention, when this argument came out, there were quite a few people who believed it. Until a post appeared Yisun's true identity. Yisun, who happened to be refreshing the forum, noticed the post at first and hurriedly clicked in under curiosity.
Introducing myself, I'm the last graduate of Qingqing Second Middle School.
Let's start with the conclusion. Yisun is my high school classmate, a disabled person who has been traveling to and from school in a wheelchair. His family is poor, and Ningxian in the game is his sister. I know many people do not believe that Yisun reality is a disabled person. The following is the evidence. First, Yisun's biggest label in our school in the beginning was his high face value, which coincided with Yisun's status as number 1 on the male list in the game. I have to admit, Yisun's real face value is something even I have to avoid. He's in the photo below, and although Yisun didn't show his face in the game, if you look closely, you'll see that the lips and chin in the photo are exactly the same as Yisun's in the game. Picture.jpg. The picture is a high school graduation photo with the word Castle 2 written on the building. However, Yisun had just swiped out the upper part of the picture, and before the image of the character could be revealed, it showed that the post had been deleted. The post was deleted so quickly that even with Yisun's reading speed, he was not able to see the complete picture. He knew that the post was probably from some classmate in his high school group, but he didn't know exactly who it was, much less why it was deleted. Hastily refreshing the forum again, he found that another post with a similar title appeared, but unfortunately it disappeared before he could click on it. After being deleted in seconds several times in a row like this, the forum was completely devoid of new posts about Yisun's identity. For a while, the forum was somewhat blown up. Some people subconsciously took screenshots, but no one had taken screenshots of the pictures in the original post, or even seen them. My god, deleted so fast? Yisun is really a game insider? The forum isn't Ask the Immortals company's the one who deleted the post is definitely not the game official. But with the technological level of Ask Immortal, it's not hard to get the administrator privileges of the forum, right? The problem isn't deleting the post the embodiment of this place? Could what the post said be true? It's definitely false. With Yisun's innate qualifications in game operation, how could he be disabled? Wait online for a ching second middle school person, don't post, just explode in the comment section. Playing a game is just a game, what are you guys doing by humanizing others? How dangerous. That's right, it's everyone's responsibility to protect their privacy. I think it's good that the post was deleted, and I hope it will be deleted in seconds when the player's real identity is exposed again in the future. The forum is full of opinions, no one can convince anyone, Yisun's true identity remains a mystery. The argument that he was disabled was believed by some and disbelieved by others. What Yisun was puzzled about was why the forum had deleted the post about his identity. Was it really true that the forum did not allow information about a player's true identity being exposed? That would be a bit too considerate. If the foie gras in Yisun's mouth had a spirit, it would definitely emit the same sentiment as in capital Sparrow food is very sweet, and it is really good for me to search my heart and soul. Chapter 33, the first one at the door. Can the post be restored? No. Baitfang said that the forum's administrative authority has long been taken over by the officials, and the post should have been deleted by the officials just now. Game official? No, it's really official. So the information in the post is true? Zhao Gongzi frowned in paste, pondering for a moment as he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Second uncle, help me look up someone. Qingqing Second Middle School, called Yisun, goes to and from school in a wheelchair. Speaking out of his mouth, he couldn't help but spit in his heart. Damn, a disabled person playing the game so sick. Is he practicing sword in his head? What? Highest level encryption? You don't have the authority to query it either? On the other end of the phone, you can ask your grandfather to help you check. His old man's permission is definitely enough. Forget it. I'm afraid of getting my legs broken by the old man. Zhao Gongzi man is a little bit numb. Actually, even his second uncle's identity is not qualified to check. What is the origin of this goods? Hanging up the phone, I heard Uncle Lai beside me say, Gongzi, his information is already very transparent, we can check it ourselves. Forget it, Uncle Lai. Zhao Gongzi waved his hand. With my status, playing the game at a disadvantage, but also offline single kill to go? If people find out, where will my Zhao family lose face? My old man would beat me to death. Moreover, since his information is encrypted by the top level, he probably isn't that easy to mess with in reality. Originally I wanted to find him, but I didn't really want to deal with him. Speaking here, he gloated a bit. Let those headstrong ones take a chance. Not everyone has the ability to check him from the official side. They don't know that Yisun is now a top-level encrypted identity, and has nothing to worry about. So we're just going to let it go? Forget it? You think I'm a coward? This matter is not over. After we leave the newbie village, our hundreds of thousands of brothers will hammer him to death. Uncle Lai worriedly said, you're antagonizing him without really solving him. This is a hidden danger, in case he has other identities in reality and comes back to you. Grass. What are you talking about? Laozi is the hallowed Zhao Gongzi, family ancestor Zhao Kaigua. Who dares to kill me offline? Uncle Lai. Today's situation, Yisun also imagined it. With the information about Qingqing Second Middle School being released, those old classmates of his were probably not going to have a good time. A few posts that were deleted in a row just now were not posted by the same person, indicating that there was definitely more than one classmate who wanted to expose him, this group of detrimental guys. If someone wants to know Yisun's home address from them, I'm afraid that the means of interrogation will not be honorable, and that group of guys will have to suffer. But Yisun in high school personality withdrawn, no classmates to find him to play, no one should know his home address, unless someone has followed him. Yi-sun secretly smiled. If those classmates encountered trouble because of this, he didn't have the slightest psychological burden. As for those who want to come to the door to find trouble, Yi-sun is even more unafraid, especially after he builds the foundation stage. Whoever finds it won't have a good time. Back home, Yi-sun took a shower and was about to continue the liver game when the knock on the door sounded. Seeing Sining a bit puzzled, Yi-sun laughed. "It's that lewd guy next door, finally back. Sis, you opened the door, enjoy a good show." After saying that, he turned around and sat back on the wheelchair. He had heard the commotion coming back from next door just now. He just wanted to wait for his sister to sleep before he quietly went over, but he didn't expect him to actually come to the door of his own accord. Sining put down his cell phone and put on a jacket to open the door. The door just opened a crack. It was violently pushed open. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun out of hem. The person who came holding a dagger quickly unlocked the door. Sining let out a cry of fright and hastily backed away. Yi-sun was dumbfounded. This person is really, the movement of the counterlock is very silky smooth, not leaving himself any back way at all. "You, what are you doing?" Schoolgirl, see, Yi-sun, we meet again. We haven't seen each other for a day. You guys have made quite a commotion in the game. Manhwa had a strange smile on his face, slowly approaching with his dagger. Sining once again stepped back. Yi-sun's face was calm. "What do you want to do?" The only people who could guess his real identity, besides those old classmates and officials, were the next-door neighbors. With his sister present, he didn't make the first move. The old ancestors said, well, the state of etiquette should pay attention to a division. Yunla Emperor wants to dry desert, hard to turn over rotten history books, find out more than 1,000 years ago Baidang siege of the old accounts, in the name of Han Gaozu's revenge only out of the hand. Yi-sun would like to let his sister first see the ugly face of this guy, then again when she shot, her heart will not have the slightest burden. Manhwa forced Sining into a corner and looked at Yi-sun in the wheelchair on the left side and said in a nice way. "First, trade your immortal weapon to me once you're out of the novice village. I really didn't expect that you, a cripple, would actually have such good luck. It's not completely useless." Yi-sun seemed to smile. "Second?" "The second, hey," Manhwa looked again at the flustered Sining in the corner. "The second is, see, schoolgirl is going to be my girlfriend, so in the future you guys won't go out, and I'll be in charge of 3 meals a day." Sining was horrified. "You're going to imprison us?" Manhwa cheaply smiled. "Not bad." Yi-sun realized, it seems that this guy has been planning for a long time, but the few bounds of reason and law have been restricting him. It wasn't until the appearance of the immortal weapon, the trigger, that he finally couldn't help himself. The value of the immortal weapon needed no introduction. There were already people on the forum who wanted to buy it for tens of millions of dollars, and the price was getting higher and higher. Manhwa just need to resell it, then it will be wealth freedom. This life do not need to struggle. And imprisoning the two, forbidding them to use cell phones and gaming devices, and not allowing them to contact the outside world, is not unattainable as long as it is operated properly. If Yi-sun is still the same sick body as before, with the sister as a weak woman, it is really possible for him to get his way. You're breaking the law." Sining's face was filled with shock and anger. "Don't worry, I know the situation of your family, there's no other relatives left. If you take another long vacation with the school, no one will find out that you're imprisoned. Now, let's ask school maiden C to take off all her clothes. Just had a shower, right? It really smells too good." Sining didn't have that kind of seductive aura, but rather a kind of pure beauty that was strong and obstinate in a chaste manner, and to paraphrase a comment made about her in the school's forum, there was an urge to be bullied. Right now, Sining looked so weak and scared, which made Manhwa even more desirable. He fiercely inhaled a mouthful of the aroma Sining emitted in the air, and a devilish white light emerged in his eyes. You dream. Schoolgirl C, you don't want your brother to get hurt either, do you?" Manhwa's dagger pointed at Yi-sun. Yi-sun. That sounds a bit familiar. You. Sining was shocked and furious, her eyes glancing at Yi-sun in panic. Yi-sun was a bit speechless when he saw this, his sister's acting skills. It's a pity that she doesn't go to the entertainment industry. But as far as? He read his sister's eyes, meaning that she was attracting Manhwa over, and then letting Yi-sun take advantage of the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Are you kidding me? This kind of goods still need to sneak attack? Sister, this not right. Yi-sun suddenly remembered that he actually forgot to tell his sister about the fact that he could receive game abilities. So he awkwardly said that. Sister, do you know why I attach so much importance to Ask the Immortals? Sining froze. Has the stinky brother's IQ gone back again? Why are you saying this at this time? Is he trying to draw Manhwa's attention to him? Manhwa was also a bit confused as he listened to Yi-sun's words as if he was nagging a family member. Please. I'm a vicious criminal now. Can you please show some respect? Chapter 34 The Dark Sister. Yi-sun got up from his wheelchair and walked straight towards Manhwa. You can actually stand up? I'm warning you not to come over. Yi-sun's 185 height walked with a cold smile and a sense of oppression. Even if Manhwa was holding a dagger, he couldn't help but feel terrified in his heart, and before he had time to resist, he was lifted up by Yi-sun by the neck.
He let out a cackling sound in his throat, the dagger instantly fell to the ground, his hands grabbed Yi-sun's arm that was choking him, trying to break it but couldn't exert any strength. Yi-sun looked at Si-ning. Sister, I can actually get power from the game. Si-ning froze, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking adorable. Pan Hui, who was more than 150 pounds, was like nothing in Yi-sun's hands. He was like a moth that had its wings seized, his face was bruised and suffocated, his eyes were full of panic, but he couldn't break free from Yi-sun's confinement. Yi-sun thought about it, it didn't seem good to execute him in front of his sister, so he carried him and turned towards the door. Sister, I'll go out with him to talk, you wait for me at home. As she walked to the door, her sister suddenly voiced, wait. Yi-sun turned around and saw her wanting to speak. Is it possible that her sister's heart has softened? It's not a good idea to be a saintly mother. That Lee Seeker? Actually, Yi-sun? I think. Lee Seeker? What kind of drama is this sister singing? Yi-sun was confused. The two just stared at each other, 1 second, 2 seconds. Si-ning suddenly spoke, forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Yi-sun was puzzled and was about to continue walking out when he realized that his hand was dead heavy. When he took a look, Pan Hui's hands were naturally drooping, his eyes were rolled up, and he wasn't breathing. Yi-sun threw him on the ground, a little confused for a moment, his attention was on his sister just now, forgetting about Pan Hui, who was in his hands, choking and lifting him in mid-air. But with his sister's perspective, he would definitely notice that he had been struggling the whole time. So just now, sister was deliberately stalling for time? So that Pan Hui could completely cool off? My god. Is your sister that dark? Yi-sun was dumbfounded, and after thinking about it, it could be that his sister thought that he really just wanted to talk to Pan Hui and felt that he was too soft-hearted, so she played such a trick. Sister, what did you just want to say? Si-ning looked at Pan Hui on the ground, lost in thought for a moment before speaking. I was going to say, should I call the police to deal with him, but was a little hesitant because he knows your secret. Call the police? Yi-sun froze. Not because of his sister's answer, but because, from the time he came out of the game after creating his character until now, he had thought of all kinds of ways to take revenge, but he had never thought of the option of calling the police since the beginning. In his mind, all he had ever thought about was punishing him through his own abilities. Suddenly, he remembered that in his previous life, on the eve of the game's complete fusion with reality, a portion of the people already possessed powers from the game. Among them, some of them have become repulsive from their original courteousness, treating the law as nothing, and started to do some beastly evil deeds with their power beyond normal people. Originally, Yi-sun was still wondering why, when a person suddenly possesses power, his three views become different from before. Now he understands, even he himself, suddenly have power will become everything, want to use violence to solve the problem, think many people, and he is the same psychology. Probably this is human nature. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Si-ning had a complicated look and some unnaturalness in his eyes. Sister. Yi-sun softly called out. Si-ning instantly lost control of her emotions and rushed into his arms, crying silently as tears soaked his chest. Yi-sun gently patted her back, distressed, he understood how Si-ning felt. Since she was 16 years old, she started to beg for a living alone with her disabled brother. Granted, at first she had an inheritance from her parents and didn't have to worry about money, but after all, she was a pretty unlikable underage girl. Over the years, she lived a careful life, like a red-eyed hedgehog on the outside, not pretending to anyone to get close to people, and always had mace and taser in her bag. She also never dared to walk alone in secluded lots, dark alleys. Because of her caution, in order to have today's safe and sound. And when she faced Yi-sun, she always had only a gentle side. Now, Yi-sun's solitude has finally allowed her to remove her heavy shackles, the pressure is released, and it's normal for her to be emotionally tense for a while. Yi-sun can also see that the trace of unnaturalness in her eyes is actually in fear that Yi-sun will feel that she is ruthless, that she is black, and thus distant from her. This was really overthinking it. Her belly aching was nothing more than a fear that Pan Hui would reveal his secret if he continued to live. Such a considerate and devoted sister, even if the whole world hated her, Yi-sun would not stay away from her. Sister, I wouldn't have let him continue to live in the first place, just now I thought that you had softened your heart, scaring me. Yi-sun understood that if he wanted to untie his sister's heart, he had to make her believe that he was even more belabored than she was. Really? Si-ning was tearful and pitiful. Yi-sun wiped away the teardrops on her eyelashes and gave her a firm look. After a long time, Si-ning recovered emotionally and spoke. Let's call the police. Yi-sun nodded and called the police. A disabled person, in the face of ongoing unlawful invasion, desperately stopping the next, causing the thugs to cool off. From the results, this is a very normal self-defense, let the police to wrap up the best, he now cannot let a person without leaving a trace disappeared in thin air. Si-ning took the cell phone on the dining table and handed it to Yi-sun. Yi-sun glanced at it and realized that her phone had been recording just now. Remembering that she had just placed her cell phone on the dining table cell phone holder before opening the door, she thought that it was just an unusual action, but she didn't expect to notice that something was wrong in advance. Sister is really smart about everything. If Yi-sun hadn't opened the door, perhaps she wouldn't have opened it at all. The video was complete and the angle was just right, recording all of Pan Hui's bad behavior. What should we do? Should we keep it? There's a bit too much information exposed in the video. Yi-sun thought about it and deleted everything after he got up from the wheelchair. He knew that the police could definitely recover the video if they wanted to, and did so just to test some kind of conjecture. Dumb. Sining looked at the door of the room suspiciously. It had only been 2 or 3 minutes since the alarm was called. The police couldn't have come so quickly, could they? Yi-sun heard soft footsteps from the next door 1803 all the way over. Should be the afternoon the new girl moved in. Could it be that she came to borrow soy sauce? He sat back down on the chariot again and spoke. Sis, it's the girl next door. Open the door. Just say it at the door. Don't let her in. Pan Hui's body is still lying in the living room. It's not good for her to see it. Yi-sun is also too lazy to move it. It's too dirty. Chapter 35, Accumulating Virtue and Doing Good. Sining opened a crack in the door and looked out. The girl next door looked in at the same time, and both of them were dumbfounded when they looked at each other. When the two sides met in the afternoon, just a glimpse, and both wearing masks, did not carefully observe each other. I did not expect to be so beautiful. Both of them were shocked by the other's face at the moment. Hello, my name is Rinsija, I live next door, we met this afternoon. Well, hello, what can I do for you? It's like this, I'm a police officer, and I've been informed by the station that I've received a report from you that there's been an attempted home invasion here, right? The girl's eyes were huge and her voice was nice and crisp. Sining drifted off and hurriedly let her in. When Rinsija saw Pan Hui on the ground and Yi-sun in the wheelchair, her already large eyes widened again, and her dumbfounded expression made Yi-sun unable to resist wanting to laugh. This cop seemed a bit chic. Wah-oh! Was he strangled? It just doesn't look like a good guy. Can you tell me about the crime? Yi-sun frowned. You're the only cop coming? No, the captain and the others are still on their way. They know I'm close, so they let me come over first to protect the scene. Yi-sun was speechless in silence. If he recounts the case with her now, he will have to tell it again later when the big troop comes, so he might as well wait and tell it together. So he changed the topic and said curiously, you became a police officer when you were so young? This girl was very pretty, with delicate features and big eyes that looked cute. Compared to Sining, they were two different kinds of beauty. Although her figure was slightly petite, her overall outlook was no worse than Sining's, and she belonged to the same level of beauty. Yi-sun has always felt that especially beautiful police flowers only exist in novels, but did not expect to meet in reality. However, the police flowers in the novels are all valiant and fierce, but the one in front of him, how to look at it is a little cute. Rinsija saw such a handsome little brother for the first time. Her thoughts followed her 5 senses, and she was successfully diverted from the topic and replied, actually, I haven't graduated yet, and now I'm interning in the police force, and I should be able to transfer to the right place after graduation. Sining thought she was quite cute, so he pulled her to sit down and started to chatter about his family. Is your family from Qingcheng? No, my family is from Sioux City. I go to school here and I should stay and work here in the future. Are you going to stay here long? Aha, I'm paying a year's rent. I'm Sining, and this is my brother Yi-sun. Sister Ning, you're so pretty. You're pretty too. How old are you? Yi-sun sat in his wheelchair and looked at the sky speechlessly. This police enter the door to investigate the case half a day, the case after knowing nothing, but their own information is fast by Sining said almost. In the afternoon, he also felt that her character is quite cold, and appearance does not match. Now it seems that at that time, he was wrong judgment. Cool a ghosto. The two sat on the sofa, chatting about school anecdotes, neighborhood environment, and around which supermarket sells fresher and cheaper vegetables. The more they talk, the more they get along, and from time to time they let out a laugh. Rinsija eyes full of joy and enthusiasm to know new friends. Pan Hui on the ground? Yi-sun is very puzzled. When two beauties of the same level meet, shouldn't they create animosity and tear each other apart? Why are they still sympathizing with each other? It's true that all novels are lies. A few moments later, the knock on the door sounded again, and Sining got up and opened the door. 4 policemen stood in the doorway wearing shoe covers, their sharp eyes scrutinizing the interior of the house. The middle-aged policeman at the head of the group looked at Rinsija, who stood up. Shaorun, tell us the situation. Oh, these two are the homeowners Yi-sun and Sining, and this one on the ground is the suspect who committed the home invasion and has been confirmed dead. Continue. Rinsija, oh. The middle-aged policeman glares at her helplessly, waving his hand for the policeman to collect information from the scene as he looks at Yi-sun and starts questioning Pan Hui's identity, his past contact experience with the two, as well as the motive of the crime, after. And so on. Yi-sun explained it, and handed him the recorded censored version of the video. Officer Zhang watched the video once, and there was no special expression on his face. He also showed indifference to the information in the video about Yi-sun's game identity and immortal weapon. Yi-sun guessed that it was either because of his professionalism that his joy and anger did not show, or he did not pay attention to ask the immortals and did not know what the immortal weapon meant. Or perhaps, he already knew his identity in the game?
Recalling the deletion incident in the forum, where the official attitude towards him was very special, Yi-sun vaguely grasped something, but was still a bit cloudy.
How was the video interrupted? How did you subdue him in the back?
The cell phone ran out of battery. I maneuvered the wheelchair while he was off guard and sneaked up on him from behind.
Officer Zhang was slightly silent and quickly concluded, well, it was self-defense.
Yi-sun was dumbfounded. With his confession, as well as the situation at the scene, a lot of details were worth continuing to investigate and push. For example, Yi-sun, a disabled person, behind the back sneak attack on a knife criminal, successful not to mention, clothing actually so neat, covered with a little injury did not. Manhwa is the same, the body does not have any signs of fighting with people, as if he did not resist.
This is very unreasonable. But it's a bit intriguing that Officer Chang's investigation was so perfunctory.
This reinforced the conjecture in his heart. Maybe he had become famous in the game and was noticed by some big shot, who then accidentally found out that he was his illegitimate son that he had accidentally lost years ago. The forums deleted the post to protect his information.
The police came over and briefly checked again. The process is perfunctory, it seems to be justified. Right? Is it really so bloody?
Yi-sun was a bit confused. Officer Zhang also felt that his investigation seemed a bit hasty, so he added lustfully, "We will continue to investigate the specifics. During this period of time, you guys keep your communications open and don't leave the city."
Good.
"Take the person's blood and fingerprints and call it a day." Ren come out.
Oh.
After the officers were busy, they went back to 1801 to investigate and collect evidence. Xining, on the other hand, began to clean the house, especially the area where Manhwa had been lying, mopping it over and over again. With a dead person in the house, she was still quite disturbed.
By the way, Seeker, what was that you just said about being able to receive power from the game?
Yi-sun frowned. He didn't want to say that he was reborn and came back, but he also didn't want to hide his future situation from her. With a flash of inspiration, he opened his mouth. "When you entered the secret realm, I was chatting with the village headman and accidentally raised my friendliness to a push. He told me a secret. In the future, the game will merge with reality. Everyone can have the abilities in the game."
Ah, this.
It should be true. After all, I was able to synchronize my ability to receive in-game abilities from the start, and now I'm the only one who's special, and in the future you'll be the same. Xining was shocked, and immediately took the game quite seriously again. Yi-sun laughed. "Actually, if Manhwa is sent to jail, he will suffer more than death. It's just that I don't want to leave behind any aftermath."
Ah? How?
"With this level of bad behavior, a sentence of 10 or 8 years won't be a problem, and in the future, when he comes out of prison, his peers will be able to fly around one by one, while he can only look up to each one of them and live with fear and trembling. That kind of feeling must be even worse than death, right?" Even though Manhwa could cultivate from scratch, he was still too far behind others in the end, and any random person could treat him like a grandson. Yi-sun felt that letting Manhwa die was actually helping him out of his misery.
Well, how is this not considered a virtuous act? Chapter 36, Standing Jerk. This thing that the game will merge with reality is really reliable, isn't it? Should we report it to the officials?
Xining worriedly said, "When the earthquake happened, it was the soldiers who saved our lives from the rubble, and we've enjoyed a lot of state subsidies over the years, so I'm sure those soldiers won't be playing Ask the Immortals, right?"
Then won't they be? In the future?
Sister is a person who loves and hates people. When facing bad people, she hates bad people to die where they are. There is no such thing as forgiveness. And when confronted with people who have done them favors, her heart is full of gratitude and she wants to repay them when she gets the chance.
Yi-sun sniffed and his thoughts flew far away.
Sister's guess was right. Those military police in the previous life had a bad end. In the face of villains they couldn't defend themselves against, even if they topped their flesh and blood, they had to guard in front of the powerless people. In the previous life, the order eventually collapsed and the official machine was paralyzed, which was really a history of blood and tears. Yi-sun also has a grateful heart, and now that he has relived his life, he naturally won't hide it, but wanting to inform the official is not an easy task.
It's not time yet, let's talk about it after a while.
Right now, although he was stronger than an ordinary person, he wasn't beyond the realm of a normal person, it was just a stronger body. There was no way to prove everything he said. Besides, he couldn't reach the top now. If he rashly told the truth to ordinary police officers, they wouldn't necessarily believe him. Instead, Yi-sun himself would be behind bars and forced to undergo a drug test. Even if the information can be passed on to the top, then for him, a person with an unusual body, the top will probably judge him as a social instability, and then the result will probably be surveillance, control, or recruited. No matter which option, the current Yi-sun did not have the qualifications to refuse. He didn't want to maliciously speculate about the officialdom, and he loved this country and wanted to contribute to it, but seeking a precondition that could protect himself wasn't something despicable.
Anyway, the game had only been open for a day.
A place like the War Department is a concentration camp for exceptional qualifications. With their innate qualifications and discipline, even if they fell behind a bit in the early stages of the game, they would still easily rise to the top. Xining had been playing with the game bracelet all day, and now her tired eyelids were fighting, so she went straight to bed. The GameStop could replace sleep, but there was no need for a hard liver.
There are nights in Ask the Immortals, and time is synchronized with reality.
At night, the NPCs will rest, the players can't take quests, except for fighting monsters and practicing leveling in the field, there is almost nothing else to do. Xining's cultivation value is already full, without breaking through the foundation stage, he can't continue to increase his cultivation, so he might as well sleep.
Yi Sun entered the game.
Opening the cultivation list and looking at it, it was already clear of the 10th layer of the Qi condensation stage, almost all of them were at the helm of major gangs. Yi Sun took out the Xian weapon blade and after a little contemplation, he sent the attributes to the desert judge. In fact, hanging the Xian weapon blade in the bazaar should sell more, but Yi Sun is not familiar with the other gangs, maybe there are the kind of Battle God Palace, which is a potential enemy gang, then it would be a capital enemy. He didn't care about the money, so he didn't need to make enemies, so he might as well sell it to someone he knew.
Ha ha. Thank you Brother Yi for your favor. You name your price. The desert judge was excited.
At first, when he heard that Shallow Dream spent a high price to buy a Xian weapon, he didn't flirt a lot, soon to be level 10, but still buy Qi condensation stage equipment to do what?
What's the point of buying Qi condensation equipment when you're already level 10?
But since the secret realm information was exposed, he was slapped in the face, so he hastily pulled the plug on Shallow Dream for fear of being mocked by her back. After that, he had been begging for high-level equipment, but unfortunately, he had gained very little and had only been able to buy 2 spiritual artifacts.
Metaphysical weapons were unattainable and had a price without a market.
He didn't expect that Yi Sun actually got another Xian weapon and took the initiative to contact him, which made him excited inwardly, and it was true that hugging the thigh goes far.
200W. Yi Sun opened the price, treating everyone equally. The desert judge didn't say anything and directly transferred 300W to him.
I won't let Brother Yi suffer. In the future, if Brother Yi plays equipment that he can't use anymore, he can sell it all to me and I'll buy it at the highest market price. Novice Village sky is already dark. Yi Sun after trading Xuanqi knife, according to the memory to touch the dark to the level 10 Kangwolf area, only to see the shadows of various ghosts flickering, only sporadic a few torches illuminated. The torches were either purchased in the store during the day or the branches were lit with fire spells, but they didn't last long. So most people could only fight monsters in the dark. These people are so damn liver, in the middle of the night, they are not afraid of being bitten to death by wolves. He searched for an unoccupied corner, Jie laughed, and rushed over to the large swath of wolves with green eyes in front of him.
Sword drawing technique. 563. Pummel. 375. Ding. You have killed a pale wolf and gained 40 cultivation points.
The environment was too dark and Yi Sun wasn't able to hit the wolf's weak points, but still, 2 swords killed the wolf with 900 Qi blood value in seconds. He is now at the 7th level of Qi condensation stage. Each time he upgrades, his full attributes are added 1, and his free attribute points are evenly distributed, for a total of 14 points of power value at level 7. After going up 3 times in a row, the announcement rewarded a total of 11 full attribute points.
Immortal weapon Mo Yun Yu Huang is the full attribute increase level x2, level 7 added 14 points of full attributes.
Plus the spiritual weapon Wind's Spirit Sword. Yi Sun's strength attribute had now reached 44 points. A strength value of 44 points wasn't really that much, some players with full added strength could also reach this value with their equipment. However, Yi Sun's physical attack is 455, which is simply strong and scary. Other players with the same power value had at most 200 plus attacks, showing the importance of innate qualifications. In fact, with Yi Sun's qualifications, if he plays the sword with a partial route, such as adding all strength or adding all agility, the leveling speed will be faster. But then he would have a weakness fighting with players, especially when multiple people are in motion, he would easily be targeted and killed. Yi Sun didn't value leveling speed, the priority of leveling speed in Ask the Immortals wasn't high, it was useless to upgrade even faster and not go far. 375. 375. 375. Ding. You have killed a pale wolf and gained 40 points of cultivation. 3 swords in general attack, easily killing the wolf. Yi Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Compared to when he brought his sister to kill wolves at level 2, it's simply not too easy now. The tactics during the day were a mistake. He should have upgraded first before giving his sister experience, that would have been more efficient. Fortunately, the night environment is too dark, no one noticed him, otherwise this wolf-killing efficiency of his will certainly cause another commotion, forced to be on the wave of hot search.
Yi Sun could totally imagine the headlines. Shocked. Yi Sun actually did such a heartless thing to Tsong Wolf in the middle of the night. 1. Divine Zephyr. +1. 1. With his 236 defense, the Tsong Wolf couldn't break through the defense at all.
So Yi Sun simply stopped dodging the Tsong Wolf's attacks, stood still and slashed with his sword, arrogant to the extreme. Unfortunately, the blood can't go down, berserk battle intent can't be triggered, otherwise he will let the wolves know what is called cruelty.
Ow.
Seeing how arrogant he was, the wolf's eyes seemed to get a little greener, but it was not to be.
Ding. You have killed Chapter 37, on the hot list again. Ding.
You have killed a pale wolf and gained 20 points of cultivation.
Ding.
Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 10th level of the chi condensation stage, +1 to all basic attributes and gain 5 points of freely assignable attributes. It only took less than an hour for Yi-sun to rise 3 levels in a row, easily catching up with the dedicated first-tier players.
Unfortunately, the equipment only hit a few white pieces. Skills did hit a spirit rank iceling technique, but he couldn't use it, so he simply sold it to Shallow Dream, who was still online. Check the attributes. Character, Yi-sun.
Cultivation, 10th level of chi condensation stage 0-1000. Basic attributes: strength 56, physique 57, soul technique 55, agility 56, sense 51.
Blood 4275. Mana 4230. Physical attack 575. Spell attack 550. Defense 296. Movement speed 50.
With 4275 blood value, Yi-sun couldn't help but feel that immortal weapons were just too bullying. Right now, other players with a full physique edition are only 2000 chi in blood. If Yi-sun didn't have an immortal weapon, he would only be able to manage around 2000 chi blood value, but now it had more than doubled. In fact, by the middle and late game, powerful players who have a earth weapon, or even a heaven weapon, are able to get a lot closer to Yi-sun. Unfortunately, right now they were struggling to get a spirit weapon, so immortal weapons were a bit of a descending blow.
Yi-sun pondered, this attribute to fight the abyssal mysteries should not be a problem, right? If even he couldn't get through it, the game would be too bullying.
Yi-sun came to the novice village resurrection point in the dark, and sure enough, the village chief was nowhere to be seen. The village head's home is not far from the resurrection point next to him. He thought about it. In order to his friendship with the village head, go to knock on the door in the middle of the night to pull him up to open the secret realm. The old man should not be angry. Right? Yi-sun decided to try, so he turned into the courtyard of the village chief's house and looked around, only to see that the house was dark and quiet, and even the sound of snoring could not be heard. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, knocked on the door for a long time, and shouted for a while. The house did not move.
This old man would not go to knock on the widow's door in the middle of the night, right?
Yi-sun was helpless. If the village chief was sleeping alone, then pulling him up in the middle of the night wasn't much of a problem. However, if he was having a good time with Widow Lee, if he rushed over to disturb him, his friendliness would drop 100%. Besides, Yi-sun didn't know where Widow Lee's house was. He had no choice but to go offline and sleep, only to see the yawning old man again in the morning when he had breakfast and went online with his sister. Si-ning rushed to the misty Mirage Mansion to pay his respects, while Yi-sun prepared to break into the abyssal secret realm. However, what made him depressed was that the village chief was surrounded by players, all lining up to open the secret realm trial, and not far away there were some players who couldn't squeeze in, with a face of indignation. These guys, they can't be the war god's palace again, right? It doesn't seem good to fight them here. Yi-sun's eyes turned, and he ran his energy and shouted inside, older brother of the village chief. The old man with the goatee heard the sound and looked outward. His face was immediately happy, and he hurriedly peeled off the human wall and walked out. Aya, it's you kid, ha ha ha. Ding. The village chief's friendliness towards you is +10, current friendliness 50 pushy. Yi-sun was a bit dumbfounded. What the hell is this meeting to add friendliness? Can't it be that Widow Lee did him a big favor yesterday and served him well at night? Tisk, after not seeing you all night, your kid's breath seems to have gotten a lot stronger again. Yi-sun with ink rhyme Yuwang, shilling the immortal level below the perception. The village chief pressure does not know his cultivation realm, can only guess by intuition. He coyly said, yes village chief old brother, I have already condensed chi stage 10th layer, now want to enter the abyssal secret realm. The village chief had a creation waiting for him here. Good. I'll open it for you now. This is 30 spirit stones. How why do we need to see each other as brothers? Truly, just this once don't do it again next time. The village chief feigned displeasure, but he was quick to collect the spirit stones handed out by Yi-sun. Yi-sun. Next, in the blazing gazes of the people around him, Yi-sun was inserted and sent into the abyssal secret realm. I actually met Yi-sun by chance. Little brother Yi-sun is so handsome. Why is the village chief so enthusiastic about him? That's right, looking at the way they were talking to each other just now, I didn't dare to go over and interrupt. As expected of Yi-sun, always able to do the unexpected. I wonder what difficulty secret realm he entered. Do you think there's a possibility that it's abyss mode? It's impossible, right? It's said that our gang's Wu Lao Air didn't even beat the difficult mode yesterday, so I really don't know how difficult the abyss really is. I've heard that the leader of the Floaters Club went into the abyssal secret realm yesterday and came out dead in less than 5 minutes. I really want to go in and see it. But don't, it costs 30 spirit stones to enter once, it takes a long time to save up, we can't choose indiscriminately. There are very few players at this stage who have boosted their NPC friendliness. Especially the newbie village, this kind of place, at the beginning of each NPC in front of a large number of players, NPCs do not annoy them as good, it is difficult to increase the degree of friendliness. So now they were puzzled and didn't understand how Yi Sun was able to interact with the village chief to such an extent. Soon, a scene of Yi Sun talking to the village chief appeared on the forums. Yi Sun even laughed with the village chief of the novice village, a look of hate to see each other, this unusual scene behind the hidden what unknown secrets. According to informants, last night in the early hours of the morning in the field had seen Yi Sun and see him to the novice village direction sped away, and ultimately do not know where to go, and last night, the village head of the same sneaky leave, late at night no one at home. Today, the mayor of the village black circles under the eyes serious, footsteps floating, trance, the corner of the mouth is also from time to time hung whitey smile. Could it be that there is actually a love-hate entanglement across age and gender between Yi Sun and the village chief of the novice village? NPC is just a set of data. This kind of behavior from Yi Sun is simply unconscionable and worse than a beast. Is this a distortion of human nature, or is it a moral degradation? Fortunately, Yi Sun couldn't be bothered to read the forums, otherwise he would have spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Your mom's kiss. Spirit Valley mystery. Spirit Valley was once a peaceful place next to the novice village, but now it's shrouded in mist, with villagers disappearing one after another. Difficulty, Abyss. Secret Realm tip: enter the secret realm of the Spirit Valley to explore the truth, solve the scourge, and restore the peace of the Spirit Valley in the past. Yi Sun stood in the jungle at the entrance of the Spirit Valley, turning off the tips that were all nonsense, and was about to raise his steps towards the valley when a rustling sound suddenly came from the surroundings. Soon, a large swath of monsters that could scare little schoolgirls to tears appeared in view. Chapter 38: Yi Sun's weakness. Monsters in Ask the Immortals are roughly divided into two modes. One is the peaceful mode. This mode, as long as the player does not take the initiative to launch an attack, then even if you walk up to the monster, pucker up and put a stinky fart in its face, the monster will not return fire. The monsters in the novice village field practicing spots are all of this kind. The second type is the grumpy mode, where players are attacked when they enter the hate range of a monster, such as the major bosses, which are in grumpy mode by default. These ordinary monsters in front of us were the same. Yi Sun runs the insight. Misty Spider, Foundation Stage 1 Ordinary Demon Beast. Blood, 2640. Spell damage, 264. Defense, 132. Movement speed, 41. Weakness, abdomen. Skill Spider Web Entanglement, shoots a ball of spider silk in the direction of the target, 30% probability of reducing the target's movement speed by 20 points for 5 seconds, effect can be stacked, maximum hit distance, 8 meters. Underworld Blood Venomous Centipede, ordinary demonic beast in the first level of the Foundation stage. Blood, 1320. Physical damage, 528. Other, slightly. Skill Bloodthirsty Fangs, open sharp fangs and bite at the target, inflicting 650 points of physical damage and injecting toxins, causing the target to drop 200 points of blood value per second for 5 seconds. Poisonous Miasma Demon Moth, ordinary demonic beast of the first level of the Foundation stage. Blood, 1260. Omitted. Skill Phosphorus Powder Poisonous Miasma, swing your wings and release phosphorus powder in a 10-meter fan-shaped area in front of you, dealing 528 points of spell damage to all targets in contact and a 20% chance of paralyzing the target for 5 seconds. They're actually all Foundation stage monsters. There were a total of 15 of the 3 kinds of poisonous creatures, all the size of a piglet. Their hideous appearance was a sight to behold, and they quickly encircled Yi Sun from all sides. Yi Sun sucked in a breath of cold air after checking the attributes of the monsters. These monsters, according to the customary name of the players, are level 11, which seems to be only one level higher than the novice village Sun Wolves, but there is a big realm in between. Chi Condensation Stage to Foundation Stage, attributes rise a big cut. Ask the Immortals 1 across the big realm challenge is a very difficult thing. Yi Sun stared tightly at the monsters that were getting closer and closer, pondering on feasible tactics. It's not even if it's Foundation Stage, it actually comes with remote control, poisoning. Actually siege? Not speaking martial virtues. No wonder no one could get past the abyssal secret realm in his previous life, even he felt the pressure at this moment. It wasn't that these monsters in front of him were a bit difficult to deal with, but this was only the first level. He didn't dare to imagine how strong the bosses behind him should be. It was too late to think about it. 15 monsters came in a zigzag formation to flank him. Yi Sun's face darkened, directly a sword step flashed to the back of a spider, upward lift the sword. Sword drawing technique. Weakness attack. 764. Pummel attack. Weakness attack. 509. With over 2 points of attack speed, Yi Sun struck out with 2 swords a second. Squeak! The misty spider's body trembled and its leg hairs stood up. Yi Sun saw this and couldn't make up for his sword in time. He quickly retreated as it turned around, narrowly dodging the centipedes and poisonous moths that attacked beside it. The poisonous moth sprayed a piece of phosphorus powder on the centipede, but did not cause any damage. Grass. Still treating it differently. Yi Sun cursed. He didn't want to be hit by the attack of the underworld blood poison centipede. The damage was secondary. With the divine zephyr skill, poisoning was not much of a threat to Yi Sun. The main thing is that the centipede looks too disgusting, and the fangs are dripping with disgusting green mucus. The stench is overwhelming. It was a good thing that the Stygian blood venomous centipede moved at a slower speed than him. He ignored the centipede and tried to up the spider with the control skill first. As for the fluttering moth, with Yi-sun's exemption from control, even if he was hit by the fluttering moth's control skill, the chance of it taking effect was only about 10%, so he didn't care. Spider's control skill is much more powerful, can be stacked characteristics. As long as Yi-sun is hit continuously, the movement speed will be directly reduced to 0 points, then it is the same as being confined in place.
Once confined, the end is not a miserable word.
Yi-sun would rather be arched by a pig than be bitten by these centipedes in front of him that are close to the size of a piglet. This mouthpiece is too damn creepy. Luckily, the Nightmare Mystery Realm wasn't like this, or else it was estimated that a lot of players would be scared to tears.
Punch. 443. Punch. Willing strike. 665. Punch. 443. Ding.
You have killed a misty spider and gained 40 points of cultivation. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi-sun's eyes. He had actually struck a meeting blow. The yellow damage value was so beautiful, it was the first time since he started the service. At this stage, the player's will value was still too low, even he was no exception, and trying to land a will hit was a difficult thing to do.
Strike received. Chi blood 232.
Warm reminder, you have fallen into a paralyzed condition.
Divine Zephyr. Chi and blood plus 214. Gods. Chi and blood plus 18. Yi-sun's face was as black as ink, less than 10% chance of control, and he actually hit it like that?
The paralysis effect is terrible. The movement speed, attack speed, senses, and so on all fall by 50%, as well as the cooldown time of the skills will also be extended by 50%. Seeing a centipede rushing over, opening its huge mouth to reveal its poisonous fangs.
Grass.
Yi-sun let out a strange cry and quickly made a sword step in the nick of time, appearing at the back of a fluttering moth and stabbing two swords at the same position in a row like a vicious attack.
Universal attack. Weakness attack. 509. Punch. Weakness attack. Willing strike. 764. Ding.
You have killed a poisonous miasma demon moth and gained 40 points of cultivation. Yi-sun, who managed to flash out of the centipede's attack range, was instantly relieved and smoothed the goosebumps on his arms. It was a good thing that his immunity control was high enough to cut the 5 seconds control time of the fluttering moth to 1 second, otherwise it would have been a disaster. There were no truly perfect people in the world, and Yi-sun was no exception. Although he is jade-like, handsome, outstanding, and has a heavenly qualification. But other than Xi-ning, no one knew that he was actually very afraid of bugs.
Chapter 39. A tricky boss.
It took Yi-sun an hour to kill all 15 of the hideous poisonous creatures, and most of that time was spent dodging.
The 15 monsters in the first level stood out as a disgusting one. It's just that they look disgusting, but they don't even explode anything. After getting his mana back to full, Yi-sun continued to walk inside. He only saw 10 monsters guarding the entrance of the valley like Dorgod's deadly poisonous scorpion and carrion bone snake. They were all Foundation Stage Level 1 elite demonic beasts.
There are 3 levels of monsters in Ask the Immortals: normal, elite, and boss. When in the wild, killing normal monsters will have a chance of brushing out the elite level. Only after killing elite monsters will there be a chance to brush out bosses. Yi-sun was able to kill the White Ape King in the first place thanks to the luck of the other players who brushed out the boss after killing the elite level White Ape.
Other villages weren't so lucky and were a step behind Village 404.
If not for this, Yi-sun would definitely not have gotten the first kill, and it would be useless even if his attributes were heavenly.
The levels of demonic beasts, spirit beasts, and immortal beasts
represent the potential of the monster, and the upper limit of cultivation for demonic beasts is the Jindan stage, and spirit beasts can only break through the upper limit to continue their cultivation. Pets are also the same division. Players get pets. It is best to choose the spirit beast above. The realm can follow all the way to the late stage.
Ding. You have killed a deadly poisonous scorpion and gained 0 cultivation points.
Yi-sun was helpless. His experience bar was already full and he couldn't gain any more cultivation. The second level wasted him another hour or so, and still nothing exploded. It seems that the secret rewards are centralized and settled together at the end. He was looking forward to the next showdown with the boss. The first 2 levels were all Foundation Stage monsters, and the third level should be a Foundation Stage boss if nothing else. This time, the first kill of the boss, no one will be able to steal it from him. After replenishing his status, Yi-sun carefully lay down on the mouth of the valley and looked in, and when he saw the situation inside the valley, he was relieved.
Luckily it's not a big spider.
Inside the valley was a huge toad, lying motionless in the center of the valley, its body glowing green, seemingly cultivating. The toad was the size of a house, with a wide mouth, thick and developed limbs, and its body was covered with rough and uneven bumps, like a pair of armor that was impervious to swords and spears, with a compelling aura.
Yi-sun running insight. Blue-blooded toad, the culprit of the Spirit Valley's mutation. Originally an ordinary toad, after mistakenly eating the mysterious beads, it underwent a terrible mutation and affected the surrounding creatures as well as the environment. Type: Demon Beast Boss. Realm: Foundation Stage Level 1. Blood: 150,000. Mana: 80,000. Physical attack: 740. Spell attack: 800. Defense: 630. Move speed: 61. Weaknesses: head, tongue. Skills: Leap Strike, quickly leap to any place within 50 meters, centered on the landing point, causing the ground to shake within a range of 10 meters, surely knocking away all targets within the range and inflicting 130% physical damage to the target. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Tongue Strike, spits out a giant tongue, impacting a single target within 20 meters, dealing 150% physical damage to the target. Extremely fast impact speed. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Desperate Poison Gas Wave, when blood drops to 10%, release poison gas to a 50 radius area centered on yourself, dealing 800 points of poison damage per second to targets in the area. If you are not injured for 10 seconds, you will recover 10% of your blood every second. The skill ends when your blood is full, and you cannot move during the release of the skill. Yi-sun only wanted to curse now. The boss actually had 630 defense, and he couldn't even break it with his universal attack. Luckily, the attack wasn't high. It should be a main body boss, no wonder it was so thick-skinned, with a full 150,000 chi blood value. Listening to the village chief, he said that in the history of the immortal world, no chi condensation stage martial artist had ever cleared the abyssal mystery realm, and now he finally understood why. With his unique innate qualifications, coupled with the immortal weapon, he felt tricky, let alone others. However, this also had to do with his balanced point addition. If he added all strength, then breaking defense would naturally be no problem. But then, the blood level would be much lower, and the boss's third skill would definitely not be able to carry it. Poison damage can't be mitigated by defense, it can only be restrained by poison resistance, and Yi-sun has no resistance now. Grass. Dropping 800 blood in a second, it's insane. It was just as well that this skill had high damage. What was even more disgusting was that one had to carry the poisonous gas to fight. Otherwise the boss will quickly return to blood, infinite cycle, never die. Yi-sun's brows furrowed as he thought hard about feasible tactics. The first skill was fine, the damage was not high, the area was just a knockout, he didn't care. The second skill is not just rap, also very general. So far, the third skill seems to be the most problematic. What's the best way to fight? Exploiting weaknesses? Yi-sun was speechless as he looked at the toad that was as big as a house. A weak spot at the top of the head, one would have to be in a dunking position to hit it, right? As for the tongue, do you have to do a sliding shovel and get into the boss's mouth to hit the tongue? The artifact quest was really hard enough. The first subquest seemed to be a simple delivery of a letter, but the prerequisite was to pass through the abyssal mystery realm and complete an achievement that no one had ever done before in order to be able to do so. It was really too bullying. Brother, I have already joined the sect and worshipped the Grand Elder of the Misty Illusion Mansion as my teacher, a very beautiful female elder. Oh. She seems to like me a lot. The voice transmission bracelet flashed, and Sining's fluttering voice rang out. Yi-sun's heart was relieved. Fortunately his hard work was not wasted. Originally, he was still a little worried that although his sister had the pseudo-abyssal trial achievement in her hand, her innate qualifications were ultimately lower, and he wasn't sure if it would produce a change. Now it seems that he was overly worried, hearing his sister say that the elder liked her a lot, mostly because of her face value, right? Even a female elder would be happy to receive a beautiful female disciple. What a world of faces. I'm going to make dinner now, do you want to go offline? Yi-sun looked at the time, without realizing it was already noon. In fact, there is a game warehouse. Not to eat can also be. Nutrient solution can maintain the body consumption, but a long time is certainly not good for the body. Yi-sun frowned. It has come to the last step. Leaving the secret realm now is impossible. But this last level was a long-lasting battle. I'm afraid it would take a few hours to take it down. He was glad that he had switched to the game warehouse, otherwise with his far superior physical quality, he was afraid that it would be difficult to resist the consumption of the abyssal mysteries. I'm in the secret realm, I can't get out for a while, I won't eat at noon. Yi-sun turned off the Divine Zephyr skill and entered the valley with his sword. Stretching my head is also a sword, shrinking my head is also a sword, my legs are numb from squatting anymore, do it. Chapter 40 Tough Kill. Yi-sun had just entered the valley when he was detected by the blue-blooded toad. It instantly opened its eyes and stared at the tiny human with a deadly stare, its green aura quickly dissipating as it entered a fighting state. Goo goo. Yi-sun gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand, striding forward with his chest out and his head up as he approached the toad. Whoosh. The red light flickered. Struck. Chi blood 666. Yi-sun was shocked. The toad's tongue strike was as fast as lightning, and he couldn't even react. Just now, he had actually thought that the rapping skill was pretty average to come by. Hastily concentrating, he saw the toad let out a strange cry and leapt towards him like a cannonball. Yi Sun urgently avoided it, but the difference in movement speed was too great, and he was almost hit by its butt, and in the end, he still couldn't run out of the concussion range, and was sent flying in mid-air. Taking a hit. Chi blood 577. That wasn't all, the toad flashed another red light at Yi Sun, who was in mid-air. Attacked. Chi blood 444. The boss's general attack also spat out its tongue, it just didn't come with extra damage like the skill. Yi Sun just landed on the ground. Whoosh. Taking hits. Chi blood 444. Grass. Deception. The blue-blooded toad looked like it was teasing a toy as it made a series of ravaging moves on him. Yi Sun's face was as black as ink and his anger level skyrocketed. In fact, the moment he was sent flying, he lifted the hard state with his super high immunity control, but being in mid-air did not make it easy to move, and he failed to dodge the toad's next attack. Scanning his blood level, 2144 4275. The Divine Zephyr could be turned on and off at any time. Yi Sun had just turned off the Divine Zephyr earlier so that he could get his blood level down below 30% so that he could turn on the Berserker Battle Spirit and enter the Red Worm state. Such a move was very dangerous. If other players knew about it, they would definitely think that he was a madman and was simply looking for death. Sword Step. Yi Sun dodged and angrily came behind the blue-blooded toad, vowing to give it a hard time, to bleed the shame of teasing. Sword Drawing Technique. 1. I at #grasp%$. He forgot that the sword drawing technique increased the final damage. Without breaking defense, it could only deal 1 point of mandatory damage, a 50% increase, which was equal to no increase at all. This moment. It was as if he saw a playful light flash in the eyes of the blue-blooded toad. This is going to be difficult, it seems that we can only strike at the weak points. Yi Sun took a deep breath and squinted his eyes, concentrating on the toad's mouth, intending to verify the tactics first before turning on the berserk battle intent in no hurry. Goo goo. Whoosh. That was the moment. Yi Sun quickly sidestepped and dodged its tongue, his sword-wielding arm flipped and slashed in a smooth motion. Sword Drawing Technique. Weakness Attack. 390. Cool. If it wasn't for the fact that the drawing sword technique would temporarily increase attack speed by 1 when it struck, the toad's tongue would have been really hard to hit. It struck fast and retracted fast. This operation is a special test of reflexes, unusual players simply cannot do. Yi Sun runs his insight and sweeps towards the boss, toad of blue blood, 149,609 150,000. Tactics verified, he directly gave up resisting, endured the humiliation, and began to be passively beaten. Whoosh. Taking hits. Chi blood 444. When the blood level dropped to 1,256, Yi Sun instantly turned on Berserk Battle Spirit, and a faint red aura lit up on his body. Attack and movement speed all increased by 30%. Now at 65 movement speed, it has already surpassed the beefy blood toad. It's my turn to strike. Having been continuously slapped in the face, Yi Sun's anger level had long been full. Whoosh Tongue Strike. Sword Drawing. Weakness Attack. 649. Goo. Yi Sun quickly ran out of the landing range with a shifting speed that surpassed it, avoiding being sent flying for the first time. Berserk Battle Intent is just too good. Yi Sun sighed. The more he fought, the better he got, but unfortunately it could only last for 30 seconds and soon went into cooldown. He started thinking about other tactics. Goo goo. Seeing that the boss was about to perform another leaping attack, Yi Sun's eyes rolled and he slightly sidestepped, managing to dodge the center of the toad's descent, almost sticking to its body as it was sent flying into midair. Strike received. Chi blood 577. In midair, Yi Sun quickly lifted the hardened state, then found the right place, stopped his nose, used his strength to leap onto the top of the toad's head, and with the tip of his sword aligned with the position, he fiercely pumped it. Universal Attack. Weakness Attack. 260. Punch. Weakness Attack. 260. 2 consecutive sword stabs hit the weak point, and Yi Sun was overjoyed. This tactic works. I'm a genius. Yi Sun was so excited that he was about to just stand on top of the toad's head and keep stabbing, but the toad suddenly shook its head and instantly threw him out, with so much force that he couldn't stand on his feet. It seems that there is no way to get a bug. Yi Sun climbed up with a black face and stared at the blue-blooded toad unwillingly. Ding! Berserk Battle Spirit cooldown ends. Humph. Yi Sun turned on the skill, Bravery, for 30 seconds. After Bravery, enter Sage Time. When the skill cooldown is over, it is once again brave. And so it goes back and forth torturing the blue blood toad. In the middle of the way, from time to time, he took the spirit return powder to restore the mana value. 2.5 hours later. Insight, Bison Toad Blood, 15,250 150,000. Yi Sun Jie smiled. Next, the blue-blooded toad only had to withstand one more output from him, and the poisonous gas was about to be leaked out. Turn on the Divine Zephyr. Chi and Blood plus 214. Blood plus 214. The boss's poison wave inflicted 800 points of poison damage per second, and now Shinzei couldn't turn it off anymore or he would die even faster. After the blood was all back up, Yi-sun continuously dodged and waited for the boss to use Leap Strike. In order to kill the boss while carrying the poisonous gas, you had to keep hitting its weak points while it couldn't move. But the tongue can't hit it, so you have to choose the weak spot at the top of the head. Goo the blue-blooded toad leapt up. It was this time. Yi-sun's eyes lit up and he once again repeated his trick, quickly stomping on his nose and flipping up to the top of his head after being knocked away. Sword drawing technique. Weakness attack. 390. Bison toad blood, 14860 After one hit, the boss bloodline instantly dropped below 10%. It stalled in place, its body began to tremble, and green mist spread out from its body. Jedi poison gas wave. Yi-sun gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and thrust it hard against the toad at his feet. Universal attack. Weakness attack. 260. Poisoning. 800. Divine Zephyr. Plus 214 to chi and blood. The long sword, glittering with a chilling light, was inserted. Drawn. And inserted again. At the top of its head. The inserted blue blood toad trembled all over, continuously spewing poisonous gas outward, but always remained motionless. At times like this, the sword drawing technique would be quite useless. The action of returning to the sheath and sheathing it would waste quite a bit of time, instead affecting his output of 2 swords a second. It would be better to not use it. When Yi-sun's blood value dropped to over 900, he hastily used Berserk Battle Intent. Universal attack. Weakness attack. 433. In the next second, a thin layer of golden light suddenly emerged from his body. Ding! You have triggered the skill Divine Grace Blessing, and your chi and blood are forced to retain 1 point. 3 seconds of invincibility. During the invincibility period, no damage will be dealt and no blood can be restored, and God's does not work. Yi-sun didn't care and continued to output frantically. Universal attack. Weakness attack. 433. After 3 seconds had passed, the golden light dissipated. Chi blood plus 2134. After 3 seconds of invincibility, 50% of the chi blood value was instantly restored. Yi-sun smiled cheaply and ran his insight to sweep towards the blue-blooded toad, blood value, 7,410 150,000. Finally reaching the kill line. Phantom kill. 433. 7,500. Go! The poor blue-blooded toad, howling sadly, slowly passed away in humiliation. Ding! System announcement. Chapter 41 Yi-sun's hanged up. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Shallow Dream for passing the Novice Village Nightmare Level 100 Flowers Secret Realm for the first time, rewarded with 500 points of reputation value, 300 pieces of lower grade spirit stones, and 10 points of free attributes. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Shallow Dream for reaching the Novice Village Nightmare Mystery Pass achievement, rewarding permanent title Nightmare Hunter I, title effect, plus 3% effect on alien skills. All title effects can be stacked. Yi-sun in boss fierce battle for 3 hours, at this time has been exhausted, lying on the ground breathing heavily, do not want to move, quietly waiting for the system settlement. He was not surprised by the content on the announcement. Xining had said yesterday when she finished the Nightmare Mystery Realm that even without immortal weapons, with her Xian weapons and Xian rank skills, she would be almost able to clear the level. For other players, if their qualifications were extremely excellent, then the equipment and skill configuration requirements could be lowered 1 or 2 more times. Shallow Dream had a Xian rank weapon. It was unclear what specific skill she had, but the spirit rank skills were definitely there, or Yi-sun had sold them to her. So it seems that her qualifications are a bit higher than Xining. After all, Xining had added 3 points of full attributes. But unfortunately, although Asumu had also passed the Nightmare Mystery Realm, she didn't have the additional 3 points of free attributes that the system had rewarded her with since she wasn't the first person in the entire service to pass it. The forums are buzzing. There were already quite a few players in the game who had reached the 10th level of the Chi condensation stage, but it had only been so long since the second player who had cleared the Nightmare Mystery Realm had appeared. It was evident that the Nightmare Secret Realm was extremely difficult. Inquiring Immortal by Xiao Sheng entered the Nightmare Mystery Realm 3 times in a row, and all of them ended in failure, but it wasn't without gain, and he put together a relatively complete strategy and requirements for clearing the level. 1. Either Xian weapon plus Xian rank skills. 2. Either full body spirit weapon plus at least 2 spirit rank skills. 3. The average qualification should be above 40 points. Such a request extinguishes the hopes of most players. The curious thing on the forums today was that Yi-sun, who was the number 1 person in the game, didn't know why he hadn't passed the secret realm yet. Just then. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi-sun for passing through the Novice Village's Abyssal Level Spirit Valley Secret Realm for the first time, rewarding him with 1,000 points of reputation value, 500 pieces of lower grade spirit stones, and 15 points of free attributes. Ding! System announcement.
Congratulations to player Yi for reaching the achievement of passing the abyssal mysteries of the novice village, rewarding the permanent title Abyssal Walker I, title effect, plus 5% effect on alien skills. All title effects can be stacked.
Ding! System announcement.
As the first player in the entire service to pass through the abyssal mysteries of the novice village, an additional reward of 1000 points of reputation value for Yi, 5 points of free attributes for 5 points.
Ding! System announcement.
Leaf Seeker as the first person to pass through the abyssal mystery realm in the novice village since its creation, heaven and earth were shaken. Rewarded with the heavenly Tao treasure, the sky-breaking talisman.
Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi for killing the Foundation Establishment stage boss, Jasper Toad. Reaching the only achievement, the first kill of a Foundation stage boss.
Rewarded with 1000 reputation points, 500 inferior spirit stones, plus 1 to all innate qualifications and plus 6 to all basic attributes. The announcement rang 15 times in a row, shaking the brains of all online players. Some people were so distracted that they stood frozen in place for a moment before being bitten to death by a monster.
The forums completely exploded.
The heat of the shallow dream, which was still receiving a lot of attention, instantly subsided like a water splash.
Who I am and where I am. What just happened? The system jerked off? Who threw a bomb in my head? Grass. Get to the point, Abyssal Mystery Pass
It is said that even the ordinary monsters in the Abyssal Mystery Realm are all Foundation stage. Those who go in, they can't even pass the first level. Worthy of being Yi. Single-handedly taking on a Foundation stage boss, Yi has blown up.
Pass it on, the boss has exploded Yi.
6. Congealed heart as well as carrying an immortal weapon didn't even make it through the Abyssal Secret Realm. This is enough to show that Bai Xiaoxing's guess was right, Yi innate qualification must be more than 50. There were people in the forums before who said he was disabled, pure bull.
That's not necessarily true. The innate qualification assessment is talent. Maybe Yi is an acquired disability and it doesn't affect talent. Is this the so-called heaven opens a door for you? It will definitely close a window? No.
Philosophically speaking, perfection is a challenge to the natural order, which breaks the rhythm of ebb and flow, change and growth that things should originally have, and contradicts the laws of nature's operation. The laws of nature will destroy the perfect and return things to a dynamic equilibrium that is more in line with their nature.
Upstairs, please speak human, thank you.
In fact, I would like to think that it doesn't have to be a qualification problem. The same with an immortal weapon. Condensed heart didn't pass the abyss, maybe the reason why she is not operating well.
Grass. Yi won hemp this wave
Now there's a full 48 more attributes, plus the system reward from before. It's already almost 20 levels more attributes than us, right? It's destroying the balance.
Yi doesn't have a club? Why don't you create one? I want to join.
Just got here, what happened?
Yi hanged and exploded. Oh. The leaders of the major gangs looked obscure.
They had originally thought that they would find the Foundation Establishment stage boss to take the first kill as soon as they got out of the novice village, but they didn't expect that they would be shortchanged by Yi again. As for the next Jindan stage boss first kill, they now do not have much confidence, in order to Yi growth rate may be taken in advance again. This is really bad news for them. After all, the rewards of the boss first kill are too rich. The top forces of Huaxia were intimidated wherever they went, but now they were being pressed underneath by a loose person. How humiliating was this? It seems that there has to be a way to curb Yi growth.
What's the plan? Long-winded.
Many times it is not only when you directly hurt someone that you are guilty, when you get in their way it is also a sin in their eyes.
Ding! Congratulations on killing the Foundation stage boss, Be Blood Toad, and gaining 0 cultivation points. Ding!
As your innate qualifications have reached the upper limit, the reward has been changed to Strength Source Liquid, Physique Source Liquid, Heavenly Charming Immortal Dew, which has been placed in your backpack and can be traded. Not only were the players dazzled by the system announcements, even Yi was the same, and he even had 2 more announcements ringing in his head than the other players. Returning to his senses, Yi, heartbroken over the wasted cultivation, and forced himself to look at the side without looking, waved his hand, and collected all the things scattered on the ground from the boss into his backpack. In the game, when you kill a drop, you will leave the owner 10 minutes to collect it. If the timeout is not collected, then anyone can collect it, but it will only be left for a maximum of 20 minutes. If no one collects it in 20 minutes, it will disappear completely. After resting for a while, Yi then got up and checked the items in his backpack. The first 2 levels didn't explode anything. The final settlement was really a big explosion. The backpack was stuffed to the brim with 20 compartments. Looks like we need to get storage rings as soon as possible. Chapter 42, An Odd Harvest. Yi opened his backpack and what caught his eye was the spirit stones. Together with the ones rewarded by the system, he now had a total of 1,265 pieces. Compared to Whitehorse players, he was properly rich. At this stage, players were so poor that a day of furious livering with a gaming silo would only result in 40-50 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones, and the gaming bracelet was even worse, so it would be good to get 20 or 30 pieces. Their spirit stones have to buy both recovery medicine and open secret realms, use teleportation arrays, and so on, strapped for cash. The game had just opened and there was a shortage of spirit stones, leading to inflated prices, and now a piece of spirit stone could be sold for 50 huaxia coins. When Yisun strolled through the novice village, he saw the club standing at the resurrection point, yelling and collecting spirit stones. Some players with bad economy simply don't open the secret realm, don't go out of the novice village, and keep fighting monsters to get spirit stones to sell for money. Not to mention, a little bit of hard work a day to get thousands of Chinese coins is not a big problem, better than going to work. Of course, as more and more spirit stone resources, the proportion of cash will gradually decline. Yisun remembered that when he entered the game in his previous life, the ratio had dropped to 1:1. Leafseeker rubs his hands together. Taking out the Heavenly Dao treasure rewarded by the system just now, he checked it out. The announcement said that this was a reward that only the first person to clear the Abyssal Mystery Realm since its creation would receive. Yisun was a bit shocked that the first person to clear the level, instead of a player, meant that even NPCs were included. This was a bit too much information for him to comprehend for a while. Forget it, just ask the village elder brother when the time comes.
Breakthrough talisman, teleportation prop.
Randomly teleport to a certain place in the continent of the Nine Heavens, can be used in any state, unblockable by any boundary, can carry up to one person for teleportation. Yisun was confused. The hell is this, the so-called Heavenly Dao treasure? He was disappointed. This thing, let's say it's strong, it's really strong enough, not to mention, as long as he uses it now, he can directly leave the novice village and head to the continent of the Nine Heavens without going through the teleportation array. But what's the point? Was it just to save the 30 lower grade spirit stones for the teleportation fee? Or is it that, when you run into an enemy that you can't beat and are still trapped by someone with a boundary, you can use the air-breaking talisman to escape on the spot? But again, it was of little significance. It's not like the player will actually die, so the big deal is to get killed once and resurrect back, right? It's only a one-level drop. Even if all the levels fell off, it wouldn't be a big deal for Yisun, simply recovering his cultivation was simple, and fighting a few bosses would be enough. This game is really difficult to break through the realm. After the second turn, each realm can be stuck a large number of people. From this point of view, Breakthrough Talisman is really dispensable. Not right. Yisun suddenly thought that when the game merged with reality in the future, players would no longer have the ability to resurrect, and if they died, they really died. At that time, the air-breaking talisman might be of great use. Thinking of this, Yisun then held back his crazy spitting heart, put it away, and checked out the other things again. There was an item in the backpack that emitted a 7-colored glow was dazzling, and Yisun looked excited. A 7-colored glow. But he knew that masterless immortal artifacts emitted a red glow, while divine artifacts emitted a black glow. And colored that was the existence above divine weapons, which had always existed only in legends. Almost no one, including the natives of Ask the Immortals, had ever seen an existence above a divine weapon, except for Yisun. His Newfound stone is a sacred grade treasure, emitting 5 colors or now 7 colors. Could it be an existence one level higher than a sacred grade treasure? It can't be, can it? Yisun's hands were trembling with excitement, and he hurriedly took it out. 7-colored lollipop, special fashion class treasure. Rumor has it that 800 years ago, Master Wu Wei of the artifact sect saw an otherworldly candy in a dream one day and was so enamored with its shape that he copied its likeness and refined it with 15 kinds of rare materials, including 7-colored soft silver and heavenly casting stone. It can be worn for melee weapons, forcing a change in the appearance of the weapon. Additional attributes, plus 10% to heart, 20% increase in control hits, 50% enlargement of target's weak point area. Special effect, plus 10 charisma when used by women, 10 charisma when used by men. Characteristics, non-removable, cannot be completely destroyed below artifacts, damage will be repaired automatically. Leaf Seeker. A toad with this kind of strange stuff on his body? 7-colored lollipops, changing the appearance of melee-type weapons, that is, swords, knives, guns, and other weapons he is able to use. Additional attributes are also very valuable. Moreover, it wasn't a piece of equipment and didn't take up equipment space, having it was equivalent to having one more piece of equipment than others, which was extremely valuable. Non-removable? Yisun frowned. The non-removable characteristic indicated that it was not appropriate to use it on a chi condensation stage spiritual weapon. The equipment would have to be replaced soon, and it would not be a waste to use it on an unranked immortal weapon. There were also special effects that left him speechless. Male use charisma value 10. Come to think of it, a big man carrying a lollipop is a bit unorthodox and effeminate, so it's normal to reduce the charisma value. Ugh. Yisun didn't know what to do with it for a moment. Giving it to a melee-type weapon to use, Xining was long range and not suitable. I have to say, this lollipop is really pretty. The sugar body at the top is a flat disc shape with a 7-colored spiral pattern that gives off a dreamy, tantalizing sheen, as if you can smell its sweet scent. The stick in the center is carved with mysterious lines, dignified with elegance. If the weapon is given to wear, it can definitely make female players love it, especially windy and extremely eye-catching. Not to mention, there were those two very valuable attributes it attached. Yi-sun felt that in some people's eyes, it was estimated that it could be comparable to an immortal weapon. Forget it, just sell it later in the game, it should fetch a good price. Yi-sun tearfully put it away. This abyssal mystery realm was really extraordinary. Two things in a row were so strange, it made Yi-sun look forward to the next thing. Chapter 43, Earthly Weapons. The third item, a bead, emitted a ghostly green glow. Yin-Yang Poison Bead, the culprit that caused the mutation of the blue-blooded toad, originating from the ancient poison sect, it had caused countless people to turn pale at the sight of it, and was extremely detestable, yet highly favored by those who were not right-minded. Use 1, it can assist in the cultivation of poisonous skills with half the effort. Use 2, placed in the water source, can be a large area of pollution water. The contaminated water is colorless and tasteless, but contains a highly toxic. Only immortal and above antidote pills can detoxify it, and the poison bead disappears after use. Use 3, if the body is poisoned, can be served, poison against poison, can lift any poison below the immortal level, can also be suppressed above the immortal level of toxins for a period of time after the use of the poison bead disappears. Use 4, you can destroy it directly by using immortal level or above equipment, and you will get 100,000 points of reputation value. Yi-sun. Seems like another oddball thing. Use 1 he didn't need, the Violet Sky Sword Sex Gongfu didn't carry poison. Use 2 was too evil, and could be used if he encountered a particularly abhorrent sect that he couldn't beat. Contaminating the water source and covering everyone in a clan should be no problem, even if they possessed an immortal antidote pill, there certainly weren't many, and they could only antidote a handful of people. No wonder this thing would turn people's heads, it was really a good thing to cast a Jedi scheme. Yi-sun does not think he will use the Yin-Yang Poison Bead as an ability. The NPCs in Ask the Immortals are actually living people, dead is really dead. He didn't want to kill more than he had to. And use 3, it should be the same as the air-breaking talisman, another ability that might be used in the future after the game has merged with reality, and might become a crucial life-saving item in the future. From this point of view, this bead was still good. As for use 4, he had the immortal artifact Ink Rhythm Spectre, and could totally destroy it now. 100,000 prestige value. Right now, in the early stages of the game, the reputation value was useless, but in the future, when the reputation store was opened, it would be quite useful. Yi-sun remembers that in his previous life, there was a post in the forum that was ranking the most important things to players in Ask the Immortals. Players argued endlessly, some said that artifacts were the most important, and some said that enlightenment was among the nominations for prestige value, and it was also at the top of the list. Visible prestige value importance. Yi-sun hesitated for a while, and then took back the backpack for uses. It's not too late to use it when you need to use which one in the future. Alas. Things are good things, but it's a pity that they can't be used now. When he took out the fourth item, he instantly burst into hot tears. Blue-blooded toad inner Dan permanently increased poisoning resistance by 20% after taking it. Finally there was one that could be used now, and it was also very practical. Yi-sun didn't say anything and directly took it. Ding! You have taken the inner elixir of the blue blood toad, poison resistance plus 20%. If you hit the Bijin toad once more now, then its poison damage to Yi-sun would drop from the original 800 to 640. Fruit of Enlightenment Spirit, it can upgrade a spirit rankable skill with full proficiency by 1 rank of quality. The Fruit of Enlightenment was something that must come out from the first kill of a boss, and Yi-sun needed it exactly. Once the proficiency in sword steps was practiced, he could use it. Biscuit Scale Armor, Earth Artifacts. Equipment Requirement, Foundation Stage, Male. Additional attributes, Physique plus 24, Defense plus 50, Blood plus 500, Concentration Resistance plus 10. Attachment Skill Retardation, when turned on, use yourself as the starting point to slow down the movement speed of all targets within a 30-meter radius by 20% for 30 seconds. Consumption, 500 mana. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Yi-sun lovingly touched the biscuit scale armor. He had long been dissatisfied with the mortal wolfskin clothes on his body. The added attributes were few, not to mention that it was ugly. Now that I have the aqua scale armor, I can change into it when I break through the foundation establishment stage. It was truly worthy of being an earth artifact. In addition to many additional attributes, it also came with a very practical skill. Yi-sun always encountered monsters with higher movement speeds than him, and now with retard, he could show off his maneuvers better. There's also the fact that using it while running might get rid of the chase and feel safe. In addition to the earth weapon, there are 2 Xian weapons. Bijin Tattoo Armor, Metaphysical Artifact. Can be worn by Foundation Stage males. Additional attributes, Physique plus 15, Defense plus 25, Chi Blood plus 250. Water Cloud Belt, Xian Weapon. Can be worn by Foundation Stage. Additional attributes, Physical Fitness plus 12, Chi Blood plus 200, Mana plus 300. There were only 3 pieces of equipment in total, and nothing more.
After leaving the secret realm, Yi Sun reappeared at the novice village resurrection point.
From the noisy discussions around him, he learned that his biscuit scale armor had already made it to the equipment list. The equipment list would only include equipment above the earth tool level, and now there were only 2 lone pieces of equipment on the list, both of which belonged to Yi Sun, and countless players were envious.
Ha! Yi Sun came out. Ah yes, Seek. Can we take a picture? Yi Sun, I'm a reporter from Mango Channel, can I do an exclusive interview? I'm from First TV, come to our station for an exclusive interview. Can you tell me about the abyssal mystery passing strategy?
I'll pay $100 for it.
Yi Sun, look at me. I'm your idol, I'm going to give you a monkey. Chapter 44, The Proper Village Chief.
Although it hasn't been long since the service opened, Yi Sun has already gained quite a few fans. Especially the female fans, the number was unusually large, because Yi Sun had outstanding abilities, not to mention a face value that was number 1 on the male list, which made them curious in their hearts. But the strange thing is that the forum picks up. Hard not pick up Yi Sun photo too, even Sining's information is not there. Every time their identity exposure post appears, it will be deleted in seconds. However, other players did not have this special treatment, and now there were already some players on the list whose identities had been exposed. This made Yi Sun and Ning Xin's identity background very confusing.
Yi Sun likes to have a good time, but doesn't like people.
So with a sword step, he dodged out of the encirclement and came quickly to the village chief. Older brother village chief, I passed the level. He displayed the Abyssal Mystery Realm Pass achievement. The village chief had promised to give him a creation.
Good brat. I can't believe that you really got through.
You know, this secret realm used to be unrestricted to novice villages, and everyone in the 9 heavens continent's chi condensation stage cultivators could break through, but no one has ever cleared it. The village chief marveled. His words were a bit too informative.
According to what he meant, newbie villages used to be free to come and go.
Yi Sun was a bit surprised, so the first person to pass the level mentioned in the announcement was so significant.
Originally, he was still wondering, the newbie village is so little NPC, no one passes it is very normal, right? Is the system making a big fuss about it? But the continent of the 9 heavens is immense, and there are many talented people, so why would no one pass?
Although Yi Sun had an immortal weapon, he was not the only one in the 9 heavens continent who had an immortal weapon. The helmsmen of those hegemonic sects could definitely throw their immortal weapons to their heirs to break into the secret realm. It was unthinkable that no one had gotten through. Now he finally understood why the things produced by the Abyssal Mystery Realm were so strange. It turned out that no one had ever taken them away and kept sending them in. The village chief shouted for an NPC to come over and told him to continue to help the players open the secret realm on the teleportation array, and then led Yi Sun back to his home. The surrounding players saw this and had some odd eyes. The relationship between Yi Sun and the village chief had been analyzed in the forums, the NPC friendliness setting had been made public, and some players had reached the achievement of increasing their friendliness. But with this familiar relationship between Yi Sun and the village chief, it is obvious that the degree of friendliness is ridiculously high, and they don't know how Yi Sun did it. Yi Sun always seems to be able to do what others can't do.
Yi kid, I know what you are thinking.
At that time, equipment above immortal weapons and things with great power were not allowed to be brought into the secret realm. There were many restrictions, otherwise a strong person would casually make a talisman for a junior to carry, and the secret realm monsters wouldn't be beaten into dust?
Yi Sun was dumbfounded. That's a really reasonable restriction.
Ever since the novice village was cut off from the 9 heavens continent, the secret realm has been in a state of desolation, but even though it's desolated, the monsters inside won't die out, they're actually all generated by formations. This time when you people from the other world came over and the secret realm was reopened, the various restrictions were lifted. Probably the secret realm thought that you guys don't have much of a powerful background here and won't be able to get powerful treasures, but I didn't think that your kid would actually get an immortal weapon and be drilled by you.
This Yi Sun was baffled.
At this moment, what he was thinking about was not how the village chief could tell that his mask was an immortal weapon, but rather if he didn't bring an immortal weapon, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the blue-blooded toad. Without immortal weapons, he only had a blood value of 2000, and the third skill of the toad poisoned him with 800 blood per second, so even if he had the divine Zephyr skill, he wouldn't be able to carry it for more than a few seconds.
But this is also too outrageous, right? He's a 100 innate qualification. And the innate skills bestowed by Manhwa.
Not to mention the player base, even among the aborigines of questioning immortality, there probably wasn't anyone as gifted as him.
If even he couldn't beat the secret realm, then what was the point of setting up this secret realm?
Yi Sun couldn't help but ask this doubt. The village chief was silent for a long time before he said, in fact, what the secret realm screens for is not natural talent, but rather trying to find a miracle. The immortal questioning realm has been going downhill after experiencing the splendor of the ancient times, and no more true gods have appeared since endless years. Even in the last 10,000 years, there weren't even any immortal level powerhouses left. But the immortal realm seems to be peaceful, but in reality, it is full of crises. Perhaps the next moment, a brutal otherworldly invasion will come, and we will all be fish meat on the chopping board. From ancient times to the present, the immortal questioning realm has suffered several great tribulations, and countless great powers have come forward and fought against their enemies, and eventually died. We need the shelter of a true god. Yi Sun was silent. These were all things he didn't know in his previous life. At this time, the village chief, without the old unorthodox posture of the past, is like a hermit who worries about the country and the people. He continued, however, no one knows what conditions are required to become a true god, and countless people with exceptional talent have sunk to the ground, stopping short of being a true god. This is what I'm talking about, the miracle that the secret realm wanted to find out. Originally it wanted to find someone who could pass the barrier without relying on external objects, although we don't know how to pass the barrier without relying on external objects. Yi Sun. He didn't know what to say. Originally, he was still complacent, but as a result, he was hit on the head by this old man, and his self-complacency was instantly wiped out. I relied on cheating to pass, which is not in line with the original intent of the secret realm, which means that I don't actually have the posture of a true god, right? The village chief lost his smile and shook his head. That's not true. The screening of the secret realm is just a vision of the predecessors. In reality, everyone has the stature of a true god. Those great powers, when they were young, weren't all people with outstanding talent. There were those who begged for food, those who snatched food from wild dogs, and those whose talent was so poor that even small clans disdained them. On the other hand, there is also the kind of birth on the sky appeared vision, talent extraordinary generation. The family is not bad young smooth, but ultimately stopped in front of the real immortal realm. There is even a young death. This world, there is no absolute thing. The starting point does not determine a person's end. You cannot be presumptuous. To your kid's talent should be a great job. Yi Sun nodded his head and dried his bowl of chicken soup. Originally, he was not disheartened. If the end of life was a foregone conclusion from the beginning, if others came to tell him, you will surely achieve true God in the future, then life would be meaningless. What he likes is to grope his way through the mists, to sculpt himself in the unknown, to make every step an autonomous choice of destiny rather than a passive glide on an established track. Yi Sun no longer thinks about this, but looks at the village chief and asks seriously, older brother village chief, could it be that you are a senior high-ranking person with heavenly cultivation? Is the village chief status just a fun way for you to play the world? This old man, familiar with the secrets of the ancient times, understanding the current situation of this world, even chicken soup has words, but also can see that his mask is an immortal weapon. Is certainly not a simple generation. Could it be that his immortal weapon mask was given to him by the village chief? The party's so-called ignorance might be a deliberate disguise. Chapter 45 Another Abyssal Quest. The village chief rolled his eyes at the words, higher person my ass. The old man has been cultivating for dozens of years, and now he's just at the Jindan stage. Yi Sun. Cultivating for decades before Jindan stage? He didn't quite believe it. It's a pity that Ink Rhythm Spectrum can't look up NPC information. Speaking of masks, non-relative, it is reasonable to say that the village head has no reason to send him immortal weapons, perhaps someone else. Village chief old brother, you said you would send me a creation, bring it. The old man's hand stroking his beard gave a beat. Yi Sun didn't say he really forgot, no wonder this kid is so attentive today. It's like this, the old man has an ancestor. The village chief recalled, according to the canonical records, the ancestor had left behind a few things back then, leaving them behind for those with destiny. Canonical records? Yi Sun frowned, so, the things are not in the novice village? Not bad. Many years ago, the novice village was not yet cut off from the Nine Heavens continent and was able to come and go freely. The ancestor left the stuff in the Nine Heavens continent. Do you know what it is? I don't know, the ancestor didn't say. It could be a Gongfu inheritance, or it could be a divine weapon, it's all possible. Yi Sun nodded, no longer asking more questions, and opened the door. Are you trying to tell me the inheritance land now? This old man has been staying in the novice village, not knowing the situation of the Nine Heavens continent. Now the inheritance is still not even certain. There is also the fact that since his ancestor chose to leave the inheritance outside, it means that he should be a casual cultivator. A loose cultivator was either a worm or a dragon, but even if he was a dragon, he didn't necessarily have to be stronger than the top figures of a hegemonic level sect. Now that he was about to become a personal disciple of an overlord level sect and could learn the sect's core techniques, he really didn't care much about the inheritance of a loose cultivator. Yi Sun was a little disappointed in his heart. But with the principle that a mosquito's leg is also meat, he still intends to take it, more or less. He can sell it for some money, right? The village chief seemed to have seen his thoughts and gave a cold snort, proudly saying, let me tell you kid, old man's ancestor, that's an immortal level powerhouse. Yi Sun. Immortal level powerhouse. Nowadays, in the Nine Heavens continent, there wasn't a single immortal level, so it was really a legendary level powerhouse. Immortal level powerhouse left behind is definitely not mortal, actually really a creation? Yi Sun's interest increased greatly. But how could the offspring of such a powerful person be so bad? Only at the Jindan stage at a very old age? Yi-sun's face is not moving, but inwardly in a friendly flirtation, this old man said that his own Jindan stage is not afraid of shame, said the righteous, ghosts believe.
Where is the inheritance?
The village chief said awkwardly, the specific place old man is not clear, the ancestor left a token back then, you wait. He got up and walked into the inner room, and shortly afterward took out a box, and when he opened it, there was a small half of the remnant jade lying inside. The remnant jade had a mottled texture and a jagged shape, making it look ordinary. The complete jade pendant can open the boundary of the inheritance land, this should only be 1/5 of it, the ancestor only left such a small piece at home in the first place, and the rest of it will require you to search for it. Yi-sun was not disappointed when he saw this, instead, he was even more surprised. In Ask the Immortals, the theory was that the better the reward, the harder the task was to complete. His divine weapon quest, for example, was divided into 3 subquests that were both complex and appetizingly tortuous. The ancestor of the village chief intentionally left the remnant jade, clearly to test the later generations, the same tortuous, such a twisted and complicated task, the reward is definitely not bad.
Do you have news of the rest of the jade pendant?
No, but what I do know is that as long as you have the remnants of the jade on you, you will sense when another piece of the jade appears nearby.
Yi-sun frowned, so, if other cultivators also have a remnant jade in their hands, they can also sense the remnant jade on me when they meet? Not bad.
The village chief glanced at him appreciatively, your kid's reaction is fast. Yi-sun didn't want to thank him for his appreciation, he only felt that this immortal level powerhouse could really test people.
If you want to collect all 5 pieces of jade, strength and luck are indispensable.
It was like raising a parasite to raise the most suitable inheritor. Here you go, good luck with the legacy left by your ancestors. Yi-sun took the jade pendant and information flowed through his mind. Immortal Jade 1, originally an ordinary jade pendant, after being nourished by an immortal, it seems to have generated a different mission, it is bound to fall off after death, and is randomly restored somewhere in the 9 heavens continent after destruction.
Ding!
Congratulations on successfully receiving the abyssal level hidden quest Immortal Treasure.
Quest prompt, collect the rest of the jade pendant, current collection progress, 1-5. Mission reward, unknown. Mission penalty, none.
Sure enough, it was an abyssal level hidden quest, but it wasn't the only one hidden. That meant that there was already someone who had the remnant jade and had received this quest as well. And it was definitely not a player, but an NPC from the 9 heavens continent. With his current cultivation, if he was sensed, it would definitely be a big trouble, but he had Mo Yun Yu Huang in, but he could shield others from sensing, hopefully, he could shield the immortal jade fluctuation. Worthy of being an abyssal level hidden quest, each one is incomparably difficult. In his previous life, Yi-sun had never heard of anyone completing a quest of this level. It was also possible that someone had completed it but didn't say so, but it was unlikely. Take this quest at hand for example, even if there really was someone on the continent of the 9 heavens who had unbelievable luck and collected 4 pieces of remnant jade, how should this remnant jade be taken in the novice village? Without a true immortal realm cultivation, one could barely enter the novice village. This quest was set up to be outrageous. The village head's family was also willful and bad, and I don't know how many generations they've gone through, but they've been keeping the remnant jade in the novice village and not releasing it.
Yi-sun really didn't know what to say. If he hadn't accidentally befriended the village chief and increased his friendship, I'm afraid that this piece of jade still wouldn't have seen the light of day, right? Many thanks to the village elder brother.
The village chief waved his hand and returned to his immodest mode.
Your kid's talent is extraordinary, plus the old man sees that you are obedient, that's why he sent you this. In the future, if you can achieve something, don't forget to bring some Jiushao continent specialties back to the old man, such as watery little girls and whatnot. Yi-sun.
This old bastard, who used to hide a thing or two when talking about Widowly, has now made no effort to hide his lewdness.
Could it be that the cultivation level is really not high? Otherwise, why don't you become a flower thief? How promising that would be. Chapter 46 Conflict outside the city. The wind and the water are cold.
Outside the teleportation array, the village elder sighed, his face filled with reluctance. Yi-sun had a black line on his face, older brother village elder, where did you learn that from? A little guy from your otherworldly world heard him talking about it when he was talking to himself, it's quite meaningful. The village chief asked curiously, it feels like there's a second half to that sentence, I wonder what it is? Yi-sun said with a leathery smile, it doesn't matter, this sentence is quite appropriate for this scenario, don't use it next time. After saying that, he stepped onto the teleportation array, village chief old brother, when I become immortal I will come back to pick you up and take you out, when I do, I will give you a greenhouse in the purple sky city. Bah! It's just a place of fireworks, how could I be that shallow? What I pursue is true love. Do you understand true love? But since you insist, let's make a deal. Gentleman 1. Yi-sun rolled his eyes and directly teleported away, staying any longer for fear of being sickened and vomiting. Artifact mission, I'm coming. Purple Sky City. The first city of the Purple Sky continent. Yi-sun out of the teleportation array, look around, carved beams and painted buildings, jade buildings, between the flying eaves and arches, relief carvings of rare beasts lifelike. There is even a jade building suspended in the air Gene K, emitting a soft halo of light, and the dizzying fairy mist blends, like a dream like a mirage. Wide green stone streets, people flow like weaving, brocade robes and fancy clothes, immortal rhyme flow, all is a faction of the immortal weather stores along the street, vendors shouting and selling, restaurants and tea houses in the push cups, the sound of silk and bamboo around the beams.
A prosperous and lively scene.
The novice village was a completely different world compared to here. Although Yi Sun was in the Purple Sky continent in his previous life, he had only been to the Purple Sky city once. At that time, he had worshipped in a small clan and spent his weekdays doing odd jobs and practicing basic sword techniques, rarely going out. For one thing, the road from the sect to the Purple Sky city was not peaceful. For another, he was shy, and in a place like the Purple Sky city, it was almost impossible to get around without money, so there was no point in coming. However, in this life, he was afraid that he would have to deal with Purple Sky city often. Yi Sun realized that from time to time, there were gazes glancing towards him and were transmitting something. In his heart, he guessed that it should be a player from a certain club that had been guarding the teleportation array. There were already players coming out of the novice village now, all of them were players who were impatient and felt that there was no hope of passing the Nightmare Mystery Realm. Especially those big gangs, the leaders are still trying to find a way to pass the Nightmare Realm, but they let some members come out to explore the road first.
Knowing that I'll be worshipping the Violet Sky Sword sect, I've specially come to stake out the area? It's really money that moves people.
Yi Sun smiled coldly and raised his steps towards the city gates, wanting to rush to complete his worship before dark. The Purple Sky City prohibited fighting, so these people couldn't do anything but keep an eye on them.
Phoenix Pavilion.
When passing by the greenhouse, listening to the bursts of silk and bamboo sounds coming from inside, Yi Sun couldn't help but slow down his steps a bit.
Yo, this gentleman, come in to relieve your fatigue?
The girls are skilled in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and they are very pretty, so I guarantee that you will enjoy yourself. There are greenhouses in Ask the Immortals, but it takes thousands of spirit stones just to get in, and you can only sit under the stage and listen to some of the cleaners playing songs. If you want to go to a private room, at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. As for wanting to do that kind of thing, it was also possible, with prices ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones at a time. When the spirit stone to cash ratio dropped to 1 to 1 in the future, it would be tens to hundreds of thousands of huaxia coins at a time, I guess, which was rather expensive. It's just as well that it's expensive, the girl's face value isn't high. In the greenhouses, there were also those with high face value, such as the flower leader, but unfortunately, most of them sold their art without selling their bodies, and their cultivation was not bad either.
If you want to be the guest of honor of a flower girl, you can't do it with money alone.
So, going to a greenhouse for that sort of thing is very cost effective, and the only good thing about it is that it's legal, as well as not having to be afraid of getting a disease.
Hee next time for sure.
Yi Sun was a bit mesmerized, but unfortunately, he was shy, but he didn't want to do that kind of thing, he just wanted to get some insight. After all, this kind of place only exists in the novels and dramas, or very mysterious color. In the future, High and Low will have to go in for a stroll and feel the joy of listening to music in a hookah. Yi Sun made up his mind and twisted his head to continue running towards the outside of the city.
Humph.
A poor look, still wearing animal skin clothes, next time this kind of don't greet.
Yes. Yi Sun was surrounded as soon as he left the city. Yi Sun, how are you? My name is Enigmatic Man.
The man at the head of the group hung a fake smile and slowly came up to greet him.
This name. Yi Sun crowed and laughed.
He casually swept, only to see that there were about 1,000 people around.
From the War God Temple? No, we're from the Brotherhood, you should have heard of us, right?
The enigmatic man said proudly. In the past few years, the Brotherhood had crisscrossed all the major online games, but anyone who played the game often, almost no one knew about it. It could be said that it was like a thunderclap.
Oh, never heard of it.
Yi Sun would have never heard of it if he didn't have memories of his past life. After all, he never played games. In his previous life, Ask the Immortals, the first club in Chinese service is the Brotherhood. It is said that the Brotherhood has 4 leaders. What is the 4 young men of the capital? Each background is not bad, strong, steady suppression of the other clubs.
The enigmatic man snorted coldly. Yi Sun, it seems that you are not very friendly to our Brotherhood. Ah.
Yi Sun laughed lightly, not having heard of your club's name as unfriendly?
These people, they are really used to being overbearing.
Humph. I'll cut the crap. Our gangmaster wants to buy your immortal weapon. Name your price.
Not for sale.
Don't be in a hurry, I haven't finished yet. As long as you sell us the immortal artifact, our Brotherhood can make you a protector, and if you hand it over directly, then the position of the hall leader is not out of the question. Yi Sun's face was odd, his eyes looked like he was looking at a little cutie.
Like
the Ask the Immortals Chinese service clubs, the position setups are all pretty much the same. Below the gang leader are 2 deputy gang leaders, and then in descending order are the 4 elders, 8 hallmasters, 16 protectors, and a bunch of deacons.
Protectors are indeed not low, at least better than gang members and deacons, right? Compared to the Brotherhood.
Yi Sun instantly felt that the Sky Eagle gang was much smoother. The enigmatic man saw his eyes teasing, dissatisfied. Yi-sun, our brotherhood is the first club. No matter where we go, no one dares not give face. Countless people fight for the position of the protector, not to mention the hallmaster. You should be contented.
See, the brotherhood is indeed majestic. Yi-sun mocked.
Most of the players who had come out of the novice village now had average positions in their clubs, and those with high positions were still working hard for the nightmare mystery realm in the novice village. This guy in front of me, I'm afraid that at most he's just a deacon, and he dares to be so arrogant, so it's obvious that the brotherhood is arrogant and domineering. The war god Palace's Zhao Gongzi is also very arrogant, but in fact, he is still very bottom line, and his reputation in his previous life was not bad. But the four leaders of the brotherhood can be bottomless, do things unscrupulously. The previous life of the infamous, countless people dared not say. Once on the forum, more than once exposed, some offend the brotherhood of players, and then no longer online, just every time the post was quickly deleted. Visible brotherhood of the water is how deep. With the brotherhood style, Yi-sun will sooner or later clash with them. He has long been mentally prepared in his heart, just did not think it would be so fast. But he wasn't afraid to wade through this mess.
Yi-sun, are you sure you want to be ungrateful?
Don't think you're invincible just because you're lucky with your game. You can't afford the consequences of offending our brotherhood.
I'm so scared. Oh.
Yi-sun smiled disdainfully, not bothering to talk any more nonsense, and the sound of the sheathed sword suddenly exploded at the city gates.
908.
The enigmatic man was split into white light by a sword.
Ding.
You have killed player enigmatic man, sin value +1, current sin value, 1.
Since you guys wanna die, come on. Chapter 47. The elders arrive in person. 900 plus damage with one sword?
The members of the brotherhood looked at each other in horror.
What kind of grass did this animal grow up on?
Hee, we are here to buy immortal weapons today. Buying and selling is not a matter of benevolence, not wanting to fight with you. Jokingly, when Yi-sun faced 2,000 people in the novice village, he was able to handle it with ease. Now they are only 1,000 people, or some close combat not to mention. Most people are still in the chi condensation stage. Fight without any chance of victory can only be a waste of life. It is better to wait for the big troop to come out and then say it. At the moment, hurry to join the clan. Break through the foundation is the right thing.
Humph.
Yi-sun let out a cold snort and turned around and sped towards the purple sky sword sect. It wasn't that he was good-tempered, but he was going to pay his respects to his master now and couldn't go over there with a sin value. This is more than 1,000 people, all killed is more than 1,000 sin value. Need to use the same amount of prestige value to eliminate, or brush the same number of the same level of wild monster to eliminate. It is very delayed for melee combat. On the way, Yi-sun casually killed a wild monster to remove that little bit of sin value. When he arrived outside the mountain gate of the purple heavenly sword sect, he only saw long white jade steps that he couldn't see at first glance, and countless players were climbing them. Looking from afar, a treacherous mountain peak within the clan towered over it, as if it was a giant sword thrusting into the sky. On the peak of the immortal gas, cloud vaporization, hidden jade buildings like heavenly palace, like a dream-like fantasy, the immortal door weather full. Tisk worthy of being an overlord level sect. It looks much more spectacular than the forum pictures. Yeah, it's too grand. Movie special effects can't even come up with this picture. I'd rather come to the Violet Sky Sword sect as an outer disciple than go to a small sect.
Ha! Quick look, the one who just went over seems to be Yi-sun. Yi-sun actually came to the Violet Sky Sword sect?
Nonsense, he's so good at playing with swords, he'll definitely come to the Violet Sky Sword sect. Yi-sun is the abyssal trial results, directly will become a pro-disciple, right? I also don't know what privileges pro-disciples have. It's said that there are strict hierarchical divisions and quite a few rules within this game sect, and the consequences of offending a senior brother are severe. Yeah, there's a guy on the forum who molested his senior sister, and as a result was relegated to being a miscellaneous disciple, and it's said that he has to clean the latrine every day. Yi-sun swept his eyes around the players. In this life, because of him, the sword cultivator's fame had risen greatly, and there were far more players who wanted to switch to the sword cultivator than any other profession. However, the number of disciples in each sect is capped, and if you worship late, you won't be able to get in. This is also for balance considerations, to ensure that the number of players in each profession is roughly equal. Of course. Except for those with excellent results in the novice village trial and those with extraordinary qualifications, they can go wherever they want. In the Ask the Immortals Huaxia service, there are a total of 10 dominant clans, corresponding to the 10 major combat professions. They are Purple Sky Continent, the Purple Sky Sword sect, a turn 1 profession named Swordsman, a more balanced profession, thick and thin. Xingqiao Continent, Misty Mirage Mansion, profession named Miaoing, skills based on control, weapons for various musical instruments, such as qin, xiao, flute, pipa, etc. Taishao Continent, Starry Mansion Bao Palace, occupation named Ranger, commonly known as the Archer, the game's longest attack distance occupation. The popularity value is very high. Bishao Continent, Big Dipper Sacred Sect, occupation named Shaking Mountain, gathering place for physical cultivation players, with weapons such as gloves, guns, and hammers. Danshao Continent, 100 Flowers Immortal Valley, a clan that only accepts women. Occupation named Tianshan, also known as medical cultivation, is a very popular group occupation, suitable for gentle ladies. Weapons such as ribbons, lamps, umbrellas, and so on. Shanshao Continent is in the most central part of the Chinese service. It is the continent with the widest area. There were two hegemonic level sects on the Divine Heavenly Continent, the Taishan Divine Sect and the Kanglan Blade Sect. The Taishan Divine Sect was the #1 Dharma sect, not losing to the Purple Skysword Sect in any aspect, and its strength was tied with the Purple Skysword Sect for first place. The profession of law cultivation is named Tianshi, with a wide variety of weapons, fans, scrolls, pens, whisks, seals, and so on, all sorts of things, and it is the profession with the highest popularity value. The Kanglan Knife Sect, on the other hand, is wide open. The occupation is named Knife, favored by many players who like melee combat. Jingshao Continent, the Pure World Buddhist sect, with a profession called Dharma, accepts only men, and is a more well-rounded profession.
Buddha cultivators can purify, can gain, defense is also good.
Have some characteristics of medical cultivation, can also be used as half-physical cultivation, attack is also good, even against the evil spirits of the damage to the other professions above. This profession in addition to must be bald-shaped, there is really no disadvantage. Weapons for the Buddha beads, Zen staff, pestle and mortar. Jade Sky Continent, 10,000 Beasts Villa, the occupation is called Beast Division, which sounds pretty tasty. This profession specializes in imperial beasts, with weapons such as bells and rings. Other professions can only summon a maximum of 1 pet to assist in battle, while the Beast Division can summon 3 pets at the first turn. The upper limit of the profession's strength is very high, and the powerful Beast Division is very difficult to deal with. However, the early stage is more embarrassing, good pet is still difficult to obtain. Lastly, the Wangshao Continent, the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, with the profession of Name Chaser, commonly known as the Assassin. Soul chasing this profession can be strong or weak, the upper limit is very high, but the lower limit is also very low, everyone plays out the effect is different. Yi Sun remembers that the first master of the players in the past life, Knight Zen, is the soul chasing profession, fighting up to the gods, the operation is incomparably sharp.
When he was in the novice village, Knight Zen was on the cultivation list, so he must still be able to develop in this life, right? Apart from the mainstream professions, there are also some life professions in Ask the Immortals. For example, alchemist, forger, formation master, talisman master, and so on, are also the choice of many players. Violet Sky Sword Sect, Tiangue Peak. Elder. There's a teenager coming down the mountain, displaying abyssal trial results. A long rainbow flew straight into the Great Hall, shouting loudly without regard for etiquette. Abyss? Elder Tiangue sniffed and rose suddenly, and after a moment's thought, ordered, summon the other peak masters to open the god summoning stage. Yes. At the sect, the deacons surrounded Yi Sun in the center as if they were on a hunt, introducing themselves and wanting to get acquainted. Just at this time, the depths of the sect suddenly rose a long rainbow through the sky, instantly crossing the dome of the sky to the near front. Greetings to Elder Tiangue. The deacons saw the visitor and hurriedly saluted. The old man's clothes hunted, his mighty pressure covered the world, and the players only felt that it was a little difficult to breathe, their hearts appalled. This was the elegance of the top-tier powerhouse of Ask the Immortals? Cultivating immortality is simply cool. Elder Tiangue floated in mid-air, swept downward, his eyes slightly condensed, this mask. Then with a wave, Yi Sun involuntarily flew to him. Hee, the little fellow has an extraordinary temperament, a good seedling, follow this seed into the sect, this seed will personally open the god evocation platform for you. The old man said and took Yi Sun and disappeared in the same place. My god, what realm of powerhouse is this? Simply too terrifying. It's weighing me down. People are more angry than people, we still have to go through the process step by step to enter the sect, and other people's Yi Sun was directly picked up by the elders themselves. A personal disciple, Tisk, I'm so envious. Did you capture that scene just now? I filmed it, I'll upload it to the forum. Flying in the sky and hiding in the ground, this is what is called immortal cultivation. Chapter 48, I am here to cultivate immortality. The main peak of the Violet Sky Sword Sect. Sovereign, there's a teenager who passed the abyssal mystery realm at the bottom of the mountain who has come to pay his respects. On the Xianyu platform inside the hall, there was a woman who appeared to be like an ice sculpture sitting on a plate, and after a few moments of silence, she slowly opened her eyes. The woman's eyebrows as far as the daisy, eyes like a cold star, deep eye gaze, as if it contains endless cold and austere. Sealed land abyssal mysteries? The woman was somewhat surprised. The significance of passing through the sealed land abyssal mystery realm was already more than simply natural talent. Rather, it was heavenly number. Yes, but he passed through with the ink rhyme specter. The sect probe secret realm trial results could detect the equipment configuration of the person who passed at that time. The ink rhythm specter? Is that the immortal artifact that was lost by the Taishan divine sect? Not bad. The woman frowned and got up to walk out of the great hall. Mo Yunyu Huang actually appeared in the sealed land. Does it mean that the old patriarch is also in the sealed land? Where is this disciple now? Right now is Tiangue peak test qualifications, the patriarch whether to go over?
In front of Yi Sun was a glazed stone platform, next to it were 8 jade pillars connected to it.
Place your hand on the God evocation platform. Elder Tiangue stroked his long beard and said gently.
There were a total of 6 elders in the hall, 5 men and 1 woman, all immortal, and they were looking at Yi Sun with an expectant face.
A pro-disciple could worship an elder as a teacher.
Yi Sun placed his hand on the God evocation platform while pondering who would be better to worship as a teacher later.
That female elder seems to be good.
The moment he touched the God-evoking stone, he felt an energy enter his body and begin to travel back and forth, though it was not offensive. A moment later, the first connected jade pillar lit up with white light, starting from the bottom and slowly climbing upwards. Even after learning the perception technique, one could not perceive someone's innate qualifications, and could only rely on some special means to detect them.
Ordinary disciples could only use ordinary testing stones.
The divine evocation platform, on the other hand, was a higher level of existence, requiring the consumption of a huge amount of spirit stones every time it was opened, and could not be used by non-important disciples.
The divine evocation platform could not only test qualifications, but also baptize cultivators and bestow special benefits, though everyone received different benefits.
The best benefit was to randomly increase the qualifications by a small amount. Yi Sun was out of the question, his qualifications had all reached the upper limit and he didn't know what benefits he would get. The strength qualification is over 50, as expected, it is indeed an immortal seedling. The upper limit of an ordinary person's innate qualification was 50, but there were always so many anomalies where a certain qualification would exceed this upper limit. Such people, but all other qualifications are not bad, will be collectively referred to as immortal seedling. Yi Sun actually suspected that he was not the only one on the blue star with qualifications over 50.
For example, those legendary organizations, like what is the Bureau of Alien Energy Management, Mystery Investigation Bureau,
and other places, it is said that there are aliens in existence. I am afraid that their innate qualifications are more than 50. And the person who put the curse on him can't be an ordinary person. However, he also believed that even if someone's qualifications did exceed 50, it was absolutely impossible for them to be higher than him. He had been enchanted by the Manhwa stone. The so-called earthly anomalies can't be compared to holy objects.
70 up. That's a qualification that's hard to come by in 100 years. It's actually still rising. It's up to 80. It's hard to come by in 1,000 years.
Unfortunately, it would have been better if it was a spiritual law qualification. The limitations of the strength qualification are still too great.
90, full 100 now. It's actually an innate full strength qualification?
I didn't expect that I would actually be able to see the God summoning pillar light up to the top in my lifetime. Truly worthy of passing through the abyssal mysteries. Indeed, an ordinary chi condensation stage cultivator wouldn't be able to pass through the abyssal mystery realm even if they were carrying an immortal weapon.
Other qualifications are starting to light up as well. I hope it's not too bad. Ding. Elder Tiangue's friendliness towards you plus 10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed. Ding. Elder Tianchuan's friendliness towards you is plus 10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed. Ding. 6 consecutive system prompts.
Yi Sun's consciousness was a little blurry at the moment. Several images flashed through his mind, most of them were his experiences over the years, but one image was unfamiliar. What appeared in the image seemed to be a cozy courtyard with birdsong and flowers.
When he was adopted by Xining's parents at the age of 12, his previous memories were blank. Could it be that this was a fragment of his memories before he was 12?
Yi Sun's spirit perked up and he hurriedly focused his mind, wanting to explore it carefully. However, right at this moment, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly appeared in the picture. The eyes were pure black, without a trace of eye whites, emanating a ruthless indifference to the living world, suddenly emitting a black light that shot at him electrically. A strong sense of crisis rose in Yi Sun's heart. However, in the next instant, another colorful divine light lit up in his mind, and the image instantly shattered.
At this moment, he only had one thought: the past life regeneration mantra. It was just too terrifying.
He couldn't even tell if that scene just now was a reflection of his memory or if it had really happened. Yi Sun slowly opened his eyes and saw that all 8 jade pillars next to the God summoning stone were greatly illuminated, and the brightness was a bit blinding.
Ding!
Congratulations on enduring the baptism of the God summoning stone. Your body will always be flawless and immaculate, untainted by dust, a jade tree and a heavenly fragrance of its own.
Yi Sun? What the hell is this? Immaculate, undefiled, unadulterated, that means no need to bathe from now on? You don't even have to take a jade tree, orchid, heavenly fragrance. He smelled a faint fragrance emanating from his body. Waller day.
Yi Sun was extremely disappointed in his heart. What he wanted more was the benefit of increasing his battle power. How did he still develop into a chimera?
Laozi is here to cultivate immortality. Not to be a chimera.
The 6 elders opened their mouths wide and stared at him blankly, as if they could fit a duck egg in their mouths, their eyes filled with horror. Only after a long time did they all wake up and pass their voices to each other.
Is the evocation stone broken? All 8 qualifications are actually full? All the elemental affinities are also full? This is an ancient divine stone, it can't be broken. Hell! What the hell is this thing? Could it be a divine beast in disguise? It looks like a human, but it smells a bit fragrant. Could it be the 9-tailed divine fox in disguise? That should be fox odor.
No, the scent is baptized by the evocation stone, but not just now. I observe its breath. It should be a person, just don't know why it will be baptized with body fragrance.
Ask the immortal realm has never seen this kind of qualification in its history, right?
According to the canonical records, in the ancient times, someone had appeared with a qualification of 100, otherwise the upper limit of the god summoning stone quiz wouldn't have been 100, it's just that that person in the ancient times only had a single qualification of 100. I'm sure he must be the anomaly that countless ancestors have been waiting for. Heaven blesses my Violet Sky Sword sect.
Ding! Elder Tiangui's friendliness towards you +10, current friendliness, 20 like-mindedness. Ding! Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you +10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed. Ding!
Elder Yu Heng's friendliness towards you is +20, current friendliness, 20 like-minded. Ding! Yi Sun was surprised, just now it was 6 friendliness tips that corresponded exactly to the 6 elders present.
Now it had turned into 8.
This meant that there were 2 other people present in the dark, and one of them was surprisingly still a Snow Silver Spirit. The name Snow Silver Spirit, Yi Sun knew very well. It was the Purple Sky Sword Sek Master. In his previous life it could be said that it was like a thunderclap. Ahem, look at you all, you're all old and your mood swings are still so violent, it seems that you're not good enough at cultivating your bodies.
Elder Tiangui said in a dignified manner. The middle-aged beauty swept her eyes coldly. Tiangui, who are you calling a big old man? Ah, this.
The beautiful woman let out a cold snort and looked at Yi Sun again, instantly changing her face and mildly saying, Little fellow, from now on, the Violet Sky Sword sect will be your home. We are your relatives and elders. Take off the mask, let us take a look. Yi Sun's qualifications needed no introduction, so high that they were unheard of. In the future, as long as he didn't die prematurely, there was no doubt that his achievements would be terrifying. However, Yi Sun's mentality was still unclear to them. It is not a delusion to say that from a person's face one can observe some of that person's character traits. With their cultivation and experience, they are all like human elves, killing the micro-expression analysis experts on the blue planet, and they have their own set of methods of observing people. At this time, when Yi Sun took off his mask, they could more or less tell something about his character from his face while satisfying their curiosity.
Chapter 49, Worshipping the Master. Yi Sun didn't resist, it wasn't just zooming around.
So gently take off the ink rhythm spectacle. Eyes like bright stars, through the warm and soft light, 3-dimensional features, lines strong and not lose the soft, the end of the eyes slightly upward, there is a kind of inherent reserved temperament. This face, as if the sky carefully carved masterpiece, even the light from the jade pillar cannot suppress his dazzling. At this moment, the elders came up with many adjectives in their minds, and felt that they were all somewhat unworthy of him.
Ding! Elder Tiangui's friendliness towards you +5, current friendliness, 25 like-mindedness. Ding! Elder Tianquan's friendliness towards you +10, current friendliness, 30 like-minded. Yi Sun was dumbfounded, the big move was really fierce.
The male elders were fine, only adding 5 points of friendliness, but the Tianxian female elders were much more generous, directly adding another 10 points. But unfortunately, there was no Shui Yinling's name in the system prompts. Truly worthy of being the head of a clan, his determination was just strong, even his great moves couldn't help him for a while.
What a handsome little fellow! This is the 7th elder of the Violet Sky Sword sect, Tianxian, with a cultivation in the middle stage of the harmonization realm. Would you like to join my sect? Mid-harmonization realm.
Yi Sun was shocked at his words. In Ask the Immortals, the first turn realms from low to high were Qi condensation stage, foundation establishment stage, Jindan stage, Yuanying stage, and transformation of God stage. These 5 realms, breakthrough requires 5 points of enlightenment value respectively. Most players can rise up. However, from the transformation stage to the first realm of the second turn, the spiritual void realm requires a gnosis value of 10 to be able to do so, which is a step that can snag a lot of people. Further up to the Mahayana realm and the harmonization realm, the enlightenment value requirement was getting higher and higher. In Ask the Immortals, there is no equipment to increase enlightenment, and although the game will be updated with ways to increase the upper limit of qualification, it is extremely difficult to do so. Every small realm after the second turn, the future will be stuck. Countless people can be described as a step to heaven. Above the harmonization realm is the true immortal realm. Ask the Immortal realm has not produced a true immortal realm powerhouse for tens of thousands of years, and now the strongest person on the continent is only at the harmonization realm. Now that Elder Tianxian was in the middle stage of the harmonization realm, he already belonged to the absolute powerhouses of the continent.
Tianxian, don't look like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, okay?
Be careful of scaring this little guy. I feel that it would be more appropriate for the Yi Sun brat to worship under the old man.
Fart.
Those disciples of yours, each and every one of them have been set free by you and haven't been taught by you a few times.
What's wrong with free range?
Geniuses should be herded, otherwise it will erase their nature.
Which of those disciples of the old man is not strong?
Oh, all don't quarrel, Yi-sun boy, this seat has a granddaughter, born a flowery face, national color, and you are exactly match.
Kayam old man. Do you want to be shameless?
Your granddaughter is only 9 years old, 9 years old.
So what? We can get engaged first. Rather, my Tianxian Pixing Shue girl is just the right age.
Yi-sun in 820 Enlightenment Value, the future breakthrough of the harmonization realm 10 to 9, this kind of disciple cannot be found, who all want to take him under the door.
Yi-sun is a bit dumbfounded, how to choose. After thinking about it, he still felt that worshipping Elder Tianxian was more appropriate.
A middle-aged beautiful woman, looking gentle, should be easy to get along with and easy to glean something.
Anti-good, anti-wonderful, anti-croak. This seat is just short of a mantle bearer.
Right at this moment, a leisurely immortal voice suddenly resounded in the great hall. The voice was clear, ethereal, and incomparably pleasing to the ears, containing an inexplicable power that instantly suppressed the bickering.
As the words fell, two figures suddenly emerged in the hall.
It was none other than Patriarch Snow Silver Spirit, who had been secretly observing, and Elder Yu Hang.
Greetings, Patriarch. Seeing this, the elders saluted.
Even though Yi-sun had known that Snow Silver Spirit had been secretly watching, he still couldn't help but lose his mind when she showed up. Snow Silver Spirit, the #1 powerhouse in the Nine Heavens continent in plain sight, with a peak cultivation at the harmonization realm, only one step away from true immortality. A long moon-white robe fluttering, like a waterfall of green silk hanging softly to the waist, only with a sheep's fat jade hairpin gently pulled up. At this time, standing with his hands, surrounded by frosty gas dazzle, graceful posture through an inviolable majesty. Her appearance cannot be described in words, temperament is even more extraordinary, as if the snow fairy, not eat earthly fire, exudes a people dare not look directly at the reserve and detachment.
Supplementary picture.
Yi-sun suddenly thought that there was a post on the forum in his previous life that took stock of the NPC beauties and asked the immortals, in which the purple sky sword sect patriarch, Snow Silver Spirit, was tied for first place with a few others. Those few people were also some sovereign-level characters, each stunningly beautiful. However, there were no pictures in the post, just some text descriptions, so Yi-sun didn't have any intuitive feelings. Now that he felt it in person, he can only say that the name is true. He is even a little puzzled. On the Snow Silver Spirit such appearance, ask the immortal NPC actually can be someone with her side by side? Your name is Yi-sun? Would you like to worship this seed as your teacher? The Snow Silver Spirit's expression was calm, and a trace of admiration flashed in his deep eyes. Yi-sun's qualifications truly amazed her. In addition to the qualifications, her perception of Yi-sun was equally not bad. When she first saw her just now, Yi-sun's eyes flashed with the stunning entrance that she was accustomed to, but there was not the slightest hint of why evil. This made her very pleased. But what made her curious was that a hint of complexity actually flashed in Yi-sun's eyes. It seemed to be regret. She didn't understand what Yi-sun was lamenting, perhaps she had misread it.
Ding! Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you +5, current friendliness, 15 first meeting with a deed. Disciple Yi-sun, greetings to master.
Yi-sun did not hesitate and bowed. I am sorry Elder Tianxian, thank you for your piece of love for me, although Auntie is good, but I choose Snow Silver Spirit. After all, she is the patriarch, and her cultivation is heaven-defying. The only personal disciple of the patriarch of the Purple Heavenly Sword sect, the temptation of this identity is too great, not to mention walking horizontally in the sect. Even if you go out, you can almost walk horizontally. Forgive me for being too eager for this identity, and I really can't hold it. It is definitely not because Snow Silver Spirit is too beautiful.
Never.
Yi-sun's heart was broken, but his expression was well controlled and he was just smiling.
But the laugh was a bit naive. Snow Silver Spirit's always cool character was also almost amused by his expression.
It had to be said that this disciple's skin was really good, and he was expected to have quite a few peach blossom debts in the future.
I hope you can add to your bookshelf and give it a little rating, thanks. Chapter 50, a funny scene.
When the elders saw this, they were all a bit deflated, but not surprised. Even if the patriarch was not here today and they accepted Yi-sun into the gate wall, when the patriarch came back and learned about it, he would probably still want Yi-sun there. After all, this kind of qualification disciple, once you miss it, you basically will never meet it again in this life. Congratulations to Patriarch on his joyous acquisition of a good disciple. After Yi-sun calmed down, what he thought about was the end of Snow Silver Spirit in his previous life. The most fundamental reason for the destruction of the Violet Sky Sword sect in the previous life was that Shui Yingling was ambushed by the demon clan and died. This matter was spread throughout the continent at that time, countless people shocked. Snow Silver Spirit is the world's strongest actually cannot get out? After the Purple Sky Sword sect's last patriarch came out to reign in the sect's overall situation, but ultimately, the same was attacked by the devil, said to be into the devil, delirious, see people to kill. Since then, the Purple Sky Sword sect has been leaderless, and the two top battlefield forces have all lost, and were ultimately destroyed by the demon clan. Yi Sun actually had some doubts about the authenticity of the rumors.
When the Violet Sky Sword sect was attacked, didn't the other hegemonic sects understand the reasoning behind the death of Lips and Teeth? Is there no one to help?
He even suspected that among the forces that destroyed the Purple Heavenly Sword sect, there were shadows of other hegemonic sects besides the demon race. In this life, he had received a mission to save the Violet Sky Sword sect, and he must investigate a mission. Thinking of this, Yi Sun hurriedly pulled out a letter. Master, in the novice village, Disciple met an old beggar who seems to have a connection with our Violet Sky Sword sect, and he asked Disciple to hand over the letter to you.
Oh? Snow Silver Spirit took it suspiciously. Ding!
Congratulations on completing the first ring of the Save the Purple Sky Sword sect quest, rewarding you with 5,000 reputation points. The second ring of the quest does not have enough triggering conditions.
Insufficient trigger conditions?
Yi Sun had some hidden guesses in his mind that the second ring quest might be related to the murder of Snow Silver Spirit. Did he have to wait until the eve of her murder for the quest to trigger? Before he could figure it out, his attention was sucked by the Snow Silver Spirit. Only the moment she got the letter, her expression shook with a shock visible to the naked eye.
This aura is the old patriarch. What?
The elders were shocked. The old patriarch is trapped in the sealed land. Snow Silver Spirit sighed as she finished reading and passed the letter to the elders. Over these years, this seed has searched the continent without being able to do so, and if it wasn't for the fact that the old patriarch's soul lamp was always on, I would have thought that his old man had met an untimely end long ago. In fact, if we think about it carefully, apart from the sealed land and the deep sea, there is no other possibility. When I learned that Yi Sun's disciple had obtained the ink rhythm spectacle, this seed had this guess, and it was not unexpected. The elders all frowned after reading the letter.
Elder Tian Gue was worried. Patriarch, you don't want to go to the sealed land to retrieve the old patriarch, do you? Patriarch mustn't do that.
With your cultivation, you are still unable to pass through the boundary, and the cost of forcing your way into the sealed land is too great. The elders were dissuaded.
The corner of Yi Sun's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the old beggar he met in the novice village to be so big.
No wonder he could slap out nearly 1 million damage value with his hand. I'm afraid it's another harmonization realm powerhouse. And he remembers that the old beggar in the mission tip is named Snow Qianshan, and Snow Silver Spirit is the same surname. I'm afraid that his identity is more than just the old patriarch of the Purple Sky Sword sect.
Could it be father and daughter?
There is also the fact that the Snow Silver Spirit said that when he learned that he had the ink rhyme Yu Huang, he guessed that the old patriarch was in the sealing place. And what is the correlation between the two?
It is hard not to ink Yun Yu Huang as the old beggar gave him. And why is the novice village called the sealed land? What is sealed? There were too many doubts. Yi Sun had a headache thinking about it, and it was not the right time to ask. Master, can't we wait until you break through the true immortal realm?
He thought that only immortal-level powerhouses could return to the novice village, but he didn't realize that he could go back even if he didn't reach the true immortal realm, only that he heard these elders say that the cost was great, and he didn't know what the cost was.
Is the Snow Silver Spirit's future shipwreck related to this cost?
Yi Sun wanted to dissuade him, but he saw that the Snow Silver Spirit gently shook her head and commanded instead. Apprentice, go ahead to the main peak on your own. There are many formations on the main peak. Remember not to break and never mind, this is for you. She took off the jade token on her waist and handed it to Yi Sun. Take my token, the formations won't ostracize you. Look for Xiao Chang and ask her to arrange a residence for you.
Ding!
Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you is +5, current friendliness, 20 like-mindedness. It seemed that this was the invisible benefit of delivering a letter, being able to gain the goodwill of the Purple Sky Sword sect's patriarch. Yi Sun helplessly accepted the token, although his status as the sect master's personal disciple was high, but right now, he had just joined the sect, his strength and prestige were still insufficient, and he was unable to participate in such a big event at all. He couldn't find any reason to dissuade him, and if he didn't know how to stop this suspected father-daughter reunion, it would only cause his master to resent him.
One couldn't say, Master, you will die in the future?
He little fellow's cultivation is overflowing and his foundation is solid. It's time to break through, right? This seed happens to have a foundation establishment pill here, let's give it to you.
Elder Tianxian smiled and said, Extreme grade foundation building pill.
It came at the right time. Yi Sun was overjoyed and took it in a hurry.
TSK Auntie is good.
Seeing this, the other elders looked at each other and were about to pull out something, but were stopped by a look from Shui Yingling. Alright disciple, go ahead, break through the foundation establishment stage on your own, and wait for master to come back to teach you.
Yes, disciple will leave.
Walking out of the main hall, Yi Sun re-wore the ink rhyme spectacle. Master now has important things to deal with, did not give him any benefits, he is not in a hurry, such as master busy back, teaching him will certainly give. Yi Sun glanced at the foundation building pill in his hand. There were 4 grades of breakthrough pills for each realm: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. The grade of the elixir does not affect the attribute bonus, it is only related to the realm breakthrough success rate. The breakthrough success rate of a lower grade elixir was 20% plus lucky value percent.
Medium grade elixir is 40% plus luck. Extreme grade elixir is 80% plus luck percent. Nowadays, a normal player's luck value would not exceed 10 points, which means that most players' success rate in breaking through the realm would not reach 100% even if they took the extreme grade breakthrough elixir. Some with dark faces might just randomize to that 1 in 10 failure probability. Yi Sun was not one of them. With his lucky value of 25, as long as he took the extreme foundation building pill, he would definitely succeed in his breakthrough. When a player fails to make a breakthrough in his realm, he will not lose his attributes, but only his time. For example, if the chi condensation stage breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, the result of a failed breakthrough is that you can't break through again within a day. As the higher the realm, the longer the silent period for a failed breakthrough, and if it failed continuously, one might get so angry that they would explode in place. Players in the mid to late stages of the game will still try to find extremely high quality elixirs to break through the realm as much as possible. It's just that extreme breakthrough pills aren't that easy to come by. Either you find the materials yourself and look for a reliable alchemist to refine it. Either exchange them with sect contributions, which was not a small amount. When Yi Sun arrived at the main peak, he was dumbfounded. Worthy of being the exclusive place of the patriarch, the entire peak is magnificent, like a sharp sword. Without even a ing step. Think and feel reasonable. To snow silver spirit cultivation, in and out of the natural will not choose to climb with feet. How should this go up? Yi Sun looked at the steep and straight peak wall and was speechless. Probably, Snow Silver Spirit did not expect this comical scene to occur either, right? After all, this was her first time accepting an apprentice. The chi condensation stage was just too far away for her. Yi Sun thought about it and simply sat down on her knees and took the extreme foundation building pill. It's better to wait until he breaks through the foundation establishment stage and learns flying spells before going up. Chapter 51, The Girl in the Memory. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player I Don't Eat Beef for passing the Novice Village Nightmare level 100 Flower Secret Realm for the first time, rewarded with 500 points of reputation value, 300 pieces of lower grade spirit stones, and 10 points of free attributes. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player I Don't Eat Beef for reaching the achievement of passing the Nightmare Realm of the Novice Village, rewarded with a permanent title. Yi Sun heard the system announcement while he was meditating and looked for the announcement record and realized that this was already the 10th player to pass the Nightmare Mystery Realm. He was not surprised that Bai Xiaosheng on the forum had already made a detailed strategy post, so detailed that even how to attract monsters and how to position himself was clearly stated. As long as the player's attributes and equipment configuration were qualified, they would be able to pass the Nightmare Mystery Realm. Yi Sun guessed that within these next 2 or 3 days, the experts would pass the level one after another. But the number wouldn't be too many. According to the records of his previous life, this batch would probably only be 400 or 500. Together with some experts who have not yet entered the service, as well as players who stayed in the Novice Village for a long time in the Dead Liver Secret Realm, the players who finally passed the Nightmare Secret Realm in the past life were about 1,000, which can be said to be 1 in a million. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Meow Meow for obtaining the Spirit Beast pet Violet Flame Lion, as the first player in the entire service to obtain a pet, rewarding him with a prestige value of 1,000 points, plus 3 to all basic attributes, and plus 1 to lucky qualifications. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Meow Meow for successfully opening the pet ranking, rewarding him with 1,000 points of reputation value and 500 pieces of lower grade spirit stones. At this moment, countless players were talking and envious. Meow Meow was the 7th player to pass through the Nightmare Mystery Realm, and was already famous, but now that she was on the announcement once more, she was catching up with Congealed Heart and Shallow Dream. Yi Sun let out a light eat, not that he was surprised that someone was the first to obtain a pet. The 10,000 Beasts Villa, practicing the method of defending beasts, was the easiest clan to obtain a pet. The first player to obtain a pet was, unsurprisingly, a disciple of the 10,000 Beast Villa. However, when just worshipping in the 10,000 Beasts Villa, the player will not be the first to obtain a pet, but will need to complete a series of quests to do so. Unless they were favored by an NPC and received a reward just after joining the clan, Yi Sun guessed that Meow Meow might be the case. Meow Meow. He remembered that there was this name on the Rouge list, and he didn't think much of it at the time, but now when he heard it again, he vaguely felt as if he had heard it somewhere else before, and couldn't think of it for a while. Where exactly have I heard it before? What he was sure of was that there was no such person as Meow Meow in the previous life's master list. But with her qualifications of clearing the Nightmare Mystery Realm, and her achievement of being the first to obtain a pet, along with a full attribute bonus, she shouldn't have died out. Unless it died prematurely, right? Yi Sun finally remembered. In his previous life, he heard 2 players chatting about Meow Meow in the wild. He heard them say that there used to be a beautiful woman named Meow Meow in the game who had never been online again because she had offended a certain leader of the Brotherhood. Supposedly jumped off a building. They didn't mention exactly when Meow Meow was killed, though. It was also because the name Meow Meow was quite recognizable that Yi Sun had an impression of it and almost didn't think of it just now.
The several leaders of the Brotherhood are really vicious.
Yi Sun sighed.
During the few years that the game was open, there were quite a few players who were persecuted by them, like Meow Meow. As for Meow Meow, although Yi Sun sympathized with her, he didn't know her and didn't want to take the initiative to find her and remind her. In the future, if you come across her and see her as a good person, you can remind her a few times. After all, he wasn't the savior. In this world, there were countless people who were suffering, and if every single one of them had to be saved, then he wouldn't have to do anything.
Ding!
Congratulations on your breakthrough to the first level of the Foundation Establishment stage.
All basic attributes +1, gain 5 points of freely assignable attributes. Ding!
Congratulations on entering the Foundation Establishment stage, your innate qualification bonus percentage has increased, and your attributes have been refreshed. With every level, all the basic attributes would automatically +1, even if players only added a single attribute, all other attribute values would have 11 points at level 11. Yi Sun opened his eyes, changed the long disliked wolfskin clothes and put on the Earth artifact biscuit scale armor, instantly covered in green. Luckily his hair wasn't green. The other equipment is still from the chi condensation stage, the next are to be replaced slowly.
Check the attributes. Character, Yi Sun. Cultivation, Foundation stage level 10,000. Reputation, 9,600.
Power, Purple Sky Sword Sect.
Profession, Swordsman.
Title, Purple Sky Sword Sect Personal Disciple, Abyss Walker I.
Title effect, +5% effect on alien skills. Innate basic qualification, all 100.
Special attributes, Enlightenment, 20 Luck, 25 Charm, 25.
Basic attribute, Strength, 70 Physique, 93 Spirit, 69 Agility, 69 Awareness, 64.
Blood, 14,700, Original 5175, Attribute Points 93x Physical Qualification 100x Percentage of Physical Qualification Increase at Foundation Stage 100%, 50% at Chi Condensation Stage plus Equipment Increase. Mana, 10,455, Original 5130. Physical Attack 1415, Original 675, Attribute Points 70x Strength Qualification 100x Strength Qualification Bonus Percentage in Foundation Stage 20%, 10% at Chi Condensation Stage plus Equipment Bonus.
Spell Attack 1380, Original 650. Defense 987, former 346. Resistance, Poison Resistance 20%. Heart Attack 16. Center of Resistance 26. Control Hit 65%.
Immunity from control, 84.5%.
Attack speed, 2.69. Movement speed, 67. Hit, 83. Evasion, 116.
Special treasure, Manhwa stone, air breaking charm, yin yang poison bead, colorful lollipop, fruit of enlightenment spirit. Equipment, ink rhyme spectre immortal, wind spirit sword chi condensation stage spiritual artifact, wind treading boots chi condensation stage spiritual artifact, kangwolf belt chi condensation stage spiritual artifact, biscuit armor foundation stage ground artifact. Innate skills, divine zephyr, divine grace blessing, and love link spiritual rhinoceros.
Acquired skills, sword drawing mortal, sword step spiritual, berserk battle spirit xian.
Equipment skills, bewitching thoughts Moyang Yuhuan, spectral killing Moyang Yuhuan, insight Moyang Yuhuan, retardation biscuit scale armor.
This attribute increase is too much. Yi Sun's eyelids couldn't help but jump as he admired it back and forth several times.
He was sure that if the attributes were exposed, a large portion of the cold air over the continent would definitely disappear. Players would make an indelible contribution to the warming of the world of Ask the Immortals.
Chapter 52 Newcomers Gift Package.
At the Chi Condensation stage, the attack attribute bonus percentage was 10% of the qualification, and when it broke through the Foundation Establishment stage, it became 20%. Yi Sun's original 1 point of strength could only increase physical attack by 10 points, but now it became 20 points. Every time he broke through a great realm, the qualification bonus percentage would go up once. This was why Yi Sun's attributes had more than doubled. It seemed like he had only risen from level 10 to level 11, but there was a large realm in between. The same goes for monsters in the game. Once the realm is raised, the attributes are immediately doubled. Ask the Immortals level division is unique. Realm barriers are incredibly strict, which also leads to players wanting to cross the big realm. Fighting is almost an impossible thing.
Tisk. This attribute, it's as stable as a batch.
Yi Sun looked at the attribute panel and the corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears. With a defense value of 987, except for the control cultivation which had real damage, it was difficult for players of other professions to break his defense.
And with 14,700 blood, Godze can return more than 700 blood per second, it's simply safe.
Yi Sun couldn't help but feel that he was clearly a sword cultivator, but his attributes were even more outrageous than a body cultivator. Blame it on the Moyun Yu Huang and the bi-scale armor, an immortal weapon and an earth weapon, which instantly turned him into a blood bull. Comparatively speaking, his output ability was average. It was also okay to kill players, but if he fought bosses, a Jindan stage boss would definitely not be able to break the defense, and he would not be able to get the first kill in the short term.
Should we adjust our point program and add more attack power?
Yi Sun was a bit torn. After thinking about it, he still gave up the idea. For sword cultivators, each attribute had an indispensable role, and he was not willing to give it up. The sword could certainly exchange for a moment of power, but it was too easy to be targeted. With his qualifications, sword going sideways was simply a waste of talent, and Master would not agree. A blood cow is a blood cow. It's better to save your life, or else you'll die once and the jade pendant will fall off. Yi Sun looked around and was about to find a senior brother to ask where to learn skills when he saw a woman flying down from the main peak.
May I ask if this is senior brother Yi Sun?
The woman was wearing a jacket, not very old, about 16 or 17 years old, and her appearance was very well behaved.
Exactly, and you are?
A trace of eccentricity flashed in Yi Sun's eyes. Since the opening of the heavens, it was the first time he had been called a senior brother, and it was quite a sour taste. In his previous life, forget it, saying too much is a tear. Cats and dogs are more valuable than him. Slave girl Xiao Chang, a servant girl beside the patriarch, ordered by the patriarch, has come here to guide senior brother up the mountain.
Yi Sun instantly burst into tears when he heard this. The beautiful master could actually think that he couldn't fly in his busy schedule? It's really too touching.
Yi Sun smiled sarcastically and said, My master is still really a Hyunji Lanshin haha. Xiao Chang snorted a laugh, thinking that this senior brother was quite funny, so she generously contributed a tip of increased friendliness to Yi Sun.
Actually, it was Elder Tianxian who thought of it and reminded the patriarch. Yi Sun was dumbfounded, once again feeling that Auntie was really good. The main hit was a sweet one.
Xiao Chang summoned a huge sword and invited Yi Sun up, then flew towards the peak. Yi Sun was a little surprised to see this, although she called herself a maid, but her cultivation was much higher than him. At a young age, I am afraid that she is already a Jindan stage cultivator.
This elder brother win, some shame. Ah, little green, your cultivation is not bad, how could you be a maid? Ah, not vulgar? Xiao Qing was dumbfounded. Yi Sun.
The slave girl and a few other sisters on the main peak, their qualifications are not very good. Originally we cultivated in the outer gate, we suffered some grievances from time to time. After the patriarch saw it by chance, he kindly let us come to the main peak to be maidservants. However, although we are nominally maidservants, but the patriarch seldom makes us not only give us cultivation resources, occasionally will also point us to cultivate it. The patriarch is particularly good.
Jindan stage at a young age, bad qualifications?
I also don't know what cultivation level Snow Silver Spirit was at Xiaoqing's age. Xiaoqing is very understanding. See him look unusual, then relieved. Senior brother just cultivation soon after the foundation. I think the golden Dan can be expected, and we are cultivation since childhood, empty years of time, and senior brother cannot be compared.
Yi Sun didn't say anything. What Xiao Cheng said was true. It was much easier for players to accumulate cultivation than NPCs.
If he really wanted to upgrade, he would be on Jindan in a week at most. However, relatively speaking, players also have less precipitation from years of grinding, and it's generally hard to be an NPC's opponent in same rank fights. After going up the mountain, Xiao Cheng arranged a residence for Yi Sun.
Senior brother Yi, do you think this place is okay?
Yi Sun raised his eyes and looked around. Xiao Cheng arranged for the cliffside to the east of the main peak. Not far away there was a small stream with clear springs flowing. The surrounding was green and vibrant. The beautiful and pleasant scenery was very suitable for cultivating one's body. The cabin by the stream is also very elegant, simple but without losing beauty. Overall good, just a little cold, obviously not yet in the fall, but Yi Sun cannot feel much warmth. The peak is not even a climate?
Little green is there any place that is a bit warmer?
Xiao Cheng shook her head. Senior brother Yi, this is the warmest place in the entire peak. The patriarch likes the cold, and the back of the mountain is even snowy all year round.
Yi Sun was dumbfounded. Fairies are different.
Senior brother Yi, this is what the patriarch left for you, instructing you to cultivate on the peak. Xiao Cheng handed him a storage ring and excused himself. Yi Sun couldn't be bothered to hang around and hurriedly opened his ring to check the newcomer's gift package. Storage ring, Xian product.
Can store things. Well. Plain and simple synopsis.
Yi Sun looked at the space and felt satisfied. 1,000 storage grids instantly relieved his backpack shortage anxiety. A few things were placed inside. Clear Wind Sword, Foundation Stage Xian Weapon. Purple Sky Sword Sex Standardized Blade. Strength plus 15, Spirit Law plus 12, Physical Attack plus 45, Spell Attack plus 40. The introduction of the standardized blade is similarly plain and unassuming, but it is also something that only the inner sect and pro-disciples can obtain for free.
Outer disciples can only receive spirit weapons.
When players reached the Foundation Establishment stage, they basically had a spirit weapon grade weapon in their hands, and the Chi Condensation stage weapons in the Novice Village were completely worthless. Perception can perceive abbreviated information about targets of the same rank, with detailed information about lower ranked targets, cannot perceive information about higher ranked targets, consumes 200 mana per use, no cooldown. Perception technique is a universal skill in the continent. Every player can learn it when they join the clan. With this skill, when fighting monsters, you can detect the general attributes of the monsters in advance, which is very practical. In terms of perceiving monsters, Yi Sun's Mo Yin Yu Huang is better to use, as long as the real immortal realm is not. In the Mo Yin Yu Huang have nothing to hide. However, the perception technique can also perceive the player information, or NPC information, the use of a wider range.
Technique: Purple Heavenly Sword Dictionary Remnant. Grade: Heavenly Rank. Cultivation requirements: Purple Sky Sword sex personal disciples and elders or above. Attribute 1, Sword Technique Cohesion Speed plus 30%. Attribute 2, Sword Technique Proficiency Practice Efficiency plus 30%. Attribute 3, Sword Mind, Control Free increase by 10%. Attribute 4, Sword Qi Ling Xiao, Final damage of Sword Technique increased by 10%. Attribute 5, Enlightenment plus 3. Characteristics: cannot be dropped, cannot be traded, cannot be discarded, cannot be stolen. Chapter 53: Closing the Case. It's actually a heaven rank technique.
Yi Sun was pleasantly surprised. Each player could only learn one merit law and needed to spend a lot of time acquiring clan contributions to exchange for upgrades. I didn't expect him to start off with a heavenly ranked feat, worthy of being the sovereign's only personal disciple. The Purple Sky Sword Codex was simply too strong. Every attribute was practical and very fitting for a sword cultivator profession.
What does this handicap mean? Could it be that the clan status isn't enough?
Yi Sun was puzzled, but it was a pity that Master was not around to ask.
He went on to look at the other items. Air Sentry, a spirit rank skill.
Can fly in the air. Maximum flight speed is equal to one's own movement speed, depending on the flight height. Consumes varying amounts of mana per second, with a minimum consumption of 100 mana points. No cooldown time. Can be advanced.
Finally, I can fly.
Yi Sun had been thinking about it for a long time. In his previous life, he was unable to build a foundation and could only watch others fly with envy. It's just that the mana consumption is too horrible. The foundation establishment stage is still not very practical.
After calming down, Yi Sun couldn't help but shake his head.
With tens of thousands of mana value, even if he flew close to the ground, the sentinel technique wouldn't last long unless he flew while high on medicine. The other players were even worse, especially those who didn't add the spiritual mana attribute, and now they could only fly for a few seconds. In the first and middle stages of the game, it's best to get a mount. It's both cool and practical, and flight techniques are mostly used in emergencies.
Moonflower Clothes, Sect Clothing.
It can be worn by the personal disciples of the Purple Sky Sword sect. It is woven from the cloud yarn of the 9 heavens and is untainted by dust, and it can change the appearance of the defense equipment. Each sect disciple's costume is a uniform color: outer sect gray clothes, inner sect green clothes, and pro-transmission white clothes. Yi Sun was overjoyed and hurriedly changed into it. The appearance of the Moonflower clothes could be much more beautiful than the equipment. The Moonflower clothing is the same as the colorful lollipop that he got before. Both belong to fashion treasures, but the colorful lollipop has extra attributes attached to it, and its value is much higher than the Moonflower clothing. Come to the edge of the stream, Yi Sun leaned down to reflect. Handsome fish fled in panic, and only then satisfied with the clothes. Tisk people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. The ancients sincerely do not deceive me. It's a pity. If he had met the several elders with this appearance just now, I'm afraid that the friendliness would have risen a bit. Frost Hua Chop, Xian rank spiritual technique, created by Snow Silver Spirit, can be upgraded.
Cultivation requirement: Foundation Stage Swordsman.
Skill effect: gather sword chi and chop at a 30-meter fan-shaped area in front of you, inflicting a damage value of 800 plus 100% of mana to all targets in the area and attaching a frost effect that slows down the target's movement speed by 20% for 5 seconds. If the sword blade cuts on the target at close range, it will additionally inflict another 100% physical attack damage value on the target, and has a 30% chance to freeze this target for 2 seconds.
Skill consumption: 1000 mana. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. Finally, an attack skill.
Not only does the Frost Flare Slash deal high damage, it also contains group attack, single attack, and control.
It's simply perfect.
Yi Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Worthy of being created by his master, this skill was feared to be the existence of the Xian rank ceiling. His previous means of attack was too lacking. He had been relying on sword drawing technique and push attack, and he was practically puking.
Ding! Learning successful. Current proficiency: 100,000. In the storage ring, other than a few bottles of pills and 100 lower grade spirit stones, there was only one last thing left. Purple Sky Sword Sect's personal disciple token, a symbol of identity, can store sect contribution points. Yi Sun hung the token on his waist. The left waist sovereign's token and the right waist pro disciple's token. Incredibly windy. Yi Sun got up, saw that it was late, and was about to contact Si Ning when he realized that she was actually offline, so he hurriedly got offline. Players can only go offline when they are in a free state. If they are attacked, they do not escape danger by going offline, they can only die back to the resurrection point and go offline again.
After going offline, the body of consciousness in the game will disappear, perhaps because of the rules. NPC in the player offline state usually will not take the initiative to look for the player. Yi-sun also did not worry about Master looking for him. When he woke up from the playpen, he heard the sound of silver bell laughter coming from the living room and realized that it was Si-ning chatting with the policewoman next door. Strange, how did this chick get in here? It was only logical that someone knocking on the playpen would have alerted him. He didn't go out the first time, but instead, he looked inward at his dantian and realized that the original gas-like energy had already transformed into a liquid state. Reality has also built its foundation, not bad. Attempting to perform the midair technique, his body began to slowly leave the ground and he managed to midair. Yi-sun was very excited. Originally he was still worried that he couldn't take out the things in the game, and he might not be able to use the skills, but now he was finally relieved. Feeling the energy in his dantian starting to decrease, he hurriedly lifted the royal air art. How should I replenish my mana value in reality? Yi-sun frowned and contemplated for a moment, but did not come up with a clue, deciding that it would be better to use less of the royal air technique in reality. In case of a lack of mana to fall down, it would be troublesome. He sat on the wheelchair again and opened the door. Ha! Little seeker, you're offline and hungry, aren't you? I'll go cook. Yi-sun smiled, it's okay. With the game warehouse to replenish energy, the feeling of hunger was weak, and the spirit was not tired, as if he had slept. The policewoman got up and politely said, "Hello Yi-sun, my name is Rin-si-ja." Yi-sun glanced at her. "I know, you introduced yourself last night." "Oh. Right, oh." Rin-si-ja's big eyes fluttered. Why was this policewoman stupid? "No need to stand, sit down. You came over this time, what's the matter?" Oh, it's like this, we found quite a few pictures of Sister Ning and Pan Hui's cell phone, all from a stolen angle." Seeing Yi-sun's frown, she hastened to add, "Don't get me wrong, the ones that don't expose her body are just some street photos of her side and back." And then? His browser search record, there are a large number of SQ sites, but also searched that kind of drug. According to our investigation, he has been plotting against Sister Ning for a long time, and now that the case is closed, you are indeed in self-defense, and do not have to take any responsibility. The efficiency is really good, the case is closed in one day. Yi-sun nodded with satisfaction. Thanks, and I'm still bothering you to run personally. I live next door. Si-ning was busy in the kitchen. Yi-sun didn't say anything else, just calmly looked at Rin-si-ja. Rin-si-ja also looked at him, and the two of them were wide-eyed. What's up with this chick? She's got big eyes. What's with her big eyes? What's with the big eyes? We're about to eat. Do you want me to give you a ride? What do you call Rin-si-ja? I think it's more appropriate to call her Rin-dudu. Yi-sun's heart was broken. That? Yi-sun, don't you go to school? Not on. So what do you do for a living? Professional swordsman. Ha! Chapter 54, Ambush. Yi-sun said meaningfully, we might have to eat, you. Oops. Rin-si-ja sniffed, and hurriedly got up to kill the kitchen, her mouth still shouting, "It's all your fault, I've forgotten that I'm here to learn how to cook, just now I bought the food with Sister Ning." Oh. Yi-sun. Sister Ning? You've only met twice and you're calling her so affectionately? Women are such strange creatures. At the dinner table, Rin-si-ja praised Si-ning's dishes, and pitted herself for being stupid and not being able to cook, then looked at Yi-sun again. By the way Yi-sun, what did you just say about the profession swordsman? Is it the profession in Ask the Immortals? This girl's thinking can be so jumpy, suddenly jumping from cooking to gaming, I don't know what kind of brain circuit. Yi-sun nodded his head. Rin-si-ja continued, I heard that asking immortals can be fun, is that true? You didn't play it? No, our bureau has rules that don't allow us to play, saying that the game bracelet is too draining and can easily affect our work state. We've been busy lately and it's important to keep our spirits up. Yi-sun suddenly realized that the disadvantages of the bracelet are indeed not light. This should be one of the reasons why the military and police did not play Ask the Immortals in the previous life. Not everyone can afford to buy a game warehouse. Busy lately? Yeah, there's been a lot of small cases going on, just burglaries and robberies and whatnot, and wouldn't you know it, just today alone, the precinct we're in charge of got 2 burglaries and a robbery. Yi-sun frowned, could it be related to Ask the Immortals? At this time in his previous life, he didn't go out of the door and didn't pay attention to current news, so he really wasn't clear about it. But thinking about it carefully, it was probably related to Ask the Immortals. Yeah. How do you know that? The ones that got caught were saying they wanted to get money to buy a game warehouse. Yi-sun was dumbfounded. It turned out that Ask the Immortals was causing turmoil from now on. You're so busy that you still have time to come back and cook? Well, Team Zhang doesn't let me work overtime, and I have quite a bit of time in the evenings, so I'm going to go buy a game bracelet tomorrow as well, and come home from work to have some fun. Not allowed to work overtime? Yi-sun curiously said, is Team Zhang your relative? Ha? Rin-si-ja blinked her big eyes, no, he probably just cares more about the newcomers, right? Carrying my ass. Aren't all newbies meant to be used as cattle and horses? That eye blinking was obviously a lie, but Ji-sun was too lazy to probe into people's private affairs and didn't ask any more questions.
After Ren-dul left, he began interrogating Si-ning.
Sis, did you just go out? Si-ning said as she cleaned up the dishes. Yeah, went out to buy food, and happened to run into Rin-sija at the supermarket, and then came back together. This makes sense, she brought Rin-sija through the door and Yi-sun's playpen didn't prompt. He frowned, serious. Sis, next time don't go out alone, I'll accompany you if you're buying groceries, we can buy more groceries to stock up on each time.
Si-ning was a bit puzzled. Are you worried that it's not safe?
Our neighborhood security is quite good, and there's a police officer living next door, I can go shopping with her.
Thinking of Ren-dudu, Yi-sun couldn't help but roll his eyes.
With that stupid look on her face, I'm afraid the thugs will be even more excited when they see her. There are quite a few people watching us in the game right now, you're only safest when you're by my side. Yi-sun's school name had been exposed on the forums, and it wasn't hard for people with an interest to find him. Not just him, the next game in which the veil was disabled and most of the players' faces were exposed, it wasn't hard to find out a person's identity. If you really offend a tough guy, you'll probably get cut down along the net, especially some mouthy keyboard warriors.
Okay, listen to you.
Si-ning felt as if his brother was living too cautiously now, as if he didn't look at anyone like a good person.
Alas, there is still too little contact with people.
She is not some uninitiated little girl, all these years, a person pulling her younger brother to grow up, with the wolf spray wind and fire to break into the world.
What world has not seen?
If he really meets a petty thief, the stun baton in his bag will show him what cruelty means. But when Yi-sun walked out of the bathroom naked, looking at his tight and shapely muscles, hard and smooth lines,
Si-ning touched his nose.
This was a world she hadn't really seen before. The next day, Yi-sun moved her game bin to the dead center of the room, ensuring that even a sniper rifle outside the window couldn't aim at her. In fact, the game warehouse is not afraid of most of the means of attack. 1 million a game warehouse, security is not worse than the escape capsule, afraid of the earthquake and tsunami came to carry. He did this, but also afraid of the game warehouse really get a bullet, will cause sister panic.
After going online,
Yi-sun was wandering around the main peak, looking for his master, and with the sovereign's token in his hand, he was not afraid of being attacked by the formation. When he came to the back mountain, he found that it was indeed a world of ice and snow. Looking from afar, there are ice lakes, ice halls, white, and all kinds of ice plants, white snow-covered branches, like a small white flower in bloom, beautiful.
Seeing your brother Yi, why did you come to the back mountain? Seeing Xiao Cheng walking over, Yi-sun nodded his head and curiously said, Here?
This is the sovereign's bedchamber.
The first thing you find when you're bored is a bedchamber?
Guilty as charged.
I'm here to see Master, is she in?
Xiao Cheng shook her head, sovereign has not returned. Yi-sun sniffed and felt some worry in his heart. 9 times out of 10, Master had gone to the novice village to save that old patriarch. Yesterday, I heard those elders say that the snow silver spirit's price for forcing its way into the novice village was very high, and I don't know what that price was. It was a pity that he couldn't stop it. Yi-sun no longer waited and simply went out of the clan and sent a message to Si-ning. Sister, go to Qingshao City and wait for me. When he passed through the novice village's abyssal mysteries, he took the first kill of the Foundation establishment stage boss and obtained a batch of qualification pills, so it was time to send them over to his sister, just so they could upgrade together again. Sister's upgrading alone is still very laborious, control cultivation is a good hand in fighting, but fighting monsters is very lackluster. Yi-sun sped all the way towards Purple Sky City. The sex teleportation array was only open at critical times. On weekdays, if the sex children wanted to go to other continents, they could only teleport to the city. This was to prevent a direct sneak attack by the enemy to the core land. Every clan has a city nearby, there is nothing inconvenient about it. On the way, he opened the cultivation list and took a look at it. It was clear of the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment stage, but the names had changed a bunch. The previous batch of players were basically the heads of the clubs. Right now most of them were still in the novice village, working hard for the Nightmare Mystery Realm, and it was normal for their levels to be surpassed. He opened the forum again and looked at it, and found that there were a lot of people spouting about how difficult it was to break through the realm, and they were all players who had failed to break through using low-quality Foundation establishment pills. Fail once, be silent for a day, and there wasn't much to do other than skulking in the streets. Yi-sun mourned for them for a second and closed the forum. As soon as he raised his eyes, he realized that he was surrounded by mountains of players.
Chapter 55, Humiliation.
Yi-sun stopped and swept around, estimating that there were close to tens of thousands of players that had ambushed here in advance. It was thought that it was either the War God's Palace or the Brotherhood.
Ha ha ha. Originally, I thought that you Yi-sun was a character, but I didn't realize that you were so stupid that you didn't become a shrinking violet in the sect, but you actually dared to come out? I like stupid people like you. The person who came was holding a folding fan and gently shaking it. He looked human-like and looked dashingly written. A green-colored sect dress showed off his status as an inner disciple, but when he saw Yi-sun's moonlight dress, he was a bit unnatural, and his eyes flashed with a shadowy color.
There were many types of weapons for FA cultivators, among which the folding fan was the most favorite weapon for FA cultivator players, always number one in popularity, and compared to other weapons, even if the attributes were the same, the price was a bit on the expensive side. It is because the folding fan handsome, handshaking folding fan style is not worse than the sword repair. Yi Sun swept with his perception technique. Character, I don't eat beef. Cultivation, Foundation Stage Level 2. Power, Taishan Divine Sect. Profession, Celestial Master. Blood, 1760. Mana, 4255. Spell attack, 866. Defense, 172. That's it? Yi Sun was disdainful in his heart, but he also understood that this guy's attributes already belonged to the first tier. After all, he was covered in a Foundation Establishment spiritual artifact with a luxurious configuration. So it's one of the legendary 4 evils of the capital. I've heard a lot about you. Yi Sun sneered. One of the 4 leaders of the Brotherhood, I don't eat beef. In his previous life, he and the other 3 evils bullied men and women and were full of evil. Yi Sun had heard about it for a long time. However, the other 3 evils do not seem to be present, maybe not yet past the novice village trial. I don't eat beef sniffing, folding fan a collection, instantly break on the face. The 4 evils of the capital? There were many people who said that about them behind their backs, but Yi Sun was still the first one who dared to say it to their faces. Very well, Yi Sun, originally I thought that it would be fine if I popped your immortal weapon, but now I've changed my mind. I'll kill you once I see you in the wild in the future. Oh? Kill me once you see me? Yi Sun looked at the 10,000 players surrounding him and realized that surprisingly, 1/5 of them were control cultivators. No wonder this guy was so confident. With so many control cultivators, he did feel pressured. Humph. Scared? Yi Sun, if you kneel down. No, I'm trying to say, what if you can't do it? The leader of the Brotherhood won't live only by a mouth, right? It can't be, can it? Yi Sun knew that at this moment, there must be someone hiding in the shadows to videotape the live broadcast, equivalent to the existence of a war correspondent. He can be live streamed to the forum every time, not that the world is circling around him, but the game, but wherever there is a large scene, it will be live streamed to the forum platform. Nowadays, there are all kinds of forum live broadcasts, fighting bosses, doing clan quests. And even strolling around and enjoying the scenery can reap not a small amount of traffic, but also earn bounties. I don't eat beef, hear that, and it instantly goes to my head. Grass. If I can't do that, I'll walk with a kiki from now on. But if you're too much of a pussy to go out in the field, then forget I said it. Perhaps realizing that he had spoken a bit too loudly, he hastened to find another sentence to add. Yi Sun laughed. The first step of insulting the 4 evils has already succeeded, and there are countless people witnessing it, so let's see how he will end up if he can't do it in the future. On. Explode him for me. I don't eat beef, no more nonsense, and after giving the order, I retreated back. The surrounding body cultivators instantly stepped forward, wanting to taunt Yi Sun in place and then have the distant control cultivators come over to completely control him to death. Drink. The gangmaster is really making a big deal out of it. To deal with just one person in the district, wouldn't it be better to get some control cultivators? To actually transfer 10,000 people over, it's really too much of a waste of resources. Yi Sun saw this and smiled coldly, instantly drew his sword in his hand, and in the direction of I don't eat beef was a frost watchop. Bang! 3,438. 2,123. 2,145. 2,434. Ding! You have killed player I don't eat beef, sin value +1, current sin value, 1. A frosty aura filled the 30-meter sector. The physical cultivator in the lead was slashed on his body with a sword, and the frost hua slash added an additional 100% physical damage, instantly hitting a terrifying damage value of 3,438. However, that body cultivator didn't die, he was only frozen. Foundation stage body cultivator, full body spirit points, blood roughly between 4000 and 5000. A little difference is also poor in qualification and equipment. Yi Sun 1 to a sword second is very difficult. After one move, the body cultivators had lost nearly half of their blood value and were also slowed down, which made them horrified. What kind of terrifying damage was this? And most pathetic of all, I don't eat beef. Yi Sun looked in his direction and cast Frost Hwachop before he could leave, directly knocking him back to the resurrection point when he was covered in the skill range as well. This was the second step of Yi Sun's humiliation of him. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. What just happened? Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. It said that I claimed to be the #1 Dharma cultivator in the entire service before I stopped eating beef? That's it? A whole body of foundation stage spiritual weapons, weapons or metaphysical weapons, and the result is the first to die? Or was piggybacked to death, haha. Simply 2 ornamental family members. The point is Yi Sun's damage knocking out more than 3,400 blood from a body cultivator. Is this ING still human? This skill is outrageous, it can't be an earth rank spirit skill? Where did he get so many clan contributions?
Tisk worthy of being the number one person in the game. Carrying an immortal weapon and doing 2 or 3 times more damage than others seems reasonable to me. Reasonable my ass. Look more closely, is this Tom a beaver? The next image made countless people look straight in the eyes. Only to see a large number of attacks flying towards Yi-sun's head. Basically all of them were, 1, there were only a few that could break the defense, but the damage value was also pitifully small. The most important thing is, this moment adds up to at least thousands of damage value, but only let Yi-sun's blood bar drop to minuscule sliver, even less than 1/10. What kind of horrible blood quantity is this? However, in the next second, a scene that made them break their defenses even more appeared. Divine Zephyr. She and blood plus 735. As they watched, Yi-sun's blood bar instantly almost filled back up. This Tama, at least 10,000 plus blood, the physical cultivators are going to cry in the toilet, right? And it can even recover automatically. I don't, Sister Lee. Who can tell me what he's based on? Is an immortal weapon so outrageous? Now I believe what Bai Xiaoshang said, Yi-sun's qualifications are definitely abnormal. The body cultivators stepped forward again, their gloves lit up with red light, and they cast their taunting skills. Taunt affects the target's spirit, causing the target to lose their mind and enter a state of rage, only able to keep attacking at the caster without caring about everything around them. Happy New Year, dear readers. Chapter 56 Being all crooked? Mockery? A few red lights brushed his body, Yi-sun's face was expressionless. The taunt skill is very practical, especially when fighting bosses. The physical cultivation taunt attracts hatred and allows teammates to attack more comfortably. But to use it on Yi-sun, it's a bit of a joke. With the poor control hits of the body cultivators, it's a fool's errand to try to control him. Yi-sun dodged away with a sword step and rushed into the group of magic cultivators and archers. Universal attack. 1525. Punch. 1510. Punch. Willing strike. 2283. Punch. Weakness attack. 1586. Frosty chop. Ding. You have killed player Xiaoyan, sin value +1, current sin value, 21. Like a fish, he moved quickly through the crowd with his movement speed that surpassed normal people, and from time to time, he used his sword steps to blink away. The sword in his hand was extremely tricky, and his general attack was mixed with frosty cuts, and he predicted his position, and his shots would never fall, recklessly harvesting the lives of the players. I do not eat beef equipment configuration luxury, but only more than 1700 blood value. The field of these law repair and archery is even worse, most of them are still wearing chi condensation period equipment. So Yi-sun a sword 1, resurrection white light flashes non-stop, simply with the abuse of vegetables is no different, let the live broadcast room countless people look straight in the eye. At the same time, he was also keeping an eye on the approaching group of control cultivators, always trying to stay as far away as possible and pulling at the limit. Control cultivators make a move. No, he's running too fast, we don't have enough distance to attack. Can we restrict him? Can't taunt it. Isn't a sword cultivator's sword step cast at close range? How can he step out that far? Get out of the way, let me go over to the control, I've added agility. The field was cluttered with shouting. Yi-sun was still hiding from the control cultivator, preferring to stop killing rather than stopping. The myriad voice profession was just too disgusting, their skills weren't like bows and arrows that could be dodged by walking. The skills of the controlling cultivator are all sound skills, but anyone who has ears, as long as they are in the range of the skill, there is no room for dodging and they can only be passively endured. Once being controlled, all the people all together, a second drop a few thousand blood, Yi-sun cannot withstand. He now does not want to face a large group of control cultivation, just want to kill the brittle profession first. Sword step. Frosty slash. 4112. 2465. 2458. In Yi-sun's mind, the dinging sound rang non-stop and the sin value increased in pieces. In this situation, the once good sword drawing technique was completely useless. Players who die normally will be resurrected in the nearest city, and at this time, I Don't Eat Beef is in the Purple Sky City. However, he didn't return to the battlefield, but instead watched the live broadcast and began to remotely transmit his voice to command. Control cultivators, use your brains. Spread out and approach him from all sides. Physical cultivators, don't taunt, crash into him and block him with your bodies. Can the bows and arrows shoot accurately? Fa Shio used the body method to avoid our grass. Why don't you save it for New Year's Eve? I Don't Eat Beef red hot. A whole 10,000 people. To actually not be able to take down a single Yi-sun after so long, this was simply very different from the outcome he had previously envisioned. At this time he was also shocked by Yi-sun's attributes. Even if the damage is high, the blood is still 10 times that of others? And it can also automatically recover? This garbage game balance do too bad, right? The physical cultivators who were yelled at by him were in tears. They wanted to crash into them, but they couldn't catch up with Yi-sun's footsteps. The difference in movement speed was too big.
Occasionally, when they had the chance to crash, Yi-sun looked like he had eyes on his back and instantly left with a sword step, letting them crash into their own people, and they were simply fooled.
Sting. Take the restoration elixir. Mana value plus 300. Mana plus 300. Divine Zephyr. Blood value plus 735.
Sharkman, who had been ignoring the situation, recovered somewhat unable to keep up with the speed of his injuries, his blood dropping by 1/2, and his mana bottoming out several times. Frostwatchop needs 1000 mana once, the consumption is really a bit big. Fortunately, the master has given a lot of spirit restoration pills. Yi-sun put away his sword and started dodging attacks, wanting to wait for his blood and mana to return to full before continuing to kill. During this time, the control cultivators also followed the command of "I don't eat beef" and surrounded them from all sides. Yi-sun could not avoid it, countless notes entered his ears, and just a second before his mind drifted off and was about to fall into a deep sleep, he instantly used sword step to flash into a large group of controlling cultivation players.
Turn on retardation. Ding. Successfully resisting silence. Ding. You have been put to sleep. Struck. Air blood 213. Ding. You have been stunned. Struck. Air blood 207. The probability of a single control cultivation player controlling him is very low, but there are too many people striking at one time. There is always one who can control him, and as long as he is controlled, he is going to take real damage. In the next second, countless arrows and colorful spell light balls flew over from all directions, and the place where Yi-sun was like fireworks exploding, incomparably bright. Taking a hit. Chi blood 1. Taking hits. Blood 1. Taking hits. Blood 12. Ah. Who's hitting me? Don't hit me, don't hit me, I'm dying. Grass. Do you guys eat oil cakes? Get out of here.
Yi-sun can lower other people's movement speed. I can't run. When the massive light dispersed, Yi-sun escaped with silken blood, while their original hundreds of control cultivation players had all disappeared.
I think I heard someone screaming inside just now. It's only been a few seconds and Yi-sun killed them all? What kind of skill does he have? It's too scary, isn't it? Terrifying my ass. You idiots, they were killed by you.
I don't eat beef, furiously cursed in the transmission. Players can set the mode at any time in the game, and the usual setting is peaceful mode. When in peace mode, there is no damage determination when players attack each other, and it is usually used in the city. When wanting to attack each other, they change to free mode, where they can kill indiscriminately, or to power mode. The players in the arena, except for the sword cultivators, were all on power mode. However, due to the lack of a gang building order, they were now only nominally in the same club, but in reality, they all belonged to the casual players. The power mode could only be judged as such, and would not harm those in the same clan. Previously, Yi-sun had been killing FA cultivation and archery, and most of the attacks that flew over his head were also cast by these two professions, and being attacked by the same clan did not have a damage determination, and the effect of their mislynch was not obvious.
But when he drilled into the control cultivation group, the control cultivation cuties were miserable. Can't you guys aim better? Don't you usually pee crookedly? $@ grass.
I don't eat beef, yelled at the several guardians. Without forming a gang, there was no common voice transmission channel, so they could only transmit their voices one level down. When the protectors heard it, they forced themselves to hold back their laughter and sent it down the group word for word.
Chapter 57 Strange Little Lovelies. Yi-sun's eyes lit up.
He was also inspired to think of this method, and he didn't expect it to work so well.
TSK Dry Middle School is really the most sensible saying.
He hurriedly stoned his red and blue pills together, taking advantage of the pandemonium in the field to quickly restore his status.
Damn the controlled cultivation. That round just now nearly knocked his invincibility skill out.
After recovering, Yi-sun continued to attack and kill with his sword. If he could kill all of the farcers and bows, he would not be threatened with death even if he was controlled in place. Although the real damage of the controlling cultivator was powerful, it only dealt damage when he managed to control the enemy. Without other professions to make up for it, Yi-sun could hold out by relying on the divine zephyr.
Sword step. Frosty slash. 2460. Ding. You killed player Gao Qiqiang, sin value +1, current sin value, 2546. Ding. Frostwatchop proficiency +30, current proficiency, 3630 100,000.
FA Show's body skill was named Instantaneous Flash, which could instantly move a distance at the mortal rank, and was very practical. However, if you want to use good body skills, the timing of the grasp is very important, need a lot of practice to be able to do. At this stage players can use good, not many. Right now often appear, Yi-sun's sword or cut on them, they will panic to use Instantaneous Flash, but it is already too late, can only move a grave. When the control cultivators approached again, the note entered his ears. Yi-sun repeated the same technique, flashed into the control cultivator group and opened the retard. The value of this skill was utilized by him to the maximum.
Ding. You have been stunned. Ah. Miserable screams rang out one after another.
5% of pain can hurt, especially when you get kicked in the crotch. The control cultivation cuties were partially killed by their own people again, but luckily those long-range professions closed in time. However, when Yi Sun removed the control, his blood level was still in a very healthy state, so he smoothly killed all the remaining cuties.
For a while, the Brotherhood was in a dilemma and seemed to be in a dead end.
I am not eating beef is almost angry, mouthfang non-stop.
The live feed.
Laughing to death, dang over 10,000 players, being fooled by Yi Sun.
Not afraid of God-like opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates.
Yi Sun's tactics are so dirty. It is indeed too shameless, and that young lady who was accidentally killed by one of her own is so pitiful.
Yi Sun is a bit shady psychologically. Can't you be a little brighter? Are you guys sick? More than 10,000 people besieging someone else is honorable?
Promise me that when you guys are besieged in the future, please uphold the principle of honor and justice.
Ignore that bunch of.
The other club leaders had their hearts in their mouths, wanting to hurry up and get the gang building order, or else they would shy away from fights. Yi Sun expressionless, calm like a machine, still I do what I do, from time to time flashing into the medical training, Beast Division
group, try to let them dogfight themselves.
Even if he knows what is said in the live broadcast, he will not give up this tactic, because this can increase the sin value less.
Ding!
You have killed player Dowdu, sin value +1, current sin value 3,628. Let's get the healers and the beast divisions off the field and back to the city, don't send them off in a stampede. I don't eat beef with red eyes, long gone is the initial vigor. In this great war, to say that the most useless professions are the physician and the beast division. But anyone who was not a physical cultivator, as long as they received a sword from Yi Sun, they would die directly, and the recovery skills of the physicians didn't even have a chance to perform. As for the beast division profession, the only one who owns a pet right now is a player named Meow Meow Meow, and it's not even from their club, so the beast divisions in the room are wasted.
In fact, many people do not want to transfer the beast division, but the choice of occupation is not completely controlled by the player's mind.
For example, some people like archery, but the spirit of the law qualification is oddly high, the power is low, not suitable for archery, no choice but to choose the law cultivation. There was also the fact that there was an upper limit to the number of disciples in each sect. Because of Yi Sun, many players in this life favored sword cultivators, but they were not allowed to enter the purple sky sword sect, which had long been saturated and no longer accepting people. In this way, players can only choose other professions.
Assassins leave the field as well.
I don't eat beef continued to command. He realized that the assassins were also very useless, always dying inexplicably, obviously able to stealth, but never able to harm Yi Sun. It was still strange. He didn't know that under Yi Sun's insight skill, all the assassins had nothing to hide, and one by one, they stayed dumb after being invisible. Killing them was simply easier than the beast division. The big battle lasted for 2.5 hours, and Yi Sun felt his hands getting sore. During this time, from time to time, there were players who resurrected and rushed back to the battlefield, but the number was not large. Most of the players were at the first level of the foundation establishment stage, and when they died, they would fall back to the chi condensation stage and simply stopped rushing back.
Ding!
You killed player Great Wall Cannon, sin value +1, current sin value 5,325.
The last long-range output player died of hate, and there were only more than 200 control cultivators left in the empty field.
In addition to those who were accidentally killed by their own people, I don't eat beef at the back order to retreat when I saw that the end was in sight, causing Yi Sun's final sin value to not be as high as predicted. The wind blew gently, blowing the tips of Yi Sun's hair, which seemed to be full of sighs. He raised his eyes and stopped the last body cultivator who could not evacuate in time.
Character, clean white rich young man. Cultivation, foundation stage level 2.
Power, Big Dipper sacred sect.
Profession, mountain shaking.
Blood,
4,530. Defense, 442. Good name. Yi Sun secretly praised it.
You, don't come over. The white rich young man panicked. The corners of Yi Sun's mouth twitched slightly, casually sending him away with a few swords, then turned back to look at the 200+ control cultivation cuties.
He didn't understand why these people didn't leave. The ethereal Mirage Mansion didn't restrict gender, there were both men and women.
These are all female control cultivators in front of us, and the men are all dead. It's not that Yi Sun took pity on them, but these female control cultivators barely put up much of a fight, and even throughout the battle, the female players were a bit intimidated, letting off steam from time to time. Yi Sun knew that this was because his charisma value was too high. Charisma value not only affects the ease of interaction with NPCs, but also affects the combat status. Especially between the opposite sex, if the gap between the charisma value is too large, then the party with a low charisma value will subconsciously not bear to attack. If the gap is too large, then it almost always fails to send out an attack command, and is not subject to mental control at all. Even if the attack was forced, it would involuntarily deviate from the angle the moment the attack reached it, and the sword that was originally stabbed at the throat might only cut through the hair. Yi Sun was the same. Now if he were to face an enemy such as Snow Silver Spirit, his sword would be equally uncontrollable, and he would be helpless when forced to take pity on her.
Each attribute in Ask the Immortals has a role that cannot be ignored. However, relatively speaking, the same sex will be much less affected by the charisma value, unless the sexual orientation is special. Yi-sun slowly walked towards the control cultivators in the field. These little cuties, staying here and not moving, could there be some kind of conspiracy? Chapter 58, Rejuvenation. Carrying a large amount of sin values, Yi-sun's body shone with a faint blood-colored light, looking like a demon god. Through the bamboo-like hollow sockets of Mo Yin Huang's eyes, you could see that his starry eyes seemed to contain the ruthlessness of indifference to the living. Yi-sun NB. 1 against 10,000, it's a total blowout. It's a good thing it's not reality, or else this place would be littered with corpses, right? What if I fall in love with Yi-sun? Humph. It's not just luck and stronger attributes than others. You're like a clown. Yi-sun walked slowly with his sword in hand, the blade as clean and clear as it was in the beginning. Carefully planned an ambush, but ultimately became the stage of Yi-sun alone. I do not eat beef teeth or almost biting, hate to turn off the live broadcast, directly offline. The female-controlled cultivators in the field quietly looked at Yi-sun walking. The moonflower clothes as a whole exuded a cool and soft luster, and the sleeves of the clothes were so light that when they danced with the wind, it was like a flowing Milky Way. Above the collar and cuffs, also carefully embroidered with delicate silver silk cloud pattern, the waist is an ice blue satin, outlined Yi-sun posture upright as jade, and the white clothes against each other, the noble gastifuse, outstanding style. The eyes of the little cuties are full of little stars. When Yi-sun came closer, one of them drank delicately. Sisters. Beat him to death. Swish. In an instant, countless magical sounds poured into his ears, and hundreds of control skills slammed into him in unison. Damn control cultivation. This was the only thought Yi-sun had when he fell into control. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a veiled woman beside him, close to him, who was holding up her bracelet to click pictures. This game setting is so annoying, I can't believe I can't put my arms around her. Okay, get out of the way, it's my turn. Brother Yi-sun, can you compare hearts with me? Hubby's body smells so good. Hubby, can you show your face? Come on, eggplant. Leaf seeker. He woodenly looked at one after another female players staggering up to take a picture together, the hand holding the sword gently trembling, but how can not cut out, cannot help but some toothache. It was clearly a battle of life and death, but now it had turned into a fan meeting. The players who were watching the live broadcast were collectively dumbfounded and had the urge to vomit blood. After a long time. Okay hubby, I'm done filming, come on, be gentle. Kill me first, to give you a boost. Honey, can I add a friend after killing me? My name is Auntie. Yi-sun wiped his cold sweat, sheathed his sword, turned around and ran. The shocked. The number one person in the game actually fled without a fight, and the Brotherhood finally won. Nearly 3 hours into the battle, the Brotherhood members dropped a lot of equipment, but unfortunately Yi-sun couldn't be bothered to pick it up. If he dared to stay in place for a little while longer, he would be controlled. The young ladies did let go of the water from time to time, but the male control cultivators would not spoil him. Those equipments, except for some that were picked up by their own people, the rest disappeared. Yi-sun's heart was dripping blood. Sis, come to Purple Sky City, I'll take you to level up. He sent a voice message to the damn control cultivator. Originally, he wanted to go to the Green Sky continent to look for Xi-ning, who had also been waiting in the Green Sky City for a long time, but unfortunately, he was delayed by the Brotherhood midway. Now that he is in the middle of the Sin Value, he doesn't dare to enter the city and can't teleport, so he can only let Xi-ning come over by herself. A few moments later, Xi-ning voice transmission sounded. Oh. Brother, I don't have enough money. Yi-sun. He then remembered that transcontinental teleportation required 500 spirit stones a time. Not to mention Xi-ning, even he had only enough spirit stones to make a round trip, and it was a struggle to go to another continent. This is troublesome, Yi-sun has some headaches. How about buying some spirit stones? Spending a few tens of thousands should be enough. Xi-ning had passed the secret realm and was rewarded over 300 spirit stones. Buying enough 1,000 spirit stones to make a round trip would be enough. Tens of thousands of huaxia coins would not be much for them. Buy spirit stone is very easy, as long as in the virtual bazaar on the purchase information on the line. Now the spirit stone is very valuable, want to sell the spirit stone players a lot. However, tens of thousands of dollars? I don't. Yi-sun had a black line on his face, this financial junkie. Sin value could be eliminated with prestige value, but he was not willing to spend more than 5,000 prestige value to eliminate it. He was going to be practicing anyway, so it was better to rely on fighting monsters to eliminate them. Looking at the Purple Sky City that was close at hand, Yi-sun was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly thought of something. Hesitating a little for a while, he transmitted his voice and said, "Sister, you go out of the city first." After waiting for Xi-ning to transmit the news that she had already left the city, Yi-sun sketched her appearance in his mind, and silently recited in his heart, "The love is linked to the spirit rhinoceros." Whoosh! In the next second, he arrived at Xi-ning's side. So swift? Yi-sun's eyes went straight. What transcontinental teleportation array, compared to the divine skill bestowed by Manhwa, they were all hot chickens. Si Ning? The two were wide-eyed. Brother, what kind of aptitude is this? You're right, this is divine power. Yi Sun's eyes were a bit odd. The love link, which could teleport to the opposite sex with a friendliness greater than 80, he had previously thought that it could only be used on NPCs, but did not realize that it could be used on players as well. This showed that there was also a degree of friendliness between players, it just didn't show the value. But that's not the point right now. The point was the sister's friendliness with him was actually greater than 80? That's a heart-to-heart relationship. The heart-to-heart relationship, as the name suggests, can only be used in love mode. Sister actually no. Yi Sun suddenly thought of something. In the friendliness system, 80 was a watershed, not something that could be raised just by wanting to. If there is a girl right now who loves him to death, but as long as Yi Sun doesn't like her, then her friendliness towards Yi Sun will only stay below 80. That is to say, it stays at the love-to-love stage. Above 80, heart-to-heart in life and death can be two-way, and can only be raised above 80 when the mutual affection for each other has reached the requirement. Now, his friendship with Si Ning is above 80, which means that not only is his sister treating him, but he actually has a bad heart towards her as well? This can't be possible. How could I have such a dirty mind? Although my sister is beautiful and bubbly, and not a pro-sister, and occasionally polite hand-holding and hugging. Yi Sun's face changed for a while. What's wrong with you, brother? Why is your face red? Refreshed. Chapter 59, The Pot Calling the Kettle Black. The duo walked towards the practice area. As Yi Sun walked, he thought back to all the years they had spent together. Sister had always been very good to him, so good that if he frowned, Si Ning would immediately put down what she was doing and come over to ask why, and Si Ning would not hesitate to agree to whatever he wanted. When he bought the game bracelet obviously she has no money, but still willing to take out half of the money to meet him. Yi Sun had long since gotten used to his sister's goodness, and had never wondered if this goodness was mixed with something else. And he had no other complicated thoughts about Si Ning before he cast the love link spiritual rhinoceros today. But come to think of it, if now Si Ning suddenly holding a man's hand, happily telling him to marry. Yi Sun hypothesized a matchmaker, and his hand suddenly got a little itchy, wanting to greet all of them with a wave of sword drawing techniques plus frost hua chop plus crotch kick plus phantom kill plus whip. Finished, the actual hammer. Sis, do you have a favorite? Yi Sun decided to test the waters. Ha? Si Ning froze. No, why do you ask? Do you have a favorite? Is it Ren Si Jia? Or Asamu? Si Ning's tone was light, no emotions could be heard. This was unusual. If it was a normal sister who learned that her own brother wanted to arch the cabbage, then she must be very curious and gossipy, and would even be excited to help out, instead of being light in tone. Yi Sun was stunned. Why the two of them? You don't go out all day, do you know any other pretty girls? As for the ones in your high school class, they all seem to be quite ugly, so I guess you can't look at them either? Makes sense. No, I've only met Ren Si Jia twice. As for Asamu, I haven't contacted her since I added her as a friend. Take. The bracelet suddenly lit up, and a nice female voice came out from it. Yi Sun, are you there? I'm Shallow Dream. Si Ning? Yi Sun. How did the bracelet suddenly turn into speaker mode? This is too much of a coincidence. Looking at his sister's smiling but not laughing eyes, Yi Sun hastened to sophistically say, it's really the first time we've contacted each other. Humph. What are you nervous about? It's not like I'm going to care about you. Yi Sun picked up the bracelet with a dark face and sent a message to Asamu. Is there something wrong? Congratulations, destroyed the Brotherhood's prestige, but their reality background is quite strong and vindictive. Yi Sun, you have to be on guard, it's best to move home. Thanks, I know. Well, what's more, I'm very grateful to you for selling me the Xian weapon in the first place. It put our club quite a bit ahead. Most of our sisters have passed the difficult secret realm, and even the nightmare secret realm has passed several. When Yi Sun sold her 2 million, she still felt in her heart that Yi Sun was quite dark, but then she didn't think so anymore. It was obvious that Yi Sun already knew about the secret realm at that time, which was why he offered $2 million. And compared to how much the price of the equipment went up after the secret realm was revealed, 2 million for the Xuanqi was really a friendly price. Yi Sun was a bit surprised, listening to Shallow Dream's meaning. After she passed the nightmare secret realm, she gave the Xian weapons to the club members to use again? That's really generous. Those club members were trustworthy and didn't run away with their arcane weapons, so it seems that Asamu had a pretty good eye for people. When Si Ning heard this, he also believed that it was the first time they had contacted each other, or else Shallow Dream wouldn't have thanked him for this only now. Yi Sun returned, nothing, wish your club good luck, is there anything else? Well, Shallow Dream hesitated a bit. Yi Sun, can you sell me your extra qualification pills? Yi Sun was dumbfounded. He once promised her that he would prioritize selling her the extra ones when he had them, and he almost forgot it when he was interrupted by his sister. How much is the right amount to sell? Yi Sun frowned in contemplation. He was no longer interested in real money. The money in his sister's card was enough for them to live a good life. It just so happened that there was a lack of spirit stones right now. He was even tight on his traveling expenses, so why not just sell pens of spirit stones?
So he transmitted his voice, "There's a charm pill, 500,000 spirit stones."
Okay, I'll get the money together now and go find you later. Where are you?
Obviously 500,000 spirit stones wasn't a small amount for Shallow Dream, and she couldn't come up with it for a while. Now that the exchange rate between spirit stones and cash has dropped to 140, 500,000 spirit stones is equivalent to 20 million Chinese coins. Yi Sun's price is very black. He opened the price like this, was giving Shallow Dream room to bargain. I didn't expect her to remain so bold, or agree in one bite.
Maybe she never had the habit of bargaining?
After all, a rich family's eldest daughter, buying things to cut prices is also too out of character.
However, Yi Sun didn't want to take advantage of this, so he sent over the attributes of the water cloud belt and transmitted his voice. "This one is sent to you all together." The water cloud belt was the Foundation establishment stage Xian weapon given to him when he passed through the secret realm, and he originally wanted to leave it for Xining to use, but when they met just now, they realized that his sister was actually wearing a Xian weapon belt on her body. The Foundation establishment stage Xian artifact is still a pretty big upgrade for players at this stage. It should be worth a few tens of thousands of spirit stones, and giving it to Shallow Dream would be considered an exchange of equal value. Yi Sun remembered that he had also played by Ripple Armor, a male Foundation stage Xian weapon, and now was the time to sell it. So he directly listed it on the virtual bazaar in spirit stone mode, and it will be auctioned in 2 hours. This time he didn't directly contact the desert judge. Now that he was short of spirit stones, he didn't bother to maintain the friendship and maximized the benefits first. "Sister, your Xian weapon belt is from Master?"
Aha, Xining said proudly. She saw that I was originally wearing a mortal product belt, so she gave me a Xian rank 1, and this veil was also given by Master, and she also said that after I reached the Jindan stage, she would give me another earth product Guqin. After learning perception techniques at the Foundation stage, the masks and veils that players receive for free in the novice village don't work anymore, and if they want to hide their faces, they have to find another face type equipment of the same realm. The mask equipment is very rare. The Foundation stage of the better, the realm of higher can be difficult.
Can reach no level of immortal weapons. The continent is afraid that there is only one Mo Yun Yu Huang.
He couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a personal disciple, the treatment is good. Also as a pro-disciple, he was not so lucky, and so far he had not even seen his master for the second time. And even if he did, it is estimated that the master would not give him any equipment, otherwise he would not have stopped those elders from trying to pull out something in the first place.
Alas! People are more angry than people. Brother, did your master give you anything? Stinky sister is really a pot calling the kettle black.
Yi Sun defiantly said, "My master is the purple sky sword sex sovereign, the strength of the world's first, but before I had the chance to hold a ceremony to pay tribute to my master, she had something to go busy. Next time I see you again, she will definitely send me something good."
Wow! Patriarch master? Then wouldn't you be able to walk sideways in the sect? I'm not a crab.
Yi Sun inwardly prayed that master would send him something.
At least he couldn't be laughed at by his sister, could he? According to the time projection, master should be back soon. Chapter 60, Heavy Losses.
Yi Sun scanned his attributes. This time, after a big battle with the Brotherhood, it wasn't completely without benefits. At least the proficiency of the sword steps had finally been practiced to full capacity. So he took out the spiritual enlightenment fruit that he fought during the first kill of the Foundation stage boss and used it on his sword steps.
Ding! Congratulations on your sword step skill advancement success. Sword stance, metaphysical stance. Restrictions on use, swordsman profession. Proficiency, 0-100,000.
Skill effect, move quickly to the side of any target within a range of 10-30 meters, can be used on targets in the air, can also be used on targets on the ground in the air, cannot be used when there is no target, can be advanced.
Consumption, 100-200 mana. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Not bad.
Yi Sun was satisfied. Previously, the 10-meter usage range was too short, and when fighting with the Brotherhood, he often did not have enough distance to cast spells and thus could not get out of the skill range of the Control Cultivator, and was also kited by the Bow and False Cultivator from time to time.
Now that it's 30 meters, it's much easier to use.
As for the increased air-to-ground effect, the utility is now average. Foundation stage players didn't have high mana values, and basically wouldn't use air control techniques when fighting. Coming to the practicing area, Yi Sun runs Insight.
Twisted Tree Spirit, Foundation Stage Level 1 Ordinary Wild Monster. Blood, 2,600. Spell damage, 320. Defense, 264. Movement speed, 26. Weakness, Fear of Fire damage. Skill, Twisted Stab.
Yi Sun's eyebrows jumped. It seemed that this was a main physical monster, and other than blood and defense, the other attributes were average.
No wonder there aren't many players here.
The other players didn't have enough damage, and the efficiency of hitting the tree spirits for leveling would be poor, which was just what Yi Sun wanted. So he found a corner with no one in it, formed a group and started practicing.
3,847. 2,328. 2,328.
A frosty chop went down, and only a trace of blood skin remained in a large swath of twisted tree spirits in front of him. Seeing this, Xining hastily added another Moon Soul Phantom Dream Song, and under the real damage, it was just enough to empty the tree spirit's remaining blood, working together quite well.
Ding! Your team killed. Sin value 10, current sin value 5316. Sis, you're finally useful. Humph.
Yisun now had the group damage skill, the practicing efficiency increased a lot, but the blue consumption was also horrible. Frost Hwachop required 1000 mana to use once. He was a bit heartbroken about the elixir. But in order to eliminate the sin value as soon as possible, he could not care less. If you are burdened with sin value, not only will you reduce the explosive rate of monsters, but you won't increase your friendliness when you see NPCs, so there are a lot of disadvantages. At this time on the forum, Bai Xiaoshang posted Yisun and the Brotherhood battle inventory, and the heat was instantly at the top.
Bai Xiaoshang's anime face appeared in the video. Seeing that many players are curious, there are millions of Brotherhood members, why are there only 10,000 people besieging Yisun this time? The reason is actually very simple. Due to the drawbacks of the game bracelet, most players can't level for a long time, and many of them are currently still in the novice village. On the Purple Sky continent, the only members available to the Brotherhood are a few thousand sword cultivators. They want to siege Yisun. The number of people is not enough and the occupation is too single. They can only transfer people from other continents. This time, the Brotherhood has suffered extremely heavy losses. Let's settle an account. Transcontinental teleportation of a player requires 500 spirit stones. The Brotherhood transferred over 4,000 or 5,000 players, and a conservative estimate is that this one-way teleportation fee is over 2 million spirit stones. This is why the Brotherhood only has a total of 10,000 people surrounding Yisun. The cost of transcontinental teleportation at this stage is just too great. And after a player dies, they can only be resurrected in the nearest city, and the Brotherhood still needs to teleport them all back to their original continent. With such a round trip, the total cost of teleportation is probably between 4-5 million spirit stones, which means that the loss of teleportation fees alone is close to 200 million Huaxia coins. Coupled with other losses, such as members' equipment dropping, cultivation downgrade, etc., the Brotherhood's loss this time is incalculable. As soon as Bai Xiaoshang summarized it, the pop-ups instantly exploded. $200 million lost in teleportation fees alone? The Brotherhood is so rich. Kind of heartbroken about what the fraternity will do? Ha ha ha. It's a lost cause. Ha? Losing what, lady? Doesn't the loss of prestige count? It's still true. When I used to talk about fraternities, I subconsciously thought they were high and invincible, but now all I can think about is the image of a fraternity with a man riding on its head. Die laughing, Yisun is awesome. Doesn't Big Brother Yisun consider creating a force? I'll be the first to join. I can go in and be a harmful horse. Then I'll be the stirrer. He shouldn't be creating forces, beasts always travel alone, it's the bulls and horses that flock together. Say, will Yisun have trouble offline? Next, Bai Xiaoshang attached a video of the full battle, which is longer than a movie. He analyzed Yisun's various battle values in detail and compiled Yisun's attributes. Among the attributes, the attack was twice as much as other full output add-on players, and the agility was beyond the reach of even full sensitive assassins. The most frightening thing was the chi in blood, which was actually close to 10 times more than normal players. The players were once again stunned by the situation and called out. If Yisun had seen the post, he might have wondered if his attribute panel had been spied on by Bai Xiaoshang. This guy was a real talent. Still, I suspect Yisun's various qualifications are more than 50. There are skeptics and believers in his speculations. Those who believed in it speculated variously about Yisun's real identity, and the most convincing claim was that he was a legendary psychic, otherwise it would be difficult to explain the phenomenon of qualification anomalies. No one believes in the previous revelation that Yisun is disabled and from a poor family. Because there was also a post in the forum before that said that Yisun had refused the Sky Eagle Gang's solicitation for a 100 million annual salary. If he was really from a poor family, he shouldn't have turned down such an opportunity. Countless people were frantically etching Yisun under the post. Why isn't Big Brother bubbling? Why don't you come out and show us your qualifications? Yisun's husband, is Ben here? Here's my picture. Good guy, the legs of the table are all twisted, a photo fraud, right? Yisun now has countless fans. The fans not only admire the strength, but also like his spirit of defying the power. Do not go with the flow to join the organization, do not succumb to the oppression of the Brotherhood, against the tide of courageous resistance, to do what many players want to do not dare to do. This kind of personal heroism, it is easy to fan. But in comparison, Yisun actually had more female fans. The title of number 1 on the Gongzi list and his ethereal and dusty figure made countless female players pining for him, depicting an imaginary model in their minds. This was also the reason why there was such an outrageous scene when Yisun fought the Brotherhood to the end. Bang! I don't eat beef, read the post and kick the computer away. I grass at $. Chapter 61 Dam Control Cultivation. Young Wang, I found it, in the last graduating class of Qingqing No. 2 Middle School, this disabled student is Yisun from the game.
Wang Mingxian, I don't eat beef, gasped and grabbed the photo with a hard hand. Seeing that it was a graduation photo, Yi-sun on the wheelchair in the front row was very eye-catching. Even if it is a graduation photo, he had to admit that Yi-sun's face, the first one of the male list to take, is not false, and jealousy made his face twisted. Grass. This bastard is really born to be a duck material, identity sure? It can't be wrong, his sister's name is Xining, or Ningxian in the game, they live together. Marred. Just a cripple, what else do you say about a shifter? A bunch of on the forum, scared the old man. The classmate who provided the photo knows the neighborhood he lives in, and after we snooped around, the exact address is 1802, Unit 1, Building 3, Phoenix District. Good. You guys, Wang Mingxian laughed hideously, suddenly thought of something and added, didn't leave any traces of the investigation, right? If something happened to Yi-sun now, the first object of suspicion would definitely be him. If a small person is okay, but Yi-sun already belongs to the public figure, the influence is not small. If you leave evidence, even if his Chen family background is strong, it is inevitable to have some trouble. Wang Xiao, don't worry, we didn't check his identity officially, we did it all privately. What about his classmate who provided the photo? Has died accidentally, no one knows he was in contact with us, and as for those Amazons in the Phoenix neighborhood, we were wearing takeout clothes when we inquired, masks and helmets to hide them, and they couldn't recognize us. Wang Mingxian was relieved and coldly grunted. Dare to mess with Lao Zi, really looking for death. You do the most reliable work, this time you personally go to stare, with a few clean bottom, do away with him on the spot, do not leave any traces, understand? Looking for a killer organization will have to walk away from the account, may be implicated, on the contrary, their own people, over the years, acting carefully, never had a mistake, can be more reliable than outsiders. Yes. It's a pity about an immortal weapon, and a superb beauty. Although Wang Mingxian would like to taste the flavor of this extremely beautiful girl, but also not stupid, to make trouble is a big taboo, not to leave a problem is the most important. Ding! Congratulations to your team for killing the Foundation Stage Tier 1 boss Twisted Tree King. You have gained 100 reputation points, 50 lower grade spirit stones, and 1000 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the second level of the Foundation Establishment Stage, all basic attributes +1, and you gain 5 points of freely assignable attributes. The prestige value gained from killing bosses in a wild group will be divided equally, and only the first kill will be exclusive. This is the main source of prestige value for most players in the game. Yi-sun nervously looked at Xining. When asking immortals broke through a great realm, they had to rely on breakthrough pills. Although minor realms above the Foundation stage can be broken through on their own, they are not 100% successful. The success rate of breaking through a minor realm was 10 times that of a lucky value. With Yi-sun's lucky value of 25, he could successfully break through with his eyes closed. But Xining was not so sure. She had eaten a bunch of qualification pills, and now she only had 5 points of luck value, and only had a 50% chance of making a successful breakthrough. Failed minor realm breakthroughs also have a silent period, but only for 2 hours. Failing 10 or 8 times a day is not a problem, and most people don't get stuck in minor realms. But also because of the silent period, resulting in many hard-working players with low luck value level was overtaken. Yi-sun remembered his previous life, he himself will not say, all tears. Xining is not much better, only 1 point of lucky value, 10% success rate, every breakthrough is a kind of torture, very affect the mentality. This is also one of the reasons why her final strength is not high. Now he was a little worried, in case his sister failed her breakthrough and wasted 2 hours of practicing, she would definitely be sad, right? However, Xining seemed to guess what he was thinking as if she gave him a smug look, took out a small porcelain bottle, took out the elixir and took it, her body flashed with white light, and she succeeded in her breakthrough. Yi-sun. Same as a pro-disciple. Small realms can also eat foundation building pills to increase the success rate of breakthroughs, but it is just a little too extravagant. Xining is taking a medium-grade foundation building pill, which can increase the success rate by 40%. Sis, I remember you saying that your master is female, right? This game player is able to romance with NPCs, many male players want to pick up NPCs, and some people have actually succeeded in their previous lives. However, the bubble are some such as handyman, female disciples, or a maid. And so on general appearance, cultivation is not high NPC. Cultivate friendship with such a female NPC is relatively not difficult, the Sea King said deep, it is easy to tease those conservative little girls blushing. However, like the female elders, and then above the Snow Silver Spirit class of high-end NPCs, it is almost impossible to pick up, even C is difficult. Even inner disciples cannot have an audience with the elders without a special reason. In addition to male players, some female players would also fall in love with NPCs, and even some male NPCs would actively pursue beautiful female players. Yi-sun was worried that his sister wouldn't meet this kind of NPC, right? Xining gave him a blank look, of course it's a female, it's still pretty. It's beautiful. And so good to her, it won't be a lesbian, right? With my sister's looks, it's not impossible for both men and women to be lesbians. Yi-sun was a happy man, his mind thinking and making things up with abandon. This day, always being struck by this damn controlling cultivator, it was too suffocating.
When master comes back, high and low will have to glean something.
Brother, there's a lot of FA show on the leaderboard. Yi-sun scanned the cultivation list. A large portion of the top 10 were at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage, and almost all of them were players from the Taishan divine sect. Well, the Dharma cultivators don't talk about martial virtues, and their leveling speed is too fast. Farcio skills are all ranged group injuries. The practicing advantage is much stronger than other professions. Archers aren't bad either, especially the ones with high attack speeds, shooting all the time.
Yi-sun no longer focuses on the leaderboards, checking out the loot from killing the boss just now. Purple Xian Ring, Foundation Stage Xian Weapon, Spirit Law plus 12, Spell Attack plus 36, Concentration plus 7. Treading Cloud Boots, Foundation Stage Spiritual Artifact, Agility plus 8, Movement Speed plus 21, Dodge plus 20. Cold Iron Blade, Foundation Stage Metaphysical Artifact, used by Soul Chasing Profession, Strength plus 15, Agility plus 12, Physical Attack plus 80. Jewelry Equipment.
Yi-sun was excited. The equipment in Ask the Immortals was roughly divided into 9 types, which were weapons, full body armor, belts, shoes, necklaces, rings, bracelets, cloaks, and headdresses. His ink rhythm spectacle belongs to the headdress, and other headdress equipment such as hairpin, crown,
and so on.
The burst rate of jewelry equipment is very low. Compared to the formal clothing, the price is much higher, and even the novice village is not at all. And these types of equipment, only weapons, bracelets, as well as rings to increase the attack, the other belong to the type of defense. What Yi-sun liked now was attack, and this ring came at the right time. It's a pity that it's not the first kill. The burst rate drops quite a bit. If only there was another earth weapon.
No one is exempt from getting what they want.
Yi-sun changed the original Chi condensation stage shoes again and put on the Treading Clouds boots, and the attributes once again rose quite a bit. As for the Xian weapon dagger, it could only be put up for auction in the bazaar.
Ding!
Congratulations on the successful auction of your Xian weapon bijou armor.
Chapter 62, Trying to Kill the Past.
Yi-sun opened the bazaar and saw that the final price of the Xian weapon armor was 45,200 spirit stones, which was close to 2 million huaxia coins, which was very good. However, when he took out the spirit stones, there were only 36,160, evaporating more than 9,000 out of thin air.
Grass.
Yi-sun's heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. He had worked so hard before, played diligently, and saved a total of less than 2,000 pieces of spirit stones, and now all of a sudden, he evaporated close to 5 times the original spirit stones of his family.
Garbage game. Black is almost as good as capitalist.
Yi-sun cursed half a day and took out $18,000 and handed it to Si Ning.
Sister, meet and split in half, these are for you.
But Si Ning didn't take all of them, and only took $2,000. I still have several hundred spirit stones on me. I'll just take these, just for occasional emergencies. You definitely use spirit stones more than I do. Almost all of her equipment was provided by Yi-sun. There really wasn't much to spend. If she wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be able to shell out the teleportation fee the next time she had something to find her brother, she wouldn't even charge 2,000. Also, if you're in dire need of spirit stones one day, I can transfer all the money to you and you go buy spirit stones.
Although Si Ning was wealthy, she was extraordinarily generous when it came to Yi-sun.
What her brother wants she will find a way to meet, but she is a top beauty. All over the body is extremely shabby. Clothes and bags are spelled Cici. All rely on a naturally beautiful face to break into the world. Yi-sun was moved to tears, a fragrant soft sister into the arms.
Sis, you're so nice.
Although Si Ning's money was all given by him, he was still touched and couldn't help but be unable to help himself, in no way trying to take advantage of his sister.
Never. Si Ning didn't mind being held by him, but just whispered. Then can you promise me one thing?
You name it, and I'll promise you anything if I can do it.
Promise anything?
Si Ning's heart skipped a beat, opened his mouth, and finally turned his mouth.
When you feel that you can go out without a wheelchair, will you accompany me shopping once? I want to have a good luxury and buy some cosmetics, as well as face masks. Yi-sun. Good. Sister is just too good. The face is full of street turnaround, a face of collagen, blowing the bullet, still need cosmetics and masks? Never mind, it's good that my sister is happy.
He decided to smash the wheelchair tonight and take the time to fulfill this little wish of Si Ning's.
Sis,
Right at this moment, Yi-sun sensed a gaze looking this way, so he raised his eyes and saw a veiled woman standing playfully not far away, quietly looking at them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you guys, it's this tree spirit that's blocking my view. Asimo explained in a panic. She only saw the scene of the two embracing each other when she crossed over this tree, and before she had time to retreat, she was discovered by Yi-sun. Yi-sun was dumbfounded. He had sent coordinates to Shallow Dream before, but he didn't expect her to come so coincidentally and ruin the atmosphere.
Damn tree spirits. You're going to get your ass kicked later.
Letting go of Si Ning, Yi-sun said as if nothing had happened, long time no see. Si Ning blushed a little, forgetting to greet him for a moment. Shallow Dream saw this and puffed. I used to think you were siblings, what a perfect match. Yi-sun's heart jumped, but did not explain.
This is 500,000 spirit stones, here you go.
Shallow Dream initiated the transaction and Yi Sun also gave her the heavenly charming immortal dew and water cloud belt. Suddenly remembered, the novice village veil at this time has failed. Shallow Dream at least is one of the beautiful women. Yi Sun more or less some curiosity, so cast a perception spell. The result is still did not perceive her appearance.
She should also be the same as Si Ning, was rewarded by the clan foundation stage veil.
Worthy of being a top-notch beauty, all of them were able to encounter privileges, this damned face-seeing world. Objectively speaking, the top blue star beauties such as Si Ning and Ren Si Jia are not a small gap when compared to the number one beauty of the Ask Immortal like Snow Silver Spirit. But the difference wasn't in the five senses. Cultivation of immortals, washing essence and marrow, delicate and smooth skin, the face with a magnifying glass cannot see the pores, skin such as condensed fat and icy muscles and jade bones is not an adjective. In addition, there is cultivation to the deep realm. The body comes with the kind of pure and flawless immortal rhyme, especially the Snow Silver Spirit body. There are often years of high position of power developed by the majesty of the noble spirit.
These are blue star beauty cannot compare. However, when the future fusion of reality later, Si Ning and the girls, if they can cultivate to the kind of realm of the Snow Silver Spirit, then it will not look like there is much of a gap, basically belonging to the same level of beauty. Yi Sun, those leaders of the Brotherhood are not bad in reality, their backgrounds are very strong, and they are said to be unscrupulous. She was a bit hesitant. She had advised Yi Sun to move before, and she didn't know if he had taken it to heart. She wanted to advise him again, but she was afraid that Yi Sun would feel that he was looking down on him.
Do you have their information? I'm not sure of the exact identity, but it seems that my family has had business dealings with them. Speaking here, Asimo hesitated a bit, and after thinking about it, she continued, I'll try to help you ask around. Are you trying to?
As a courtesy.
Yi Sun also did not say through, the brotherhood of those leaders are some scum, as soon as possible to get rid of the best, to save to disgust him. For this kind of people, he has no burden to kill, so he wants to know their address.
Ha! Asimu was dumbfounded. She heard Yi Sun's meaning, those several masters, regular people were afraid to avoid them, he actually wanted to kill them? Is it really as the forum said, in reality he is an alien?
I'll try to find out as much as I can, but my abilities are limited and I'm quite unpopular at home, so...
Yi Sun was a bit surprised, unpopular and still so wealthy?
And the family can still have business dealings with those people. It seems that this girl's family history is very unusual.
It's fine, just do your best.
Yi Sun thought about it and added, if you need my help in the future, you can ask. Although there is not much contact with Shallow Dream, Yi Sun's perception of her is not bad. The Luoshun Pavilion was eventually disbanded in the previous life, and Shallow Dream was nowhere to be found. Perhaps something happened in reality. Although he does not have the idea of forming a force, but does not mind gathering some forces, with him on the same side, the future will also be more comfortable. More friends, more roads, sometimes, helping others is helping oneself. Luoshun Pavilion and Sky Eagle Gang, at least for the time being, it seems that these two forces are not bad.
Shallow Dream nodded and was about to leave when she turned around and said,
By the way Yi Sun, there's a person who asked me to pass it on, he wants to add you as a friend.
Chapter 63, My dad is the richest man in the world. Yi Sun used his bracelet to input his name Shangguan Fa Kai.
In his previous life, he had heard of Shangguan Fazai, an existence that nearly became a generation of legends. This man was famous in reality, or rather his father was famous, the richest man in China and also the richest man in the world.
To describe the Shangguan family as rich as a country was not very appropriate, because the Shangguan family actually owned more wealth than many countries.
Such a top-tier rich second generation that wanted to add him as a friend, he had no reason to refuse. Who wouldn't want to have a friend who was rich as hell? Another thing that made Yi Sun feel good about him was that Shangguan Fa Kai, like him, had his real name on his head.
Ha ha ha. Yi Sun, I am Shangguan Fa Kai, you should know me, right? My dad is the richest man. A very plain and simple opening statement. Yi Sun took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and transmitted. Hello, is something wrong?
It's just that I watch you on TV every day. I think you're quite an interesting person. I want to get to know you. I think we have quite a lot in common. We both like playing games, right? Have you ever played Jerk?
I'll tell you, I'm a fierce player. I'm the only APC with a 100% win rate in the global arena, and I've won the world championship by forming a team at random.
Brother, my game talent is terrible. I see that you are also quite strong. The two of us joint, the domination of the Ask the Immortal will soon be Are you interested in doing a big job together? Yi Sun sucked in a breath of cold air. In the past, he never played games, but he also knew the extent of the fervor of jerking Ajax sweeping the globe.
This person was a top-ranking rich kid, and his gaming talent was actually this strong?
In his previous life, Yi Sun had heard of his great name like thunder, not how good his game operation was, but he was the only player in the Chinese service of Ask the Immortals to build a city. At that time, when the city building qualification token was auctioned off, Shangguan Fazai did not blush or gasp and ultimately quoted a sky-high price of 300 billion huaxia coins to get it in his pocket. Afterwards, he smashed a huge amount of money to build the city and made a great deal of money. The most famous is the residential area in the city, combining the characteristics of the houses of the Blue Star and the immortals, unique, and the demand exceeds the supply. Even some NPCs rushed to buy the houses. But actually, he didn't earn much from building the city. After all, the initial investment was too big. If he followed the normal development, when the game fused with reality, the value of the city would have appreciated to a terrifying point, and then he would have become a generation of legends by mistake. However, unfortunately, although he had chosen the right path, he had chosen the wrong position. When the game was functioning normally, all kinds of monsters were restricted by the rules and would easily not leave their own territories, and could only wait foolishly for players to come to their door to challenge them. But after the fusion of reality, the rules restricting them disappeared, and they were able to invade player and NPC territories at will. Shangwan Fa was so lucky that the location he chose to build his city was surrounded by high-level monsters, and there was even an immortal beast present. The end is predictable, the hard-earned city is ruined. The path of a generation of legends was cut short. As for whether or not he was still alive, Yi-sun didn't know. Nowadays, Yi-sun knows where the city building token burst, Shangwan Fazai and money, two people joint, reselect the location of the city, can really make something to do. However, the city building token is not his current strength can handle. Besides the butterfly effect, I do not know if the same place in this life will burst again. He could only talk about it later. But it was right to befriend Shangwan Fa now, so Yi-sun curiously said, "How to do a big job?" "Yi-sun, that Xuanqi armor from the bazaar just now is yours, right? I raised the price by 10,000 spirit stones at the last second to auction it off. How about that? You didn't get deducted when you withdrew the cash, did you? Hee, you're so smart." Yi-sun didn't deny it and didn't puff up his face and pretend that he didn't care about the 9,000 spirit stones. "Yi-sun, how about I help you deal with high-level equipment in the future? I have a wide range of paths, so I can abandon the virtual bazaar as a middleman and directly interface with those clubs." Nowadays, the only two pieces of equipment on the equipment list were both Yi-sun's, and Shangwan Fazai, after poking around, knew that the game's first few Xian weapons were all related to him as well. With Yi-sun's strength, he will definitely be able to hit more high-level equipment in the future, and will definitely be a step ahead of other players. Strange goods were available, as long as he could reach a cooperation with Yi-sun and get the scarce resources. Apart from making money, his status in the hearts of the gangs would skyrocket and his connections would be more solid. The more solid the network, the more money he will make. Shangwan Fazai comes from a business family and thinks thoroughly. Conditions. I'll take 10%. Discarding a middleman, another middleman comes. The world always seems to be unable to avoid such creatures as middlemen. Yes. Yi-sun agreed painfully and put the Xian weapon dagger waiting to be auctioned off on the shelf. On the surface, he was able to lose 10% less in handling fees by handing the equipment over to Shangwan Fazai, but in fact, he didn't make any profit. This is because if you give it to Shangwan Fa to sell, the probability is that it won't sell for as high a price as the bazaar, which is a bidding model and sells for basically the highest price in the market. Now the draw is less, but the final price is also lower. It is difficult to say whether the final loss or profit. However, Yi-sun does not care about the interest, the Jianghu, the world of human affairs, not lack of money in the case of the long-term vision is necessary, the future will get more. Ha, quick, that's settled, you this friend I made, there is something to help in the future to say. 99% of the things in the world can be solved with money, the remaining 1% just need to use more money is. There are quite a few things that Shangwan Fa can solve. In fact, when he said he would draw 10%, he gave Yi-sun room to bargain, yet Yi-sun agreed in one breath, which instantly made him feel much better about Yi-sun. Yi-sun suddenly got to the state of mind of Asamon when she traded with him without a counteroffer. Sure enough, the world is a giant boomerang. This time the agreement, both sides are quite satisfied, but Yi-sun is still a little puzzled. What kind of a big job is this? Businessmen love to mess around with gimmicks. Yi-sun, do you need me to be the intermediary and help you mediate with the Brotherhood? No need, don't mess around. Shangwan Fazai. Leveling up, it's time for a different place to kill monsters. The vengeful Yi-sun killed the tree spirit that got in his way with 2 swords, and brought Xining to find another practicing spot. In the evening, the two of them had both risen to the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment stage. During this period, he struck a total of 5 Xian weapons, and there was a belt that was just right for him to use. Xian Yun Belt, Foundation Stage Xian Weapon, Male. Additional attributes, Physical Fitness plus 15, Defense plus 27, Mana plus 300. He replaced the Tsung Wolf belt inside tersely. It's getting meatier and meatier. It's another day to combat physical cultivation. Of the 4 remaining Xian weapons, aside from the female skirt that his sister could use, 3 were weapons of other professions. The medical cultivator's Mandarin duck umbrella. The tanner's pen of the legal training. The purple and gold hammer of the physical cultivator. Too bad it didn't hit the jewelry again. Currently players have absolutely no foundation stage Xian pin weapons. The good and bad of the weapons can most affect the efficiency of leveling. These 3 weapons are worth a lot, and it kind of makes up for Yi-sun's heart that he didn't hit the jewelry. As for spiritual weapons, but hit quite a lot too, leaving Si Ning can use shoes outside, there are still 8 pieces, add up to probably also can sell a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. When he was planning to call Shangwan Fazai to come over and take it away, the game device suddenly prompted that someone in reality had appeared at the door of the house. I'll go open the door. Si Ning said as she was about to go offline. She also received the prompt. Wait. Yi Sun hurriedly stopped her and snatched her offline. Today, he had made a deadly enemy with the Brotherhood, and with the vindictive nature of those leaders, it was unlikely that they would let him go, and the ones who appeared at the door might be enemies. Chapter 64 Attentiveness for no reason. After going offline, Yi Sun first used the perception art to make a sweep, and could not help but be a little disappointed that the one who came was not a stranger. He thought that it is also true that the distance from the war with the Brotherhood is only a few hours. Kyoto is far away from Qingcheng, how can they come over to seek revenge now? Seeing Si Ning also get up from the game bin, Yi Sun spoke, Sister, you go open the door, it's Rin Dudu. This girl, with her left hand carrying a shopping bag containing a lot of dishes, and her right hand carrying bowls and chopsticks, should have come to make a fortune. It is the first time to see a person who brings dishes to fulfill the destiny. It was getting late and dinner time had arrived, so Yi Sun was just in time to loosen his spirit. The playpen could set the alert range to 100 meters square at most, but most people didn't do that. After all, there are people coming and going in the building, and if the alert range is set too high, the game will not stop prompting, which is very annoying. Unless you live in a single house in the middle of nowhere, you will only expand the alert range. As for the perception technique, which is also known as divine sense outreach, Yi Sun tried it a few more times and found that the range of perception was a bit wider than the last time he used it, and now the entire floor, including in the elevator, was in his perception. Perception is much better than eyes, it's like standing in God's perspective, you can detect everything around you, and you can even slow down your movements by concentrating. In the future, when the game integrates with reality, blind people who have cultivated to the foundation stage can basically abandon the blind cane. When the divine sense was consumed to the point of exhaustion, it could be recovered by resting for a while. There are many limitations to perception techniques in the game, mainly because many materials have the effect of shielding perception, and most house buildings come with certain shielding properties. Otherwise, a sweep of divine sense, who played a poker in the house, posture and movement will be seen clearly. But in reality there weren't that many materials for shielding perception. Yi Sun hemmed and hawed, activated his perception technique and swept upstairs, then immediately turned off his divine sense. The picture of the bath is beautiful, but it's a pity that it's a chest-hairy man. Hot eyes. Yi Sun opened the door and saw Ren sitting dumbly on the sofa. When she saw him, Ren Dudu's eyes lit up and she quickly walked over. Let me help you push the wheelchair, tired? Why don't I rub your shoulders? Why is this girl so enthusiastic today? I'm not tired, I'm using the playpen to play. Oh, are you thirsty then? I'll get you a glass of water. This is my house, I'll just help myself, what do you want? Actually, I came to ask for your advice, just Rin Sija's big eyes fluttered, holding back a sentence. I think you're so handsome. Yi Sun. Is this teasing him? I think so, right? But is it appropriate to tease him in front of my sister? Oh, my sister's in the kitchen, that's fine. How should this be responded to? Directly rejected, the little girl sadly took the door out. At night to go hungry, right? Yi Sun really can't understand Rin Sija's brain circuit, from asking him to teach, suddenly jumped to he is so handsome. Is it want to ask why he is so handsome? I think the game review is so accurate. Oh, the first in the mail list, true to his name, I have not seen more handsome than you. Thanks, I think so too. Yi Sun successfully ended the topic. The two of them were wide-eyed, not knowing what to say for a moment, and their brains were both a bit confused. You've started playing Ask the Immortals too? Aha! Rensija rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white wrists. I got the bracelet. Oh yeah, I'm here to ask you questions about the game. Asking for advice is asking for advice. What's the point of coming up here and boasting? Innocent attentiveness is either treachery or thievery. Yi Sun was in a state of deep disgust. How are your qualifications? Rensija sniffed, her expression changed, and she watered. My charisma value is only 9, Yi Sun. That's déjà vu. The reaction, too, is familiar. However, her charm value can have 9 points. Yi Sun is quite surprised. After all, on the surface, it seems that she is a little smaller than her sisters. Originally thought that at least 2 points of charm value should be deducted. This little ninny, quite deep. You're number 1 on the mail list, and Sister Ning is also number 1, but I can't even get on the list. Oh. Rensija's big eyes were filled with tears. I felt sorry for her. Yi Sun had a bit of a headache. The charisma value can be increased. You still have a chance to be on the list. How do I increase it? I can help you beat the qualification medicine. 6 million sold one today. Know each other well. If you want it, give you 99% discount. Buy it? Rensija. She even bought the bracelet in 36 installments, and really, if she had millions, she'd buy the playpen. What about other qualifications? Yi Sun was quite curious. After all, the two families were close to each other and would inevitably deal with each other often in the future. Ning does not have many friends, but with Rin Sijia relationship is good, think she has no heart to get along very easily, quite decompression. In this way, in the future, the two of them would most likely be close to each other in the game as well, meeting up for a leveling session or something when they had nothing else to do. It was necessary for Yi Sun to know her qualifications and give her some reliable advice to avoid her dragging her sister down. Rin Sijia opened her cell phone and found the screenshot and handed it to him. Yi Sun glanced at it and was a bit surprised. This girl has good qualifications. In the basic attributes, strength is 45, agility is 46, and the others are close to 40. The special attributes are better, gnosis 6, luck 8, charisma 9. This lucky value, it simply kills 8 sisters. This girl's luck is indeed quite good, otherwise how would she know me, Yi Sun? Yi Sun thought narcissistically. The strength qualification is actually so high, are you strong? Although the qualification was just talent and did not mean that it truly possessed the corresponding ability, there were still signs of it. With Rin Sijia's strength qualification, during the growth process, her strength would definitely be greater when compared to girls who were also untrained and of similar size. But looking at the way her arms were so thin that they looked like they would break at the slightest break, Yi Sun really couldn't imagine how she could have a strength qualification of 45. Rin Sijia said blankly, I don't know, I haven't paid attention to it. Does being able to resist the recoil of a pistol count as strength? Do you jack off a lot? Not really, I practiced when I was in school, but now the captain won't even let me touch a gun. Touch the captain's gun? Yi Sun asked as he forcibly shook off the odd images in his mind. With your qualifications, you are best suited for 2 professions, melee assassin and long-range archer. Which do you prefer? Rin Sijia nodded her head vigorously. I've decided to play archer. I can hit people from afar, I'm a good shot, my shooting is especially accurate, I haven't even been off target. Is this talent useful for playing archer? Is this talent useful to play archer? Not being off target is a good shot? No wonder the captain doesn't let you play with guns. Yi Sun was powerless to spit. Then play as an archer, and average your strength and agility. Okay. By the way, what's your name? Ran Sejia. I said game. Oh, my name is Shang Lu, he. Chapter 65. The idea is criminal. The forums claimed that there was a loud bang over the novice village and the sky shattered like a mirror for a few minutes before coming back together. Yi Sun, who happened to be brushing the forum, saw the post and knew that it must have been a commotion made by Master, and counting the time, Master should have returned to the clan by now. So he finished his meal in 3 and went back to the game and continued to wash his sin value in the dark, wanting to return to the clan as soon as it was light. Ning and Rin Sijia also followed along online. Yi Sun searched for Shang Lu and sent her a friend request. Originally thought, this name has some kind of symbolism, when eating curiously asked, the results of Rin dull back to him 2 words good to hear. I really shouldn't have any expectations of this girl's intelligence. Ding. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, +1 to all basic attributes and gain 5 points of freely assignable attributes. Ding. Sin value 1, current sin value, 0. It was brushed until morning, clearing out the sin value and catching up a large chunk of the level upwards. Sis, I have to get back, what about you? Ning was a bit bewildered, her brother was not there, for a moment she didn't know what to do, she really hoped that Rendudu would be able to get out of the novice village earlier and have a playmate. However, people need to work, can only play games at night. The disadvantages of the bracelet also led to each playtime is not long, want to see is quite difficult. I don't want to fight monsters now, are there other ways to practice? Yi Sun thought about it, the Foundation Establishment's secret realm was not open yet, right now, besides brushing monsters, there were only sect quests and Imperial City quests to gain cultivation. The clan quests can gain extra clan contributions, and the Imperial City quests can gain extra prestige value, which is also the choice of most players in the first and middle stages of the game. Sister, you do the clan quests, take a nightmare quest first to try your hand at it, and get some more clan contributions that can be exchanged for skills. Good. The difficulty of normal quests and hidden quests were not comparable. The nightmare difficulty clan quests could be completed by many players and even grouped together. Yi Sun hoped that she would experience it on her own. When he returned to Purple Sky City, he saw Shangwan Fazai already waiting. A green-colored vestment robe, holding a folding fan, his appearance a top-ranking rich second generation, more or less shabby-looking. At first glance, he gave people a tawdry impression. Here. Yi Sun traded a large pile of equipment that made him look straight in the eyes. I'll go, 5 Xian weapons, 18 spirit weapons, brother awesome. Or this is comfortable to listen to. The desert judge's unorthodox flavor of asking for immortals was embarrassing to listen to the cancer of embarrassment. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones worth of equipment directly to him. Yi Sun is not worried, and other people may roll equipment to run away. Shangwan Fa Kai's reputation is still good. Mostly because he's rich and doesn't see this mosquito leg. Didn't you say you'd do a big job? What kind of big one is this? Shangwan Fazai folded his fan and said in a dashing manner. Brother, doing business is all about taking one step at a time, how can you be overly ambitious? I think so. The virtual bazaar draw is too black. Many players would rather yell and scream on the street and be chased by the city guards. They don't want to be on the bazaar. There's something to be said for that. Let's figure out how to open a chamber of commerce and auction house, lower the drawbacks, and we'll definitely make a lot of money in the future. I've thought of a good name, simple and brutal, a little more concise. It's called the Chamber of Commerce, a good symbol, right? Don't set too big a goal in the early stages. Let's set a small goal first, earn it 100 million. Yi Sun. Not to mention, this is a really screwed up idea, except for the name. How do I open it? Shangwan Fazai nudged behind him. My treat, go in and talk? The girls are average looking, I guess you won't be able to look at them, but they play the zither well, holding the pipa with a different flavor. Yi Sun turned back to look. Fingchi Pavilion. Wandering around a greenhouse early in the morning? Don't you see the door is closed? The girls shouldn't be up yet, right? The corner of Yi Sun's mouth twitched. A personal disciple of the hall's purple sky sword sect, calling the door at a greenhouse early in the morning? Luckily you thought of it. Let's go to the restaurant. Okay. The meal at the tavern was of no small use, relieving some of the mental fatigue and prolonging the time spent using the game bracelet in disguise. The two of them didn't need this role. Shangwan Fazai finished ordering the food and opened his mouth. I've asked around, it's not that easy to buy a store, there are all sorts of restrictions. For example, the reputation value has to reach a certain standard, and it has to be recognized by the officials and so on. The second thing is to have money. You are the only the only two of the hegemonic clan's personal disciples in the whole area. This identity goes to the imperial city. Get preferential treatment is not a matter of course, the preconditions you should be able to take care of. I'll take care of the money. After the Chamber of Commerce opens, the top equipment you provide, used to auction, low-end market I'm responsible for the integration, as well as store operation, etc., profit 50-50, how about it? Yi Sun was silent. He didn't know anything about business, but he knew that the player trading market was a big cake. If the Chamber of Commerce did open, he wasn't sure who would contribute more and who would contribute less. Would a 50-50 split be appropriate? Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. Are we going to open all 9 continents one after another? There were a total of 3 imperial dynasties on the 9 continent that were hostile to each other. It was difficult to gain the approval of the high officials of the 3 imperial dynasties. Yi Sun was not sure of doing it. After all, not every imperial dynasty is friendly with the Purple Sky Sword sect, and his identity as a personal disciple is not something that can be eaten anywhere he goes. No, just open one, other continents set up a site will be fine. Opening all 9 continents, it's easy to get in the way of other people's money, not to mention that it doesn't make much sense. You can't possibly provide 9 stores with top-notch equipment, can you? That was true. Yi Sun had never done business, so he really didn't know much about it. However, in this way, the competition for low-grade goods is especially important. After all, others could also open a chamber of commerce, so why should players put their equipment on consignment with them? This was going to test Shangwan Fa Kai's skills. So, it's important to get a head start, to be able to hit the brand effect one step ahead. This can only rely on you. I have money here ready at any time. As long as you get the purchase qualification, we can immediately buy the store. You are the number 1 expert in the game, I am the number 1 rich. Based on our 2 names as well as our skills, others will not be able to compete with us even if we open a chamber of commerce. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Cheers. Shangwan Fazai's proposal did interest Yi Sun. If he were to take care of this by himself, he wouldn't bother tossing it. Money is good, but as the number 1 person in the game, there are many things that he can't buy even if he has money. For example, the ground weapon, only he sells it outward, and there is no channel to buy it. The prospect of being a shirker now, being idle and making money at the same time, was pretty good. This friend seems to have made good friends so far. As for character, we can only wait and see later. Yi Sun turned his head to look at the Phoenix Pavilion on the opposite side of the street and said inexplicably, "Do you think we can open a greenhouse?" Shangwan Fazai. Dude, you are criminal with this idea. Yi Sun is remembering an old man who once promised him that he would send him a greenhouse in the future, and I don't know if he will be able to do it in the future. Chapter 66 Apprentice, Return to the Peak. Do me a favor. Yi Sun suddenly remembered something. What? Do you know anyone in Novice Village 10086? Help me get a good set of female archer equipment and deduct the cost from those just now. Although Rendul's qualifications weren't bad, it was almost impossible to pass the Nightmare Mystery Realm without good equipment. Yi Sun doesn't want her to drag her sister down in the future. As an archer, her leveling ability can't be worse than a control cultivator, right? But this equipment money, how to recover it? Shangwan Fazai opened his bracelet and began to make contact, and spoke a moment later. No problem, it's on me. Who do I give the equipment to? Have her add me as a friend. Good. After the meal, the two left the restaurant. I say, we're all brothers in the same trench now, it's not too much to be frank, right? Yi Sun's face was expressionless. I'm not interested in men. I said mask, grass. Yi Sun swept a glance at him, couldn't bear to hit him, and casually said, next time for sure.
Saying this, he turned around and headed out of the city towards the sect. Shangwan Fazai this person bar, appearance how to say it, with the first human form to describe seems a little rude, or with intolerable to describe it. Yisun took off the mask, easy to make him feel inferior. Back to the sect, only to see the square in front of the temple there are tens of thousands of players, are in the rules and regulations of martial arts, the daily mandatory training course for the outer disciples. At the very front there is a green-robed disciple, from time to time, loudly scolded, correct their movements, the tone is quite harsh, and occasionally even go forward to kick 2 feet. The players dared to be angry. Playing a game, actually being reprimanded by people in the game in all kinds of ways, calling out, this experience is simply unimaginable, unheard of. Yisun secretly laughed, look at the players now that a good behavior, must be certain pricks have been repaired, right? At this time, the green-robed disciple at the front spotted Yisun, who had suddenly appeared, and was about to rebuke him when his eyes suddenly lit up. So it's senior brother Yi, have you just returned to the sect? Yisun nodded bashfully. This person he had seen when he first entered the mountain gate, the deacon who received the new disciples, seemed to be surnamed Zhang. If an inner disciple stagnated at a certain realm for a long time, he would become a deacon of the sect, busy dealing with some of the sect's chores every day or being transferred to a subsect. When they saw an inner disciple, regardless of their age, they would have to respectfully address them as senior brothers and sisters. Senior brother Yi, where are you going? I'm familiar with the clan, I'll show you the way. No need, you guys are busy. The players in the square in front of the temple looked straight ahead. The senior brother who had taught them a lesson like a grandson had actually revealed such a dogged side in front of Yisun? The same players who just joined the clan, both with 2 noses and 1 eye, were treated so differently? The players were indignant in their hearts. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you salute senior brother Yi? No eyesight at all. Senior brother Zhang shouted towards the players. Grass. It's just too much. The players' faces twisted, but in the end, they reluctantly bowed toward Yisun and shouted breathlessly, greetings, senior brother Yi. They didn't dare to disobey. Some of the players who had disrespected their senior brother and recklessly contradicted him before had already been locked up in the back of the mountain's thoughtful cliff, and couldn't be moved for 24 hours. Yisun was dumbfounded, his heart was incomparably sour. In this group of guys, quite a few of them had mobbed him yesterday, and today they were hit in the face twice. When Yisun was about to teach a few words, a cold and ethereal voice suddenly rang in his head, apprentice, return to the peak. Master had indeed returned. Yisun's eyes lit up and he no longer lingered, performing the sentinel technique to dash away. Ink hair flying, clothes fluttering, the players look envious, although the royal air art can be learned by everyone, but this skill is the same as the sword step, not everyone can use it well in the early stage. Initial players crooked lift off, lose balance and fall down a bound, there is a bad grasp of the direction of the wall and hit the tree. The most pitiful are those who are afraid of heights, almost afraid to fly. If they wanted to fly as smoothly as Yisun, they would have to practice for at least a few Kuan days. Senior brother Zhang, which elder's disciple is Yisun? Other pro-disciples had appeared on the square, and although senior brother Zhang was respectful, he didn't fawn and flatter like he did with Yisun, and they were curious. Bold. How dare you call senior brother Yi by his name? Crowd of players. What if I want to curse so badly? Humph. I'm not afraid to tell you that senior brother Yi is the only personal disciple of the patriarch. I'm afraid that in a few days, you'll be addressing the young patriarch, understand? Don't be so rude in the future. If you annoy senior brother Yi, no one can protect you. Players. Returning to the main peak, Yisun raised his eyes. Under the snowy pines on the cliffside, Snow Silver Spirit stood still and looked into the distance, covered with immortal charm. Elegant snow clothes lined her like a fairy-like, pure and flawless. Her face is not powdered, but it seems to be able to make the mountains and rivers lose their color. The shadow of the tree. It looks like a fairy in a painting. Master, disciple is back. Snow Silver Spirit turned back, sizing him up for a few moments, a trace of admiration flashing in her eyes. 4th level of Foundation Establishment Stage, solid foundation, long breath, very good. Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators, relying on their own strength, it was basically impossible to fly back to the main peak from the plaza in front of the palace in one breath. Snow Silver Spirit also didn't expect that Yisun would actually be able to fly back in one breath, deserving of these few comments from her. Yisun smiled, in fact, his mana value has bottomed out, flying 2 more steps are laborious. It's all because Master taught me well. Snow Silver Spirit crossed his eyes, don't just focus on saying nice things, let me ask you, just joined the clan and not practicing within the clan, what are you running around for? The clear and cold voice gave people a sense of not being angry but authoritative. This. Yisun was dumbfounded. When he left the clan, Xiao Cheng did dissuade him, saying that his master let him cultivate in the main peak, but he insisted on going down the mountain. You have a special identity, your wings are not yet full, going out is easy to be backstabbed. Yisun understood his master's good intentions. The only person in the other world who passed the Abyssal Mystery Realm worshipped the Violet Sky Sword sect, and was even accepted as a disciple by the sect master. The hostile forces didn't want him to grow up. Master, you also know that we otherworlders can be resurrected.
Snow Silver Spirit gently shook her head. Apprentice, this is not the right mindset for you. If you want to become strong, you have to go all out for every battle. Resurrection is a last resort retreat. It cannot be an excuse to relieve yourself. Yi Sun was stunned. His master was right. There was indeed something wrong with his thinking. Not to mention, in the future fusion of reality, players will lose the ability to resurrect. The previous life fusion of the early stage of some people thinking a sudden shift over, still hold the mentality that can be resurrected anyway, easy to die in a large number of people.
Obviously, you may be able to survive if you fight hard. Master, disciple understands.
After thinking about it, he was afraid that his master would be disappointed in his heart, and added, actually, it's like this master, disciple has a grudge to settle with someone, and has already made an appointment in advance, so if he doesn't go, it will look like disciple is timid and cowardly.
Oh? What grudge? Yi Sun took his hand ring and found the video of the battle with the Brotherhood and handed it to Shui Yingling.
Look master, disciple didn't disgrace you.
The Snow Silver Spirit was a little curious about the hand ring,
but didn't speak out to ask. After all, it wasn't uncommon to record something like a picture. They had something like a shadow retention crystal that could record a picture. Only to see the video, Yi Sun with a pair of 10,000, without showing any timidity, in the siege of transmigration, body dexterity.
Kill countless enemies.
Snow Silver Spirit was surprised. I didn't expect that this disciple not only had excellent cultivation qualifications, but even his sword technique seemed incredibly mellow, not at all like a person who had just stepped into the cultivation path. This disciple's qualifications, heart, and courage are all extremely excellent, and he has really picked up a treasure.
More than 10,000 people surrounded you and you didn't even have a helper. Disciple, are you very unpopular in the eyes of the people of the other world? Yi Sun smiled sarcastically. It's a mediocre talent if you're not cynical. Ding.
Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you is +5, current friendliness, 25 like-minded.
Yi Sun?
The disciple is not treated well, but the master looks at the disciple more favorably instead.
What kind of logic is that? Chapter 67, A Heavy Reality.
Returning the sovereign's token to Snow Silver Spirit, Yi Sun inquired, Master, did your trip to the sealed land go well this time? The NPCs called the novice village the sealed land, so he simply followed the custom. Well, the master has already saved the old patriarch back. The old patriarch's cultivation is greatly damaged. The injury is serious. At this time in the west closed retreat, that area you may not go to. Yi Sun looked towards where she was pointing, only to see that the space to the west of the main peak was a bit distorted, obviously wrapped in heavy formations. He really couldn't imagine what it would look like when that pudgy old beggar reappeared. Speaking of which, he and the old patriarch were also considered acquaintances, more or less friendly, and now that he was the current patriarch's only disciple, this identity, in the future, would surely be incomparably nourishing. However, the prerequisite was to preserve the Violet Sky Sword sect and not let it repeat its mistakes. I heard from the elders that you will pay a great price for traveling to the sealed land. I wonder. When Snow Silver Spirit heard this, his gaze was stunned, and he paced to the edge of the cliff, remaining silent for a long time. Looking beyond the cliff in the distance, the rolling hills loomed in the clouds, like a dream. The breeze blew through her hair, strands of green silk rippled, her eyes were cold and lonely.
Snow Silver Spirit calmly said,
Master has been injured by the great Tao. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the true immortal realm in this life. Apprentice, you must cultivate diligently. My master will teach you carefully. Perhaps in the future, you will be needed to take up the responsibility of guarding the clan and prolonging the might of my Violet Sky Sword sect. Yi Sun was shocked at his words. Snow Silver Spirit was recognized as the #1 strongest person on the continent, and was also recognized as one of the most likely to break through the true immortal realm within 100 years, with a great future.
And now her future has been ruined just like that? He's actually harmed Master by delivering the letter this time? No.
Even if there is no him to send a letter, there are others to send a letter, such as that son of Li Widow, the old patriarch of the Violet Sky Sword sect in the previous life similarly walked out of the novice village. He did not know that the beggar was the old patriarch at first, nor did he know that his purpose was to leave the novice village, otherwise he would have given him the air-breaking talisman, and it wouldn't have been the current situation.
Is it a misadventure?
Yi Sun thought about it and vaguely felt that this should be the fate of the Snow Silver Spirit, and that his destiny deserved this calamity.
Master, then your current strength.
There's no harm in it, as long as you don't go all out. It won't cause the great Tao Won to backfire, and in the world, the only one who is qualified to let Master go all out is just that woman from the Taishan Divine Sect. The Snow Silver Spirit had a calm demeanor. She is rather cold and thin, just like an ice doll, seemingly unable to feel joy, anger, sadness and happiness, but Yi Sun is worried. Being injured by the great Tao, she can't break through the realm, and she can't strike. With all her strength, there is no doubt that in her previous life, she died because of the great Tao injury. Ding! Successfully triggered the abyssal level hidden serial quest. Save the Violet Sky Sword second ring. Save the Snow Silver Spirit. Quest prompt, none. Task time limit, unknown. Reward for the second mission, 50,000 reputation value. Mission ultimate reward, artifacts. Mission failure penalty, serial mission automatically cancelled, luck permanently 10. Sure enough, he got the assignment, just as he had guessed earlier. As for the reward, the first ring was 5,000 reputation value, and the second ring went straight up 10 times. It wasn't far from the opening of the prestige store. The roll of prestige value was about to manifest. The more of this stuff the better. However, Yi-sun knew that the subquests appeared to only reward prestige value on the surface, but there were actually hidden rewards, just not explicitly stated. For example, in the first ring quest to send a letter, the invisible reward was to raise the Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness and raise the status of the clan.
For the second ring quest, I'm afraid the invisible rewards are equally not small.
But now is not the time to think about the rewards. Yi-sun's headache is that this mission is tricky without hints and the time limit is unknown. In this life, the old patriarch walked out of the sealed land in advance. Already with the previous life trajectory is different. The butterfly effect, now the time of the murder of the Snow Silver Spirit really is unknown. Yi-sun wanted to give the air-breaking talisman directly to her, but there seemed to be a voice in the underworld telling him that he must not do so. This made him distressed, and after thinking about it, he chose to trust his intuition. Perhaps if the air-breaking talisman stayed in his hands, Shui Yinling would have a chance of survival. But the prerequisite was that he had to know Shui Yinling's movements at all times, and be able to rush over in time when she was in danger before he could do so. After all, Snow Silver Spirit wasn't like her sister, who could let him fly over with a single, emotionally linked spirit.
Unless the Snow Silver Spirit was raided?
Yi-sun swept his eyes at the Snow Silver Spirit's cold and icy appearance, and was a bit deflated. I'm afraid that this is countless times more difficult than even the Divine Artifact quest.
Not right, what am I thinking? To honor the teacher, honor the teacher. Can't apologize to the sister. That said, sister can now be. Apprentice, what are you thinking? Yi-sun's old face flushed. Luckily there was a mask to cover it. I was thinking about how to cure Master's great Dao injury. What things are needed? Disciple will definitely fetch it for you in the future.
Snow Silver Spirit shook her head. It's enough that you have this heart, the great Dao injury. I'm afraid that only a legendary holy object can cure it. That kind of treasure has never appeared in the immortal questioning realm.
A holy relic?
A word woke up the dreamer. The Newfound stone had been silent for so long that Yi-sun had forgotten that the Newfound stone had a function as a heaven-mending liquid. The heaven-mending liquid, which can repair all damages and abnormalities below the saint level, and cure great Dao injuries, is definitely not a problem. However, the heaven-mending liquid had already been used up by him and needed Hongmeng Violet Qi to replenish it again.
Master, do you know where there is Hongmeng Violet Qi? Hongmeng Purple Qi?
Snow Silver Spirit raised her hand and pointed. There it is. Yi-sun followed her finger and was speechless. She was pointing at the sky. Above the sky, there was indeed a purple light present, especially now that it was just after early morning and the purple aura had yet to dissipate. It was quite clear to see.
Is there a way to fetch it? Snow Silver Spirit gave him a puzzled look. Have you ever heard of Newfound mending the heavens? Yi-sun.
Snow Silver Spirit gazed into the distance. Rumor has it that there was a great power in ancient times who wanted to obtain the Hongmeng Purple Qi, so he cast a spell to break open a hole in the sky. The energy from outside the sky poured into the immortal world, causing a series of disasters and devastation all over the land, and it wasn't until Mother Newfound stepped in to mend the heavens that peace was restored to the heavens and the earth. Nowadays, Newfound has long been unknown and no one can mend the heavens again, so you should not have the idea of breaking the heavens. But then again, the matter of breaking the heavens is something that even the true immortal realm can't do. If you really have the ability to break the heavens with a sword, I'm afraid that you've already achieved true godhood.
Yi-sun.
I didn't realize that this world also had the story of Newfound mending the sky.
Is it a coincidence that both worlds have similar stories? What are you asking about the Hongmeng Purple Qi for?
Yi-sun returned to his senses and spoke. I heard that the Hongmeng Violet Qi seems to be able to heal wounds, so I have this question.
Oh? Master has never heard of it. It might be a rumor. Master, disciple doesn't understand. Why do you want to go to the sealed land now? Can't you wait until you break through the true immortal realm?
Snow Silver Spirit shook her head. This matter is a long story, but I have to go now, so don't ponder over it. Speaking of which, this matter is also favorable to you, so take off your mask.
Chapter 68 Teaching.
Yi-sun took off his mask, and his dusty appearance like a heavenly favorite was revealed. Snow Silver Spirit could see herself in his clear eyes. Handsome with a hint of youthfulness, energetic, clean and pure, this was her most intuitive impression of this disciple. Still looking like this is easy on the eyes. In the future in front of my master, don't wear a mask, it always gives my master the illusion of seeing a senior. Yi-sun nodded his head in agreement. Wearing a mask in front of his master is more or less disrespectful. Earlier he didn't remember this etiquette detail.
Senior? He was a bit puzzled. Could it be the previous owner of the mask?
Well, the Ink Rhythm Spectre is the belongings of the old patriarch of the Taishan Divine Sect, and back then, he was friendly with the old patriarch of this sect, and my master had an audience with him a few times.
Oh? Male-female? Male. Seeing Yi-sun's frown, Snow Silver Spirit gave him a blank look. What? Want to wear a mask that a woman has worn?
That's not true, it's just that the ones worn by men are a bit. Yi-sun hurriedly explained, and in his heart he disliked the mask. Don't worry, Mo Yun Huang does not stay in the dust, and even the breath is not stained, and besides, Taishan Divine Sect's old patriarch is not its first owner. Only then did Ji Sun put down his mustache.
And thought, since Mo Yun Huang Taishan Divine Sect had owned, will not come to find him trouble? Well, Yuan do not move.
Snow Silver Spirit said, raising her hand, her jade finger pressed against his forehead. The cool touch revitalized his spirit, and a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. This was the purpose of Snow Silver Spirit asking him to take off his mask.
Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining the complete version of the Purple Sky Sword Codex. The feat has been successfully advanced. Yi Sun remembered that when he first learned the Gongfu with a remnant word after it, he thought it was because his status level was not enough. Snow Silver Spirit retracted her jade finger. Yi Sun hurriedly checked the Gongfu. Technique, Purple Heavenly Sword Classic. Grade, Heavenly Rank Immortal Rank. Cultivation requirement, recognized by the Patriarch of the Purple Sky Sword Sect. Effect 1, Sword Technique Cohesion Speed plus 30% 50%. Effect 2, Sword Technique Proficiency Practicing Efficiency plus 30% 50%. Effect 3, Sword Heart Passage, Control Free Increase by 10% 20%. Effect 4, Sword Aura, Sword Final Damage Increase by 10% 20%. Effect 5, Gnosis plus 3-5. Turning from Heavenly Rank to Immortal Rank, with all of his attributes rising by a large margin, Yi Sun was thrilled. The battle power of the current him was even more immeasurable. If this were to spread the attributes of the feat, he was afraid that he could envy other players to death, right? He realized that the conditions for cultivation had changed. Originally it was that both personal disciples and elders could cultivate it, but now it had become that it needed the approval of the Patriarch in order to cultivate it. It must be that the learning conditions for the immortal rank core techniques of other clans were the same, and it would be difficult for players to learn them, and even if they had gained a huge amount of clan contributions, they could not redeem them without the Patriarch's approval. Master, this. Snow Silver Spirit explained, actually, the core technique of our Violet Sky Sword sect lost a part of it as early as 10,000 years ago, and it was written on the letter you brought back that the old Patriarch retrieved the broken part. This is also one of the reasons why my master forced his way into the Sealed Land. The complete version of the Violet Sky Sword Codex will allow the higher echelons of our Violet Sky Sword sect's battle power to be taken to the next level. Although my master has no hope of reaching the true immortal realm, with the increase in strength of the sect elders, as well as the return of the old Patriarch, when the old Patriarch recovers his strength in the future, our sect will only prosper even more. Yi Sun. Master's vision is great, but unfortunately things are unpredictable. There's nothing to do today, so master will teach you the basic sword arts. Good. It was also unknown if he was influenced by the Snow Silver Spirit's heart. When he stayed with his master, his heart was extraordinarily serene. The usual impatience and competitiveness seemed to have disappeared, and even the desire to practice leveling had decreased quite a bit. Looking at the fluctuating names on the cultivation list, Yi Sun's mindset was also like that of a passerby, without any waves. It was just the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Once the Foundation Establishment Mystic Realm opens, it's going to be stuck with them for a while again. As for Snow Silver Spirit wanting to teach him basic sword techniques, Yi Sun actually didn't care too much in his heart. In his previous life, he had practiced and consolidated basic swordsmanship countless times every day, and since the opening of the service, he had accomplished a lot of shocking achievements by relying on his swordsmanship operations. He didn't think that he still had much room for improvement, nor did he think that he had any shortcomings. Yet the next thing he realized was how ignorant he was. Apprentice, master doesn't know when you have practiced swordsmanship, but I can tell that your swordsmanship is very systematized, and when you face an immovable target, your sword strikes are flowing and your moves are smoothly connected, as if you were attacking a wooden stake. And when the target moves, or even strikes at you, you often appear to be in a stagnant condition, unable to defend reasonably. When you carefully review the scene during the battle with those otherworldly people, were there many unnecessary injuries sustained? Yi Sun was startled, and thinking carefully, what master said made perfect sense. In his previous life, when he practiced basic swordsmanship, he really just practiced every day against a fixed and motionless wooden stake, always practicing offense and never practicing defense. So he took out the video again, letting Snow Silver Spirit give him pointers, and realized that many times he could completely avoid getting hurt, and even avoid being controlled. He was able to fight until the end, largely because of his transcendent attributes, and the Divine Zephyr skill giving him the backbone to not fear death. In the eyes of the players, his maneuvers, if not the pinnacle of excellence, were at least described as magnificent. But when he understood his shortcomings, then watching the video would be full of errors and omissions, and there were even a few moments that were simply unbearable to watch. Yi Sun was silent. The smooth development all the way through the service since its opening had made him unconsciously arrogant. However, the way of the sword is vast and unfathomable. Cultivators spend their entire lives searching up and down, and it is difficult to see its full picture. How long has he only been practicing? Apprentice, sword cultivators are very dependent on their sword skills. Don't think that you will be able to break all laws with a single sword in the future. Cultivating sword skills is the process of realizing one's own heart. Even when you have reached a realm such as masters, you don't dare to slacken off in the slightest. Now you just stepped into the threshold of having a sword in your hand and a sword in your heart. Compared to your peers, you are still slightly insufficient. Do not be complacent. Yi Sun knew that the peers she was talking about didn't refer to those Blue Star players, but to the NPC disciples on the Nine Heavens continent. Most of the NPC disciples practiced swords since they were young and had been practicing for quite a few years longer than him, and their sword skills were definitely better than his.
Master, the sword art realm is?
In his previous life, he hadn't been instructed by anyone, or rather, he had never been put in the spotlight at all. Snow Silver Spirit carefully explained. Beginners, only as the sword is a tool, will only mechanically practice all kinds of sword moves. The understanding of sword moves only stays on the surface, do not understand the connotation and meaning of the sword art, and do not incorporate their own thinking and feelings.
This is the realm of having a sword in one's hand but no sword in one's heart.
You have now just stepped into the second realm, a sword in your hand and a sword in your heart. You have some unique insights into sword strokes, and are able to blend your mind with your sword strokes without being as rigid as a beginner. But you are still far from the realm of having a sword in your heart without a sword in your hand.
Chapter 69, Tell a Joke.
The main peak is cold and lonely, and the disciples and elders usually don't come here if there are no major events in the sect. The whole day, Yi Sun spent in the teaching of Snow Silver Spirit. At noon, Rinsijia sent a message and greeted him. It should have been a game that he played during his lunch break. The virtual bazaar in the novice village is connected to the outside, and Shangguan Fazai led his own people in the village of 10,086 buy the equipment and send it to Rinsijia. With fewer and fewer players in the novice village, the chi condensation stage equipment has depreciated so much that now 3 spirit weapons plus 1 Xian weapon, a total of less than 20,000 spirit stones have been spent. For the sake of his sister, Yi Sun didn't want her to be burdened, so he didn't confiscate her money and just said that he would return it after she left the novice village. Other than that, I don't care about her anymore. Nowadays, the forum is very detailed in the secret strategy, you can figure it out by yourself. But she was only level 5 now, and there was still some time before she could challenge the secret realm.
Ding! Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you plus 5, current friendliness, 30 like-minded.
Adding another 5 points of friendliness, Yi Sun was very happy. It was not in vain to spend this whole day together. Spending a long time with an NPC and going through the process of getting to know each other is also something that can increase feelings. However, there are two sides to everything. If after getting to know each other, you feel that the other party's words and behavior are coarse and their character is average, then the friendliness will drop instead. Moreover, wanting to get along with each other for a long time is not that easy. Even if they are pro-disciples, most elders will not accept only one disciple. It is hard to get along alone. I'm sure my sister is, and she's definitely not very friendly with her master.
Sister, how friendly are you with your master?
Yi Sun quietly inquired with a voice transmission, curious in his heart. I was bored today. I talked to my master about some Blue Star things, and told some interesting stories, like Liang Shanbua and Juliet or something. Now the friendship level is 35, sympathetic. Oh.
How about you? Yi Sun. Damn controlling cultivator, striking him again.
One could only say that master's nature was just too cold, and coupled with the fact that it was already difficult to raise the level of friendliness between the opposite sex, it was already a miracle that he was able to raise it to 30 so quickly.
Patriarch, senior brother Yi.
Xiao Chang and another maid brought in refreshments and placed them on the stone table of the gazebo, then stood obediently and quietly behind Shui Yinling. The two of them basically had their gazes on Yi Sun, and their eyes didn't even want to roll.
Ding!
Xiao Qing's friendliness towards you plus 20, current friendliness, 30 like-mindedness.
Ding!
Little Red's friendliness towards you is plus 20, current friendliness, 20 like-minded. Ding! Before Yi Sun wore a mask, Xiao Cheng hadn't intuitively felt it, but now that the masked Yi Sun's charm was straight from the heart, the handsome girls had little stars in their eyes and didn't want to leave.
Hearing the system prompt, Yi Sun was dumbfounded.
This was the normal play after he showed his face. The lower the status of the NPC, the easier it was to raise the friendliness.
Master, I don't think I've ever seen you smile. Is it because you have something against your disciple?
Cultivating for a day, Yi Sun was also tired. It was already late in the evening, and he sat in the pavilion with Shui Yinling to take a nap.
Yi Sun intended to make an effort.
Let's not talk about continuing to raise the friendliness, at least we have to glean something, otherwise the next time we see the damned control cultivator, I'm afraid I'll have to be flirted with by her. Snow Silver Spirit gently shook her head. That's not true, since the teacher was young in affinity with the power of frost, majoring in the law of frost. Perhaps it is influenced by the law. There are very few times when emotions fluctuate on weekdays. Yi Sun did not recognize this statement of hers. Laws are laws, people are people, 7 emotions, 6 desires, joy, anger and sadness are inherent in people. Perhaps it is because you do not like to come into contact with people, master. Perhaps. Yi Sun thought about it and hesitantly said, how about, disciple tell you a joke? Stinky Sister boosted her friendliness by telling her master a story, and Yi Sun also wanted to learn a thing or two.
Oh? What is a joke? Snow Silver Spirit was a bit curious. Just words that make people laugh. Snow Silver Spirit secretly said this disciple's personality was the polar opposite of hers, thinking more jumpy and acting less steadily, probably because of his youth. It was quite easy to get along. If the disciple is also a stuffy gourd, mute character, then teaching up will be very boring. With 2 ice cubes staying together, this peak might even get a few more degrees colder. You speak. Yi Sun thought a little and opened his mouth. One day, a little rabbit was hopping around in the forest when it suddenly saw a tortoise crawling slowly, so it couldn't help but laugh at it. You are crawling so slowly, when will you reach the place you want to go? Tortoise is not angry, calmly said, I do not like fast, men are most afraid of cough. Although I climb slowly, but as long as you insist, you can always reach the place you want to go. The rabbit is very disdainful, pointing to a big tree in the distance. In that case, we will have a race to see who will arrive under that tree first, do you dare? The tortoise agreed without hesitation, and then Speaking here, Yi Sun was dumbfounded. He had never told anyone a story before. He wanted to tell a joke to coax his master, but he accidentally told it as a fable. Isn't this digging a hole for himself? Later on, after listening to the master, he was afraid that he would have to use the story to teach him. Seeing Snow Silver Spirit and the 2 maids looking at him with an expectant face, Yi Sun had no choice but to continue his sermon with a stiff upper lip. The race started, the hare rode away and quickly disappeared from the turtle's view. The tortoise is still as usual, crawling slowly, crawling on the way to meet a snail, see it crawling very hard, so said, why don't I carry you a ride? The snail agreed and sat on the turtle's back. The tortoise continued to crawl onward, and on the way met another ant, so he extended another invitation to carry him on his back, and the ant agreed. When the ant came to the turtle's back and saw the snail, it greeted him politely with a hello. When the snail saw this, he looked nervous and shouted in a hurry, don't talk. Hurry up and grab hold and sit still, this turtle is so fast. Puffing clam, the 2 maids bent over and laughed, and then hastily collected themselves, their delicate bodies trembling from time to time, enduring the hard work. Yi Sun stared at Snow Silver Spirit, hoping that she would also laugh. However, she remained expressionless. Is that the joke? It's well told and has a moral. Apprentice, you are like the tortoise, those otherworldly people who fought with you are snails, and master is the hare. In the snail's eyes, you climbed very fast and made them look up to you, but in the eyes of your master, you still need to work hard to grow up, and you can't think too highly of yourself. Snow Silver Spirit turned back and crossed her eyes at the 2 maids who were stifling their laughter, and continued, the same goes for you all. You have to remember the truth that one mountain is higher than the next, and never be complacent and empty-sided. Yes, I honor the teachings of the sovereign. Yi Sun. He tells fables plus jokes. Green Red only hear the second half of the joke. Master, however, even heard the joke as a fable. It's simply too hard to tease Master. What was the result of the match? Who won in the end? Master was actually still thinking about the tortoise and the hare race, and Yi Sun breathlessly told the ending of the tortoise's final victory. Snow Silver Spirit greatly appreciated it. Not bad, it should be like this. Cultivation should have the spirit of perseverance and persistence. The starting point is not the key to the end. This joke is very good. The fact that you, disciple, can tell this story shows that you already understand the truth of it, and I hope that you can also be as steadfast as the tortoise, and in the future, you will surpass your master and cultivate to the peak. After teaching, Shui Yinling waved her hand and let the 2 maids go down. Yi Sun was filled with tears and cows. The ploy had failed, and it still hadn't raised the friendliness level or gleaned anything. He thought a little and came up with another idea. Master Ice Cube, forcing me to zoom in, huh? If I don't get something out of you today, I won't stop. Chapter 70 Mutual Gifts. Master. Disciple once survived 9 deaths and hardships to obtain a treasure. Yi Sun looked at the Snow Silver Spirit with a burning gaze. Luckily, his expression was well controlled, but if he had pushed a little harder, it would have turned into deep love. Right now, the friendship level with his master was only 30 only. If he made overstepping words and actions, it would definitely backfire, and the friendship level would 100% have to drop. Seeing Snow Silver Spirit's eyes doubtful, Yi Sun continued. This is one of Disciple's most precious treasures, one of the most precious treasures, and after obtaining it, Disciple has always felt that no one in this world could be worthy of it until he met Master. Snow Silver Spirit's eyes were odd. Just stepping onto the path of immortal cultivation, he had experienced hardships and dangers 9 times over? And also the treasure boasted so fancy and fresh? With her status and position, there weren't many treasures that could be in her eyes, and she didn't believe that a small cultivator of the foundation establishment stage could have anything good that could catch her eye. Could it be the Mo Yun Yu Huan? Master, the first time Disciple saw you, I felt that only you were worthy of it, and I want to give it to you. Snow Silver Spirit's face was expressionless. Oh, bring it to me. In fact, she guessed Yi Sun's purpose, just want to get benefits from her hands only, even pretended to use the ink rhyme Yu Wang to retreat. Brat, a bunch of ghost thoughts. She is not stingy. Take out an immortal weapon is not a matter of course, but the Disciple now has immortal weapon, and then add the treasure, will only limit his comprehension of the basic sword art, would like to send him again in the future to the immortal weapon. Dang 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 dang, Yi Sun pulled out a lollipop.
The lollipop was only the size of a palm, and the delicate sugar body was painted with silver mysterious lines, flickering with a dreamlike seven-colored light. This a strange color flashed in Snow Silver Spirit's eyes. This shape was too beautiful.
Is it a hairpin?
Curious, he ran his perception technique to check and was shocked.
Colorful lollipop changes the appearance of the weapon.
Heart plus 100, control hit increase by 20%, target weakness area enlargement by 50%, charisma value plus 10 when used by a female. This kid actually didn't lie, it's really a rare treasure. Master, since I have worshipped the master, I haven't honored the master yet. This item will be taken as a meeting gift. I hope that the master won't blame the timing for being too late.
Yi Sun's words implied, a meeting gift to you, you have to give it to me too, right?
No, this item is too precious. I'm afraid it's comparable to an immortal weapon. Master can't accept it. Fashion-type treasures were already rare, especially weapon-type fashions. Weapon-class fashion on the material requirements are extremely harsh, after all, to often withstand the flow of spiritual energy, but also to withstand the intersection of blades, hardness, toughness.
Lack of one, rare to the extreme.
Snow Silver Spirit rare emotional fluctuations. The love in the eyes is clearly visible, but will not therefore violate the principle of accepting a disciple so expensive gift.
Yi Sun feigned loss. Master, are you looking down on the disciple? No. Master, could it be that you don't like the disciple? Want to expel disciple from the door wall? Of course not. Master, do you? Okay, for the master to accept is. Ding.
Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you plus 10, current friendliness, 40 sympathetic.
Yi Sun's eyes brightened up.
Other than the 10 points of friendship added when they first met, this was the most generous Snow Silver Spirit had ever been.
Lollipop was truly extraordinary.
Yi Sun was not heartbroken. The lollipop's non-removable nature was destined to only be maximized in the hands of a big shot like Snow Silver Spirit who used immortal weapons. In the hands of someone with a lesser cultivation level, it would be a waste to use it on a spirit weapon or a metaphysical weapon. Although keeping it would definitely fetch a good price in the late game, there were some things that could be much more precious than money. Besides, by the late game, he shouldn't care about those 3 melons and 2 jujubes. With Shangguan Fazai around, it's likely that the 2 of them will really do something big in the future and make a lot of money.
Master, try wearing it.
This. Snow Silver Spirit hesitated. The shape of this thing was very pleasing. She did love it when she first saw it, but if she really wanted to use it, she felt a bit ashamed. Originally, she was holding a long sword, her posture was cold and stern, and wherever the sword light went, the world trembled. But if she is holding a lollipop, the picture is simply too beautiful. Don't hesitate, Master. A long pain is better than a short no. I meant to say that, Master. You can definitely go to the next level in your strength.
Humph.
Snow Silver Spirit blankly glanced at him, and without any further hesitation, she directly used it. The next moment, the image of her holding a lollipop appeared. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Shui Yinling's green silk fluttered with the wind, and the dense immortal chi around her body was mixed with a dreamy 7-colored light, adding a few points of spirituality and playfulness to her cool and elegant temperament. If she can smile again, it will probably be the most beautiful picture in this world.
Supplementary picture.
Yi Sun was dumbfounded out of his mind. The Snow Silver Spirit with 10 more points of charisma value, under the change in temperament, the beauty nearly made him unable to shift his gaze. After returning to his senses, he hurriedly picked up the bracelet, called up the photo function, and clicked a burst of shots. Snow Silver Spirit crossed his eyes and didn't stop him. In this world, I'm afraid that the only one who dared to slap Shui Yinling to her face was him, Yi. The original palm-sized lollipop expanded to the size of a long sword after it was attached to the weapon. Snow Silver Spirit pulled a few sword blossoms and felt surprisingly smooth with it, and thought it would affect her perception of the sword. As for the attributes, she majored in Frost Law, and there were quite a few skills with control effects attached to them, and increasing her control hit rate by 20% was increasing her control hit rate to 1.2 times her original rate, rather than simply adding only 20%. This was a very big boost for her. The increase in willpower is even more needless to say. Snow Silver Spirit inner feelings, the world, although she is the world's first strong, but she knows, there is a woman in all aspects are not worse than her, can be called lifelong enemy. If she had gotten the 7-colored lollipop before, she would definitely be able to beat her. But now, with the great Dao injury in place, the way forward is cut off, so she will soon be surpassed, right? The time is also destiny. Yi Sun didn't say anything, not wanting to ruin the beauty of this harmony. Snow Silver Spirit turned around, looked at him fixedly for a few seconds, and sighed softly. There are many secrets in your body that my master does not wish to explore. For example, that skill you used to restore your blood when you fought those people was rare. Your qualification surpasses that of ordinary people, and the skills and equipment you possess also surpass that of ordinary people by a lot, and now external objects will only shackle your progress. The teacher knows your mind, originally did not want to send you external objects so early, for fear that you will rely too much on them and neglect your own improvement, but now you have to send them. Yi Sun was a little ashamed at his words, he did have a heavy utilitarian mind. Master's bitterness disciple understands, then don't send it. This meeting gift, disciple is sincerely feel that only master is worthy, not really want to obtain anything, master don't need to have psychological burden. His tone was solemn and sincere, and he did not have the intention of retreating. Snow Silver Spirit frowned in contemplation and hesitantly said, there is one thing that is quite suitable for you right now, it's just that. A trace of inexplicable redness rose on her face, her beauty unrivaled. Yi Sun froze. What on earth was it that could actually make the master, who had always been joyful, feel embarrassed? Snow Silver Spirit pondered a little, and a 9-petaled lotus platform of the same palm size appeared in her hand. The lotus platform was delicate and elegant, all white in color, emitting pure and holy immortal light, gently rippling and flowing like spiritual water waves. Between the flow of light, it was as if even the surrounding air was purified by it, becoming fresh and clear, and it seemed to carry a trace of faint fragrance that lingered in the surroundings. The center of the lotus platform did not have a lotus flower, but a flat base, which was somewhat unusual. Like his 7-colored lollipop, both were things that could shark people's eyes by their appearance. Yi Sun's realm was too low for the perception technique to work, so he curiously said, Master, what is this? Let me show you. With a slight movement of Snow Silver Spirit's palm, the lotus platform came to him lightly. On the path that flew by, the lotus platform's holy immortal light sprinkled down like particles, forming translucent lotuses that disappeared into the air, beautiful in the extreme. Chapter 71 Horn Scolding. Ha ha ha. Finally I've completed the mission. I'll be able to receive the green feather eagle after I return to the clan and hand in the mission, thanks to the help of the 3 brothers. Little Prince Milk shouted excitedly. He had previously taken on a Sect Abyss quest, and the reward was the Xian-ranked mount, the green feather eagle. The Abyss mission was difficult to complete solo, and he called out to his 3 brothers, and after half a day's work, this was barely completed. I don't eat beef, admonished, Old 4, go back and try to see if you can repeat the quest, and strive for all of our brothers to get a mount. I have to say, 10,000 Beasts Villa's advantage in obtaining pets and mounts is pretty big. Level 8 Great Gale, yeah, we have to get flying mounts, the Royal Air technique is too pitiful, there's not enough mana to use it, and I still have to climb the mountain every time I go back to the clan. I don't eat beef, I'm going to fly to Yi Sun's head and on it. Supreme, still want to meet him in the game? You're not out of action, are you? That's right, can you do it, 3rd brother? How about I take care of him? I don't eat beef, grass. I almost forgot if you guys didn't tell me, don't worry, I've already found him, he won't survive the night. Alright, let's go, quickly go back to hand in the quest, the green feather eagle seems to be able to take one more person to fly, let's try it out in a while, and go to the heads of those gangs to fly around. Purple Sky Sword Sect. The lotus platform slowly rotated above Yi Sun's palm, shedding bits of light. He hurriedly operated his perception technique. Ice and Snow Lotus Seat, ask the immortal realm about the heavenly born spirit, after 100,000 years of breeding in Ice and Snow Immortal Lotus, pure and holy, flawless and immaculate. Ice and Snow Fairy Lotus has infinite wonderful uses, and is now nowhere to be found. The Lotus Seed has been condensed by the Snow Silver Spirit, and has been transformed into a precious treasure. Type, Immortal Small Flying Treasure. Equipment condition, exclusive to Yi Sun. Effects, can fly at any altitude, up to 10 people riding together, can fly freely within the city. Consumption, no consumption when not higher than 5 times the movement speed. When greater than 5 times the movement speed, every doubling of the movement speed will increase the consumption of mana by 1% per second, and the maximum flight speed is 50 times the movement speed of the character. Skill 1, Immortal Light Blocking, passive skill. Shields against wind resistance and sound barriers when flying, and will not be interfered with by deceleration skills below immortal level. Skill 2, Immortal Light Purification, active skill. Instantly removes mental control and mitigation status, and is immune to all mental control and mitigation effects for the following 5 seconds. Consumption, 1000 mana. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 3, Immortal Light Deterrence, active skill. Can make all means of flight below the immortal level of any target within a 10,000 meter radius immediately ineffective for 1 hour, consumption, 100 mana per target. Cooldown, 2 hours. Features, can be enlarged or shrunk to a certain extent, cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, cannot be discarded. Can be shared with teammates to manipulate the permissions. Snow Silver Spirit has the highest permission to use it. Immortal Flying Magic Treasure? Yi Sun was shocked, and immediately afterward, he heard the sound of the Great Tao. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun for obtaining the Immortal Flight Treasure Ice Snow Lotus Seat, as the first player in the entire service to obtain a mount, rewarding him with a prestige value of 1000, plus 3 to all basic attributes, and plus 1 to innate lucky qualifications. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun for opening the mount rankings, rewarding him with 1000 reputation value and 500 pieces of lower grade spirit stones. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun, reputation value reached 10,000 points, successfully opened the Chinese service reputation store. Additional rewards: Yi Sun 5,000 points of reputation value. Any player can exchange the required items in the reputation store. The subsequent will be added from time to time new items. Immortal mount?
Yi Sun obtained another immortal grade treasure? What level of quest can you obtain an immortal level treasure? It's so damn outrageous. My abyssal level plan quests only give Xian rank equipment. Xian rank? My abyssal quests here only give spirit equipment. You didn't enter a hegemony level sect, did you?
Yeah, I don't want to be an odd job disciple in a hegemony level sect, or I'm rumored to have to clean the outhouse. Player, Little Prince's Milk, released a service-wide transmission, Yi Sun. I hashtag at grass, %. Player, Little Prince's Milk, released a service-wide voice transmission, Yi Sun. I hashtag at grass, %. Player, Little Prince's Milk, released a service-wide voice transmission, Yi Sun. I hashtag at grass, %. The players are confused, what's wrong with this guy? The all-service transmission, commonly known as the all-service speaker, requires 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones to post once. 3 times a loudspeaker, at the current exchange rate, it would cost 6 million huaxia coins.
Spending that kind of money just for cursing?
What they didn't know was that Little Prince Milk had already stepped into the sect quest hall at this point, and was only 1 step away from obtaining a mount. As a result, it was snatched by Yi Sun. If it wasn't for Yi Sun, the 3 points of full attributes in the announcement, as well as the 1 point of lucky value could have been his. This allowed him to instantly break his defense. Third brother. Hurry up and do it, I want him to die tonight. Grass. Curious, the players opened the prestige store and instantly looked straight in the eye. Power source liquid, increases innate power qualification by 1 point, cannot exceed the upper limit. Price, 10,000 prestige value, tradable. Physique source liquid, increase 1 point of innate physique qualification, cannot exceed the upper limit. Price, 10,000 prestige value, tradable. Heavenly Charming Immortal Dew, increases innate charisma qualification by 1 point, may not exceed the upper limit. Price, 50,000 prestige value, tradable. Fruit of Enlightenment Mortal, can raise a fully proficient mortal rankable skill to spirit rank. Price, 10,000 prestige value, tradable. Fruit of Enlightenment Spirit, enables you to upgrade a fully proficient spirit rankable skill to Xian rank. Price, 20,000 renown value, tradable. Fruit of Enlightenment Heaven, can raise a full proficiency heaven rank advanceable skill to immortal. Price, 160,000 prestige value, tradable. Players. The good news is, finally everyone has an avenue to increase their qualifications. The bad news is, it's that billion points harder to increase your qualifications. This is too difficult, isn't it? Yi Sun took so many achievements and only just broke through 10,000 prestige values. I only have 200 prestige points now. You can't even get a few hundred points in a day of exhaustion, can you? No matter what, it's a good thing that qualifications can be raised. It would be even better if we could break through the 50 cap. According to Bai Xiaoxing's speculation, Yi Sun's qualifications are more than 50 points, which means that the end of our struggle won't even reach his starting point? It's so hard to be a human being. Brothers, don't be so pessimistic. It's hard to raise all the qualifications to the upper limit, but it's still easy to get just 1 qualification pill, at most 1 month of liver. You should be able to get it. 1 qualification pill can sell for quite a lot of money, right? Blind student, you found the law point. 666. In the future, we might be able to earn money from the game warehouse, and then we'll earn prestige value even faster, a virtuous cycle. Quickly engage. This thing must be the same as spirit stones, expensive at first, depreciating in the future. Is there a team to fight bosses together? I'm a physical cultivator by profession, my time is free, I'm looking for a long-term fixed team. Chapter 72, The New Chain. Bai Xiaoxing reacted quickly to produce a paraphrased video. The Xiaoxing believes that the appearance of the prestige store is the greatest fairness in questioning immortality, where everyone can come to the same height through hard work. At the same time, qualification medicine will also become a new industry chain that will impact some industries in reality. Xiaoxing boldly predicts a wave that in the next few months, the number of enterprises in reality that will lose personnel, break their capital chains, and eventually go bankrupt will greatly increase. It's no exaggeration to say that the best side hustle at the moment, which is moving bricks and hitting qualification drugs, can even become the main hustle. Families, we oxen and horses have better options now. Fire the boss if the wages don't go up. On to the point. According to the big data statistics, the average basic qualification of players is around 35. Let's take 35 as an example. If you want to raise all of them to the 50 cap, the 5 attributes will require a total of 75 qualification pills, or 750,000 prestige values. Plus the special attributes, it's estimated that a total of 1.2–1.5 million prestige values will be needed. If we use the game warehouse and calculate by obtaining 1,000 prestige values per day, it would take 3–4 years to raise all the qualifications to the upper limit with no rest throughout the year. If using a bracelet, this time would be doubled again. Of course, except for Yi Sun and Tuahu. Now many players do not know what sources of prestige value channels. Today Xiaoxing a video to understand, help me and other cattle and horses road to go a little smoother. The first is to kill the field boss. The same level boss can get 200 points of prestige value, find a fixed refresh point, an average of half an hour to refresh a day probably can kill 20-30. However, it's hard to kill alone, at least 3-5 expert teams are needed, and the game warehouse is also needed in order to kill a full day. After evenly distributing them, ideally each person can gain about 1000 points of prestige value in a day. By now everyone should understand that finding reliable regular teammates is key, as is occupying the boss's regular refresh points. With a limited number of fixed boss refresh points, there should be quite a few disputes in the practicing area over the next period of time.
The second channel is the Dynasty Quest.
Dynasty quests also gain prestige value. The overall difficulty is lower than killing field bosses, and can be completed solo, but the number of quests per day is limited, so it's hard to snatch them up, and it's not a mainstream channel.
The third channel is the new Secret Realm, which is currently not open, the specifics are unknown.
The most cost-effective is the boss first kill. A first kill can reap qualification pills worth 200,000 prestige value. Yisun simply wins the hemp. Next is the Fruit of Enlightenment. There are quite a few skills that can be leveled up in the game, but most of them have no need to be upgraded, so it's better to just learn higher level skills in the future.
And there's only one skill that must be upgraded, and that's the body technique skill.
Take Yisun as an example. He was able to span a distance every time he used his sword step in the Great Battle, so he has obviously advanced his stance skill at least once, with significant results in real combat. Xiaoxing suggests that prioritizing the exchange of enlightenment fruits, advancing to the first rank of body technique skills, and improving battle power, then going to exchange for qualification pills is the most cost-effective route of development.
After reading by Xiaoxing's post, countless players cleared up their thoughts on what to do next. As a result, many threads begging for fixed teammates appeared on the forums.
Those with good qualifications and equipment configurations chose 3 5-person teams, while those with poorer qualifications chose 10-person teams. The maximum number of people in a team in the game is 10, which is equal to the number of combat professions. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaosheng continues to post, suggesting out the best profession configuration for each team, such as physical cultivation and nurse is a must.
And so on.
The number of people in each profession is actually about the same, it's pretty even, and theoretically there isn't going to be a situation where one profession is flooded to the point where no one wants it, or one profession is in short supply.
However, in practice, many teams want to have 2 milkmaid, or 2 control repair. Balance is thus broken. At the same time,
people who choose to fire their bosses outside of the game also abound, keep tons of supplies at home, and choose to be professional gamers.
The withering trend of major industries is beginning to show, confirming by Xiaoxing's speculation.
Purple Sky Sword Sect. Yisun looked at his precious master and wanted to go up and give him a kiss. This flying magic treasure was simply delivered to his heart. Without any fuel consumption at 5 times the shift speed, he could fly all the time, and he couldn't wait to enlarge the ice and snow lotus seat and stand on it to slowly ascend into the air. From today onwards, the game he can always be high above, overlooking all beings, from now on not grounded. The mounts in Ask the Immortals are categorized into beasts and artifacts, each with its own advantages in terms of skills. As long as they are bound to the player, the movement speed of the mounts will be linked to the player's own movement speed.
This skill is too strong. Yisun couldn't help but lament.
The first skill, soundproofing, is suitable for running at high speeds. Immunity to slowdown skill interference is suitable for escaping, quite practical. The second skill is even more needless to say, lifting the control. The critical moment can save the life. As for the third skill, Yisun didn't know how to evaluate it.
It seems to be more pretentious than practical. He seemed to be able to feel the mind of the lotus seat. Humph.
A cat or a dog is not worthy to stand alongside this throne. It was really arrogant. At this moment, Yisun stood on the lotus seat, his body appearing a little hazy under the shroud of holy light. Snow Silver Spirit stood on the ground, holding a 7-colored lollipop, quietly looking up at him. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the two of them combined to form a picture that was beautiful to the extreme. Yisun's heart is a little strange. Why is there a feeling of sending each other love tokens?
Master, why don't you come up too? I'll take you for a ride.
Snow Silver Spirit hummed and raised her hand, and the lotus seat shrunk and floated back to her hand. Yisun's feet suddenly lost their support and almost fell into a.
Master, what are you?
Yisun guessed that this lotus seat should not be an idle object. It is likely to be her seat. Just now bear the pain, now it will not be regretted again, right? But soon he realized that he was overthinking. Only to see the Snow Silver Spirit drawing a runic symbol in the void with one hand, the mysterious rune condensed and instantly disappeared into the ice and snow lotus seat, not knowing what attribute it was changing. A moment later, she looked towards Yisun and gently threw the lotus seat back again, her gaze somewhat complicated.
Chapter 73, I'm going to sneak down the mountain.
Yisun was curious to check it out and realized that the rosette had an additional restriction.
Equipment restriction, no other men may be carried. Snow Silver Spirit explained, for the teacher since the hour, got the lotus seat, all the way to accompany so far, not to carry others, so.
With her cultivation realm nowadays, the role of the lotus seed is dispensable for her. The meaning is more than practical. Originally, she did not want to give it away, wanting to treasure it all the time. But the stinking disciple fancy a meal output, let her can't hold back, had to flow out something. But she didn't want to send him a treasure that directly increased his battle power, for fear that he would rely on external objects and his foundation would not be solid. As for other things, the grade is too low to take. Think about it, above the immortal level seems to be only lotus seed can be sent. It's really hard to give up. Yi-sun smiled cheekily. Master, don't worry, disciple will never let a man touch it. Worthy of being the former owner of the lotus seed, just as arrogant.
Snow Silver Spirit crossed his eyes and secretly said, aren't you just a man?
If I had known, I would have accepted a female disciple. There would not have been a lot of avoidance when getting along. This lotus seed is not a big boost to your strength in the later stages. I promise you that when you leave the master in the future, I will send you another immortal artifact.
Immortal weapon? Yi-sun was overjoyed. He couldn't be clearer about the benefits of immortal weapons.
Now also no longer feel that the master stingy. In fact, when you think about it, if the master to him as other elders, as soon as they meet to send him metaphysical artifacts, then his strength enhancement is really limited. Now that his attributes have already crushed other players, there is no difference between a few more metaphysical weapons. Alright, master is going to be in seclusion for a while, so you'll stay on the mountain, and you can only come down when you've practiced all of your skills to great success. This. Yi-sun was dumbfounded, and before he could retort, the Snow Silver Spirit disappeared, clearly not wanting to hear him make excuses. Practicing the skills to the grand completion, that is to say, practicing all the proficiencies. He scanned the skills. Sword Step Proficiency, 43056 100,000. Frost Flower Chop Proficiency, 53,820 100,000. Berserk Battle Spirit Proficiency, 1220 100,000. The only one practicing full proficiency now was a sword drawing technique, and the damage had gone from 150% to 180%. I forgot to write that the damage of sword drawing has always been calculated at 150%, so it's a bit of a calculator to go back and change it, so let's ignore it. I'll pay attention next time. I guess no one cares about the stats, right? Previously, he fought a big battle with the Brotherhood and brought his sister to practice for more than 10 hours, and with the 23 points of enlightenment value, plus the addition of the Merit Law Purple Sky Sword Codex, he ruthlessly raised the proficiency of the sword steps and the Frost Flower Chop by a large margin. However, Berserk Battle Intent had only been used a few dozen times in the Abyssal Mysteries, and it would be a long time before it rose to full strength. Pro disciples can use the Extreme Enlightenment Formation, which reduces the cooldown time of all skills by 50% when practicing in the formation, and also ignores skill release restrictions. In other words, in the Enlightenment Formation, Berserk Battle Intent doesn't need to have its blood level reduced to 30% to be able to use it back and forth, and it can bring the skill proficiency up faster. But even then, without a few days of work, Yi-sun would have trouble getting off the mountain.
How about sneaking down the mountain tomorrow?
It wasn't that he wasn't thinking ahead, it was just that nowadays everyone was scrambling to practice leveling, and it wasn't good for him to fall too far behind. The master was well-intentioned, but he just didn't quite understand their player world. Most importantly, now that the immortal lotus seed is in his hand, it's really itchy not to go out and pretend. Especially the damned controlling cultivator who had flirted with him knowingly or unknowingly. This son had to be retrieved.
Over the main peak.
A lotus seed flew around slowly, shedding pieces of light, appearing incomparably leisurely. The NPCs all knew that the lotus seed was a patriarch's object, and at this time, when they looked from afar and saw Yi-sun lying on top of it, they were all shocked. I did not expect the patriarch actually so valued this disciple. Even personal treasures are sent out. To know that the lotus seed is one of the patriarch's identity symbols, there has never been another person on it. The person beside the patriarch, even if it was a maid, would be superior. Don't look at those personal disciples' status, but when they saw little green, little red and the others, they didn't dare to be rude in the slightest. Not to mention Yi-sun, the only personal disciple of the patriarch, and now has received the patriarch's personal treasures. The future is definitely promising. There are also factions among the personal disciples. Seeing this scene, all of them raised the idea of making friends with Yi-sun, but they don't dare to go to the main peak rashly. As for the players, they looked enviously at the beautiful lotus seat, and in their hearts, they probably understood how this immortal level flying magic treasure came to be. It was truly a case of people being more than people. Not only was he a disciple of the sovereign, he was also rewarded with such a huge treasure. They, however, have not even seen the face of the patriarch, and every day, they are even called by the NPC senior brother, Lowhead to do. Damn! It's so hard to be a human being. Yi-sun cozily enjoyed the evening sun. It was almost time for dinner. He guessed that his sister would be summoned later, and he was too lazy to go to the enlightenment array. Once upon a time, he had been in a wheelchair and his feet didn't touch the ground, but now he was actually back to the same state as before. It was really funny to think about it. I'm afraid that the unearthly temperament of the master was cultivated on the lotus seat. Bored, he opened the leaderboards, wanting to look up to the big brothers. Cultivation ranking. Number 1, Shallow Dream Taishan Divine Sect, 7th level of Foundation Stage, Heavenly Master.
2nd, Night Elegy Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, Soul Chaser at the 7th level of Foundation Stage.
3rd, Supreme Starry Mansion Bo Hall, Foundation Stage Level 7 Ranger. 4th, Fan Dance Qiankuan Taishan Divine Sect, Foundation Stage Level 6 Celestial Master.
5th, Can I Shoot Li Mian?
Starry Bo Hall, Ranger at the 6th level of Foundation Stage. 6th, Meow Meow 10,000 Beasts Villa, 6th level of Foundation Stage, Beast Division.
7th, Judge of the Desert Kanglan Blade Sect, 6th level of Foundation Stage.
8th, Mr. Zhao Starry Bo Hall, Ranger at the 6th level of Foundation Stage.
9th, Shangwan Fazai Taishan Divine Sect, Foundation Establishment Stage, 6th level Heavenly Master.
10th, Ice and Fire Taishan Divine Sect, 6th level Foundation Establishment Heavenly Master. Tisk. Yisun couldn't help but sigh. Fa Shio, and archery leveling speed is really fast. A big part of the list is these two professions. Shallow Dream, due to the early purchase of Xian weapons, quickly reached level 10, and the second passed the Nightmare Mystery Realm, firmly held the first place in the cultivation list. The entire Chinese service hundreds of millions of players. The top actually is a woman, which makes Shallow Dream's fame. If not Luotian Pavilion only accept female players, now the strength of the club at least can be doubled. The second Night Zen also surprised Yi Sun. The number 1 expert in his previous life really did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, surprisingly taking the second ranking with his assassin profession. Yi Sun heard that he is also a lone wolf, practicing leveling all on his own. To have this kind of achievement really should not be underestimated. Meow Meow and Desert Judge are also very eye-catching, a beast division and a swordsman, and like Knight Eleanor, neither of them are known for their leveling speed. Meow Meow is okay. There are spirit beast pets. Purple Flame Lion is an output type pet by name, fast leveling is normal. And the Desert Judge, that can only be pure liver. Yi Sun was dumbfounded. This guy and Zhao Gongzi had a kind of love for each other, and knew each other in reality. In order to press Zhao Gongzi, it was really enough to play hard to get. Compared to these people, Yi Sun's practicing speed is a bit pulled down. In the beginning, he gave up all his experience to his sister, and later on, when he practiced, the two of them shared the experience equally, so the overall efficiency wasn't very high. Coupled with the fact that he had stayed with his master for a whole day without hitting a single monster, even if his attributes were crowning the entire service, it would be difficult to surpass these people for a while. Although Yi Sun believed that going far was the hard way, he didn't want to be pulled too far away.
Whatever, I'll sneak down the mountain in the middle of the night.
Anyway, Baby Master is in seclusion, so he shouldn't find out.
Chapter 74, The Brotherhood Comes to the Door.
The Rouge ranking is unchanged, with Nervous Heart and Ashen Dream locking up the top 2 spots. Yi Sun felt that the other 8 people's rankings shouldn't change in the short term either.
It's not like someone's first attribute would rise in charisma, right?
The equipment list is still the same 2 pieces, the Ink Rhythm Spectre and the Biscuit Scale Armor. Foundation stage bosses, only in the first kill there is a chance to burst out of the earth weapon, the rest of the time to kill the most can only burst out of the metaphysical weapon.
Waiting until the Jindan stage, earth weapons will appear one after another. Nowadays, players, the most luxurious configuration is just a Xian weapon. Prestige list. 1st, Yi Sun, 16,900. 2nd, Nightshade, 5,100. 3rd, Meow Meow, 4,500. 4th, Concentration, 2,400. 5th, Supreme, 1,700. 6th, Shallow Dreams, 1,700. 7th, Little Prince's Milk, 1,500. 8th, 8 Gale, 1,500. 9th, Mr. Zhao, 1,300. 10th, I Don't Eat Beef, 1,300. Nice guy. How many bosses did Nightshade kill this time?
Yi Sun was a bit surprised and silently calculated that Knight Eleanor had rewarded 500 reputation points when she passed through the Nightmare Mystery Realm, and the rest of the reputation points should have been obtained from killing bosses. Worthy of being a top assassin. Meow Meow's 3rd is reasonable. 2,000 points were rewarded when he obtained his pet. Nightmare Mystery Realm had gained 500 points, and with the Violet Flame Lion in hand, it's not impossible to solo a boss with a bit of luck. Pet list.
1st, Spirit Beast Violet Flame Lion. Attributed to player, Meow Meow. 2nd, Demonic Beast by Ice Spider.
Attributed to player, Zhao Gongzi.
Getting a spider as a pet? Sick, right?
Yi Sun scratched his arm and cursed Mr. Zhao for not being martial and decided to take a detour the next time they met. Luckily, it is only a demon beast level pet. The upper limit can only be raised to the Jindan stage, and it will soon be useless.
Mount list. 1st, Immortal Ice Lotus Seat. Attributed to player, Yi Sun. 2nd, Xianpin Green Feather Eagle. Player, Little Prince's Milk. There are currently only 2 mounts in the list.
When players saw the mount list, they also instantly understood why Little Prince Milk would use the loudspeaker to curse the street. I wanted to admire the big man, but it turns out that the big man is actually myself. After getting offline, Yi Sun walked out of the bedroom and saw Ren Duda like a lazy cat, lying softly on the dining table, the original soulful big eyes a little bleak.
Is it here again to make a fortune? This chick said she wanted to learn cooking from Si Ning, but so far, Yi-sun hadn't seen her in the kitchen much. Ren Dudu, what's going on here? Ren Sijia slowly turned her eyes like a sloth and looked at Yi-sun. Yi-sun, oh? I'm starving to death. After saying that, she tried to turn her head again and shouted breathlessly towards the kitchen, Sister Ning, I'm starving to death. Alright, hold on a little longer. Si Ning hurriedly responded, accompanied by the sound of nuisance stir-frying. Yi-sun was speechless. This was playing too many games, right? There seems to be expired bread at home, why don't you pat it first? I'll sue you for assault. Yi-sun actually didn't mind her coming every day to rub her nose in the food. Ren Sijia was still very measured and would prepare the ingredients every time, not for nothing. If this was in the past, Si Ning would definitely be very happy to save money on food every day. Of course now she wasn't disgruntled, and seemed to enjoy spending time with Ren Sijia, chatting with each other all the time in the game as well. Yi-sun had a chat with her, and only then learned that she went to work to touch the fish to play the game, and when she was about to be upgraded, she was caught by the captain. As soon as she got home at night, she couldn't wait to continue playing until she got hypoglycemic before looking for her sister to ask for help. I didn't realize that she was quite addicted to gaming. After the meal, Ren Sijia left in a hurry, and it looked like another liver game. Yi-sun also planned to sneak down the mountain to fight monsters and level up a few more levels tonight. From the opening of the game, he hardly slept and never slacked off. If it wasn't for the various reasons that slowed down his upgrading pace, would he have let Tiny Shallow Dreams take the #1 spot? The banner of the sword cultivator should also be carried. Boom boom boom, a knock sounded on the door. Ha? Dull didn't play a game? Always hearing Yi-sun call her Ren Dull behind her back, Si Ning couldn't help but follow along and call her that, driving Ren Sijia crazy. Si Ning put down the rag and was about to open the door. Wait, it's not her. Yi-sun's eyes were solemn, and before he could explain, the door lock clicked and was opened from outside. Immediately afterward, 4 black-clothed men quickly fishtailed in, and there was another one keeping a lookout outside the door. Yi-sun, right? The visitor spoke calmly. The 4 of them were tightly wrapped, with sharp blades hidden, and even had guns on their waists. There was no doubt that the visitors were not good. After checking the configuration on them with his perception technique, Yi-sun, who was afraid that Si Ning would be affected, did not want to say much and wanted to strike first. However, just at this time, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation outside the window, and leapt down from the upper floor with great speed, stopping motionless in the dark place outside the window. This is the 18th floor, jumping straight down? Under careful perception, he found that the energy fluctuation on the person outside the window was vaguely stronger than him. Yi-sun was alarmed. In reality, there is actually such a capable person. Is it the legendary alien? The moment he sensed the person outside the window, he quickly concealed his cultivation breath so as not to alert the other party. You guys are from the Brotherhood? The several black-clothed men in front of them all had masks covering their faces, revealing only a pair of eyes. Not bad, looks like you're not stupid either, so why mess with our Brotherhood? Yi-sun frowned. For a moment he couldn't tell whether the person outside the window was good or evil. If he was with the Brotherhood, he should have come straight in. Could it be someone from another power? Tell us your purpose. Si Ning, unaware of the turn of events outside the window, was unperturbed and looked these people up and down curiously, thinking that she would have to clean the house again later. Home is almost turned into a murder house, alas. Hand over everything you have in the game, send out a service-wide loudspeaker in the game to show your submission to the Brotherhood, and serve the Brotherhood from now on, and you'll all be allowed to live, but you'll have to move to another place to live. The man in black swept his eyes at Si Ning. He could not help but be slightly lost in thought, worthy of being the existence of the #1 in the game's rouge list. This face value is really not bad, rare in this life. Originally, they wanted to directly solve the duo, but they temporarily received new instructions to bring back Yi-sun and Si Ning. After all, Yi-sun had obtained another immortal level treasure, and it was too much of a pity to give up the 2 immortal artifacts directly. Besides, it seemed like it would be more of a relief to chain this game's #1 person around like a dog. Chapter 75, The Heavenly Group. Sis, wait, I'll hold you, don't move. The good and evil of the people outside the window were unknown, so for insurance purposes, Yi-sun planned to hold Si Ning out, which would prevent her from being sneak attacked. He tried to use his divine sense to transmit the sound, and he didn't expect to succeed in one go. Si Ning was stunned, and although he didn't understand why, he nodded imperceptibly. Just as Yi-sun was planning to make a move, a female voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Ha? Who are you? What are you doing here? Oops. It's Run Nerd. Didn't this girl go to play a game? The 4 black-clothed men were also shocked at the sound, and hurriedly opened the door, and both sides were confused when they looked at each other. There was actually someone else on the 18th floor? And still an extremely beautiful woman? Because the game warehouse has an alert function, they did not personally go up to the 18th floor to investigate for fear of spooking the snakes, but only secretly used the property's computer to check the information of the other residents of the 18th floor. But the resident information does not have this woman in front of me. This is really a surprise. Could it be that she just moved in?
Although Rinsijia usually appeared to be dull, he was a police officer anyhow, and he still had the ability to deal with unexpected situations. Seeing that these people were obviously out of place, she quickly drew her gun and aimed it at the people letting off steam outside the door and droned. "I'm a police officer. You all hold your hands over your heads. Crouch down." The man in black's gaze sank as he pondered, in his mind, the pros and cons of killing the police officer. The appearance of this cop had messed up all of their plans. ING variables. Boss, the gun she's holding is fake. Grass. Learning that the gun in the woman's hand was a fake, the two men in black quickly stepped forward and blocked her back. I have a 1-to-1 replica of this gun shape, can you even tell it's fake? Ren, dumbfounded, looked around in panic with his big eyes. The corners of Yi Sun's mouth twitched, successfully adored by her. But at the same time, he was also relieved. He was really afraid just now that these 5 people would pull out 5 guns and buy a toward Rinsijia. He wasn't sure he could hold his sister while instantly blocking in front of her and stopping all the bullets. Fake guns? It's not a fake cop, is it? Rinsijia raised her eyebrows. Of course it's real. My work license is still in the house, I can show it to you. She didn't say anything more about tying her hands or anything like that. Right now ensuring Yi-sun and Si-ning's safety was the most important. These people know that she is a police officer, should choose to escape, right? The police will just follow up and catch them. No need. The black-clothed man in the lead stared at her dead in the face, his brain racing. Originally, their plan was to take Yi-sun and Si-ning away, then use Si-ning to coerce Yi-sun, forcing him to submit while not being able to say to the public that they were coerced. In this way, the people in the game would only think that he had been bribed. Even if someone guessed he was coerced, as long as he didn't say anything, he'd be fine. With this plan, Si-ning was the most crucial part, betting that Yi-sun would care about her well-being. With the results of their investigation, Yi-sun would definitely care. But it was different now. It didn't matter if this policewoman was killed or not, Yi-sun had to die. If they take Yi-sun away, whether this policewoman dies or not, the police will learn that Yi-sun is being held hostage. Then as soon as the police contacted him in the game, they would learn that the Brotherhood did it. Drawing fire. If restricting Yi-sun doesn't allow him to go online and the Brotherhood can't get the immortal weapons, then what's the point of keeping him around? Keep him around as a hidden danger? So now, there was no second way to go, only the next best thing: kill Yi-sun. This damn variable. The man in black hated it so much that he pulled out his pistol without saying a word and turned back to shoot at Yi-sun. Boom! At the same time, the window glass instantly shattered, and the person outside the window holding a sharp blade, as fast as a phantom, flew and stabbed at Yi-sun. With a wolf in front and a tiger at the back, this situation is really unfavorable. Yi-sun utilized 12 points of spirit, instantly got up between the flashes of lightning, raised his left hand, blocking the path of the bullets, his right hand condensed spiritual energy, slapped at the window to the people coming. Ding! Put! The clink was the sound of a sharp blade touching a bullet. The poof was the muffled sound of Yi-sun's palm containing spiritual power, punching a palm hole in the wall. Yi-sun's eyes stared. The person outside the window was actually protecting him? For a while, the room was as quiet as a pin drop. What just happened? Someone faster than a bullet just appeared out of nowhere and split the bullet in an instant? A disabled person who was originally sitting in a wheelchair got up and punched the wall through with a slap in the air? This dazzling scene directly stunned everyone present. Who am I? Where am I? I want to go back to the Blue Star. The black-robed man in the lead had a dull gaze, and at that moment, he had only one thought. The clown is actually myself. The person coming through the window was also dressed in black. These people who like to act in secret seem to favor this style of clothing, making it look like a gang. Only to see his figure move, like a phantom traveling through the 5 people. In the work of a blink of an eye, the 5 black-clothed men instantly had their eyes wide open, lost their vigor, and slowly fell to the ground, all dead. Yi-sun secretly praised in his heart. This person's stance was smooth and agile, his speed was comparable to his sword steps, but there was no cooldown time. The overall strength, if you estimate it with the immortal cultivation system, you are afraid that it is almost Jindan stage, right? If he could fully inherit the strength in the game, Yi-sun would definitely not be worse than him, but unfortunately, now there is no equipment add-on, he is just a simple foundation establishment 4th level cultivation, which is a step behind him. You are? The visitor turned around, his voice low, and slowly spoke. Chinese heavenly group, Blade. Yi-sun's gaze stagnated, and before he had time to speak, he saw Randuta running into the house in a puff of smoke, exclaiming, "Heavenly group? Our country really has a heavenly group?" This was also Yi-sun's thought. He did speculate before that there might be special organizations in Huaxia that were filled with capable people, but he just didn't know the exact name of the organization. And Yi-sun, you what's going on with you? Run turned around again and looked at Yi-sun with wide eyes, unable to resist getting on his paws and pinching him. Cough cough. Men and women are not kissed, you are a bit more reserved, okay? Touch where you. Si-ning had a black line on her face and hurriedly pulled her to the side, leaving room for Yi-sun and Blade to have a conversation. What are you doing here in the Tian group? Yi-sun straightened his messy shirt. Blade had an ordinary appearance, and from the time he showed up until now, only when he saw Yi Sun's palm punch through the wall did his face appear to fluctuate in emotion. The rest of the time, he appeared calm. Even when he was sharking people, his eyes were so indifferent that it looked like he was mowing the grass. Yi Sun was curious, two top beauties couldn't make him look the other way? This state of mind is quite suitable for the pure world Buddhist sect. Ordered to protect you. Blade spared his words. Reason? Yi Sun was too curious. His information on the forums would be deleted as soon as it appeared. It was obviously an official move, and now there was a person from the heavenly group to protect him. Can't it be that he is really the illegitimate son of a certain big brother? Blade. He seems to have communication difficulties. Opening his mouth, he half-heartedly stifled a sentence. It's a long, lazy story, find her. He glanced at Rin Sijia and turned to leave. Chapter 76 Reasons. Renchka? Looking at her demeanor, Yi Sun knew that she was also confused, and thought that Blade meant for him to find someone official to explain. Call the police to collect the body. Oh. Ren Duo took out his cell phone, dialed the youngest spirit, and then stayed for a while, and then quit the dialing interface, found the captain's number and dialed it. Yi Sun had a black line on his face, and instructed, report all the situation clearly, and say that I want to find someone with enough weight to talk. Aha! Strength was forced to be exposed and the wheelchair was officially laid off. What happened to him will definitely attract the attention of the top. Rather than waiting to be investigated, it is better to talk directly and openly. Yi Sun would have liked to wait for the Jindan stage before contacting the officials, but unfortunately things are unpredictable. A long time later, a number of people came to the 18th floor, among them was Team Zhang, whom they had met once. The small two-room hall was a bit crowded, and it was not better until those policemen had collected all the bodies, leaving only 3 people in the room. Team Zhang introduced, Mr. Yi, this is Bureau White, and this. Bureau Bai was tall, his eyes gleaming, perhaps because he had been a criminal police officer, his eyes always habitually revealed a sense of probing and scrutiny. The other, looking a little old, dressed in an executive jacket, the national face is not angry and authoritative. Yi Sun has seen on TV. The third head of China, Zhao Weirong. He had thought that a big shot might come, but he hadn't expected the visitor to be of such a high status. The third head of China actually happened to be in Xinjiang? And he even made a personal visit? The weight of this scared Si Ning and Ren Dudu to the point of trembling. Chief, why did you personally come over? Yi Sun was surprised and hurriedly greeted and took his seat. Zhao Weirong glanced at the 2 female children and smiled kindly. There is no need to be nervous, it's not a formal occasion, just think of me as an ordinary old man, everyone be casual, sit down. After saying that he looked at Yi Sun again, actually I came to Qingqing this time, just for you. Oh? Unruffled and dignified was not an adjective for a character like Zhao Weirong, but a real aura that could be felt, and Si Ning and Rin Sijia were still a bit formal. Yi Sun was not nervous, he had experienced life and death, his heart was well refined, and he had also crossed paths with the great figures and asked the immortals, and felt a more powerful aura. Coupled with having strength on his side, he was very calm and relaxed at the moment. Zhao Weirong's words were a bit too informative, and Yi Sun quietly waited for the following. Ask the Immortals appeared very abruptly. Not only is the level of technology far beyond Blue Star, even the materials used in the bracelets and game bins are not known to Blue Star. We have tested the surface layer of the game warehouse, even anti-equipment weapons are difficult to destroy the slightest bit. There are also anti-laser, anti-interference, anti-corrosion, and other various characteristics. This material is extremely valuable. Ask the Immortals appeared in the Blue Star. There must be a plan. We once wanted to intervene in the game's publicity and distribution, but it didn't work. Yi Sun frowned. He thought that the official focus on him was because of his birth, but he didn't realize that it was related to Ask the Immortals. So, Zhao Weirong continued, Comrade Yi, you are very special. You can just call me Yi Sun directly. Well, Yi Sun, since the game has been running, you've been acting differently from normal people. For example, in that What's at Ruin, everyone else would die if they went there, but you went there and managed to get a heavy treasure, and you seem to have a detailed plan for every step you take. Maybe you know some secrets about Ask the Immortals, even if you don't at first, but you, as a forerunner, always know more than others. After some discussion, we think that if we want to get to the bottom of Ask the Immortals, we can only start from inside the game, and someone like you might be able to provide some information that we don't know. It's not just you, there's also that comrade by Xiao Shang, who the officials are also paying attention to, and have likewise imposed protective measures on him. But compared to you, he is more adept at drilling some game data and is unable to show an alternative side. Yi Sun, you are a unique existence in the game, always doing what others can't do. We hope you can provide some valuable information to the officials. In fact, there was one thing that Zhao Weirong hadn't mentioned, and that was that he had investigated Yi Sun and found that his life was a bit bizarre, which was one of the reasons why he had been paying attention to him. Yi Sun marveled that the official really has a good keen eye. In his previous life, if the official did not choose the wrong direction, has been focusing on outside the game to engage in research and development, want to enhance the military strength to deal with the possible future encounter of the alien crisis, it would not be the final destruction.
Yi Sun curiously said, so that's why the forum deleted my identity exposure post? Making such a big fuss and being secretive just because he plays the game well? Wouldn't it be a bit perfunctory?
Not bad, we have investigated the current situation of your family and want to give you a peaceful environment to grow up in the game so that you can explore the secrets of the game as soon as possible. Not only the forum's blocked posts, but also encrypted your information. Maybe in your opinion, the official acted a bit childish, even trivialized, but seeing the slightest thing, this is a major event involving national security, the official had to be cautious. Speaking of which, even if nothing had happened in your house today, I would still come over, wanting to understand some of the situation, and that's the main purpose of my visit to Qingqing this time. To Zhao Yirong, Yi Sun encountering danger was something expected, and it was still a good thing. He originally thought that Blade protecting the safety of Yi Sun's family would make Yi Sun develop a mentality of trusting the officials and would not resist providing some valuable information in the future. However, he did not expect that there would actually be an unexpected gain. Yi Sun, the abnormality in your body, is it possible to explain one or two things? Don't worry, the officials have no ill will towards you, and even if you have any needs, the officials will meet your reasonable requirements, as long as you don't jeopardize national security or disrupt the social order. Yi Sun was silent. He stared at Zhao Yirong's eyes, wanting to analyze how much of his attitude was true or false, but unfortunately, Zhao Yirong's eyes were like an abyss and Yi Sun found nothing. Worthy of being the head of the people, it was truly unfathomable. Zhao Yirong didn't say any more, and the room was silent for a long time. Yi Sun thought about the official's attitude towards him during this period of time as well as the protection measures, and finally chose to trust the official now. Chief, your analysis is good. I do know some secrets of Ask the Immortals that concern the survival of the country, but I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it.
Concerned about the survival of the country?
This coincides with their speculations, and it seems that the worries about Ask the Immortals are not trivial.
Oh, go ahead, we'll make our own judgment.
He Zhao Yirong, Hall of China's third chief, standing at the top of the Blue Star's existence, with his old buddies leading China all the way from weak to the world's strongest.
What kind of scene have you never seen before?
A lot of what ordinary people consider mysterious events are nothing in his eyes. The little guy was still too young.
Oh.
Bai Bureau and Zhang Tin did not say a word, just quietly listening, but also secretly observing Yi Sun's demeanor, to play some role in judging the truth. At this moment, when they heard Yi Sun's words, the two of them also rose a strong curiosity. Yi Sun organized some language in his heart and spoke, the game world, in the future, will merge with the real world and become the same world. He spoke the process of fusion from his memory one by one, as well as the situation that the officials would need to face in the future.
Crowd?
They had odd expressions, as if they had heard a pie in the sky.
Comrade Yi, do you have any basis for this matter you're talking about? Zhao Yirong didn't believe it. Chapter 77, The Heart of Enthusiasm.
Bureau White and Team Zhang exchanged eye contact. In determining how likely Yi Sun is to be mentally abnormal, should we give him a drug test? Ren Duo's beautiful eyes are wide open and she looks confused, while Xi Ning looks calm. The expressions of the two were captured in their eyes, and served as some aid to judgment. I confuse my strength in the game ahead of time. You've investigated me and know that I used to be disabled. Now I've not only recovered, but I also have a decent amount of strength. Can this be considered proof?
It's.
The crowd was silent.
Previously disabled and now possessing special powers, it could be completely explained by other reasons, such as he used to be in disguise? Or like someone in the heavenly group who awakened special powers one day. And so on. That alone doesn't prove that the game will merge with reality in the future. It's too unscientific.
Ask the Immortal demonstrated the level of technology, although awesome, but there are still traces, perhaps in the future the Blue Star's holographic technology brain-computer interface. And so on technology breakthroughs, can also do the same. But virtual and reality fusion, they really cannot think of any scientific basis.
How did you know about this?
It's Yi Sun frowned. Lying in front of these people was easy to see, and simply didn't explain. I'm sorry, I can't say it explicitly, but this thing will definitely happen.
Zhao Yirong was silent for a while. Your ability, can you be specific?
Yi Sun thought about it. The traits that could be displayed at the Foundation establishment stage, other than the divine sense outreach that could not be visualized, there was only the Sentinel technique left.
I can fly. Crowd.
Not to mention, even Blade can't fly. He's a speed and power type ability. He can glide with the help of power when there's an obstacle, but if he were to be thrown down from 10,000 meters, he'd surely fall to his death. Zhao Yirong secretly said, can fly the ability, the Sky Group really do not have. If this kid said is true, that is really a talent.
Then you fly one.
Yi Sun didn't talk nonsense and directly performed the air sentry technique, slowly floating in mid-air, watching the crowd in shock.
This is the game's imperial air art.
Leafseeker sat back down on the couch again and took a sip of water. Looking at the tangled look of the crowd, he knew that this was still not sufficiently convincing. If only he could take out the things in the game. Or maybe wait for some time, after a big increase in strength, in order to show the characteristics of his strength can be synchronized with the game. There was no other good way at the moment. Yi Sun sighed as he thought about it.
Chief, I am a Chinese.
When these words came out, everyone's hearts were shaken.
I am a Chinese.
They could feel the firmness in Yi Sun's voice, as well as the passionate heart of love for their country.
At this moment, the crowd was in a bit of a trance, and it seemed that they heard Master Chang Si saying there, I love the Qing dynasty, and I'm afraid that it's finished.
Zhao Yirong let out a light breath and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes in thought. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to believe Yi Sun before, in fact, he could see that between Yi Sun's words and demeanor, there wasn't the slightest sign of lying. He went back and forth to verify it, but he just didn't want to accept the fact. Nowadays, there is no peace between countries. China is certainly the strongest, but the jackals are swarming, and everyone is engaged in the arms race and space race. At this time, China suddenly stopped and turned its head to run into an unknown field, and the economic losses and social unrest caused by that are incalculable. Once the line is wrong, it will fall behind again.
But there seems to be no other way out at the moment.
People of their generation have been looking to the future and struggling for the future since they were young, and now that they have managed to make achievements, it is too difficult for them to hang on to their armor before they have a chance to enjoy the present. Zhao Yirong opened his eyes and asked for some more details about the future, such as the extent of social unrest, the specific integration process of the game, etc., and Yi Sun told him everything he knew. Comrade Yi, as you said, in the early stages of fusion, it's just some social unrest. As long as the official strength keeps up, most of the evils can be punished. But in the future, we'll be facing the clan powers in the game head-on, and I think that by that time, the players will all have their backs to the powers, and their relationships will be intricate and complicated, and to put it in blunt terms, they'll each have their own backers. With those forces backing them up, the officials won't be able to punish some criminals even if their strength doesn't fall. Even those forces will take the opportunity to meddle in the official management of Blue Star. The country will not be a country. What do you think should be done? Zhao Yirong's worries could be considered far-reaching. Yi Sun admired his vision in his heart. Those clan forces, although they do not see the resources of Blue Star, what aircraft cannons, oil, rare earths, are not placed in the eyes of others. Only one exception, that is, people. People is the biggest resource. Blue Star people were weak at first, but they grew extremely fast and were very malleable, and were a stalwart force that could not be ignored for the sect. Especially the official military department, the overall quality is much stronger than ordinary people. In the eyes of the sect is the meat and potatoes, will never let go. Meddling in the official management of Blue Star is certain.
National power was like a mayfly shaking a tree in front of them.
At that time, as Zhao Yirong worried, the country will not be a country. There was a long silence in the room. In the face of absolute strength, it seemed that any scheme was meaningless. What Zhao Yirong can think of is also just dividing and separating, driving tigers and swallowing wolves, and other ploys, but the success rate is not high. Yi Sun broke the silence. Chief, I'm confident that I can always stay ahead of everyone. In the pre-game fusion period, I can act as a deterrent and assist the officials in dealing with some unrest. As for the late stage of fusion, when the clan powers descend, I'll try my best to have a say in the powers of Ask the Immortals. If I can grow to deter a clan with a single word, then most of the problems can be solved. At that time, Blue Star and the world of Ask the Immortals, two systems in one. No clan shall meddle in the management of Blue Star's forces, and Bluestarians shall not use clan power to settle grudges between themselves. The moment these words came out, everyone stared straight at Yi Sun, and Team Zhang even sprayed out a mouthful of tea.
This young man, do you want to say something so big?
The former was fine. They believed that Yi Sun could always maintain his position as the #1 person in the game, and helping to punish Blue Star's local sins was no problem.
And the latter deterring a clan with a single word?
They had learned quite a bit of information about the sects from Bai Shaosheng in the past few days.
Which of the NPCs in Ask the Immortals, those with high realms, hadn't cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years?
Even if players cultivate easily, it is impossible for them to catch up with others' hundreds of years of work in just a few years. Xining was originally a personal disciple of a hegemony-level sect, and she was relatively clear about all of this as well. At the scene, just Rinduda was at a loss. Her eyes, which hadn't graduated from university yet, were full of clarity and stupidity, and she didn't understand what Yi Sun's words meant. Zhao Yirong frowned. If they join forces, Yi Sun fatally said, in fact, it is not difficult to deal with. It does not mean that they are not allowed to intervene in the management of the Blue Star. I only manage the Chinese, other countries let them go. Equal to give them a step down, is not considered to be completely torn face. I still have some confidence in China to keep down. At least the Purple Sky Sword sect is on our side. My sister is also a pro-disciple, so she should also be able to influence the decisions of the Misty Illusion Mansion when the time comes. As for the other sects, let's take one step at a time. He was pulling leverage for himself and his sister, raising the weight of the two of them in the hearts of the officials. After all, right now, he was still unable to defeat the Heavenly Group and did not want to live under surveillance. But what he said was equally true, and in his heart, he did think so. When the mission to save the Violet Sky Sword sect was completed in the future, then his voice in the Violet Sky Sword sect would instantly rise to the top. Coupled with the Precious Master's assistance and the old sect leader's favor, the Violet Sky Sword sect would most likely be his word. With the #1 sect on the continent in hand, and a few more hegemonic sects to befriend, it wouldn't be hard to preserve China.
Chapter 78, Love in the Spirit. Is the fusion time set? Yi Sun mused, it should be between 2 to 3 years. Anyway, the previous life was almost this time. In this life he couldn't really say, maybe there would be some kind of butterfly effect or some other variable. Zhao Yirong thought carefully for a long time before he planned to leave. Comrade Yi, I believe in you, the officials will gradually enter the game next, it would be great if you could help out a bit. Let's work together and try to get through the difficulties ahead. The matter was so important that he still had to go back and discuss it with his old buddies, but the outcome was basically a foregone conclusion. As long as he believed in Yi Sun, the other old fellows wouldn't question him either. Yi Sun got up to shake hands and smiled. Chief, don't be so pessimistic, the game fusing with reality is not entirely a bad thing. Cultivation of immortality increases life expectancy by a few hundred years in the short run, or thousands of years in the long run. What the first emperor couldn't do, we did. Isn't it a fortunate thing? Zhao Yirong was dumbfounded. There were indeed a few truths to this. Comrade Yi, if there's anything you need official help with, you can ask. There's nothing I need, just fix my windows and walls here. I don't need protection either. The Sky Group's people withdraw. Zhao Yirong surveyed the slightly compact 2 rooms and 1 hall. Why don't you guys go to Kyoto? I can arrange an estate for you guys, you can live wherever you want. When these words came out, Bureau Bai and Team Zhang were instantly anxious. If the world of the future was really as Yi Sun said, then wherever he was, it would be the most peaceful. Such a talent, Xingcheng was not willing to lose. That's not necessary, just stay here, I'm used to living here. In the future, after the game's complete reality fusion, the most valuable properties were the small number of houses in the main cities of the continents of the immortal questioning, as well as the houses in the new towns built by the players, which were full of aura and had beautiful environments. In reality, the villa or manor are fragile, the future chances of destruction is very high, there are no years, Yi Sun do not want to toss and move. Bureau White and Team Zhang were instantly relieved. Zhao Yirong nodded and instructed, Director Bai, find someone to come over and take care of this. Okay, Chief. Xining suddenly pulled Yi Sun and whispered a few words in his ear. The corner of Yi Sun's mouth twitched, and he spoke again, by the way, Bureau White, let's get her a gaming silo, just as a reward for outstanding employees, is that okay? He pointed at Rin Sijia. Sister, this is really treating Rin as a good bosom friend, actually heartbroken that she is too tired to play. Yi Sun is kinda happy for his sister, she hasn't had a good friend all this time. When Zhang Team heard this, his face darkened. Excellent employee? He opened his mouth, and in front of the chief, he didn't have the heart to say it after all. Yi Sun was curious and asked repeatedly, and only then did Team Zhang say. Yi Sun, in fact, I sensed earlier that you were not right. According to forensic identification, Pan Hui's throat bone was strangled by someone lifting it from the bottom up. How could you, a disabled person, do that? The above gave notice for us to keep an eye on your movements. It just so happens that this girl lives next door to you, so I gave her a task, so that she doesn't have to work overtime at night, to observe any abnormality in you, and to find a chance to pry into the secrets of the game from you. Yi Sun dawned on him, no wonder Renduda was so out of sorts that night. As soon as she saw him, she was attentive, trying to pinch his shoulders and hand him water, and even complimented him on his handsome appearance. At that time, he felt that innocent attentiveness was either adultery or theft. But then Ren Sijia didn't pry anything. Could this be the reason why Team Zhang blew his beard and eyes out? Yi Sun wondered, and then what? This afternoon I asked her what was unusual about you, and guess what she said? Yi Sun? Team Zhang snorted coldly, she said that you are unusually handsome. Crowd. Ren Duo blushed with shame and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Playing games at noon, in the afternoon when she was mentally exhausted and confused, when she was coldly asked by Team Zhang, her mind really didn't turn around. Zhao Yirong laughed softly, not to mention, quite a good match. When Xining sniffed, a hint of murderous anger flashed in her eyes. No, I treat you as my best friend, and you actually want to rob my brother? Good for you, thick-browed Ren Dum Dum. After the crowd left, Ren Sijia was still blushing. She is simple-minded, originally there is really no idea, what like a love and so on did not think, even do not understand what is like. Even now, her mind is confused. There was so much information about everything that happened today that her little brain was a bit unable to hold on. Yi Sun, that. Yi Sun? Is this a confession in front of my sister? Sister will explode in place, right? You're awesome, can you fly me around? Is this a sideways tease? Yi Sun had some difficulty judging her brain circuits. But flying, even if he did, with his mana value, he could only fly for a minute or two at most, and he would easily be suspected of having weak kidneys. This girl was really something too, not even a sense of boundaries. How could he agree to such an outrageous request? Come on. Yi Sun opened his arms and glared at her viciously. Want to fly? Gotta hug first, right? Ren Sijia was dumbfounded, and after thinking about it, she still couldn't resist the desire to fly, so she gritted her teeth and was gripped back by Xining. Ahem. Dull, it's late, quickly go back to sleep. Ha? But. Good boy. Oh. After Ren Sijia left, Xining looked at Yi Sun fixedly with inexplicable eyes. After a moment, she sighed softly in her heart and spoke, you play the game first, I'll clean the house later. After saying that, she turned around and walked back to the bedroom. Her brother was at the age where he was interested in cabbage, and she, as an older sister, didn't seem to have any reason to stop it, but it was just a little sad. I'm afraid I'm just a sister in his heart. Yi Sun was stunned. He understood Si-ning's feelings. In fact, he was the same. They both aspired to become another kind of relationship. He and Si-ning did not have a blood relationship, they were just nominal siblings, but it was this relationship, like a galaxy, that had been separating the two. Yi Sun had always wanted to find a chance to pick a fight, but he could never find the right entry point. Thinking about the lost look in Si-ning's eyes when she turned around just now, as well as the way she avoided talking about his feelings, he understood that his sister's psychological shackles would only be heavier than his. Expecting his sister to take the initiative was impossible, and if he wanted to cross the chasm between them, it could only be done by him. After thinking about it, Yi Sun also no longer hesitated, directly towards the Si-ning bedroom. Ka! The doorknob was pressed to the bottom, but it didn't push open. The door was unlocked. What's wrong with your sister? We're half brothers and half sisters. How dare you lock the door when you go back to the bedroom? To protect your brother? Are you treating me like an outsider? Yi Sun was sad and angry, and was pained by his sister's behavior. Sis, open the door, I have something to say. Ah, Seek, what's the matter? Let's talk later. Si-ning's tone was a bit unnatural, and her mood was clearly off. Yi Sun frowned, fearing that she would trap herself in sorrow and add to her worries, so he simply used the love link spirit rhinoceros. Whoosh! There was a blur before his eyes, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Si-ning. Sis, The clear glow of the moonlight outside the window met the incandescent lamps, reflecting on the snow-covered mountains and emitting a faint halo of light. The tops of the mountains were like small flowers with dewdrops in the morning, colorful and tender, as if they had an attraction that could make time stand still. Chapter 79, Parents' Orders and Matchmaker's Words. Halftime. Si-ning got dressed and walked out of the bedroom, sitting on the sofa with a red face. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her delicate features looked like a masterpiece carefully carved by the heavens, and a few strands of hair were mischievously scattered on both sides of her cheeks, making her look incomparably agile. Only her eyes were somewhat sad and angry, glaring angrily at Yi Sun, full of accusations. What exactly is so urgent? Say. I can't believe he saw it all just now. Yi Sun touched his still slightly hot nose. It's just. With a flash of light, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Do you still remember, when uncle and auntie were alive, they once said one thing? What? That's when my aunt and uncle said that you should marry me later. Si-ning was stunned out of her mind. Her parents did say that. At that time, after her parents adopted Yi Sun, they treated Yi Sun as if he were their own, and when they saw that Yi Sun liked to stick to her, they joked that they would marry her to Yi Sun when she grew up. I didn't realize that after so many years, Yi Sun still remembers that incident. Now that I think about it, maybe that joke was the germ of her liking Yi Sun. You also don't want your uncle and aunt in heaven to blame you for making them lose faith, right? Yi Sun said quietly. Why does this sound so awkward? Si-ning's brain was dizzy, probably guessed what he was up to, and tried to press down the corners of his mouth. Yi Sun's gaze was filled with laughter, and he softly said, Sister, I like you for a long time, I don't want you to marry someone in the future, why don't you just cheapen me, let's sublimate our relationship and be my girlfriend, okay? He felt that this entry point was really good. Luckily his brain turned fast. Right now, parents' orders, matchmaker's words, the gap between them can be filled, right? Si-ning's heart thumping, face shy, fluttering eyes, several times to drum up the courage to look at him and move away. Then well, just listen to mom and dad. The corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed, and gently lifted up, containing a tenderness that was uniquely his. It was a moment she had long fantasized about many times. To say which profession in Ask the Immortals is the most threatening to Yi Sun, there is no doubt that it is the controlling cultivator of the Misty Mirage Mansion. Therefore, Yi Sun did not study the skills of the control cultivator, wanting to know oneself and know the enemy, in order to cope with all the battlefield. For example, the control cultivation's weapon, the guqin, it actually knows a little bit about it, and tonight he plans to use the guqin against the enemy. Only to see that in that orchid-like battlefield, Yi Sun faced the enemy and sat with his hands covered. He gently stroked the ancient zither, his 10 fingers plucking the strings, gently and slowly twisting and wiping and picking. At first, the sound of the zither was soft and melodious. Then Yi Sun's fingers flew, and the sound of the zither became like a sob in a clear spring. Under Yi Sun's continuous attack, the magical sound filled his ears. The enemy could not withstand it somewhat, and his mind gradually became disorganized. Seeing this, Yi Sun was not merciful and his attack became more and more ferocious. The divine zither skills made the enemy tremble and sweat profusely. Sweat traced over his head and dripped down. As time passed, the resisting enemy finally couldn't withstand it and fell into a hardened state, their morale instantly collapsing and leaking out in 1,000 miles. Yi Sun was relieved to see this. It had to be said that this enemy's hidden strength was very strong, so it was fortunate that it was resolved. The coming day is long, see the good to end. Yi Sun is not a ruthless generation, so the sound of fine to close the army.
After going online, Yi-sun appeared by the main peak cabin again. Xiao Qing quickly came along, with a tray in her hand, which contained a thick stack of booklets. Senior brother Yi, this is the battle invitation sent to you from outside the peak. Yi-sun curiously checked them one by one. Good guy, from Jindan stage to Transformation Spirit stage, every realm was there, signed by the personal disciples of all the major peaks. Yi-sun had some toothache and guessed that it was most likely because he was lying on the ice and snow lotus seat yesterday pretending to be a pimp and irritating others. The sovereign's only personal disciple, who was also quite loved by the sovereign but only had a foundation stage cultivation, which made countless people jealous, wondering what he was based on. Yi-sun's qualification is a secret, only a few elders within the Purple Sky Sword sect know about it, and Shui Yingling strictly forbids them to spread it out. He put away the battle invitation and laughed, quite the martial virtues. The battle invitation purposely stated that he would fight a fair battle after his realm had been raised. Yi-sun was not averse to this. With his gameplay, it was pretty hard to find an opponent in the game. However, NPCs are different. These pro-disciples, all of them cultivated since childhood, with solid combat skills, are really good opponents. So he answered the battle invitation, intending to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Little Green, is my master closed? Yes, the patriarch asked the slave girl to take you to the Enlightenment Formation. Do you want to go now? Yi-sun was silent. He wanted to go down the mountain. Last night, he was delayed by something and didn't practice for a night. If he dragged it on any longer, the first echelon would all be entering the Jindan stage. Ding! Congratulations to the number of Foundation Establishment stage players in the Chinese service has reached 500 million, opening the Foundation Establishment Secret Realm Eternal Night Glow. You can team up to go to the challenge. Only Foundation Establishment stage cultivators can enter. You can open the teleportation at the resurrection point of the main city of each continent. The Foundation Establishment Secret Realm has finally opened. The forum is talking a lot. I did not expect that the Chinese service actually have 500 million Foundation Establishment players, plus the players who are still staying in the novice village. The total number is unknown. Yi-sun secretly said, the national team should be down soon, when the number of people will be even more considerable. If the country then policies to promote, I'm afraid that soon, in addition to the elderly and teething babies, will enter the game. It can be said that all people cultivate immortality. Without the influence of the clan's power, in the future, China would have locked up the #1 position in the world just by virtue of its numerical advantage. Ah, Little Green, I'm going down the mountain, goodbye. This, the patriarch said. Just say you didn't see me, good boy. Yi-sun winked and gave her a bright smile. Xiao Qing was instantly dazzled and hot. Ding! Xiao Qing's friendliness towards you +10. Chapter 80, No brother like you. Sister, you're out of the clan. The secret realm above the foundation stage could be challenged in a group, and Yi-sun was going to take her with him. When Xining left the clan, Yi-sun used the love-linking rhinoceros. Ding! Skill is cooling down. Yi-sun. He forgot that he used it last night across the room. Thinking about the scene that he saw when he entered the room last night, and the series of chain of events that followed, Yi-sun felt that this skill was used last night to earn a lot of money, and it was simply winning numbness. But for now, it would just be a matter of flying to Purple Sky City and teleporting. The ice and snow lotus seat instantly rose into the air, cutting across the clan, causing a sideways glance, followed by a gasp of surprise as it cut across the wilderness. Wow! What a beautiful lotus seat! It's simply beautiful, and it's spreading light along the way. This is Yi-sun's immortal mount, right? Damn, I'm so jealous. Whoa, I want to have a flying mount so badly. It's so fast, doesn't he consume mana value flying all the way here? Immortal mounts, it's hard to say, even if it needs mana to catalyze it, I guess it doesn't consume much. The gate of the Purple Heavenly City is magnificent, up to 100 meters high and extremely magnificent. People standing under the city gate, as if they were ants, could feel a suffocating sense of oppression. Yi-sun didn't care and flew directly into the Purple Sky City from above. Daring! The Purple Sky City prohibits flying. Shut up! You don't want to die? Ha! What's wrong, Captain? Stupid! That's the seat of the Violet Sky Sword Sect's patriarch. Who in the world would dare to stop it? My god! Master of the Violet Sky Sword Sect? The legendary #1 powerhouse in the world. Isn't he a woman? Why is there a man on that lotus platform? Don't worry about that, just don't stop it anyway. Xining was speeding through the wilderness, heading towards Qingshao City. Just then, she suddenly saw a beautiful lotus platform flying in the distance, and then instantly descended and swooped down towards her, like a dragonfly pointing at the water, and copied her up in one hand, quickly ascending into the air. Xining exclaimed in surprise, and after reacting, she touched around on the lotus platform, her eyes full of little stars. Wow! It's so beautiful. Yi-sun said smugly, how about it, my master is good, right? It's an immortal weapon right out of the box. He didn't mention anything about giving out the lollipop first. Ooh, your master is so nice, show me the attributes. Oh, my ass. You've learned from Dorky Ron, haven't you? Yi-sun rolled his eyes and showed her the rosette properties.
Geez. It actually doesn't need to consume mana value and can fly all the time.
Ning wiped the tears that flowed from the corners of her mouth. Yi Sun's heart was relieved.
Humph. Little control cultivator, let you be complacent all day long. Ha! Sis, don't you hurt in the game?
She limped out of bed in the morning, hissing in pain, but she was moving freely in the game.
Ning sniffed, her pretty face reddened and glared at him fiercely. You still say? Don't call me sister. I don't have a brother like you.
Ning had a mixture of grief and shame in her heart. Last night just established a relationship, not even a meal away, was caught by this guy, everything happened, and she even.
It was just too soon.
Pitifully, she only had an innate strength qualification of 24, and she couldn't even fight back against Yi Sun's heaven-resisting power.
Yi Sun was dumbfounded. What kind of tiger and wolf word is this? Looking at Ning's pleasant demeanor, he couldn't help but lose his concentration.
Sister overnight, another height of beauty, her skin is delicate and smooth, as tender and white as egg whites, as if it is still emitting a faint halo, her rosy lips are like the colorful begonias, dainty.
Today's Ning, if he could someday cultivate immortal rhythm, he would definitely be able to be as beautiful as his precious master, at the same height. Yi Sun couldn't help but think. If his precious master also experienced a great battle like last night's, wouldn't it be another level of beauty? Ahem, honor the teacher, honor the teacher. Let's go, let's break into the secret realm.
Yi Sun turned the car around and flew towards Qingxiao City.
Ning hesitated. Xiao Sun, do you think anyone can pass the abyss mode now?
Yi Sun sniffed and began to recall the posts from this time period in the forums of his previous life. The secret realm of the continent of the nine heavens, compared to the secret realm of the novice village, the difficulty is much lower. You can team up and break in together is a huge change. In the past life there were many teams that ended up over the foundation establishment abyss secret realm. However, at least 10 to build base 10 layer, occupation with appropriate equipment a Xuanqi, cooperation also tacit.
Have a chance to pass the abyss.
Some players, to the foundation 10 layer, also do not break through the realm, hard set all the conditions, spend a lot of time, and so on over the abyss secret realm before breaking through the Jingdan stage. Yi Sun spoke, it's impossible for a team to cross the abyss now, it's hard enough for a week. Now on the cultivation list, the 3 people with the highest level are just at the 9th level of foundation establishment, and everyone else on the list is at the 8th level, and their occupations are all very single, either a legal cultivator or an archer. If you want to put together a team with a balanced occupation at the 10th level of foundation establishment, it will take at least 3 or 4 days. And when the cultivation is enough, it also needs equipment configuration to keep up, as well as tacit understanding training. And so on, a week is already a conservative estimate. After the opening of the foundation building secret realm in the previous life, the first team to pass the abyss mode appeared only 10 days later. Ning instantly dropped her heart when she heard this and hurriedly said,
then let's wait for Dull?
She'll be at the foundation establishment stage soon, and she's also going to fight the secret realm, so she won't be delayed for long, and anyway, no one will get first for a while.
Yi Sun was surprised, are you two so close? If he didn't lose his memory, it seems that they haven't known each other for long, right? And they've already become good girlfriends?
It's just as well that he asked him to offer to send the game warehouse to the officials last night, but now he's actually looking out for her.
You two are the ones in true love, aren't you? Chapter 81, Inverting the Big Dipper.
She's really nice, heartless, like a little sister, comfortable to be around, I quite like her. And you know, the future's looking grim, I hope the road to her game is a little smoother. Yi Sun thought about it and probably understood his sister's state of mind. She had never had many friends, and when she was at school, girls were pressured to be with her because she was so pretty. The ones from good families were jealous of her and always showed their financial superiority in front of her. Those with average family backgrounds don't want to be ugly ducklings around her. It seems that all the girls around her are with a heart, talking seems to be shady. Over time, Ning became more and more indifferent, the more friendless, a vicious circle. Some relationships are not mellow the longer the time, some people see for the first time, feel as if he is the missing piece in the jigsaw puzzle of his life. It seems that there is an invisible thread in the depths of the soul that connects them to each other. Seeming to Rensi Jia is this kind of, and the past contact with the girl compared to the heartless Ren Duda seems particularly special. Even if they hadn't known each other for a long time, the two had already established a deep friendship. Not only Ning, but Rensi Jia as well, came every day to melt karma, and did so with a straight face. The kind of dependence she showed on Ning was like an innate and habitual dependence. These two were truly marvelous. Yi Sun thought about it. Ren stayed next door, or sister BFF, every day, head up, head down, almost counted half of the family. And that girl's qualifications are not bad, is a good seedling of the archer, development, the future role is not small, it is also worth training. Thinking of this, Yi Sun decided to take her with him across the abyss. It's been a few days, right, and she still hasn't left the novice village? Ning said helplessly, the bracelet was already dragging the progress, and she also works all day long, so she doesn't have enough game time. This was actually the state of many working people. Yi-sun had often seen people complaining about it when he read the forums before. However, there are quite a few wage earners who quit their jobs recently, and once the Prestige store came out, the game's gold-beating industry instantly became incomparably hot. Yi-sun was dissatisfied and said, "If you don't play the game properly, who are the decent people to work? Not doing a proper job." Si-ning was dumbfounded. In the past, these words would have been inverted against the Big Dipper, but now they were incomparably apt. Yi-sun guessed that even if the national team entered the game, they would not give up on maintaining social security, and the police department should be on duty in shifts, so it was impossible for all of them to enter the game. But what's the use of Renduo staying in the police station? Being a mascot? Might as well rest at home and play games. Thinking of this, Yi-sun was about to give Team Zhang a call and ask him to turn Rendol on when Rendol came online. Si-ning's voice transmission bracelet lit up, and when he saw Yi-sun staring, he simply put it on speakerphone. "Oh la la, Sister Ning, I'm coming. Hee, I have some good news for you, Sister Ning. The captain gave me a vacation so that I can come and play the game properly. And oh, the bureau door-to-door for me to install a game warehouse. I also have a game warehouse, lying in it to play so comfortable. Oh, too happy, thank you, Sister Gel. Sister Ning, why don't I move in with you? I'll pay your rent. I want to sleep with you, you're soft on me, it feels so good to touch you. And, I've already bought that epilator you recommended to me, and I'll try it in the shower this morning." Si-ning hurriedly turned off the speakerphone, her face blushing. Stinky nerd is so nagging, saying anything. Yi-sun's eyes were odd. A hair removal device? No wonder my sister. Ahem. This girl is also really, obviously I proposed to the official to send you the game warehouse, you thank Gel sister why? Really don't know how to be polite. How dare you want to sleep with your sister in your arms? Humph. Sister wants to sleep with me, you sleep with sister, is this exciting? Yi-sun secretly laughed. Looking at the delicate and attractive Si-ning beside him, he didn't hold back and pulled her into his arms with a hand amidst her exclamation of surprise. Well, it is indeed very soft. The ice lotus flew leisurely and aimlessly. Yi-sun didn't do much. Further up, there would be occasional NPCs flying by high up in the sky, and further down players would appear from time to time. There are many restrictions in the wild, so it seems that it is time to get a house in the game. Let's go, brother will take you to rob. Si-ning straightened his messy clothes and glared at him fiercely. Brother? What an inverted Big Dipper. Yi-sun looked at Rendudu's level, it was already at the 9th level of the chi condensation stage. With her equipment configuration, plus the game warehouse, she should be able to leave the novice village in a few hours and be able to catch up before it gets dark. The secret realm could be entered up to 3 times in a day. The first time you enter, you only need 500 spirit stones. The second time you enter, the game starts being and requires 10,000 spirit stones to get in. The third time was even meaner, requiring 50,000. Yi-sun does not want to spend an extra 10,000 spirit stones, that is a full hundreds of thousands of oceans, around this financial fan will not die of heartache? Or wait for Rendudu out of the novice village, and then together to fight good. Robbing what? Si-ning lay in his arms, leisurely looking at the clouds rolling in, nearly falling asleep. Mumble. Yi-sun got up and pointed down. He only saw that 3 groups of people were quarreling below, with a boss surrounding them in the center. Are you done? First come, first served, understand? Fart. You're a legal cultivator, it's not even enough for you to come to our green sky continent to rob monsters, but you actually want to rob bosses? That's it. Do you want to be shameless? Wasn't it my good intention to come here to bring you control cultivators to practice leveling? Otherwise, with your leveling speed, how long will it take before you can achieve Jindan? If you want to pick up girls, just say so, what's the point of pretending? I'll say it again, I'll take this place. Wanna fight, huh? I'm a fraternity deacon. Don't make me shake people. There are 2 types of wild bosses, one is a hidden type boss that needs to kill elite monsters to be brushed out, and the refresh time is uncertain. The second type is the naturally existing native type bosses, they have their own territories and can go over and kill them at any time, refreshing once every half hour. After the Prestige store came out, the native type boss territories became the existence of scrambling, fixed teams all wanted to find a fixed brush prestige point. Yi-sun also needed a large amount of reputation value to exchange for the fruit of enlightenment. Sword steps and frosty slash are all advanceable skills, and the enlightenment fruit given by the first boss kill alone is not enough. When the man in the lower party spoke the name of the Brotherhood, the other 2 groups of people's auras instantly stalled, with a look of obscurity on their faces. As the lotus seat descended, Yi-sun whistled, startling them. Robbery. I'll take this boss, you guys can wait for another half an hour. The crowd raised their heads and stared blankly at the beautiful lotus platform slowly rotating, and the 2 players on it who looked like divine couples. After a moment, they came back to their senses, and one of the girls' eyes lit up greatly. Senior Ningxian. Can you do something for us? Their fraternity is too bullying. Chapter 82 Kissing Sister? This girl is smart, knowing that Ji-sun has a bigger grudge against the Brotherhood, but she is shouting at Ningxin, obviously not wanting to communicate with her man in front of Ningxin for fear of causing Ningxin to be dissatisfied.
Xining nodded her head gently. Xiao Sun, it's the Brotherhood, let's kill them all.
Her brother's enemies were her enemies, and last night it was also the Brotherhood's people who came to the door looking for trouble. Xining was extremely disgusted with them. Today, even if Yi-sun wasn't there, she would still take action if she met them, and with her equipment strength, with these brothers and sisters, the victory rate was still solid.
A control cultivator fighting with someone could lose.
A group of control cultivators fighting someone, except for Yi-sun, an animal, anyone's liver trembled. Yi-sun's floating figure flew off the lotus platform, and the clear sound of his sword rang out as he rushed into the Brotherhood's crowd, killing them in succession.
Yi-sun, you still dare to go against our Brotherhood? The deacon in the lead glared angrily.
Yi-sun looked at him like a little cutie. Like looking at him, "No buddy, why do you say it as if you guys won that day? I need to be afraid of your Brotherhood."
Humph.
Our Brotherhood has millions of brothers, we can beat the out of you, there were only 10,000 people that day, don't be too arrogant.
I'm so scared. Oh, why don't you shake all the people over now? Just a small deacon, you really think you are a green onion? Millions of people?
You can't even take out the teleportation fee, pretend to have balls. I % grass at hashtag. Yi-sun casually swords him in seconds, and after sharing the control authority of the Lotus platform to Xining, those who tried to escape were also stopped by her maneuvering the Lotus platform, flinging out skills to keep them all in place. 2 minutes later, more than 30 Brotherhood members were all dead. He was a little envious of his sister, he could stand high in the air and throw skills and poke attacks downwards. This Lotus platform was really suitable for long-range professions. It seemed that he had to find a chance to ask his master if there were any long-range sustained attacks suitable for sword cultivators. "Thank you senior sister Ning Xan and senior brother Yi-sun, let's let you guys have this place, let's go." The control cultivation young miss looked at congealed heart, her heart filled with envy. There is such a good boyfriend, so loving, directly lying into a close disciple. Afraid that he saved the galaxy in his last life, right? Just now, on the Lotus platform, Yi-sun put his arm around Xining, and also completely solidified the relationship between the two. Yi-sun picked up all the equipment dropped by the Brotherhood on the ground. The 3 spiritual weapons were worth a few thousand spirit stones, and in one go, he had earned enough for the secret realm teleportation fee. He opened his mouth and said, "No need, we'll kill it once and leave, this boss point is left for you guys." He didn't want to stay for half an hour. With this amount of time, he could have found other bosses, and he could continue harvesting when he bumped into the members of the Brotherhood. This method was only possible for him, it was all because the ice and snow lotus seat was too powerful. Miss Control Cultivation happily said, "Okay. I'll ask the people in the sect again, and if there's a Brotherhood that's grabbing the boss, tell Miss Congealing." After saying that, she added Xining as a friend. Yi-sun didn't say anything more. After pulling Xining into the team, she started attacking the boss, and Xining stood on the Lotus platform and followed to play control. Last time, there was a big battle with the Brotherhood, and in the end, that wave of control cultivators turned against the enemy in the battlefield, leading to a number of female players to empathize and quit the Brotherhood. Nowadays, the members of the Brotherhood on the Qingshao continent, in addition to the male control cultivators, are the people from other sects who come over, and they are also all male players who come to pick up girls in the name of bringing upgrades. Even more than just the Brotherhood, there are quite a few from other clans who come to pick up girls. The ethereal Mirage Mansion female players were not repulsed by this phenomenon. There is no physical contact between strangers of the opposite sex in the game, unless the offline equipment is linked like Yi-sun and Xining. Those who want to pick up girls, but also just want to get the goodwill of the control cultivators, either to pull them into their gang, or to have a cyber romance, looking for a chance to run now. For female control cultivators, this is like in reality, someone to take them to buy bags and jewelry, and then also do not have to open a room to play poker, do not have to be taken advantage of. Who would refuse such a good thing? Phantom kill. Ding. Congratulations to your team for killing the Foundation Establishment Level 6 boss Hyun Gold Ant, you have gained 3,000 cultivation points and 100 reputation points. Sin value 10, current sin value, 27. Yi-sun saw a blue bracelet on the ground and his eyes lit up as he hurriedly picked it up. Xian Shui Bangle, Foundation Stage Xian Weapon. Additional attributes, Spirit Magic plus 12, Attack Speed plus 1.6, Hit plus 42. Jewelry equipment is a good thing, especially the bracelet is also exactly what Yi-sun wants in the attack category. Attack Speed plus Hit, this is if the bow and arrow and assassin see, afraid of incense will die. Just came out of the clan and opened the door, sister is really prosperous enough. During the few hours waiting for Rin Sijia, the two of them were like street skaters, wandering recklessly over the low-level practice areas of the Green Sky continent, breaking out into the reputation of being the female and male double-header. During this period, they had killed a total of over 2,000 Brotherhood players. Xining had utilized the word husband and wife to the fullest, successfully sucking away some of the hate value from Yi-sun and becoming a new thorn in the Brotherhood side. Yay! See, just now I controlled 13 people at once. Oh. Yi-sun touched his nose and boasted a few words about the dam control cultivation. The characteristics of each profession's feats are different. The control cultivation's feats are to increase the coverage of skills, improve control hits, and so on. Yi-sun has not fallen behind in the improvement of the control-free attribute, but is still far from being completely immune to the control of the control cultivator. On the contrary, the body cultivator's taunts, as well as the control skills of other professions, were almost no threat to him anymore. Seeing that it was almost time, the duo arrived at the Taishao continent. Two people with a faint red aura appeared at the Taishao city teleportation array, and when the soldier guards saw this and were about to go forward to make an arrest, they saw their clan uniforms and retreated back. This is the privilege of a pro-disciple. It doesn't matter if you enter the city if your sin value isn't high. Yi-sun also just learned about it not long ago. Thinking about the fact that he didn't dare to enter the city before, and needed to use the Love Link Spirit Rhinoceros to find Xi-Ning, it's quite ridiculous. Yi-sun got the better of him and gave the Bingwei another eyeful, summoning the Ice and Snow Lotus seed and flying around the city with Xi-Ning, causing a sea of players to gasp in shock. While Bingwei was shocked, his hands were more or less itchy. The NPCs here, they're dressed a bit revealingly. Yi-sun nodded. Every continent has different customs. The climate of the Taishao continent was relatively hot, and the people in the early stages hunted for a living and were used to wearing animal skin short clothes, with their arms and thighs exposed all year round. Even today, this habit has not completely changed, and some women still show their small waist, showing a beautiful body. Ding! Congratulations to player Shanglua for passing the Novice Village Nightmare level 100 Flowers Secret Realm for the first time. Coming. Yi-sun flew back to the teleportation array and waited quietly in the sky above. A few moments later, a beautiful blue-clothed Rindudu appeared in the teleportation array, also without a veil, without the slightest bit of introspection of other top beauties. Her pair of big eyes surveyed the buildings and people around her in surprise, full of novelty. Wow! The surrounding players looked stunned, then their eyes lit up and they rushed forward. Pretty girl, first time in Taishao City? Let me show you around? Beauty, is this going to worship the master? The journey to the sect is not peaceful, there are man-eating monsters everywhere. I can protect you. Add a friend, pretty girl, I'll take you to upgrade. I've got a foundation stage bow here, I'll give it to you. This girl, simply prettier than a jade star. In all likelihood, she has an innate 9-point charisma value, and she also has a naive face, so she should be very easy to trick. The corner of Yi-sun's mouth twitched, sending a spirit weapon bow? This thing can be obtained for free just after entering the sect. How dare you say that? Rendul was not flustered, as if he had long been accustomed to this scene. She arrogantly said, "Humph. Yi-sun knows, right? I'm his own sister, get out of the way." Crowd. Chapter 83, The Rally. Yi-sun has a black line on his face. Who is the older of the two of us? The lotus platform landed and he coughed lightly. Come over here. Run dumbly stared blankly at the beautiful lotus platform, her little mouth wide open, her eyes full of little stars, sniffing. Her eyes shifted from the lotus platform and swept her eyes at Yi-sun. Who are you? Yi-sun gritted his teeth and said, I am your own brother. The lotus platform crossed the sky and flew towards the Star Mount Bo Hall. Ren Xijia and Xi-Ning embraced each other and told each other what they wanted, and then they touched the lotus platform again. Yi-sun laughed fiercely. Pro sister? Humph. Take off your clothes. Ren Xijia, oh. Oh, she covered her sizable breasts with a horrified face and slowly backed away. Whimpering, my ass. Take it off or I'll throw you off, oh. Let you fall and get a bruise. In the beginning, and she said good, out of the novice village, to return the equipment. Xi-Ning whitened him fiercely, snorted coldly, and pulled Rendudu behind her. He was joking, not trying to take advantage of you. Yi-sun. You might as well not explain it, I originally did not have that idea well. Right? Now go and worship the master, dress a little more pitifully, maybe any kind NPC will send something when they see it. Oh. Seeing that he wasn't trying to take advantage of him, Rendudu made a gesture to take off his clothes, and was again stopped by Xi-Ning, who had a black face. You turn around, don't peek. Yi-sun. There's still a bib left, so what are you afraid of? Flying all the way to the star-mangled Bo Hall's mountain gate, before he even landed, he saw a long rainbow rising from inside, coming in an instant. The visitor was a woman, extremely beautiful, and looked about the same age as Elder Tianxian of the Violet Sky Sword sect. She opened her mouth as her gaze surveyed the trio suspiciously. Is the young warrior's surname Yi? High disciple of Patriarch Snow? Snow Silver Spirit's Ice and Snow Lotus seat was famous, and the news of her accepting disciples had been heard of by all of these great clans. Her disciple, Yi-sun, was the only one to pass the abyssal mystery realm of the Sealed Land since the beginning of the ages, and even though he was assisted by an immortal artifact, he was not to be underestimated, and his name had long been spread. Yi-sun clasped his fists and politely said, My junior is none other than Yi-sun of the Violet Sky Sword sect. May I ask who the senior is? Fifth elder of the Starry Bo Hall, Ling Kite, all of you please. The crowd arrived at the welcoming hall. Latecomers have long heard of Elder Ling Kite's great name. Her strength is superb, and she is a beauty to the eyes of the world, and when I see her today, her name is indeed true to her name.
Hee hee, you little guy is really good at talking. Ding. Elder Ling Kite's friendliness towards you plus 10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed. With a high charisma value, it's easy to arouse the other party's good feelings when you first meet them. However, the premise is to talk and behave decently. If the first meeting to make it offensive behavior, the charisma value is no longer high, but also useless. Relatively speaking, if the charisma value is too low, the behavior at the first meeting is even more elegant. It is also very difficult to raise the NPC friendship. This kind of person in the NPC's eyes, it is like clown claptrap conspicuous bag, it is difficult to be treated. This world is just so unfriendly to ugly people. And, the first meeting with a deed, further up, the difficulty of improving straight up, even with Yi Sun's charisma value, it is impossible to cross the stage of the first meeting with a deed as soon as you meet. Yi Sun remembers that in his previous life, there were very few players who were able to achieve more than 30, sympathetic, with the elders, and even less than 45, heartfelt. It's not that players can't come to terms with things, but in addition to the influence of charisma value, there are also reasons why it's difficult to spend a long time with elder-level characters. Currently, there were only 2 players in the entire service who could face the clan elders at any time. Xining also stepped forward to salute, and Elder Ling Kite nodded with a light smile. This is the family sister, Shangluo. After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Ling Kite inquired, I don't know if young Master Yi has any important matters to attend to when he comes to this temple this time? Elder Ling, my sister likes the ranger profession. Looking at the entire continent, only the Starry Mantle Bow Hall is the most suitable. I would like her to join your sect. I see. Elder Ling Kite sized up Ren Jia and nodded his head in praise. Little girl is well behaved and lovely. Looking at her is inviting. If you don't mind, how about worshipping under this palace? A prompt of increased friendliness rang in Ren Jia's mind. Yi Sun coughed lightly, interrupting her daze. Ren Dudu hurriedly got up and went forward, bowing solemnly, her big eyes clear and agile, looking really well behaved and lovely. Elder Ling Kite nodded in relief, greeted the disciples to continue to entertain Yi Sun 2 people. He led Ren Jia to go to the registration. Yi Sun was not surprised by this result. Originally, with Ren Jia's nightmare trial results, he could only become an inner disciple, but the nature changed when he personally sent the person over. The sole heir of the Violet Sky Sword Sex Patriarch had brought his sister to pay homage to the master, so if he didn't give a personal disciple status, it wouldn't be in keeping with etiquette. Not to mention that Ren Jia's qualifications are not bad. Even if the qualifications are very poor, the identity of this personal disciple will not escape, and will not be treated with cold eyes on weekdays. However, Yi Sun's identity is not something that can be used like this every time. As far as he knew, there was no harmony between the forces of the Nine Heavens continent, and there were only 2 friendly forces that stood on the same side as the Purple Heavenly Sword Sect, the Starry Bow Hall and the Dreaming Hua Imperial Dynasty. If it were any other clan, perhaps they would give her a pro-disciple status for the sake of face, but it was hard to say whether she would encounter difficulties and cold treatment within the clan in the future. Yi Sun, where are you? Did you hit the secret realm? Listening to Shangwan Fazai's voice transmission, Yi Sun laughed. No, why? Take me, Mard, the Abyssal Mystery Realm is too damn hard, I'm dying so badly. Alright, I'll go to Taishao City later, you go wait at the secret realm teleportation entrance first. Just after hanging up the transmission, the bracelet lit up again. Yi Sun, can you take me to fight the Abyssal Secret Realm? It's really too hard, you set the price, I don't want anything that comes out of the secret realm. Listening to Shallow Dream's voice transmission, Xining seemed to smile. Yi Sun's face reddened, he didn't have the heart to say free band in front of his sister, so he said back. 50,000 spirit stones. Nowadays, the ratio of spirit stones to cash had dropped to 30 to 1. 50,000 spirit stones were not expensive for the big powers, a proper friendly price. Okay, when is the fight? Now go to Taishao City and wait. Yi Sun put away his bracelet and smiled apologetically at the entertaining Bao Hall disciple. Senior sister doesn't need to entertain, I want to bring my sister to break into the Foundation Establishment Mystic Realm. Please go ahead and greet Elder Ling, I'll take her away after she pays her respects. Good. Elder disciple Ling Kite had just left when the voice transmission bracelet lit up once again. Judge of the desert, big brother, please bring the abyss. Make the price whatever you want, I don't want anything either. Hearing his words, Yi Sun knew that this guy got the information from Shallow Dream. When he first pulled the plug on Shallow Dream, it was just a joke between friends, and he pulled it back the next day. Yi Sun didn't mind either, same 50,000 spirit stones, go to Taishao City and wait. Chapter 84, Yikes Pain. When Ren Jia finished paying her respects, the 3 of them left the Star Mantle Bow Hall. Now that she had changed drastically, her weapon, shoes, clothes, and the belt, the standard 4-piece set was already all Xian weapons. Worthy of entering through the back door, this treatment was quite good, but it also had to do with her excellent qualifications. Yi Sun felt that he had to find an opportunity to make a trip to visit the Misty Mirage Mansion as a Ningxin Dao couple, so maybe his sister's treatment could be improved a bit. He catalyzed the Ice and Snow Lotus seat and sped towards Taishao City. Little Seeker, you're a bit low in level, oh.
Si Ning and Rendudu were sitting on the edge of the lotus platform enjoying the scenery and chattering. The only thing missing from the harmonious picture was a plate of melon seeds. The two of them robbed for an afternoon. Yisun rose 2 levels in a row, and was already at the 6th level of foundation establishment. But Si Ning was still 1 level higher than him. That day he was caught by his master teaching all day. Si Ning practiced alone and his cultivation surpassed him.
Damn! Again, he was struck by his stinky sister.
Yisun crossed her eyes and swept his gaze downwards. He didn't want to rob again, but he didn't expect to run into an acquaintance, so he hurriedly descended.
Yo! Old Zhao, fighting a boss? Zhao Gongzi looked up and was suddenly in a state of obscurity. Grass. Surname Yi, what do you want? It is actually this, feat on immortal mounts not to mention, but also ing brought 2 extremely beautiful women? Zhao Gongzi's eyes turned blue with envy. He, what do you think?
Yisun had robbed for an afternoon. The forum had long spread the word, and Zhao Gongzi had naturally heard about it. I didn't expect that this actually came to the Taishao continent, so bad luck.
Surname Yi. Don't you go too far.
Duke Zhao was colorful, but he knew that he couldn't threaten Yisun. After seeing that big battle between Yisun and the Brotherhood, he already didn't want to deal with Yisun anymore. This bastard was simply an animal. The oaths that he once made in the novice village, let it all go away with the wind. Yisun swept his eyes at the hideous spider on the ground that was comparable to the size of a house, and the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly.
This asshole, is he sick of having a spider pet?
He lazily said, short of a boss upgrade, I'm not going to bull, I'll take this one.
You. Lao Zhao, be sensible, you've been fighting for half a day. Wouldn't it be more difficult if you end up being robbed by me with a sword? Hurry up and back off.
Yisun mainly wanted him to recall the spider, it was so diabolical. Zhao Gongzi's face was as black as ink. He gave a cold snort without any goodwill, and obediently took the spider and left, but he didn't go far. He still wanted this fixed boss point. Yisun flew down to the lotus platform, finished the boss in 3 strokes, didn't give Si Ning to share his experience, and successfully rose to the 7th level of foundation establishment. One afternoon dedicated to beating up bosses, the upgrade efficiency can be much stronger than before. He picked up the boss drop and realized that the boss he grabbed this time was too facetious. Zhao Gongzi has good luck.
2 Xian weapons, a longbow, and a necklace. Finally, I've come across jewelry equipment again.
Yisun threw the necklace to Si Ning. The necklace may add divine sense and control hit. It is more appropriate to give it to Si Ning. The next fight secret realm, she contributed a lot. Old Zhao, the Xian weapon bow is sold to you for 50,000 spirit stones.
Mr. Zhao raised the bow in his hand with a dark face. I have the Xian weapon bow, I'm not buying it.
Currently, in the equipment types, the most valuable was jewelry, and the least valuable was weapons. Every player can get a free spirit weapon when entering the clan, and Xian weapons are only 1 rank higher, and the enhancement is relatively limited. Apart from rich players, very few players were willing to spend a lot of money to upgrade the quality of their first rank weapons.
Zhao Gongzi gritted his teeth. Nowadays, a Xian pin weapon, trying to sell it for 10,000 spirit stones is a struggle. This guy actually opened his mouth for 50,000? It was obvious that it was a pitfall, cutie. Only then will he agree.
Yisun exposed a mouthful of white teeth and said cheaply. Then old Zhao, do you buy life? 5 million Chinese coins.
Grass.
Mr. Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous anger, itching to shoot an arrow into the spider's mouth from the surname Yi.
The bow old man bought it, give you 50,000, take the roll.
The ice and snow lotus seat continued to fly towards Taishao City.
Ren dumbfounded had a dumbfounded look on his face. Yisun, you're actually this shameless?
Yisun turned around and touched her little brain. So sister, next time you go out, don't report your brother's name all the time, be careful of getting beaten up. After saying that he looked down at his hand, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then, under the 2 women's astonished gazes, he raised his hand again, pinched Rendudu's white cheeks, and yanked them outward.
Ya pain.
Tsk little Naysan's skin is delicate, her hands feel so smooth, she almost missed the pinch. Si Ning had a black line on her face and slapped his paw away. What are you doing?
Her own brother and boyfriend, actually flirting with her best friend and his own sister in front of her? Outrageous. Yisun was puzzled. I don't think she and I have associated gaming devices, right? Why can I touch her? Ha!
The 2 women looked at each other. Ren Sijia had only installed the gaming silo in the morning, and they hadn't been offline, so they definitely hadn't associated the device. Yisun greeted, come on, you touch me to try. Rendudu sniffed and raised his 2 little paws, grabbing at the corners of Yisun's mouth under his mask, wanting to double back.
Unfortunately, she could never touch Yisun, as if there was an invisible barrier between them. It's not fair. Whoa, let's go offline to the associated game bin, I want to touch back. Cough cough.
Yisun hurriedly stopped her. Don't be so colorful, let's talk about it later. There was no doubt that this privilege of his must have been given by Newfound as well. Not having touched another female player before, he had never realized it. What a nice YD per, I like it. When he came to Taishao City, he saw that Shangguan Fa Kai was already waiting. Shallow Dream and Desert Judge hadn't come over yet, they should still be rushing.
Shangwan Fazai's eyes went straight when he saw Randudu. Yisun, this is my sister. Your sister? Shangwan Fazai's eyes lit up. Brother big uncle, let's meet offline for dinner? My treat.
Yisun had a black line on his face, and in the sound of Randudu's exclamation of surprise, he gently took her by the shoulders and gritted his teeth. God sister.
Shangwan Fa Kai.
We're all men, we all know what that means. And people can physically touch, indicating that they live together. Friends' wives or not guests can be deceived. Shangwan Fazai suddenly collected. Yisun is not to have any ideas about Rendudu, just want to let her free from the harassment of some of the people around her, otherwise we will get along more awkward in the future.
Well, that's right. This is the rightful younger sibling, right? In my place, Shangwan Fa Kai.
Ning Xian and Yisun were in a wolfish relationship, breaking out the reputation of the female and male duo, and the relationship was almost known to everyone.
Sister-in-law is sister-in-law, what's with the addition of a proper license? Are you out of words?
Yisun blackened his face and shared the control of the lotus seat to see Ning. You guys stroll around first.
Then he pulled Shangwan Fa Kai to the tea house next to the street for a private chat. Getting down to business. Chapter 85, Good and Honorable Citizenship. In the tea house, Yisun sipped his tea and asked, what is the price of chi condensation stage equipment now? Chi condensation stage equipment?
Now that players are basically out of the novice village, that stuff is already worthless. 2 or 3 spirit stones can buy a spirit weapon, it's almost like giving it away for nothing. Speaking of which, those who are still stuck in the novice village right now can be really lucky. Just a little bit of spirit stones can buy a set of spirit weapons, or even metaphysical weapons. If it wasn't for the fact that the qualifications are really bad, the people who pass the nightmare mystic realm would be more than just those now. What do you want? Yisun smiled. I'll tell you an exclusive news, the national team is going in.
Shangwan Fa Kai? Seeing that he didn't understand, Yisun explained, unsurprisingly, in the next period of time, the military, the police, and so on, will all enter the game, got it?
His words were very straightforward, and Shangwan Fazai instantly comprehended. The national team into the field, chi condensation stage equipment will be in short supply again, as long as now a large number of collection of chi condensation stage equipment, when the time to raise the price of a cell. In fact, Yisun does not really want to rip off the country, but if he does not hoard, when the time comes, the players see that there are more people in the novice village again, maybe they will raise the price haphazardly, and then the country may lose even more. It would be better to let him earn this money, and the situation would be easy to control.
Why did the national team come in? Soldiers defending their country are actually going to play a game as a group? It's ridiculous. Don't worry about that, it's a secret that can't be told for now. Shangwan Fa Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions.
The country had always been paying attention to Ask the Immortals, he was aware of that, and now it seemed that perhaps the country knew some of the secrets of Ask the Immortals, didn't it? It seemed like it was time for him to take the game more seriously.
The news is accurate, isn't it? Don't worry.
Between friends, it was most taboo to probe each other's secrets. How Yisun learned the news, he didn't dig deeper, he was just pondering on feasible options. Yisun reminded, as upright and good citizens of Huaxia, it's our due obligation to help the country develop. We stock up on chi condensation stage equipment mainly to help the national team get on track as soon as possible, not to make money, understand?
Pricing should not be too expensive. Shangwan Fazai understood, selling a spirit weapon for a dozen or so spirit stones isn't expensive, right? Yisun raised an eyebrow. Well, doubling 5 times is about right, can't be any more. Let's say it first, let's split it 50-50. I still have hundreds of thousands of spirit stones here, you can take them away if you lack the capital. Your little mosquito leg, better keep it for yourself, come on cheers. Shangwan Fazai didn't return the favor, the news was indeed worth 50%. The two of them dried their cups of tea, and Yisun continued, there's one more thing, help me find out where the 4 evils of the capital are. He previously entrusted Shallow Dream to check. Shallow Dream also investigated some information. A few second generation is indeed non-rich, illustrious family history belongs to the existence of the top of the pyramid of Huaxia. But she investigated a few addresses, have been vacant for a period of time, the few second generation are not in. Come to think of it, now that they were preoccupied with the game, the reality of spending time in the world didn't have much appeal anymore, and it was normal for them not to be wandering around. As for the few black-clothed men last night, before they had time to interrogate, they were all sent to hell by blade, which is considered to be a bad thing with good intentions. Shangwan Fa Kai froze, their people have already come to the door? Yisun was non-committal. Big brother is awesome. Shangwan Fazai scat inside, instantly judging Yisun's current situation. He should be the kind of existence with great personal strength but no powerful background. The fact that Yisun was safe and sound reassured him quite a bit. After all, now that the grand hegemony had not yet unfolded, if something happened to his partner first, a lot of plans would be aborted. If not for Yisun's refusal to help him in the first place, he would have interceded long ago. It's easy to check, but I don't know how powerful you are in reality. I'll just ask you one thing, can you destroy the game bin? Yisun was dumbfounded. This was a good question to ask. There is no doubt that the 4 evils of the capital stay in the game every day now.
If Yi-sun found them, with the alert function of the game warehouse, they could totally hide inside and shake people. If they were shaking their own people, it would be fine, just kill them all. But if they're official, like the police, he can't just kill them, can he? Or he could hide in the distance and keep waiting for them to get offline and leave the playpen, and that waiting time was an unknown. After all, not everyone was like him, he still had to go out to eat every day, and if he hadn't been influenced by his sister, he wouldn't have gone out. It wasn't cost-effective to waste a lot of game time squatting someone. Squatting 4 people in a row is even less cost-effective. Thinking of this, Yi-sun could only give up the idea of killing over there for the time being, and wait for the time when he was strong enough to destroy the game warehouse, then he could kill over there. I have to say, 1 million yuan of game warehouse is really worth it. Then you check first too. Good. Yi-sun and Shangwan Fa Kai had just walked out of the tea house when they saw a man in black standing in front of them. I want to fight you one-on-one. There was a clan in Ask the Immortals where all disciples, no matter what rank, were dressed in black attire, and disciple ranks were divided according to the color of the silk threads on their sleeves. A pro-disciple is a golden silk thread, and the man in front of him is Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, Night Elegy. Yi-sun was surprised. He didn't expect him to become a pro-disciple based on his nightmare trial results. I really don't know how he did it, and I had never heard of it in my previous life. Reason? Nightshade said indifferently, I like to fight, but no one in the playhouse is my opponent. You look like you should be quite resistant to beatings. Yi-sun. For this first person of the game in his previous life, the impression in his heart had always been mysterious, apart from mysterious or mysterious. But now how did he feel that he was a bit of a tiger? Fighting is forbidden in town. Are you afraid? Shangwan Fazai couldn't stand it anymore and showed his teeth. Yi-sun, beat him to death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Night Zen's line of sight shift over. Shangwan Fa Kai inexplicably felt a trace of coolness rise in his neck and shivered. This person can't be a killer in reality, right? Yi-sun couldn't bear it anymore, although fighting was forbidden in the city, but both of them were personal disciples of the hegemony level clan, so they might be able to avoid the punishment, and it wasn't impossible to have a fight. However, just as he was about to agree, Knight Eleanor suddenly said, It's fine if you don't want to fight, the Abyssal Secret Realm counts me in. Yi-sun, Shangwan Fa Kai. This sounds so awkward, there's such a thing as begging for favors? Somehow, why should I take you? Night Elegy looked at Shangwan Fazai, his eyes moving for a long time, seemingly pondering whether to make a move or not. Shangwan Fazai cursed in his heart and coldly grunted, You guys chat. Isn't it just that you want to chat alone? Then why don't you say so? I've never seen a person who wants to talk to someone alone but wants to kill all the people around them before talking to them. What kind of logic is that? What the hell kind of logic is that? Shangwan Fazai cursed in his heart as he walked. Knight Eleanor said indifferently, The Abyssal Mystery Realm is not easy to get through alone, I don't have a team, and I don't want to find a few dragons to team up with. So? The captain said for me to find you. Yi-sun frowned, Your captain? He had a vague guess in his heart. Blade. Sure enough. The bastard in front of me is actually someone from the heavenly group. Does he go to work every day and play the game? Or did the officials specially send him into the game to spy on secrets? Yi-sun couldn't help but have some toothache. Blade went out that night and was a bit redundant for him, but it is undeniable that people's intentions are good, and they don't know how many nights they squatted to protect him. Same as when the judge of the desert stopped the war god's palace, Yi-sun was forced to owe another personal favor. What the hell? Chapter 86, Entering the Secret Realm. Together, then. Since it was an official person, Yi-sun wasn't going to refuse, it was just that this person's attitude was quite uncomfortable. Knight Eleanor still didn't give up on her intentions just now. After fighting the secret realm, take the time for us to fight. Yi-sun frowned, You think it will be my opponent? He activated his perception technique and made a sweep, realizing that he was unable to perceive Night Sun's attributes. Every clan had the skill of concealment of breath, which did not require much clan contribution, and like the perception technique, it could only shield the prying eyes of players of the same rank and below. Once players had learned the hidden breath skill, the perception technique would only be able to probe boss attributes, as well as the attributes of players of lower realms. Yi-sun did not go to learn because he Ink Rhythm Spectre can shield all perceptions below the immortal level, and secondly, because he has not had the time to go to the spiritual skills pavilion. Although he couldn't probe Night Zen's attributes, he still didn't think that Night Zen could match him. Even if he was covered in Xian weapons, it was useless. Coupled with the fact that an assassin's stealth skills were null and void in front of him, Yi-sun didn't think he had any chance of winning. Nightshade's face was expressionless, I can't win, but you operate in general. Yi-sun, that automatic blood recovery skill he would not be able to break, said that it was a fight, but actually wanted to spar. This was also the captain's intention, wanting him to help Yi-sun improve some of his practical combat skills. Yi-sun didn't say anything else, and didn't deny what Knight Eleanor had said. People like Night Zen, who were skilled in reality and fought all the time, did have strong operations. When they first entered the game, people like them might struggle to hit a chicken due to their bodies suddenly becoming weak and not adapting for a while. But with the passage of time, after thoroughly mastering the physical qualities in the game, is able to maximize their attributes.
The previous Yi Sun really couldn't compare.
But now, after a whole day of instruction from Snow Silver Spirit, he obviously felt that the operation had improved by a large margin, and it was really hard to say who was superior and who was inferior. Thinking about this, Yi Sun also had the interest to go one-on-one, wanting to verify the level of actual combat nowadays. First, a trip to the grocery store. The secret world needs a prop. After the Desert Judge and Shallow Dream both arrived, Yi Sun led the crowd towards the grocery store.
"This gentleman, is there anything you need?" Yi Sun asked. "Boss, is there a stronger rope?"
"Of course there is, I don't know how strong the gentleman wants it." Yi Sun thought for a moment and swept back at a few people, for example, a rope that binds them and can probably withstand a Jindan stage attack.
"Crowd?"
The fat boss swept his eyes from Xining, Shallow Dream, and Ren Sijia in turn, revealing a look of understanding, and smiled. "So that's how it is, Your Excellency is so elegant, is it for 3?
"Yes, 3, the rope should be longer." "3?
Xining and Asamu looked at each other in disbelief, and Run dumbfounded had a startled look on his face.
He soon, isn't it not too opportune to engage in love queue in the secret realm? They're all your women anyway, why don't you get it on your own in private?" Shangguan Fa Kai had a wavy smile on his face. "Shallow Dream?" Yi Sun looked at him with a smirk and didn't say anything.
7 people paid their spirit stones and entered the secret realm. Except for Yi Sun's 3, they all entered for the second time and paid 10,000 spirit stones each, but none of them cared.
Ding! Welcome to the Foundation Establishment Abyssal Secret Realm Eternal Night Glow.
Into the eyes is a riverbank full of blooming ghostly blue firefly grass, and in the air from time to time flies through the mutant fireflies that are bright with ghostly blue light, quiet and peaceful.
"So beautiful, oh." Ren Sijia said, "Let's take a picture?"
The crowd didn't have a problem with it. Players who entered the Abyssal Mystery Realm would basically take pictures to punch in, and the photo heat on the forums was not small. 500 spirit stones once the punch card place, do not leave a memory of a pity. "Yi Sun, there's a little girl going forward, she should be the secret realm guide, we were following her before." The Desert Judge introduced. Shallow Dream hesitantly said, "We were also following that little girl at that time, but I always felt that there was something wrong with that little girl." Yi Sun didn't say anything. He knew about the secret passage strategy, but it wasn't good to say it explicitly in front of everyone. So he pulled over Xining and said quietly, "Sister, follow that little girl later, she will hum fragments of the tune out of her mouth, you guide her to continue humming and then memorize the complete tune." For the ethereal Mirage Mansion disciples who specialized in sound and rhythm, there was nothing difficult about memorizing simple tunes.
Xining nodded and didn't ask any more questions.
"Let's go find the little girl. This secret place hides a shocking story."
"Ha! Hello brothers and sisters."
The little girl on the riverbank was about 6 or 7 years old, with 2 crochets, wearing a floral dress, her face stained with stars and dirt, and appeared to be digging for something on the ground.
"Little sister, what is your name?"
Xining stepped forward to greet her, a look of sincere fondness in her eyes. The little girl was so cute looking that it reminded her of herself when she was a child.
"Sister, my name is Ning. Mother's old cough is back. Brothers and sisters, can you help Ning pick herbs?" She raised the bamboo basket in her hand, along with a note.
Yi Sun went forward and took it, and saw that the note read 30 plants of evening primrose, 8 coins of morning dew, and 6 tails of fluorite powder.
"Brother, I can't take down the fluorite, can you guys help me?"
Yi Sun nodded. "Let's go Aning, take us to the fluorine spirit stone."
"Aha! The first level of the secret world is not much of a challenge, and you can basically pass it with a strategy guide. Yi Sun, picking herbs can be poisonous, do you have enough elixir?"
In Shallow Dream's previous team, there were 2 medical practitioners who could restore blood, so they weren't afraid of their teammates being poisoned, but now they didn't have any medical practitioners, so they could only get high on their own medicine. "It's fine, I have the skill to return blood, you guys don't need to pick medicine, just follow."
"Good."
The crowd recalled his automatic blood recovery skill that made countless players envious. It was almost like a bug, and they didn't know if it had a cooldown. Aning led the way in front, his footsteps light and fast, his mouth humming a little tune from time to time.
Xining listened for a while and gently smiled. "Ning, what are you humming?" "It's quite nice to listen to. It's a lullaby that mother made up for Ning. It's called The Ballad of Ningen. Sister likes it? Then Ning will sing it for you."
"Good." The clear and pleasant childish voice sounded, adding a few more points of spiritual vigor to the beautiful scene in front of him. The desert magistrate and Shangguan Fazai walked in the center of the group, very leisurely, looking around as if they were on a tour.
The desert magistrate even pulled out a folding fan and followed Shangguan Fa Kai's example, fanning in front of his body, a relaxed and cozy posture.
A swordsman with a fan, in addition to pretending to be nothing else.
Shangguan Fazai couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Ren Dudu was no better, bouncing around after Yi Sun, trying to catch the fireflies flying in the air. The corner of Yi Sun's mouth twitched slightly. "What a bunch of fools."
Asamu curiously asked, "This tune is useful later? What happens if the player doesn't guide Anon to continue humming?" Apparently she had just heard what Yi-sun had instructed Sining to say. Chapter 87, Eggs. She can hum without leading, but the humming is in staccato fragments that are not coherent and require the player to arrange and combine themselves into a full tune, which has to be played later on an instrument. What if the fragments of the tune aren't memorized? Then you're dead, and you start all over again. This strategy, the previous life was not the first time to discover. The player died more times before gradually summarized. How do you know? Oh, my master pointed out what to look out for in the secret realm. I heard that your master is a patriarch? That's awesome. Yi-sun's sovereign's only personal disciple's identity had already spread in the forums, and countless players were envious. The disciples of the Violet Sky Sword sect, on the other hand, were frantically complaining about the disparity in treatment with snot and tears. It was a pity that they didn't know what Snow Silver Spirit looked like yet, or else they would have broken their defenses even more. Yi-sun stopped from time to time and bent down to pick herbs. The green character 240 kept popping up on his head, and was instantly filled up by the divine zephyr, which made everyone envious. Sister, can you hold me? Good. Sining held Aining's raised small hand, and the moment she touched it, she stiffened slightly. Seeing this scene, Asuma whispered, I've held her before, and her hand is especially cold, like ice. Nightshade at the side also spoke, look at her ankles. Shallow Dream sniffed and fixed her eyes on it, finding that there was a wound at Aining's ankle that was bubbling out with a ghostly blue fluorescent light that was the same color as the blue glow grass. She's poisoned? Nightshade said indifferently, you use your perception technique to probe her. Shallow Dream tried, and found that the information probed showed that Aining was mortal. Soon she figured out that it was impossible for a mortal to resist the blue fluorine grass poison, and that the light from Annan's wound wasn't poisoning. This meant that she might have a special physique, or maybe she wasn't human, and their senses might have been confused. There's also the fact that where she walks, glowweed suddenly grows a small section. Worthy of being a member of the heavenly group, they were careful in their observations. Yi-sun glanced at him and took out a plant of evening primrose from the bamboo basket and handed it to the two of them, and they suddenly realized that the roots of the evening primrose actually carried bloodstains. It's human blood. Asuma was shocked at her words. Could it be that there were countless fresh corpses buried underneath the beautiful bluefly grassland? Yi-sun whispered, she's not a normal person, keep it quiet for now. The first level of the secret realm, the most important point is to discover Aining's abnormality, learn that she is not a normal person, and can't do whatever she leads her to do. The crowd traveled all the way, except for the occasional accidental poisoning, there were no other dangers. Bouncing Rendomu finally caught a firefly, but did not have time to be happy. His head appeared 300 green characters, and continued to drop blood. Obviously, fireflies are also poisonous. Get loose. Yi-sun pinched her mouth and fed her a blood restoration pill, which restored 300 points of chi and blood per second, just enough to counteract the poisoning. Ren-dul beamed unhappily and was about to let go when she wondered, there seems to be words on the wings of the firefly. A few people hastened to get close to take a closer look, and found that there is a small firefly character on the top of the wings. The handwriting is very shallow, so shallow that it is almost invisible. Yi-sun was a little surprised, he really did not know that the firefly wings have words, the forum did not say in his previous life. Think about it, the normal people will drop blood when they touch the firefly, knowing that the poison will subconsciously loose, generally will not carefully observe its wings. Ren-dul eyes good, and small and shallow words can see, did not grow a pair of Kazran big eyes for nothing. Asumu took out a fishing net from her storage ring, and with a wave in the air, she caught 2 fireflies. Good stuff, where did you get them? Poor Rin dumbfounded, after grabbing one for half a day, the other person waved his hand and there were 2 of them. Shallow Dream lightly laughed, before in the clan took a fishing task, the grocery store to buy, has not been lost, just thought of here seems to be able to use. She gave Rin Sijia an apologetic look and took out a firefly for a closer look, noticing the word fire engraved on the top of the wings. Ren Dudu immediately lost interest, this firefly is really narcissistic, actually carving its own name on its wings. Needless to think, the word carved on the wings of the remaining firefly must be bug. The crowd also lost interest, only Shallow Dream took out the second firefly and carefully observed it again, surprised. This one is wrong. The crowd rushed to take another closer look and realized that the word Xiao was engraved on it. Yi-sun pondered, could it be some kind of hidden egg? Shangguan Fa Kai, Desert Judge, don't fan the fan, hurry over, you guys catch fireflies together, see if these words can form a sentence. Why don't you catch it? Yi-sun rationalized, I haven't picked enough medicine yet, I want to keep picking medicine. The words on the wings of the fireflies were always repeated, and the crowd was busy for half a day before this finally came together in a complete sentence. Firefly, will mother take me to summer? Hearing Yi-sun recite softly, Asumu asked, is that the order of arrangement? What does it mean? The crowd was puzzled. Yi-sun mused, obviously this was said by Aining, but the system didn't react, is it not an egg? After thinking about it, he added, in this way, don't release the fireflies you catch with these 12 words, put them all in the mesh pocket and try it. Good. The men answered breathlessly, but the two women were very excited. They used to see people making firefly lanterns online, and they were still yearning for it, but they didn't think that it was going to be realized in the game. After the crowd was busy for a while longer, they finally finished making the firefly lanterns, and Yi-sun guessed correctly that the colorful egg was triggered. Ding! Congratulations to your team for obtaining the hidden mission prop Annen's memory crystal. Secret perfection plus 10%, current total perfection, 10%. The moment the egg was triggered, a picture emerged in the minds of the crowd. With the full moon in the sky, a gentle woman holding little Aining, walking on the plains, Aining releasing the firefly lantern in her hand and innocently asking, "Mother, will the fireflies take me to summer?" Ha! Just read it in the wrong order? The crowd snickered and Yi-sun looked embarrassed, blaming him for being poorly read and uneducated. At this time, Aining, who was walking in front, suddenly looked up and smiled sweetly towards Sining. "Mother used to hold me like this, but it's a pity that I can't feel it now." The crowd froze. Didn't her mother only cough? Why couldn't she feel it anymore? Shallow Dream was puzzled. Secret perfection degree? It means completion degree, right? Their team had been prompted when they entered the second level before. It's not the same. Completion refers to the number of levels passed, and perfection refers to the state when passing the level. Like this level, if we die to teammates, we can eventually be counted as passing, but the perfection will be lowered. If you want to pass the Abyssal Mystery Realm, not only do you have to pass all the levels, the total perfection degree has to be above 60% as well. Yi-sun thought back to his previous life. The highest perfection degree of the secret realm of a teen was only able to reach 65%. Now by Rindum, the first level is actually 10% more perfect. According to the strategy to continue, their final perfect degree can at least reach 75%. Yi-sun is not sure what will happen if the perfection degree is high. Originally just wanted to pass the level normally, but now he is interested. Let's try. Can we reach 100% perfection? Maybe there will be extra rewards. Chapter 88, The Second Pass. Many times, power alone does not perfectly solve all problems. If this time did not bring Rinsija, Yi-sun absolutely cannot discover the secret of fireflies, will only be ahead reckless to the end. Eternal Night Firefly Secret. In his previous life, he only developed a 65% perfect strategy, the rest he did not have any clues. It's not that hundreds of millions of people in Huaxia are stupid, but the foundation establishment stage stays too short, and the players will soon be at the Jindan stage, so they don't have much time to study the foundation establishment's secret realm. Or rather, without the value of research, the second level would be impossible to pass perfectly. Now trying to reach 100% perfection may require the wisdom of all of them. This memory crystal. Annen's memory crystal was diamond-shaped, transparent overall, and could not be seen as anything special. Put it away, since it's a quest prop, it should be used later. After a long time, the crowd finally arrived at the place where the fluorescent vibranium stone was located. The fluorophora stone was flickering with a ghostly blue light and was set on a high altar. Yi-sun summoned the ice and snow lotus seed and took it off in the air. At the moment of removing the fluorine spirit stone, the entire blue fluorine prairie instantly darkened, as if it had lost its vitality, and the countless fireflies that were originally fluttering around had extinguished and disappeared. It seems that the firefly stone is the power source of the blue firefly grassland. Yi-sun grasped the fluorite, and the green character 800 kept popping up on his head, and then recovered instantly. Asimo lamented, "The fluorite is too strong, we lost several teammates right here before." Yi-sun was dumbfounded. Without poisoning resistance, dropping 1000 points of chi and blood per second, other than physical cultivation, other professions really couldn't carry it, and the skills of medical cultivation couldn't even reply to it. This step must have a body cultivator with a flying mount, but also medical cultivator plus elixir together to help recover, in order not to attrition. Then the crowd was led by little Annen to find the pill furnace. Yi-sun ground the fluorite into powder and put in the evening primrose and morning dew in order according to the ratios of the medicinal formula and boiled them into a furnace of medicinal soup. Ding! You have obtained Yun Yang's recovery medicinal soup. Mother's illness can finally be cured. Big brother, give the medicinal soup to Aning. Aning cheered and smiled happily, and her smiling face infected the crowd, causing their hearts to rise with the same happy emotions and relief as hers. Yi-sun sighed, "Aning, the fluorite has a strong poison. This bowl of medicinal soup, it definitely can't cure your mother's cough. I can't give it to you." Aning's smiling face stiffened. "Big brother, you." Shallow Dream and the Desert Judge and the others also stiffened at the sight. Couldn't the medicinal soup be given? Yi-sun knew that the name of the medicinal soup wasn't entirely misleading. It was just that what was restored wasn't a cough disease, but strength, which was detrimental to them. "Aning, you're lying. I want to see your mother. Can you take us there?" As soon as those words came out, Aning's entire body suddenly became like a puppet, her gaze empty, losing all its vigor. Her body began to fade and slowly dissipate, leaving behind only an icy voice devoid of any emotion. "If you want to see it, come." As her body dissipated, the entire bluefly grassland began to tremble violently. "We'll just wait quietly." Asimo wondered, what will happen if the medicinal broth is given to her? Then we'll end up needing to face a boss that's at least at the god transformation stage.
A random hit from a god transformation stage boss was tens of thousands of damage. Yi-sun would have to be knocked out of his crowd. The Jindan stage was enough for them to drink a pot of water. There wasn't much of a chance of winning, not to mention the harmonization of God stage that came after the Yuaning stage at a distance.
What if we reveal her identity from the start?
Yi-sun glanced at the altar that originally housed the Fluorine Spirit Stone, which was collapsing at the moment. This altar should be the core of the Blue Glow grassland, and if we don't take down the Fluorine Spirit Stone, Ning will make all the fireflies in the grassland attack us. Moreover, this medicinal soup will be of great use to us later. We must get it. Asumu didn't ask any more questions, she just quietly pondered, organizing her strategy for the first level. The first was to have Control Shio memorize the tune of the Ballad of Ningen.
The second is to get the medicinal soup, but not to give it to Ning.
The third is to catch fireflies and get the hidden props memory crystal. It seems to be very simple, most of the team can be completed. The only difficulty of the whole first level is also the process of taking the Firefly Prancing Stone, and don't be poisoned on the way to walk just. But if you don't know the strategy and don't get these ambush props in advance, the later level should be certain death. They hadn't completed a single step before, they just naively followed the little girl to the second level. It was really a secret realm that needed human lives to fill. Fortunately, Yi-sun had a master to guide him. The grassland crumbled apart like rags, and the scene in front of everyone's eyes rapidly changed. When the scene was fixed, they realized that their eyes had turned into a bizarre long corridor.
Ding!
Congratulations to your team for passing through the Blue Glow grassland without any damage. The secret realm's perfection level is plus 16%, current total perfection level, 26%.
Ding! Welcome to the second level of the Eternal Night Glow Secret Realm Blow Corridor.
Quest tip: if the whole team passes through the corridor within 1 minute, they can obtain all 16% of the level's perfection degree for every additional minute. The perfection degree is reduced by 1% for every member reduced. The perfection degree is reduced by 1%.
Total length of the promenade, 50,000 meters.
The bottom of the long corridor was covered with one-person high blue firefly grass, and there were some fireflies fluttering in the air with a ghostly blue light. You can't pass underneath. The blue firefly grass will entangle the cultivator and implant toxins. There's no way to break free. If you fly, your body will also be poisoned if it touches the fireflies, and the toxins can be superimposed.
Shallow Dream briefly explained the situation and looked at Yi-sun. This is where we were reunited. It's hard to stay alive, let alone passing through a 50,000-meter corridor in 1 minute. Do you have any ideas? Shangguan Fazai and Desert Judge nodded their heads in the same way. We were also reunited here.
Yi-sun scanned his attributes.
Character, Yi-sun.
Cultivation, Foundation Stage, 7th level 170,000.
Blood, 20,250. Mana, 19,650. Physical attack, 2,185. Spell attack, 2,636. Defense, 1377. Attack speed, 4.69. Movement speed, 118.
His shift speed was 118, and if he flew at 8 times his shift speed, it was possible to fly over a distance of 50,000 meters in 1 minute. Flying at 8 times the movement speed of the Ice and Snow Lotus requires a 3% mana consumption per second, and with the effect of the extreme rejuvenation pill on him, he could offset the consumption. However, this level wasn't just a test of flying speed, the fireflies flying in the air were also a nuisance. Luckily, the number didn't seem to be too many. Just fly through. When the crowd heard this, except for Si Ning and Rensijia, they summoned their mounts, clear of the green feathered eagles.
How do we fly?
The 10,000 Beasts Villa had an Abyssal Sect quest, and the reward was the green feather eagle. Some players from the 10,000 Beasts Villa would take the quest, spend a small amount of money to find a big club to cooperate with, and let the big club help them complete the quest before selling the green feather eagles. In this way, they could reap the spirit stones from selling the eagles, but they also had to gain clan contributions. Including pets operated the same way, and many players chose to sell them to make a fortune.
This is the most desirable part of the 10,000 Beasts Villa. You can earn money as soon as you enter the clan.
But in the long run, their approach was clearly wrong. Pets and mounts quests can only be taken once, all sold. The early beast division occupation is also almost ruined, no surprise to always fall behind.
Asumu and their green feather eagles is how they came to be. Chapter 89 Flying Across. Put away your birds. Shenpin Green Feather Eagle, up to 5x character movement speed, trying to fly over in 1 minute was impossible.
Yi-sun summoned the Ice and Snow Lotus and slowly rose into the air.
Wow! Shallow Dream's eyes were filled with little stars. Beauties, get in the car.
Shangguan Fazai was the first to move, and ended up crashing headfirst into the invisible light curtain.
No buddy, what are you doing?
This rosette originally belonged to my master, she has a cleanliness problem. Yi-sun basked in the lotus seat's characteristic of not being able to carry a man, making a few of them want to vomit blood. He himself did not want to carry brown old men, and now showing the characteristic, there is a reason to refuse, but also to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Master's operation of adding this restriction is too witty.
Shangguan Fazai looked odd. Your master is female? Is it pretty? Not bad, just the most beautiful woman in the world. Seriously? You wouldn't be having an affair with your master, right? The 8 characters haven't. Yuck. Nonsense, what big real. Cough, don't insult my personality. Crowd? Okay, cut the crap.
Yisun took out the 3 ropes he bought at the grocery store and threw them. Here, tie yourselves up.
Shangwan Fazai and the desert judge looked at each other in disbelief, and the corners of Knight Eleanor's mouth twitched. They had originally thought that the rope was for the 3 girls. That's not good, is it? You're too slow to fly by yourselves, so I'll have to drag you along, hurry up. After they sadly tied themselves up, Yisun handed the 3 rope ends to the 3 women on the lotus seat. You each hold one.
The 3 women couldn't help but laugh out loud. The other end of the rope resounded with the sound of grinding teeth. Yisun continued, wait, the 3 of you stand behind me, try to stand in a straight line, the fireflies in front will be resisted by me, you are all long-range professions, so you will be responsible for solving those fireflies that are approaching from both sides. There was no body cultivator in the team, he could only act as a body cultivator, but with his attributes, body cultivators were going to cry. He looked at the 3 brown men hanging from the rope again, you guys will be in charge of taking care of the leaky bugs, just pay attention to staying alive. Good. Yisun took a deep breath and looked ahead, there weren't too many fireflies flying in the air, with his 4.69 attack speed, he could take care of most of them every second. The rest even if they crashed on his body, with Divine Zephyr, the threat was not too great, it was just a bit diabolical to be hit by the bugs on his body. Rise. Yisun catalyzed the lotus seat and flew swiftly at 8 times the shift speed. Whoosh. Moving at a speed close to 1,000 meters per second, the 4 people on the lotus seat were fine, they could shield themselves from the wind resistance and the sound barrier, but the 3 people who were hanging on were having a hard time, their brains were buzzing, and even their breathing was momentarily suspended. Fortunately, they were all at the foundation establishment stage and quickly adapted. Mana value 590. Mana 589. Consuming 3% mana value per second, Yisun hurriedly took the spirit recovery pill to restore 500 mana value per second, trying to offset the consumption and keep his mana healthy. The road is still long, just in case something unexpected happens in the future, there will be no mana available. He quickly swung his sword. Punch. 1. Punt. 1. Fireflies only have 1 point of blood value, a touch will die, their most terrible is poison. Moving too fast, Yisun was inevitably hit by the fireflies on the body, his head continued to rise 240 stacked words. Divine Zephyr. Chi and blood plus 1013. The 3 women had ropes tied around their waists, and they were fully focused on urging the weapons in their hands, zither, bow, and scrolls, and their general attacks were interspersed with skills, clearing the fireflies on both sides, and there were no ones that could get close for a while, it was much easier than Yisun. The most relaxed is the 3 people who are hanging, in addition to gasping for air can only breathe internally, there is no danger. However, when they flew past the midway point, Yisun's mind suddenly drifted off. When he subconsciously looked up, he saw that the fluorophoric stone set at the top of the long corridor emitted an ethereal blue light that spread towards the crowd. This is spirit control. Ning exclaimed. Yisun didn't panic, and the moment the blue light attacked. Immortal light purification. The white light of the rosette flashed, fending off the blue light for 5 seconds before it disappeared. In 5 seconds' time, Yisun had already flown out of the range of influence of the fluorescent vibranium stone, and the ladies were no different. So close. Luckily, your skills are powerful. Yisun also had palpitations, with his 98% immunity rate, he would be affected, let alone others. Ah! Look at them! Yisun sniffed, and while swinging his sword to kill the fireflies, he ran his perception technique to check and found that the 3 people hanging behind him had bloodshot gazes and were attacking each other. Immortal light purification could only work on those above the lotus seat, they were not so lucky and had been controlled by the blue light. They're all on pummel, you guys just pull the ropes away from each other at a certain distance, just don't let them touch each other. The 3 women hurriedly executed it, they were all foundation stage cultivators, pulling a living person was easy, pulling it apart really relieved them of their crisis. Fortunately, Night Elephant and Desert Judge were both melee combatants with limited attack distance, only Shangwan Fazai was the only one who was still attacking with his hands, and was shaken by Ning who also lost his aim. It's been 10 seconds and they still haven't recovered, this blue light is simply terrifying. Yeah, how can anyone pass this level perfectly except Yisun? Yisun nodded his head, this level has the most compromised perfection, but hopefully we can have an unexpected collection. The women turned their heads in confusion and their scalps went numb. Only to see that near the end of the line, a large number of fireflies suddenly flew out of the blue firefly grass below, blocking the way forward. At a rough count, there were at least hundreds of them. If so many fireflies came together, even Yisun would be poisoned instantly, right? Yisun did not know that this situation would occur, the guy did not mention it at all, guessing that it may be flying too fast to produce variables. He thought about it, took a deep breath, locked all the fireflies at the endpoint in front of him with his perception technique, and lightly drank. Immortal light deterrence. As soon as the words fell, the firefly swarms all fell headlong as if their wings had been snapped.
Mana value 16,200.
This instant nearly emptied him of mana. Luckily, he was cautious enough to have been taking Dan to regain his blue just now.
Wow! That's awesome! The ladies exclaimed. This skill is awesome. The three brown men who woke up were also surprised. Yi-sun, on the other hand, wanted to go back and hug his precious master and give him a hard kiss. This level, all thanks to the ice and snow lotus seat, the utilization rate is simply drawn out, and it even seems a bit deliberate. Master should not have anticipated this in advance, right? Whoosh! In the next second, they crossed the promenade, and the three on the rope couldn't break for a moment due to inertia, and crashed straight into the wall in front of the finish line. Ah! Boo! It was really too tragic. Yi-sun and the three girls covered their faces and could not bear to look at them. Fortunately, they are all at the foundation stage, so a small car accident is not a big problem. Ding! Congratulations on your team's perfect passage through the glow corridor, secret perfection plus 16%, current total perfection, 42%. All recover your status. Yi-sun's blood was almost at the bottom, and on this journey, Shinzei was nearly unable to recover. The three women were basically unharmed, and Yi-sun in the front endured it all. The three brown men, on the other hand, besides crashing and bruising their noses, only had their blood drop a bit when they attacked each other. Night Gothic, are you going to kill me? Grass! Shangwon, kick me in the crotch, hiss! After sobering up, they remembered what had just happened. Night Elegy attacked at Shangwon Fazai. The dagger's landing point was either the throat or the heart, 5 blades a second. Luckily it was pulled off fast, otherwise Shangwon Fazai would have been cold. Desert Judge, on the other hand, was severely kicked in the crotch by Shangwon Fazai, grimacing in pain. This level is outrageous. Do you have to have an immortal mount to pass perfectly? Yi-sun was silent. Flight speed was secondary. Heavenly grade mounts, or even earth grade mounts, as long as the character moved fast enough, theoretically they could reach the standard. But in reality, only a few archers and assassins with full agility points can reach the standard of character movement speed. Their mana value is too small, low-quality mounts consume a lot, and elixirs can't be recovered, so it's impossible to maintain a minute of high-speed flight. Most of all, the control blue light in the middle of the road and the fireflies at the end were too difficult to handle. The control blue light can still rely on the perfect cooperation between the Buddhist and medical practitioners to solve the control, but the firefly swarm, at very high speeds, it should be impossible to pass without sacrificing a few teammates, unless one has special props or skills. Come on, let's go to the next level. Seeing a vortex appear on the wall, the crowd stepped through together. Chapter 90, Aiding and Abetting the Wicked. Ding! Welcome to the third level of the Eternal Nightglow Secret Realm Yunyang's Memory. Quest tip: no attrition will earn you all the perfection degrees for this level. Each attrition reduces the perfection degree by 2%. The crowd's eyes lit up, realizing that they had come to a small village, with blue skies, white clouds, and a gentle breeze. Compared to the previous scene where everything in sight was ghostly blue, it seemed a lot more peaceful. Noisy sounds came from the distance. The crowd walked over to take a look, and found that the villagers were being chased by a woman with a rotting face. Ah, don't kill me! Run! Woe Mother has turned into a monster. The crowd saw little Aining again in the crowd, and for a moment, their hearts were a little complicated. Such a cute little girl had actually had ulterior motives before, luring them into the Jedi. Asamu remembered that when they first entered the secret realm, they gave the medicinal soup to little Aining, who looked happy and smiled sweetly as she led them on, and then they walked into the second level of the killing game. Annan's mother is this monster? What to do? Should we stop this monster? It seems to be a Jindan stage boss. Shallow Dream spoke out. First kill of the Jindan stage boss, Yi-sun, you take it. The crowd also spoke up and agreed without any comments. Although the reward for the first kill of the boss was generous, none of them were villains and knew that Yi-sun was the one with the most credit for the secret realm, so it was only natural to give it to him. Yi-sun frowned. You guys are overthinking it. Yun-yang doesn't kill, we kill the villagers. Crowd? Right now it was clear that Yun-yang was the villain, with a rotting face and a lingering ethereal blue aura, wantonly hunting down and killing the villagers, so why were they aiding and abetting the villagers? Go ahead and kill, remember not to move little Aining. Yi-sun took the lead, striking continuously at the villagers who ran close to him with panicked faces. Ah! Who are you guys? Why are you attacking us? Without saying a word, Nightshade flickered through the crowd like a ghost and directly opened fire. The Desert Judge and Shangwon Fazai also gritted their teeth and attacked the villagers indiscriminately. Son Lang Chop. Fiery fire. The three women were momentarily stunned. The villagers in front of them, who were crying in panic and fleeing in a hurry, looked too pitiful. Who cares if he is good or evil? The younger brother said to kill whoever he wants. Sining quickly came back to his senses and started plucking his zither to attack. Phoenix sounding soul-attracting song. Shallow Dream knew that Yi-sun must have his reasons, and seeing that Sining had already struck, she was equally unwilling to show weakness and picked up her weapon to launch an attack. Xian Shui skill. Only Rin Sijia was still dazed. She had just entered the game not long ago and would still be affected by realistic thinking. As a police officer, she was taught to uphold justice and eradicate evil, but now it was the other way around?
Her mind was a bit confused for a moment. Yi-sun, who was walking through, looked at her and understood that her 3 views had been shocked, so he said, "Do it quickly, these villagers are not good people either, don't shoot crookedly." Hundreds of villagers, all at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment Cultivation, with attributes similar to elite monsters, it was quite a struggle for them to kill them. The desert judge and Shangwan Fazai were covered by large swaths of attacks, dropping blood frequently and in a precarious position. Good. Renduta sniffed, then sighed in relief, and hastily drew the bow and arrow to help the two people to relieve themselves. The arrow could barely graze their bodies and swept past, causing the two brown men's hairs to stand up in sweat. Cluck 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 cluck. Yunyang's mouth made a strange sound, her body seemed to appear abnormal, standing still. The villagers were relieved to see this and began to form a formation to resist the 7. Kill these outsiders. This increased the pressure on the crowd. Little Aning hugged Yunyang's leg and cried out. Ah Ning doesn't seem to recognize us? Well, this is a memory scene, and Anin exists in the past time and space. Asamu drifted off, thought for a moment, and then asked, what happens if we kill Yunyang? She was as inquisitive as a curious baby. Yi-sun said indifferently, then the villagers will absorb Yunyang's energy, and those who originally died will also be resurrected, and all of them will turn into Jindan stage, and turn to besiege us. This level is misleading. Crowd. Surrounded by over 100 elite-level Jindan stages, they wouldn't even be able to keep their down, right? Yi-sun looked at Naichin, who was weaving back and forth in the crowd, seeing his daggers flashing in a tricky way, moving smoothly and striking decisively. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this guy's operation was really not bad. At this time, Night Zen's heart is also very surprised. Before Yi-sun's solo boss, and with the brotherhood of the video he watched several times in a row, think he operates on so much, did not expect to actually see away from the eyes? Now Yi-sun's operation is much stronger than before. Could it be that he was in disguise before? Or maybe it's just a recent improvement? Thinking about the fact that he had a sovereign master, Knight Elegy felt that there was really such a possibility, and that getting 1 or 2 pointers from a high-ranking person would be more useful than groping around blindly for months on your own. Originally, he wanted to follow the captain's intention to help him improve his actual combat level, but now it seems that there is no need for that. The desert judge and Shangwan Fazai were filled with frustration. Compared to Night Zen and Yi-sun, they were like children playing with a big sword, only dryly releasing skills. On the contrary, the performance of the two girls was very bright. Xining followed Yi-sun and learned a lot of combat skills, and Shallow Dream's skill release was also just right. In Yi-sun's opinion, Shallow Dream's operation is vaguely stronger than the two roughnecks. No wonder she was able to pass the novice village nightmare realm in the second place. It seems that it wasn't all due to the Xian weapon. As for Dumb Run, forget it, don't comment on it. The crowd spent a lot of time and finally killed all the villagers. It was hard for other teams to pass this level without any damage, like the desert judges, who possessed the attributes of the first echelon, but had several close calls, and if it wasn't for Yi-sun and the others rescuing them in time, they would have died several times. Of course, this is also related to the fact that there is no physical cultivator and medical cultivator in their team, although Yi-sun has attributes beyond physical cultivation, but the fighting mode is very different from physical cultivation. No rewards? The secret realms all seem to settle at the end. What's next? Yi-sun looked towards Yunyang, who was standing still in the field, and in the next second, the picture in front of them changed and they appeared in the village again. Looking at the buildings that were exactly the same as just now, as well as the bursts of noises coming from the distance, Shangwan Fakai was puzzled. Do we have to kill again? The crowd rushed over to take a look, and realized that the scene was not different from just now. There was an altar in the middle of the field at this time, and tied to the altar was little Aning. The shape of the altar is the same as that on the Bluefly grassland. The villagers stood at the bottom, inserted incense, and prayed, and the head of the old woman dressed in pompous face painted with charms shouted, "The river god wants a pure Ain woman. The hour of noon will come, open the sacrifice ceremony." No. Ninger. Several of Yi-sun's people sniffed and looked over, realizing that Yunyang was being held down on the ground and unable to move. At this time, her body was normal and her face was not rotting as it was just now. Sacrifice ceremony? These villagers are so evil, no wonder Yunyang wanted to kill them just now. Let's continue killing the villagers? Yi-sun said indifferently, this is the first layer of Yunyang's memories, we can only watch, maybe this hides some clues, watch carefully. Goddess. You're compelling everyone. Yunyang cried out with sobs of blood, the fluorite mine is poisonous. The spots on all of you were poisoned during mining, it's not the river god who's angry, don't sacrifice my Ninger. Mother, save me. Yi-sun and the others fixed their eyes on the villagers and realized that there were ghostly blue spots on their exposed skin. Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. I went to the bank last night to pray for blessings, and the river god gave me instructions to sacrifice the purine female in order for us to be exempted from the punishment. The river light was bright last night, it was the river god manifesting his spirit, everyone saw it too, right? The village chief spoke out in agreement. The two were highly respected in the village, and the goddess was known for her psychic skills, so when they said this, no one was skeptical anymore.
Chapter 91: The Bridge of Two Lives. As the events unfolded, Yi Sun and the others understood the general situation. The villagers discovered that there was a fluorescent blue stone at the bottom of the river that could be sold to the clan after collection, so they collected it in droves, and the village became rich as a result. Unexpectedly, now it is a big trouble. The villagers have grown strange spots on their bodies. The village godmother said that the river god had manifested himself and asked for the sacrifice of the purine female, which led to the scene before us. What ignorance! These villagers deserve to die. So eager to kill them again. The crowd was just now ashamed of the massacre of innocent villagers, but now they were filled with righteous indignation. The final image of the memory was of little Aining's neck being slashed open and his blood flowing into the river. Ding! Congratulations to your team for perfectly passing through Yunyang's memories. Secret perfection plus 16%, current total perfection 58%. Xining was still immersed in the memory images, her emotions unable to pull away for a while. Poor little Aining, did she die? Shallow Dream frowned. At the beginning of this level, the Yunyang we saw rotting on her body was wantonly chasing and killing villagers, which means that there were other changes that happened later, right? But Anning's neck was indeed slashed open. Could it be that little Anning died, and in her despair, Yunyang practiced an evil technique and began to take revenge? Humph. Revenge is good, it's simply great. But are we going to face Yunyang in the end? She's too pitiful, I don't want to kill her. The crowd speculated. Yi Sun smiled, not to mention, a few people's guesses were quite reasonable, but the truth of the matter was not that simple, and they were not going to face Yunyang in the end. Let's go. Stepping into the vortex, the crowd arrived at the 4th level. In front of them were two side-by-side bridges. The scene was dim, the bridge's surface had a rising fury, and there was a statue at each end of the bridge. Ding! Welcome to the 4th level of the Eternal Nightglow Secret Realm Twin Life Bridge. Quest tip: no attrition will get you all the perfection degrees for this level. Each attrition will reduce the perfection degree by 3%. There was a stone tablet standing at the entrance of the bridge, and when the people walked up to it, they saw that there were rules written on it, which roughly meant all members must be on the bridge at the same time, and the difference in the number of people on the two bridges must not be greater than 1. In other words, they had to split into 2 teams, 1 team of 3 and 1 team of 4. Yi Sun spoke. Double Life Bridge is not the right name. In fact, it is more appropriate to call it Double Death Bridge. As long as you go on the bridge, the statue on the opposite side will attack. Is the intensity of the attack great? Just 1 fixed damage. The statue builds up power for 5 seconds to release it and drops 50,000 blood per person. Crowd. A fixed damage value of 50,000 is enough to kill them a dozen times. Yi Sun frowned. The 2 bridges, the statue on the left is Yunyang and the right is Aining. As long as you play the Ballad of Ningen on Aining's bridge, her statue will stop storing up her power until the end of the song, and she will be completely motionless, but I don't know how to get past Yunyang's statue. They fixed their eyes on the statue and saw that it was indeed Yunyang and Ning. The scene was dim and separated by the rising fury. It was really difficult to recognize it without Yi Sun saying so. The crowd pondered over feasible solutions, and for a while the arena was silent. Yi Sun didn't have any good ideas. In the previous strategy, the left bridge was a sure death. Every team would sacrifice close to half of their members here. There was only the right bridge, which would allow Control Show to play the Ballad of Ningen and pass through peacefully. Yi Sun himself was fine. Getting hit with an invincibility skill once was, and wouldn't die, but the 2 teammates following him would definitely die. And as long as the teammates died, this level would not be able to get all the perfect degrees. Ha! Ren Sijia's eyes lit up. Look closely at Yun Yang's statue. Isn't there a small notch on her forehead? The crowd sniffed and looked, discerning for a while before they could see that there was indeed a small groove on Yunyang's forehead, the color blending in with the surroundings, making it hard to be noticed. There isn't one, is there? There is. It seems to be a diamond-shaped notch? Rhombic? That, Annen's memory crystal? It's still true, the shape is exactly the same. So, by setting the crystal in, the statue of Yun Yang won't attack, right? That's definitely the case. The Ballad of Ningen awakens Aining's soul consciousness, and the memory crystal awakens Yunyang's soul consciousness, and can make them stop attacking. Awesome, Shanglua beauty, you can see it from so far away. Yi Sun couldn't help but pat her on the head and praised, not bad. Ren Dudu's big eyes curved into a crescent moon. When I trained at the police academy, the instructor also said that I have the potential to be a sniper. Yi Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This time, bringing them together to pass through the gate was really the right thing to do. Of course, without them, he and Si Ning could have passed this level perfectly, but the hidden props in the first level the duo definitely couldn't discover, and couldn't get the perfect degree. It is true that all hands make light of the fire, and to help others is to help oneself, and the ancients are true to their words. But this bridge seems quite long. Can we set the crystal in 5 seconds? Ren Sijia nodded. Visually, the bridge is about 1,000 meters long. The crowd tried, and realized that they could not use the Imperial Air technique, nor could they summon their mounts. It should be a rule restriction. You can't fly, you can only run. Yi Sun frowned. With only being able to run by his legs, with his 118 movement speed, even if he used Berserk Battle Spirit, he couldn't finish 1,000 meters in 5 seconds. I'll do it. Night Elegy faintly voiced out. Yi Sun was stunned, although he was unable to perceive Nightchen's attributes. When he observed Nightchen's battle state during the great battle just now, he was able to roughly deduce his attributes. His movement speed was indeed higher than Yi Sun's, but it wasn't much higher, just 120 out. This attribute was actually extremely abnormal. Assassins were generally all agility additions, and Knight Eleanor was no exception. All other attributes belonged to the normal category, only agility was abnormal. Even with 50 points of innate agility qualification, there shouldn't be such a high movement speed. The qualification can be deduced backwards according to the attribute formula. Yi Sun silently estimated that after taking out the attribute points rewarded to him by the system, as well as the equipment bonus, Knight Gotham's agility qualification should be around 65. Worthy of being a member of the Heavenly Group, it is really unusual. You can run through in 5 seconds? With a movement speed of 120 or so, even counting the 50% increase in movement speed from the assassin's stealth skill, it was just over 180, which still wasn't enough. Knight Zen faintly said, I have a skill that increases movement speed that can be used when stealthing, which can increase movement speed by a total of double. Yi Sun suddenly realized that this was enough. So they began to assign teammates, with Nightshade and Xi-Ning each leading a team onto the bridge. Sister, is the tune okay? Xi-Ning was full of confidence. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Controlled cultivation already had the ability to memorize tunes, and Xi-Ning had also learned a musical instrument when she was a child, so with the basic skills in place, she had no difficulty memorizing the simple Ballad of Ningen. Nightshade received the memory crystal, and the crowd was ready to go on the bridge at the same time. What a delicious flavor, offer your living souls. A misty voice came out from within the space, and the crowd could hear that it was Yunyang's voice. It seems that a special change has really happened to Yunyang. The two equal-sized statues simultaneously lit up with an ethereal blue light and began to build up their strength. Nightshade's figure instantly disappeared in the eyes of the crowd, but Yi Sun could see that he was moving quickly towards the statues. Xi-Ning did not slow down either, taking out her Xin and playing the Ballad of Ningen. Chapter 92, Another Egg. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just as the time was about to reach 5 seconds, there was a ding, and Nightshade managed to place the memory crystal into the groove on Yunyang's forehead, and the light on Yunyang's statue began to change. As Xi-Ning's song ended, the light on the statue of Aining similarly began to change, as if two souls were awakening. The entire space began to tremble violently. A few moments later, the crowd saw two silhouettes floating out of the statue. It was Yunyang and little Aining. Aining walked to Yunyang's side and raised her hand to wipe the bloodstains on her face, heartbroken. Mother, don't turn into a monster, wow. Yunyang was so excited that tears fell as she said in a trembling voice, Ninger, it's been 300 years, and you finally recognized Mother. The scene collapsed, and the silhouettes of the two of them both disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to your team for perfectly passing through the Twin Lives Bridge. The Secret Realm's perfection degree is plus 16%, current total perfection degree, 74%. When the screen was framed again, the party's rising baleful aura and the two bridges had disappeared, leaving only the slowly flowing river underneath the bridges, as well as a single ghostly blue glowing fireflower lantern floating on the river. Behind the crowd was a stone door, and as soon as they stepped in, they would enter the next level. Wow! What a beautiful lantern! At this time, the bright moon in the sky, you can see the reflection of the lanterns in the gurgling water, a dreamy scene. The crowd couldn't help but start taking pictures again. Asamu, on the other hand, whose heart was not in it, frowned with a pretty frown and muttered. 300 years, Yunyang turned into a monster and slaughtered the villagers, and after another 300 years, it seems that she has been trying to make little Aining awaken. Just now, she said, so delicious raw souls, could it be that absorbing the raw souls of the cultivators is her way to save little Aining? So it was Yunyang who created the secret realm? Attracting cultivators to come and crippling them for an entire 300 years? Ha! So evil? No wonder these levels are all killing fields. Yi Sun didn't say anything. The next level, the final level, all the truth would come out, no need for him to explain. Let's go. The crowd finished taking pictures and headed for the front door. At the entrance stood the two statues from earlier, a large one and a small one, but changed to a hand-holding stance. There was also a broken stone lantern in the hands of the statue of the little Anon. It was a sight full of stories. Ha! Xi-Ning fiddled with the picture she had just captured in her bracelet, and seemed to have realized something, and hurriedly looked back. What's wrong? It's the reflection of the lanterns in the picture doesn't seem right. The crowd sniffed and went over to take a look, realizing that the reflection on the picture seemed to be a silhouette of a person. And then looked back to the river, carefully found that the water waves slightly slow down the lantern's reflection is indeed a human form, undulating, as if there is a soul struggling in general. The water waves have been rippling, affecting the pattern of the reflection, they actually did not realize just now. Xi-Ning carefully counted, there are a total of 108 lanterns. 108, any symbolism? Yi Sun spoke, the number of those villagers is 108. This did Yunyang light the corpses of the villagers with sky lanterns? How ruthless. Oh, are these lanterns still beautiful now? The moment these words came out, the crowd's body instantly chilled. Just now it was like a dreamy scene, but at this moment, looking at it again, they felt a bit eerie. Let's get out of here. Shangwan Fazai touched the goosebumps on his arms and looked enviously at Yi Sun, who was surrounded by the three women in the center. Yi Sun nodded and turned around. However, just after taking 2 steps, he saw Shallow Dream stopping again, staring at the broken lantern in the hands of the little Aining statue, lost in thought. Found something again? Asamu approached, scrutinized the lantern for a while, and looked to the crowd. The shape of the missing pieces on this lantern seems to be humanoid as well, and the number of missing pieces just happens to be 108. Ha! Yi Sun looked at the broken lanterns in disbelief and counted them, realizing that it was really as Asamu had said. Could it be another colored egg? The guide didn't mention anything like that. Yi Sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In terms of the ability to observe subtleties, a few girls can be too much better than these brown old men of theirs. What should we do now? Mend all the lantern pieces? They looked back to the lanterns in the river. The number of lanterns matched the number of missing pieces on the stone lanterns, and it was clear that the pieces were on top of the lanterns. Nightshade walked to the edge of the river, probed into the water, and immediately retracted. The crowd saw that the blood bar on his head instantly disappeared by a large margin. Icy cold and bone-piercing, the river water has the power to erode bones. You can't enter the water. Yi Sun frowned, dropping 2,000 points of chi and blood in a second. Even if he got Zay plus elixir couldn't recover. Trying to enter the water to retrieve the 108 lanterns, those near the lanterns are fine, the deep ones are difficult even for him. After all, one's movement speed in the water is cut down by a lot. But this scene also prohibits flying. It is very difficult for people. This level design is also too difficult for people, isn't it? Yi Sun thought about it and shook his head. It's not that difficult if there are medical practitioners and Buddhist practitioners around. Medical practitioners can restore blood, Buddhist practitioners can add resistance to abnormalities, and if the beast division has pets that are suitable for entering the water, they should be able to play a lot of roles as well. Crowd. These 3 professions, their team didn't have any of them. Was it hard to go out and find someone and start from scratch? The crowd frowned and thought hard. Only Rendal, big eyes looking east and west, a look of no worries and no heart. Yi Sun looked furious and pinched her pretty face. Rendudu. You It suddenly occurred to him that he could shoot with an arrow. So he hastily took out the 3 ropes he had used earlier. At that time, when I bought them, I specifically stated that the rope should be longer, and now I connected the 3 ropes together, which was enough to shoot to the furthest lantern and pull it back. This is a good idea. Genius. Yi Sun knotted the rope and instructed, this end is tied on top of the arrow, so logically this river water shouldn't corrode the rope, but you'd better try to shoot as accurately as possible, into the gap where the lamp petals meet. When he bought the rope, it was mainly to cope with the glowing fire promenade. Fearing that something would happen midway that would cause it to break, he purposely bought a rope that could withstand the attacks of the Jindan stage. This river water can barely withstand even their foundation establishment stage. The rope should be no different. Rendumu patted his modestly sized chest and said with a straight face, don't worry, I'm a professional. Saying that, he took serious aim and shot an arrow, which grazed the lanterns and managed to shoot into the river. Crowd. Yi Sun hurriedly pulled up the rope to take a look. Luckily it wasn't corroded. Professional my ass. You muggle. Rendal smiled awkwardly. The next arrow managed to hit the body of the lamp, but it pushed the lantern further away. Another arrow, hitting the petals of the lamp, tipped the lantern over. For more than an entire hour, the crowd went from twitching at the corners of their mouths to numbness to the surprise of seeing the light of day. Finally pulled all 108 lanterns up the riverbank. I think I've evolved, now I can shoot 100 times, even the legs of flies. The crowd didn't pay any attention to her, carefully dismantling the lanterns. The wick is a human-shaped fragment, looks like the material is like human bone, also do not know what kind of potion has been soaked, looks a little transparent, unknown situation, at first glance is quite good looking. After dismantling all of them, Asamu removed the broken lantern in the hands of the statue of Aining, and set the fragments one by one into the corresponding positions. The moment the inlay was completed, the originally petrified lantern suddenly glowed brightly, turning into a real lantern. Chapter 93 Truth. Ding! Congratulations to your team for obtaining the hidden quest prop Annan's Firefly Lantern. Secret perfection plus 5%, current total perfection, 79%. It really is an egg. Awesome Asamano beauty. And sister-in-law congealed heart, if it weren't for you two, this egg would have been missed. Ron nerd? How should I use this lantern? Does it need to be lit? There isn't a wick in it either. You tiger? Didn't you hear the system tip that this is a firefly lantern? Definitely need to put fireflies in it to make it work. But there are no fireflies here either. There must be in the later levels, or there's no point in getting lanterns. Yi Sun interrupted the 2 living treasures who were studying the lantern. Let's go, just go into the next level and take a look. Ding! Welcome to the 5th level of the Eternal Night Glow's secret realm, the Millennium Bureau. Quest tip, no attrition in this level will get you all the perfection levels. Each attrition reduces the perfection level by 2%.
The screen lit up, and the crowd realized that they had arrived at the Bluefly grassland again. At this time, on the Bluefly grassland, a formation was lit up, and on the two formation eyes stood the rotting-faced Yun Yang and Little Aning respectively.
Jia, give me back my power.
Yun Yang's rotting face was filled with pain, and the energy in her body was constantly being channeled towards the Little Aning. And on Little Aning's head, two souls manifested, one was Little Aning, and the other was a huge and hideous firefly demonic beast.
The unpleasant laughter just now was emitted by the firefly demon. What is this? The crowd was confused. How did another large firefly come out? Could it be that Yun Yang's power to slaughter the villagers was given by this firefly demon?
Yun Yang, Little Aning, and the firefly demon in the formation all noticed the 7 people who had arrived, but they all ignored them. The energy transfer formation was already activated and would not be interrupted. Moreover, with their cultivation level, they were not afraid of the attacks of a few Foundation establishment cultivators.
This energy fluctuation, what kind of cultivation is it? The crowd was a bit shocked. The power on Yun Yang's body was so oppressive that they couldn't even rise the courage to resist. God transformation stage. Crowd. Could it be that the firefly demon would possess the cultivation of the God transformation stage later on?
Little Aning's soul body smiled and persuaded with a soft voice, "Mother, give up its power, give it up and you'll be back to normal."
No. Ninger. Mother can't lose you.
Mother, you must live, don't worry about Ninger, the fireflies will take Ninger wherever she wants to go. Yisun spoke, the firefly demon and Little Aning fused into one, or rather, there are two souls in her body. The Little Aning we saw in the first level was actually the firefly demon manipulating her body. Little Aning's soul had been sleeping all along, and in the last level we used the ballad of Ningen to wake her up, causing her to start fighting for control of her body. This forced the firefly demon to turn on the energy transfer formation early, wanting to take back the power that originally belonged to it, and then completely devour Little Aning's soul body.
Little Aning has already realized his situation and is currently living and dying with Yun Yang. Si Ning pinched him. You're actually saying it so lightly? Oh, Little Aning is so pitiful, can we help her? The people were all heartbroken.
Yun Yang looked at the crowd outside the formation with relief, turned her head and smiled ruefully, "If you want my Ninger to die, you demons don't want to live either." With that, karmic flames ignited on her body as her divine soul began to burn, and the demon core energy in her body was depleted in large quantities.
Damn it, stop.
The firefly demon shouted in panic.
No. Mother, don't.
Yun Yang gently looked at Little Aning. "Ninger is afraid of the dark, Mother is here to keep you company, Mother is your brightest light." Yisun spoke, "Now, the energy of the demon core in Yun Yang's body is greatly damaged, and after transmitting it to the firefly demon, it will only have the cultivation of the Yuaning stage.
But we are no match for the Yuaning stage. Not bad. Do you guys still remember the medicinal soup at the first level?
If it was given to the delirious Yun Yang by the firefly demon at that time, then the firefly demon would have steadily taken back the power that belonged to it, and we would have to face the firefly demon at the transformation stage.
What about now? Now. Yisun sneered.
The medicinal soup can clear Yun Yang's divine soul and make all the power in her body flow back to the demon core, but Little Aning is in a mortal body, so the medicinal soup is a poison to her.
He took out the medicinal soup and walked towards Little Aning.
Little Aning, drink it, brother will help you take revenge. The energy transmission formation could not be interrupted after it was activated, and they were unable to move, so Yisun was able to come close in peace. Little Aning's soul body looked at Yisun in a daze, and then instantly exploded, snatching control of his body and quickly pouring the medicinal soup Yisun handed him into his stomach.
No!
The firefly demon screamed at the top of her lungs, but unfortunately it was too late. Just now, it had to manipulate the formation as well as be distracted from suppressing Yun Yang, plus the fact that this body was originally Little Aning's, so it was even momentarily given a free hand by her. The moment the medicinal soup was consumed, Little Aning's body rapidly decayed into ash, and the soul body of the firefly demon completely lost its container, its breath spreading out in disorder. Alright, now when the energy transfer is complete, it will only be at the Jindan stage.
What about Little Aning and Yun Yang?
Yisun was silent, he didn't know either. The firefly demon's soul bodies were disorganized, and Ning and Yun Yang's soul bodies began to dissipate. The soul aura filled the air, and Yisun and the others saw an illusory scene in the formation. A demon core covered in cracks cut through space. What a beautiful little village, why don't we just recuperate here?
Damned humans! How dare you assassinate this seat? The day when this seat rejoins us will be the day when the humans are destroyed.
1,000 years later. The villagers have been poisoned by the fluorite, blaming us for encouraging them to mine in the first place.
Goddess, do you have any good ideas? How about we just say that it wasn't poisoning, but the river god was angry?
But Yun Yang seems to have found out that the fluorite is poisonous, and I'm afraid she'll mess it up. Then just sacrifice her daughter. Olmi remembers that her daughter, Ning, has a purine character, right?
Let's say the river god wants a purine woman.
Sacrificing is fine, but after the sacrifice, the poison is still on everyone. Village chief, I've studied it. This poison only strikes on the night of the full moon. Next time the moon is full, let's just say that we still need to sacrifice. And won't it be fine if we sacrifice yin yang as well?
Wonderful. The river god wants the purine woman. Noon will come, open the sacrifice ceremony. Aining's blood dripped into the river and gradually seeped into the demon core.
The remnants of the firefly demon slowly awoke.
Has 1,000 years passed already?
It swept its divine sense around and found that its demon core had actually assimilated the stones at the bottom of the river, and now the stones had all turned into fluorite.
This was a sacrifice ceremony at the riverbank? This girl child is actually a purine body? Good, good, good.
If I can take over a body of purine, this seat will be able to come back to life, and I will be able to climb to the top again in the future.
No!
Ninger cried Yunyang, tearing her heart out.
Great motherly love, obsession, exactly the kind of strength this seat needs the most. Do you want to save your daughter? Take the demon pill and you will have the great power to save your daughter.
You, who are you?
I am the great god of fireflies. Fireflies, my daughter's favorite fireflies. Is this true? But my daughter is dead.
No, her residual soul is still there. As long as she absorbs the living souls, she will be able to recover later. There are more than 100 living souls here. Killing them will keep your daughter's residual soul from dispersing.
Good. Quickly give it to me. Give me the demonic elixir. Gah, what stupid humans.
Feeling that the demon core that was covered in cracks was slowly recovering under the power of the obsession, the firefly demon was thrilled.
What a sweet obsession.
Suffer some more, your obsession is the best nourishment for the demon core. Yunyang's hands floated, and countless clusters of glowing fire shot up from the altar, turning all the villagers into white bones. The weak soul body of the firefly demon hurriedly drilled into Aining's mind. A living soul could indeed restore and strengthen the soul body. Aining needed it, and its remnant soul needed it just as much. It was incapable of resolving Aining's soul body now, and could only seal it. However, it was fine to let Aining's soul grow. When it retrieved the demon core in the future, it could naturally resolve her. It was good to keep her now, so that it could use her memories to continue manipulating Yunyang. Mother, Ning's in pain. It's like something's eating my brain.
Ning's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Ninger isn't afraid, there's mother.
Yunyang's body was gradually decaying due to the power of the demon core, and her consciousness was becoming more and more blurred, with only the obsession of restoring her daughter remaining in her mind, and she was guided by the firefly demon to construct the secret realm that was brutalizing the cultivators. It's been 300 years, and finally, both the soul and the demon core of the firefly demon have recovered to the point where they can be fused and resurrected. Godmother's love can be a marvelous thing. It's obviously rotten and stinking, but it can still squeeze out such sweet power.
Oh, another 7 living souls have come? Just in time, let's let you guys help fetch the last of the spirit melting potion. Chapter 94, The Final Showdown.
The breath within the formation closed in, and the fusion had come to an end. The image disappeared and the crowd gnashed their teeth in anger.
Damn firefly demon. Yunyang was used by it. These villagers are really bad too. You guys say, if Yunyang had known about the conspiracy of the firefly demon from the beginning, would she still have gotten to this point? The crowd was silent for a moment. Knowing that restoring her daughter was at the same time making a dowry for the firefly demon, would they continue? They also didn't know how Yunyang would choose.
The glow demon had a saying that was right: mother's love was still a marvelous power. The formation dispersed and the fusion ended. Aining and Yunyang both disappeared, leaving only the firefly demon in the field. Although its soul body was completely fused with the demon core, a series of variables had allowed it to only spend a large amount of cultivation to forcibly coalesce a body, and its cultivation had dropped to the Jindan stage, not to mention that its future was basically ruined.
You damned humans!
It didn't strike the first time. Having just successfully fused, it still needed to get used to it.
Humph.
You're the one who deserves to die the most. Shallow Dream said hatefully, turning her head to look at Jisun. I want to hit it so badly, I just can't help it. I'll back off when it's almost dead.
I want to hit it too. And me, my hands itch.
What the firefly demon had done had caused outrage, and each of them was filled with righteous indignation. Yisa nodded. You guys pay attention to your blood levels, but don't get on top of it. It's all come down to the last step. There's no need to put your lives on the line. Jindan stage boss is not that good to kill. There is no body cultivator and medical cultivator in the team. Yisun also dare not guarantee that he can save their lives at the critical time.
Don't worry. Yisun runs the insight.
Firefly demon, mother of fireflies, more than 1,000 years ago, wreaked havoc in the Jade Sky continent, and was later shattered by a strong person who shattered the demon's core and escaped from death, and possessed the cultivation of spiritual void stage in his heyday.
Type, Spirit Beast Boss. Realm, Jindan Stage 1.
Blood, 446,400.
Spell attack, 5,580. Defense, 2,232. Movement speed, 134. Control hit rate, 146%. Immunity from control, 130%. Weakness, abdominal blow location. Skill.
Confusion Mind Wave emits an ear-piercing scream, causing all enemies within a 100-meter radius to fall into a state of confusion, indistinguishable from friend or foe, and frantically attacking all surrounding targets for 20 seconds.
Base control probability 50%, cooldown 1 minute.
Spectral Blue Field, after entering the battle state, automatically release the field, inflicting 5,000 points of fluorine poison damage per second to all enemies within a 100-meter radius. The field is interrupted when the weak point is hit. If the weak point is not hit again within 30 seconds, the field will be regenerated. Glow Scorch releases Glow Fire, inflicts damage value equal to a spell attack on all targets within a 100-meter radius, and subjects them to a scorching effect, inflicting 2,000 points of fixed scorching damage per second for 5 seconds.
Cooldown 2 minutes.
The boss's greatest characteristic was its thick blood. Compared to normal monsters of the same realm, the boss's blood value was tens, if not hundreds, of times greater. The other attributes were fine, they only seemed to have doubled a few times.
Spirit Beast Boss.
Yi Sun frowned. Compared to demonic beasts, spirit beasts had a higher overall qualification in addition to a higher cultivation ceiling. The Firefly demon in front of him was strong enough to be ranked at the top amongst Jindan stage bosses.
Yi Sun, you can see its attributes?
Yi Sun came back to his senses and knew that their perception techniques were useless, so he shared the Firefly demon attributes.
That's an outrageous attribute, isn't it? How can this be fought? No team should be able to beat it, right?
The Foundation establishment stage bosses they had encountered before only had around 100,000 chi blood, and even the main body bosses, such as the Blue Blood Toad, only had 150,000 chi blood. Now the attributes of the Jindan stage boss had actually doubled several times. Yi Sun spoke. If you cooperate well, you actually still have a chance of winning. For example, its sonic control skill, with continuous burning damage, can be purified, and there must be a medical practitioner and a Buddhist practitioner in the team. Alright, Yi Sun, just now when I didn't say anything, I'd better bear with it, just don't get involved, otherwise I'll hang up if I'm not careful. I won't play dead either. Yi Sun, beat him to death for me.
Rely on you.
Without purification in, their blood could not even carry a single skill of the boss, and with the boss's defense value of more than 2,000, unless they could hit a weak point, it would be difficult to break the defense. Well, I'll stay away, be careful of being injured by me by mistake. The Firefly demon was a main divine sense boss with a ridiculously high control hit rate, and Yi Sun wasn't sure that he could stay awake all the time. After all, the cooldown of the immortal light purification was longer than its skill. Jia, what's the point of discussing who will be sent to their death first? Why don't you go together? Why waste time when this seat will send you guys to be relieved? But don't insult the word this seat, it's not your fault for looking so ugly, coming out to diaphragm people is your fault.
Sharp-tongued. Humph. You're adapting well here? The power of the Jindan stage is good, isn't it? The Firefly demon sniffed and instantly became furious. Damn human. If it wasn't for Yi Sun and the others, it would at least have a god transformation stage cultivation now, and the future of its purine body would be bright. Yi Sun stopped talking nonsense, shrunk the lotus seat to the size of his feet, stepped on the lotus seat and flew forward. Another sword step came behind it, intending to break its domain first. Frost Hua Chop. Weakness attack. 4,236. The Abyssal Walker title and the Purple Heavenly Sword Codex added up to increase the damage of the skill by a total of 25%, and the damage value of this strike made the crowd look straight in the eyes. They were struggling to break 1,000 damage even if they hit a weak point.
Ah!
How dare you sneak attack this seat? The Firefly demon shouted angrily and released the Firefly flame. Unfortunately, the Frost Flare Slash didn't freeze it, this guy's immunity was too high. Yi Sun sighed darkly and hurriedly mobilized his lotus seat and quickly flew away from its skill range with 5x movement speed. The Firefly demon can fly. The Abyssal Mystery Realm is almost impossible to pass without a flying mount, and this point that agonizes countless players is Yi Sun's favorite part. If you are fighting on the ground, he can't move as fast as the Firefly demon, so he can't do it so comfortably, unless he is flying close to the ground, but then he can't hit its abdominal weaknesses. Cunning human. And you have the nerve to call humans cunning?
Yi Sun quickly approached, another sword step, holding the sword with both hands from the bottom up. A teasing sword strike fiercely struck its abdomen.
Sword drawing technique. Weakness attack. Heart attack. 3,608.
Then with a super high attack speed, he added 2 sword pummeling attacks in passing at the weak point.
1123. 1123. Chapter 95, Damn Humans. The damage values of several consecutive hits made Asimu and the others look straight in the eyes again.
Nightshade couldn't help but shake his head. Yi Sun's attributes really didn't make him feel like fighting. He was only a tiny bit higher than Yi Sun in terms of agility, but the gap between the two mounts was too great for the higher agility attribute to be of any use. It's like they are facing a Jindan stage boss. The difference is one big realm. The realm barrier is a rift valley. There is no chance of winning in a solo fight, and the operation is no longer good, it's useless.
Yi Sun is also like a big realm away from them.
As the Firefly demon received successive blows, He immediately put away his contempt for the Foundation establishment cultivator in front of him and began to defend cautiously.
For a while, Yi Sun unexpectedly couldn't hit its weak points.
If it was allowed to unleash its domain, it would be troublesome.
Xining, who was far away, frowned and pondered for a moment before asking towards Rinxijia, "What is the distance of your attack? Can you shoot up to 100 meters away?"
In terms of attack distance, archers had no doubt that weapons, feats, and skills all increased the attack distance. Rinxijia nodded her head and said, "Yes, the general attack is 120 meters, and the skills have 200 meters. Then stand outside the range of the Firefly Demon's skill and try shooting its abdomen."
"Right.
The Firefly Demon can fly, so it should be easy to stand on the ground and shoot it in the abdomen. The crowd's eyes lit up. Rinxijia hurriedly stepped forward quietly, and after aiming, she mentally mumbled, "Eat this fairy's arrow."
Whoosh. Weakness attack. 1. Ah. Griffin. This seat will kill you.
Seeing that he was about to use his domain, he didn't expect that it would be destroyed by an insignificant mole cricket below. Yi Sun in the big battle saw the situation, could not help but be impressed by Rindudu. It seems that just now did not shoot lanterns for more than an hour in vain. The accuracy has really improved a lot.
Ah. I only hit 1 point of damage.
Rinxijia was a bit lost. Although her qualification was good, her cultivation level was too low. Right now she was only at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage, and she was taught by Yi Sun to balance her strength and agility points. Her damage wasn't very high, and she wanted to break through the defense of the Jindan stage boss was simply a fool's errand. The insulting attack of 1 point of damage successfully attracted the hatred of the Firefly Demon. The Firefly Demon let out a strange cry, no longer bothering with Yi Sun, and flew straight towards Rinxijia on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Sun hurriedly stopped in front of it, but he saw a hint of teasing flashing in its eyes.
Confusion mesmerizing wave.
Oops. It was already too late to dodge. Yi Sun could only take it passively.
Ding. You have fallen into a state of confusion that lasts for 12.58 seconds. Do you want to use Immortal Light Purification?
PS, actual control probability equals base control coefficient 1 plus our control hit rate enemy control free rate 100 plus our lucky value enemy lucky value percent. If Yi Sun's control free rate is 98%, the actual control probability of Firefly Demon's skill equals 50% 1 plus 146% 98% 100 plus 10 25% equals 62.9%.
Actual control time 12.58 seconds equals actual control probability 62.9% base control time 20 seconds.
In the next moment, Yi Sun stagnated in the air and did not move. There was no attackable target within his attacking distance, so he could only enter a stagnant state. If he didn't have a high enough immunity rate, he would have been controlled for at least 20 seconds.
Hearing the system prompt, he was about to choose yes when he held back.
Rendul gave the Firefly Demon an insulting blow, and the cunning Firefly Demon transferred the insult back to him. Yi Sun was furious and decided to take a risky move.
Glowing Fire Scorch. Struck. Blood 4203. Godzilla. Chi and Blood plus 1013. Caught in a burning state. 2000. Strike received. Chi Blood 3362.
The crowd was in a hurry, and when they were about to go forward to help, they were stopped by Xining. "Don't rush, he can uncontrol it, it's intentional now."
Ha!
During this time, Rinxijia didn't leave either. While the Firefly Demon attacked Yi Sun, she continued to shoot arrows towards the sky, attacking the Firefly Demon's weaknesses and prolonging the time it took for its domain to open. When Yi Sun had more than 5,000 blood left, he hurriedly used Immortal Light Purification. Consciousness returned, and then quickly shut down the Divine Zephyr, turning back like a dragonfly to copy Rendul's will-o-wisp, away from the Firefly Demon, to avoid her being killed by the angry Firefly Demon in one blow. Shallow Dream looked stunned out of sight, before she found out, Yi Sun can touch Shan Lu's body, which means, they associated over the equipment, should live together.
She knew that Yi Sun and Ning Xian were lovers, so what was Shang Lu's status? It seemed like she had heard him call out Rendudu, a very intimate term of endearment. Could it be that Yi Sun wasn't exclusive?
Asamu's originally silent heart, again some throbbing. Putting down Rendudu, Yi Sun opened his mouth towards Xining. "Sister, get on the lotus seat and follow me." The myriad voice profession, in addition to being able to control, could also reduce benefits. It's best if you can control it, if you can't, reduce its attack. Good. Yi Sun now only had more than 5,000 blood. Berserk Battle Intent was going to reduce his defense by half, and facing a full-state Firefly Demon, he would easily be hit with a Divine Grace Blessing. The Firefly Demon flew in anger, and the people hastily summoned their mounts and backed up to distance themselves. Yi Sun waited for the Immortal Light Purification cooldown to end and then rushed up again with Xining.
Berserk Battle Intent.
With the Lotus Throne enchantment, what was originally 590 shift speed now became 767, which allowed him to attack and dodge more comfortably.
Frost Flower Slash. Weakness Attack. 6044. Spirit Skill, Eroding Spirit Magic Sound.
Yi Sun used insight to see that Xining's mitigation skill had succeeded, and at this point, the Firefly Demon spell attack had dropped by 10%. It seems that before the Xuanqi necklace to her is really right, the big battle villagers when her control has made a big success. After a period of fighting, Yi Sun had already figured out the behavioral pattern of the Firefly Demon, and when he saw its head tilted back slightly, he hurriedly urged his lotus seat to flash. When the Firefly Demon's skills dissipated, Yi Sun raided back again, and after several times in a row, the Firefly Demon was already suffocating. For as long as it had lived, it had never seen such a slippery foundation establishment stage cultivator. During this period, Xining also controlled it several times, but because the Firefly Demon's immunity rate was too high, her control time was greatly reduced.
Frost Flower / Moon Soul Phantom Dream Song. Another raid and evacuation.
The Firefly Demon's green bean eyes were filled with killing intent as it suddenly stopped moving in the air. It finally figured out that fighting Yi Sun in the air was too much of a disadvantage. Obviously free flight was its advantage, but now it had become a shackle. The battle had been going on for so long, and its so powerful domain hadn't even been opened since the beginning.
A small cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, actually carrying an immortal flying magic treasure to break into the world? Who the hell is this kid? Such a loser. It's really grass. Seeing that the Yi Sun duo were fighting with ease and without any danger, Asuma was about to also mount the lotus seat to help make up for the damage when she saw the glow demon's wings close up and quickly landed on the ground. Humph. Damned human. This seat is standing on the ground, let's see what you can do to me.
Its 6 feet propped up its body and walked slowly on the ground, without the domineering demeanor of a flying boss. When Yi Sun saw this, he couldn't help but feel a bit of toothache. When it comes to this kind of intelligent boss, it's really hard to kill it. If he also followed the landing, without the lotus to enhance the speed of movement, will be slower than the Firefly Demon, absolutely cannot avoid the range of its skills. If he stepped on the rosette and flew close to the ground, he would only be able to attack the upper part of its body each time, and would not be able to hit its weak points, so he would not be able to hold out when the Firefly Demon unleashed its domain. This is troublesome. Yi Sun couldn't think of a way to break the situation for a while. In his previous life's forum post, the strategy for fighting against the Firefly Demon he directly skipped, thinking it was watering down the word count. After all, he does not fight the Firefly Demon, read also useless.
Chapter 96, 100% Perfection. GGG, come over here. Grass.
Seeing that 30 seconds were about to pass, and that the glow demon was about to cast a field, Shallow Dream suddenly said, Yi Sun, come pick me up and take me over. Yi Sun didn't hesitate and quickly flew back, picking up Shallow Dream and then flew over the Firefly Demon. Although he didn't know what Shallow Dream wanted to do, but after spending so much time together, Shallow Dream had long since left him with the impression of being intelligent, and definitely wouldn't be aimless.
Sure enough, when Asuma attacked at a sufficient distance, Ice Ling Jutsu. An ice cone suddenly rose from the ground, poking the Firefly Demon straight in the abdomen. Weakness attack. 526. Ah. Piss off this seat. Well done.
I didn't expect that the Iceling technique that I sold to Asuma in the first place would actually have this kind of effect. Shallow Dream anxiously transmitted, no, the Iceling technique has a 30-second cooldown, it won't last until the next release, and it can open up the field. Even if the glow demon only opened its field for a second, both she and Xining would die immediately. Yi Sun's face didn't move as he stood on the lotus seat overlooking the fluorine demon and sneered, stinky bug, if you have the guts, don't fly. He also instructed Xining and Shallow Dream, you guys just throw attacks at it, there's always a time to wear it down. When these words came out, the glow demon was dumbfounded. Yi Sun was right, even if the two female cultivators could only hit it with one drop of blood, there would always be a time to grind it to death after a long time. But if it flew up to mid-air, it would be restrained to death by Yi Sun. Even if it wanted to attack his partner so that he would not be able to do so, Yi Sun's movement speed was too fast. Fight, can't fight. Escape, can't escape. It had never imagined that it would one day be forced into such a situation by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Foundation establishment. If it was more than 1,000 years ago, a cultivator of this cultivation level it would be able to pop a large number of people dead with a single fart. Dragons swimming in shallow waters are teased by shrimps, tigers falling in the sun are bullied by dogs. The Firefly Demon sighed and slowly rose into the air. Instead of suffocating on the ground and being unable to fight back, it would be better to fly up and fight squarely. Don't label yourself as so lofty, you're just a bug. The Firefly Demon was silent for a few moments, his gaze looking longingly toward the sky. This seat from a life expectancy of only 7 days of poor mortal insects, against the heavens, through countless trials and tribulations into the threshold of the demonic beasts, and 9 deaths to evolve into a spirit beast, cultivation to the spirit of the realm of emptiness, the peak from the multiplication of the realm is only a foot away from the door. Even if this seat will be planted in your hands today, it's not for you, a small cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, to be qualified to comment. Yi Sun was silent. A firefly with a lifespan of only 7 days, cultivating to the spiritual void realm was no less difficult than a mortal becoming an immortal and becoming a god.
The firefly demon was indeed described as amazingly talented, but unfortunately, his heart was not right.
Or perhaps, there was no right or wrong in this world, and the human beings that it claimed deserved to die were indeed the greatest evil from its standpoint. Yi Sun cannot help but think of human evaluation of fireflies' beneficial insects, medicinal value, scientific research value, ornamental value.
Is very high.
Spiteful, hateful, and seeking, the firefly demon is sad. But this is not its saddest place. The saddest thing is, in fact, it has long been dead, just that it does not know it. It will always be repeated in the player to break into the secret realm of this day. Yi Sun closed his eyes, discarded distracting thoughts, finger flicked the sword. The clear sound of the sword's chirping was loud and reverberated in the grassland. This was the greatest respect he gave to his opponent.
Ha ha ha.
Although this seat is not willing to lose at your hands, but I also have to admit that you are indeed a man of distinction that is hard to see in the ages, and I have no regrets in dying at your hands today. The result is no surprise. The firefly demon failed to take over Aining, the future is ruined, and was Yi Sun dead restraint. Look away after the hostility dissipated, the war will be gone, and ultimately became a full Yi Sun's first kill. If life can be repeated, I will not set foot on the road of cultivation again. Do not go to compete with the white moon, just be a ignorant firefly, flying in the wilderness, feel the splendor of the 7 days.
Ding!
Congratulations to your team for perfectly passing the Millennium Bureau, secret perfection plus 16%, current total perfection, 95%.
The crowd was speechless for a moment.
There were clusters of fireflies scattered across the plains, and unlike before, they were now not poisonous. The party was disgusted with these firefly demons of their kind. But some hate cannot be. Perhaps the initial firefly demon is not evil, just like these carefree scattered fluttering fireflies in front of me. A door of light appears in the grassland.
Could there be a next level?
No. When we walk into the door of light, we've cleared the level and can settle the rewards of the secret realm.
Ha! What about the 5% perfection left?
Yi Sun took out the hidden prop that he had gotten at the Twin Life Bridge Annan's firefly lantern.
This is the only prop that hasn't been used yet. Oh yes, the lantern. Shall we put fireflies in it?
The three women were a bit intolerant.
Yi Sun rolled his eyes. It won't die if you put it in, it's not just a matter of releasing it later.
Also, the crowd was busy for half a day. Put some fireflies in, the lantern lit up with a ghostly blue glow, very beautiful.
However, the system was unresponsive. Did we understand it wrong? Or are there not enough fireflies?
Yi Sun frowned in contemplation. A few moments later, he lifted his bracelet and looked at the time, realizing that it was almost midnight outside. They had entered the secret realm in the evening, and it had taken them almost 6 hours to break through 5 levels in a row.
It seems that if you want to pass the abyssal secret realm, in addition to the hardware configuration of the team members, you need to all use the game warehouse to do so, otherwise you'll get hypoglycemic in the middle of the game. What's wrong? Is it related to the time?
Yi Sun mused. I'm just guessing. Do you guys still remember that scene we saw in our minds when we got Annan's memory crystal at the first level? Xining pondered. It was the scene when Yunyang was holding little Aining and releasing the firefly lanterns. She asked if the fireflies would take her to summer, right? Not bad. The last 2 statues we saw at the Twin Lives Bridge level, the big hand holding the little hand, the gesture is the same as in that scene, when the moon was in that position. Yi Sun raised his finger and pointed to the night sky. According to the time projection, it should be Z hour, releasing firefly lanterns at Z hour. Maybe it's some kind of custom in the village.
Let's wait then, Z hour is almost here.
Yi Sun's decisions were never right, and the crowd recognized him for this. Time passes, the full moon is in the sky, and the hour of the sun has arrived. The lanterns on the ground suddenly blazed with blue light, and countless fireflies flew in, gathering to form a fairy, spreading endlessly.
Ninger, mother finally understands that some summers, fireflies can't fly.
A sigh rang out, a gentle voice with a sense of relief. On the ferry, 2 somewhat illusory figures slowly appeared, none other than Yunyang and little Aining. Little hand holding big hand, Aining walks in front, cheerfully. Hee mother, this time it's my turn to be the guiding firefly, let's go to summer. Ninger, mother's summer is never far away, it's the first time you grabbed the temperature of my fingers. The eyes of the crowd were slightly moist as the two walked away. Just at the moment when the fairy was about to disappear, they saw that the duo turned around and gently waved their hands at them to say goodbye. Little Aining had a bright, sunny, lovely smile on her face, not the least bit resentful of the unfairness of fate.
Ding! Congratulations to your team for successfully releasing Annan's Firefly Lantern, the Secret Realm's perfection level plus 5%, current total perfection level 100%. Chapter 97 Unpacking.
The crowd stood in silence for a long time.
This time, the Secret Realm had given them too many shocks.
Originally, they thought that the Aining they had just met was just an innocent and cute little girl, but they didn't expect it to be manipulated by a firefly demon. Originally thought that the slaughter of villagers Yunyang is the biggest villain. I did not expect it is the firefly demon tampered with the memory of the illusion. The purpose is to mislead the cultivators, will be introduced to the cultivators to kill them to absorb the soul. In fact, the villagers are the villains. The villagers are in fact the villagers. Yunyang, eager to save her daughter, with a mother's love to warm the demon core, but she did not know that her obsession will only push her and her daughter into the abyss, but she is unwilling to give up the hope of her daughter's resurrection. Or rather, no matter what she does, she and Aining are destined to die. Her love was indeed worth touching, and although she had been used by the Firefly demon to bait and kill cultivators for 300 years, but judging by the fact that she wouldn't continue to attack if she awakened her consciousness when she passed the Twin Lives Bridge, her heart was still good and she didn't want to kill innocents indiscriminately. As for the Flooring Demon, they also saw that it didn't completely destroy Yunyang and little Aining's divine souls, and ultimately gave them the hope of being reborn. The crowd was a bit saddened. The Firefly Demon didn't seem to be purely evil, perhaps it was initially a good insect, and now it was aptly described as a pitiful insect. At least it helped Yunyang and little Aining take revenge and kill those villagers. Let's go, it's time for our harvest. Yisun turned around and walked into the light door. After entering the light door, the group came to a monotonous colored space with a mysterious light mass floating in the air.
This is the entire harvest of the secret realm. Shallow Dream and the Desert Judge took the initiative to take a step back, having agreed in the first place that they didn't want anything that was struck from the secret realm this time. Knight Eleanor did not make any movements either, apparently similarly acquiescing to this point.
Shangguan Fa Kai spoke, Yisun, the things are all yours, just let me sell the ones I can't use, who has the highest luck value here.
You can go open the light group.
They knew that Yisun's combat qualification was abnormally high, the lucky qualification was unclear. Yisun didn't talk nonsense, he directly stepped forward and touched the light mass. In an instant, a whole lot more things came out of the storage ring.
Ding! System announcement.
Congratulations to player Yisun for obtaining the first gang building qualification token in the entire service, rewarding him with 10,000 reputation points and 5,000 lower grade spirit stones.
The outside world is blowing up and the major gangs are sniffing around.
Inside the settlement space, everyone looked at each other. They had guessed that the first kill of a Jindan stage boss would most likely explode the first gang building order, and it seemed that they hadn't really guessed wrong. Yisun looked at the crowd. This time in the secret realm, the crowd's contribution could not be erased. Although the attribution of the secret realm's harvest had all been agreed upon and Yisun recognized it, if there were things inside that he didn't need, the right of first refusal would definitely be reserved for them. After all, they had known each other for a while, and Shallow Dream and Desert Judge had also paid 50,000 spirit stones for their hard work. As a matter of reason, not only should we give them the right of first refusal, but we should also give them a discount.
You guys want this stuff? The gang building order he didn't need. Shallow Dreams had the Luotian Pavilion, the Desert Judges had the Sky Eagle Gang, and Shangguan Fa Kai also had a force with a cheesy name, the Salt Gang. The three of them were the only ones who could use the gang building order. The three of them looked at each other face to face. Contemplating for a while, Shangguan Fazai was the first to speak up. I'll forget about it, my Salt Gang is mainly about doing business, and harmony breeds wealth, and it doesn't seem to be too serious if the number one gang in Huaxia is the Salt Gang. Shallow Dream also shook her head and refused. The number one gang, standing at the tip of the storm, will become a target, not quite suitable for our purely women's gang's positioning. In many games in the past, the number one gang was the Brotherhood. Now if it was taken over by the Luotian Pavilion, Asamu could think that they would definitely become a thorn in the Brotherhood side, and there would be constant friction throughout the day. To say that the gang was exterminated may not be, after all, with Yisun acquaintance, friendship is also not bad, he should be managed, but endless small friction will greatly affect the development of the club, and it is not good to keep bothering Yisun to help. And maybe in reality will be the Brotherhood of People door-to-door retaliation, she itself in the family is not popular, the Brotherhood door, I guess no one to do for her. The Desert Judge contemplated for a moment, and was also somewhat disillusioned. His background in reality is not bad, but he is not afraid of being retaliated by the Brotherhood's people at the door. But riding on the head of the Brotherhood in the game is not a good thing either, he doesn't have the deterrent power of Yisun. Most of all, the Sky Eagle Gang's ambition wasn't to be number one, and it was more or less similar to Shallow Dream's Luotian Pavilion. While Shallow Dream wanted the women to have a backer, the Desert Judges wanted to have a group of like-minded people like brothers who shared the same blessings and difficulties. That being said, the positioning of the Sky Eagle Gang was more suitable for the name Brotherhood. How much will this thing probably sell for? Seeing that none of them had any intention of getting their hands on the first club, Yisun planned to sell it when he went out. It was a pity that the auction house hadn't opened up yet, otherwise the gang building order should have been a good item to make a name for itself. Yisun also did not dare to stay in the hand for a long time, in case someone else hit the second gang building order, this is going to be ruthlessly depreciated. Shangguan Fazai mused.
It's really hard to say, it's also because the Brotherhood has developed too well in these years, even if you poke their sharpness, there are not many gangs that dare to compete with them. If this thing is auctioned off, maybe the Brotherhood will bid on it and no one will dare to follow the price. If you really want to sell, it's best not to use the bidding mode, directly a mouthful of price, open his 10 million spirit stones, let the Brotherhood pinch the nose to buy.
Yisun frowned.
10 million spirit stones, now equivalent to 300 million Huaxia coins, was really nothing to the Brotherhood and should be recognized. Listening to Shangwan Fazai's words, the price is not appropriate any higher. If the Brotherhood does not buy, other forces probably do not dare to buy. If the Brotherhood wants to understand this point, may also pressure the price, let him build gang order smashed in the hand. It seems that what he thought just now, that this was a good thing to make the auction house famous, was really wrong. Honestly, he didn't want the Brotherhood to occupy the title of the #1 gang. Sure, the money was earned, but it would also be disgusting. With his strength today, there was no need to endure the nausea for the rest of his life, and the Brotherhood was money he didn't really want to earn. How about building his own gang and taking the #1 spot? Yisun pondered without saying anything. Sell it to me. The crowd turned their heads to Nightshade in surprise. Did he, a loner, have the idea of creating a force? Although Night Elegy was strong enough to be called the #1 person under Yisun, his intimidating power was still far from Yisun. Moreover, he has no personnel base to create a force, and going up against the Brotherhood is no different from touching an egg against a stone, so why would he want to do that? Yisun's eyes lit up, but he had forgotten about the Night Sorrows. The national team will soon enter the field. There is really a lack of the name of the first club in front of the national team. The Brotherhood counts for nothing. To give them the courage, they do not dare to go to the national team trouble. So Yisun directly threw it to him. Nightshade spoke faintly. The money is owed first. He couldn't take 10 million spirit stones right now, and this money could only be given by the country. Yisun didn't have a problem with it either. The crowd was surprised again when they saw this 10 million spirit stones. Yisun actually agreed to let him get credit? Is he so assured of his character? These two should have just met not long ago. They really couldn't figure it out. Yisun didn't say any more and continued to take out the second item. Chapter 98, continuing to open boxes. Fluorescent Demon Core Essence, serve to permanently increase poison resistance by 20%, the only one in the secret realm. Yisun's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. This time to fight the secret realm, the 20% poison resistance added by the inner Dan of the blue-blooded toad at the beginning played a small role. For example, at the level of the flying corridor, there were several fireflies hitting him every second, and if there was no poisoning resistance, maybe he couldn't even recover from Shinzei. Without saying anything, Yisun directly took it, thanks to the firefly demon. Now that the poisoning resistance had become 40%, he would be more relaxed when he encountered toxic bosses or similar environments in the future. Eternal Night Sword, Heavenly Rank Weapon. Eternal Night Glow's Secret Realm 300 years of natural generation. Secret Realm unique. Requirements for wearing, Jindan Stage Swordsman Profession. Features, can melt other weapon equipment, enhance the realm of wearing equipment, attribute synchronization enhancement. Additional attributes, strength plus 50, spirit law plus 45, physical attack plus 450, spell attack plus 400, concentration plus 36, hit plus 110. Skill 1, Eternal Night Extinction. When the target's blood value is at 5% or less, it can be killed with a single sword strike, and the effect can be turned off. Skill 2, Eternal Night Condensation. Sword body with natural sword chi, general attack damage plus 30%. Passive skill, no consumption. Yisun couldn't help but burst out. After sharing the attributes to the curious crowd, they were equally jaw-dropped. A Jindan stage heavenly artifact? And it can continue to grow? This is equivalent to a grade less heavenly artifact, right? And this skill, it's too terrifying. The luck is just too good, it actually happens to be a sword. Congratulations! I did get lucky this time. Ask the immortal profession is numerous, the type of weapon is also too many to count, although the probability of killing monsters to burst out of the profession's weapons is a little higher, but it is not 100% will burst. Yisun often burst out of the other profession's weapons. The appearance of the Eternal Night Sword was a bit different from the other swords. The whole was black and emitted a ghostly light, appearing very mysterious and honorable. The added attributes need not be mentioned. The skill actually has a decapitation effect. Usually only immortal weapons or above will have a decapitation effect. The practicality is too strong. The same quality of equipment, although there is no subdivision, plus the attributes are similar, but there are good and bad. Yisun believed that the quality of the Eternal Night Sword must also be second to none in the heavenly weapons. A grade less heavenly weapon, he had never even heard of it. It was worthy of being something that was burst out of the abyssal mystery realm. Ha ha! 2 consecutive items were very useful to him. Yisun was extremely happy. Spectral Shadow Blade, heavenly grade weapon. Requirements, Jindan Stage Soul Chasing Profession. Additional attributes, strength plus 50, agility plus 45, physical attack plus 800, attack speed plus 3.5, concentration plus 35, hit plus 100. Skill 1, Ghostly Shadow Instant Kill. Transforms into a ghostly shadow, instantly flashes behind the target within 100 meters, inflicts 200% physical damage to the target. Any landing point is considered a weak point attack, no consumption. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 2, Shadow Cut. Temporarily boosts 50% evasion value, rotates rapidly around the target, inflicts 5 damage values equal to one's own physical attack, and applies a 5-second bleeding effect to the target.
Consumption, 500 mana. Cooldown, 2 minutes. It's actually a heavenly artifact again? All I can say is that equipment with skills can be really good. It's a pity that it can't continue to grow. If there was no Eternal Nightsword Pearl in front of it, this spectral shadow blade would definitely be able to light up the eyes of the crowd. Unfortunately now, although the heavenly weapon was precious, the limitations of the Jindan stage still caused a sense of beauty to rise in them. Yi-sun raised his eyebrows and looked at Nightseeker with a smirk. This thing, it could be too suitable for him. No matter what, a heavenly artifact was a heavenly artifact, there was no doubt about its preciousness, and Nightshade was instantly moved. Skill 1 need not be mentioned, it was very practical. Skill 2, Assassins are high sensitivity points, dodge itself is high, and then enhance the 50%, hit the same level of monsters is almost equivalent to absolute dodge. I'll take it, at first. He didn't say how much, so Yi-sun didn't bother to ask. Without a doubt, the gang building order was paid for by the country, and this weapon of his was paid for by the heavenly group, which is not bad for money, and will definitely not let Yi-sun suffer. The national team will soon enter the field, need to have one of their own people to lead the development. The stronger the strength of Nightseeker will be, the more favorable to the country. From this, it seemed that the dagger had come at a good time. The crowd once again looked at each other in disbelief. If Yi-sun didn't have a girlfriend now, they would have even suspected that there was an adulterous relationship between the two. Lingyan Ribbon, Jindan stage ground level weapon, Tianxiang profession. No one in the room can use this one. Yi-sun took back the ring again, intending to feed the Eternal Night Sword later. Moonflower Spirit Purpose, Jindan stage Earth Grade Necklace, all professions. Divine Sense plus 35, Control Hit Rate plus 16%, Immunity Rate plus 18%, Fire Resistance plus 12%. Moonflower Pure Thoughts, Passive Skill, Time Under Control reduced by 20%. Jewelry Equipment, and it's still Earth Artifact level. Yi-sun was overjoyed. This he needed, and likewise put it back into the storage ring, saving it for the Jindan stage. Several consecutive pieces were what he needed, all of which he had not yet harvested, except for Nightshade, which made him a little embarrassed, and he continued to pull out. Manhwa Cherry Dream Figure, Jindan Stage Heavenly Weapon, Celestial Master Profession. There's actually a heavenly weapon? Great! Yi-sun looked at Shangwan Fazai and Shallow Dream, the Dharma Cultivation Heavenly Weapons. They were the only ones who could use them. Shallow Dream wants it. I prefer the fan. This figure also carries the word dream in its name. It's related to you. Asamu smiled gratefully. A heavenly weapon that came with 2 very useful skills. Although it couldn't continue to grow like the Eternal Night Sword, it was already a treasure that could not be found, and she was very happy. Jindan stage bosses, except for the first kill, usually couldn't burst a heavenly weapon. The heavenly weapon in their hands could stay on the list for a long time. How much can this be sold for? Shangwan Fazai said, right now, players are all still in the foundation establishment stage, and the price of Jindan stage equipment is unknown, so it's not easy for me to predict. Yi-sun nodded his head and threw the chart to Shallow Dream. Then you can use it first and give it when the time comes. Just give me the equipment at 50% off the market price. Okay, thanks. Next, the Jindan stage Heavenly Sword also came out, and the Desert Judge couldn't help but be overjoyed, settling on paying in the future just like Shallow Dream. For whole heavenly artifacts, this harvest is too unbelievable. The first kill of a boss above Jindan stage has a probability to burst out heavenly weapons, but it takes a lot of effort to burst out a single piece. Yi-sun actually burst out a whole 4 pieces? His luck value is too high, isn't it? Even if you counted the special bonus for the Secret Realm First Pass, it didn't make much sense. After all, the rewards for the Secret Realm First Pass were all in the announcement. Yi-sun smiled and didn't say anything. There would be no heavenly equipment next. Shangwan Fazai pocketed a Jindan Stage Earth product fan. There were also 2 Jindan Stage Ground Artifact Defense Gear, which were more suitable for Shallow Dream and Desert Judge, and were picked by the 2 of them. The rest were some Foundation Establishment Stage Metaphysical Artifacts, and Yi-sun threw them all at Shangwan Fazai to let him go and sell them. There's so much equipment, the Secret Realm can really be a good place to fight equipment. After all, I killed hundreds of elite-level Foundation Stage villagers. You can't say that. Yi-sun's high luck value is the main reason. There's also the fact that the first pass of the Secret Realm is the only one that has such a high burst rate, and any further entries will lower the burst rate. Shangwan Fakai compared to the 3, the harvest is not big, only a ground product fan, but he does not care too much. He likes to do business. It does not matter if the battle power is low. Anyway, the Jindan stage is just a transition. On the contrary, Sining and Rindudu, Yi-sun cried and laughed, and in his heart, he lamented the vagaries of fate. His closest people this time, on the contrary, did not have much to gain. Lucky value can only guarantee that the quantity and quality of the equipment is high, but there is no way to guarantee that it will be suitable for their profession. Seeing his expression, Sining smiled softly. Have you forgotten? My master said that he would send me earth weapons when I reached the Jindan stage. Yi-sun remembered, she did say it before, and was jealous at the time. In that case, it seems that Rindudu doesn't have any good equipment? Rensejia, on the contrary, seemed calm. She knew that even if a heavenly artifact bow was placed in front of her, she couldn't afford it.
She already owed the Yi Sun duo a lot, the novice village nightmare mystery realm, the identity of the clan's pro-disciple, and now the abyssal mystery realm, were all helped by Yi Sun and Si Ning. Although she and the two close relationship, the heart is their best friends, but also have their own principles, cannot pull the face to collect equipment again, now there is no suitable is also quite good, so as to avoid embarrassment. Moreover, right now, she is only at the first level of foundation establishment, and is still far away from the Jindan stage, so she is not in a hurry to replace her equipment. This was her true thought, and when she saw Yi Sun looking over, she returned a smile and said nothing, without any loss in her eyes. Yi Sun also did not know what to say. Forget it, let's talk about it later. There were still the last 3 things in the storage ring, none of which were equipment, and he took them out in turn to check them out.
Chapter 99 System Announcement.
Blue Glow Wings, heavenly quality single flying magic weapon, unique to the secret realm.
Equipment condition, none.
Effects, can fly at any height, no consumption when not higher than 3 times the movement speed, every doubling of the movement speed, the consumption per second increases by 1% mana, the maximum flight speed is 30 times the character's movement speed. Skill 1, Blue Fly Blessing, passive skill. A layer of blessing light condenses on the surface of the body, and it can displace all the enemies that attack at the same time for a certain distance, and then breaks up, and the blessing light will be regenerated again after 1 minute of breakage. Skill 2, Phantom Light Seeking, active skill. The next single long-range attack is a directional attack that ignores distance restrictions and is bound to hit the target and cannot be blocked. Consumption, 1000 points of mana, cooldown, 1 minute. Another heavenly product? And it's also a flying magic treasure. My god, Yi Sun, are you so outrageously lucky? The crowd was stunned. Yi Sun was just as dumbfounded. It's really worthy of 25 lucky points. This heavenly flying magic treasure, with its 3x movement speed and no consumption free flight, is adapted to everyone. However, strictly speaking, its skills were more suitable for long-range class professions. Long-range professions, the most afraid of being melee, line up the passive skills of melee enemies, greatly improving the tolerance rate of brittle remote. Directional must hit the skill is more practical. Those who operate the general FA Shio and archers, when facing the fast-moving enemies, skills always hit empty. With this skill, there is no need to aim, just use perception to lock onto the target. From this point of view, archers are best suited. Most of the FA cultivation and control cultivation are group attack skills, but the Blue Glow Wing skill is only adapted to a single body, which is too limiting, and the healing cultivation is even more so, basically only using the skill on their own people. Archer is different, single body skills, kite flying ability is the first of all professions. With flying magic treasure, archers will become very difficult to deal with, the war power to enhance more than one ship. Thinking about this, the crowd looked at Rin Si Jia. Although they all wanted it, it was more or less a waste for them to wear it compared to Rin Si Jia. Run Duo wiped the tears from the corners of her mouth. I'd better forget about it. Yi Sun was a bit torn. He also knew that this was best suited for archers, but it wasn't too bad for his sister. Run was considered half a family member, but his sister was a real family member, and was also his lifelong companion. Little Seeker, give it to Dull, I'll rub your lotus seat first. Well, I believe we can fight flying magic treasure again in the future, when we fight a skill more suitable for me. No, I can't have it, just take me to practice leveling when you guys are free. Yi Sun glanced at Si Ning and saw her gently nodding again, so he threw it to Rindudu. This. You're just like them, you owe it first and just pay it back slowly later. The crowd surrounded the Blue Glow Wings and admired them for half a day, their eyes full of love. Although the body of the Firefly demon was a bit ugly, the wings were really beautiful and eye-catching. To say that the most precious things in this secret realm belong to Yi Sun's Eternal Night Sword and this Blue Glow Wings, both belong to the classless treasures, which could be used until the great late stage without becoming obsolete, and their value was immeasurable. Truly a fool has a fool's fortune. Yi Sun couldn't help but sigh. He was pondering what the right price to charge for the wings would be. I will definitely pay you back later. Randuda nodded his head vigorously, touching the wings lovingly. Seeing this, Shallow Dream couldn't help but say, does Sister Shanglua want to come to my Luoshun pavilion? Offer you an annual salary of $10 million. She was not only trying to help Rin Si Jia resolve her embarrassment, but she also had the idea of pulling in the strings. Now that Rin Si Jia possessed a heavenly flight magic treasure, her future was unlimited, and she would probably become the #1 archer in the entire service, so if such a talent came to her club, it would be very beneficial to the club. There is also the fact that Yi Sun is obviously different to her. The relationship is not simple. Getting along with her is also a way to get closer to Yi Sun. $10 million a year? Ren Dumbledore's eyes widened and patterns of money surfaced in his eyes, but he didn't agree with a single bite but looked at Yi Sun for his opinion. Yi Sun was dumbfounded, thought about it, and didn't help her make a decision. There's no hurry, wait until we get out. There are 2 more things, let me see what they are. Ningen Ballad, Mortal Rank Skill, created by Yunyang for Aining. Can be advanced, unique to the secret realm. Cultivation requirements, Myriad Voices Profession.
Skill effect, use on any single target to increase the target's full attributes by 1% and decrease the full attributes of the single target it fights against by 1% for 30 seconds. Skill consumption, 100 points of mana. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Surprisingly, it's a full attribute percentage increase and decrease? This skill, the potential is so terrifying. The crowd was shocked. The percentage skill meant that Si Ning was able to assist the Harmonization Realm bigwigs even if she was only at the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this skill could also be advanced, and when the skill class was raised in the future, it would simply be a divine skill. Isn't it only medical cultivators and Buddhist cultivators that can add status to their teammates? I guess it's because this skill is a sound skill, an auxiliary skill suitable for a control cultivator is too rare. It's more than just an auxiliary skill, using it on any single target means it can also be used on yourself, right? Concentration's future solo ability will also be terrifying. And after advancing, it might even change to being used on multiple targets. The preciousness of this skill is even higher than blue glow wings. It's a pity that it's too difficult to advance the skill. Yeah, right now the prestige value is being used to upgrade qualifications, so I can't even care about upgrading my stance skills, let alone other skills. I'm guessing that this skill won't be used until a few years from now, right? Yi Sun agreed with him. It would take ages to upgrade the qualification and stance skills. This skill, at least, would eat dust for years. Si Ning didn't mind, life is still long, there will always be a practical day, thanks to Yunyan and Little Aning. The last item was the Xian Enlightenment Fruit that must be obtained from the first kill of a Jindan stage boss, which could allow Xian rank skills to advance, and Yi Sun took it back into his storage ring. Let's go out, it's time to meet the baptism of the system announcement. They didn't know that the outside world had already exploded at this point. The equipment list originally only had 2 pieces of equipment, but now it was full, with 4 more heavenly artifacts, 4 more earthly artifacts, and all of them were of the Jindan stage. There was also the mount list, which also had an extra heavenly flying magic treasure, instantly ranking second. This scene left countless people dumbfounded. What happened? The attributed people are different. Is this a team killing boss popping and distribution? Jindan stage equipment, must be Jindan stage boss burst, how no first kill announcement? I guess it's a secret realm boss, only the secret realm will be finally settled. The system was sweet and gave them a quick response. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to the 7-member team consisting of players Yi Sun, Congealed Heart, Shanglu, Shallow Dreams, Night Gothic, Desert Judge, and Shangguan Fazai for successfully passing through the abyssal level Eternal Nightglow secret realm. Reward the team with 10,000 reputation points each, 5,000 lower grade spirit stones, and 30 points of free attributes. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun, Congealed Heart, 7-person team reached the Foundation Stage Abyssal Mystery Pass achievement, rewarding each person in the team with a permanent title Abyssal Walker 2, title effect, plus 5% effect on alien skills, all title effects can be superimposed. Ding! System announcement. As the first team in the entire service to pass through the Foundation Establishment Abyssal Mystery Realm, an additional reward of 10,000 reputation points, 5,000 lower grade spirit stones, and 10 points of free attributes will be given to each person in the team. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun's 7 team for reaching the Foundation Stage Abyssal Mystery Realm 100% Perfection Pass achievement. The heavens and earth are shaken. Additional reward for each person in the team is +1 to the upper limit of all innate qualifications. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun for killing the Jindan stage boss Firefly Demon. Reaching the only achievement, the first kill of a Jindan stage boss. Rewarded with 10,000 reputation points, 5,000 lower grade spirit stones, +1 to all innate qualifications, +9 to all basic attributes. Chapter 100, Shocking the World. The world was quiet for a moment when the announcement was made. The Abyssal Mystery Realm, there were already quite a few teams that had gone to break into it, but most of them died in the second level, the Glowing Flame Promenade. Originally, I thought it would take a long time for the clearance teams to appear, but I didn't expect them to appear just on the first day of opening. Worthy of being Yi Sun. It seems like the Abyssal Mystery Realm is pretty hard, even Yi Sun had to team up to complete it. Bull, can't you see that these people are just making up the numbers? It's probably paid to find Big Brother Yi Sun to bring them. Indeed, Shangguan Fazai's game operation, Know It All, Desert Judge and Shallow Dream are okay, but their team didn't make it through the second level in the afternoon either. Knight Eleanor is a solo player with sharp operations, maybe she couldn't find a team before finding Yi Sun's head? Knight Zen's operation is indeed fine, and he shouldn't have put in much effort this time. Who knows what kind of ghost Shanglu is? You don't know Shanglu? Yi Sun's own sister the real sister that Yi Sun came to Taishao City in the afternoon, stepped on the 7-colored ahem, ice and snow lotus seat, and personally picked up. TSK Tisk people around Big Brother can be so happy. The point is the reward, +1 to all innate qualification caps. That means they can raise all their qualifications to 51, right? Yeah, it's outrageous. Yi Sun's qualifications were already abnormal, now they're even more unfathomable. I want to know how deep he is, dog head.
There are also reputation rewards, 20,000 reputation values for one person, tops our liver for 2 months.
Jealousy separates me from the wall. Ask for a secret strategy. Ding.
Congratulations on passing the Eternal Night Glow Abyssal Mystery Realm and gaining 100,000 cultivation points.
Ding. Congratulations on killing the Jindan stage boss Firefly Demon, gaining 8,000 cultivation points. Ding.
Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 8th level of the Foundation stage. Yi Sun's spirit was revitalized, and this time, he finally didn't hear the system say, since your innate qualification has reached the upper limit, the reward is transformed into. The experience of killing a Jindan stage boss was a bit low because it was divided equally among 7 people, otherwise he would have been able to move up another level. On the contrary, it was Shallow Dream and the others, who were directly at the 10th level of Foundation establishment, not far from the Jindan stage. Before the second turn, the first person to break through a major realm was not rewarded by the system. Yi Sun did not covet their cultivation progress.
It's actually possible to raise the qualification limit?
This reward is too powerful, isn't it? My cap is all of 51, so it looks like I'll have to work hard on my liver prestige value.
Not bad for a 100% perfection reward.
The role of qualifications had long been self-evident, and raising the qualification ceiling was the same as evolving, and the crowd was incomparably happy. Yi Sun was also very excited, this reward even he did not expect. In his previous life there was no team that could pass the level perfectly. He hurriedly opened the qualification to take a look, and instantly looked straight in the eyes. Only to see that the basic attribute qualifications such as strength, physique, and so on, the upper limit had all become 102, while the upper limit of the special attribute qualifications was 22.
This was Newwa Stone passive? Doubling the upper limit?
Other people add 1 point to the qualification cap, but he can add 2. It's worthy of being a holy relic, it's simply too strong. Yi Sun was excited, if only the game had more ways to increase the qualification limit. He now had just over 50,000 prestige value, so he opened the prestige store and bought the basic qualification pills one by one.
Ding. Successfully consumed the power source liquid. Congratulations on your innate power qualification +1, current power qualification, 102. Ding.
First kill boss all qualification +1, now eat 5 qualification medicine, the basic qualification again all become full value. However, the special attribute qualifications are still a little short, the special qualification medicine is too expensive, Yi Sun can't afford to buy it for a while.
Ha! I can't believe I forgot about this.
Yi Sun took out a lucky leaf from his storage ring, which was rewarded by the system when he got his immortal mount. He originally wanted to give it to his sister, but ended up forgetting it.
Sissy Sun, not forgetting his original intention, handed it to Si Ning, but she pushed it back.
You, in the future, if you come across what you need, take care of yourself first, understand?
Yi Sun nodded and didn't say anything else.
With their relationship, there was no need to care about some external things.
Ding.
Successfully consumed the lucky leaf. Congratulations on your innate lucky qualification +1, current lucky qualification, 22. Together with the addition of Ink Rhythm Spectacle, he now possessed a full 27 points of lucky qualification. Enlightenment and Charisma are both still 1 point short, a total of 100,000 prestige value is needed, even if it is him, in a short period of time cannot manage, and then some regret when he sold that Charisma medicine, thought it was completely useless. The line of sight looked towards Asamu, and saw that she also happened to look over. A trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, obviously thinking of a piece. The crowd also purchased qualification medicines in droves, all of them overjoyed.
Alas!
This time, each of you have shown off your skills in a big way, and I'm the most useless.
Shangwan Fazai shook his head inside sadly. Desert Judge?
Seeing this, Yi Sun was about to comfort him for a few moments when he heard him turn his tone, but after thinking about it, what I'm best at is doing business, fighting is not my strong point, so it makes sense to not use some of it, right?
Desert Judge?
The crowd laughed out loud. The two of them had indeed been hitting the sauce the entire time of this trip to the secret realm. Rather, it was the 3 girls, with their delicate minds, as well as their special skills, who had played a lot of roles. This time the secret realm, the relationship between the people has become much closer, like Shangwan Fazai and the Desert Judge. Before it stopped at knowing, but now they all feel that the other person's character is quite good, and they have been able to unashamedly flirt with each other. In addition to Naichin, only he has been in a wandering state, not cold, probably because of the near ink, and his captain, always wearing a poker face. The crowd's bracelets flashed non-stop, and for a while, they didn't know how many people were sending them messages. Shallow Dream listened to the voice for a while and looked at Yi Sun. Yi Sun, I won't spread out the information about the secret realm this time. The voice transmission was full of people who came to ask about the strategy. This was a sensitive topic. Shallow Dream wanted to bring it to the surface to open it up, so that Yi Sun could rest assured. She was modeling this for others.
The crowd chimed in as well.
Yi Sun glanced at her and couldn't help but feel in his heart that she was really an intelligent woman, and when she was with her, she was always so refreshing, like a spring breeze. Seeing that they were about to reply with a rejection, Yi Sun waved her hand and interrupted, no need.
The secret realm was not something that could be passed perfectly just by knowing the strategy. As the lords of the forces, if they all refused now, they would definitely offend and be isolated by the other forces. This would be unfavorable to their development, and although they could embrace each other, there was no need for that, as the secret realm raiders could not be concealed. The national team was already organizing their entry, and if he was asked about the secret realm raiders, there was no way he could hide it. In that case, there would always be a time when the raiders would leak out. At that time, not only would Asamu and the others offend other forces, not to mention, the raiders wouldn't be able to keep it, and that would be ridiculous. You all know the situation of the secret realm this time. Even with the raiders, it's impossible for them to pass the level perfectly. It was like the glow corridor, where speed and strength were indispensable. Even now, when Dummy went over to help, with 9 tethered to his body, there was no way to get through. Although she had a heavenly flying magic treasure and could reach her limit speed if she forced her speed, the archer mana value was too low. She only had around 1000 mana points right now, and even with the foundation establishment stage elixir to recover, she wouldn't be able to maintain it for a few seconds, and the brittle skin wouldn't be able to withstand the firefly's poison. Even if a FA cultivator is controlling a flying magic treasure, it's almost impossible to fly at high speed for a minute. There aren't many FA cultivators that add agility, and their own movement speed is too slow. They may need to move more than 10 times faster to be able to do so, and the amount of mana they consume per second is very scary. The most important thing is that it is too difficult for a foundation stage to have a heavenly mount. On top of that, it was also necessary to not attrition at every level, and with the terror of the firefly demon, it was hard not to attrition. You guys are so. Yi Sun's eyes twinkled as he thought of an idea. Chapter 101, the number 1 gang in China. When a club asks, sell the raid and split the money in half with me. The crowd was dumbfounded. Yi Sun was really a wealthy man. Old one? Ah, the secret realm is just too good. Want to raid? It's not impossible, but to give you the strategy one have to risk offending Yi Sun. No, at least 100,000 spirit stones. This strategy can be perfect. There are pictures and videos. Every step is a milkmaid level tutorial. Well, 50,000 on 50,000, but you cannot say out cannot trap me in the injustice, but also our relationship is the best. I only sell you, others I do not sell. Old Zhao? Ha ha ha. Shangguan Fazai took the lead in sampling. Shallow Dream and Desert Judge also followed suit when they saw the situation. The big forces inquired to sell more expensive, and the small forces were cheaper, and in a short period of time, they have harvested hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This time, they not only paid the money for the secret realm ticket before, as well as the hard work fee for Yi Sun, but also made a profit in reverse. Coupled with the various rewards for the first pass of the secret realm, today was simply a win. There's nothing else to do in the middle of the night but brush up on monsters. Now that everyone had passed the secret realm, they could break through the Jindan stage without worrying about it, and leveled up a huge step ahead of the others. Those forces, even if they had gotten the raid, couldn't get past the abyssal secret realm for a while, and were going to be stuck at the foundation establishment stage for a while, which was a good opportunity for Yi Sun's level to bend the curve and overtake the others. Shangguan, which continent is the Brotherhood's main camp in? Or rather, where are the 4 evils practicing? In fact, the secret realm could still be entered, but without the first pass reward, only some equipment could be fought, and the explosion rate would drop. The crowd had no desire to enter again, not wanting to experience the story in the secret realm once more. Shangguan Fazai murmured. Jade Sky Continent, where the 10,000 Beasts Villa is located, a lot of Beast Division sold their pets and mounts, and the leveling efficiency is very poor. There are quite a few idle fixed boss refresh points in Jade Sky Continent, and basically all of them are occupied by the Brotherhood. The crowd looked odd. They all heard about Yi Sun's robbery. The members of the Brotherhood in the Jade Sky Continent were all robbed, and there was a lot of ridicule on the forums. Now it seemed that the Jade Heavenly Continent was going to suffer as well, and in their hearts they mourned for the Brotherhood for a second. Farewell. Yi Sun. Asamu looked at Yi Sun, the slightest bit of affection showing in her eyes. She still can't forget that in the novice village, alone into the field solo boss figure, calm and relaxed, elegant and dusty, like a light, in her heart left a deep impression. If you need it, Luotian Pavilion can be at your disposal. The same goes for the Heavenly Eagle Gang, at your beck and call. Yi Sun, do you want me to bring someone to Jade Sky? Yi Sun laughed lightly. I appreciate the thought. You guys get busy with your own, or else you'll have to share your bosses. Ha ha. The crowd bid farewell and left in turn, and Nightshade just nodded without saying anything. However, just as he stepped onto the teleportation array, he returned back and pulled out the gang building order and handed it to Yi Sun. You build it and transfer the gang leader to me. Yi Sun? I guess there's a reputation reward, so I won't take advantage of this bargain, and you'll need the reputation value. This person was open-minded, worthy of being a member of the Heavenly Group. Where's the name? I'll ask. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sun for successfully founding the number 1 gang in the Chinese service, Divine Continent, and successfully opening the Jianghu power list, rewarding 10,000 reputation points, 5,000 lower grade spirit stones, and raising the level of Divine Continent gang by 1 level. Ding.
Please choose your club's location within 7 days and complete the construction of the location within a month. During the construction of the location, it is protected by the heavenly Tao and the core of the club cannot be destroyed.
The players are talking. Yi-sun actually created his own club? Thought he was going to stay a lone wolf. What an atmospheric name, much better than some bull fraternity. I want to join. With Yi-sun around, the Divine Continent gang has a bright future. I want to admire the big man up close. Yet the next moment. Ding!
System announcement: Divine Continent gang leader Yi-sun passes on the throne to Night Elephant, stepping down as gang leader. The players were baffled. The 4 victims of the Brotherhood, on the other hand, gnashed their teeth in anger.
Damn!
I can't believe you dared to steal the name of the #1 gang. When they used to play other games, although there was no such thing as a gang building order in the game, all the gangs would wait for them to be the first to create before they created them one after another, and no one dared to steal ahead of them. Those that jumped ahead of them would be seen by the Brotherhood as the main target of attack and would eventually be beaten until they were disbanded. This time, when they entered Ask the Immortals, originally they weren't worried about the gang building order, thinking that no matter who beat them out, they would sell it to their Brotherhood. But they didn't expect that such a prick as Yi-sun had actually appeared. Regardless of whether he Yi-sun or Nightsun, there is no good thing in the surname Yi, let them build it and destroy it when the time comes.
This time, they plan to gather 1,000,000 gangs and strike a fatal blow. If they were to deal with Yi-sun alone, they really didn't have much certainty, and it would be hard for them to stop Yi-sun, who possessed an immortal mount, from trying to leave. But in a gang war, it was impossible for one person to defend. With 4 gates attacking at the same time, even if Yi-sun could one-up a gate, it would be useless to defend one gate alone. As Yi-sun exited the gang, the corners of Nightshade's mouth moved slightly, and he ultimately said nothing.
He was hoping that Yi-sun would stay and become a vice gang leader or something, but he couldn't make the decision, and he was going to hand over this gang leader position in a few days. Knight Eleanor was not lost, and did not have the desire to be in charge of a force per se. 1 gangmaster, 2 vice gangmasters, the future position of the peak of power in Huaxia, it is better to let those people fight for it. The captain would like to invite you to join the Sky Team, with free working hours. Yi-sun was stunned, he had expected the officials to recruit him. Forget it, decent people who work? Night Elegy didn't persuade anymore, the captain should be looking for you, you guys talk, thanks this time, if you need it in the future, just call out to me. Saying so, he turned around and left.
Didn't we say single combat?
The long night is long. Knight Eleanor directly teleported away, and the action of placing the spirit stone was smooth to the extreme.
Growling 2 little beauties, elbows, follow me into the teleportation array. Put.
This night, the Brotherhood players of the Jade Sky Continent were out of luck.
Resurrection point. You're at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, but you're even robbing a boss at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment? I guess a lot of people are going to quit the gang again this time.
After Yi-sun's back and forth, the Brotherhood was now tens of thousands of gang members short, and the juniors under the deacons were often lost.
Third brother, are you going to be able to do it or not? Didn't you say you had found him the other day?
That's right, it's just a cripple, what's the point of hesitating?
What's the point of making tactics? I don't eat beef and frowned. The night before last, before my people made their move, they greeted me, and when I contacted them yesterday, I couldn't reach them.
Who made the move? Li Wu.
Not bad.
The 4 men looked at each other. They were aware of Li Wu's ability, and it was impossible for anything to happen to him against a disabled person. The game warehouse protection is extremely strong. If you hide inside, the people outside can't open it. Will Yi-sun realize that there is an invasion at home, hide in the game warehouse to call the police, and the police arrested Li Wu and the others? If they were arrested, the cell phone was confiscated, and it's normal to not be able to contact them for a while. I nodded my head without eating the beef and said, it's really possible. Yesterday we were busy fighting the secret realm and I didn't bother to check. It's really the sky is high and the emperor is far away, even Laozi's people dare to be arrested? This garbage game, what's wrong with making the protection of the game warehouse so strong? Third brother, give me Yi-sun's address, it's better for me to fix him.
That's fine.
Already beat the bushes, be careful there are cops protecting him in the dark, check the surrounding situation first, this time wait until he's out of the playpen before you do anything, just kill him, don't tie him up either.
Chapter 102, Delinquent Girls. Ding.
Player concentration used the skilled Ballad of Ningen on you, all attributes increased by 3%, your attack target White-Horned Rhinoceros all attributes decreased by 3% for 40 seconds. Yi-sun finished off the boss in 3 tries and looked at Si Ning in surprise, you redeemed the Fruit of Enlightenment? Well, I exchanged a mortal grade enlightenment fruit and upgraded Ballad of Ningen to spirit level, so it's more or less useful to you, right?
Fighting monsters can be easier.
She only had just over 20,000 prestige value, yet she had upgraded the Ballad of Ningen in the first place. Clearly the improvement of her own qualifications and stance skills was the most urgent. The current sister was filled with thoughts of him. Yi-sun was touched and rubbed her hair. Why don't we go offline? He was a bit dumbfounded.
Ah hell. Ouch.
Si Ning screamed out in shock as she was knocked to the ground. Yi-sun had a black line on his face, this light bulb. Ren Doll flapped her wings again and got up. The blue fly wings that flickered with a ghostly blue light set her off like a dark elf. She spat out her tongue and said sarcastically, "I'm sorry, Sister Ning, I'm not used to flying yet." Yi Sun greeted the two of them as they boarded the Chuang row-off boat. The ice and snow lotus emanated a holy light that cut through the night sky, shedding bits of light and becoming a beautiful landscape.
Ha! No one again?
After looking for 3 fixed boss refresh points in a row, no one was occupying them. Thinking about it, if the Brotherhood let him kill like this, the gang members would not only lose the boss, but also lose levels, so it would be better to evacuate. So Yi Sun turned on the crazy killing mode. Others had to wait half an hour for a boss to be refreshed, plus battle time. It took about an hour to kill one. After Yi Sun finished killing one, he immediately shifted his position and continued to kill the other one. The efficiency was simply full. From the middle of the night until noontime, after leveling up to the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, the three of them stopped killing. Ning originally had a higher level than him, and now the experience at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment was almost full. As for Rin Duo, he had risen 4 levels in a row in one secret realm, and after killing bosses all night, he had directly come to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Prestige value also get a lot. 3 people share equally, each person share more than 4,000 points, equivalent to other people's work for several days. Yi Sun, you're just too fast.
Rain Doll marveled. Yi Sun? What is this damn archer talking about?
The number of players online during the daytime was more than at night, and seeing that all the boss spots in the Jade Sky continent were occupied once again, Yi Sun didn't bother to continue killing. Not being a member of the Brotherhood, it was a bit embarrassing to loot. I have to go back and do the sect quests, get the sect contribution to exchange for the concentration pill, and break through the Jindan stage. Yi Sun pondered, Master should still be in seclusion, there is no way to ask for the pills directly. If Master had already come out of seclusion and found him sneaking down the mountain, it would be good if he didn't get angry, and the elixir would be even more unthinkable. Forget it. Anyway, the clan mission is not difficult. It is better to do well by himself. Since joining the clan, he has not stepped into the mission hall. It is also time to go and mix his face. Well, I also need the condensation pill. I have to go do the sect quest.
Yi Sun looked at Rendudu. Do you want to go to Luotian Pavilion?
Leaving her out practicing alone, she couldn't even grab a boss, so it would be better to find a force to brush bosses together.
Aha, I think Asuma was quite nice too. If you promise I'll go over there.
Yi Sun contacted Shallow Dream and found out that she was practicing in the Danshao continent, which was the 100 Flowers Immortal Valley, the location of the medical cultivators. Thinking about it, the legal cultivation itself is fast in practicing leveling efficiency. The Divine Heaven continent where the Taishan Divine Sect is located has been overcrowded for a long time. Shallow Dream went to the Danshao continent, not only to practice leveling faster, but also to bring their own medical cultivation sisters to practice together, 2 birds with 1 stone. So Yi Sun sent Ren dumbfounded over and left her 10,000 spirit stones pocket money to continue keeping score before the 3 of them went their separate ways. Teleporting back to the Purple Sky continent, shortly after leaving the city, Yi Sun and the ice and snow lotus seat under his feet were frozen in the air. A vast pressure suddenly descended. Against the pressure, he looked up with difficulty and saw that the space in front of him was instantly torn apart like cloth, from which a woman stepped out. The woman was about 2 or 8 years old, with delicate features, face as cold as frost, wearing a colorful long dress, dignified atmosphere, majestic. The woman's first impression was her hair, about 5 or 6 colors, evenly distributed. Each strand of color hair is tied into a pigtail. The overall style is somewhat like the simple biker braids on the Blue Star. At first glance, the woman's hair color was fancy, like a delinquent girl. But Yi Sun has never seen such a moving color. Look carefully, each color is like a life, red above as if there is a flame sprite jumping, blue and as gurgling water, gentle and soft. Those dyed hair colors on the blue planet can only be described as cheap, inferior, and unappealing. Compared to her. The next thing was her feet that were not covered by shoes and socks, luscious and delicate. The crystal toes of her feet were slightly downward, hanging lightly in mid-air. Her jade toes were carved like congealed fat, and there was a mist lingering around her ankles if anything, which was mesmerizing to the eyes. Yi Sun inwardly marveled. Worthy of its name, it was one of the 4 beauties of Ask the Immortals alongside Snow Silver Spirit. The woman's appearance was so distinctive that Yi Sun instantly learned her identity. Taishan Divine Sect leader, Xian Kaier.
Hand over the ink rhythm Yu Wang.
Xian Kaier's face was as cold as ice. Snow Silver Spirit majored in the laws of frost. It was cold in temperament, pure and holy. Whereas Xian Kaier's temperament was spiritual, just pure indifference, with an aura that was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Yi Sun opened his mouth with difficulty. A hallowed Taishan Divine Sect patriarch, a heavenly immortal incarnate, would actually also engage in bullying the small with the big and stopping the road to rob the small? He was pecked blind by geese all day long, not expecting that one day he would also be robbed.
Oh? You recognize this seat?
Xian Kaier gently waved her hand, and the power binding Yi Sun suddenly weakened a lot.
Of course, Patriarch Xian's fame and unmatched beauty, who in the world doesn't know about it? Unmatched in color?
A junior actually dared to talk about her looks, Xian Kaier sneered. So, in your eyes, this seat is more beautiful than your master? Since she knew that Snow Silver Spirit was his master, she still dared to come and rob him? This Yi-sun said with a straight face, that or my master is the most beautiful. Humph. Just joining the master's sect and you're commenting on your master's appearance, it seems that you don't have a pure heart for your master. A hint of teasing flashed in Xian Kaier's eyes. Yi-sun's face went black. What's the big deal about talking nonsense? You do not talk nonsense here, I sue you for slander. Xian Kaier snorted coldly, her gaze looking in the direction of the Violet Sky Sword sect. Soon Yi-sun also sensed that a frosty aura no less than Xian Kaier's was rapidly approaching, and it was none other than his master, Snow Silver Spirit. Snow Silver Spirit instantly cut through space and arrived beside Yi-sun, faintly sweeping him. Yi-sun was a bit weak and smiled sarcastically. Master, she slandered me. Humph. Snow Silver Spirit cut him off. Snow Silver Spirit, you came fast enough, in such a hurry, afraid that I would hurt this disciple of yours? That said, I didn't expect you to even give him the Ice and Snow Lotus seat. Is it possible that Patriarch Snow has been lonely for a long time and is in the throes of spring? You too. A hint of eccentricity flashed in Xian Kaier's eyes. Yi-sun's eyes and nose were not daring to say anything. Snow Silver Spirit's face was expressionless. You're still the same as always, you always love to show off your tongue. Alright, this seat doesn't talk nonsense. Where is my father now? Xian Kaier resumed her cold stance and faced Shui Yinling without the slightest hint of resignation. Chapter 103 Greasing the Bones. My father broke into the secret land with old Patriarch Shui 100 years ago, then both disappeared into obscurity. Now that old Patriarch Shui has returned, and my father's ink rhythm spectral Huang has appeared, Patriarch Shui should know my father's whereabouts, right? Xian Kaier stared at Snow Silver Spirit in death. Snow Silver Spirit gently shook his head. The old patriarch of this clan was seriously injured. When I met his old man, he was already delirious, and is now in seclusion to recover. When he comes out of seclusion, this seat can help you inquire. You didn't see my father when you went to the sealed land? No. Xian Kaier was silent. She still understood Snow Silver Spirit's nature, and would definitely not lie. This matter is very strange. If her father was not killed, how could the Mo Yun Yu Huang appear in the hands of others? If it has been killed, how can the soul lamp will not go out? Now only Shui Qianshan knows the truth, and he can't ask about it for a while. Her father and Shui Qianshan friendship, she is not good to wantonly forced into the Purple Sky Sword sect, and also do not have the ability to force the ability to break in, now can only continue to wait. When will Elder Snow come out of the gate? I don't know. Zuan Zayer gasped. Alright, let your disciple hand over the ink rhythm specter. Snow Silver Spirit's face was expressionless. Impossible. That is my father's belongings. Treasures have a destiny. The Mo Yun Yu Huang is my disciple picked up, and it is not from the face of the Xian old senior. You. What? You're the head of the Taishan Divine Sect. Do you still want to rob sharks on the road? Don't you mind losing face? Xian Kaier laughed in anger and sneered back. Worthy of being master and disciple, even their words are the same. They are the same as raccoons. Snow Silver Spirit said indifferently, this is what it is. The things of this clan must be invited back. Ink Rhythm Spectral Huang is Xian old senior accidentally obtained that year. Trace the roots, not your Taishan Divine Sect's original things. You don't mess around. This seat is messing around? Xian Kaier was furious, gritted his teeth and said, Snow Patriarch has always disdained reasoning with people, only to speak with the sword, but today is so eloquent. Is it not that you can't lift the sword? The news that Snow Silver Spirit was injured by the Great Tao could not be hidden from them, the lords of the great powers. Do you want to try this seat's sword? With a flash of light in her hand, Snow Silver Spirit pulled out a 7-colored lollipop. Xian Kaier? She had an odd look on her face. What is this? Are you here to be funny? When Snow Silver Spirit heard this, her pretty face flushed, and after thinking about it, she didn't bother to retort, and simply shared the 7-colored lollipop attribute with her, the corner of her mouth floating up in a smug smile. Seeing this, Xian Kaier's eyes instantly widened, actually added 10 points of charm value? You damnable woman. The two of them were at odds in every aspect and had been fighting since they were young, which was why they were clearly friends from the previous generation, but they looked at each other with disfavor. A mountain can't have two tigers, unless it's a male and a female. Now that Snow Silver Spirit had an extra 10 points of charisma value, she was instantly compared to her, which made her jealous. Yi-sun was dumbfounded. Were the other attributes of the lollipop not worth the shock? Xian Kaier spoke, give the lollipop to the seat, and this seat will leave. Attributes aside, the 7-colored lollipop's shark-eyed appearance, as well as its dreamlike color, could be too good a match for her. Her hair was just colored, it was almost as if it was tailor-made for her. It's not like you can use it. The lollipop's non-removable nature wasn't without a solution for them, but the restriction of only being usable against melee weapons wasn't so easy to change. This seed has its own way. No, you die of this. Xian Kaier gritted her teeth, this oil and salt damn stinky woman. It's fine if you don't give it, you say where you got it, this seed will also go and find one.
When the Snow Silver Spirit heard this, it hesitated a little but still said, "This is the apprentice Yi Sun's gift of worship offered to this seat. The continent only has this one piece, so don't even think about it." "Humph. You wouldn't be able to accept such a good disciple, right? Even if this seat is injured by the great Tao, I will still compare you." Xian Kaier instantly widened her beautiful eyes, glancing back and forth at the two of them. "No, he sends you a lollipop, you send him a lotus seat. This is an exchange of love tokens? I didn't expect you to be consistently cool, but you actually fell so quickly? Is it possible that this disciple of yours is the reincarnation of a chimera? Kid, take off the mask and let this seat take a look, this seat to see how it is? It's not a big deal that Snow has fallen in love, but with his disciple? If this were to be publicized, his reputation would be ruined. Snow's name is really courageous. I'm impressed. I'm flattered." Yi Sun stumbled and almost didn't stand still. "If you can talk more." Snow Silver Spirit's face went black. "Nonsense. Think the seat doesn't dare to make a move? Che, come on." Xian Kaier waved her hand and grunted coldly, "This seat won't take advantage of a person's danger. Winning is also winning." She looked at Yi Sun again. "Kid, this is not over." With that, she raised her hand and a seal was struck into Yi Sun's body. Snow Silver Spirit's eyes were stern. "You want to sneak attack this seat's disciple? Che, what do you take this seat for? This kid foot ice snow lotus seat wooing the city, at a glance, it is restless. It is not possible to say that one day it will be slapped to death, wait for him to die, the seat and then go to retrieve the ink rhythm spectacle Huang is." Yi Sun weakly said, "That I can resurrect." Xian Kaier. For countless years, there had also been incidents of other worlds integrating into the immortal questioning realm, and these people from other worlds had initially descended as conscious bodies and simply combined with the power of heaven and earth to form a complete entity before they could walk in the immortal questioning realm, and they also possessed the ability to be resurrected. This stage would last for several years until the two worlds were completely integrated. They, the existences that stood at the top of the immortal questioning realm, basically knew this secret story, and Xian Kaier had just come out of a secret realm and didn't think of it for a moment. Damn it! With a cold snort, she turned around and tore through space. Wait a few years, when you lose the ability to resurrect, this seat will find a way to take back the ink rhythm spectacle Huang is. Yi Sun frowned in contemplation. During the operation of the game, there was a heavenly rule restriction that normally NPCs could not snatch the player's belongings. There is only one exception to this, and that is that there is a great karma between what the player owns and the NPC. Obviously Murray and Yu Huang is. This situation is rare. The player's normal mission to get the treasures of most of the existence of no cause and effect, Mo and Yu Huang came to a strange, not a normal mission to get, this situation will occur. Yi Sun looking at the place where Xian Kaier left to stay out of sight, Snow Silver Spirit faintly said, "How, disciple this is looking at her." "Ha?" Yi Sun came back to his senses and hurriedly denied, "How could it be? What disciple just said is true. In disciple's heart, master is the most beautiful female in the world." Crap, what am I saying this for? Humph. Greasy mouth. Don't ever say such things again. Ding. Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you is +5, current friendliness 45 sympathetic. Yi Sun. A creature like a woman can be so elusive. So what are you looking at? Disciple is just wondering, what is this means of hers to rip through space? The Snow Silver Spirit explained, Xian Kaier cultivates the laws of space. She is a person with an unbelievable talent. As soon as she was born, she was close to the elements of Qiankuan, like a favorite of heaven and earth, and her hair is a condensation of all sorts of natural spiritual energy. Later, she broke through the essence of natural spiritual energy and realized the way of space from it, extremely difficult to deal with. Yi Sun understand, natural spiritual energy, that is, water, fire, wind, thunder. And so on those heaven and earth elemental power, no wonder her hair color seems to have life. She is not Master's opponent, right? Snow Silver Spirit gently shook her head. In fact, she is not inferior to Master. When she fought with her back then, Master was only able to win by just one move, thus spreading the name of the world's #1 strongest person. This has always made her harbor a grudge in her heart, and she is very unconvinced of Master. In the past, Master wasn't sure that he could beat her by a single move every time, but as for today, a full-force battle is definitely not a match for her. Chapter 104, Don't Deceive the Young and Poor. Yi Sun suddenly remembered that day at the main peak, Master had mentioned that looking at the continent, except for that woman from the Taishan Divine Sect, no one else was qualified to make her go all out, and it seemed like she was referring to Xian Kaier at that time. Xian Kaier was not on good terms with Master. Could Master's shipwreck have something to do with her? However, from the looks of it, Xian Kaier's nature was quite frank, so she shouldn't care about that kind of tactics. Master, in the future, disciple will protect you. Snow Silver Spirit nodded in delight. Speaking of which, just now, she didn't make a move on you, but deliberately released her breath and waited for Master to come, which in turn made Master owe her a favor. Yi Sun shook his head. I can be resurrected, and her hands won't help. It can't be considered as a favor. Besides, it's the disciple who owes it. How can I let the Master owe it? This favor disciple return her is. Snow Silver Spirit gave him a funny look. With your cultivation, what can people use you for? It's Yi-sun said unconvincingly, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the youth. For some reason, Snow Silver Spirit inexplicably got goosebumps on her arms when she heard this. Alright, let's not talk about anything else. You didn't listen to my master's orders and sneak down the mountain. My master still has to find you to settle the score. Yi-sun hurriedly explained, this is not the foundation building's secret realm is open. Disciple wants to get a head start. That's why I'm in a hurry to go down the mountain to break into the secret realm. Oh? The secret realm is open? Snow Silver Spirit nodded her head indistinctly, so she didn't ask for another offense. Master, look. Yi-sun took out the Eternal Night Sword. Snow Silver Spirit took it and carefully examined it for a while. Not bad, this is a naturally occurring treasure in the core of the Eternal Night Glowing Fire Mystery Realm. It will only be completely finalized when it comes out of the world, and if you are a sword cultivator, it will be condensed into the shape of a sword. This sword has plasticity, is considered to be the best blade under the immortal weapon. Over the centuries, countless foundation building cultivators have gone forward and backward to break into the Eternal Night Glowing Fire, but have not been able to get. Disciple, you've done a good job. When Yi-sun heard this, he instantly understood that his master really knew some of the secrets of the Eternal Night Glowing Fire secret realm a long time ago. It seems that when he sent him the Ice and Snow Lotus seed, he must have considered the Foundation Establishment Mystic Realm, knowing that an extremely high-quality flying magic treasure was one of the necessary conditions for a perfect passage. Master was really cold-faced and warm-hearted, saying on his lips that he didn't want to give him anything, but secretly and subtly helping him pave the way. Yi-sun was touched to the core. Master. Why don't you come up too? The disciple will take you back. Snow Silver Spirit blankly glanced at him in amusement, stepped onto the Ice and Snow Lotus seat, lifted her hand and lightly waved it, and the Lotus seat flew towards the violet sky sword sect at breakneck speeds like streams of light. Yi-sun opened his eyes wide and looked at the blurred scenery around him, feeling as if even the flow of time had slowed down. What kind of terrifying speed is this? In the blink of an eye, the Rosette arrived over the main peak. The two sat opposite each other in the gazebo in front of Yi-sun's hut. Master, how is your relationship with the other sex? He wanted to pave the way for world fusion in advance, screening out the forces that he could befriend, so that he would have a bottom in his heart when he made contact in the future. Snow Silver Spirit was stunned at his words, then gently shook her head. None of them are very good. Yi-sun? Back then, when the old sect master disappeared, my master traveled all over the continent in search of him. At first, I guessed that his old man might have fallen for the thieves' trick and was imprisoned somewhere, so I entered other sects and searched for them one by one, not even sparing their secret places. They do not allow to enter, the teacher will fight in, so they are offended all over. Speaking of which, Shan Kai's spatial way is really mysterious. She was also secretly searching for her father, yet she didn't make a big deal out of it like Master did, but instead quietly explored the situation of all of the sect's secret places. Yi-sun was dumbfounded. He now finally understood why Snow Silver Spirit suddenly increased his friendliness when he first learned that he was not well liked in the playhouse. It turned out that Master was just as poorly liked and unpopular. He had the intention to ask Master why he was obsessed with finding the old patriarch, but after thinking about it, he still didn't open his mouth. He had asked once before, and Master hadn't answered, so he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain now. Unless he waited for the friendship level to reach 46 or above and entered the push and pull stage, he wouldn't hide it from him, right? Alright, if the master is not in seclusion recently, he will properly supervise you to complete your homework, and you can't come down from the mountain if you fail to meet the requirements. Good. This master was good at everything, just a little too clingy. Snow Silver Spirit is not closed. Yi-sun is also happy to have more contact with her, in addition to cultivating feelings, but also continue to improve the actual combat skills. Master, when you reach the realm of having a sword in your heart and no sword in your hand, is it true that everything can be a sword? This was a realm he wanted to reach. In reality, he couldn't summon the equipment from the game, he couldn't use many of his sword moves, and those artifact swords couldn't withstand his spiritual power rushing through them. Not bad, look. Snow Silver Spirit raised her hand and with a wave, the tree branch at the edge of the cliff automatically snapped and flew into her hand, followed by a chop at the stone, a sword light cutting the stone into two halves. Although the power of the sword technique can't be compared to a real sword, it is better because it is flexible and goes with the flow. An ordinary tree branch, the hardness of which was not even as good as the artifact swords on the blue star, yet it could carry her spiritual power. Yi-sun was puzzled, but was yearning for it. Before, Blade's strength was better than his. Now that he was at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, he didn't know who was stronger or weaker compared to Blade. There shouldn't be any existence in the heavenly group that is stronger than Blade. After all, he is the leader of the group, but how many people are there in the heavenly group in total? Yi-sun is not sure. If he was surrounded by the heavenly group, it would still be quite tricky. Without a blade in his hand, he would not be able to perform sword moves, and his means of attack would be too one-dimensional. Even though the heavenly group shouldn't be able to besiege him, he still didn't want to have an existence that could threaten him in reality. When he broke through the Jindan stage and then entered the realm of having a sword in his heart and no sword in his hand, he would be able to perform sword moves by picking up a random stick, and then he would surely be completely invincible in reality. Master, I want to learn the sword art realm. It's good that you have this heart, Master will teach you. Yi Sun nodded and added, by the way, Master, does our clan have that kind of sword move, which attacks from a long distance and can also sustain the attack? He was envious of Si Ning and the others who were long-range professions, being able to stand on the lotus seat and sneak attacks from afar. Especially when they encountered players without flying mounts, they could stand in the air and shoot towards the ground, it was simply not too comfortable. Sword cultivator is a profession with a high degree of freedom, with a variety of ways to play. Yi Sun felt that there should be that kind of sword moves, although there is a suspicion of stealing the rice bowl of archers. Snow Silver Spirit nodded, Master here has it, it is considered one of Master's stunts, it meets your requirements, it's just that. Yi Sun? Of course the best skill should be passed on to the only disciple, are you afraid that he will be greedy and not be able to chew the cud? It's just that with your cultivation in sword art realm, you can't meet the learning requirements yet. After pondering for a moment, she took out a blank jade slip and an unknown stone, lifting her finger to carve, as if she had thought of a way. Yi Sun was curious, the need for a cultivation realm was just that, even the sword art realm had requirements? Chapter 105, Robbing Long-Distance Careers. Apprentice, originally you were not able to meet the learning conditions, but the master has expended his efforts and lowered the skill to the mortal rank, so you can slowly advance yourself, which can be considered as a test for you by the master. Yi Sun. I can't thank you enough. He took it with tears in his eyes. Spiritual Sky Sword Lead, Mortal Rank Skill, created by Snow Silver Spirit. The sword is like a shooting star in the spirit sky. Can be promoted to the next level. Skill effect, throw the sword, harness the flying sword to attack the enemy remotely, each attack causes 100% physical damage, during the use of the skill, you cannot perform other skills. Skill description, attack speed is equal to your own attack speed, blade flight speed is equal to your own movement speed, maximum attack distance is divine awareness x 1 meter. Features, can ignore the means of suppression that is not higher than one's own 2 great realms, instantly recall the flying sword with a thought, and the skill enters into a cooling state when recalled. Consumption, each attack consumes 1000 points of mana. 10% of mana is consumed when actively recalling flying swords. The skill enters a cooldown state when mana is depleted, and flying swords cannot be recalled when there is a lack of mana. Skill restriction, mana cannot be restored during the use of the skill. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Yi Sun was astonished, this is the legendary sword art, right? It's only mortal rank, but it's actually this strong? It's worthy of being one of Snow Silver Spirit's best techniques. The Spirit Sky Sword Leader could completely fulfill his desire to stand in the air and attack his enemies remotely. If there wasn't the restriction of not being able to recover mana during its use, archers would have to be laid off in tears, wouldn't they? Master, this skill is too strong, fighting at the same rank, won't I be able to kill whoever I want? Yi Sun's eyes were glowing, fantasizing about standing on the lotus seat and attacking the enemy with his sword. With his 20,000 plus mana value, he could attack more than 20 times and kill more than 20 brittle players at a time. After the Jindan stage, with even more mana value, a move of Spirit Sky Sword Leader would be able to kill a large number of people. Snow Silver Spirit said indifferently, do you think you're driving a stake? A ranger shoots you with an arrow, would you be passive? Yi Sun was dumbfounded. That said, once upon a time, he would try to block the arrows away. The players weren't stupid, their combat experience was always improving, and blocking his flying swords in the future wouldn't be difficult to do. Not to mention the future, with Nightsong's conscious maneuvering, he wouldn't be easily hit by him now. In fact, the disadvantage of this skill is also very obvious. During the use of the weapon is not in the hand, and cannot perform other skills, it is easy to be sneak attacked. There is also the fact that too much mana is consumed when recalling the flying sword. Master, you just said that this skill is related to the sword art realm. Could it be that when the mana value is not enough to recall the flying sword, when facing an enemy that sneaks up on you, you need to use other things as a sword against the enemy? When unable to recall the flying sword, one definitely could not change equipment, otherwise the connection with the sword would be broken and it would be impossible to recall it again. Snow Silver Spirit blankly glanced at him, you're also underestimating the sword art realm. When the skill is advanced to a high rank and the sword art realm is qualified, it is possible to additionally condense multiple sword shadows. Yi Sun's eyes lit up, Master is saying, 10,000 swords flying together? Not bad, the child is teachable. Snow Silver Spirit praised. Master will give you a demonstration once. Snow Silver Spirit sat still and took out the 7-colored lollipop. She stared at the lollipop in her hand, her brows furrowed, and she had a bad feeling in her heart, but the words had already been said, so she had no choice but to use the Spirit Sky Sword Leader. In the next moment, countless 7-colored lollipops appeared in the sky above the main peak, pointing in all directions, and the dreamy aura was also mixed with a stern and sharp aura, dyeing the entire sky into a 7-colored dense hue. Yi Sun was dumbstruck. Snow Silver Spirit looked at the sky, her eyelids fluttered, and her slender jade hands trembled gently. Ha! What's happening? What a terrifying aura! What is this thing? It seems to be coming from the main peak where the sovereign is? It's so beautiful. It looks like a kind of candy. From what you've said, it does look quite similar. Why is the sovereign suddenly sprinkling sugar?
Yi-sun couldn't count the total number of lollipops in the sky, anyway, it must be not less than 10,000.
He was under the sword move and could clearly feel the terrifying aura of this strike, afraid that it could destroy the sky and the earth, right?
Raising his hand and waving it is a roaming lollipop. It has definitely reached the category of immortal arts. No wonder he was not able to learn the full version. The foundation stage is still too far away from immortal arts. Yi-sun imagined that one day in the future, he similarly raised his hand and waved it, instantly displaying a roaming sword shadow, and all the swords flew.
Simply handsome.
At that time, a single body becomes a group attack, not only to rob the archer's rice bowl, even the law cultivation rice bowl also to steal away. Master, collect the divine ability. Yi-sun gulped in envy. It was worthy of being an immortal technique, it was too pleasing to the eyes. Snow Silver Spirit came back from her stupor, dispersed her skills, stared at the lollipop in her hand, and cried and laughed a little in her heart. Once upon a time, when she performed this move, her aura alone could make her enemies scared.
But nowadays, I don't know if I will be laughed to death by that woman. Or maybe die of envy. He, master, you're tired after sitting for so long, aren't you? Disciple, rub your shoulders?
Snow Silver Spirit gave him a cross glance. Men and women are not related, even if they are master and disciple, how can they have random physical contact? This brat really has no proper behavior.
What else do you want? Just say it. That Yi-sun said with a shy face. Do you have any enlightenment fruits, master? Send me a few of them? Humph. Trying to be lazy again?
Of course not, disciple just wants to be able to raise his strength as soon as possible to protect master in the future. The corner of Snow Silver Spirit's mouth twitched. This brat was really oily. The reason for the crown was chapter and verse. She checked the storage ring, frowned and said, for the teacher has long been unable to use the enlightenment fruit, the extra ones were given to the elders, at the moment there is only a spiritual product. Saying this, she tossed the spirit grade enlightenment fruit to him. Yi-sun was not disappointed. The spiritual enlightenment fruit, worth 20,000 prestige value, it was already very good to get it for nothing, it could save him a lot of time. When he created the club, the system rewarded 10,000 reputation value. It is just enough to exchange for a mortal product enlightenment fruit. Together with this spiritual product, it can raise the spirit sky sword leader skill to the Xian rank. Today's wool gathering was already enough. If not for the high enough friendliness, the NPCs would not have given away things for free one after another.
Master, later in the evening I want to go to the enlightenment formation. I don't need to use the clan's contribution, right?
He now wanted to raise his proficiency level as soon as possible and advance his spirit sky sword leader to the Xian rank to try out the effect. You are a disciple of the master, naturally you don't need it. The enlightenment formation is at Kaiyang Peak, just go over and enter.
Chapter 106 Privileges.
In the evening, seeing that both his sister and Ren Dudu were offline, presumably cooking, Yi-sun also went offline together. Although the game warehouse can replenish the nutrient solution to prevent hypoglycemia from occurring, relying on the nutrient solution all the time to maintain the body's consumption is not good for the body over time. In the future, when the game fuses with reality, the player will not have all the strength in the game at once, but there will be a transformation process, and the speed of the fusion is related to the quality of the body. Otherwise, a large amount of cultivation instantly surged into the originally weak body, will instantly burst the body. There is also the fact that if there is damage to the player's original body, such as some disease or something, the fusion will first consume a portion of the cultivation to cure the disease in the body, and then continue to fuse the rest of the cultivation. This will lead to, those who are not in good health, the final fusion to the cultivation to be less than other players of the same level, cannot be 100% inheritance. But this still made countless people happy. After all, those such as cancer and other difficult diseases will be completely cured. The loss of some cultivation is not a price at all. In his previous life, Yi-sun, if the disability was caused by a disease, he would have been cured when he fused, but unfortunately, his disability was caused by a curse, so he still couldn't stand up after he fused in his previous life. At that time, both Si Ning and him were puzzled, and it wasn't until after he was reborn that he understood why. Yi-sun opened the game bin and heard the stirring of stir-frying in the kitchen, and was about to go out when he saw Ren Dudu open the bedroom door in a windy manner and ran in.
Ha! You're offline already? I was just about to yell at you. Is the meal ready already? No, I want to associate the playpen.
Yi-sun had an odd face. Associated equipment is just being able to physically touch in the game.
Do you want to touch me that much? Ha! No. Then why are you associating with me?
Its Ren was at a loss.
Right. Why would I want to correlate?
Yi-sun had a black face.
Come on, can you think of logic before you come out? Besides, our homes are separated by a wall. If you want to touch me, you can do it in reality, but you have to do it in the game? I don't want to touch you. Ren Dull anxiously defended.
Yi-sun followed the good advice.
Are you sure you don't want to? My body smells good, it's very comfortable to touch yo. What does fragrance have to do with touch?
It's kind of strange for you, a big man, to have a body odor, but I have one too, and I smell good too, so why should I care about your scent?
I won't let you take advantage of me. Really? I don't believe it. Smell it if you don't believe me. Ren Dull snapped. That's what you said.
Yi-sun walked over and came close to her, starting from her forehead, slowly sniffing lightly downwards, her eyes facing each other, and then all the way to her slender neck.
It's quite fragrant. A different fragrance from Si Ning, but just as good.
In the dimly lit room, the two were so close together that they were close enough to stick together, and Yi-sun could feel her exhaling breath. Although this girl is a bit dull on weekdays, but I have to say that the face value is really capable, especially a pair of big eyes. Even in the dim environment, it is as bright as a star.
Rendul's eyes opened wide, her face flushed red, shyly averted her gaze, her eyelids lowered. You. Let go of me la. Yi-sun, who had his hands behind his back. Do you want to hear what you're saying?
After a long time, Renduta finally realized that Yi-sun didn't touch her, and instantly she was so shy that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Looking at her blushing and unable to find her way, Yi-sun couldn't help but feel a little ashamed.
Isn't it not good to molest sister's bosom friend like this? Rendudu, do you like me?
Rendul eyes wide open. I.
You, blind, how, who, only, I cook and learn to go.
She was incoherent and fled in haste. Yi-sun hemmed and hawed, stretched and was about to go out when he suddenly felt a familiar energy fluctuation outside the window that was rapidly climbing upwards.
The incoming person was extremely fast and was able to leap a few floors every time he borrowed energy. This guy, there is an elevator not to go, have to climb the wall, what quirk? Yi-sun opened the window, and the next second Blade flashed in. Can I help you?
He had come from below, and unlike last time, it meant that he wasn't crouching in the shadows, but had come on a temporary errand. Blade didn't answer and looked Yi-sun up and down for a while, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
As you said, your strength is improving all the time, now I'm afraid that even I'm not your opponent anymore.
Yi-sun smiled and shook his head without acknowledging it. He had risen from the 4th level of Foundation Establishment to the 10th level of Foundation Establishment in a short period of time, and his strength had indeed increased quite a bit, but to say that he could steadily defeat Blade was not certain. Blade's aura was about the same, and coupled with his rich combat experience, Yi-sun felt that it was at most 50-50 with him now. But when he breaks through the Jindan stage, Blade should be no match for him.
This is for you. Blade threw him something.
Yi-sun took it and found that it was a Sky Group ID with his information printed on it, and his position was Honorary Chief Instructor of the Chinese Sky Group.
This Yi-sun cried and laughed. Knight Zen has already greeted me, but I didn't agree to it, and you just made the document ready?
Maybe you don't understand the Heavenly Group. The Heavenly Group has a lot of authority. For example, if you are in Xinjiang, you can mobilize the military and political forces to do something that doesn't jeopardize the country, and no one has the authority to ask for a reason except for the 3 chiefs, who have to follow orders. It was rare that he could say so much at once. When Yi-sun heard this, he wasn't as repulsed as before.
Although he had little desire for power, he didn't want to be hamstrung by others with power, and he couldn't kill indiscriminately now, could he? This identity would allow him to become a transcendent existence without doing anything. I don't like going to work.
You're an honorary chief instructor, equal to me, you don't have to punch a clock, and you're not usually called upon for anything we can solve, only when trouble occurs that we can't solve. Blade knew that Yi-sun's strength would soon surpass theirs. He would be the biggest trump card of the Heavenly Group, or would be the biggest trump card of Huaxia. He envied Yi-sun for this ability to synchronize and merge his game strength, but didn't ask him how he did it, guessing that it should be an unrepeatable ability. Otherwise, his sister wouldn't still be an ordinary person. Seeing that Yi-sun was still a bit hesitant, Blade continued. Let me make it clearer, with this document in place, as long as you think a person is guilty, you can carry out an execution anytime, anywhere, and the Heavenly Group will be responsible for the aftermath without asking for reasons.
Alright, I'll take it then. This privilege is good. Without the identity of the Heavenly Group, if one bumped into an unenlightened Yi-sun, although one could also kill, one would inevitably be alerted by the officials and even begin to be suspicious. He is a Chinese, love this land, and do not want to have differences with the official, and thus go to the official antagonism. Now have the privilege can be much more convenient. TSK now he is also a person with establishment, sister will be envious to death, right? Her previous dream was to take the public examination. When Blade saw this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy was really murderous enough. In the Heavenly Group, are there any people who are good at placing curses? Chapter 107, like. That's not true, you want to put a curse on someone? Yi-sun was silent. Blade's answer was within his expectation. The Heavenly Group was after all a state apparatus, it shouldn't engage in that kind of insidious tactics. Then do you know of anyone who would place a curse? Blade frowned. He did know someone who would cast a curse, but casting a curse, he was not sure. He had only heard about it in folk rumors, and this tactic was also hard to understand. Could it be mind control? Does hypnosis count? Yi-sun was dumbfounded. It certainly wasn't a thing. The curse he had been subjected to could be more than just mind control, even his body had been affected along with it. Just what kind of person put the curse on him? Looking at Blade, it was obvious that the Heavenly Group hadn't come across similar incidents either. Never mind, how many people are there in the Sky Group?
23, all distributed in different places on weekdays, supervising their respective patches. Most of them are like me, with combat talents, such as fire control, water control, and so on. A small part of the ability is more special, smell, hearing, etc. are different from normal people. If you want to see, I can summon them. Yi-sun shook his head. There's no rush. That said, how is Night Elephant's strength? He has an unusual relationship with you, right? Well, that kid was brought out by me. His strength is one of the best in the heavenly group. His temperament is a bit bratty, and he doesn't serve anyone except me. No wonder Knight Eleanor's temperament was so similar to Blade's. It was really a case of the nearer the ink, the darker the blacker the blacker the blacker. Blade paused and added, there is a girl in the heavenly group that has the ability to read minds. Quite pretty. You might be interested. If you have an idea, you can be set up. He was seeing two pretty girls living in Yi-sun's house and thought that he should have a hobby in this area. Yi-sun had a black line on his face. That's not necessary, let's talk about it later. After thinking about it, he asked again, how are the official preparations going? When will it probably enter? It should be soon. I haven't paid much attention to it. I just know that the officials are purchasing game silos in large quantities. Purchasing game silos in large quantities? What a great deal. Yi-sun was surprised. China's military, police, firefighters, and other types of people responsible for national security, at least a few million, plus some important functionaries, as well as scientific researchers, and so on. If all of them use the game warehouse, it is estimated that at least 10 million units. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to use the game warehouse. But even if it was only rationed to 1/10 of the population, a million game silos would still cost a full trillion Chinese dollars. With such a large sum of money, the national team, even if they were behind some progress now, their strength in the game would quickly come later and surpass 99% of the players. It's rumored that there are discounts for buying in bulk. Yi-sun realized that this was reasonable. The center of gravity of national development is shifted. The adjustment of the working time of each unit, shift scheduling, takes a certain amount of time and cannot yet enter the game on a large scale, but it is the people of the Sky Group who are all ready to enter the game. Do you have any suggestions? Study the forum strategy well, usually eat when it's time to eat, and the name of the game don't be too new. I heard about it. Some players are quite unpopular with NPCs just because of their names, and one by one they regret it. Yi-sun was dumbfounded. There were indeed quite a few such posts on the forum. Especially those few leaders of the Brotherhood were very unpopular with the NPCs. Just stepped into the road of cultivation, not even, actually dare to call themselves supreme? Aren't you afraid of being struck to death by lightning? The names of several other evils also give people a very uncomfortable feeling. The Nationals should take this seriously, and I'm guessing there are quite a few like him who use their real names. How are you qualified? It's not bad, all around 60, agility is a bit higher with 70, it's considered the highest in the Sky Group. What a good one. The Celestial Group was really special. The upper limit of ordinary people's qualifications couldn't hold them back. Yi-sun wasn't worried about being threatened. For one thing, everyone was a friend, not an enemy. Secondly, game strength is not limited to qualifications, but also the number of attribute points in addition to the quality of equipment. Now that he has reached various achievements, he has nearly 200 attribute points more than other players, equivalent to dozens of levels out of thin air, and will get more attribute points in the future. At least the first kill of the bosses he will not be able to let go. Even if Blade has the same qualifications as him now, his attributes at the same level are still a long way off. Yi-sun's strength is not something that can be measured by qualifications. This is also the consensus of everyone on the forum. The strength of the one writer makes countless people despair. The status of the game's first person is unshakable. Blade left a special cell phone and left. Yi-sun heard his sister calling and walked out of the room. After sitting down, see the table beside the two women look a little strange. Rinduta still dare not look at him, just focus on the head down to pick up rice, seeing his chopsticks clip empty several times. After Rinduta left, he couldn't help but ask, sister, what's wrong with you guys? Did you two do something in the room just now? No, I didn't even touch a hair on her head. Sining frowned. When she came out just now, her face was red and she asked me what it was like to like someone. I then told her how I felt, and then she stood still and stared, her expression changing back and forth, and giggling from time to time. One look told me that she had someone she liked in her heart, and when I thought about it, she hadn't been in contact with anyone else but you in the past few days. Yi-sun. Sining continued. She asked again if I have a favorite person. I told her about our relationship. At that time, that expression of hers was quite funny. It was just the brain should be down, right, completely spinning kind of thing. Yi-sun was dumbfounded and could imagine the expression of Dumb and Dumber at that time. It was true that Rincijia didn't know about the relationship between the two. After all, it hadn't been long since he and Sining established their relationship, and he hadn't been intimate in front of her. Yi-sun spread his hands. Sister, you know me, I didn't hook up with her. Sining coldly grunted, always hitting on people, doesn't that count? And with this face of yours, even if you don't do anything, it's not uncommon for her to fall for you after regular contact. Blame me for being too handsome? Why do you make it sound as if I can wreak havoc on the country and the people with a single smile? Yi-sun was stunned.
I moved my hands because sis, you know about jerking off cats, right? It's probably similar to that feeling. Jerking off a cat? Si Ning looked odd.
Not to mention, it was quite graphic. Renduta was like a silly cat, she couldn't help but get her hands on one sometimes.
Sis, what are you going to do? How should I know? I can't just give you up to her, can I?
Si Ning was torn. She didn't blame Rensija, after all, she didn't mean to lay her hands on her best friend's boyfriend, she didn't know about their real relationship before, or else she wouldn't have shown her liking for Yisun in front of her. She is a person with little heart, heartless, cannot hide things. This is also Si Ning like her place, and do not want to lose this only bosom friend.
And let out Yisun even more impossible.
Liking someone, not controlled by the mind, not stopping when you want to stop, plus we meet in contact every day, that stupid cat will probably walk down one road, and his heart is loaded with you. With her nature, after knowing our relationship, I'm not worried that she will confess to you, but it's not a matter of time, it's easy to be embarrassed, you think about how to deal with it. I'm going to take a shower.
Yisun was silent in silence. How to deal with Renduta first, do not think about it, sister is obviously jealous, later you have to coax your sister first before you can do it.
After a long time, Si Ning came out of the bathroom, swept her eyes at Yisun who was sitting on the sofa and staring at her, her heart panicked, and she quickly walked towards the bedroom.
However, after twisting the door handle, she was unable to push it open. What are you doing in the second bedroom when everything has been moved to the master bedroom? It's, GGG. You, don't come over. Chapter 108, you are dead. 2 hours later.
Si Ning stared stupidly at the ceiling, having lost track of how many times she had lost consciousness, as if she had been floating in the clouds. Seeing Yisun bullying over again, she hurriedly pushed back with her powerless hands.
Don't come over, spare me.
Yisun was surprised. What do you mean spare you?
I'm coaxing you. Don't, I don't need to coax, or you can coax Dol to go. The guy was like a bull and she didn't want to move a muscle right now.
No wonder, Yisun was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, only one step away from the Jindan stage. Wouldn't it be something that she, an ordinary mortal, could withstand?
Yisun was stunned. You actually push me towards an outsider? Besides, I haven't even gotten through with her yet, is it appropriate to go and coax her like this?
Si Ning said breathlessly, appropriate, you go, she's very easy to fool. She also figured out that in the future, they do not know how long they have to live, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, or even longer.
Lifespan is long and endless.
Like Yisun, such an excellent person, it is inevitable to often contact the top beauty, and after a long time he will always rise to the idea of tasting fresh. She could stop him for a while, but if she stopped him for a long time, it might backfire and create a gap. Instead of doing so, it is better to be generous and take the initiative to step back, which can make Yisun rise to her guilt, but more harmonious, love forever. The main thing is, to Renduta she has no aversion to the heart, and even the thought of letting her completely integrated into this family. Surprisingly, there is not much sadness and rejection of the emotions, perhaps that silly cat personal charm strong reason. Thinking about the long time, can have a good sister has been accompanied by the side, seems to be quite happy. Moreover, she really couldn't cope with Yisun's cow, so it was good to let that silly cat help share the burden. Sister's heart is just too big. Yisun was touched, but he didn't really go over to coax Renduta, he just buried his head in her bosom and enjoyed the tranquility. The next day, after coming online, he came to Kaiyang Peak. Compared to the coldness of the main peak, the other peaks were much more lively, with an endless stream of sword-wielding disciples paralleling each other in 2s and 3s on the white jade steps, chatting and joking with each other, an earthly scene. In terms of understanding the sect, Yisun is not as good as the other players. Kaiyang Peak is still his first time here. When he was trying to find someone to ask for directions, he saw a green-clothed NPC disciple hurriedly coming over to salute. Greetings, senior brother. Is senior brother going to the Enlightenment Tower? Tower of Enlightenment? Yisun nodded his head. Senior brother looks unfamiliar, it should be your first time here, right? Let me guide the way for senior brother. Many thanks. This disciple didn't seem to recognize him, which was normal when he thought about it, although his great name was well known within this sect, there really weren't many who had seen him. The Enlightenment Formation is the Enlightenment Tower, right? It can also be said that the Enlightenment Formation is within the Tower of Enlightenment. Seeing Yisun's half-understanding, the NPC disciple simply introduced it in detail. The Tower of Enlightenment is divided into 3 levels. The first level is for outer disciples to practice. It can increase the value of enlightenment by 20% and reduce the skill cooldown time by 20%. The second layer increases the enlightenment value by 40% and is for inner disciples to cultivate. The third layer increases the enlightenment value by 60% and reduces the skill cooldown time by 60% and is for personal disciples to cultivate. Of course, outer disciples who are willing to pay a certain amount of sect contribution points can also go up to the higher levels to cultivate. Yisun was enlightened, the treatment of pro-disciples was really good. Many thanks to senior brother for explaining. Senior brother is polite. Arriving in front of the Enlightenment Tower, Yisun found that there were not many players entering. Thinking about it, they were all busy practicing leveling and breaking into the secret realm right now. The cost-effectiveness of concentrating on improving skill proficiency was too low. Taking out the pro-disciple token, Yisun entered the third floor. The space of the Tower of Enlightenment was nothing special. It was monotonous, but it was a large area and could not be seen at a glance.
Is it generating opponents?
Hearing the prompt, Yisun thought about it. It was a bit awkward for a person to be throwing skills around and spreading them in space.
It would be more appropriate to find an opponent to beat up. Yes. Please select a mirror opponent strength multiplier. Mirror your opponent's strength?
Yisun was a bit confused. The disciple just now didn't introduce this point either. He really wanted to give him a bad review.
Double? He tentatively opened his mouth.
The next second, a person exactly like him appeared across from him, as if he were looking in a mirror.
It was.
Before Yisun could react, he saw the opposite side of his body lit up with red light, and his figure flashed to behind him.
Taking a hit. Chi blood 4035. Taking hits. Blood 2242. Taking hits. Blood 6103. Ding. You have been frozen. Divine Zephyr. Chi blood plus 1208. Leaf Seeker?
What a familiar combo: sword drawing, pulverizing attack, frosty slash.
And it also turns on Berserk Battle Spirit.
In the Tower of Enlightenment, the limitations on the use of skills are disabled, and Berserk Battle Intent doesn't have a 30% blood value limit. Starting with Berserk Battle Intent was just too grassy. After being attacked by the opponent a few more times in a row, by the time Yisun got out of the freeze, his blood level had already bottomed out. He was shocked and was about to counterattack when the mirror body Yisun saw this and quickly retreated, his feet stepping on the ice and snow lotus seat to take off into the air and go far away. At the same time, it also threw out its clear wind sword and shot towards him. It was the skill Spirit Sky Sword lead.
Marred. No martial virtues.
Yisun blackened his face and hurriedly raised his sword to block, and for a while the pinging sound rang out. The speed of the Qingfeng sword flying over is not fast, only equivalent to double the character's movement speed, but the attack speed is very fast, 5 strikes a second. Yisun will be stabbed by its tricky angle from time to time, and just recovered not much of the blood dropped back again. This made him have to summon the Ice Snow Lotus seed as well and scramble away. Facing his other self with the same skills, Yisun discovered many problems that he hadn't noticed before. For example, the Divine Zephyr skill, which restores 5% of the blood value per second, seems to be powerful, but when facing an enemy with a super fast attack speed like him, and being hit continuously, that recovery speed can't keep up with the rate of blood loss. There was also his defense ability, which was as sparse as the master's comment. Yisun sank his heart and battled the mirror body seriously. Sword Step Proficiency plus 63, Current Proficiency, 52,273 100,000. Frostflower Chop Proficiency plus 63, Current Proficiency, 61,063 100,000. With a 60% increase in Enlightenment, plus the Purple Heavenly Sword Codex increasing his sword cultivation speed by 50%, his current proficiency cultivation speed could throw off other players by several blocks. The battle continued to be white hot, and finally after 10 minutes, he was killed. Grass. Yisun resurrected in place with a black face, gritting his teeth and staring at the other him. Luckily, death in the Tower of Enlightenment wasn't really death, and you wouldn't lose levels. At this moment, he finally realized how those past opponents felt. From time to time, the gods come out of nowhere. The sword angle is tricky, but also incomparably slippery. See the situation is not good, quickly run away, and wait for the blood to return to full and come back to attack and kill. Now there is also an additional Spirit Sky Sword leader, which is really too disgusting. At the same time, Yisun also had to admire the design of the Tower of Enlightenment. Facing another self, being able to quickly understand one's own shortcomings and then improve them was just too useful in improving one's combat skills. With his full concentration, he continued to battle with the mirror image body. A few moments later. Ding! You are dead. Chapter 109. Are you senior brother Yi? Yisun had lost count of how many times he had been beaten to death by the mirror body, and only stopped cultivating when he could equalize with his opponent. Never before had an opponent been able to make him so consumed with his mind, and today he had truly benefited from it, and his ability to fight in real life had once again improved quite a bit. Taking out the Xianpin Enlightenment fruit given during the first kill of the Jindan stage boss, he used it on his sword step. Ding! Cultivation is insufficient to advance. Please break through to the Jindan stage before attempting again. Foundation stage can't learn Earth stage skills? Yisun frowned. This was something he didn't really know. After thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. The Xian-ranked Frost Blossom Slash required 1,000 mana points to use it once, and the blue consumption of the Earth-ranked skill would surely increase again. Those players in the Foundation stage who didn't add Spirit Laws would hardly have more than 2,000 mana points, and probably wouldn't even be able to meet the minimum casting requirements for an Earth-ranked skill. So Yisun put away the genuine Fruit of Enlightenment and took out the spiritual one, and advanced the Spirit Sky Sword leader that had advanced once in the middle once again. Ding! Congratulations that your skill Spirit Sky Sword Leader has advanced successfully.
Spirit Sky Sword Leader, Xian rank skill. Skill effect. Each attack deals 100% 120% physical damage.
Skill description: attack speed equal to own attack speed, blade flight speed equal to own movement speed 3 times own movement speed, maximum attack distance is Divine Sense x1 x3 meters.
Consumption: 1,800 mana points per attack. Skill limit: mana cannot be restored during skill use. Cooldown time: 3 minutes.
Yi Sun was very satisfied with the effect of the advancement. Today's Spirit Sky Sword Leader was a world of difference compared to when it was at the mortal rank. Not to mention the increase in damage, the 3x shift speed of the flying sword, with his 128 shift speed, it was comparable to the speed of a blue star pistol bullet. And the attack distance, with his 114 Divine Sense attribute, he could attack targets up to 300 plus meters, fearing that it could surpass most archers. At the same time, the blue consumption was once again reduced, and when he waited for the Jindan stage, his mana value would at least more than double, and the number of attacks would once again increase by quite a bit. Yi Sun continued to cultivate in the Tower of Enlightenment until the afternoon, when he was able to complete the proficiency of both the Sword Step and the Frostflower Slash, increasing some of the castable distance and damage respectively. As for Berserk Battle Intent, it doesn't count as a sword skill, and the Purple Sky Sword Codex can't add to the speed of cultivation. Even in the Tower of Enlightenment, he would need at least 60 plus hours to cultivate it all. Forget it. Anyway, Berserk Battle Intent can't be advanced, there's no rush to ascend, it's better to go out and break through the Jindan stage first. Opening the leaderboards and scanning them, he found that Shallow Dream, Desert Judge, Night Elegy, and Congealed Heart had all already reached the Jindan stage. On the forums, players were envious of the 4 of them, and the other players who had reached the 10th level of Foundation Establishment were either working for the Secret Realm or for the Congealing Pill, all of them were stuck in their progress. Bai Shaoshang got the Secret Realm guide from someone and started another thread, and after analyzing it, he came to the conclusion that, for the time being, there is no other team that can pass the level perfectly. However, in the future, if you raise your qualifications all the way to full, get a heavenly mount, and then all 10 people die back to the Foundation Establishment stage, there is still a hope of passing the level.
Seeing this conclusion, Yi Sun smiled.
This idea of Bai Shaoshang was ideal. It wasn't unattainable, but it was a pity that it only applied to a small number of players. If this was just a normal game, there would be nothing wrong with it, but the game would merge with reality in the future, and at that time, players would lose their ability to resurrect, and there would be no way to die back to the Foundation Establishment stage.
Unless one wasted their own cultivation, that would be a much greater cost than now.
And if you want to upgrade your qualifications and get a heavenly mount before the game fuses with reality, you're destined to have only a small number of rich players who can do it. I just don't know if they are willing to team up and die back to the Foundation stage. Even if they die back, there is no guarantee that they can definitely pass the level perfectly. In case their cultivation lags behind too much, it's not worth the loss. Yi Sun no longer think too much, opened the bracelet, sent a voice transmission to Shangwan Fakai. Shangwan, why haven't you broken through the Jindan stage?
Busy collecting equipment? Shangwan Fakai immediately replied, collecting my ass, this kind of small matter still need me to personally go out?
I've already collected several rounds of them, and they're all in our hands.
Then why don't you break through? Waiting for me to join you?
Brothers are righteous enough. Yi Sun had returned to the clan for more than a day without the slightest inch of progress in his cultivation. He planned to take on a clan mission later on, level up his experience bar, and mess with the concentration pill to break through the Jindan stage, so he should be able to get on the cultivation list this time. Yeah, brother, I just rely on righteousness to break into the world.
Honestly. The breakthrough failed, damn it. Old me 8 points of lucky value off. Eating the extreme condensation pill, 88% chance of failure, now I can't break through in 2 days of silence, grass.
Yi Sun turned off the voice transmission and mourned for him for a whole second before walking out of the Tower of Enlightenment. Arriving at the quest hall, the hall was bustling with players. Seeing Yi Sun's arrival, the hall instantly quieted down quite a bit, and some people whispered.
Yi Sun seems to be coming to the mission hall for the first time, right?
I guess so, I haven't heard of him coming. Tiska Pro Disciple is good, he doesn't even have to spend contribution points to exchange skills, he already has a bunch of outrageous skills now.
He's here to mess with the condensed truth pill, right? Can't be, right?
A Pro Disciple still needs to get his own pills? I've heard that it's the same for other Pro Disciples. With the strength of the sect, there's definitely no shortage of this kind of elixir, including our outer disciples. It doesn't even matter if we hand out one, but then the sharpening of the disciples is lost. Yi Sun quietly surveyed the quest information on the crystal wall and directly swept towards the Foundation Establishment Abyssal Quest area. Sect quests were divided into 2 modes, individual quests and team quests. Yi Sun was too lazy to look for team missions, he didn't want to bring a bunch of mop-ups.
Abyss 1 star, apprehend Dai Town Flower Picker Mayrini. Mayrini's cultivation level is between the 9th level of Foundation Establishment and the peak of Foundation Establishment, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Reward, 100-600 clan contribution points.
Yi Sun knew that this should be a mission issued by the Zishao Sword sect after a certain family in AI town sought help from the sect, and this was the case for many missions. Of course, there is a price to pay for asking for help from a big clan, and big clans are not charity halls. As for the fluctuation of the rewards, it was related to the way of completing the task. If it was completed with the help of external forces, the rewards would be lower. The condensing pill required 1,000 points of contribution value. The reward for this quest was too low. Yi Sun didn't want to take it. He wanted to get the condensing pill by doing only one quest. So he continued to look down, intending to take on an abyssal 5-star quest. Just then, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind him.
Are you senior brother Yi? Chapter 110 Invitation.
Yi Sun looked back and saw that it was an unusually beautiful girl. The girl is about 18 or 19 years old, with a goose-egg face with soft lines, and skin as delicate as porcelain. Dressed in a female version of the Yuehua clothes embroidered with delicate cloud patterns, and stands in a surplice. This is a girl with a very classical beauty, temperament light and gentle. At this time the corner of the mouth is holding a shallow smile, looking at Yi Sun. The players in the hall looked dumbfounded and out of their minds, and for a while it was quiet as a pin could be heard.
It's none other than Yi Sun, senior sister is? Ning Qingxue, my master Tianxian. Ning Qingxue? This name is a bit familiar, it seems like I've heard it somewhere before.
Yi Sun recalled, and immediately remembered that among the young disciples of their generation in the Violet Sky Sword sect, the one who ranked first in terms of strength was none other than Ning Qingxue, who had a cultivation level of the transformation of God stage at a very young age, with outstanding natural talent and outstanding battle prowess. He cupped his fists and smiled. So it's eldest senior sister. I had heard that eldest senior sister is a heavenly immortal transformation and has extremely deep attainments in sword arts. I wanted to go and pay a visit after completing the mission, but I didn't expect to meet her here. This junior senior brother is really good at talking.
Ding. Ning Qingxue's friendliness towards you plus 10, current friendliness, 10 first meeting with a deed.
Just call me senior sister. Senior brother Yi is a mysterious one. Since joining the sect, he has only been focusing on smothering his head in cultivation. The family master has mentioned you several times, and regretted not being able to enroll you in Tianxian Peak. Yi Sun was dumbfounded. He could see that Aunt Tianxian did appreciate him.
I don't know what senior sister is here for. I've taken on a team quest and I'm still missing someone. It looks like senior sister Yi is also sifting through the quests. I wonder if you'd like to come along?
As soon as these words came out, the players in the hall became envious. They didn't even have the qualifications to meet with a pro-disciple to ask for advice, yet Yi Sun was able to talk eloquently with Ning Qingxue and was even invited to do a quest together. It was truly a case of people being more than people.
Yi Sun curiously said, with senior sister's cultivation, she shouldn't need me as a foundation stage, right?
Ning Qingxue didn't say much and directly shared the task with him, waiting quietly.
Yi Sun opened it and took a look. Abyssal 5-star team quest, eliminate Black Wind Walled City.
Team configuration requirements: 1 at transformation stage, 2 at Yuanying stage, 3 at Jindan stage, 4 at foundation stage. Mission reward: 100 points of sect contribution for killing Black Wind Stronghold foundation stage bandits, 1,000 points for killing Jindan stage, 5,000 points for Yuanying stage, and 10,000 points for transformation stage. After completing the mission, each person will be rewarded with an additional 2% of the total team contribution value.
Yi Sun's eyes lit up. This is a good mission.
If he was lucky, the contribution points gained could be quite a bit higher than the single Abyss 5-star quest. As for the special team configuration requirements, he wasn't surprised. It was obvious that this was purposely set up by the sect in order to train the disciples and test the synergy between them. Otherwise, with a small force like the Black Wind Wall, if the sect really wanted to solve it, it could easily eliminate it by sending a random outer sect elder over.
This mission has no small amount of danger. Senior brother Yi should carefully consider it. Senior sister, I am willing to go along.
Yi Sun agreed without hesitation. This was an opportunity that he certainly would not refuse, besides the fact that the team quest rewarded more. If he refused at this time, it was obvious that he was cowardly and afraid. Ning Qingxue's just raised friendliness would immediately drop, and that would not be worth it. Alright, senior brother, go and take the quest first. Yi Sun nodded his head and touched the crystal wall with his pro-disciple token in hand to find the quest, which showed that Ning Qingxue's team had taken it. Number of people 910. After he applied to join, he left the mission hall with Ning Qingxue. The great hall was once more noisy.
My god, who was that person just now? Even Yi Sun has to call out to senior sister?
Parental disciples are leveled with each other. Whoever is stronger is the senior brother or senior sister. Listening to Yi Sun calling her senior sister, that should be the first person of the parental disciples, right? This senior sister is simply too beautiful.
Yeah, I reckon her innate charisma value must be full. If I can fall in love with such an NPC, even if it's in the game, I won't regret dying. Don't dream, this kind of NPC, it's hard as hell to raise the friendliness. Do you guys think it's possible for Yi Sun?
Absolutely impossible. Those NPC disciples, the same level attributes are quite a bit stronger than the players, not to mention the gap between the two realms is too big. Who would like the weak? Indeed, and our Blue Star's way of picking up girls is not very suitable for the culture of asking immortals. There is someone in the forums, chasing after a female disciple from the outer sect, sending flowers and telling dirty jokes, scaring people away and calling him a stinky durian. Yi Sun returned to the main peak and after greeting his master, he left the clan. The squad had already assembled and was waiting for him outside the clan, all NPC disciples. Ning Xue introduced them. This is the main peak pro disciple Yi Sun. 6 of them hurriedly saluted. Greetings, senior brother Yi. The 6 green-clothed inner disciples, 3 Jindan and 3 foundation establishment, were all at the peak of the 10th layer of cultivation. Ning Xue looked at Yi Sun and introduced the rest of the 2 to him. This is Luo Jie from Tiangue Peak. This one is from Tianshan Peak like me, the disciple of my family teacher, Zhang Yi. Yi Sun cupped his fists. Greetings senior brother Luo, senior sister Jiang. Both of them were at the Yuanying stage. Good day, senior brother Yi. Both of them returned the salute. Their attitudes were quite polite, and a hint of curiosity flashed in their gazes towards Yi Sun, but there was no hostility. Yi Sun knew Luo Jie. There was this name in the battle invitation he received, agreeing to fight when he was at the Yuanying stage. Now that they met, Lo Suk didn't mention this. After all, the 2 people's realms were still too far apart. The Purple Sky Sword sect honors martial arts fighting, and placing a war invitation does not mean hostility. At least Luo Liege is not ostensibly repulsive to him. Ning Xue summoned the Void Boat. Let's go. The Void Boat exuded the aura of a heavenly magic treasure, also a multi-person flying magic treasure that was relatively rare, and compared to the blue glow wings each had its own flavor. Yi Sun flew up with the crowd. It was true that he had an immortal flying magic treasure, but his own moving speed was too much worse than Ning Xue's, and for a long flight, an immortal product was not as fast as someone else's heavenly product. Once upon a time, the Black Wind Wall made a living by plundering pedestrians in villages, but in the last few months, they've been behaving a bit abnormally, and they've actually started kidnapping talented disciples from all the major sects. Some people claim to have seen a black aura appear on a certain leader of the Black Wind Walled city, similar to the state of being infested with demonic aura, and they have also seen him perform the clan's exclusive spirit techniques. Perhaps there is a black hand behind the scenes that controls the Black Wind Walled city and has obtained the sect's spirit skills by special means. We must be careful and withdraw in time if things are not possible. Ning Xue catalyzed the Void Boat to fly quickly while briefing the crowd on the situation. The 6 inner disciples nodded their heads in a disciplined manner, not daring to say much. Yi Sun was surprised. Kidnapping sect disciples? And stealing the sect's spirit skills? Such a mountain bandit is indeed rare. Offending the major sects in such a way is purely looking for death. It's very unreasonable. Chapter 111 Offbeat Otherworldly Disciple. The immortal questioning realm places a high value on inheritance, and clan skills generally carry the characteristics of being non-droppable and non-tradable, so even if a disciple dies outside, they won't be blown out of the sky. This was also the reason why wild monsters and bosses rarely exploded skill books. There are only 2 situations where they are exfiltrated. One is like the original Snow Thousand Mountains, will skill comprehension to the extreme, can carve out the skill detailed diagram to, enlightenment high can according to the diagram carve comprehension to learn. The second is to exit the clan under special circumstances, retaining the learned techniques and spirit skills, in order to remove the restrictions of non-drop and trade. The novice village is closed to the outside world and is more special. The sword drawing technique, sword step, iceling technique, and moon soul phantom dream song that Yi Sun got at first actually belonged to the clan skills. Perhaps in the past, certain people who quit the clan, went to the novice village to live in seclusion, and passed the skills to their children's offspring, and the offspring died in the hands of monsters, and were eventually exploded by the players. This type of skill is very precious in the novice village. However, after leaving the village and coming to the Nine Heavens continent, they don't have much value and can be learned by worshipping the clan. And skills like Berserk Battle Intent and Ballad of Ningen, which didn't belong to the clan, were very rare, even unique, and required a very high luck value to pop out. Right now, it was unbelievable that the Black Wind Wall had kidnapped clan disciples, not to mention that they were actually able to lift the skill restriction and obtain clan exclusive skills from the clan disciples. Yi Sun had absolutely no idea how they did it. Not bad, the Black Wind Wall is acting and has already detached itself from the nature of a bandit, and definitely has unfavorable plans for the sect, which is why our sect wants to eradicate the Black Wind Wall. Yi Sun nodded his head. On the continent of the Nine Heavens, there were countless mountain bandit organizations. If not necessary, the sect would not bother about it at all. How many people are there in total in the Black Wind Walled City? 62 people. The Walled City Lord is at the Spirit Transformation stage cultivation, 2 at the Yuanying stage, 6 at the Jindan stage, and the rest are all at the Foundation Establishment stage, but this is the result of the survey a month ago, and the numbers may have changed a bit now. Yi Sun no longer asked more questions. If it was just this many people, their team could completely eat them. The 10 people flew all the way deep in the Violet Sky continent, through the low-level practicing area, and flew for an hour before arriving at the Black Wind Walled City. The Black Wind Walled City was in between 2 mountains, and the door of the walled city was made of thick wooden boards that were carved with strange symbols and patterns.
The crowd looked down and saw that most of the houses in the fortress were built randomly with stones and wood, varying in height and crookedness, and the ground was piled with all kinds of miscellaneous things, weapons, animal bones. And the people inside let out bursts of maniacal laughter from time to time. Actually, there is not even a guard? The crowd descended to the front of the fortress door and carefully surveyed it. Yi Sun's spirit suddenly lifted. He detected that in his storage ring, the immortal jade fragment given to him by the village chief of the novice village at the beginning actually trembled. This indicated that at least one immortal jade fragment existed in the Black Wind Wall. This time it was really the right place to come. Straightforward and forceful? Luo Suo inquired. Before Ning Qingxue could say anything, the fortress door suddenly opened wide. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, two superb little ladies have come, much better than the ones we captured earlier. The people from the Black Wind Wall quickly assembled and surrounded the crowd. Ning Qingxue swept a glance and transmitted a grave voice. The numbers have indeed changed, and now in addition to the leading walled city lord, there's even an additional transformation spirit stage, who looks like he just broke through not long ago. There are 3 at the Yuaning stage, 10 at the Jindan stage, and 12 more at the Foundation Establishment stage. The hearts of the crowd were shaken. In this kind of battle, a low battle with 10 times more would not affect the final result. The number of high battles was the key to victory or defeat. Now that the other party had an extra transformation god stage, in case they struck out at them, none of them low wars would survive. Ning Qingxue quickly laid out her tactics. The 2 god transformation stages will be given to me, and the 3 Yuaning stages, Luo Jie, Jiang Yi, you 2 will be responsible for taking care of them, and pay attention to distracting and protecting the senior brothers. 10 Jindan stage, you 3 are responsible for stalling, focus on defense, wait for us to free up our hands and then help you, all be careful. She also transmitted her voice to Yi Sun alone. Senior brother Yi, the number of foundation establishment stages is a bit too many. When you encounter danger, you should call me in time. Yi Sun nodded his head. As long as it wasn't the god transformation stage attacking him with those 2 high-level Yuaning, he wasn't in any danger. From the Purple Sky Sword sect? If you ask me, what's so good about joining a sect? All sorts of constraints, but also hook and corner. People live as to seek a comfortable. Why don't you join my Black Wind Wall? Little girl, what's your name? This walled city, madam. Ning Qingxue snorted coldly, not bothering to listen to his nonsense, and took the lead, casting a skill to sweep all of the 2 spirit transformation stages within, wanting to quickly kill one of them. After Luo Jie and Jiang Yi swept a glance at Yi Sun, they also stepped forward and stood in front of the 3 Yuaning stage mountain bandits. They were curious about Yi Sun's battle power, and were curious to know what made him become the sovereign's personal disciple, and this time, they were able to observe something. Yi Sun sensed that the immortal jade fragment was still deep within the Black Wind Wall, not moving a muscle. Could it be that there was still a hidden expert in Black Wind-Walled City? The big battle had already started, and not being able to think too much, he followed suit with a frost flower slash that covered a piece of the Foundation Establishment mountain bandits. Ah! The mountain bandits screamed and retreated, but none of them died. The attributes of the NPCs, which were about the same as the attributes of the elite-level wild monsters, were several times that of the normal wild monsters, and Yi Sun wasn't able to kill them in a single hit, but only made all of their blood levels drop by a large margin. Compared to a blue star player of the same rank, the NPC's attributes were likewise several times stronger. It wasn't a matter of qualifications, but rather the players were now born with bodies made from a simple combination of the body of consciousness and the power of heaven and earth. Yi Sun remembered that after the game fused with reality, although the players' attributes wouldn't change and were still the same as in the game, their cultivation realm was going to drop by a large margin. By that time, the attributes would be comparable when compared to NPCs of the same realm. Even he was no exception, and his cultivation would definitely drop at that time. However, it didn't affect the battle power. What the original battle power was, would still be what the battle power was after fusion. This mechanism is also to prevent a large number of NPC deaths in the game during the operation of the player's hands. After all, NPC cannot be resurrected. Yi Sun continued to strike 5 swords in a second of general attack, interspersed with skills from time to time. Except for those with high physical fitness, the other Foundation Establishment stage bandits could not even block him for 2 breaths, sword steps flashing, wantonly slaughtered. Ding! You have gained 100 points of sect contribution. Ding! You have killed Li Ernio and gained 500 cultivation points. The scene stunned the squad crowd. Luo Suo couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Over these past few days, the clan had seen an influx of a large number of disciples who were said to be from other realms, and they had already mapped out the attributes of those other realm disciples, who were quite a bit lower than them at the same rank. Facing those otherworldly disciples, one of them could beat a piece of them. When Yi Sun first joined the team, although the 6 inner disciples treated him respectfully on the surface, they actually more or less despised him inwardly. After all, it was just an otherworldly disciple, and although the status within the sect was high, the attributes they hadn't really put in their eyes. This is where many of the NPC disciples within the clan were puzzled and unconvinced, not understanding why the patriarch would accept an otherworldly disciple as his disciple, and so they gave him battle invitations. Now they finally understood Yi Sun's unusual attributes. The same rank could even beat a large number of them in turn. Among the disciples of the otherworldly world, there was actually such an outrageous existence? Worthy of being taken under the sect master's wing just after joining the sect, it was truly extraordinary. Even Ning Qingxue was surprised in her heart. Originally inviting Yi Sun was just following her master's orders, wanting to make good karma, and not expecting much from his combat power. After the big battle started, she even locked a part of her perception on Yi Sun, ready to come to his rescue at any time. But she didn't expect that this junior brother would be so heaven-defying. Ding! Ning Qingxue's friendliness towards you +10, current friendliness, 20 like-minded. Ding! Luo Jie's friendliness towards you +10. Ding! Jiang Yi. Chapter 112. What kind of demonic art is this? Yi Sun didn't summon the ice and snow lotus, not wanting to lure Gao battle over. He just flashed his sword steps frequently, killing the mountain bandits one after another. At the same time, he was also dodging those oncoming attacks, not because he was afraid of being killed, but because he wanted to exercise his practical combat ability. As Master said, take every battle seriously. In contrast to his counterpart, the three Foundation Establishment period sect disciples were not so relaxed, and under siege, they were already in danger. Seeing this, Yi Sun hurriedly inserted himself into their battle circle, helping to relieve the siege and collecting the heads of the mountain bandits in the process. Many thanks to senior brother Yi. The three of them were instantly relieved and thanked each other. Yi Sun nodded his head and didn't say anything. He couldn't wait to help them kill all the bandits. The harvest in just a short period of time exceeded the upper limit of the abyssal 5-star single quest. This time the visit was too worth it. In the other battle circle, the 3 Jindan stages were fighting against the 10 Jindan mountain bandits, and they were likewise a bit stretched and struggling to cope. One of the Jindan stage bandits saw Yi Sun killing the 4 directions, coldly snorted, and broke away from the battle circle, holding a big sword, attacking and killing towards Yi Sun. Yi Sun casually swept a glance at him. Tong Qingshan? This garbage perception technique, one realm higher couldn't perceive the attributes. He also did not avoid, raised his sword to meet up. For a time, ping-ping, the sound of weapons exchanging blows sounded non-stop. Yi Sun's attack speed was a bit higher than his, and every 3 attacks, he was able to stab him, and Tong Qingshan was too late to block. Shock Judgment +7, cumulative value +21. Shock Judgment +7, cumulative value +28. Punt. 1572. Tong Qingshan's mind similarly resounded with a shock judgment, but the value was several 7, and he horrifiedly stepped back and pulled away, staring at Yi Sun with a look of having seen a ghost. The concussion judgment was usually generated when the weapons of both sides collided. For example, when attacking the opponent's weapon, or blocking the opponent's weapon, due to the difference in strength, physique, and realm between the two sides, thus generating the value, which is also known as the degree of meridian damage in the traditional sense. The shock judgment value is between 100, and as long as the time between 2 judgments is within 30 seconds, the value of the judgment will keep accumulating. When the cumulative value reaches 100, the consequences will be terrible. Not only would the weaker party's weapon be sent flying, but their body would also enter a state of damaged meridians. The result was force stiffness for 10 seconds, unable to even move his fingers, while his entire body's defense was reduced by 50%, and his entire body was full of weaknesses. A full 10 seconds of time. If nothing goes wrong, he will die without a doubt. What kind of monster are you? Tong Qingshan was shocked. The shock judgment was a relatively complex value, related to the number of attribute points of strength and physique, as well as the high or low qualification of the 2 attributes, and the cultivation realm. He is a Jindan stage not only does he have a rank bonus, but he is also a blade cultivator with all strength bonus points. In this situation, beating a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator was all that mattered, and the shock ruling could actually be negative? What a living hell! Yi Sun sneered. Obviously, I'm a genius. He wasn't modest either, it was true. His current strength and physique attributes added up to 283 points, even those players with full physique or full strength additions weren't as high as him. Coupled with his heaven-defying qualifications, even if he was only at the Foundation Establishment stage, he wouldn't be shocked to the point of meridian damage by a Jindan stage 2nd layer casual cultivator. In fact, from the opening of the service until now, the shock judgment has always existed. It's just that Yi Sun seldom exchanged blows with players' weapons before, either attacking the brokenness or sneak attacking the weak points, so it seems that the existence of the shock judgment is very low. This is also the reason why, when Si Ning wanted to sell the power qualification pill in the novice village, Yi Sun stopped her. The control cultivation does not add strength and physique, and it may seem like the strength qualification is of little use, but if the strength qualification is too low, if she is attacked by a melee surprise attack to her side, and the weapon strikes her chin, it will instantly cause a large shock determination value to her. In a short period of time, the value could easily accumulate to 100, and the result would be disastrous. So strictly speaking, it wasn't just sword cultivators. In fact, every profession had a great need for all attributes. Come on, go on. Yi Sun stepped forward with his sword.
After exchanging hands with him a few times, Yi Sun judged his general attributes: close to 30,000 blood value, more than 5,000 attacks, and 1,000 out of 1,000 defenses.
It is easy to kill.
Tang Qingshan's eyes flashed a trace of timidity, turned around and wanted to run, but unfortunately, the movement speed was not fast enough and was stopped by Yi Sun's flash. In the face of Yi Sun's attack, he was neither blocking nor not blocking, and when he gritted his teeth and wanted to give up his defense and exchange his injuries for injuries, Yi Sun started blocking instead.
Ping. The blades made contact, and the shock value accrued once again.
Soon, Tang Qingshan suffocated and died under Yi Sun's sword.
Ding. You have gained 1,000 points of sect contribution. Ding.
You have killed Tang Qingshan and gained 1650 cultivation points.
In just less than 10 breaths of time, crossing the ranks and easily killing a Jindan stage cultivator?
Those present were shocked when they saw this scene. These fellow disciples in the team were all talented disciples within the sect, and when they went out, it was not uncommon for them to challenge each other beyond their level. However, it was difficult to hold on to a challenge without being defeated, let alone killing it. It's not like there aren't any disciples in the clan who can kill their opponents by crossing over. Ning Qingxue has done it before, but it took a lot of effort to do it. But Yi Sun, actually relying on the identity of a disciple of a different realm, easily killed the opponent by crossing the steps, which simply exceeded their cognition.
Zhang Yi swept Luo Jie with a smirk and whispered, "I heard that you placed a battle invitation? Ask him to fight at the Yuaning stage?" Luo Lai. "Can I withdraw my warpost please? Waiting online, quite urgent."
A cry of alarm came from behind him, and Yi Sun saw that the three Foundation establishment's senior brothers were getting close again, so he returned to attack again. Yi Sun, who has just finished killing Jindan stage cultivators, in the eyes of these Foundation building bandits, is no different from the bogeyman, so they can't help but show their cowardice, and even want to escape, but in the end, they were all killed by Yi Sun one by one. The contribution value of the clan has risen. At this moment, one of the Jindan stage inner disciples shouted, "Senior brother Yi, help!" It was a bit of a struggle for them to fight 3 against 9, and if it wasn't for Yi Sun killing one just now, there might have been casualties by now. Yi Sun swept the chaotic Jindan battlefield and was too lazy to dodge and simply threw out the Qingfeng sword. The sword is like a ghost, shuttling back and forth among the 9 mountain bandits, attacking either the breaks or the weaknesses. The angle is tricky to the extreme.
Spirit Sky Sword Guide. 2156. Mana 800. 3020. Mana 800.
The nature of Spirit Sky Sword lead is similar to that of a long-range pulse attack, though it does more damage than a pulse attack, and also eats 20% of the skill damage bonus from the purple Sky Sword Codex.
This killing could be much easier than killing Tang Qingshan just now. Ah! What kind of demonic magic is this?
The 9 Jindan mountain bandits screamed for a while, their hands were busy resisting, and their formation was instantly in chaos.
Ning Qingxue and the others once again stared wide-eyed. Surprisingly, it's the Sovereign Spirit Sky Sword Guide? Junior apprentice brother has obtained the Sovereign's true transmission so quickly? That's awesome, this is the stance of my dreams. Yes, I also dream of learning it, but unfortunately I can't. Chapter 113 Locking Up the Air. The conditions for wanting to learn the Sovereign's self-created stunts were so harsh that they couldn't be exchanged for contribution points alone. It's not that Snow Silver Spirit is stingy, but the Spirit Sky Sword leader has already been cultivated by her to the level of immortal art. Disciples with insufficient cultivation simply don't have the qualifications to learn it, and lowering the grade not only requires effort, but also special props to do so. And over the years, she walked the continent looking for Snow Thousand mountain traces, not often in the clan, seldom pay attention to the disciple's heart and talent, and do not dare to teach arbitrarily. Only Yi Sun, her only disciple, could make her treat her like this, and the crowd envied her in their hearts. Ding! You have gained 1,000 points of sect contribution, current total contribution value, 8,200. Yi Sun used the Spirit Sky Sword lead to kill 3 Jindan stage mountain bandits in a row, just as he exhausted his mana value, and stood still to quietly recover his mana. There were still 6 Jindan mountain bandits left. The 3 Jindan disciples were 1 against 2, they already had the upper hand, killing them was a matter of time. As for the Foundation establishment stage mountain bandits, they had all died out. He had nothing to do for a while, so he simply looked towards Ning Qingshue's battlefield, wanting to observe and learn some combat skills. Ah! Only to see Ning Qingsue surprisingly kill one of the mountain bandits who had just recently broken through the transformation spirit stage in a 1-on-2 fight. Worthy of being the number 1 pro disciple. Yi Sun secretly praised. Damned little. The leader of the Black Wind stronghold was seething with hatred. Unexpectedly, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the transformation spirit, he couldn't even defeat this Stinky at the 5th level of the transformation spirit in a 2-on-1 fight. Now that he was in single combat, he was even more at the end of his rope. Ah! There were several more screams in succession, and all the Yuaning stage mountain bandits were killed in battle. Luo Jie and Zhang Yi casually injured those Jindan mountain bandits again, and the 3 Jindan disciples completed the final harvest. Seeing this, the leader of the Black Wind Wall was furious, and under the precarious situation, he could no longer care about the dignity of a strong man and shouted, "Mr. Een! Help! Humph!" A cold snort came from the fortress. Crowd! There's actually someone in there? Yi Sun looked strange. There are still strong people inside, but they didn't come out earlier? He had to wait for the Black Wind Village to be destroyed before he showed up? It's really a good plot. Ning Qingshue's face changed as she increased her attacks and used her stunts to kill the leader of the Black Wind Walled City on the spot the moment the mysterious man came out. Bunch of losers. The visitor's black robe covered his face and his body was covered in black aura. Ning Qingshue's face changed drastically as she quickly retreated and summoned the void boat. Quickly go! It's a spirit void realm demon slave. The crowd was equally alarmed, yet it was already too late to escape as the man in black raised his hand to activate the formation, blocking the void. Now not even a fly could fly out. Yi Sun frowned. Now he couldn't escape either, unless he used the air-breaking talisman. But the air-breaking talisman definitely couldn't be used, he still had to save it to save Snow Silver Spirit. Besides, the air-breaking talisman couldn't take all of them away. Disciples of the Violet Sky Sword sect? The visitor's eyes lit up, seemingly excited. Ning Qingxue frowned. With her cultivation at the 5th level of the transformation spirit, she had almost no chance of winning when she challenged the spirit void realm across the ranks. She took a deep breath and transmitted, "I'll try to stop this demonic slave as much as I can. You guys try to see if you can break the spatial blockade, and at the same time, be careful of his sneak attacks." With the self-defense treasures bestowed by her master, she still had a certain amount of self-preservation and would not be defeated in a short period of time. But these senior siblings, she didn't have the confidence to protect them. In case the demon slaves were bent on attacking and killing them, she couldn't stop them at all. The crowd nodded their heads. Ning Qingxue let out a petulant cry and flew into midair to battle the demonic slave. Yi Sun knew that the so-called demon slaves were humans infested with demonic qi. The demon realm had always been the biggest threat to the immortal questioning realm, and over the countless years, the two realms had fought several times. Although the passage between the two realms has now been blocked, some remnants of demonic energy as well as demonic creatures still remain in the immortal questioning realm, which would infest the human spirit, causing a drastic change in temperament and making it almost impossible to recover. When a human becomes a demon slave, in addition to a drastic change in temperament, the consciousness of being an enemy of humans will also rise, and this guy in front of him is it. It seems that eldest senior sister guessed correctly earlier, the Black Wind Wall is indeed related to the devil. No wonder it will recklessly target the sect disciples. They're collecting sect spirit techniques. I'm afraid their plans are not small. Let's quickly go check out the space blockade. A semi-transparent light screen clasped this area of space, and the crowd came to the light screen to carefully study the method of lifting it. Humph. A few mole crickets. Still want to lift the space blockade? Forget it, let's kill you guys first. These great sect disciples, it was impossible to say what treasures they had on them that could break the blockade, so it was safer to kill them. The demon slave flew towards the crowd. Ning Qingshue's head was covered in cold sweat and she anxiously chased after him, but she was never able to catch up. The scene she feared the most was about to happen. It's over. We're going to die. The master brothers were filled with despair. Yi Sun hurriedly summoned the ice and snow lotus seat and rose into the air. The crowd froze at the sight. Yi Sun was trying to escape? It's good to be able to escape. Although they were a little disappointed in their hearts, they understood Yi Sun's approach. In their place, if they had a means of escape, they wouldn't be willing to wait for death. Immortal flying magic treasure? Mr. Yin's eyes shone brightly, flashing a hint of greed. Yi Sun locked onto him with his perception and coldly grunted, "Immortal light deterrence. Mana value 100. As soon as the words fell, the demon slave fell headlong like a bird with broken wings, all means of flight disabled. Ah! Damn it! The crowd rejoiced at the sight. The flight skill could increase the movement speed, and it would be easy for the demon slave to attack and kill them while flying, but if he ran on the ground, he wouldn't be able to chase the crowd. The spiritual void realm only relied on its own movement speed, but it couldn't catch up with the speed of their mounts. Ning Qingshuo hurriedly asked, "Senior brother Yi, how long can you restrict him?" "Half an hour." "That long? Great. Ding." Ning Qingshuo's friendliness towards you plus 10, current friendliness 30 like-minded. Ning Qingshuo was thrilled. For the entire half hour, she had the advantage of flight in, moving faster than the demon slaves, and not only could she be undefeated, she might even be able to cross over and kill them in turn. She stepped on a lotus leaf-shaped flying magic treasure and flew close to the ground, continuing to battle with the demon slave. With the cultivation level of the transformation spirit stage, it was possible to use flight spells for long periods of time, and the blue consumption didn't matter anymore, but the mount's addition to the movement speed was higher than the flight spells, and it also came with skills, which were a great enhancement to the actual battle. Demon Slave's face was obscure. Now the movement speed was greatly reduced, and he didn't go after Yi Sun and the others anymore. Ning Qingshuo was able to stop him. Ding. Razuk's friendliness towards you plus 10. Ding. Jiang Yi. Senior brother Yi, thanks to you, if it wasn't for you, we would have died just now.
Yes, senior brother Yi, just now I thought that you were trying to escape, it was my villainous heart, senior brother is here to apologize to you. Luo Jie bowed, Yi Sun hurriedly held him and did not accept this salute from him. This man was true to his character, and Yi Sun looked at him a lot more pleasantly. I am also trying to protect myself, you all don't need to be polite.
Chapter 114, Counter Killing.
This spatial blockade is set up by a formation, and the eye of the formation needs to be found. I don't know anything about formations, I can't find the eye of the formation.
Me neither.
The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Yi Sun similarly didn't understand formations, so he had to give up his research and turned back to pay serious attention to the battle between Ning Qingxue and the demon slaves.
Falling chop. Wind sweeping plum blossom. An hour's time, let's hope she can slaughter this demonic slave.
So far, it seems that Ning Qingxue is relying on her shifting speed to gain a considerable upper hand. Yi Sun sensed that the immortal jade fragment was still motionless in the depths of the black wind wall.
Could it be that there was someone else in the black wind cottage?
He thought about it and felt that the NPCs couldn't be so stupid to come out and deliver them one by one. The immortal jade fragment is most likely hidden in the Black Wind Walled City treasure trove, and at the moment he can't go in to explore it alone, the road is blocked.
The demon slave was furious and drank repeatedly.
Even though he had been taking elixirs to recover, he now had less than half of his blood left, his movement speed had dropped drastically, and he had been defending and taking hits almost the entire time. Occasionally counterattack effect is not big, in front of this damned woman, I do not know with what treasures, covered with a layer of white light, can cancel out a lot of his damage, so difficult to deal with. He glanced at Yi Sun who was watching from afar, and cursed angrily in his heart.
Damn brat! If it wasn't Yi Sun, would he be so passive?
Calculating the time, the demon slave realized that he might not last half an hour before he was killed, so he clenched his teeth, a stern light flashed in his eyes, and his black aura suddenly thickened.
Could it be that he's going to perform some kind of stance?
After all, he is at the spiritual void realm cultivation level, so it's not uncommon for him to have some kind of crushing stance.
Eldest sister won't be in danger, right? Quickly look.
His blood value has instantly dropped by a large amount.
Could it be that eldest sister has secretly made a move? Nah.
It should be him casting a forbidden technique that consumes chi and blood.
This is bad.
Some spirit techniques that required a great price to be paid to perform, or those with great after effects, were collectively known as forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques were generally cast by enemies more powerful than themselves, and were extremely powerful. Yi Sun saw that the demon slave's blood value was already less than 10%, instantly consuming almost a third of its blood value. A look of panic flashed in Ning Qingxue's eyes, her face was a little pale, and she had obviously been locked in by the demon slave. Yi Sun looked at her demeanor and guessed that she should have no way to resist. A spiritual void realm cultivator, consuming a large amount of chi and blood to perform a forbidden art, could pose a life threat to a cultivator of the same rank, not to mention performing it on a harmonized spirit stage that was one realm lower, and would probably kill in a single strike. And as long as Ning Qingxue died, none of them would survive. Thinking about all this, Yi Sun didn't hesitate and summoned the Ice and Snow Lotus Seed, dashing towards the two of them at 50 times the movement speed. 50 times the speed of movement, flying 6,400 meters in a second, any more effort is almost catching up with the speed of the East Wind Express. However, the consumption of mana was also very horrible, consuming 45% of mana per second, and after 2 seconds, it would be difficult to sustain. But 2 seconds was enough time. Due to the fear of being sneak attacked by the demon slaves, the crowd stayed far away, right next to the light curtain that blocked off the space. Everyone did not expect the Foundation stage Yi Sun to be able to insert himself into the battlefield in the blink of an eye. In the nick of time, he blocked in front of Ning Qingxue.
Senior apprentice brother Yi? No. Ning Qingxue panicked, but quickly thought that he could be revived, which was a relief.
However, Yi Sun's actions were still sending him to his death for nothing. With him being a Foundation stage cultivator, it was impossible for him to resist the demonic slave's attack. The aftermath of the attack was able to kill him, and then with unabated power, he continued to kill Ning Qingxue.
Senior Yi, you're too stupid.
The demonic slave finished storing up his strength and pushed out his hands. A thick black and red pillar of light rushed towards the two of them. Ning Qingxue couldn't think about it, and with a dark sigh, she fully activated the defensive magic treasure given by her master, and the white light spread out, covering even Yi Sun. But she understood in her heart that this was simply useless, not that her magic treasure was not good, but her cultivation was not enough to maximize the effectiveness of the magic treasure.
Boom!
The black and red pillar of light engulfed the duo, pushing them fiercely into the distance and crashing into the light curtain that blocked off space. In the midst of the black and red light pillar, the crowd saw that there was a thin golden light, like an impenetrable high wall, blocking the invasion of the light pillar, and until the light pillar all faded away, the golden light failed to shatter.
Ding!
You have triggered the skill Divine Grace Blessing, and your chi and blood are forced to stay up to 1 point. Divine Grace Shelter only protects against all damage erosion, is invincible for 3 seconds, and is not immune to all negative effects. Even if the skill was triggered, there was no way to be immune to statuses such as control and mitigation, which just now belonged to the knocked away status. Boing, Ning Qingshui grunted out in pain. Hitting the light screen hard, she lost some of her chi and blood value, and it hurt.
NPCs didn't get the pain weakening treatment.
Yi Sun's back has a warm soft jade as a cushion, soft, but no pain.
Senior sister, are you alright?
He turned back and swept a glance, seeing that Ning Qingshui's chi and blood hadn't dropped much, just 10%, with more than half remaining, he was relieved. Just now that kind of situation, the Ice Lotus Seat's Immortal Light Purification also has no way to undo it. Immortal Light Purification can only undo the mind control and benefit reduction, but cannot undo the statuses such as knock fly, knock back, heart straightness,
and so on. Senior Yi, you.
Ning Qingshui's beautiful eyes widened like she had seen a ghost.
A spiritual void realm cultivator's forbidden technique could be resisted unharmed? What kind of terrifying skill was this? Or some kind of disposable self-defense treasure? Senior brother Yi, thank you.
If it wasn't for Yi Sun, she would have died for sure.
Ding.
Ning Qingshui's friendliness towards you is plus 20, current friendliness 50 pushing heart.
It's good that senior sister is fine.
Seeing this, the demonic slave simply exploded with anger. This damned brat, spoiling his major events one after another, was simply like a nemesis. He roared in anger and quickly ran towards Luo Jie and the others, wanting to slaughter a few to vent his anger. Luo Jie and Jiang Yi summoned their mounts in a panic and turned their heads to run with the other senior brothers. I'll go kill him. Ning Qingshui took the elixir, her chi and blood slowly recovered, and she once again killed the demonic slave.
Senior brother Yi, you're too good. Senior brother Yi, it's fortunate to have you on this mission.
Another ding 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 ding, and a slice of friendliness was added. Before departing, a few inner disciples were actually a bit dissatisfied in their hearts, complaining that the eldest senior sister had brought a drag. After all, it was a fact that otherworldly disciples had low attributes at the same level. And now, they are completely convinced of Yi Sun. The means are endless, not at all like a foundation cultivator. As for Yi Sun's means of blocking the demon slaves just now, they didn't ask. The rules of Jianghu, prying into other people's secrets is a big taboo. Yi Sun smiled, didn't say anything and turned his head to continue looking at the battlefield.
Ha! The demon slave isn't bleeding back?
It's probably the aftereffects of the forbidden technique that can't return blood. Great, he only has this much chi and blood left. Eldest sister should be 10 out of 10. The result was no surprise. Ning Qingshui ended up killing the demon slave. Actually, Yi Sun could have grabbed the head by side killing, but he still held back. That would also seem a bit too utilitarian and would easily drop the friendliness level. Anyway, the demon slaves do not belong to the boss. Killed also did not first kill achievement. There is no need to rob.
Ding.
You participated in killing Yin Changsheng and gained 10,000 clan contribution points. Current total contribution value, 18,200.
Ding.
You participated in killing Yin Changsheng and gained 130,000 cultivation points. Your cultivation is full. Please break through the Jindan stage as soon as possible. Yi Sun was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there would be a reward for participating in the kill. Ning Qingshui toned down for a while and flew back to greet him. Let's go in and take a look. Find a way to lift the spatial blockade. There might still be clan disciples imprisoned inside. We can also save them along the way. The crowd nodded their heads and walked inside together. Yi Sun was pumped up, wanting to be the first to find the immortal jade fragment and pocket it. He could sense that the immortal jade fragment was still motionless inside, and should be in the treasury.
Chapter 115 Sister's Gift.
The crowd entered the depths of the black wind-walled city, and what caught their eyes was a complex formation, in the center of which was placed a plain-looking jade pennant fragment.
This is?
The crowd approached in confusion, but they were blocked from entering by the light shield outside the formation.
After scrutinizing it for a while, they didn't see a clue. Ning Qingshui amused.
This formation, it's the Eye of the Air locking formation. Surprisingly, it's a formation within a formation. We can't get out of here without breaking this formation. That demonic slave didn't show up at the beginning. It's probably fusing these two formations.
Does eldest sister know the way to break it?
Ning Qingshui shook her head. I also know very little about formations. I just feel that this formation seems to have an inexplicable pull. It might be summoning something.
She tried, and again, she couldn't walk in. Summoning?
Yi Sun thought for a moment and quietly took out the immortal jade fragment in his storage ring, holding it tightly in his hand so that they wouldn't see it, and then walked towards the formation.
Unsurprisingly, he walked directly into the formation. This. The crowd was shocked. There were too many secrets on Yi Sun, right? Senior brother Yi, you still know about formations?
The corner of Yi Sun's mouth twitched. He knew. Raising his hand and putting away the broken jade in the center of the formation instantly dissipated, while the locking formation outside shattered apart.
Ding.
Congratulations on obtaining the Immortal Jade 3 Hidden Abyss Quest Immortals Treasure Progress Refresh. Collect the rest of the Jade Pendant. Current collection progress, 2-5. Yi Sun guessed that the shattered jade might have originally been on the leader of the Black Wind Wall, but later offered it to the demon slave, who had likewise received the abyssal quest, greedy immortals treasure, and came up with the method of summoning other cultivators who possessed the shattered jade to come. It seems that it was not a coincidence that he was able to receive this mission, but rather it was destined in the underworld to be summoned by the demon slave. No wonder the demon slave looked excited when he showed up just now. It was logical that other shattered jade possessors would also be summoned over. Yi Sun thought about it and thought that there were two possibilities. One was that it was a long way to travel and others hadn't rushed over yet, and the other was that the rest of the shattered jades were still unowned and couldn't be summoned. This formation is not bad. He wrote down the location of Black Windwalled City, thinking that when his cultivation is high in the future, he will learn some more knowledge of formations, and come to restore the formation to try. Maybe he can also summon the other owners of Broken Jade. Senior Yi, this. Yi Sun turned back to look at the crowd and sulked. He had contributed a lot to this mission, and it was unlikely that they would object if he wanted to put away the shattered jade, but it was best to find a reason that didn't hurt their feelings and discourage them from checking out the shattered jade. Ning Qingxue suddenly spoke. There's no evil aura on the shattered jade, and since it's destined to be with Senior Brother Yi, then Senior Brother Yi should put it away. When the crowd heard this, they immediately resisted the urge to probe and all spoke up in agreement. This senior sister can be really good, just the right amount of relief, not in vain 50 points of friendliness. Yi Sun heart warmed, the broken jade into the storage ring. Let's go, let's keep looking. Ning Qingxue diverted the crowd's attention and led the way inside. She had actually guessed roughly that the shattered jade might be related to some kind of treasure, and the fact that Yi Sun could walk into the formation meant that it was him that the formation had summoned, and he must have the shattered jade on him as well. But she didn't rise up with greed, because she could see that the broken jade was badly mutilated, probably only 1/5 of the size of the complete one, and it wasn't that easy to collect all of them. This type of treasure was both precious and ribald. Just like those broken treasure maps, many people get a corner of the treasure map, spend half of their lives, and fail to find the remaining part, but instead delay the cultivation. This kind of treasure, related to luck, should be yours. Walking can pick up, should not be yours. Walking all over the continent is useless. Let's hope that Master Yi will have that kind of luck. The crowd went inside and only found the bones of some of the clan's disciples, all of whom had been killed. As for the hidden treasures, it was also quite breathless. It was filled with mostly gold, silver and jade, which were valuable in the mortal world, but were useless to them. They didn't have much interest. Yi Sun instead put it all away. He came from the blue planet, there were still some secular concepts in place, and he liked the golden gold. Spirit stone is not much, the people share equally, each person is only a few thousand pieces. As for equipment, most of them are some spiritual weapons, there are only a few pieces of metaphysical weapons. Yi Sun took a piece of Jindan stage metaphysical weapon shoes suitable for him to use. Treading heavenly boots, Jindan stage Xian weapon. Agility plus 25, movement speed plus 66, dodge plus 60. Let's go back. After flying for another 2 hours, the crowd returned to the clan's mission hall and handed in their quests. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Team Abyss mission, rewarding 2,800 points of sect contribution, current total contribution value, 21,000. Single person Abyss mission cap is only 1,000 points of contribution value only. This team mission reward can be really fragrant, more than 20,000 contribution value. Yi Sun can even the baby transformation Dan also exchange together. However, he knows that this is not an ordinary Team Abyssal mission. If it is a Foundation Stage Team mission, the reward is not so high. Leaving the mission hall, the crowd exchanged pleasantries and left. Senior Brother Yi, come sit at Tiangue Peak when you have time. Senior Brother will lead the way for you. Good. In the end, only Yi Sun and Ning Qingxue remained. Senior Sister, I'll leave first then. He was heading to the Spirit Pavilion to exchange for the concentration pill. Senior Brother wait. Ning Qingxue took a few steps closer and quietly surveyed him, her smile gentle and her eyes like crystals. The quiet senior sister, that classical beauty was like an ancient knowledgeable lady, making Yi Sun couldn't help but marvel. Although he called Ning Qingxue a senior sister, in fact, Ning Qingxue was slightly younger than him. Is there something wrong with senior sister? Ding! Ning Qingxue's friendliness towards you plus 5, current friendliness 55 pushy. Yi Sun? What's going on in senior sister's head? This friendliness came inexplicably. Speaking of which, his and Ning Qingxue's friendliness had risen really fast. Just by doing a quest together, it had risen directly to 55. This rate of increase, to say it out loud, was afraid that it could shock Blue Star players to death. However, when you think about it, you feel that it is justified. His 26 points of charisma value, it is easy to cause NPC favor, but also in the mission to contribute out of the force is not the general force, but to save the life of the grace. If this is replaced by the status of the NPC is not high, such as the foundation within the door female disciples, afraid to let the body without hesitation. Senior Brother, that broken jade, you should not be too obsessive. We cultivators take the creation of heaven and earth. To cultivate the body is the main focus. It is important not to be enchanted by external objects and delay the great years. Yi Sun nodded his head. What senior sister said is right, I've made a note of it. These words implied the meaning of teaching, the words of loyalty. If it was not someone close, it would not be said, it would easily cause the other person to resent it. Yi Sun knew that this was pushing the heart, and had already left the polite stage. You saved me and caused you to lose your precious defense treasures. I got two things that I want to give to you. Ning Qingxue guessed that Yi Sun's means of blocking the demon slave's attack unharmed should have been bestowed by the patriarch, and that the loss was not small this time, so she wanted to make up for it. She reached out her small hand and handed something to Yi Sun. One was a pebble-sized glowing stone and the other was a jade slip. Yi Sun received it curiously. Chapter 116 Breaking Through Jindan. Wanxiang Facsimile Heavenly Jade. Randomly learn a feat or skill on the target that is not higher than the heavenly rank, and can ignore the learning restrictions. Remaining usage times, 110. Blood Rage Berserker. Heavenly rank forbidden technique, cannot be advanced. Stimulates the berserk power in the blood, consuming a large amount of chi and blood to increase the next non-fixed damage attack. Skill effect. For every 10% of blood consumed, the final damage is doubled, up to a maximum of 9 times. After casting, defense decreases by 50%, lasts for 1 hour, during which time chi and blood cannot be restored by any means, no cooldown. This was dropped by the leader of the Black Wind Walled Village and the demon slave. Yi Sun's eyes lit up. These two were really good. Senior sister was actually willing to give them to him? Luckily, he didn't grab the head when he killed the demon slaves just now, or else he would have dropped some friendliness, and his sister would definitely not have sent him. However, if he really grabbed the head of the demon slave, he might be able to pop out this skill as well. Senior sister, this is too precious. Ning Qingxue smiled. Take it, senior brother, these two things, they don't serve me much, you are the most suitable. Yi Sun knew that what she said was not the truth. The 10,000 Elephant Heaven Facsimile Jade, although it could only copy skills that were not higher than the heavenly rank, if it was used well, such as copying a skill with a recovery ability, or increasing the attack or something, it would be of great use to her as a spirit transformation stage cultivator. There are also forbidden techniques, which seem to have too many side effects. NPCs can't be revived, and if you drop your blood rashly, you'll be doomed if you're not careful. Demon slaves are, eventually botched and suffocated to death. But it is capable of distorting the battlefield at critical moments. Without Yi Sun as a variable in the picture, the demonic slave would have killed Ning Qingxue with one strike and would have definitely left unharmed in the end. This skill was equally useful to Ning Qingxue, but she was still willing to give it to Yi Sun. Senior sister, thank you. Yi Sun solemnly said. Blood Rage Berserk was too suitable for him. His berserk battle spirit could only be executed when his chi and blood dropped below 30%. In the past, he always had to wait for his opponent to beat him up before he could use it. Now that he had Blood Rage Berserkers, he would be able to take the initiative, and his instantaneous burst of combat power would be very considerable. Ning Qingxue nodded, and after some thought, she added. The 10,000 Elephant Heaven Facsimile Jade should be the means by which the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold steals the clan's spiritual skills. It might be the demon slave who rewarded him, and the demon clan might not be small in their scheming when they make such a treasure. Senior brother, you'd better not use it on his clan's disciples. Between clans, stealing and learning each other's inheritance is a big no-no, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Oh yes, your master is the clan leader, there doesn't seem to be much trouble. Yi Sun was kind. He hadn't planned to do such a thing. Ning Qingxue didn't know about Snow Silver Spirit's physical condition, but he was clear about it. At times like this, it was better not to cause trouble for his master. Moreover, most of the other clan inheritances required specific weapons to activate, and there weren't many that suited him, so he might as well copy a unique skill on a boss. Come to the Spirit Pavilion. Ha! It's you, little guy. Yi Sun hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Elder Tianxian. Elder Tianxian was in charge of the Spirit Dan Pavilion and came around from time to time, and Yi Sun happened to run into her making her rounds. Aunt Tianxian smiled and said, not bad, so soon at the peak of Foundation establishment. I heard that you went on a mission with girl Qingxue? Ding! Elder Tianxuan's friendliness towards you +5, current friendliness 35 sympathetic. Yes, disciple just returned to the sect. How is it? Girl Qingxue is not bad, right? Do you like it? If you like it, this palace will betroth her to you. Yi Sun. Worthy of being Auntie Tianxian, every time they met, they wanted to give him something, either pills or beautiful women. This senior sister is of course very good, but disciple is only at the foundation establishment stage, so he can't be worthy of senior sister. You little guy, your natural talent is so high, it's only a matter of time before your cultivation rises up. Qingxue girl has a gentle nature, even if her cultivation is higher than yours now, she won't bully you. Yi Sun sardonically laughed. Elder jokes, I and Qingxue's senior sister are still young. If they were to follow the Blue Star standards, the two of them would not be of legal marriageable age. Although Yi Sun has a good impression of Ning Qingxue, he doesn't dare to agree at this time. The future of the Purple Sky Sword sect is uncertain. If he causes his master to be unhappy, he will have less contact with him in the future, and if he misses the time to save her, it will be bad. Elder Tianxian thought for a moment and nodded. That's right, people who cultivate immortals have a long lifespan. There is no rush for children's love. You guys should focus on cultivation now. Yes. But having said that, but the matter of marriage, miss it is a lifetime regret. You think about it, if you really have the heart, talk to this palace will organize for you. Yi Sun was dumbfounded. He also wondered how senior sister Qingxue would react when she learned that her master wanted to marry her off. Yi Sun exchanged 3 extreme grade Jinjin pills, 1 extreme grade infant transformation pill, and some rejuvenation pills suitable for the Jindan stage. The reason why he exchanged 3 of them was because he wanted to be prepared for a rainy day, and if he couldn't sell them, he could sell them for money as well. There wasn't much contribution value anyway. Saying goodbye to Elder Tianxian, he returned to the main peak lodge. His hut, quiet and elegant, small green and small red daily cleaning, living is still very comfortable, just the bed inside he never slept, now not too used to sleep alone. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took the concentration pill. A few moments later. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the first level of the Jindan stage. All basic attributes +1, gain 5 points of freely assignable attributes. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Jindan stage, your innate qualification bonus percentage has increased, and your attributes have been refreshed. He found out the available Jindan stage equipment and put them all on. Check the attributes. Jia, it's been a long time since I've had big water attribute data. Character, Yi Sun. Cultivation, Jindan stage 130,000. Reputation, 18,678,600 available accumulated. Power, Purple Sky Sword Sect. Profession, Swordsman. Sect contribution value, 6,000. Title, Purple Sky Sword Sect's personal disciple, Abyss Walker I, Abyss Walker II. Title stacking attribute, plus 10% effect on alien skills. Innate basic qualification, strength, 102, physique, 102. Special attributes. Enlightenment, 26 qualification 2122 Purple Sky Sword Codex plus 5. Luck, 27 qualification 2222 Ink Rhythm Spectre plus 5. Charisma, 26 qualification 2122 Ink Spectre plus 5. Attribute points. Strength, 175. Physique, 163. Spiritual law, 194. Agility, 150. Divine sense, 174. Combat attributes. Qian blood, 50628, original 24159, attribute points 163x physical qualification 102x Jindan stage physical qualification ratio 200% plus equipment bonus. Mana, 59814. Physical attack, 7590 original 2697, Jindan stage strength qualification ratio is 40%. Spell attack, 8315. Defense, 3402. Centering, 178. Center of resistance, 138. Control hit rate, 154%. Immunity to control, 219%. Attack speed, 6.14. Movement speed, 189. Hit, 268. Evasion, 176. Other attributes, poison resistance 40%, fire resistance 12%. Treasure, Manhwa stone, air breaking charm, yin yang poison bead, fruit of enlightenment Xian, 10,000 elephants facsimile of heavenly jade, immortal jade fragment x1. Equipment Ink Ryan Yu Huang immortal, eternal night sword Jindan stage heavenly artifact, lunar spirit purpose Jindan stage earthly necklace, treading heavenly boots Jindan stage genuine artifact, biscuits armor foundation stage earthly artifact, Xian Yin belt foundation stage Xian artifact, Xian Shui bracelet foundation stage Xian artifact, purple Xian ring foundation stage Xian artifact. Fashion, moonflower clothes. Technique, purple heavenly sword dictionary immortal. Innate skills, God's Zephyr, God's grace blessing, and love linking spiritual rhinoceros. Forbidden technique, blood rage heaven. Acquired skills, sword drawing mortal, sentry spirit, perception spirit, berserk battle spirit Shin, frost flower chop Shin, spirit heavenly sword leader Shin. Equipment skills, bewildering nihilism Mohayan Yu Huang, pure killing Mohayan Yu Huang, insight Mohayan Yu Huang, retardation biscuit scale armor, eternal night extinction eternal night sword, eternal night nihilism eternal night sword, lunar purification nihilism lunar spirit purifier. Body technique, sword step Shin. Pet, none. Mount, ice lotus immortal. Tally up the sources of achievements that reward attribute points. Hidden achievement enter the way kill Kuan, plus 3 to all base attributes. First to obtain an immortal weapon Ink Ryan Yuhang, plus 5 to all base attributes. First to kill a Chi condensation stage boss White Ape King, plus 3 to all base attributes. First passive novice village abyssal mysteries, 15 plus 5 free attribute points. First kill a foundation stage boss Blue Blood Toad, all basic attributes plus 6. First to obtain a Mount Ice Lotus seat, all base attributes plus 3. First to pass the abyssal mysteries of foundation stage, 30 plus 10 free attribute points. First kill of Jindan stage boss Firefly Demon, all basic attributes plus 9. Foundation stage abyssal mystery 100% perfection pass, all innate qualification caps plus 1. Additional attribute points gained, 205. Ahem.
Detailed attributes of equipment and skills are not watered down, right? Chapter 117 Shocking. Yisun opened the cultivation list and looked at it, and as expected, he was the 5th player to break through the Jindan stage in the Chinese service, and finally made it to the list. Taking out the Xian Pin Enlightenment Fruit, he contemplated which skill would be appropriate to upgrade. Right now, Sword Steps, Frost-Hua Slash, and Spirit Sky Sword Leader could all be advanced. After thinking about it, Yisun still felt that the stance skills had a higher priority, so he used the Fruit of Enlightenment on Sword Step. Ding! Congratulations, your skill Sword Step has successfully advanced to the Earth rank. The skill effect has been randomly generated. Do you want to change the skill name? When the Xian rank stance is promoted to the Earth rank, the skill effect will be randomly generated and undergo a qualitative change. Everyone's stance effect is different. Yisun is aware of this change. He had endured the name Sword Step for a long time. In fact, there were many stance skills that could be learned within the sect, but the only ones with advanceable characteristics were the basic stances. Every immortal technique, as well as the avatars above the immortal techniques, were all promoted up step by step from lower ranked skills, making it difficult to learn them directly, and the basic body technique was the most promising body technique skill. However, the Fruit of Enlightenment was too difficult to obtain, and mid-term players would still choose an ordinary Xian rank or Earth rank stance to use as a transition. The name of the basic stance is quite earthy. Sword Repair is Sword Step, Law Repair Instant Flash, Archer Rolling Leap. Buddha Repair stance name is a little better, called Civet Cat Over the Wall. The name of the body is a little better, called the Civet Cat Over the Wall. Yisun thought for a long time before settling on a new name. Stunning. Ding! The name change was successful. Fluttering like a stunning dragon, graceful like a swimming dragon, he thought to himself that it was quite intentional. Frightfulness, ground level body technique. Restrictions on use, swordsman profession. Proficiency, 0-1 million. Skill effect, move quickly to any location within a 5200 meter radius and mirror generated dummy body at the point of landing. The dummy body has the same stance as the real body but is not offensive, and stays for a maximum of 3 seconds time. Can be advanced. Consumption, 200-500 mana. Cooldown, 5 seconds. That worked well. Randomly generated effects, both good and bad, were related to the lucky value, and Yisun was satisfied with the current skill effect. In the past, Sword Step could only be used if there was a target. Now that the target restriction was removed, it could be used randomly even in places where no one was. If he didn't already have the Ice and Snow Lotus seat, it would have been a good choice to use Stunning to catch up. As for the generated dummy, it was also very practical. A stance over and 2 of him appearing beside the enemy would definitely be instantly confused as to which one to attack. Apprentice, you've already made a breakthrough, why don't you come out? A light voice rang out from outside the house. Yisun walked out of the wooden house and followed the voice to see that Snow Silver Spirit was sitting on his roof with her legs bent. It was already dusk when he returned to the clan in the afternoon. At this time, the bright moon was in the sky, the stars were shining, and the Snow Silver Spirit on the roof was as beautiful as a fairy under the moon. How come you didn't greet Master even when you returned to the peak? Yisun smiled cheekily. I want to give Master a surprise, thanks for protecting Master. Snow Silver Spirit laughed lightly. What's so surprising about Jindan stage? But anyone who is a human being can break through, right? He. Master, are you polite? Yisun was surprised. Huh? Master, you actually smiled. He had rarely seen his Ice Master show a smile, and it was quite nice. Snow Silver Spirit was stunned, suddenly realizing that after returning from the sealed land, her state of mind was indeed different from before. Master is not a log, isn't it normal to laugh? Yisun shook his head. Indeed it wasn't a wood, but ice. He performed the stunning, and with a flash of his body, he came to her side from the ground. At the same time, a Yisun also appeared on the other side of the Snow Silver Spirit, similar to the original body. The Snow Silver Spirit froze and looked back and forth, unable to distinguish the real one from the fake one for a while. Yisun was also seeing the skill effect for the first time, and when he saw it, he tried to raise his hand and realized that his fake body followed suit. So it seems that if he is out of the sword, the dummy will follow along with it, although it is not offensive, but the confusion is pulled full circle. After 3 seconds pass, the dummy disappears. The Snow Silver Spirit was astonished. Is this the effect of your stance advancement? The energy fluctuation of the fake body is generally the same as the real body, and my master didn't recognize it for a while. Even the realm of the master didn't recognize it in a short period of time? Yisun was really surprised now. It was worthy of being a new effect generated by 27 points of luck. He thought about it. The fake body was in the mirror image position of the real body, so if he used surprise and appeared behind the enemy, then the fake body would appear in front of the enemy. In this way, in the eyes of the enemy, there would only be one of him in front of him, without realizing that it was the fake body, while his real body could make a sneak attack behind the enemy. What a great obscene skill, I like it. The effect of the body skill advancement is not all dependent on the lucky value, but also related to the cultivator's state of mind. This effect is good. Yisun. So, he's a molester? Yisun didn't agree with her, but he didn't refute it either, and simply lifted the hem of his shirt and sat next to her.
The night sky was like a wash, deep and mysterious, with dots of stars shining like a crystal clear diamond. The bright moon hangs high like a jade disk, bright and unusual, although it is also called the moon, but it is not the blue star that moon. Snow Silver Spirit gently caresses the hair by the ear, slender neck slightly raised, swan-like graceful lines in the moonlight to show, skin is delicate and smooth as lamb fat jade, with a soft luster. At this moment, looking up at the starry sky, she is no longer the usual high and mighty, but like a little girl who is not familiar with the world.
Master likes to look at the stars? Well, since I was a child. I like it too.
Yisun looked at the sky. When I was little, every night, I would look at the stars for a long time.
And now,
it's so polluted over there in my hometown that it's hard to see such a clean night sky anymore.
heavily polluted?
Snow Silver Spirit thought about it and probably understood what he meant. For countless years, the immortal questioning realm has had a few experiences of merging with other worlds, and those worlds, without exception, were all on the verge of breaking up, so I think your hometown is the same. Yisun frowned. The current blue star shouldn't be on the verge of destruction, and he didn't understand what world fusion was all about.
Was it actually the fusion of two universes? Or was it simply a fusion of the space where Blue Star was located? Are all mortals on your home side?
Well, the aura over there is thin, so it's impossible to cultivate, and mortals live for only 100 years, and develop on a technological route. Speaking of his hometown, Yisun suddenly remembered a good thing on the blue star, and hurriedly said, "Master, sit here and don't move, wait for me to come back." He summoned the ice and snow lotus seed and cut through the night sky, quickly flying towards the purple sky city, during which he ate elixirs that restored his mana value from time to time to increase his movement speed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the purple sky city grocery store.
Ha! Gonzi is here again. How is it? Is that rope working okay?
The fat owner of the grocery store smiled and said,
"Boss's goods are good. He. What does the gentleman want to buy this time? Candles? Whip?"
Yisun nodded his head. "Well, let's have a few candles, and a firecracker. The whip is even better. Do you have bamboo strips?" In fact, Jindan Stage is able to mobilize the surrounding fire attribute aura and create fire out of thin air, but he has no experience in this area and can't grasp the strength well. Anyway, it's not a big deal, it's just lighting a candle. It's better to use fire folders.
Chapter 118, Your Starry Night.
Yisun bought some more things that baffled the grocery store owner.
After he left, the grocery store owner muttered, "Could it be some new trick? TSK young people nowadays, there are so many whims, having a whip and not using bamboo strips? That thing whips up hiss."
Walking out of the grocery store, Yisun flew towards the violet sky sword sect again. Bored on the way, he opened the forum and looked at it for a few moments.
Secret Realm Nightmare Mode, come to a nurse at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, a good operator with a Xian weapon. Difficult Mode, a body cultivator. Difficult Mode 9=1, random 1 with a flying mount.
Nightmare Mode, a lady who can play the zither, a blowjob will do, not a man.
Most players are now stuck in the Foundation building secret. The first time you enter the Secret Realm, no matter what mode, you need 500 Spirit Stones.
In addition to this, after forming a team on the forums, to teleport to the same continent, interland teleportation would cost another 500 Spirit Stones. This was not a small amount of money for ordinary players. Those who were usually keen on selling Spirit Stones were forced to take out the money they had earned at this time and pinch their noses to buy Spirit Stones, or to rage their livers for a few days and vigorously brush monsters to explode Spirit Stones. The consumption of Spirit Stones doesn't stop there. Even with the guide in hand, most teams will fail the first time they enter because of coordination problems. If they failed, they would have to wait for the next day to enter again, wasting Spirit Stones and time again, with no way to break through the Jindan stage in a short period of time. The exchange rate between Spirit Stones and cash had thus picked up again, rising from 30-1 back to 35-1. I'm a milkmaid with a flying mount. Find a nightmare team.
How's the pretty girls operation? How's the dry middle school?
Milkmaid is not an easy profession either. To give blood back to teammates, uncontrolled, to grasp the best time, the requirements for operation is not low. Now on the forum there are a lot of spit on the milkmaid, are almost killed, only to give the uncontrolled back to the blood, but also messy skills, do not calculate the blue consumption.
And so on.
Yisun watched a bit of hilarity, then put away the forum. Returning to the main peak, he saw that Master was still sitting on his roof.
"Windy, what have you been doing?"
Yisun came to her side with a startling glance, and smiled heatedly. "Bought some materials to make a small toy for Master from our hometown side." Under Snow Silver Spirit's curious gaze, he pulled out a bunch of things and started making it.
Clouded paper, bamboo strips, silk, candles, deerskin glue. A few moments later, the assembly was complete. Is this a lantern?
The thing Yisun made was a simple cylinder with a candle fixed inside. Apart from being a bit ugly, Snow Silver Spirit didn't think it was any different from other lanterns, so why go through so much trouble to make it yourself?
Aha!
He took out the fire folders and lit the specially selected good candles, and the lantern instantly lit up with a warm yellow glow, outlining the cloud pattern on the lampshade.
Ha!
Using cloud patterned paper as a lampshade does look better when lit. Yi Sun smiled without saying anything and held the lantern, then loosened his hands when he felt the rising power. The lantern shook and slowly rose into the air. This snow silver spirit's eyes flashed with a strange color.
A flying lantern?
This is called a Kongming lantern, also known as a wishing lantern. Yi Sun raised his head and looked at the slowly rising Kongming lantern with her. The small warm light rushed straight up into the sky, gradually traveling away. At first glance, it seemed to be more dazzling than the stars. It's very dreamy. Snow silver spirit was stunned out of her mind. Yi Sun nodded his head approvingly, and after thinking about it, he shook his head again and said, in our hometown, during some specific festivals, many people release the Kongming lanterns together, and it's only the most shocking when it's all over the sky at that time. He looked towards Snow Silver Spirit's aesthetic side face and, unable to help himself, spoke softly. Master, if I can release 10,000 Kongming lanterns at the same time, I will be able to surplus a piece of starry sky for you, a starry sky that belongs to you. Unfortunately, the cloud patterned paper was bought less, and I can't make a few of them now. My starry sky. Snow Silver Spirit eyes lightly trembled, after a moment of bewilderment, turned his head to glare at him. Humph.
Put the teacher as a little girl coaxing it? No big no small. Said instantly disappeared. Ding.
Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you +5, current friendliness 50 pushy. Yi Sun lay down on the roof, looking at the Kongming lanterns flying higher and higher in the night sky, curving the corners of his mouth and smiling silently.
Ha! Did the Kongming lanterns go out?
He saw that the tiny bright yellow light in the sky had suddenly disappeared.
I bought a good candle. Ordinary wind cannot blow out, should not be so quickly extinguished, is it? Is it by a certain idle board passing by the big man a blow into the ash? Or was it put away by the master?
The direction that Master had left just now was the back of the mountain bedchamber, and he had not sensed the aura of Master's ascension. After missing the mealtime, Yi Sun was too lazy to get offline, and after blowing the cold wind on the roof for a while, he came back to Kaiyang Peak and entered the Tower of Enlightenment. He wanted to raise his Spirit Sky Sword Leader proficiency as soon as possible, and then messed with the reputation value to exchange for the Shin product Enlightenment Fruit to raise his skill to the Earth rank. Last time, he fought with the mirror body for a few hours, and in the end, he was already able to fight the mirror body to a draw. This time he was going to make a clean sweep, kill the mirror body.
Is the opponent generated?
Yes, double. As the words fell, another mirror image body identical to his appeared in front of him. Jia Jia. Before Yi Sun had time to put in a harsh word, he saw red light flashing on the mirror body, his blood instantly bottoming out before flashing in front of him.
Big brother, I was wrong.
Yi Sun panicked and raised his sword to block.
Taking a hit. Chi blood 158,463. Ding.
You have triggered the skill Divine Grace Blessing, and your Chi blood is forced to stay up to 1 point. He forgot about the effect of the amazing body technique. This one in front of him was a fake body, and blocked a lonesome. Moreover, blocking is not completely damage-free. The damage reduction effect of blocking is linked to the value of one's own defense. With the horrific damage value of the mirror body strike, it would be useless for Yi Sun even if he successfully blocked, he would still be hit with the invincible golden body at once. Berserk Battle Intent, the blood rage frenzy that consumes 90% of his chi and blood to cast, plus the damage value of the Frost Hua Chop.
Strike, even he was startled. Am I this terrifying now? A few moments later. Ding. You are dead. Yi Sun. The next day, back to the main peak.
Yi Sun saw his precious master sitting in the gazebo in front of his hut sipping tea.
Ha! Master is in good spirits.
Snow Silver Spirit glanced at him, got up and walked out of the pavilion, and faintly said, for the master to test your practical combat ability today, only by sharpening in battle can you progress faster. Come on, attack for the master.
Yi Sun? No, I've just been abused by the mirror body for a night, and now I'm going to be abused by my master?
He could not cry, and under the earnest gaze of the Snow Silver Spirit, he had no choice but to take out the Eternal Night Sword. However, after circling around Snow Silver Spirit for half a day, he was never able to strike.
What are you still waiting for?
Yi Sun said helplessly, Master, I can't get down. Your charisma value is too high. Why don't we just forget about it? When the gap in charisma value is too large, it will affect the mental state and is not under one's control, especially between the opposite sex.
Unless both parties possess an unshared hatred, some of the effects can be blocked out.
When he fought the Brotherhood, there were a lot of female players who let him off the hook, also because of the charisma value.
Chapter 119 The Emperor goes on a tour.
I also don't know what kind of spell Snow Silver Spirit has cast to block out the effects of her charisma value. Yi Sun no longer had a reason, so he had to be severely beaten up for another morning.
Master, I can't, spare me.
The combat skills were so much worse, he hadn't even touched the corner of Snow Silver Spirit's coat.
Humph.
Snow Silver Spirit commented as she sat down without blushing. Apprentice son, Master has long since discovered that you always like to plan before you move in battle, you don't like to take risks, and your sharpness is lacking.
Yi Sun was stunned.
Master was right, all along, he did seek too much stability. Looking back to the past, when something was less than 90% certainty, he felt that he was looking for death. Including your stance, it may seem subtle, but it's also a reflection of your heart. Yi Sun was silent, not having enough sharpness and only relying on powerful attributes and external objects to ply among his peers only proved that he was a powerful young cultivator, not a powerful swordsman. He was not sincere enough about the sword and his understanding was not deep enough. Perhaps this was the reason why he was still unable to realize that he had a sword in his heart but no sword in his hand. Snow Silver Spirit sighed softly. In fact, my master is the same. After learning that there is no hope for a breakthrough, he has lost his sharpness, and these days, he can't even bring up the interest in practicing sword intent. Yi Sun said in his heart, "You are becoming Buddhist."
You're actually laughing?
No, master. Yi Sun hurriedly explained, I was thinking that those sects would be very happy if they learned of master's current peaceful state of mind, right?
Are you saying that master used to have a bad temper?
A murderous aura flashed across Snow Silver Spirit's eyes. Yi Sun was dumbfounded. Of course not, master, you are consistent in your appearance, everything you think and do is out of your heart, this is the manifestation of true nature, disciple admires it. Snow Silver Spirit's face was expressionless.
How about I make an oath?
Forget it, with your small body, you can't carry a thunderbolt.
Yi Sun. Snow Silver Spirit was silent for a moment and said faintly, Go down the mountain, it was the master who was wrong, I shouldn't have forced you to stay in the sect to cultivate, go, and find the true meaning of battle, the master is looking forward to your change. Saying so, he turned around and left. She somewhat regretted that she shouldn't have coddled this only disciple and given him many external forces. Without the Ice and Snow Lotus Seed and Spirit Sky Sword leader, he would have had to face all the battles with the sword in his hand, and would have been able to progress faster instead. Yi Sun made a solemn salute in the direction she left, and as he left, he thought about it and turned back to shout. Master, what I just said is true. Ding.
Snow Silver Spirit's friendliness towards you +1, current friendliness 51 pushy.
Yi Sun. This petty master, it's so perfunctory. After leaving the clan, he was momentarily at a loss as to what to do, continue the robbery? The voice transmission bracelet suddenly sounded, Yi Sun, grab the store.
Yi Sun was dumbfounded. He had long said that he would get a store to open an auction house, but as a result, he had been too busy to take care of it.
Now I happen to be free, so let's go to the Imperial Dynasty to find a doorway. There were 3 major Imperial dynasties in the Nine Heavens continent, namely the Qianwu Imperial Dynasty, the Sacred Abyss Imperial Dynasty, and the Manhwa Imperial Dynasty, and their strengths were no worse than that of the super sects. Each of the 3 great dynasties occupied 3 continents, checking and balancing each other. Yi Sun remembered that the relationship between the Manhwa dynasty and the Purple Sky Sword sect was relatively friendly, and the Purple Sky City was under the jurisdiction of the Manhwa dynasty. Although the Violet Sky Sword sect was not involved in the management of the city, it would share a portion of the proceeds, as did every clan. Master didn't mention the relationship with the Dream China Imperial Dynasty, maybe it was just friendly before? Forget it, let's just go to the Dream China Dynasty first, no matter what, it must be a better relationship than the other dynasties. Yi Sun opened the map and looked at it, the main city of Manhwa Dynasty was in the Qingshao continent, so he sped towards the Purple Sky City, and after teleporting one after another, he arrived at Manhwa City. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he raised his eyes and surveyed. Into the eye is a wide white jade avenue, surprisingly all paved by white jade, in the daylight flashes dense immortal light. On both sides of the street, flying eaves and arches, carved beams and painted buildings. Our incomparably magnificent atmosphere. Worthy of being the main city of the Imperial Dynasty, it's quite a bit more prosperous than the Purple Sky City. He saw that there were quite a few players in Dreaming China City, with the majority of the ethereal Mirage Mansion disciples. Within the same continent, cities and pools teleported to each other, and the cost was quite a bit lower than transcontinental teleportation, so if you really didn't want to spend money, you could also slowly rush over. Yi Sun guessed that these players were all here to do the Dynasty Quest. Dynasty quests also rewarded prestige values and could be done solo, those casual players who couldn't find a regular team, doing Dynasty quests was a good choice. He poked around all the way to the cold and clear Immortal Square division. So it's a senior disciple of the Violet Sky Sword sect who has arrived, please. The official of the Immortal Workshop division respectfully led the way and then served hot tea. Young warrior came here this time, but do you want to choose a spirit mansion? Yi Sun shook his head, I want to buy a store, what are the requirements? The official sniffed and handed out a jade slip, the vacant stores are all here, young warrior, please take a look. Yi Sun used his perception technique to check. Tianshi Gaki first floor store. Purchase qualification, accumulated reputation value not less than 100,000. 100-year usage right, 50 million lower grade spirit stones. Golden Scale Alley, number 7C. Manhwa Avenue Award number 3 Hanging Pavilion, purchase qualification, accumulated reputation value not less than 1 million. 100-year usage right, 1 billion lower grade spirit stones. Yi Sun's face was expressionless, but in reality, he was twitching inwardly. There was a map in the Jade Brief, and the smallest store, not to mention its small size, was in a poor location, in a nook and cranny. The point was, he wasn't qualified to buy it yet.
Worthy of being the main city of the imperial dynasty, every inch of land was gold. Young warrior is a high disciple of the purple sky sword sect. The purchase qualification and price can be reduced by 20%. Yi-sun nodded his head. A pro disciple really does have some privileges after all. The purchase qualification dropped by 20%, the smallest store 80,000 prestige value is enough. He went out to fight a few random bosses, but he didn't really want to buy it. After hesitating for a while, he spoke, "Can I take this jade slip away?" Of course. Yi-sun left the Immortal Workshop division, searched for the map, and traveled all the way to the Hanging Pavilion on Manhwa Avenue. Also don't know what formation is caused by, the Hanging Pavilion suspended in mid-air above, the building has dense immortal gas surrounded, glazed bricks and tiles, brilliant gold and blue. This place is exactly the most central part of Manhwa City. From the teleportation array and resurrection point are very close, surrounded by some luxury places. There are restaurants, green buildings, inns, and so on. Yi-sun longed for it, but unfortunately he was not qualified to buy it. Ha! Yi-sun? Why are you here? Shangwan Fazai stepped out of the teleportation array and saw Yi-sun at a glance. Of course I'm here to mess with the store. Shangwan Fazai glanced toward the place he had just surveyed with odd eyes. You don't want to buy the Hanging Pavilion, do you? Obviously he was aware of the conditions. Yi-sun pondered without saying anything. Of course he wanted to buy it, but with 800,000 prestige value, he would have to get it until the monkey's age. Shangwan Fazai laughed. I think those conditions are not all hard and fast. If you can make friends with a high-ranking official, stuff some favors or something, the conditions can definitely be lowered. However, even if the purchase qualification of the Hanging Pavilion is reduced to half, it's not something that can be fixed in a short time. Let's still get a medium store first. Yi-sun's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He immediately remembered that when Shangwan Fazai befriended him, he had said similar words, and it was obvious that people understood these doorways at the first time. By the way, the spirit stones are for you. Shangwan Fazai traded him 620,000 spirit stones, all of which were the money from the sale of those Foundation Establishment stage Shen weapons that the secret realm had struck. Yi-sun looked at the Hanging Pavilion again. Even with the discount, he still needed 800 million spirit stones. With the money he had in hand, it was a struggle to buy a brick. Let's go, brother. Don't think about the store first, go relax and unwind. My treat, this one is good. Yi-sun glanced towards the place he pointed at Bright Moon House. Yo, a green building? He's been wanting to go for a long time. Elbow. The two came closer. Aye, you're here again, sir. Yuer has already waited for you, the old bod said here, seemingly glimpsing something, kneeling down in a panic. Not only her, the surrounding pedestrians also lowered their posture, either kneeling or bowing, saluting in one direction. Yi-sun and Shangwan Fazai turned to look, only to see a golden phoenix carriage slowly flying in mid-air. This is the Emperor going on a tour? Chapter 120, Am I Beautiful? The golden phoenix carriage was dignified and atmospheric, emitting a majestic pressure. 9 armored guards riding flying beasts, 4 in front and 5 at the back, looking solemn and dignified, arched the phoenix carriage within it and slowly moved forward. Holy peace to the Emperor! Passers-by saluted one after another. The players on the road didn't engage in mavericks either. Obviously, over this period of time, they had come to understand that the NPCs in this game weren't NPCs in the traditional sense, and that the consequences of offending an NPC were serious. Yi-sun's heart was shaken. The strength of this emperor and the guards not to mention, just that 9-headed beast, has the cultivation of the spirit void realm. The end point of cultivation for most players in the later stages is the spiritual void realm, and if they want to break through again, they may have to wait for the game to merge with reality, and rely on endless years to simmer. But nowadays, the spiritual void realm's foreign beasts were just mounts for the guards. Through the light veil on the phoenix carriage, he could vaguely see a golden-robed woman with immortal posture and jade face, like a dream. Yi-sun was a personal disciple of the Purple Sky Sword sect, so he didn't need to perform a big salute, but only slightly owed his body. When the phoenix carriage passed the two of them in the sky above, it suddenly stopped. Your Excellency is Yi-sun? The voice was seductive and lazy, and everyone felt a tingle in their bones. Yi-sun bear the brunt, is the brain buzzing, as if there is a pair of soft hands, gently stroking his heart, but also like being in the hibiscus tent, into the eyes are all confused. A good sound kill. Yi-sun calmed his mind, straightened up, and cupped his fists as he returned, exactly Yi-sun. I heard that Mr. Yi is the first genius of the otherworld. I am very curious, come up and let me take a look. This. Yi-sun swept his eyes at the light veil of the phoenix carriage, in public, going in to be alone with the Empress? The queen is so atmospheric, she doesn't even try to avoid it. Seeing the 4 guards in front scattered to the sides, the maid outside the screen tent made a motion of invitation. Yi-sun had to fly up. The phoenix carriage slowly moved forward again. At this moment, both players and NPCs looked straight in the eyes. Holy! Did Yi-sun save the universe in his past life? Anything good can happen to him. This queen's voice is so good, my bones are all crispy. I wonder how pretty she must be. What if this? Ahem. Don't talk nonsense in this place. Shangwan Fazai opened his mouth wide. Boy, brother Yi is too raw, right?
Just wanting him to befriend a high-ranking official, he actually hooked up with the queen right out of the gate? He turned his head to look at the hanging pavilion, his eyes shining brightly. There's something going on with this place. Gotta hurry up and raise the money to go. Inside the phoenix carriage, the fragrance is intoxicating. The empress was dressed in a golden embroidered phoenix royal robe, wearing a purple and gold phoenix crown, sitting barefoot, her jade toes rooted like crystals. The skin on her face is crystal clear, dressed with a bit of gold powder, the tip of the eyebrow is slightly raised, the majesty is born, the cherry lips are coated with fragrant flower juice, reflecting a faint fluorescent light. At this time slightly powdered queen, really is a magnificent, gorgeous and unparalleled. Yisun inwardly sighed with emotion, worthy of being one of the four beauties of Ask the Immortals, the imperial lord of the dreaming China dynasty, jade like a dream. It was also the only female emperor on the continent. See your majesty. At this moment, it was rare for him to be a bit formal, alone, the queen's beauty was stressful. Sit down. I've heard that Mr. Yi is the first beautiful man in the other world, take off your mask and let me take a look. This how can anyone be honest at their first meeting? This queen really has no sense of boundaries. Yisun did not hesitate much, raised his hand and took off the ink rhythm spectacle and looked at Yu Rumung. Ding! Yu Rumung's friendliness towards you plus 20, current friendliness, 20 like-mindedness. The queen was indeed generous enough. The rumors are true, Lord Yi is really good looking. Yu Rumung laughed lightly, her eyes flowing with a seductive luster. Her voice was also like this, full of a sense of seduction. I don't know if she was born with a seductive body. Coupled with the fragrant aroma in the space, Yisun felt his brain dizzy. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue to clear his head and stopped looking at her. His Majesty summoned me up, what is the matter? It couldn't really be just curiosity about his looks, could it? Little one, don't be in a hurry, follow me back to the palace. Little one? How to have a kind of little white rabbit meets the big bad wolf feeling. As soon as the phoenix carriage entered the palace, Yisun's spirit was revitalized and he hurriedly looked through the light veil to a certain part of the palace. He sensed a familiar fluctuation in that location, and the immortal jade fragment in his storage ring trembled once again. This indicated that an immortal jade fragment was currently inside the palace. Yisun was a little worried, and did not know who the shard was in, but hopefully Imo Yun Huang could hide the immortal jade fluctuations in his body. No! He suddenly realized that he was not wearing a mask right now at all, and the confusing thought skill did not work. Would it be rude to wear the mask again in front of Yu Rumung? What's wrong, Mr. Yi? Yisun sniffed, hesitated a little, but still asked, Your Majesty, I wonder whose palace that place is? He pointed to the location where the immortal jade fluctuated. Yu Rumung's soft catkin lightly lifted the gauze tent to look at it, a hint of eccentricity flashed in her eyes, that's the palace treasury there. Yi-sun. Yu Rumung laughed lightly, Mr. Yi just entered the palace and precisely found the location of the palace's treasure trove, could it be that you have some kind of treasure hunting ability? Saying that I am the reincarnation of a treasure hunting mouse? Yisun smiled awkwardly and stopped speaking. It seemed that this immortal jade fragment was ownerless, now there was no need to worry that he would be sensed, but it was difficult to take it. If one wanted to enter the palace treasury, there was no second method except after Yu Rumung's authorization. But how could he make Yu Rumung promise him to enter the treasure vault? Yisun's mind turned quickly, but unfortunately, he couldn't think of any good methods for a while. The phoenix carriage came all the way to the back hall, and Yisun entered the hall with it. The maid came forward and removed the outer robe from Yu Rumung's body and hung it on the coat rack. Then, Yu Rumung then stretched out in front of him and lazily said, It's just too boring to fly slowly all the way. At this time, her clothes were thin, and with the action of stretching her waist, her marvelous figure was revealed, accompanied by a fragrant wind. Yisun hurriedly turned his head and slightly tilted his neck, holding back the heat in his nose. Yu Rumung was just too seductive, every move, every knit of her brows and smile, all of them were able to seduce one's heart and mind. Ha! Little brother, is this shy? Little brother? Yisun was stunned, are you polite? Yu Rumung walked lightly and slowly approached. Yisun couldn't help but back up, and as he did, the bend of his leg hit the chair and he sat down on his butt. Yu Rumung leaned down, her picturesque pretty face leaning closer and closer, exhaling like orchids. Little brother, am I beautiful? Chapter 121 Nightmare Level Hidden Quest. Feeling the cool jade fingers crossing his face, as well as his pretty face that was getting closer and closer, Yisun's face instantly reddened. Being treated like this by one of the four beauties of the questioning immortal, who the hell could stand it? Yu Rumung's beautiful eyes glanced downward without thinking and giggled lightly, it seems that calling it little brother doesn't seem appropriate. Deceitful. Your Majesty, have a word. It seems that her proper posture in the phoenix carriage just now was a disguise, come to think of it, with only a layer of light veil to cover her up, and in public, she couldn't afford to do something outrageous. Little brother, you are so boring. It's too much. Have I, Mr. Yi, ever been in such a predicament? Yisun clenched his teeth and simply straightened his body and leaned forward, but was instantly dodged by Yu Rumung. Che really want to have some fun, you don't dare again. It seems that this queen is just a flowery person.
I thought it's really the god of Akara's car.
Humph. You little guy, you don't have a lot of guts.
Yi Sun straightened his clothes and regained his composure again. Your Majesty, let's get down to business. Just then, an old voice suddenly came from outside the hall.
Your Majesty, the old minister seeks an audience. Yu Ruming's expression instantly turned indifferent as she took the outer robe she had just taken off and draped it over her body. Come in.
Yi Sun saw that from the bottom of the steps outside the hall came up an old man wearing a big red official robe, with a serious demeanor that was not angry. He first owed a bow, then looked at Yi Sun, puzzled.
Your Majesty, who is this? A black bracelet on his wrist, someone from the other world?
In front of the emperor, he couldn't afford to release his divine sense to investigate recklessly. Yu Ruming faintly said, I've met him at first sight. Yi Sun's eyes flashed with a hint of oddity when he heard this introduction, but there was some ambiguity. This a man entering the back hall is not in accordance with etiquette. Your Majesty can pay attention to the impact, and his cultivation is low if it is spread out.
Yi Sun's face was expressionless, thinking, men can't enter the back hall. Could it be that you are a eunuch? What does the Prime Minister have to report to me? Just tell me straight.
The Prime Minister frowned slightly, but did not continue to dwell on it, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, there is another disturbance in the 10,000 Demon Sea, there may be a beast tide, and there is a fear of a crisis in Green Jade City.
Oh? Do you know the reason for this disturbance?
The Prime Minister glanced at Yi Sun. According to the investigation, this disturbance seems to be related to people from other realms. Recently a large number of people from other realms entered the 10,000 Demon Sea and stole the beast eggs, perhaps causing the Demon King's dissatisfaction.
Yi Sun was stunned. Related to players? This was a situation he didn't really know about.
Yu Ruming frowned, pondered for a long time, and sighed, I'll make a trip to the 10,000 Demon Sea.
Cannot.
My Dreamflower Imperial Dynasty has a deadly enmity with the 10,000 Demon Sea. With your Majesty's strength, entering the 10,000 Demon Sea is dangerous. With the lesson learned from the past, your Majesty must not take the risk.
Then according to the Prime Minister's opinion, what should be done?
The old minister would like to lead troops to Qingyu Town to guard it, and block the entrance to the 10,000 Demon Sea to prohibit people from the other realms from entering. Yu Ruming slowly paced, the Prime Minister has always been wise, I'm afraid he has already thought this through, I will allow it. The Prime Minister bowed and saluted, Your Majesty is wise, the old minister will leave. As he left, he looked at Yi Sun again, Your Majesty, let the old minister take him out.
No need. Your Majesty, you must behave yourself, it would be better if.
I don't need the Prime Minister to worry about my personal matters, go out. The Prime Minister let out a dark sigh and left with a frown. Yu Ruming's nature he still understands, although occasionally the words and behavior is not elegant, but it is just a disguise, in fact, the inner reserve, ice and jade.
This kid's skin is indeed extraordinary, but he does not think that Yu Ruming will really be with him at first sight or something. A personal disciple of the Purple Sky Sword sect? I don't know which elder he studied under, His Majesty is afraid that he has ulterior motives. Humph. Old thing. Yu Ruming snorted indignantly and looked at Yi Sun, what does Mr. Yi think of him? It's. Just be honest. Yi Sun hesitated, he's not very polite?
This Prime Minister, questioning the Emperor's guests as soon as he entered the hall, and admonishing the Emperor again on his way out, where is the appearance of being a subject? Yes, impolite, he is a veteran of 3 dynasties, his family is powerful, and he has more say in the dynasty than I do. Yi Sun was silent, the Prime Minister was indeed impolite, but it was also true that he dissuaded the Empress from traveling to the 10,000 Demon Sea and was concerned about the Empress's well-being, so he couldn't be concluded that he was an evil person. He rather felt that the Empress was more or less a rebel, and her strength was not top-notch. After all, the power of speech was nothing more than strength. Yi Sun didn't know exactly what Yu Ruming's cultivation level was, but vaguely perceived that her breath was much worse than that of her master, Snow Silver Spirit, as well as Shin Kyer. However, it was a bit stronger than Elder Tianxin again, so it seems that the harmonization realm should be there, and it might have just entered the harmonization realm. I also don't know if it's because his talent is inferior to his master's, or if he's just young? Yu Ruming was silent for a moment, and then returned to her original form, smiling as she came closer, raising her head slightly and blowing her aroma into his face. Little brother, can you do my sister a favor? The voice is soft and charming, and the eyes are flowing. Yi Sun bones are crispy two again. Your Majesty, please speak. Being able to receive Yu Ruming's mission was something he couldn't wait for. After all, if he wanted to enter the palace treasury, he could only think of a way to do so on Yu Ruming. In recent years, the 10,000 Demon Sea has been moving several times, and my royal brother died in the 10,000 Demon Sea. I have always wanted to go to investigate, but I was always prevented by the Prime Minister. Of course, the 10,000 Demon Sea is really a dangerous place for me. That old thing did not tell the truth. The 10,000 Demon Sea alien movement can't be caused by your people of the other world. Most of your people of the other world are still in the foundation stage, at most in the 10,000 Demon Sea around to steal some demonic beast's eggs only, can't qualify to cause the 10,000 Demon Sea alien movement. Little brother, help me to go to the 10,000 Demon Sea and check the cause of the disturbance.
Yi Sun was stunned. Is it appropriate for me, a Jindan stage, to go deep into the 10,000 demon sea? It's not like you're not afraid of death. Yi Sun was dumbfounded. He was not going to die for real, but he didn't want to die either. The immortal jade fragment was fine, but the big deal was to store it elsewhere first. But the Eternal Light Sword was not so good. There was no undroppable feature below immortal weapons. In case of death, even with his lucky value, there was no guarantee that it would not be dropped 100% of the time. Inside the 10,000 demon sea, spirit void realm spirit beasts abound, casually slapping him to death. It's not like this mission can't be taken, but the rewards have to be able to attract him. I have sent my close friends in to investigate a few times, but unfortunately they ended up nowhere to be found. Little brother, you have Mo Yun Yu Huang, can shield perception, although the cultivation is not high, but the success rate is still above them. If you can complete the mission, what reward you want, sister promised you oh. The Empress could see what he was thinking and raised her jade onion finger again, drawing circles on his face, her beautiful eyes seductive and charming. This demonic spirit. Yi Sun swallowed his saliva. This is what you said, a gentleman has no words. Humph. Little scoundrel. Ding. You Ruming's friendliness towards you +5, current friendliness, 25 like-mindedness. Ding. Congratulations on successfully receiving the nightmare level hidden quest. Investigate the anomalies of the 10,000 demon sea. Mission tip, dive inside the 10,000 demon sea and find the anomaly. Mission reward, unknown. Mission time limit, 7 days. Mission failure penalty, you Ruming's friendliness drops 30 points. Good guy, if this mission fails, the friendliness will directly become negative. When this goblin sees him, I'm afraid she will be disgusted, right? This price is too heavy. In his previous life, he knew very little about the Dream China dynasty, and there wasn't much information on the forums, so it was hard for players to get in touch with this kind of level. He only remembered that there seemed to have been turmoil in the Dream China dynasty, and that the current emperor's suspicion of the prime minister was perhaps the source of the turmoil. This is for you. The queen handed out a jade pendant. This is? Father left it behind. It can sense the location of all courtiers, including the prime minister. Over the years, every time the 10,000 demons sea stirred, the prime minister would not wait to go over there. I suspect that he is involved with the 10,000 demons sea stirring. This jade pendant might be able to help you. Chapter 122, The Weeping Maiden. The Sea of 10,000 Demons, although it had the word sea in its name, was actually a large, vast, and sprawling forest with countless beasts within it, making it a paradise for beasts. The 10,000 Demon Sea was located in the Jade Sky continent, which was where the 10,000 Beast Villa was located. After Yi Sun arrived at Jade Sky City, he didn't teleport to Green Jade City again, but flew all the way there by the Lotus Seat, which was also suggested by Yu Rumung. He originally thought that although the Prime Minister was impolite, he was doing it for the Queen's good, but the Queen's suspicion made Yi Sun start to re-evaluate the Prime Minister as a person. But it didn't assess a single thing. He didn't doubt the Queen's words. In terms of seeing people, compared to these NPCs who had lived for a long time, he was far worse, and he hadn't come into contact with the Prime Minister before, so he couldn't jump to conclusions on the basis of his first impression. If the Prime Minister really had a problem, it would be easy to be monitored if he rashly teleported to Green Jade City. Yi Sun referred to the map and rushed towards the Sea of 10,000 Demons. Each continent was vast and boundless, and the reason why he had been able to easily travel to and from each continent before was merely because he had been hitting the low-level practicing spots near the teleportation arrays. Flying further in, it was a lot of work, and it took more than 5 hours of flying before he came to the vicinity of the 10,000 Demon Sea. Just then, he suddenly heard a cry from not far away. So he landed on the ground and walked suspiciously towards the sound of the crying, and when he rounded the small hill, he saw a girl sitting on the ground and wailing. With a sweep of perception. Meow meow meow, 6th level of foundation stage. The girl was crying with pear blossoms, her eyes were swollen, she was sad to the core, and her cries were full of despair and grievances. Yi Sun was dumbfounded, not expecting to actually run into her here. Thinking about it, Meow Meow was originally a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Villa. Appearing here was not unusual. He walked over, crouched down, and said hello. Beauty, is this being bullied? Yi Sun guessed that it should be related to the Brotherhood. After all, in his previous life, Meow Meow was forced to jump by the Brotherhood. The girl's body trembled at the words and seemed to be startled, her crying stagnated, and she hastily wiped away her tears, and opened her eyes wide to see that it was a face wearing an ink-colored mask. Yi Sun? Yi Sun couldn't help but freeze when he saw her face. Meow Meow was undoubtedly very beautiful, but this face, he was a bit familiar with it, he seemed to have seen it somewhere. Moreover, her features looked very childish, probably just 16 or 17 years old. Was it a baby face? Or just really young? Meow Meow came back to her senses, and with a clench of her teeth, she actually knelt down towards Yi Sun. Oh. Brother Yi Sun, please help me, I adore you the most. Yi Sun hastily dodged away and comforted. Don't, not so much, you get up, what's going on, just say it, I'll see if I can help. He had the intention to help Meow Meow up, but he was afraid that rash physical contact would scare her. It took Meow Meow a while before she could stabilize her emotions and break off to tell the whole story.
It turned out that the second leader of the Brotherhood, level 8 Great Gale, wanted to buy her spirit beast, the Violet Flame Lion, and offered a price of $10 million, which Meow Meow agreed to without hesitation. After the transaction, level 8 Gale went back on his word and froze her bank card, saying he wanted Meow Meow to stay with him for one night before he would unfreeze it. Yisun frowned. 10 million huaxia coins to buy a spirit beast pet is normal. At this stage, spirit beast pets are still very rare.
Your reality identity information was exposed?
Meow Meow nodded, embarrassed. I gave him my card number and asked him to transfer the account offline. That's how it should have been exposed. $10 million in game withdrawals would have to deduct $100,000 in handling fees. She didn't want to part with it. Yisun didn't say anything. Meow Meow now doesn't even have a veil. Her face has been exposed. Even if there is no such thing as an offline transfer, it won't be difficult for the Brotherhood to find out her identity.
How do you want me to help you?
Meow Meow hesitated for a while, and then sobbed. Yisun brother, that 10 million I don't want. I also don't want you to find them to help me out. It's just,
can you lend me 800,000 first?
My sister needs to pay the surgery fee. Within 3 days must be paid. I will try to make money to pay you back. Oh.
There's a sister in a hospital bed?
What a good dog blood plot. Looks like she doesn't have a good family, or she wouldn't be hurting for that 100,000 fee.
800,000, forget it. Meow Meow sniffed as if it had instantly lost its vitality, and its eyes became dull.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The first time you meet someone, you open your mouth to borrow money from them, or an astronomical amount of $800,000, anyone else would refuse, right?
She did not blame Yisun in her heart. After all, non-relative, their behavior is really some of the manhwa, so the groundless hastily lowered his head, turned around and wanted to go, but was called by Yisun. You misunderstand, I do not mean that. Yisun picked up the bracelet and was about to contact the person when he saw another person emerge from the turn of the hill.
Yisun? Oh, it's a small world. Just in time, was about to call you. Nightshade was puzzled. What's the matter? What are you guys doing here?
Yisun looked at Meow Meow. Tell him your card number. He then looked at Night Elephant. Her card is frozen. There's $10 million in it. Find someone to unlock it for her.
Oh, okay.
Meow Meow stammered out the card number in a hurry, looking at the duo expectantly.
A minute later. All right, unlocked. Nightshade put away the bracelet and said with an expressionless face. Ha? So fast? Meow Meow was surprised, then the excitement instantly disappeared and directly went offline. Yisun and Night Eleanor looked at each other in dismay. A new sister? Still underage, right? You're quite penalized. Bull. I'm being helpful. Oh. What are you doing running here? I'm sneaking around, are you?
Night Elegy didn't joke and said with a straight face, I came to steal the eggs.
Yisun? You don't know?
Recently there was news on the forum that the 10,000 demons can steal pet eggs. Many people came over to steal them, but most of them stole some demonic beast eggs from the outer perimeter. It's easy to die when you enter the inner part, and only 2 or 3 people stole spirit beast eggs. Yisun nodded his head. The Prime Minister of Manhwa Dynasty had also said about this.
Do you want to go in and steal it together? You don't have a pet either, do you?
Yisun murmured. He was here to do a quest and had little interest in pets. Or rather, not much interest in spirit beast pets. The upper limit of spirit beast pets is only the spirit void realm. Most of the players will stagnate at the spiritual void realm in the later stages of their cultivation, and the spirit animal pets are very precious to them, but Yisun can't look at it, and the spiritual void realm can't stop him. In addition to the low cultivation limit, the qualification of the spirit animal pet is also very general for him, cannot improve much combat power, bring useless, can only stay in the pet space to eat dust. Instead of doing so, it would be better not to cultivate it and share its experience for nothing. If it was an immortal beast pet, it would be useful, but the rarity of immortal beast pets wasn't much worse than immortal weapons, and he could only rely on nebulous fate.
Just as well.
Yisun thought about it and agreed. They were both going to enter the sea of 10,000 demons anyway, so there was no problem with traveling in pairs. Moreover, come to all come, have the opportunity to get a few spirit beast pet eggs is also quite good, since the mother-in-law still need pets, and then do not help to take to sell money can also be.
By the way, Meow Meow, that card number, where does it belong to?
Su City. Yisun frowned. Su Chang was quite far away from him. If he spilled his guts now, the Brotherhood's people would definitely go over to find her, and the tragedy that happened to her in her previous life would play out again. Help people to help in the end, send Buddha to the west. This girl looks quite good, simply save her life again.
Is there anyone from the Heavenly Group in Suzhou City?
Go over to protect her for a period of time. By the way, check what she is doing in reality. A small age, do not go to school every day at home to play games, quite strange. Okay, you are my boss now, you have the final say, I'll contact my colleagues later. What's the situation with this girl?
Pitted by a fraternity. Those guys from the Brotherhood, always giving him the eyeballs.
But he couldn't be bothered with going after the Brotherhood right now, it was better to wait until he was done with his work.
Chapter 123 Fortunate Star Meow Meow.
It wasn't that Ji-sun hadn't thought about letting the officials step in, it was just that according to the results of his investigation, it would be more appropriate to do it in person without creating variables. Soon Meow Meow was back online again and was grateful to Ji-sun and the two of them. She finished bowing, and when she got up, her spirit suddenly drifted for a moment and she nearly fell.
Seeing this, Ji-sun frowned. You've been playing games with your bracelet? He saw deep exhaustion under Meow Meow's eyes.
Ji-sun and the two of them were both a bit stunned when they heard this. Meow Meow was at the top of the cultivation list for a long time, playing with the bracelet to this extent, this had to take a life, right?
Ji-sun was sweating a bit. How old are you?
Meow Meow pursed her lips constrainedly. I'll be 17 after the new year.
It's still really just a minor girl, not a doll face, and an 8th grade Gale actually wants people to accompany him for a night?
Really worthy of the title of one of the 4 evils, already have a way to death.
Don't you go to school? Meowth shook her head, but didn't explain.
Ji-sun barked, go buy a playpen.
Ha! But she hesitated a bit. What is this girl's situation?
It's already $10 million, and after subtracting the cost of her sister's surgery, there's still more than $9 million left, and she's not even willing to buy a game warehouse?
No matter what you want to do, the body is the foundation. A healthy body is the cornerstone of your ideal path, understand?
Meow Meow thought about it and felt that what Ji-sun said was very reasonable. Now the heartache of $1 million, when the body collapses in the future, the loss will only be more. So she nodded her head vigorously. Okay, brother Ji-sun. This little girl, with clear and innocent eyes and a strong temperament in her softness, Ji-sun kinda liked it. Listening to her mouth shouting Ji-sun brother, the heart inexplicably comfortable. After all, the first time to hear brother this kind of name, run doo-doo, that fake sister does not count.
Have we met somewhere?
When he saw Meow Meow just now, he thought something looked familiar and couldn't remember for a moment. Meow Meow gave him a serious look. Brother Ji-sun, actually, we've met in the novice village.
Have we? Ji-sun couldn't recall.
Meow Meow hesitated and blushed. At that time, I had just left the birth point, and I just turned around to see that you had also appeared, and then
I accidentally crashed into a tree. Ji-sun.
With this reminder, he finally remembered, it was really that confused girl who hit the tree. When everyone was at 1 point of chi blood value, poor Meow Meow directly crashed to death. At that time, it was just a glimpse, didn't see exactly what she looked like, and it wasn't until now, when I heard her talk about it, that the two figures were reunited. It seems to be quite fateful. Ji-sun sent a friend request over. Well, we have something to go, take a good rest for 2 days, buy a game warehouse and play again, just in time. We also need to go offline to take care of your sister.
Aha!
Ji-sun and Nightshade turned to leave, and before they could take 2 steps, they were called by Meow Meow again.
Brother Ji-sun, wait. She ran over and asked, are you guys trying to enter the Sea of 10,000 Demons to look for pet eggs? How come you've been in there?
Meow Meow nodded. I know a place that has 2 spirit beast eggs guarded by a very powerful big bird. I went in 3 times this afternoon to steal them, and it killed me. Ji-sun was dumbfounded. Just now he was wondering, he remembered that before, when Meow Meow was still on the cultivation list, it was already at the 6th level of foundation establishment, and after so long his cultivation was unchanged, so it turned out to be that it had dropped 3 levels today. He figured out what happened to Meow Meow in an instant. It must be that she should have been in a hurry to pay for her sister's surgery, so she sold her pet, and then her card was frozen, so she had no choice but to steal the spirit beast egg again, trying to steal it and then sell it to someone else, and ended up failing 3 times in a row and getting nothing. No wonder she was crying so desperately just now, she was really desperate. Brother Ji-sun, the NPCs blocked the entrance into the interior of the 10,000 Demon Sea in the afternoon, and now players can only look for some demon beast eggs in the periphery, but I know a route to avoid the NPCs blockade and enter the interior of the 10,000 Demon Sea, just so that I can find those 2 spirit beast eggs. She sent a coordinate to Ji-sun and explained the route to enter in detail. With Brother Ji-sun's strength, there should be a way to steal the spirit beast eggs under the guard of that big bird. I don't know how to thank you. I hope this message can help you.
Ji-sun was overjoyed. This news is really timely. Spirit beast eggs aside, this route to avoid the NPC blockade is very important.
It turned out that he was still worried about how to enter the interior of the Sea of 10,000 Demons. The Prime Minister of the Manhwa dynasty personally blockaded it, and in the name of avoiding causing a riot of demonic beasts, preventing anyone from entering, even if he had a special identity, it would be difficult to make an exception. Otherwise, he was given the hat of disregarding the safety of the people of Qingyu City and being selfish and profit-oriented, and he was sure to be verbally abused by the NPCs, and at that time, his master would also have no light on his face. That's why, the quest prompt was to sneak in, not directly enter. Meow Meow was quite a blessing. With her message in place, it was possible to sneak in without the Prime Minister knowing. He decided that if he could steal a spirit beast egg, he would give her one.
This information is useful to me, thanks. Ha!
No, there's no need to thank me, it's me who should thank you.
Meow Meow hurriedly waved her hand.
Ji-sun thought about it and then instructed, don't break through the Jin Dan stage lately, I'll find someone to take you to fight the secret realm in a few days.
Wow, really? Can I also add the qualification cap? Yi Sun said awkwardly, "It might be bad enough, I don't dare to guarantee 100% perfection, but it's still no problem to pass the Abyss mode. Abyss mode, as long as it reaches 60% perfection, it can be cleared, with free attribute points and Abyss title rewards, just no qualification cap rewards." He was trying to get the people from the Heavenly Group to take her, and now that the people from the Heavenly Group have left the Novice Village, it won't be long before they can build the 10th level of the Foundation if they play the game with a furious liver. Meow Meow wasn't disappointed when she heard that being able to pass the Abyss mode was already very rare, and now there wasn't even a team that could pass the Abyss. She is a casual player, originally quite worried about the secret realm, and then sold the pet. Instantly, do not have to worry, directly give up the secret realm. After all, there is no pet beast division profession, but no team is willing to bring. I didn't expect that there would be another village in the dark now, today was just too lucky. Thank you, brother Yi Sun. Meow Meow's little face was filled with leaps of joy. Take a good rest first, we'll practice leveling later, and then we'll go find Shallow Dream and join the Luoshan Pavilion. Aha! After saying goodbye, Meow Meow went offline and the two of them headed towards the Sea of 10,000 Demons. Night Elegy also couldn't help but lament, if we didn't have her, it would have been quite difficult for us to enter the interior of the 10,000 Demon Sea. I came late, and I didn't expect to actually be blocked by the NPCs. Yeah. Actually, I came here this time to steal the Spirit Beast eggs because I also wanted to get a few pets for the Heavenly Group's people, and try to see if I can get through the Abyss with 100% perfection when the time comes. Yi Sun dawned, not to mention, his idea was really good. Pets can increase the player's strength, the Tian Group's own qualification is good, get a Xuanqi is not a problem, plus everyone with a pet, there is indeed hope. Night Zen shook his head and said, honestly speaking, the people of the Heavenly Group get a top quality, perfect through the other levels are not too much of a problem, it is the Glow Corridor is too difficult to get a heavenly flying magic treasure. Yi Sun frowned, this was indeed the biggest problem. His Ice and Snow Lotus seat was impossible to lend out, and Run Dumbfounded's Blue Glow Wings, which was only a single person flying magic treasure, was basically useless in the face of the glowing flame promenade. Firefly Corridor, the leader must be able to resist the poison of fireflies, that is to say, the body cultivator to resist in the forefront. But the body cultivator's own speed and mana value is not up to standard, even if you wear blue firefly wings, tied with a rope on the body, tethered to 9 teammates, you still cannot pass perfectly. Not even to mention heavenly products, body cultivators with immortal flying magic treasures might not even have a chance. We'll see when the time comes, maybe we'll hit another heavenly grade flying magic treasure someday. Chapter 124 Strange Cave. The perimeter of the 10,000 Demon Sea was extremely vast, a dense forest that spread endlessly, and most of them were demonic beasts below the Yuaning stage. After Yi Sun and Nightshade entered the dense forest, from time to time, they could see some players, both teams and singles, sneaking around, all trying to find a way to steal the demon beast eggs. The upper limit of the cultivation of demonic beasts is only the Jindan stage, and the evolution conditions are very harsh, like the kind of firefly demon, from insects into the mortal, and then all the way to evolve into a spirit beast, can be said to be 1 in a billion. Late-stage demonic beast pets have little value, but at this stage the usefulness is still quite large, foundation building secret realm, as well as the next Jindan stage secret realm. And so on can be used. Yi Sun duo went all the way inside, and when they looked from afar, they saw armored soldiers and guards surrounding the entrance of the 10,000 Demon Sea in layers. There were only a few canyons that could pass between the outer and inner parts of the 10,000 Demon Sea, and the sky above was an endless poisonous miasma, not to mention their Jindan stage, even the Spirit Void realm would find it difficult to survive for a long period of time in the poisonous miasma. There are so many bosses in this place, it would be great if we could kill them all. Yi Sun was dumbfounded, this guy really dared to think. There are quite a few Jindan stage bosses in the periphery, but if there is a battle commotion, it will attract all the other demonic beasts, and then you will have to face a group of bosses, and the unusual players will be beaten into. Moreover, if humans wantonly go to the 10,000 Demon Sea to slaughter, even in the periphery, the internal demon kings will not let it go. Let's go, let's find the dark passage. The duo followed Meow Meow's route and found an underground entrance, and when they entered, it was an underground passageway that extended in the direction of the interior of the 10,000 Demon Sea. The passageway is dim and depressing, extremely narrow at first, before it passes through people, and after traveling hundreds of steps again, it opens up. But even in the widest place, 2 people walking side by side is also very crowded. The floor and the walls of the passage are pitted and very irregular, and I think that this should have been dug out by someone fleeing for their life. Yi Sun agreed with him on this, and he didn't know which senior Highlander had messed with the Demon King, and was being hunted down and needed to dig a tunnel to leave, which was convenient for them. The passageway goes up and down, and many places need to crawl to pass through. This would probably be exciting if it was discovered by those underground cave exploration enthusiasts of Blue Star. Crawling for almost half an hour, the two left the cave. Into the eyes is still dense forest, above the miasma filled. Yi Sun took out the jade pendant given by the queen and checked, seeing that the prime minister was at the internal entrance of the 10,000 Demon Sea, presumably guarding it. He didn't know how to proceed with the mission for a moment, and after thinking about it, he opened his mouth.
The two spirit beast eggs that Meow Meow said are nearby, let's go over and take a look. Nightshade didn't have a problem with it, he was originally here to steal the eggs.
I don't want these two.
Carefully arriving at the coordinate point given by Meow Meow, the duo found a huge bird's nest, tens of meters above the tree. The bird's nest spanned several large trees several people thick, looking imposing. Yisun held his breath, climbed up the tree not far away and looked inside, only to see a huge bird was prostrate in the nest, his body lightly trembling, his body's energy slowly infused into the two eggs. This bird was extremely godly and handsome, the crimson godly feathers were draped with wisps of flame. He operated his insight. Departing Fire Red Luan, Spirit Beast Boss, 10th level of Spirit Void Realm. Is now in a near-death state, and his cultivation has dropped to the 5th level of Chi Condensation stage. Blood, 52,2258000. This. Yisun was shocked, what was going on? Newbie. The departing Flame Red Luan spotted Yisun, and the color of vigilance and anxiety flashed in its weak gaze, as well as a hint of despair, but it didn't stop its energy infusion. With the energy infusion, its chi and blood continued to drop. Yisun found a finger-sized penetrating wound on its body, piercing through the heart. In the game, it was a difficult thing to inflict a penetrating wound, requiring a weapon with a specific phrase to do so. There are also some terrains and buildings that have been enhanced by formations that are difficult for players to destroy, unless they have special artifacts with destructive properties. Yisun was stunned for a long time, met its gaze and spoke, I don't know what happened to you, but don't worry, I won't harm your child. The wary look in the eyes of the departing Fire Red Luan remained unchanged. Yisun continued, I won't hide anything from you, I will take them away and treat them kindly, you should understand that there is no way to live if you leave them here instead. The departing Fire Red Luan thought about it and was relieved, knowing that Yisun had a point, and a hint of pleading flashed in its eyes again. Yisun solemnly said, don't worry, I swear on my life that I will treat them well. He respected motherly love, be it human or beast. Soon, the departing Fire Red Luan faded away. Until the end, it still had uneasiness in its eyes, but unfortunately there was nothing to be done about it, it could only choose to trust Yisun. Yisun and his duo flew to the bird's nest and looked at the two spirit beast eggs imprinted with mysterious patterns. Off Fire Red Luan eggs, about to hatch in 7 days, Off Fire Red Luan infuses it with life essence. The hatching Off Fire Red Luan has the potential to advance to the level of immortal beasts, and can recognize its owner by dropping blood into it.
There's actually a chance to advance to immortal beast?
Yisun was overjoyed, although it was laborious to advance and took a long time to cultivate, it was already very rare. Spirit beasts with advancement characteristics were extremely rare, and he decided to keep one for himself.
Let's go. Although Night Elephant was envious, he did not open his mouth to ask for it. After all, he did not contribute in the slightest to these two eggs, and he also knew in his heart that Yisun had many women, so it was simply not enough to share, and he also gave up on the idea of purchasing it. When he was leaving, he suddenly let out a light eep and squatted down to check. What's wrong? Seeing this, Yisun suspiciously looked towards the location he was surveying and realized that there was a finger-sized hole at the bottom of the bird's nest. He thought about it and realized that the location of this finger hole was where the Off-Fire Red Luan had prostrated just now, consistent with the location of the penetrating wound on its body. Could it be that the wound on its body was an attack that someone sent from the ground upwards? Penetrating the bird's nest with it? The duo looked up and saw that there were indeed finger holes in some of the foliage above their heads, penetrating all the way into the miasma. Flying down to the bird's nest again, they found that there were actually holes in the ground as well. This, Yisun said awkwardly, looks like I thought wrong, it wasn't someone attacking upwards from the ground, but a strike from the sky that went all the way through to the depths of the underground. A finger pierced through heaven and earth, and even killed a spiritual void realm 10th level boss in the process. I don't know what kind of person it is, it's just too terrifying. It looks like this happened not too long ago, and Yisun couldn't help but think that Meow Meow's luck was just too bad. She came 3 times in a row, only to be killed in seconds by the Off-Fire Red Luan in its heyday, until she was too desperate to come back. But whenever she came a few hours late, she would have been able to pick up 2 spirit beast eggs for nothing, and they were still rare spirit beast eggs with the potential to advance to immortal beast. Yisun sighed with emotion, estimating that girl's lucky value, which was no higher than her sister's. The two turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Yisun felt that there seemed to be something wrong, so he stopped again. What's wrong? Yisun shook his head and frowned in contemplation for a moment before suddenly returning back and squatting down to check the finger-sized hole in the ground. Not right. Chapter 125 Immortal Formation. If you look closely, the dirt at the mouth of the cave is turned outward, which means that the attack came out of the ground, and something should be present down there. Nightshade squatted down to check and found that it was indeed as Yisun said. You're observant. Just a mistake. Yisun took out the Eternal Night Sword and started digging, but unfortunately, the digging was lonely, the dirt was hard and it was unknown what caused it. It seems that something with destructive properties is needed to dig through. Nightshade pondered for a moment and took out a beast bone from his storage ring. Yisun scanned it. Mountain-piercing claw, the claw of the Xian Rock Earthbrave, which can destroy geological structures, and is also an excellent weapon smithing material. Attribute, plus 20% destruction effect. Popped out while fighting a boss. Knight Elegy said lightly. Yi Sun. Damn, he's loaded to the hilt. In fact, he occasionally popped out some weapon-smithing materials when he fought bosses, but he hadn't seen any that came with attributes. Nightshade dug in the hole with the mountain-penetrating claw in hand, and it did have an effect, but the effect was not obvious, and after thinking about it, he threw the claw to Yi Sun. It should be related to the power attribute, you do it. He had full sensitivity points, and his strength was far worse than Yi Sun's. Yi Sun picked it up and tried it out, realizing that the digging efficiency was really much better than Knight's N. 2.5 hours later, when it was dark, a large hole several meters deep was finally dug out. The duo discovered that there was actually a layer of complex patterns underneath, which was emitting a hazy immortal light with a somewhat intimidating aura. Yi Sun had seen similar ripples in the Black Wind-walled city and knew that this was formation ripples. Just then, the system voice in his head suddenly sounded. Ding! Discovered abnormal formations inside the Sea of 10,000 Demons. Task investigating the Sea of 10,000 Demons progress update. Please destroy the 3 formations' eyes and crumble the big formation. Yi Sun was surprised. He didn't expect to complete a ring mission by mistake. This was too much of a coincidence. He couldn't help but wonder if he would still be able to complete this quest without Meow Meow and Night Shame. After thinking about it, he then felt that even without the duo, perhaps he could have discovered the abnormality elsewhere in other ways, and that fate was not fixed. This is surprisingly. Nightshade was a bit shocked. What? It's actually a formation. Yi Sun. Good point, next time don't say it. Night Sorrow surveyed the area for a while longer and spoke. This is the aura of a sealing array, sealing and killing fused into one, extremely rare. Yi Sun was stunned. You actually know formations? Nightshade said indifferently, as an assassin, it's normal to dabble in any aspect. Damn it, he got loaded again. Learned it in the clan? How much contribution value? He had been in the chi condensation stage in his previous life and was not worthy of learning auxiliary skills, so he didn't pay much attention to it. 10,000 points. What I've learned is only elementary formation knowledge. Anything further up, the learning conditions are insufficient and I can't afford to redeem it. Yi Sun. He hadn't even stepped into the sex scripture pavilion so far. It wasn't that he wasn't enterprising, but that kind of place was useless with less contribution value. With that little contribution value, he couldn't even exchange it for an Xian rank skill, so he simply didn't bother going in, and anyway, he didn't lack skills for the time being. It seems that the next time he returns to the clan he will have to go in and take a turn, and he wants to learn about formations as well. Then do you know how to break formations? Knight Elegy sniffed and gave him an odd look. If I'm right, this should be an immortal level formation, and it's only a corner of the edge of the formation. The entire formation is extremely vast. Do you think that with our Jindan stage strength, we can break an immortal level formation? After saying that, he frowned again and pondered. Not necessarily. If we can find the eye of the formation, no, it still won't work. Besides, I can't find the eye of the formation either. Yi Sun's face was expressionless. You say, is there a possibility that this is the formation eye? Night Elephant? He crouched down again and took a half-hearted survey. With my rudimentary knowledge of formations, I can't tell if this is the eye of a formation, but I think what you're saying makes sense. The eye of the formation is where the formation breaks down. When the formation is activated, if the formation is not perfect enough, then the aura at the eye of the formation will leak out for a split second. This should be the case here. The killing aura leaked from the formation rushed out of the ground and accidentally killed the departing flame red Luan. That bird is really unlucky. In this case, this formation is not a complete version of the immortal formation. Think about it, the lack of immortal formation I am afraid that even the immortal can kill, is not so easy to set up. What I'm curious about is that formations are usually set up by humans, but this is the Sea of 10,000 Demons. What is the purpose of setting up a formation here? Did they want to kill the Demon King? But if you set up such a vast array in someone else's territory, how can you hide it from the Demon King's perception? Night Elegy was filled with puzzlement. The crippled version of the immortal level sealing formation, Yi Sun asked, can it kill Harmonization Realm cultivators? I'm not sure about that, but this formation, which is based on sealing, has a relatively average killing effect. Yi Sun was silent. He had heard the queen talk about her royal brother dying in the 10,000 Demon Sea. She was already in the Harmonization Realm cultivation, her royal brother should be no exception. Could it be that her royal brother's death was related to the sealing formation? Wanting to conceal from the Demon King and secretly set up such a vast array in the 10,000 Demon Sea was unlikely, which meant that the Demon King was in the know. Then it is very likely that the humans colluded with the Demon King and set up a formation to kill Yu Ruming's royal brother. And that person who colluded with the Demon King is most likely the Prime Minister of the Manhwa dynasty. In that case, it seemed to make sense. After all, in the quest that Yu Ruming had given him, the progress tip was to break the formation, which meant that this formation could threaten Yu Ruming, and could completely correlate with his guess. What he didn't understand, though, was what the Prime Minister was scheming. If he wanted to seek power and usurp the throne, then he really had to get rid of Yu Ruming, and luring Yu Ruming here and getting rid of her with the help of the formation was the perfect plan.
At that time, the Prime Minister can put all the blame on the 10,000 Demon Sea dissension, the courtiers will not suspect him, and he will then play a few plays with the Demon King in the name of vengeance. And eventually gradually take power. However, he prevented Yu Rumung from coming. Could it be that he didn't want to kill Yu Rumung, but wanted to hold the emperor hostage? No. Yi Sun negated this conjecture. Yu Rumung is also a harmonization realm cultivator anyhow, leaving her alive will easily give rise to changes. There is also the death of the Fire Red Luan, indicating that this formation was started not long ago. The Prime Minister and others may have been ready. The next is to wait for people into the game. Wasn't it waiting for Yu Rumung to enter the game? But besides Yu Rumung, who did they want to kill? Yi Sun had a headache thinking about it. The clues were insufficient and the truth could not be strung together right now. This should be the eye of the formation. Do you know how to break it? Nightshade nodded. I know, but we can't do it. Tell me about it. Chapter 126 Regrouping again. Breaking the eye of the formation is simple, just attack enough. Nightshade crouched down, took out the spectral shadow blade, and stabbed at the formation eye. 3,284. He watched carefully for a moment and spoke. According to my damage level estimation, 300,000 damage values will be able to break it completely. Strange, this shouldn't be. What's wrong? Immortal level formations, under normal circumstances, it would require at least millions, if not tens of millions of damage value to break the eye of the formation. Even if it's a remnant formation, it shouldn't be less than a million damage value, and now it actually only requires 300,000 damage value to break it? There's no difference between 300,000 and 1 million, it's just a matter of time. It's quite easy to break the eye of the formation. Night Elegy gave him an odd look. Promise me that when you go back, you must change your book of elementary formation details. Yi Sun? The array I can be automatically recovered. The 300,000 damage value I mentioned is the damage value of a single strike, not the cumulative damage. Come over and take a look. Yi Sun squatted down with a black face to take a look and found that it was indeed as he said. The formation eye was the same as it was just now, as if he had never attacked it since the beginning. Although the eye of the formation is the weak point of the formation, there is a supply of formation energy, so if it can't be broken in one blow, it can be recovered in an instant. That's why I said it's impossible to do it. At the Jindan stage, it was a struggle to do tens of thousands of damage in one hit, and 300,000 was simply impossible. Not even to mention the Jindan stage, a normal spiritual void realm would have no chance if they came. If it was a complete immortal formation, even the damage of the harmonization realm would be enough to break it with a single blow. In fact, the hardest part of breaking the formation was not whether the damage value of one hit was enough, but whether it was possible to find where the eye of the formation was. Yi Sun was silent. 300,000 damage value in one hit. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to think about it. But now with Blood Rage Frenzy, it was possible to give it a try. There's no defense at the eye of the formation, right? Yi Sun saw that he had just struck over 3,000 damage values with a generalized attack, and his panel physical attack was almost this value. Not bad, this dirt is the defense, it's already been broken by us. Yi Sun silently calculated in his heart. Before in the Enlightenment formation, his mirror body used Blood Rage Frenzy and dealt 150,000 damage value. But that was if he had defense. If he had zero defense, then he should be hit with around 230,000 damage value. It wasn't that he possessed a defense value of 80,000, but rather the characteristic of Blood Rage Berserkers, increasing the next attack. The next attack would first subtract the defense, and then enjoy the doubled increase in damage from Blood Rage Berserkers, which disguised the effect of increasing the defense value. Yi Sun frowned. Even with Blood Rage Berserkers, his damage in one hit was still far from 300,000. Nightshade was puzzled. You want to break the formation? This formation has nothing to do with us, right? We're just here to steal eggs. Why do we have to break the formation? Yi Sun shook his head. To tell you the truth, I came to the Sea of 10,000 Demons to do a mission, and the mission prompted that this formation must be broken. Knight Eleanor was shocked at what he heard. A mission with such a high level of difficulty was unheard of. Even if it was an abyssal level quest from a clan or imperial city, it couldn't be this difficult. Could it be a legendary hidden quest? He spread his hands and said, I estimate that when I reach the spiritual void realm, my attacks won't even exceed 100,000, and with a strike of 300,000, I can't think of any way to do it. Yi Sun thought about it and asked, do you still have reputation value? Can you exchange it for the Xianpin Enlightenment Fruit? His current skill with the highest damage was the Frost Flower Slash. If he advanced the Frost Flower Slash to the Earth rank, and then through the enhancement of Blood Rage Frenzy, he might be able to hit 300,000 damage value. Nightshade shook his head. He was a Moonlight clan. Yi Sun hurriedly transmitted his voice and asked around, finally finding a surprise in Asamu. I've almost saved enough for 50,000. I was planning to exchange for charm pills. Luckily you said it in time. Where are you? I'll send it over to you. Yi Sun had a black line on his face. Good guy, you rolled Xening to death. Is it so hard to be second on the Rouge list? Normal people who will be the first attribute to enhance the charm awe? He sent both the cave entrance and the current coordinates to Asamu. Half an hour later, Shallow Dreams arrived. Luckily, the Jindan stage has night vision, or else climbing a cave alone in the middle of the night would have scared me to death. Yi Sun was dumbfounded, he forgot about this.
What are you guys doing here? Doing a quest and stealing eggs on the way. Then take me one, I'd like to get a pet too, and give you the fruit.
The Xianpin Enlightenment fruit, valued at 40,000 prestige value, was very precious, and ordinary players would need to live for several months to get it.
Thanks, I'll return it to you as soon as possible.
No need, just think of it as payment for taking me to steal the eggs, I couldn't have done it alone anyway.
Yi Sun didn't say anything, the value wasn't equal. He glanced at Shallow Dream and was surprised. You actually got the Jindan stage veil again?
He was still unable to perceive Shallow Dream's appearance. Shallow Dream arched her eyebrows. I did a quest with the clan's eldest sister and chatted quite a bit, so she gave it to me.
Yi Sun.
This was quite a coincidence, he had also done a quest with eldest sister.
You want to see how I look? I can let you look. A touch of shyness surfaced in Asamu's eyes. Nightshade said expressionlessly, why don't I go back to the cave for a while?
Yi Sun smiled sarcastically and without further ado, used the Xianpin Enlightenment fruit on the Frosty Chop.
Ding!
Congratulations, your skill Frostflower Slash has successfully advanced to the Earth stage. Frostwa Chop, Earth rank spirit skill, created by Snow Silver Spirit, can be advanced.
Cultivation requirement, Jindan stage swordsman.
Skill effect, gather sword chi and chop at a 3200 meter sector in front of you, inflicting 800 plus 100% attack 2400 plus 125% attack damage value to all targets in the area and attaching a frost effect that slows down the target's movement speed by 20% 30% for 5 seconds. If the blade cuts on the target at close range, it will additionally deal another 100% physical attack damage value to the target and has a 30% chance to freeze this target for 5 seconds.
Skill consumption, 1000-2000 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds.
Except for the body technique skill, other skills advancement does not regenerate the effect. For the current effect of Frostwa Chop, Yi Sun is still quite satisfied. The 200 meter range chopping attack had increased his group damage ability by a large margin. However, the increased damage, he silently calculated it in his mind and helplessly realized that even if he used forbidden techniques, the highest he could hit with a single strike now would only be over 280,000 damage values, which would still make it difficult to break the eye of the formation. He pondered for a long time, and suddenly slapped his head, remembering the key figure.
Sister, is your Ballad of Ningen still at the spirit rank?
Xining replied back quickly, I've advanced one more time, it's now Xian rank, adding 6% of all attributes.
Great!
If it was just the original 3%, that wouldn't have been enough, now 6% would be just right. So he sent the coordinates to Xining again. After a long time, Xining also came over and patted his chest fearfully. When I climbed the hole, I climbed one step back once. You are really good at finding holes.
Yi Sun?
Trouble you to say it clearly, this hole it is the proper hole.
What are you guys doing in the middle of the night?
The three looked at each other and said in unison, stealing eggs.
Ha! Ningxin, you have a Jindan stage veil too? Yeah, my master gave it to me. It's good to have a master.
It's alright, by the way, I heard that you've almost saved up 50,000 prestige values? I regret exchanging it for the Fruit of Enlightenment, if only I had known to save it for the charm pill as well. The two daughters are standing in a pavilion, chattering to each other in the night. Yi Sun pulled over Yijin and asked, if I can break this formation eye in one blow, do you have a way to find where the other two formation eyes are again?
Knight Eleanor was stunned, there are other formation eyes? Isn't the formation just one eye? Chapter 127, Breaking the Formation.
Yi Sun was dumbfounded. In terms of formation understanding, Nightshade was indeed stronger than him, but it was only at a half-ass level.
Are you sure there are two more formation eyes?
Nightshade said indistinctly, no wonder this formation eye only needs 300,000 damage value to break. It turns out that it was shared by the other formation eyes, so it seems that this immortal formation is badly crippled, or perhaps some other changes have occurred.
Yi Sun nodded, so, is there any way to find the other formation eyes? Let's see.
Nightshade closed his eyes and tried to recall the knowledge he had learned about formations. Tilting slightly, he opened his eyes and spoke. In the detailed explanation of primary formations, it really does talk about this situation where there is more than one eye of the formation. As long as you break this place, the other eye of the formation will be revealed for a split second when this place is destroyed. Yi Sun's eyes lit up. This is a good feeling, so he prepared to break the formation eye. Si Ning and Shallow Dream talked for a while, and also understood the general situation, saw the situation and said, the Sea of 10,000 Demons looks very large, and when the other formation eye is revealed, it's not always possible to memorize the location at first. Why don't we call Dull over? She seems to have a pretty accurate control of distance. Yi Sun sniffed and thought of when they were fighting the secret realm, at the level of the Twin Life Bridge. Rendell was able to accurately judge the length of the bridge with just a glance. What his sister said made sense.
So he sent the coordinates to Rendell again.
A long time later, Si Ning's bracelet rang.
Oh.
Sister Ning, I don't dare to move, you come over and pick me up, it's so dark in this hole.
Ah, ouch. Crowd.
They didn't blame Ren for being timid, although the night vision ability of the foundation stage was quite a bit stronger than when they were at the chi condensation stage. It couldn't be completely night vision. If you can't see at night, and you're alone in the middle of the night, not to mention the girls, there aren't many men who aren't scared. Moments later, Si Ning received Ren Sijia. Later on, you must be the first to note down the location of the other array eyes, understand? Ren Dull patted his small chest and said seriously, "Don't worry, I'm a professional." The corner of Yi Sun's mouth twitched. He now had a psychological shadow on the word professional. "This is for you, as a reward." Yi Sun threw out an extreme condensation pill. "Wow! Great, I was just about to go on a clan quest, thanks." With that said, she summoned her wings and flew overhead, keeping close to the miasma and paying careful attention to any movement that might appear at any moment. This girl was even polite? Yi Sun realized that this time when he saw Rendudu, she seemed to have distanced herself a bit, and she didn't even dare to meet his eyes too much and stayed quite far away. I guess she was afraid that Si Ning would think too much. Yi Sun took a deep breath and took out the Eternal Night Sword. "Sister, inflict the Ballad of Ninian on me." "Good." Ding. Player concentration has used the skilled Ballad of Ninian on you. All attributes are increased by 6% and there is no target to cut, lasts for 60 seconds. Blood Rage Frenzy. Chi Blood 45,565. Berserk Battle Spirit. Yi Sun's blood value was instantly 90% less. He scanned the attribute panel. The legal damage had changed from the original 8315 to 11458, and the physical damage had broken 10,000 as well. Frost Hua Chop. Boom. 300,041. Nightshade's eyes almost flew out. The three women were also shocked, their little mouths wide open. Oh my god. It actually managed to hit a 300,000 damage value? If we hit the Firefly Demon now, this one hit will almost kill it, right? It's too outrageous. Is this still the Jindan stage? What a terrifying skill. The eye of the formation instantly exploded like fireworks, and the ground seemed to tremble along with it as a thin pillar of sky-connecting light flickered in the distance. What a good limit of damage value, just a hair more. Yi Sun laughed. This is because there is no defense at the eye of the formation. If it is hitting a Firefly Demon, it would be good to hit 200,000 damage. It seems like there was only one pillar of light just now? That's right, there's only one. It should be that we have to continue to break the second formation eye before the third one is revealed. Have you memorized the location? Ren Sijia flew down and closed her eyes for a moment. Almost. I've memorized an approximate location. I can ensure that the bearing and distance are not wrong, but I can't lead the way. She was still at the foundation establishment stage, her experience wasn't full, she couldn't break through, and her night vision was poor. You just need to correct the direction at any time, we'll lead the way. Good. Let's go, and be careful to collect your breath. Now, not only do we have to guard against the person who set up the formation and not be blocked by him, we also have to guard against the spirit beasts in the dense forest and not disturb them. Green Jade City. What? Something's wrong with the formation? How is this possible? The Prime Minister of the Manhwa Imperial Dynasty instantly got up, put away his voice transmission jade, and greeted, "Let's enter the 10,000 Demon Sea." Inside the 10,000 Demon Sea, there were countless spirit beasts, and Yi Sun and his group had to bypass the spirit beasts' territories from time to time. Going around and around, Si Ning and Shallow Dream, who had a poor sense of direction, had already fainted and were completely lost, unable to distinguish between southeast and northwest. Even Yi Sun wasn't much better, and only Night Zen and Ren Dudu could still recognize the direction. The crowd couldn't run at full speed, they could only move forward cautiously and slowly, and it took nearly 2 hours before they arrived near the second eye of the formation. During this time, Yi Sun's blood rage frenzy side effects had already passed. Ren Sijia spoke, "It's definitely this area, right, but I don't know exactly where the formation eye is." Yi Sun nodded. "Everyone look carefully, pay attention to the small holes on the ground that are the thickness of a finger, and the leaves above your head will also have holes." After a long time, Si Ning was the first to find it, and Yi Sun used his mountain-piercing claws to dig again. The first eye of the formation. My lord, this is where it was damaged, when there was still a pillar of light in that direction. Oh? The Prime Minister frowned, crouched down to carefully inspect for a moment, and murmured, "It seems that something went wrong when repairing the formation before, and there were actually 2 extra formation eyes. Just what kind of person destroyed the formation eyes? Could it be the Demon King? No, there are sword marks here, and there's also a frosty aura remaining. It should be a cultivator. There have been no strong people entering the 10,000 Demon Sea over these past few days either. Could it have been broken by mistake?" The Prime Minister interrupted them and said in a deep voice, "Leave a portion of your men to guard this place, and the rest of you will follow me to the eye of the formation that manifested just now." Yes. However, they had just reached the midway point when they saw the ground tremble and another pillar of light rose in the distance. Crap! The second eye of the formation has also been broken. It seems that this person broke the formation on purpose and not by mistake. If all 3 formation eyes are broken, the formation will be completely destroyed. The Prime Minister stopped and took out his voice transmission jade. Brother Qingyu, you should have sensed it as well. Someone is breaking the formation. Please help find out who that person is. I will now go over and guard the third formation eye. The 10,000 Demon Sea was the territory of the Demon Kings. The spirit beasts and demonic beasts inside were the eyes of the Demon Kings. In terms of the ability to find someone, the Demon Kings could be much more reliable than them. Finding the second eye of the formation, it took more than 2 hours of digging, which broke the eye of the formation, and now the sky was already bright. However, the miasma capped the interior of the 10,000 Demon Sea, and even during the day, it seemed unusually dim. Yisun took out the locator jade pendant that the Empress had given him and found out that the Prime Minister was no longer coming this way, but had turned a corner and rushed to another direction. If nothing else, the place he rushed to was where the third formation eye was located. It was too late to rush there now, and it would be too difficult to break the formation in front of the Prime Minister. Yisun couldn't think of any good solutions for a while. Now they will definitely look for us with all their might. Let's hide for a while and see what the situation is like. Chapter 128, Giving an Account of the Aftermath. Yisun guessed that the path from the second array eye to the third array eye should be the other party's key scope of investigation. So he did the opposite, found a hidden underground cave in the opposite direction and hid in it with the crowd. Night Elegy also took out a piece of soul jade that could shield perception. This guy had quite a lot of strange things. As expected by Yisun, in the next time, the crowd could clearly notice that the ground was restless and countless spirit beasts were running around. Yisun apologized and looked at Nightjin. Sorry, it's a bit hard to steal the eggs now. Right now, the outside would definitely not spare any strangers. As long as Night Eleanor went out, being discovered would be a death. Night Zen said indifferently, consider it as coming to get a better understanding. I didn't have much hope in the first place. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be able to enter the interior of the 10,000 Demon Sea. What should we do now? Yisun thought about it and said, let's wait a little longer. In a while you guys continue to hide and I'll go over to check out the situation myself. There was no need for Renduta to lead the way. He could know where the third formation eye was through the Queen's Jade Pendant. He had the Ink Rhythm Spectral Grove, which could shield his senses, and going out alone, he still had a certain degree of safety. Just pity the crowd, like gophers, may have to hide for a long time, during this period, cannot steal eggs, also cannot practice. Yisun saw that they do not care, the heart cannot help but warm, life, some friends of the liver and gallbladder, far more than a lone wolf to live comfortably. If only there was a deck of playing cards. Ren Dum said heartlessly. The crowd was a bit speechless. Yisun had a black line on his face, likes to play poker, right? Humph. The group chatted in whispers for a few more hours, and when they realized that the ground was moving a lot less, Yisun came out alone and carefully rushed towards the third formation eye. When he came close and heard someone conversing, he hurriedly held his breath, hid in a hidden bush, listened with his eyes closed, and turned on the bracelet recording function. He did not dare to probe to see. Mo Uni Huan can shield perception, but cannot be invisible. In case of eye to eye with those people, it would be bad. No trace of that person has been found. Since that person can destroy the eye of the formation, I'm afraid that his cultivation should be above the spirit void realm. The miasma shouldn't be able to stop him. Maybe he has already left, or he is hiding in the miasma waiting for the right moment. The miasma could shield perception, and they couldn't find anyone in the miasma. Damn it, this person has a clear goal. He's here to target the formation. Is it possible that Yu Rumming has sensed that something is wrong? 9 times out of 10, it's someone she sent. She sent people in several times before to check it out. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that when we killed Yutao, the formation was damaged quite a bit and needed to be repaired, how could we let Yu Rumming live until now? Brother Wu, be at ease. As long as the third eye of the formation is not broken, the formation can be repaired again. Even if Yu Rumming senses that something is wrong, when everything is ready, she will have to come. That's true. With Brother Qingyu around, this formation eye is definitely safe and sound. No one in the world has been able to destroy the formation eye under Brother Qingyu's watch. Ahem. That's not so bad. By the way, Brother Wang, what you guys promised me is okay, right? Don't worry, we, the Sacred Abyss Imperial Dynasty, only want the territory, and the divine artifacts will be yours. Our Qianyu Imperial Dynasty is the same, only interested in the territory. The Prime Minister nodded and didn't say any more. The game of 100 years of scheming was finally coming to a closing stage. His family's power was nothing compared to the 2 great imperial cities, and although the 2 great imperial dynasties promised well, he knew in his heart that they would definitely go back on their words when the time came. To conspire with them is like plotting with a tiger for its skin. But he wasn't worried because he had a secret that no one knew about. As long as the Jade family bloodline disappeared, he would be able to directly manipulate the divine artifacts of the Dreaming China dynasty with a secret method. At that time, even if they went back on their word, it would be useless. Ding! Congratulations on finding out the cause of the 10,000 Demon Seas mutation ahead of time. You only need to break the third formation eye to return to settle the quest. After listening for a while, Yisun also roughly knew the ins and outs of the matter. The Prime Minister of the Manhwa dynasty, the other 2 major dynasties, and the Demon King of the 10,000 Demon Sea, the 4 forces were plotting to seize the Manhwa dynasty, wanting to divide everything up. But what he didn't understand was what the Demon King wanted to seek. It couldn't be that they wanted territory as well, could it?
And why did they think that Yuruman would still come over when she sensed something was wrong? And what exactly was the function of this formation? As well as the Prime Minister, by what right does he dare to mediate among the three major powers? What does he have to offer? Or what's in store for him?
These are mysteries that perhaps only Jade Rueman can answer, other than their own telling. At this time, Yisun heard them talk about formations again and seemed to be studying them.
So he carefully moved down and inadvertently darted a glance and found that the land at the eye of the formation had already been dug up by them, and they were pointing down at the eye of the formation. Yisun was overjoyed. He was actually most worried about the digging step. Every time he dug for more than 2 hours, there was absolutely no way to dig in the middle of their defense. The land above the eye of the formation was useless to them, but they didn't know that it was the very key to blocking Yisun. Now it was fine, just go over and sneak a strike. All people had times when their spirits were lax, and he didn't believe that these people could keep their spirits tight all the time. Yisun utilized the cover of the trees and quietly left again, returning to the cave where Night Zen and the others were hiding.
Well,
didn't get caught, did it? Say, what's the deal with this mission of yours? Can you tell me about it?
Yisun didn't hide anything. This kind of unique mission, no one else could take it, there was nothing to hide, so he told the general story.
Wow! A conspiracy showdown between hegemonic forces? So exciting? You actually have access to this high-end NPC level, it's simply amazing. Yeah, it's a struggle for me to befriend a senior sister in the clan. What should we do now?
Yisun pondered for a while and opened his mouth.
Not today, they are too vigilant now, wait for tomorrow, sis, you and I will go over there tomorrow and inflict Ning and Rhyme on me, I will go and sneak up on the formation eye.
With so many big men around, I should have to die once. At that time, if they kill me, they will definitely withdraw their defense. You guys take the opportunity to come out. If you have a chance, steal the egg. If you don't have a chance, leave.
Good.
Yisun pulled Rin Sijia to the corner of the cave.
Yisun, what are you doing? Sister Ning is here, I.
Seeing the way she glanced back at Si Ning in a nervous panic, Yisun couldn't help but smile. I need you to do me a favor, very important.
Ha? What kind of favor?
I have 2 very important things that will be dropped when I die, and I need you to keep them for me for a while. He couldn't bring the immortal jade fragment with him, or he would have to cry if he dropped it, and he couldn't give it to Si Ning, who would have to go over there with him, with the same high probability of death. Rendidu was teary-eyed. Yisun, thank you for your trust, don't worry, I will use my life to help you keep it, just go with peace of mind. She decided not to go steal the egg when the time came, and directly left the 10,000 demon sea to save her life.
Yisun? No, why do you say it like a farewell?
He suddenly realized that the way he is now, it seems that he is still really explaining the aftermath.
Chapter 129, The Chase.
The next day, Yisun carried Si Ning on his back and carefully dodged one spirit beast territory after another as he rushed towards the third formation eye. He wasn't sure if this would allow Si Ning to avoid perception, so he had to give it a try. Once again, he came to the dark place where he had taken refuge yesterday, and through the gaps in the leaves, he quietly glanced at it, and found that the people guarding the eye of the formation were the same as those of yesterday, and were waiting in strict formation, without the slightest hint of impatience. A few people standing position is extremely delicate, if he rashly appear, must be too late to make a move will be bound. Fortunately now these people did not sense his and Si Ning's presence, it seems that he guessed correctly, carrying Si Ning on his back did allow her to avoid perception as well. Yisun frowned and contemplated, if only there was someone who could attract their attention right now and show up to break the silence, so that he could sneak attack. After thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up, he lightly took out a bunch of things and started to make the Kongming lanterns. Luckily he bought a few extra materials in the beginning. His movements were gentle to the extreme, occasionally making a little subtle sound. Those people only subconsciously swept with their senses, and did not come over to check. In the dense forest, there are not only spirit beasts, but also a variety of small insects and other ordinary creatures. They have long been accustomed to the sound of rustling leaves, which is also one of the reasons why Yisun can come over peacefully. Si Ning was lying on his back, her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and when she saw the lanterns, her eyes flashed with surprise. Kongming lanterns they had put together when they were kids, but at that time it was a finished product that was bought directly, and they didn't expect that Yisun would actually make them in the game. After a long time, Yisun finally finished making it. He gave a sideways glance to Si Ning, who instantly understood. Ha! What's this? A few people raised their eyes at the sound, only to see that among the treetops 100 meters away, there was actually a lantern floating in mid-air, slowly moving. Their perceptions swept around the lantern, but they found nothing. Humph! Show yourself if you're here. How could a human mortal lantern somehow appear within the sea of 10,000 demons? It was obvious that someone was playing God. The dense forest was silent. Several people stared in anticipation, their senses locked in the direction of the lantern. Just then, the lantern unexpectedly floated towards them. There's no energy fluctuation, it's not a spaced-out imperial. There are silk threads on the lantern, is someone manipulating it? Several people's minds were becoming more and more drawn to the lantern, or rather to the end of the silk threads, and were fully focused. Swish! The grass swayed, and something palm-sized ran out, with silk thread tied to it, and it turned out to be a hare. At the same time, a figure suddenly surfaced in front of the green-feathered demon king who was closest to the eye of the formation. Humph! I knew you were going to sneak attack, this seat has been waiting for a long time. The green-feathered demon king snorted coldly and slashed a claw at Yi-sun in front of him. No! A few people turned around and saw the scene, and they were instantly jealous. They saw that right behind the green-feathered demon king, there was actually another figure. The tip of the sword had already touched the eye of the formation, and the green-feathered demon king was actually unaware of it. They raised their hands to stop it, but unfortunately it was too late. Frost flower slash. 300,041. Boom! The earth shook, and the formation eye in front of him exploded like fireworks. At the same time, a burst of roaring and bursting sounds rang out one after another from other places, and the entire formation completely collapsed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully breaking the 3 formation eyes. State the mission passage with you Rumung and you can complete the mission. Damn it! Who are you? The green-feathered demon king slowly turned around, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Yi-sun to death as a terrifying pressure descended on him, making it difficult for him to move a single bit. Only Jindan stage? That's impossible. How can the Jindan stage have such a powerful attack? They saw very clearly that Yi-sun did not use any external objects and completely broke the formation eye with a single strike from the sword in his hand. The Prime Minister said in a hateful voice, "It's a forbidden technique." It's actually you? This matter is really related to you Rumung. Even though Yi-sun was wearing a mask, he recognized Yi-sun with a glance by virtue of his figure, the very same boy with the heaven-defying looks that he had seen in the back hall of the palace a few days ago. The green-feathered demon king exhaled a mouthful of white air, his eyes getting redder and redder. As the 10,000 Demon Sea Demon King, a harmonization realm immortal beast, an existence that could traverse the continent, he was actually being teased by a Jindan stage kid? To be humiliated like this in public was worse than death. Give this seed death. The green-feathered demon king slapped out his palm, and the palm print was like substance, slapping Yi-sun into the distance. Bang! 214-6998. A golden light emerged from Yi-sun's body. Ding! Triggering divine grace blessing. Surprisingly not dead? Several people's eyes went round. Seeing this, the green-feathered demon king's old face reddened as he once again slapped out a palm. The strike just now had allowed Yi-sun to detach himself from the pressure lock, and without any hesitation, he hurriedly summoned the ice and snow lotus seat and fled at breakneck speed. Although how to look at it is a certain death, but the mole crickets are still stealing life, how would he wait for death peacefully? The cultivator fights with the sky, not to struggle a little bit, not worthy of cultivating immortality. The palm prince came, and the palm wind blew his clothes. Seeing that he couldn't dodge it, Yi-sun calculated the angle and planned to take another palm from him, thus utilizing his strength to go far away. Anyway, the invincibility time hadn't passed yet. However, the palm prince suddenly stopped and did not fall. Could it be he recognized the ice snow lotus seat? Yi-sun was overjoyed. Sure enough, struggling a bit was the right thing to do, and there was hope for escape today, so he didn't hesitate to catalyze the lotus seat and quickly disappeared in front of the eyes of a few people. A few people saw this bizarre scene and said in shock, "Xing Yu Demon King, why did you let him go?" The green-feathered demon king's eyes widened and his voice was dry. It's the ice and snow lotus seat. The ice and snow lotus seat of the Violet Sky Sword sect patriarch, Snow Silver Spirit. Crowd. Just now, between the flashes of lightning and fire, they didn't think about it carefully, but now that they heard the green-feathered demon king say it, they recalled the appearance of the lotus seat and realized that it was really the exclusive seat of the Snow Silver Spirit. This he, what kind of person is he? Sect leader Snow? The Prime Minister's face was unsightly. It is said that Patriarch Snow has taken on a close disciple, so it should be him. No wonder it's so heaven-defying, daring to enter the 10,000 Demon Sea alone at the Jindan stage. I remembered, that mask on his face, it's the Imoyun Yu Huang, Taishian Divine Sect's immortal artifact. Could it be that he is still related to the Taishian Divine Sect? Several people looked at each other, and for a moment, they felt incomparably tricky, so much so that no one dared to chase after them. The Prime Minister paced back and forth, his mind racing. Yu Rumling definitely knew this kid's identity. Could it be that she had hitched a ride on the Snow Silver Spirit line? Speaking of which, when the late emperor was alive, the dreaming China imperial dynasty did have a great relationship with the Violet Sky Sword sect. Not true. If Jade Rumeng really had a secret alliance with Snow Silver Spirit, she wouldn't have sent her disciples, but should have joined Snow Silver Spirit and attacked the Yellow Dragon directly. In that case, Snow Silver Spirit didn't know? Right now, this brat escaped, Yu Rumeng would definitely know everything, and he would no longer be able to return to the Manhwa dynasty. At the same time, with this kid pulling strings, it was really possible for Yu Rumeng to befriend Snow Silver Spirit. At that time, with the help of the Snow Silver Spirit, if he wanted to deal with Yu Rumeng again, it would be like a fool's dream. But what if this kid died? Snow Silver Spirit had no knowledge of this matter now, and if her only disciple died here, when she learned that it was Yu Rumeng who had made her disciple come to die, she would definitely go to Yu Rumeng for trouble. With Snow Silver Spirit's temper, Yu Rumeng would definitely die.
Thinking of this, the Prime Minister's eyes instantly lit up. This son must be killed. However, as he was about to chase after him, it suddenly occurred to him that the kid was from a different realm and could be resurrected. Damn! What should this be? The Prime Minister's brow furrowed. If he were to be imprisoned in a dark place shielded from perception. If the Snow Silver Spirit couldn't find the disciple, it should go after you Rumung as well, right? The Prime Minister snorted coldly and no longer hesitated. Never let this son leave. Before the words fell, he quickly flew out and chased after Yi Sun in the direction he had fled. At the same time, he took out the voice transmission jade, blocked the heart and soul stones in Qingyu City, and when that brat from the Violet Sky Sword sect shows up, seal his cultivation and quietly bring him to the dark. Chapter 132 Swords. Brother Wu is crazy, isn't he? Even Snow Silver Spirit dares to offend? Several people looked at each other. However, none of them were stupid, and after a little thought, they understood what the Prime Minister was thinking. Brother Wu's idea is good, but in that case, Snow Silver Spirit will not only trouble you Rumung, but also him, right? Obviously, he has completely given up on his family's power and only wants to obtain the divine artifact. With his harmonization realm cultivation, if he is bent on hiding, Snow Silver Spirit won't necessarily be able to find him. He can hide in the shadows and sit back and watch the tigers fight. It seems like he's throwing his weight around. What do we do? Just watch the show. Snow Silver Spirit is looking for trouble with the Dream China Imperial Dynasty, and this outcome will be favorable to us as well. Let's go, let's follow him and record the scene where he tackled that kid with a shadow retaining crystal. In case the Snow Silver Spirit comes to the door, we can also prove our innocence, so as not to be angered by her. Is Brother Wang afraid of Snow Silver Spirit? Nonsense, you're not afraid? It is said that the Snow Silver Spirit forced her way into the sealed land and suffered a great Dao injury, and since returning to the clan, she hasn't shown up again. Perhaps the current her is not that scary anymore, and with the Qianwu Imperial Dynasty as a backing, this seat is really not very afraid of her. The words are reasonable. Today's Snow Silver Spirit would definitely not dare to be as reckless as before. Yi Sun stuck to the miasma and quickly traveled through the treetops, occasionally bumping into branches, which was harmless. As for Si Ning, when he stole the eye of the formation, he quietly left. Those people were attracted to his mind, so they didn't notice Si Ning. Actually chasing after them? Yi Sun had thought that those people had already given up the idea of killing him, but he didn't expect that there were actually killing machines coming from behind him again. He is not a stupid person. After thinking about it, he understood the Prime Minister's intention, took out the jade pendant and realized that the one chasing behind him was indeed the Prime Minister. Looks like it's hard to be spared today. Yi Sun swallowed the spirit recovery pill and continued to fly at high speed. The eye of the formation was not far from the overseas enclosure of the 10,000 Demon Sea. Not long before he flew out of the canyon, the miasma disappeared, the vision opened up, and for a moment even the oppressive spirit seemed to relax quite a bit. Ha! That's Yi Sun, right? My god! What kind of flying speed is this? It's too fast, isn't it? Is he fleeing for his life? It actually came out from within the 10,000 Demon Sea. In the next moment, several more figures flew out one after another, each with a majestic aura, catching up with Yi Sun in the blink of an eye. The Prime Minister raised his hand and locked the air. Kid, today you will definitely die. He didn't want to capture in public, that way when he left, it was easy to be followed secretly by a few people behind him, leaving behind hidden dangers, or to let Yi Sun die back to Qingyu City and then capture in secret is more stable. At the same time can also confuse the Snow Silver Spirit, may not suspect to his head, he believes that behind a few people will not betray him, after all, the interests of the same at the moment. Countless players around the sea of 10,000 demons have stopped stealing eggs, looking at Yi Sun in the sky to gloat, and turned on the video. What realm are these people in? I feel like I'm about to run out of breath from this far away. Yi Sun is really powerful, even this kind of big shot can be messed with. What kind of egg did he steal? Guy he also has today? Let him be arrogant. Dude, you fraternity, right? Nice. The death scene of the game's first man, Yi Sun. Someone opened a live broadcast, and when this title came out, the heat quickly sprang to the first, and countless people clicked into the live broadcast room and began to eat melon. Yi Sun's face was expressionless, pondering whether or not to use the air-breaking talisman. The sky-breaking talisman is a heavenly Dao treasure and will not be dropped upon death, but the Eternal Night Sword, equipment, Yin Yang Poison Bead, and the Wanxiang Facsimile Heavenly Jade all have the possibility of dropping. After thinking about it, he still gave up the idea of using the sky-breaking talisman, which was a key treasure to save his master. Even if he was really imprisoned, he believed that his master would find him. Others didn't know that the Snow Silver Spirit still had the highest authority over the Ice and Snow Lotus seat, and could definitely sense the location of the Ice and Snow Lotus seat. Moreover, he still had Shin Kaier's tracking mark on him, which master had not helped him to remove, and through Shin Kaier, master would also be able to find him. If he really couldn't get away, it wouldn't be too late to use the air-breaking talisman at that time. So he said tersely, "What is there to fear in death?" Humph. The Prime Minister said no more and slapped his palm out. The remaining few people could not help but look at each other when they saw this.
This surname Wu can be really cautious, not even a little hidden trouble, worthy of being in charge of the court for so many years. They did intend, after he captured Yi Sun, to secretly follow, wanting to leave a handle on him in, but unfortunately now cannot do it. However, just when the palm imprint was about to hit Yi Sun, a white light flashed above Yi Sun's head and a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The incoming palm imprint was like a bubble, dissipating without a trace.
Master?
Yi Sun was stunned. How could the master know? The master's body in front of him was somewhat illusory. It didn't seem to be the real body, could it be?
Divine soul imprint? The Prime Minister and the rest of the few people were horrified.
It wasn't that they hadn't thought about this possibility before, but they felt that the likelihood was too low. Implanting a divine soul imprint on a junior was not an easy task, requiring the consumption of a large amount of divine soul power and cultivation that would be difficult to recover from for several years. If Yi Sun was a native of the immortal questioning realm, then there was no excuse for Snow Silver Spirit to implant a divine soul mark on him, but he was a person from a different realm.
He can be resurrected. Is Snow Silver Spirit crazy? She's already injured by the Great Tao, but she's still spending her cultivation to implant a soul imprint on him? You don't want your disciple to suffer even a little bit? Grass.
A few people's faces turned green. Snow Silver Spirit's face was expressionless, and with a flash of light in her hand, 7 colored lollipops emerged.
The crowd was stunned. What kind of magic treasure was this?
What a strange shape. But now was not the time to be curious.
Patriarch Snow, allow me, I didn't make a move just now.
However, Snow Silver Spirit ignored it, and with a flick of her jade hand, a 7-colored sword she covered all of the several people.
529-8240.
But, except for the green feathered demon king who was only pale, the rest of the few people all spewed out a mouthful of blood, their blood level instantly dropping by close to a third.
The few people were horrified. They were at the harmonization realm. Even though they were only in the first level of the harmonious Tao realm, they were still within the same great realm as Snow Silver Spirit, and they were even seriously injured by a single blow from her divine soul imprint? Was this the strength of the #1 powerhouse in the immortal questioning realm? It was simply too terrifying. I don't know how strong her real body should be. Is it possible that she can battle immortals? Didn't she say she's already injured by the Great Tao? Shui, Patriarch Shui. I am Li Donglai of the Qianwu Imperial Dynasty, please be merciful. Patriarch Shui, under. Several people panicked and begged for mercy. However, Snow Silver Spirit's eyes fluctuated without any fluctuation. The colorful lollipop-colored light in her hand blossomed greatly, and a 7-colored, mixed with black, heaven-connecting sword she suddenly appeared. Die! Her ethereal voice resounded in the heavens and earth as the sword she once again chopped at the crowd. No! Feeling the aura of the strike, the crowd was jealous.
This strike was unexpectedly several times stronger than just now. They were filled with despair.
My life is over. 15894720.
Boom! The sword chi split all of the remaining people except the green feathered demon king into smithereens, and went on chopping into the earth, cutting out a long abyss in the earth. At a glance, it was impossible to reach the bottom of the abyss. The earth trembled, countless players fell to the ground, and even some close to the abyss was directly killed by the aftermath. This blow, at least hundreds of players were affected. At this moment, whether it's the players present or the crowd in the live broadcast room, all of them are silent. Those who were chasing after Yi Sun, with an aura so strong that it suppressed them, were now chopped into dregs by 2 swords? And the sword aura aftermath had even chopped the earth out of a bottomless abyss? What kind of strength is this? Yi Sun was also staring blankly, and after returning to his senses, he looked at the only surviving green feathered demon king. Chapter 131 Mysterious Black Gas. In fact, the broadcast room went silent when Snow Silver Spirit showed up. What kind of immortal face was this? Exquisite, flawless, Newwa Bishop. These words are completely inadequate to describe her beauty. Perhaps it can only be described as Newwa's vomiting and carving it into existence. There is also her odd weapon, obviously a cool and unearthly temperament, but holding a blue star lollipop, such a contrast, it seems extraordinarily adorable, as if pulling her from the immortal world into the mortal world. Snow Silver Spirit's appearance has refreshed countless people's perception of beauty. At the same time, Snow Silver Spirit's strength also made countless people mesmerized. A sword splitting a bottomless abyss, what a 10,000-fold bravado. I didn't expect Yi Sun's master to be such a character. Countless people's eyes turned blue with envy, yet that wasn't all. I also asked Patriarch Shui to be merciful. I have never struck out at your disciple. The green feathered demon king was at the peak of the harmonization realm cultivation, coupled with the body of an immortal beast, which was able to resist her terrifying strike, but he was also spitting out blood and was seriously injured. He trembled in his heart. Didn't he say that Snow Silver Spirit was injured by the Great Tao? This strength was no different from back then. But she was clearly just a divine soul imprint now. Could it be that she didn't go all out back then? It was really too terrifying. Snow Silver Spirit didn't strike again. It wasn't that she was merciful, but the divine soul imprint was limited in its carrying capacity, and was now unable to attack anymore. Yi-sun didn't know about his master's situation. He sniffed and went forward, stood at her side, pointed at the green-feathered demon king and complained, "Master, he's cheating you." Disciple was slapped by him and nearly died. The green-feathered demon king sprayed out a mouthful of blood once again. "Big brother, are you as far as that?" He hurriedly defended, "Patriarch Shue, at that time, I didn't know that he was your beloved disciple, and after he revealed his identity, I stopped." Yi-sun didn't say anything else. This was true. Snow Silver Spirit was silent for a little while. Her eyes looked towards the 10,000 demon sea, her vermilion lips lightly opened. "If you dare to hurt one hair of this seat's disciple, no dogs or chickens will be left under the 10,000 demon sea." The light voice resounded through the heavens and earth, killing aura filling the wild. At this moment, all was silent. The wind in the sea of 10,000 demons seemed to have stopped. The hearts of countless people stopped beating for a beat. It was really too domineering. Deep within the 10,000 demon sea, several figures emerged and arched their hands in the air. "Don't worry, Patriarch Snow, your disciple can walk freely within the 10,000 demon sea." The green-feathered demon king wasn't the only demon king in the 10,000 demon sea, but the rest of the demon kings, like the green-feathered demon king, were incomparably afraid of the Snow Silver Spirit. I don't know what Snow Silver Spirit did to the sea of 10,000 demons in the first place. Snow Silver Spirit withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Yi-sun. The corner of her mouth curved, revealing a smile with a few moments of praise in her eyes. She said before that Yi-sun was not sharp enough. Obviously her disciple listened to her, and even dared to enter the interior of the 10,000 demon sea with his Jindan stage cultivation. His courage was commendable, and she was very pleased with Yi-sun's actions. As for why Yi-sun would mess with those people from the imperial dynasty, she didn't care. Whether the disciple was right or wrong, justified or not, it didn't matter. The sword in her hand was the reason. This smile of Snow Silver Spirit not only dazzled countless people in the live broadcast room, even Yi-sun was in a bit of a trance. Master doesn't care if someone below the spiritual void realm strikes at you. Although the words were soft, Yi-sun was not the only one who heard them. The green-feathered demon king grimaced bitterly and cursed the Snow Silver Spirit for being unreasonable. He didn't believe that he could still be unharmed when a spirit beast at the god transformation stage struck out at Yi-sun. But then, Yi-sun was going to be hurt to the hairs, so did the Snow Silver Spirit care or not? She won't let them hurt Yi-sun, but at the same time, she won't forbid them to do anything below the spiritual void realm? Mud. It's so hard to be a demon. Thanks, Master, that's enough already. Yi-sun smiled playfully. Snow Silver Spirit nodded and her figure dissipated. Yi-sun was in a daze. He didn't know when his master had implanted the divine soul imprint on him. Contemplating for a moment, he suddenly remembered that when Snow Silver Spirit returned from the sealed land, she had pointed a finger at his forehead and transmitted the complete version of the Violet Sky Sword cannon for him, so perhaps it was implanted at that time. Baby Master was really well-intentioned. As he looked down, the abyss on the earth looked like a giant mouth, still emitting wisps of sword chi. With a single stroke of the sword, the Prime Minister and the others were all dead beyond death. Countless years of scheming, plotting, and scheming. In front of absolute strength, it is so unbearable. Absolute strength. At this moment, Yi-sun's perception of these words was especially profound. The green-feathered demon king looked at Yi-sun with complicated eyes. This brat, who had just insulted him and tricked him, had lost face in front of the crowd. It was a pity that he couldn't vent his anger. It was just a matter of those people being dead anyway, and no one knew about his disgrace. The green-feathered demon king didn't bother to greet them and directly disappeared. Yi-sun didn't care and sent a voice transmission to Xining, asking for their location, not realizing that they were not far from the abyss at this time and didn't take advantage of the opportunity to steal the eggs. He landed down and searched for the crowd. On the forums, Snow Silver Spirit's image went viral and was recognized as the #1 beauty of the Ask the Immortals NPCs. Oh. I'm so jealous of Yi-sun. I want to kill him. And his master is so nice and gentle to him. I'm sure that guy Yi-sun definitely has the heart to punch his master. Nonsense. Wouldn't you want to? It's impossible to have a heart, right? That level of cultivation is already heaven-defying. How could one possibly look at a player? Indeed, I'd rather believe that tomorrow is the end of the world than believe that he'll succeed in charging the division. If it were me, as long as I can see such a beautiful woman in chat every day, I would already be satisfied. Trust me, you wouldn't. Yi-sun can walk sideways in the game now, right? I guess so. At least he can walk sideways inside the 10,000 demon sea. There are quite a few spirit beast eggs inside. He's going to win hemp again. I heard that he even got into the phoenix carriage of the queen of the Manhwa dynasty. There must be a lot of conveniences within the Manhwa dynasty as well. I've even seen him visit the Star Mantle Bow Hall before, and the elder personally showed up to receive him. Tisk, the benefits of a pro-disciple are just too many. Alas. I should have known that I should have stayed in the novice village for a while longer in the first place, at least over a nightmare secret realm. I didn't realize that the secret realm results were so important. Yeah, not to mention pro-disciples, even inner disciples, going out will have a lot of convenience. Yi searched for Xining and the others and saw that they were looking away from the abyss and pointing. Especially Night Shame was like a different person, with a face of excitement, marvel, and incredulity, and was dancing and gushing.
Yi Sun couldn't help but frown as he approached. The aura emanating from the abyss unexpectedly stabbed his skin raw. It seemed that even the pain weakening could not be shielded. No wonder they were so far away. What was going on? He curiously said, "What's being said?"
Night Elephant sniffed and turned to stare straight at Yi Sun, and that look startled even Yi Sun.
"What is it?"
"Yi Sun, your master is just too powerful."
"This is not nonsense. I'm talking about more than just cultivation. Feel the aura of the abyss carefully."
Yi Sun looked at the abyss suspiciously, only to see that the abyss was filled with a frosty aura. Standing here one could feel the coldness. It was simply a natural air conditioner. In addition to the frosty air, there was also some faint black air. He suddenly remembered that when Master attacked for the second time just now, the 7-colored sword chi was mixed with black chi, exactly the same as now.
This is.
What pricked his skin raw was the aura emitted by these black chi. Although it was similar in color to the demonic chi, he knew that it wasn't demonic chi, it was just overpowering, and didn't have a sense of evil.
Chapter 132 Top Bloodline? It's a killing aura. Oh.
Yi Sun felt it carefully again and recognized his statement. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity.
Seeing that he was a bit unimpressed, Nightseeker continued.
Killing aura is cultivated later in life. When a person is in extreme anger or hatred, they will give birth to a killing aura, as well as long-term survival in dangerous environments. They will also carry a killing aura on their body on weekdays. Although there are strong and weak killing chi, but they are invisible and qualitative. When fighting, the killing chi will have the effect of increasing the battle spirit and endurance, but also will weaken the opponent's aura. Yi Sun felt puzzled. Of course he knew these.
What exactly are you trying to say?
Night Elegy looked at Abyss. I was trying to say that your master is different. She can actually transform her killing chi into a substantial state and incorporate it into her attacks. Through the terrifying killing chi emanating from this abyss, one can sense that the substantial killing chi must have a great increase in attacks.
I've never thought that killing chi could actually be used in this way. How exactly did your master transform killing chi into substance, and how did he incorporate it into his attacks? This is just too much of an enhancement to actual combat. Yi Sun. He finally understood why Nightshade looked like a different person with a face of awe.
Being in the heavenly group, he had secretly carried out a lot of missions, and in a sense, was somewhat similar to an assassin. Just like the leader of the Sky Group, Blade, he possessed the gift of agility and killed evil people like chopping vegetables. People like them had a strong killing aura of their own, and if they could learn how to operate like Snow Silver Spirit, their battle power would definitely be raised another notch.
I don't know about that.
Yi Sun spread his hands in love. After thinking about it, he added, I'll ask next time I go back, but I think that it should be related to the cultivation realm. With our realm, a lot of things can't be understood yet. Nightshade nodded. Indeed, it should be because the realm is too low.
Alright, let's go.
Yi Sun turned around and walked towards the sea of 10,000 demons.
Crowd? What are you still doing in there? Have you forgotten the purpose of coming to the sea of 10,000 demons? Oh yeah, to steal eggs. Is it appropriate to go in and steal them in broad daylight?
Yi Sun rolled his eyes. What's the point of stealing?
Why don't you just take it directly? Crowd. It seems to be true. Who dares to touch him now in the 10,000 demon sea?
Earth Bear, Blue Feathered Eagle, Purple Tiger, Easy Bee. Yi Sun led the way, strutting into the spirit beasts' nests one by one, taking eggs or cubs in front of the spirit beasts. It was almost like strolling through the back garden. The spirit beasts dared to be angry. He doesn't take more than one, only one from each nest. If there is only one in the hole, he will give up the target and move to the next nest. The three women looked at the aggrieved eyes of those spirit beasts and were a bit intolerant. Taking away other people's children in front of their parents, this behavior of theirs was really a bit shameless. Yi Sun was also a bit upset. He was not a cold-blooded animal, so he turned to comfort those trailing spirit beasts. We are taking them away to cultivate them, not to barbecue them. Don't look so sad.
People, oh no, spirit beasts. Spirit beasts always have to step out of their comfort zones too, don't they? The world is so big, letting a child go out and see the world isn't a bad thing. Your children will follow us side by side, and in the future, they will cultivate together to a profound realm, and they will also be able to wander and walk recklessly in the human world. What a glorious future. The spirit beasts were a little shaken by what they heard, but not much. Yi Sun continued. We are people from the other world. You may not know that people from the other world don't really die, and will be resurrected when they die, which is equivalent to being immortal. Isn't it a good thing that your children will have the same immortality trait if they follow us? Don't believe me? Night Gothic, you come and die one, show them. Night Gothic. You're noble, you're marvelous. The spirit beasts were a bit skeptical. If it was really as Yi Sun said, it really wasn't a bad thing for that kid to follow them. All right. The green-feathered demon king suddenly appeared. What he said is true, your heirs were taken away by him, not to mention anything else. At least they won't die, and they will grow extremely fast. I'm afraid that within a few years, they will be able to be blue. After pacifying the crowd of spirit beasts, he looked at Yi Sun. Kid, stop at the right time.
They couldn't even protect their own people. If this continued, the 10,000 Demon Sea Demon Kings would lose face. Yi Sun also does not want to completely offend the 10,000 Demon Sea, do not want to let the master really kill in. After all, she has a great Dao injury in the body. It is better to try to make as little as possible. It's okay to call it quits now, but it's best to extort some favors from him. That's only 50 or so, and we haven't even found what we want yet.
The corners of the green-feathered Demon King's mouth twitched. What are you looking for?
At least find a few immortal beast eggs. When these words came out, not only the green-feathered Demon King, but even Si Ning and the others, had black lines on their faces.
Are you dreaming? Looking for immortal beast cubs as pets? Those are all Demon King heirs. Do you think they will agree? It's not true that we are scornful of Patriarch Snow, but you should know that the 10,000 Demon Sea is just a corner of the demon domain. If there is really a difficulty, the demon domain won't ignore it. Even Patriarch Snow doesn't want to face off against the entire demon domain. There are some things that you should be clear about. Yi Sun was silent. It was obvious that he was pointing out the fact that Shui Yinling had a great Dao wound. When the snow silver spirit first broke into the sealed land, even the players could hear the loud noise and movement in the sky, not to mention the existence of those of them who stood at the top of the continent. It was impossible to hide it from them. It's fine if you want us to leave, an immortal beast egg is always fine, right?
He hadn't expected the green-feathered Demon King to really promise to give him a bunch of immortal beast eggs. It wasn't like it was a cabbage. The green-feathered Demon King was about to get angry, when suddenly his ears twitched, as if he had heard something. He frowned and contemplated for a moment, looked deeply at Yi Sun and opened his mouth.
I can give you one, and it's still a top bloodline, not even as good as this seat. Top bloodline? Yi Sun was surprised.
Immortal beasts are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Ordinary bloodline immortal beasts, most of them are at the Mahayana realm in the later stages, and it is difficult to break through the harmonization realm. And like the green-feathered Demon King, this kind of superior bloodline, break through the harmonization realm in no time, but want to go further will be difficult, almost nothing is possible. As for the top bloodline, it was expected to reach the true immortal realm.
The Sea of 10,000 Demons is actually willing to give away immortal beasts with this kind of bloodline?
But there is a condition, and that is that it must follow you and make an equal contract with you. It can be your partner, but not a subordinate.
What's a contract of equality?
Yi Sun had never heard of this way. It's very simple. It means that you can't force it to order it to act. It has the right to refuse. It has a certain amount of autonomy, and not much else. Frankly speaking, this isn't much of a restriction. By forming a contract, it innately feels affectionate towards you. As long as you treat it well and sincerely, it naturally won't resist your orders. Oh yeah, there's also another benefit, that is, when it goes into battle, there's no distance limitation with you. For example, if you're in the Jade Sky, it's fine to let it kill itself to the Divine Sky continent. Yi Sun's eyes lit up. This was good.
A normal pet could not stay too far away from its owner. Can it unilaterally break the contract?
That's not possible. A contract of equality and dissolution requires the consent of both parties.
Well then, I promise. Chapter 133 Snow Demon Head.
The green-feathered Demon King didn't make any nonsense and took out an egg that emitted a dazzling immortal light with arcane runes entwined on it. He lifted the runes and performed another complicated hand seal, pointing at Yi Sun's brow.
Ding! Is it signing a contract of equality with the 9 Lives Immortal Cat? 9 Lives of Immortal Cats? What a simple, crude name.
Yi Sun asked the system about the rules of the equality contract, and seeing that it was generally the same as what the green-feathered Demon King had said, he confirmed.
Signed.
Upon completion, the green-feathered Demon King tossed the pet egg, and Yi Sun took it to curiously check. 9 Lives Immortal Cat, Immortal Beast Egg. Is incubating, expected to hatch successfully in 3 days. Injecting energy into it can shorten the incubation time.
An egg-born cat? It's really different. He curiously said, which Demon King's heir is this? Should I pay a visit? The green-feathered Demon King seemed to smile. Oh? You want to pay him a visit?
Looking at his expression, Yi Sun knew that if he wanted to see the Demon King, he would probably have to go to hell to do so. Sure enough, the green-feathered Demon King said indifferently, the 9 Lives Immortal Cat, this should be the only one left in the continent at the moment. This clan, not only is it gifted with a heavenly talent, but it also has 9 lives at its peak, causing its nature to be extremely misbehaved, with each eye as if it were growing on the top of its head, and it doesn't put anyone in its sights. For countless years, it has created a great reputation, but also because of its character, from time to time it will offend some ruthless people. The 9 Lives Immortal Cat was already difficult to reproduce offspring, and gradually, the number became less and less. The green-feathered Demon King pointed to the egg in Yi Sun's hand. Its father was, day after day, walking horizontally, out of the gate, thinking that he could look out of the world, but ended up offending the Snow Demon. Oh no, it was the Snow Patriarch.
Yi Sun. What a snow devil.
It was unable to defeat the Snow Patriarch and fled back to the Sea of 10,000 Demons, but the Snow Patriarch's murderous heart had already risen, and he hard chased and killed his way to the Sea of 10,000 Demons, decapitating it 9 times in a row, causing it to die on the spot. When the crowd heard this, the corners of their mouths straightened. Yi Sun, this master was also too ruthless. No wonder when the green feathered demon king faced the snow silver spirit just now, he was scared like a mouse seeing a cat, and when the snow silver spirit put harsh words on the sea of 10,000 demons, the demon kings rushed to oblige. Yi Sun curiously said, "You guys didn't help it?" The green feathered demon king grunted coldly, "That guy, all day long he is high and mighty, honestly we also don't treat it well, but no matter what, as the same demon race, we should still help it. This is not the case, we saved its heir." Crowd. How can you be so helpful? They seem to be able to imagine that scene. The crowd of demon kings waved their hands with tears in their eyes. "Cat brother, you can go in peace, your children we help you to raise, your wife we also." Think carefully, but also reasonable, even the talent of the heavenly 9-life immortal cat are in the snow silver spirit sword. Under the successive loss of life, they go up in addition to follow the burial, there is no second result. How exactly did it mess with my master? The corners of the green feathered demon king's mouth twitched. It seems to be looking at your master's eyes, asking your master to come to the 10,000 demon sea to serve it, saying that it is your master's honor, and it pestered your master when he didn't want to pay any attention to it. Yi Sun was dumbfounded. Cat is so brave. The 9 lives immortal cats are somewhat special, each of them almost never chooses to take human form. One is that they are pretentious and feel that the cat body is the noblest body in the world. The second is that they are restricted by their bloodline and can almost never take human form. When the crowd heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched again. In other words, when that 9 lives immortal cat was in its cat form, it said to Snow Silver Spirit, "Little pussy, to come and be a human pet for this great master, come and serve this great master?" The cat's death was not unfair. Saying goodbye to the green feathered demon king, Yi Sun and his group left the sea of 10,000 demons. The green feathered demon king watched them leave, and several figures slowly emerged around him. This brat's future accomplishments are feared to be above the snow demon head. Yes, it's unusual for people from other realms to have a much lower strength at the same level than those from this realm, but he's actually stronger than a Jindan stage cultivator from this realm. And that defense skill of his, the seat really can't think of what level of skill would allow a Jindan stage to block a strike from this seat. It was only logical that the Jindan stage couldn't even learn a heavenly rank skill. In the future, when the two worlds merge, and the people from other worlds discard the disadvantages of innate deficiencies, it's hard to imagine how strong his same rank battle power can be, and it's not a disgrace for the 9 lives immortal cat to follow him, and we can still make a good karma with him. It doesn't matter if it's good or not, I just don't want to raise that cat, or else the 10,000 demon sea will be tossed around again. If it's not for the fact that the continent is left with just this one, the seat really wants to smash its eggs. All demon kings. Out of the 10,000 demons sea, Yi Sun Jijia smiled. Come, split the spoils. Thanks for your help this time, let's pick one for each person first, and if you want more, I'll give you another 50% discount. These spirit beast eggs, all of which were of superior bloodline, with their parents each being at the spirit void realm, were worth a lot. Night Elephant had helped him a lot this time. If it wasn't for him, Yi Sun wouldn't even be able to dig out the formation eye. As for Shallow Dream, he didn't intend to use the spirit beast egg to pay back the Xian Pin enlightenment fruit he owed. The reputation value was too important in the early stages. If he didn't need it, he probably wouldn't have sold it for any amount of money Shallow Dream offered, which Yi Sun was aware of, and intended to pay back the items in her reputation store. Knight Eleanor picked a thick-skinned earth bear cub, but it is very suitable for his assassin profession, a hard resistance, a sneak attack. Shallow Dream picked a starland butterfly with outstanding assisting abilities. Rensijia, on the other hand, picked a shadow falcon, which had the ability to attack and kill. In fact, she didn't have a great need for a pet after she had the blue glow wings, and now it was just icing on the cake. When Xining was about to pick, Yi Sun gave her the Departing Flame Red Luan. The Departing Flame Red Luan is an output-type magic spirit beast, and Xining's output ability is too poor, so it just complements each other. The other Fire Red Luan, Yi Sun intends to give to Meow Meow. After all, without the information she provided, Yi Sun cannot pick up. Originally, he planned to keep one for himself, but now he didn't need it. Anyway, he could only battle one pet, and having a cat was enough. On the contrary, it was the Beast Division that could battle 3 pets at the same time, and the powerful Beast Division was tough to deal with. I'll take an extra 20. The wealthy Nightshade, even Shallow Dream was startled. This bastard is so rich? She thought about it and said, I'll take 10. Nowadays, a spirit beast pet could sell for anywhere from 300,000 to 500,000 spirit stones, with those with good bloodlines being a bit more expensive. Her finances were a bit strained now, and she didn't dare to buy too many even with a 50% discount. Yi Sun collected 2 million spirit stones from her. As for Knight Zen's, he kept another account and said that he would pay him back in the near future, and that the Heavenly Group was acquiring spirit stones. Now Night Shin owed him money for a heavenly weapon, with 20 spirit beast eggs. Shallow Dream owed him the money for a heavenly weapon, and the Desert Judge similarly owed it, and had been putting it aside without paying it back due to the fact that he didn't know the standard market price of a Jindan stage heavenly weapon. Rendum, on the other hand, owes him the money for the Blue Fly Wings, and the national team owes him the money for the gang building order. It's really good to collect the debt. The spirit stones Yi Sun had now, when converted into Chinese currency, were in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and when he got all the accounts back, his wealth would at least double a few times again. He doesn't have much use for money right now. He belongs to the stage of accumulating wealth to prepare for the future construction of the city. When the time comes, the amount of spirit stones that need to be spent is an astronomical figure. Compared to that, the price of the hanging pavilion is not worth mentioning.
The crowd parted again.
As Ren Duo was leaving, he returned the 2 immortal jade fragments that he had helped him keep. Yi Sun's quest progress returned to collecting jade pieces, 2-5. Nightshade lifted his bracelet and listened for a while, and said to Yi Sun,
"A few co-workers have come over, meet up?"
Among them is the colleague who protects Meow Meow, and has already investigated her reality.